Having traversed into the world of Naruto as the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, I have activated a divine-level task system. As long as I accomplish the tasks, a plethora of system rewards await. Sasuke, how is it that you have only awakened a single Tomo in your Sharingan? I have attained the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Amaterasu, Obito, do you enjoy playing with Susanoo? Allow me to introduce you to my Susanoo, the perfect manifestation of my nine tails. Obito, do not dwell on your infinite Tsukuyomi. I shall utilize the rebirth of the Samsara technique to resurrect Rin for you. Reborn as Naruto's companion, Lin Xiao is destined to become an unparalleled force in the ninja world. Chapter 1 Rebirth. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Lin Xiao's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, his eyes fixated on the images displayed on the screen. He was engaged in the mobile game Naruto, employing an emulator, the notorious Raiden emulator. He preferred the tactile sensation of keyboard controls over the frustrating experience of swiping on a mobile screen. With the month drawing to a close, the rankings for the duel arena were about to be finalized. The moment of truth had arrived, and this match was the Super Shadow Advancement Competition. Lin Xiao had already been defeated twice. The opponents he faced were Uchiha Madara Reanimation, Release, and Uchiha Obito Ninja World War. He now controlled the ninja renowned for his resilience, the masked Obito. The mask was still steaming. His adversary had also been eliminated twice, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen Reanimation and Uchiha Madara Reanimation. The opposing team was remarkably pure, paying homage to legendary ninjas, mentors, the Autumn of Konoha, and taking a leap of faith without excessive hesitation, embracing the essence of purity. The last remaining ninja on his opponent's team was Kuratsuchi, known for her aerial prowess and the title of Flying Dog. Damn it, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling his heartbeat quicken and his palms grow clammy. On the screen, Kuratsuchi launched another assault, executing a powerful earth release technique that struck Lin Xiao's controlled mass character with a devastating hurricane jutsu, leaving him incapacitated. Lin Xiao, witnessing his opponent's barrage of emoticons, could not contain his frustration and shouted in exasperation. In our village, we uphold decorum, except when it comes to losing our temper. Realizing he had no beans left and could not utilize the substitution technique, Lin Xiao understood that the tide of battle had turned irrevocably. No! Lin Xiao cried out in fury, his fists clenched as he slammed them onto the keyboard, forcefully sending it flying. The keyboard shattered into countless pieces, a tribute to the legendary streamer, Dog Call Yaoyong. He felt a wave of helplessness and defeat wash over him, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths in an attempt to regain composure. At that moment, he heard a peculiar sound emanating from the computer screen before him, akin to a mechanical hum or whispers carried by the wind. He opened his eyes to behold an otherworldly glow radiating from the computer screen, the light intensifying until it coalesced into a swirling vortex, emanating a powerful pull. Before Lin Xiao could react, he was drawn into the computer by that force. His consciousness began to blur, the last memory being the vortex of light and the encroaching darkness. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself lying upon an unfamiliar bed, the room adorned with traditional Japanese decor. He sat up, feeling a wave of dizziness. His memories still lingered on the moment of being drawn into the computer, yet it was evident that he was no longer in the familiar realm of the modern world. Rising to his feet, he approached the mirror and beheld a completely different visage, a golden-haired, blue-eyed youth with determination and curiosity etched upon his face. "What is this?" Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment as he touched his face, realizing that he had transformed into another person. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, an orphan and the protagonist of the Naruto series. Had he traversed into the world of Naruto? Moreover, he had become the very protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. He currently finds himself in his adolescent years. Suddenly, a deluge of memories surged into his mind, causing him to faint from the overwhelming pain. Upon awakening, his consciousness melded with Naruto's memories. At this moment, he is indeed Naruto Uzumaki. Lin Xiao, or rather Naruto Uzumaki, felt a surge of exhilaration. He had fantasized countless times about crossing over into the world of Naruto, but now, this fantasy had manifested into reality. He resolved to embrace this new identity and embark on his journey as a ninja. Following the initial excitement, a gnawing hunger arose from the depths of his stomach. Indeed, he was famished. According to Naruto's original memories, he had very little money left, and the detestable third Hokage had shamelessly withheld the inheritance that rightfully belonged to him as the son of a hero. Furthermore, he barely received a meager allowance each month, insufficient for Naruto's healthy growth. Most villagers regarded him with extreme hostility, their gazes filled with loathing, wishing they could take his life with their own hands. Some even sold him inferior and expired food, which would leave him feeling unwell for an extended period. You wretched fox spirit, why don't you just die? You still dare to come and buy food. The Hokage himself doesn't know why he hasn't killed you yet, allowing you, this scourge, to survive. You deserve to starve to death. I heard from my mother that he is the embodiment of the fox spirit, and if we play with him, we might attract the fox's attention. My father also said that next time we see him, we should avoid him or even beat him up, and when I return home, he would praise me for a job well done. Countless malicious thoughts from the villagers flooded his mind. Even with a deep understanding of Naruto's original storyline, he felt a surge of rage. Having crossed over into Naruto's body meant he was Naruto. It was evident that Naruto had done nothing wrong. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, a pitiable child who deserved the love of the villagers. Yet, he was subjected to such malice. It was utterly despicable. Contemplating this, a hint of red chakra emanated from within Naruto, influencing his emotions. Hatred began to swell within Naruto's heart. Observing the slight manifestation of red chakra surrounding him, Naruto realized that the Nine-Tails was causing a stir. Forcing himself to regain composure, he understood that his immediate priority was to satiate his hunger. Survival was of utmost importance. While he had previously enjoyed watching Naruto's adventures, he only remembered how the protagonist was filled with fervor and gradually evolved into a hero of the ninja world. He had forgotten how, prior to the storyline, Naruto endured a solitary existence, grappling with profound loneliness, lacking friends, and facing extreme isolation. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to darkness or developed a vengeful persona. The villagers of Konohagakure were indeed fortunate. However, if Lin Xiao, who had received a modern education, found himself in this world governed by power, those wretched individuals would soon learn the true meaning of retribution. The pangs of hunger continued to assail him. Reflecting on his physical state, Naruto felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Due to prolonged deprivation of nutritious food, his body had become emaciated. Naruto felt frail and worn. The most pressing task now was to find sustenance. As he sifted through his memories, Naruto recalled a small stream near the woods by his home. There, he might be able to catch some fish. Upon contemplating this, Naruto promptly set his plans into motion. The gnawing hunger in his belly significantly quickened his pace. Sensing the malice emanating from the villagers by the roadside, he hastened his steps. Although they were oblivious to the truth, their ignorance still inflicted harm upon the former Naruto. This is something that they will never be able to amend, no matter what they say in the future. As for the others, the higher-ups of Konoha will eventually have their reckoning. At last, he arrived at the forest etched in his memories. Gazing at the nearby stream, though shallow, it still reached up to Naruto's abdomen. Picking up a fallen branch from beneath a tree, Naruto commenced his fishing endeavor. The Naruto of his past life had never attempted to catch fish, and the Naruto of this life lacked such experience, making his attempts exceedingly arduous. Observing the delectable fish swimming around him while his branch repeatedly missed its target, Naruto could not suppress his indignation. Even the little fish seemed to mock him. In his fury, Naruto slammed the branch downward, unexpectedly striking his first fish. Congratulations, host! You have slain your first life, unlocking the divine task system. Here it comes, here it comes. The essential system for a time traveler had finally arrived. However, Naruto truly had no mind to engage with this newly emerged system. His stomach was in unbearable distress. Were it not for the faint remnants of rationality lingering within him, he might have actually considered devouring the little fish raw. Fish, please, don't come any closer. Carrying the fish he had caught to the shore, Naruto picked up several wooden sticks and initiated the most traditional method of creating fire through friction. At last, the fire blazed to life, warming his previously damp body. Naruto retrieved the small knife he had brought from home. He had not ventured out entirely unprepared. With a swift motion, he struck the struggling fish on the head with the knife. I'm sorry, dear fish. If you do not perish today, then it is I who shall meet my demise. If a friend in death does not spare the Taoist, I must impose this upon you. After stunning the fish, it lay in peaceful slumber. Naruto began to prepare the fish, simply scraping off the scales before impaling it with a stick and placing it over the fire to roast. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. Once the fish was nearly done, Naruto, disregarding the scalding heat, began to devour it with great relish. Although the fish was unseasoned to Naruto, who was ravenous, it was akin to heavenly ambrosia, a culinary delight. After a whirlwind of consumption, the poor fish was left with nothing but a collection of bones. Chapter 2. An unforeseen encounter with Iruka and Mizuki. Upon encountering Naruto Uzumaki, who had successfully caught fish through his own efforts, he did not succumb to starvation. In the forest, one of the Umbu, cloaked in secrecy, was covertly observing Naruto. This Umbu subtly nodded to his fellow operatives before vanishing into the distance, leaving the remaining members to continue their surveillance of Naruto. Suddenly, a peculiar sense of being watched seemed to diminish. Since Naruto arrived in this world, he had felt a presence monitoring him, which could not be attributed to the villagers along the way. Even upon entering the woods, the sensation of being watched persisted, confirming his suspicions that it was indeed the Umbu. It was uncertain whether they were from Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction or from Danzo Shimura's route. Perhaps both sides had sent their ninjas to maintain a balance of power. In an instant, one Umbu materialized within the Hokage's office. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently managing the multitude of affairs that came with being Hokage. The masked Umbu reported, "Hokage-sama. Uzumaki Naruto has managed to catch fish in the small stream of the grove using his own abilities, and he is currently in no danger." Without lifting his head, Hiruzen continued to handle the paperwork, replying, "Understood. Maintain surveillance. Remember, we must ensure his safety at all costs. As for other matters, turn a blind eye." "Yes." The Umbu nodded upon receiving the command and disappeared, presumably returning to monitor Naruto. "Minato, forgive me. Naruto's identity is too unique to expose him to public scrutiny, as it would hinder his healthy development. Everything I do is for his benefit, and I hope you can understand," Hiruzen murmured while attending to his duties. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open forcefully, revealing Hiruzen's archrival, Danzo Shimura. "Huh, Hiruzen, spare yourself the pretense. I know your true intentions all too well. You can deceive others, but do not attempt to fool yourself. You wish to seize and divide the legacy of the fourth Hokage. For his well-being, you claim? You merely seek to control the power of the Jinchuriki, viewing him as a mere weapon. Everything you do is to ensure he follows your commands, to become a blade in your hand." Danzo ruthlessly exposed Hiruzen's facade, as the two had grown up together, sharing an unbreakable bond. Hiruzen's every thought was an open book to Danzo. "Enough, Danzo. This is the Hokage's office, and I expect you to speak with caution," Hiruzen interrupted sharply. Although the Umbu in the office were loyal to him, a semblance of decorum must be maintained. Danzo unceremoniously took a seat opposite Hiruzen, stating, "Hiruzen, I heard that the Jinchuriki nearly starved at home. Given your intelligence network, did you really need to come here to inquire? Your root Umbu must have already reported the situation to you. Naruto is fine now, so you need not worry. Hiruzen, you should heed my advice and hand over the Jinchuriki to me. Only within root can he be brainwashed to become the most loyal weapon of Konoha." "Enough, Danzo." Hiruzen's furious shout interrupted Danzo again. "Naruto is the child of Minato and Kushina, not a weapon as you suggest. I shall nurture him into a true Konoha ninja. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall never cease. The light of the flames will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the new leaves to sprout. I will ensure Naruto understands the meaning of the will of fire. Danzo, do not attempt any underhanded schemes. Remember, I am the Hokage." "Humph, you will come to regret this, Hiruzen," Danzo retorted angrily, storming out of the office, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang, leaving behind a classic retort before vanishing from sight. As for Hiruzen's words, he himself was uncertain which were genuine and which were mere fabrications. Everything was merely a means to consolidate his interests within Konoha. Meanwhile, shifting the focus back to Naruto, having experienced initial luck, he began to grow more adept. Gradually honing his skills, he was able to catch several more fish in succession. After stringing the fish together, Naruto prepared to return and rest. Suddenly, he sensed an increase in the feeling of surveillance and speculated that the Umbu who had briefly departed had returned. Their relentless watch over him was astonishing. He was merely a child, possessing no combat abilities aside from the sealed ninetales within him. Such efforts seemed futile. However, he vowed that one day he would repay them, not with vengeance, but with gratitude. As he made his way back, villagers pointed and whispered at him, their disdain evident on their faces. Naruto had grown accustomed to this treatment and refrained from arguing with them. Children along the roadside, incited by their parents, picked up stones and hurled them at Naruto. He could only awkwardly dodge, though several stones struck him. One stone hit him squarely on the head, causing blood to trickle down his forehead. Anger surged within him as he glared fiercely at the children and their parents. How dare that demon fox look at us like that? Teach him a lesson. The adults were momentarily taken aback by Naruto's fierce expression. sensing an unsettling feeling as though an unawakened beast lurked behind his gaze, warning them, "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as the adults were about to incite their children to launch another round of attacks against Naruto, Mizuki and Iruka Hyane happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. Iruka immediately rushed to stand in front of Naruto, shielding him. At this moment, Naruto recognized Iruka and noted that the person beside him resembled Mizuki. However, Naruto had yet to attend the Ninja Academy and could not call out their names, mindful of the Umbu still watching closely. For now, he could only strive to conceal himself and avoid drawing attention. Isn't that Iruka? Iruka, why are you protecting that demon fox? Don't you remember that your parents died in that incident? Do you not harbor hatred for that creature? One of the onlookers recognized Iruka and questioned him in confusion. The inquiry struck deep within Iruka's heart. Indeed, his parents had perished during the Ninetales incident. Did he resent Naruto? He turned to look at Naruto, whose head was bleeding yet remained silent, enduring the torment without complaint. Iruka's heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by something. Regardless of whether Naruto was the embodiment of the demon fox, he was, at present, merely an innocent child. Please step aside. He is injured, and I must take him to the hospital. If the Hokage learns of what you have done to Naruto, you will surely face punishment. Upon hearing Iruka invoke the Hokage's name, the villagers reluctantly relented. The ignorant masses could not fathom that if Naruto were truly the embodiment of the demon fox, their esteemed third Hokage would not have killed him, but instead allowed him to remain in the village. Meanwhile, Mizuki, who had initially wished to avoid the situation, found himself compelled to assist upon witnessing Iruka's actions. With the assistance of Mizuki and Iruka, Naruto was escorted to the hospital in Konoha. Even within the hospital, whether it was passing patients or the diligent doctors and nurses, the glances directed at Naruto were remarkably uniform. This was reminiscent of the Naruto from his previous memories, who, even in illness, silently endured and relied solely on himself to persevere. Even the healers, sworn to save lives, harbored the same disdain towards him. One doctor, originally resting in his office, was abruptly approached by an Umbu ninja who whispered something in his ear. Reluctantly, he rose and exited his office. Finding Naruto in the waiting area, he ushered him inside and administered the necessary treatment. Iruka remained by Naruto's side throughout the entire process, even offering to cover Naruto's medical expenses when he learned he had no money, drawing from his meager salary. At the hospital's exit, Iruka turned to Naruto and said, "Well then, let us meet again by fate. Take care of yourself. We are leaving." Iruka, regardless of the world, was always so gentle. Truly a man worthy of attending Naruto's wedding as a father figure in the future. May I ask your name? Even Naruto, well versed in the anime's narrative, was moved by Iruka's kindness. Such gentle souls truly exist in this world. At that moment, tears streamed down Naruto's face. Some things, though known, are entirely different when personally experienced. I am Iruka Yumino, and this is Mizuki. We are both teachers at the Ninja Academy. If fate allows, you might see us at school when you reach the appropriate age. The two figures slowly departed beneath the setting sun, leaving only their silhouettes behind for Naruto. Why just one silhouette? Naruto only watched Iruka. Mizuki was a stranger. Thank you, Teacher Iruka. You are a good person. Naruto shouted towards Iruka's retreating figure, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. Iruka could not help but smile, thinking, Naruto is certainly not a demon fox. Chapter 3, The Beginner's Gift Package. After a series of events, Naruto returned home late at night. Observing the disheveled and filthy state of his home, Naruto resolved to tidy up a bit. He began to work diligently, clearing out all the trash and disposing of it properly. Then, he arranged various items. Yet, the furnishings in Naruto's home were quite rudimentary. The little money provided by the third Hokage was scarcely enough for Naruto to acquire any decent furniture, let alone decorations. Following Naruto's efforts, the home became somewhat more orderly, albeit still exceedingly simple, so simple that a thief would leave behind a substantial amount just to avoid taking anything. Sensing a lingering gaze upon him, Naruto furrowed his brow. Those Umbu truly never rest, even at night. He climbed into bed, feigning sleep, and turned off the light, pretending to drift off immediately. The external surveillance seemed to diminish. Yet it remained. For safety's sake, Naruto opted to remain vigilant. After more than an hour, the sensation of being watched finally dissipated. Even the Umbu could not maintain constant vigilance over him, as they too had shifting shifts. Clearly, this period marked Naruto's true moment of freedom. Lying in bed, he whispered in his mind, "System, are you there?" A calm voice resonated in Naruto's mind. "I am here, host." Naruto's excitement surged as he realized that the events of the day were no mere illusion. He had indeed awakened the essential golden finger of a transmigrator. Even without the knowledge stored in his mind, he could foreseeably ascend to great heights in this world. However, with this golden finger, he could traverse shortcuts and potentially acquire many hard-to-obtain items. System, please introduce yourself. Naruto mentally urged. To answer the host, this system is officially named the God-level mission system. Its function is quite simple. Upon completing tasks issued by the system, the host shall receive corresponding rewards, with the richness of the reward linked to the task's difficulty. Naruto understood that this system lacked any frivolous skills. Completing tasks was the goal. He was merely curious about the rewards, hoping they wouldn't be too meager. The release of tasks is entirely random, and the host will be notified in their mind upon issuance. This unexpected boon was welcome, even without the system. Naruto could still gradually grow stronger. Is there perhaps a beginner's gift package? Naruto inquired next. To answer the host, yes. Today, after defeating a fish, you completed the task to unlock the system, hence activating the system's unlocking feature, granting you a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Of course he wanted to. Naruto was currently destitute and lacked everything. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift package. You have received 3 boxes of everlasting nutritional canned food. You have obtained 20,000 Ryo. You have acquired the God-level chakra extraction technique. You have been granted the passive ability, Bition Zue. Naruto readily understood the monetary reward. But the other items warranted closer inspection. Nutritional canned food, produced by the system, rich in nutrients, suitable for those with malnutrition or weak constitutions. It can improve physical condition, providing lasting satiety and delightful flavor. God-level chakra extraction technique, a refined version of the chakra extraction technique, boasting top-tier extraction efficiency with no physical toll, suitable for users of all ages. Bition Zue, produced by the system, possessing a slight increase in the probability of persuading others and inherently boosting one's credibility. Effectiveness improves with continued use by the host. Naruto was truly overjoyed, akin to a grandmother snuggling into bed, chuckling with glee. The system was incredibly considerate, providing the sustenance he so desperately needed. The nutritional canned food was precisely what he required at this moment. It could improve his physique and, with its strong satiating properties, would be delicious as well. Moreover, as a commonplace food item, consuming it at home would not arouse suspicion from the umbu outside, perfect for camouflage. As for the God-level chakra extraction technique, it was also essential for Naruto. It is well known that children from prominent clans are taught the chakra extraction technique upon entering the ninja academy. While the academy does offer instruction on this technique, it is merely the most basic version available, with low extraction efficiency and potential mental harm if overused. Chakra is generated through the combination of mental and physical energy. The reason prominent families teach their children this technique as they enter the academy is that, at this developmental stage, children are ready to attempt chakra extraction without significant risks to their growth. Naruto's God-level chakra extraction technique was even more remarkable. It disregards the user's age, allowing even young children to utilize it without physical or mental harm, boasting the highest extraction efficiency. With this, Naruto could gradually cultivate his strength. Although Naruto possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his father, Minato Namikaze, was merely a commoner. Thus, his Uzumaki bloodline was not particularly pure. He had heard stories that Minato's genes were exceptionally strong, even capable of overshadowing Kushina Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan, resulting in Naruto's distinctly blonde hair. Regarding this matter, Naruto expressed that perhaps Kishimoto simply found yellow hair more aesthetically pleasing. After all, Kishimoto is merely an artist of manga. What does he truly understand about being a Hokage? Hence, chakra remains of paramount significance to him, and Naruto feels no urgency to seek out the Nine Tails. After all, at this moment, he is not yet prepared to confront a tailed beast. With the Nine Tails residing within him, he feels assured of his safety over the past few years. As for the other day, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this just his own passive ability? How had it transformed into a reward for himself? In the original narrative, Naruto's words seemed to flow like magic. When facing adversaries, he would persuade them, and if negotiations faltered, he would resort to physical persuasion through his signature technique. His eloquence was almost superhuman, though the night had deepened. The divine chakra extraction technique bestowed by the system had one advantage. It could be employed simply by closing one's eyes. Thus, he could feign sleep while actually extracting chakra. On his first night in the world of Naruto, Naruto resolved not to overexert himself. Given the circumstances, he decided to rest. After all, one day wouldn't make a difference. Good night, everyone. Chapter 4. Successful Chakra Extraction. Time rewinds to the afternoon as Naruto makes his way home. On his journey, He is struck on the head by stones thrown by some village children, resulting in a bleeding injury. An Anbu, witnessing Naruto being pelted, chose to remain indifferent and proceeded to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. What? Naruto hasn't lost control, has he? Hiruzen's primary concern was not about Naruto's injuries, but whether the nine tails within him had gone berserk. After all, Naruto was still just a child, lacking adept emotional control. Should he lose control, the nine tails could break free from its seal, or its chakra could leak out, which would tarnish Hiruzen's reputation as the third Hokage, especially since he had permitted Naruto to reside in the village. No, he said nothing, reported the Anbu. The passing Chunin, Iruka Umino from the Ninja Academy, along with Mizuki, took Naruto to the hospital. Iruka seemed to show considerable concern for Naruto, displaying no discrimination against him. The Anbu reported factually. Iruka Umino, I seem to recall him. Retrieve his file for me, Hiruzen instructed, holding a large tobacco pipe, taking a deep puff and exhaling rings of smoke towards his assistant. Yes. The assistant retrieved Iruka's file from the storage room. The file indicated that Iruka was a commoner, devoid of any notable background. His family had once been harmonious and happy, but the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails rampage shattered their blissful existence. Iruka witnessed the sacrifice of his parents, both Jonin, as they valiantly defended the village. This experience drastically altered Iruka's character. While he appeared cheerful among his peers at school, he often wept silently at the Konoha Memorial Stone. It wasn't until he encountered the third Hokage and engaged in conversation that he decided to stay at the Konoha Ninja Academy after becoming a Chunin, determined to nurture new life and strength for the village. Upon reviewing the file, Hiruzen recalled a previous encounter with Iruka at the Konoha Memorial Stone, where he had spoken to him about the Will of Fire. It seemed to have a significant impact on Iruka, influencing his path to becoming a teacher. The file indicated that Iruka was earnestly embodying the Will of Fire, suggesting he would make a commendable teacher. With the Ninja Academy's new term approaching in a month, Hiruzen resolved to assign him to this class. The scene shifts to the documents Hiruzen was processing. It was a preparatory list for new enrollments at the Ninja Academy, featuring illustrious names from Konoha. Indeed, it could be described as an elite class. Among the names were Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Haruno Sakura's academic performance also appeared commendable, qualifying her for this class. As for Naruto, Hiruzen pondered deeply over his name, uncertain whether to allow him to enroll at the Ninja Academy. Naruto's admission to the Ninja Academy presented both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that he might forge friendships and establish bonds in Konoha, gaining exposure to the teacher's teachings of the Will of Fire, which would ultimately benefit the village. However, the downside was that upon graduating from the academy, Naruto would be required to undertake missions as a ninja, which could complicate his control over the Nine Tails. Moreover, considering Naruto's identity, uninformed parents might stir up trouble upon his enrollment. Contemplating this, Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. He gazed at a photograph on his desk depicting Minato in the Hokage cloak. Forgive me, Minato. I will ensure Naruto is raised well, nurturing him into an exceptional ninja. After adding Naruto Uzumaki's name to the list, the strongest elite class in Konoha was officially established. With Iruka Umino as the appointed homeroom teacher, the very same who had aided Naruto earlier. Perhaps I should check on Naruto tomorrow. His allowance must be running low. Or else he wouldn't be out fishing, Hiruzen mused, before returning to his paperwork, not finishing until the late hours of the night. Morning dawned. It was already 8 in the morning, and Naruto had completed his first night in the world of Naruto. Compared to his previous life, there was no significant difference. Naruto remained the type to collapse into slumber as soon as his head hit the pillow, sensing the watchful eyes of surveillance outside. He realized his freedom was once again curtailed. Early in the morning, the Anbu commenced their duties. How much do they earn a month to work so tirelessly? Naruto thought. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to experiment with chakra extraction. He feigned sleepiness, turned over, and fell back to sleep, while in reality, he was already extracting chakra. It was said that the speed of one's first chakra extraction was indicative of innate talent. The sooner one could extract chakra, the greater their potential. Following the guidance of the divine chakra extraction technique in his mind, Naruto began to practice. Soon, he sensed the spiritual and physical energy within him. According to the technique's instructions, he mixed them in specific proportions, ultimately obtaining his first strand of chakra. Had he truly succeeded? Naruto's heart swelled with joy. Could he genuinely be an unparalleled genius? In truth, the Naruto of the original narrative was not devoid of talent. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's physique and the support of the Nine Tails, he rarely needed to refine chakra and seldom faced a deficiency. While others dealt with chakra, Naruto dealt with chakra tons, making comparisons futile. However, due to the Nine Tails' constant interference, Naruto's use of ninjutsu often resulted in chaotic chakra control, causing him to appear rather inept in that regard. Nevertheless, his innate talent remained exceptionally high. As he effortlessly extracted chakra, the exhilaration of success was utterly intoxicating. Naruto found himself immersed in the process, unable to extricate himself. Time slipped away swiftly. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was now 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen had completed his official duties and now had time to check on Naruto. Raising his hand, an Umbu appeared before him in an instant. Where is Naruto at this moment, and what is he doing? Hiruzen inquired about Naruto's whereabouts, intending to have a conversation with him regarding the Ninja Academy. In this moment, Naruto is peacefully slumbering at home, having briefly awakened at 8 in the morning, only to return to deep sleep. The Umbu tasked with monitoring him are rotating shifts, exchanging information promptly. However, since Naruto remains asleep, there is little necessity for constant shift changes, allowing their duties to be rather relaxed. This little rascal has managed to sleep for so long that mealtime has arrived. I shall pay him a visit. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Hiruzen Sarutobi meticulously organized all the documents before putting them away. He stepped out of the Hokage's office and made his way toward Naruto's residence. As he traversed the village, the townspeople greeted him with warm smiles. Good day, Hokage-sama. Are you out for an inspection today? A friendly villager called out. Hello. I found some time today to check on everyone, Hiruzen replied, his face adorned with a smile as he patiently conversed with the villagers. To maintain his image among the populace, he made it a point to venture into the streets periodically, reinforcing his presence and cultivating a warm rapport with the villagers, which in turn would solidify his standing. Upon arriving at Naruto's doorstep, Hiruzen knocked gently and called out, Naruto, have you awoken? Your grandfather has come to see you. His voice was robust, betraying none of the frailty typically associated with old age. Naruto, who had been engrossed in his training, was startled out of his focus by the unexpected arrival of Hiruzen. What is the matter? Why is this old man here? Has he discovered my chakra training? He pondered anxiously. No. The supreme chakra extraction technique provided by the system is not so easily discernible. I must play my part well and reduce the scrutiny of the Umbu. Otherwise, my training will not proceed smoothly. In an instant, Naruto entertained a whirlwind of thoughts and feigned the demeanor of someone roused from slumber. Clad in his pajamas, he approached the door, opening it slightly while inquiring, Who is it? It's too early for disturbances. His tone, tinged with impatience, reflected his mastery of the art of morning grumpiness. Upon opening the door and seeing Hiruzen, Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise and joy. Grandpa, it's you. What brings you here today? In Naruto's recollections, he was unaware of Hiruzen's identity as the Hokage, as Hiruzen had never disclosed it, presenting himself merely as a benevolent figure willing to assist with Naruto's sustenance. This kindness deeply touched Naruto, who, devoid of familial connections, regarded Hiruzen as his closest kin. Had he gazed upon the Hokage rock towering above Konohagakure, he might have recognized that this elderly gentleman was, in fact, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Nevertheless, since Hiruzen had not revealed his identity, Naruto felt compelled to play along, both of them seasoned actors in this charade. Naruto, it has been quite some time. Your grandfather has missed you. Here is your allowance for the month. Do remember to spend it wisely. Perhaps due to seeing the bandage on Naruto's head from a recent incident with the village children, Hiruzen's heart softened, prompting him to bestow a bit more financial aid than usual. While the sum appeared substantial, several thousand ryo, it was allocated monthly, making it less impressive when divided by 30 days. Even affording a single meal at Ichiraku Ramen would be a stretch. That miserly old man will eventually squander your savings on frivolities, dancing atop your grave. Naruto bitterly cursed Hiruzen in his mind, yet outwardly displayed an exuberant demeanor as he gratefully accepted the allowance. Wow, thank you, Grandpa. You are so kind to me. I truly adore you, he exclaimed, carefully tucking the money into his wallet. Seeing Naruto's maturity and admiration for him, Hiruzen felt his spirits lifted. Have you eaten yet? Naruto, let us go for a meal. Not yet, Grandpa. I wish to try Ichiraku Ramen. I've heard such delightful things about it. But I've never had the chance to go. Will you take me? Naruto feigned ignorance, yet his genuine curiosity about the famed ramen was palpable, eager to uncover what made it so enticing that he had longed for it. Hiruzen, elated that Naruto's wish was simply to enjoy a bowl of ramen, thought to himself, this child is quite sensible mindful of my finances. Excellent. Let us go, Naruto. Your grandfather will take you to enjoy some ramen, he said, leading Naruto out onto the bustling streets. The sight of the third Hokage strolling alongside Naruto was a rare occurrence in Konohagakure. The villagers had been instructed to refrain from addressing Hiruzen as Hokage-sama while he was with Naruto, as he wished to keep his identity concealed. Thus, many villagers who initially intended to greet him understood the unspoken cue upon meeting Hiruzen's gaze and chose to discreetly depart. Soon, they arrived at a quaint establishment. Its sign boldly proclaiming Ichiraku Ramen. This was indeed the ramen Naruto had been yearning to savor. Hiruzen guided Naruto to a seat within Ichiraku Ramen. Upon noticing the Hokage's presence, the owner, a cheerful man known for his handmade noodles, beamed with delight. However, upon seeing Naruto, his expression turned complex. Unlike many villagers who harbored resentment toward Naruto, this man understood that the boy was not to blame for the animosity directed at him. Welcome, gentlemen. What can I get for you today? The owner cheerfully inquired as he welcomed Naruto and Hiruzen. Feeling the warmth from the owner, Naruto's spirits brightened considerably. Uncle, I would like to try your signature dish. Seeing Naruto so spirited, Hiruzen chuckled and said to the owner, I will have the same as little Naruto. Certainly. Our specialty is miso ramen. 2 bowls of miso ramen coming right up. Please wait a moment. The owner promptly set to work preparing their order. While they awaited the ramen, Hiruzen turned to Naruto and asked, Little Naruto, have you considered attending the Ninja Academy? The Ninja Academy? What do they do there? Naruto feigned ignorance, genuinely curious. The Ninja Academy is a school established to cultivate exceptional ninjas. You will certainly make many friends there. Hiruzen's words carried a subtle allure. But, Grandpa, many children call me a demon fox and don't want to play with me. Will I be able to make friends at the Ninja Academy? Naruto, absorbing Hiruzen's intentions, realized he had reached the age for schooling. Hiruzen aimed to ensure that Naruto formed bonds at the academy, fostering deep connections within Konohagakure, thereby facilitating his own influence over the boy. Absolutely you will. With so many classmates, there will surely be friends with whom you resonate, I promise. Hiruzen assured him. He planned to place Naruto in an elite class, filled with the village's promising youths. Several clans had favorable relations with the Hokage, and Hiruzen intended to speak with their leaders to ensure Naruto would naturally cultivate friendships. The Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Inuzuka clan all had children who would likely get along with Naruto. He also recalled that Naruto had once saved the daughter of the Hyuga clan's leader. Hyuga Hayashi. What was her name again? Hinata Hyuga. Hiruzen believed that with their companionship, Naruto would thrive in the Ninja Academy, ultimately evolving into a remarkable ninja. The Watergate and Kushina. I suppose this means I have not betrayed the trust you placed in me. As Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on this, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's foolish grin, Naruto could only feign ignorance, fully aware that the old man was not contemplating anything virtuous. All right then. Grandpa, I wish to attend the Ninja Academy. However, since I lack parents, how can I possibly gain admission? Naruto pretended to adopt a pitiful demeanor as he spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gently ruffling Naruto's hair, Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured him, Do not worry, Naruto. I know some people who can assist you in getting in. When the time comes, I will send someone to help you with the enrollment. You must work diligently once you are there. Thank you, Grandpa, Naruto replied, flashing a brilliant smile, albeit insincerely. Soon, the signature ramen, miso ramen, was brought forth by the skilled chef. As Naruto gazed upon the miso ramen, his appetite surged. The rich broth of the miso ramen was delectable, captivating the palate with its profound flavor. The moment it was placed on the table, the enticing aroma of miso wafted through the air, causing one's mouth to water. The harmonious blend of the robust miso and the silky noodles offered sheer delight with each bite. After finishing, the distinctive flavor of miso lingered in his mouth, leaving an enduring impression. The noodles, smooth and paired with the richness of the miso, were so satisfying that one could devour them without feeling weary. Not only was it delicious, but it also boasted an alluring appearance and an intoxicating fragrance, providing a dual feast for both the eyes and the palate. On cold days, a steaming bowl of miso ramen could instantly warm both body and soul. Retaining the essence of traditional ramen, the addition of miso brought forth a novel flavor experience. The savory depth of the miso, the springiness of the noodles, and the richness of the broth combined to create a symphony of textures in every mouthful. Once tasted, the unique flavor of miso became addictive, compelling one to savor it time and again. Naruto finally understood why in the original story he was so enamored with Ichiraku ramen, which eventually expanded and opened branches. It truly was something exceptional. Uncle, Your ramen is absolutely delightful. One bowl is simply insufficient. Naruto exclaimed exuberantly, having devoured the ramen in a flash, even finishing the broth. Please, bring me another bowl. Seeing Naruto consume the ramen with such fervor, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, allowing the chef to prepare another bowl for him. The cost of this bowl of ramen was easily manageable for Sarutobi Hiruzen, considering the substantial wealth left by Minato. Taking from Minato to provide for Naruto was a notion Sarutobi Hiruzen fully embraced. Not only Naruto, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself praising the ramen as he partook in it. The second bowl of miso ramen was soon placed before Naruto, who polished it off with remarkable speed. Frequently hungry, Naruto could not stop when faced with such delectable ramen. He even drank the rich broth in one gulp, contentedly patting his stomach to indicate he was full. Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he expressed, "Thank you, Grandpa. You are truly wonderful." Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite pleased with Naruto's polite demeanor and cheerfully replied, "No need for thanks, Naruto. Just make sure you are full." Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed, announcing a task to have Sarutobi Hiruzen cover the cost of ramen for the host. This task was repeatable, allowing for multiple completions and rewards. Upon hearing of the system's task, Naruto realized it was time to showcase his true acting skills. Chapter 6, Kagura's Heart. Wa. Naruto unexpectedly burst into tears, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and the chef utterly bewildered. "What is wrong, Naruto? Is it that my ramen did not suit your taste?" The chef inquired with concern. Given Naruto's earlier enthusiasm, having even finished the broth, it was clear he genuinely adored the ramen, and the chef began to take a liking to him. For a chef, what could be more touching than having their culinary skills acknowledged? "Indeed, Naruto, tell Grandpa what troubles you. Why the sudden tears?" Though slightly bewildered, Sarutobi Hiruzen patiently probed for the reason behind Naruto's distress. What could have caused such sorrow? "Wah, it's nothing, Uncle Grandpa. The ramen is just so delicious that I wish I could have it every day. But my funds are so limited, I can't afford to come often. Which makes me so sad." Naruto lamented through his tears, upon realizing that his tears stemmed from this reason. Both the chef and Sarutobi Hiruzen were left in a mix of amusement and exasperation. The chef felt a swell of pride at Naruto's appreciation for his work. "It's all right, Naruto. Here's what I'll do. You can come here once a week for a free meal, as many bowls as you desire. How does that sound?" "Really? Thank you, Uncle. You are such a good person. I hope your ramen shop becomes the best in Konoha." Naruto's face lit up with joy. Given the exquisite taste of Ichiraku ramen, it wasn't particularly cheap, making it a rare treat for Naruto. Being able to dine for free once a week would indeed save him a significant amount of money. Naruto, however, did not forget his original objective and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly inquiring why he had not yet responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Naruto's hint, but was still contemplating how to answer. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitate stirred a bit of irritation in Naruto, even for ramen. He was being so indecisive. "You deserve to be stabbed by Orochimaru." At this juncture, he had to resort to the art of persuasion to ensure Sarutobi Hiruzen would comply. "It's all right, Grandpa. Since I have been without parents since childhood, you have been the kindest to me. I shouldn't push my luck. But other shopkeepers refuse to serve me, selling expired food at exorbitant prices. Only Uncle here has treated me with respect. So I simply wish to dine at Ichiraku Ramen regularly." Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but twitch at Naruto's words, a dark line appearing on his forehead. "No need for such dramatics, Naruto. From now on, whenever you come to Ichiraku Ramen, simply put it on my tab. I can still afford your ramen. You must study diligently at the Ninja Academy and make good friends." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement to keep a tab, Naruto's goal was successfully achieved. "Thank you, Grandpa. You are also a good person. You will surely live forever." Naruto exclaimed joyfully, feeling grateful. In his heart, he mused, "You old man, when Orochimaru sends you away, I will be right there to watch the show, burning extra paper money at your grave." After Sarutobi Hiruzen settled the bill, he escorted Naruto back to his home before departing. Through this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Naruto maintained a positive attitude towards Konoha. Despite the villagers' disdain for him, Naruto did not exhibit anger or resentment. As he walked alongside Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly observed him. Noting that Naruto displayed little to no emotion, perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. This was precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to see. He believed his efforts had cultivated such understanding in Naruto, taking full credit for it. Furthermore, through treating Naruto to ramen, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed that Naruto held him in high regard, which reassured him greatly. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he waved his hands, summoning an Umbu from a distance. Tsurui Hiruzen sat upon his chair and remarked, There is no need for such stringent surveillance over Naruto henceforth. Merely assign 2 members to periodically ensure his safety. As for the ninjas under Danzo, please instruct them accordingly, and let Danzo himself discuss the specifics with me. Understood, Hokage-sama, responded the nodding before departing to convey Hiruzen's directive. Previously, the extensive involvement of numerous ninjas alongside Root in monitoring Naruto stemmed from Hiruzen's concern that Naruto might lose control amidst the villagers' emotional outbursts. Should such a scenario arise, there was ample force ready to swiftly suppress and detain him. However, it now appeared that Naruto had adeptly managed his emotions, displaying no resentment towards the villagers, which greatly pleased Hiruzen. Not long after the message was dispatched, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully thrust open without a knock, unmistakably heralding Danzo's arrival. Setting aside his paperwork, Hiruzen looked up to find Shimura Danzo standing before him. Before Hiruzen could utter a word, Danzo launched into a fervent tirade. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? The monitoring of the Jinchuriki must not be taken lightly. He is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, the mightiest among tailed beasts. If he were to lose control, the repercussions for Konoha would be catastrophic. Have you truly considered this? If your intention is to conserve resources, my root ninjas can supplement the effort, primarily utilizing my personnel with your as support. Danzo immediately presented what he perceived as a pressing concern, while also offering a solution. Hiruzen, taking a deep draw from his pipe, exhaled a smoke ring and replied, Enough, Danzo. From my understanding of you, if your people were to have prolonged contact with the Jinchuriki, it is quite likely that one day I would receive a report stating that the 9 tails Jinchuriki has vanished. By then, you would have whisked him away to Root and brainwashed him without my knowledge. Rest assured, this is not a matter of manpower. I have interacted with Naruto, and he is a compliant and sensible child who will not lose control. Hiruzen spoke with unwavering conviction. You say he won't. I find that hard to believe. No, the Root ninjas cannot be diminished. Danzo persisted, his ulterior motives clear to Hiruzen. Danzo, I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you in my capacity as Hokage that you will comply, regardless of your ability to do so. Hiruzen's tone shifted to one of authority. You will come to regret this. The 9 tails Jinchuriki should be entrusted to my Root. Danzo retorted, anger flaring in his eyes. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen slammed his hand upon the desk, rising to his feet. The desk splintered under the sheer force of his motion. With no retort to counter Hiruzen, Danzo stormed out, his frustration palpable. Hiruzen understood Danzo all too well. His reaction indicated a tacit acceptance of the situation. Meanwhile, Naruto had returned home for some time. Lying on his bed, he murmured to himself, Hiruzen is keeping a close watch over me, as if fearful that his intentions are not sufficiently clear. Fortunately, I have long been aware of his scrutiny and have feigned indifference to the villagers. It seems he has begun to trust me. Constantly playing along with his charade is exhausting. I am in dire need of strength. Once I possess it, I shall no longer have to conceal myself or concern myself with the opinions of others. I must strive to grow stronger. As he pondered this, Naruto suddenly sensed that the watchful eyes outside had diminished significantly. It appeared that his performance today had pleased Hiruzen, leading to a reduction in surveillance and thus granting him newfound freedom. No longer must he tread so cautiously. The decrease in oversight indicated that he was now in a phase of trust, and those assigned to monitor him would not be as meticulous as before. This was his opportunity. He needed to seize this time to train diligently. I have yet to claim the reward that Hiruzen provided. He silently reminded himself. System, please collect my task reward for today, he thought. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of having Hiruzen cover your ramen expenses and have awakened the bloodline ability of the Uzumaki clan, Kagura's Mind Eye. Kagura's Mind Eye, a perceptive ability that allows one to see through others and gaze afar. It is one of the most formidable sensing ninjutsu to have appeared in the Naruto series thus far. This technique is known to exist within the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, attributed to their exceptional sensory capabilities, enabling them to master vast-range detection techniques. Similar to the adamantine chains, it is a unique bloodline ability of the Uzumaki clan. By closing his eyes and activating this ability, he can sense unusual movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Furthermore, if a specific chakra signature is known, he can ascertain detailed locations and movements, including the number of individuals and their characteristics, as well as their speed, making this the ultimate sensing technique. Listening to the system's description, Naruto initially knew that this was a ninjutsu once utilized by Uzumaki Kushina, but he had no idea of its remarkable origins. Upon receiving the system's reward, Naruto instantly grasped the essence of Kagura's Mind Eye, Adopting a special hand posture, he closed his eyes. In the original narrative, Kagura's mind-eye did not require such a posture. However, Naruto was unfamiliar with its usage at first, thus necessitating this approach. With subsequent practice, he would be able to activate Kagura's mind-eye without any overt gestures. Mind-eye activate. Naruto instantly perceived everything surrounding his home. Within a distance of 100 to 200 meters, he discerned two groups of ninjas, each possessing considerable chakra, clearly the ones assigned to monitor him. Closing his mind-eye and returning his hands to a normal position, he emerged from the state of Kagura's mind-eye. This technique was indeed remarkable. With it, he could detect any who watched him, and it could also be employed to survey his surroundings. This would prove invaluable for future missions outside the village. Previously, when numerous individuals were present, none had noticed him training and extracting chakra. Now that the numbers had dwindled considerably, Naruto felt secure enough to hide beneath his covers. Feigning sleep while he continued to extract chakra. I must grow stronger. I must strive to become stronger. After an afternoon of training, Naruto lost track of time, only to awaken to the hues of dusk. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. Having extracted chakra for so long, he felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved a nutritional can from beneath the table. Though the system's storage space could accommodate rewards he acquired, it seemed he could also store his possessions there, which appeared to be quite spacious. Although the watchers had diminished, the risk of being discovered still lingered. Thus, Naruto had prudently placed the can under the table to avoid any suspicion of its sudden appearance. "Let me taste this. I wonder how it fares," he exclaimed eagerly, opening the can to a delightful aroma wafting forth. Using chopsticks, he sampled the meat within the can, savoring the flavor. "This is incredible." As expected, anything produced by the system is of superior quality. While Ichiraku ramen was delectable, consuming it daily would inevitably lead to monotony. Occasionally, to exploit the system's offerings, he would complete repetitive tasks multiple times. However, ramen, while enjoyable, was limited in its nutritional value. At present, given his weakened state, he needed to rely on the system's nutritional can to replenish himself. After finishing the can, Naruto resumed his chakra extraction, continuing until the early hours of the morning. At the age of Naruto, he was in the midst of his growth spurts, necessitating ample sleep to facilitate rapid development. Having consumed a can of food before bedtime to replenish his nutrients, the prolonged extraction of chakra had left him quite fatigued. After finishing the can, he lay down on his bed, covered himself with a blanket, and promptly fell into slumber. In the realm of dreams, Naruto's consciousness transitioned from a hazy state to clarity. Rubbing his eyes in a daze, he curiously exclaimed, "Oh my, where have I ended up? Am I still in the world of Naruto?" Observing the dim surroundings, he realized he seemed to be in some sort of basement. The environment was dark and damp, and it dawned on him where he was. How on earth did I suddenly arrive here? As he glanced behind him, he found no apparent escape route. Thus, the only option was to move forward. "Let me see what you look like, QB." Following the corridor, he advanced, and as he delved deeper, the water accumulating in the passageway rose higher, eventually reaching his ankles. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a drop of water fell from above, shattering the stillness of the place. "Hey kid, come here." A voice rich with temptation echoed from the depths of the corridor. Naruto turned towards the sound and beheld a cage constructed from crimson pillars. Within the confines of the cage lay a massive, orange figure, comparable in size to a small hill, currently sprawled across the water's surface, its 9 tails thrashing behind it. "It's you, Tamamonome." "Oops, wrong character. I meant you, 9 tails." The ominous chakra emanating from the 9 tails sent chills down Naruto's spine. "Come here, kid, come here." The 9 tails beckoned enticingly, and Naruto began to approach. A system notification chimed in, "Mission activated." Surprise the 9 tails. The more times you astonish it, the greater the rewards. The system asserted its presence. Although Naruto was initially unaffected by the 9 tails allure, he decided to humor its act. As he drew closer to the seal, the 9 tails appeared increasingly pleased. "Good, good. Come closer, closer. There's a seal before you. Hurry and remove it." Naruto spotted the seal on the cage and realized that if he were to touch it, his adoptive parents might emerge. He was not yet ready to confront them. Thus, feigning temptation, just as he was about to make contact with the seal, he abruptly withdrew his hand and grinned at the 9 tails. "Oops, I changed my mind. How surprising, right? Unexpected, isn't it?" The 9 tails, taken aback, never anticipated that Naruto would not succumb to its voice. Its previous demeanor was a mere ruse, a game played at its expense. Surprise count increased by 1. The 9 tails, now seething with rage, retorted, "Damn it, you little brat. How dare you trick me?" You're truly insufferable. Its 9 tails whipped back and forth as it stood, furiously clawing at the cage. Unfortunately, the seal was remarkably sturdy, and its claws fell harmlessly against the bars before Naruto. Whatever you do to frighten me, I am utterly unperturbed. Naruto relaxedly cradled his head in his arms, confidently gazing at the 9 tails claws. Surprise count increased by 1. How could this be? Isn't this our first meeting? Why aren't you afraid of me? The 9 tails was flabbergasted. The first time it encountered Naruto, it never imagined that he would not fear it. Was he simply dull-witted or oblivious? However, recalling its long stay within Naruto's body and the treatment Naruto received from the villagers, the 9 tails mused, "Though I am not human, the villagers are truly despicable. Kid, do you desire my power? With it, you could effortlessly annihilate those villagers who despise you. Even your Hokage could be defeated with ease." The 9 tails continued to allure Naruto. "All you need to do is break the seal on this cage, and I shall grant you everything you desire, bestowing upon you unparalleled strength." Naruto chuckled lightly and inquired, "You can give me anything, including invincible power?" The 9 tails flashed a self-satisfied grin and replied, "Certainly, I can provide anything you wish. Just unlock this seal." Contemplating, Naruto asked, "Can you help me defeat Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Madara. Where did you hear that name? The 9 tails was instantly astonished. Surprise count increased by 1. Upon hearing that name, the 9 tails was reminded of some unpleasant memories. Once, it had been so full of vigor until it encountered Uchiha Madara, who, with his powerful Sharingan, captured it as if it were a mere pet. When it awoke, it found itself bound by a summoning contract, already on a battlefield, ensnared in strange armor by Madara. That was a memory the 9 tails wished to forget. "Kid, tell me, where did you hear that name?" The 9 tails had been sealed within Naruto since his birth, witnessing everything he experienced, and he should have had no means of knowing Madara's name. "Well then, if you can't defeat Uchiha Madara, what about Senju Hashirama?" Naruto pressed on. The 9 tails surprise count increased yet again. Enraged, it bellowed, "You little brat, are you looking for trouble? You're deliberately mentioning those names, aren't you?" In a fit of fury, the 9 tails splashed the water from the sewer in an attempt to douse Naruto. Regrettably, the cage's influence meant that it could only stir the water slightly, leaving Naruto completely unaffected. Yet, the names Naruto had mentioned cast the 9 tails into memories. Madara had sought to capture it to combat Hashirama. Long ago, Hashirama had declared, "Kyuubi, your power is too formidable for the peace of the ninja world. I must seal you away." The 9 tails could only recall Hashirama clapping his hands and using some wooden shield technique to easily subdue it. "Is that what made you angry?" "I haven't even begun to say much," Naruto remarked with a faint smile, indicating that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Noticing something amiss about Naruto, the 9 tails chose not to dwell on it further. "You should leave now." A shockwave surged through the cage towards Naruto. Since the 9 tails had lured him in, it could also expel him. Instantly, Naruto's consciousness became hazy. When he regained clarity, he found himself back in his own bed. What on earth? Why did the 9 tails get angry all of a sudden? I still had so much more to say. I feel like I've lost out here. System, claim my reward. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of astonishing the 9 tails. Reward, complete Uzumaki clan physique. Naruto readily comprehended this. His father, Minato Namikaze, was merely a commoner, while his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was a pure-blood member of the Uzumaki clan. As a blend of both, he might be considered a half-blood, not a true descendant of the Uzumaki clan. With the reward of the complete Uzumaki clan physique granted by the system, Naruto settled down to feel the changes within his body. It seems as though something that I had long been missing has been restored in its entirety. Remarkably, what I once possessed remains untouched, unaffected by this transformation. I feel an invigorated vitality coursing through my being. My chakra has multiplied several times over. Is this the essence of the Uzumaki clan? A formidable life force, and it appears that something additional has manifested within me. With a mere flicker of thought, a delicate chain materializes in Naruto's hand. Ah, what is this? A Vajra chain? The Vajra chain, a distinctive ability of the Uzumaki clan, possesses the power to bind tailed beasts. Only those of the red-haired lineage, bearing the family's bloodline, can wield it. Red hair signifies pure blood. Rising to his feet, Naruto approaches the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. With the complete restoration of the Uzumaki clan's constitution, he seems to have become even more handsome, with the stubble on his face appearing noticeably diminished. Furthermore, the Vajra chain has awakened. As I channel more chakra, the number of chains will gradually increase, and their strength will amplify correspondingly. Yet, my hair remains as yellow as ever, unchanged. It appears that the full restoration of the Uzumaki constitution alters only internal characteristics, leaving external traits largely unaffected. Naruto ponders whether there have been any changes to his Kagura Mind's Eye as well. Upon invoking the Kagura Mind's Eye once more, he discovers that numerous transformations have indeed taken place. Previously, the Kagura Mind's Eye offered a radar-like view, revealing only a few chakra points and their approximate directions. This time, the new Kagura Mind's Eye grants a panoramic, 360-degree detection, providing detailed feedback on individuals based on the uniqueness of their chakra. The effectiveness has increased exponentially. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I have squandered an opportunity. Just a few instances have allowed Naruto to attain the complete constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Had he astonished the Ninetales a few more times earlier, could he have acquired the special traits of Ashura, or even the extraordinary physique of the Otsutsuki sage? Or perhaps that of the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan? If only I could relive those moments, I would ensure to astound you thoroughly, without ever mentioning the names of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Nevertheless, awakening the complete constitution of the Uzumaki clan is no small feat. Moreover, after this awakening, Naruto feels an overwhelming hunger. It seems that the void within him has been filled, yet he still requires sustenance. Thus, he retrieves several cans, consuming a total of 4 before feeling satiated. It is worth noting that the canned food produced by the system is exceptionally filling. This clearly indicates that Naruto has been deprived of substantial nourishment. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter at Ichiraku Ramen. As he senses the power within him, Naruto realizes that the nourishment he had previously lacked is gradually being replenished. The complete constitution of the Uzumaki clan continuously enhances his physical form. Things are improving. Everything will eventually be alright. However, it is already the dead of night, and as he is still in a phase of growth, he must retire early for his body to continue strengthening. One more can, and then off to sleep. It is not unreasonable for Naruto to indulge after enduring so much hardship. Canned food is delicious and nutritious. It is only human to crave such delights. After finishing the canned food, Naruto drifts off into a contented slumber. Within the unseen realm of his consciousness, the Ninetales gradually regains its composure, pondering where the issue lies. Naruto has been under its watchful gaze since childhood, and under normal circumstances, it would recall every experience he has undergone. However, lately, Naruto's state seems somewhat amiss, at times. The Ninetales feels as though its line of sight has been severed. A peculiar force appears to hinder it. Moreover, it senses that Naruto's body has grown stronger. As the tailed beast residing within Naruto, it can distinctly perceive the changes unfolding within him. After all these years, the seal's crimson pillar has become somewhat loosened. Previously, it could only leak a trickle of Ninetales chakra during Naruto's intense emotional fluctuations. Silently, it had been prying at the seal. However, tonight, the seal has suddenly been reinforced, and it can sense that Naruto's presence has become even more potent, reminiscent of its former Jinchuriki, Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. After much contemplation, the Ninetales cannot ascertain the problem. It can only rest quietly in the sewer, reflecting that there seems to be a hint of a familiar aura emanating from Naruto. Is it merely an illusion? The illustrious Ninetales, the mightiest among tailed beasts. How could I possibly feel a kinship with a mere human? Next time Naruto enters, I shall make an effort to converse with him. Yet, gazing at the reinforced seal before it, the Ninetales lets out a soft sigh akin to an empty nester. Had I known, I would not have chased him away. How dreadfully dull this is. Its Ninetales flick anxiously, a truly proud Ninetales. Naruto, entirely unaware of these thoughts, sleeps soundly, drifting into a deep slumber until past 11 o'clock. His rest is profoundly comforting. In his dreams, he feels warmth enveloping him, as his body continues to adapt to the complete constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Truly splendid. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he decides it is time to eat. Perhaps a visit to Ichiraku Ramen is in order. The hand-pulled noodle master must be missing him. Dressing quickly, Naruto steps outside. The whispers and stares of the villagers no longer hold any sway over him. Initially, he may have been concerned, but now, possessing a degree of strength, a slight display of chakra suffices to easily dispatch any villager, even without formal training in physical techniques. He realizes there is no need to concern himself. An elephant does not heed the provocations of ants. Suddenly, Naruto senses something whizzing past him. Turning his head, he discovers yet another small stone. This time, even from behind, he can clearly perceive the oncoming projectile. Without invoking the Kagura Mind's Eye, his innate awareness is already quite acute. He merely shoots a piercing glare at the group of children. The children feel as if they are being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, an impending sense of doom overwhelming them. They swiftly retreat indoors, crying out to their parents. Naruto thinks, how absurd. They were the ones who threw the stones, yet they act as if they are the victims? After effortlessly dodging the stones, Naruto quickens his pace, finding these ignorant villagers quite bothersome. Arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, he calls out, hand-pulled noodle master, I would like a bowl of ramen, with all the toppings. The most extravagant kind you have. Naruto adopts a nonchalant demeanor, plopping down in a chair and addressing the noodle master. Upon recognizing Naruto, the hand-pulled noodle master does not exhibit any particular reaction. Ah, it's little Naruto. Have a seat. I'll prepare your order right away. He replies, promptly getting to work on the ramen. Nearby patrons, upon seeing Naruto Uzumaki, express disdain, shouting at the noodle master, wait, why are you serving that fox spirit? You must chase him away. If you don't, we will never return. Yes, get rid of the fox spirit. We don't want to eat ramen with him. As the other customers begin to stir up a commotion, Naruto remains unfazed. However, he is mindful of the noodle master, who has always treated him kindly, and he does not wish to cause any harm to the noodle master's business. Well then, I shall take my leave for now, but I will return. Naruto politely bids farewell to the noodle master, preparing to stand up and exit. Wait, Naruto, don't leave just yet. The hand-pulled noodle master felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the words of the diners. In his eyes, Naruto was nothing short of a fine young lad who never wasted food, even drinking every last drop of soup. How could he possibly be the so-called demon fox they spoke of? Leaning close to each raucous customer, he whispered softly, and the previously boisterous patrons fell into an immediate hush, their expressions shifting to one of surprise and a hint of reluctance as they finally ceased their complaints. Naruto, curious about the content of the uncle's words, sharpened his senses. With his enhanced physique, his hearing had significantly improved. He attentively listened and caught the noodle master's declaration. Naruto has the approval of the third Hokage to dine here. Should you oppose his presence, I shall report your objections to the third Hokage. It was a clever ruse, yet Naruto appreciated it. He quickly grasped why the noodle master had refrained from speaking openly in front of him. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not revealed his identity as the third Hokage in Naruto's presence, and Naruto pretended to be oblivious to this matter. Perhaps he was the only one in the village feigning ignorance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's true role. Under Sarutobi's directive, anyone who encountered both Naruto and him would assist in concealing this secret. After all, presenting oneself as an elderly man was far more approachable than assuming the lofty status of the village's ruler. One day, when his true identity was unveiled, the naive Naruto would undoubtedly be moved to tears, expressing profound gratitude to Sarutobi. Alas, the old man was already fully aware of everything. He was merely playing along. Once the noodle master had pacified the other diners, he returned to preparing ramen. This time, he presented a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles, generously filled with an array of toppings, making Naruto's bowl brim with nourishment. Thank you, noodle master. Naruto expressed his heartfelt appreciation before diving into his meal with gusto. Observing Naruto's delighted demeanor, the noodle master couldn't help but beam with joy. The other diners, clearly unwilling to share a table with Naruto any longer, hastily finished their meals and departed, well aware they could not defy the third Hokage's command. Ha ha ha, this young lad eats with such vigor. Care to challenge my son and me to a contest of appetite? At that moment, a father and son duo, strikingly similar in appearance, entered. Ah, it's a Kimichi Choza. What brings you and your son here for ramen today? The noodle master greeted them warmly. Naruto turned to face the newcomers. From the noodle master's words, he deduced that the two were loyal followers of the Hokage, specifically Choza Akimichi and his son, the future member of the Konoha 12, Choji Akimichi. Choza was a robust middle-aged man with well-defined muscles, sporting short red hair and a thick beard, his gaze resolute and sharp. His son, Choji, had inherited his father's physique, a slightly chubby boy with a round face and similarly short brown hair. His gentle eyes often twinkled with innocence. Both were clad in the family's signature loose-fitting attire adorned with their clan's emblem, with Choji's outfit frequently embellished with snack patterns, reflecting his love for food. Do you mind if we join you? Choza politely inquired. Of course, please have a seat. Naruto feigned innocence as he continued to enjoy his ramen, all the while pondering the Akimichi clan's motives. It was evident that their approach to him was orchestrated by Sarutobi. There was no way they would approach the Jinchuriki without the Hokage's consent. Reflecting on Sarutobi's earlier mention of sending Naruto to the Ninja Academy, Naruto realized this was a means to establish connections, allowing Choji to become his friend and thus fostering bonds within the village. The old third Hokage truly was cunning. Boss, Let us start with 5 bowls of the same ramen. Choza declared, true to the Akimichi clan's reputation, launching their order with 5 bowls. Dad, does this ramen really taste that good? If it's not delicious, I might just go for some barbecue. The chubby Choji remarked to his father. Rest assured, I've never deceived you when it comes to food. As the ramen was served, Choza quickly began to devour his meal. Choji tentatively took a bite, and his eyes lit up as he began to wolf down the noodles. Dad, you were right. This ramen is indeed delicious. I can eat 4 bowls, he exclaimed between mouthfuls. Of course, young lad. Do you enjoy ramen too? What is your name? Choza asked. I'm Naruto. I absolutely love ramen. I could eat several bowls of this. Upon hearing Naruto's enthusiasm, Choji's interest peaked. You're Naruto? I'm Choji. Let us see who can eat more. How about the loser treats the winner? Choji's competitive spirit ignited, eyeing Naruto's smaller stature, convinced he would out-eat him. Choji, how can you turn this into a competition? Eating should be an enjoyable experience, not something to be sullied by rivalry. Choza earnestly advised his son. Naruto, just eat normally. I'll cover today's expenses. He smiled at Naruto. It's fine. I enjoy the challenge. Uncle, please bring me 4 bowls. I want 5 bowls. With that, Naruto and Choji embarked on their ramen eating contest. Chapter 9. Conversations in the Hokage's office. Initially, Naruto had merely intended to enjoy a free meal courtesy of Choza. But upon witnessing Choji's fervor, he understood this was no ordinary contest. It was a true test of manhood. A man need not possess bulging muscles to prove his worth. If one wishes to discern whether a person is a boy or a man, do not judge by their physique, but by their heart. From that moment, the nature of the contest shifted. Due to his Uzumaki heritage, Naruto's appetite was insatiable, especially after having not eaten for over 10 hours since his late night. Meanwhile, as a member of the Akimichi clan, Choji naturally possessed an extraordinary capacity for food. At first, their eating prowess seemed evenly matched, as the empty bowls piled up. To prevent food waste, the noodle master would inquire before serving the next bowl if they could still eat. Only upon receiving their affirmation would he proceed. As a parent, Choza felt a surge of excitement watching his child compete with Naruto, his blood boiling with enthusiasm. This was the fervor that true boys should embody. In that moment, he momentarily forgot Sarutobi's earlier directive to befriend Naruto. Now, Choza wholeheartedly accepted Naruto as one of his own, recognizing him as the child of Minato. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Naruto consuming 8 bowls while Choji managed 7. Naruto, I can't eat anymore. You win. I surrender. Choji raised a white flag in defeat. In truth, Naruto too had reached his limit. While he could still eat, after so many bowls, even from the delectable Ichiraku ramen, he was beginning to feel a bit overwhelmed. Choji, you were impressive. I'm about done too. Let us have another meal together next time. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Choji instantly felt rejuvenated. Joyfully wrapping his arm around Naruto's shoulder, it's settled then. Let us dine together again next time. Deep down, Choji wholeheartedly agreed with Naruto. After all, Naruto was destined to be a lifelong friend. Haha, watching you all today has brought me immense joy. Allow me to settle the bill. With that, Choji stood up, ready to pay. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and hurriedly rose. No worries, uncle. I had a wonderful time today. Let me treat you. All right. But do you actually have the money, Naruto? Choji inquired with curiosity, having heard that Naruto seemed rather short on funds and lived quite frugally. It's fine. It's fine. An old man will help me pay? Naruto feigned innocence as he spoke. Faced with Naruto's insistence, Choji had no choice but to accompany him as they departed. Waving goodbye to the two, Naruto instructed the restaurant owner to charge the bill to the old man. Before returning home, on the way back, Choji comforted his somewhat disheartened friend. Don't worry, Choji. Losing one's isn't shameful. Once you start at the Ninja Academy, you will learn our Akimichi clan's secret techniques. We possess the extraordinary ability to convert fat into copious amounts of chakra. Once you master the secret arts, you will undoubtedly be able to out-eat Naruto. Really? That is fantastic, Dad. Naruto is truly impressive. His appetite surpasses mine. Next time, I will surely win. Choji's spirits lifted immediately. As they strolled home, Choji's father, Shikaku, suddenly remembered something and said to Choji, You head home first. I have something to attend to and will return later. Though Choji was puzzled, he said nothing and made his way home alone. Shikaku walked directly towards the Hokage's office, arriving shortly thereafter. He knocked on the door, and upon receiving the prompt to enter, he stepped inside to find Sarutobi Hiruzen engrossed in paperwork. Glancing up, Hiruzen acknowledged Shikaku and resumed his work, stating, Shikaku, how goes the task I assigned? What are your thoughts on Naruto? Shikaku had come to report on his findings, saying, Lord Hokage, I believe Naruto is a good child, and Choji is quite fond of him. They are sure to become great friends. Oh, is that so? It seems Naruto is quite perceptive. I can rest easy now. Besides you, I have instructed several clan heads to foster a good relationship with Naruto. They should engage him in discussions about the will of fire. It would benefit Naruto immensely. Understood, Lord Hokage. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Once Shikaka departed, Hiruzen set his work aside, his thoughts drifting to Naruto. He was acutely aware of Naruto's standing in the village. At times, even he felt a twinge of pity for the boy. On the surface, he had concealed Naruto's lineage for his own good, claiming that the enemies of Minato and Kushina were too numerous, and revealing Naruto's identity would be detrimental. Yet, he understood, as did the other clan leaders, that these measures were primarily to solidify his own position. Despite his advanced age, his desire for power remained undiminished. The name of the Uzumaki clan, with its golden hair, was often associated with the Nine Tails. Those with intent could easily deduce Naruto's lineage. Hiruzen's assertions were merely a veil for his true motivations, a means of self-deception. Only by portraying Naruto as the Nine Tails could the tragedy of the fourth Hokage's death resonate more profoundly, and his valor in subduing the beast would be forever etched in the villagers' memories. Not everyone knew that it was Minato who, at the cost of his life, executed the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing half of the Nine Tails within Naruto and the other half within himself. Most villagers of Konoha were ignorant. As long as a reasonable explanation was provided, they would readily accept it, harboring little suspicion. Even so, Naruto managed to maintain an optimistic demeanor, harboring no resentment towards the villagers. Minato, was your child destined to be a Hokage? Unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen's identity had subtly shifted from an ambitious politician to that of a caring grandfather. Nonetheless, the actions of the past could not be undone. Individuals evolve and progress through such perpetual contradictions. With a wave of his hand, a member of the Umbu appeared instantly. Lord Hokage, the Umbu bowed slightly. Addressing Hiruzen with great respect, please inform Kakashi to come to my office, Hiruzen instructed, returning to his duties. Yes. The Umbu moved swiftly, and soon after, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. Kakashi, with his silver hair often described as perpetually tousled, had a slanting fringe across his forehead, with longer strands on the sides that partially obscured his ears. His left eye was covered by his forehead protector, concealing the Sharingan gifted to him by his dear friend Obito. Kakashi's facial features were gentle, characterized by a prominent nose and thin lips, and his chiseled jawline exuded a sense of calm determination, though much of his face was hidden by a mask and forehead protector. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi donned the standard attire, including a green jacket emblazoned with the Leaf Village symbol and tight black clothing. A large pouch on his thigh housed his ninja tools. Lord Hokage, you summoned me. Kakashi addressed Hiruzen with respect. Kakashi, you have spent ample time in the Umbu. You have completed numerous missions, yet your methods have grown increasingly ruthless. If this continues, I may doubt your capacity to be a ninja with sound judgment, Hiruzen said slowly. Lord Hokage, I believe my methods are both reasonable and necessary. My adversaries are enemies from various ninja villages. Showing mercy to them is akin to being cruel to our own. Kakashi insisted, feeling no remorse for his actions. It's all right, Kakashi. I don't hold it against you. For the time being, I want you to take a break. I have another task for you. What is it, Lord Hokage? I will see it through diligently. Kakashi, having endured many upheavals, sought solace in immersing himself in missions. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the loss of his friend Rin, the suicide of his father, and the passing of his mentor and his wife. A normal person would have long since crumbled under such pressures. This is a crucial task. Protect Naruto Uzumaki until he successfully graduates from the Ninja Academy. You will be primarily responsible for his safety. Can you manage this, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked with seriousness. Naruto, the teacher's child? I will certainly fulfill this mission. Kakashi accepted the task without hesitation. Excellent. I trust you with Naruto's safety. Go now. I hope this long-term mission helps you emerge from the shadows. Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt towards Kakashi. Previously, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was a pillar of Konoha. Wielding a chakra-infused short blade renowned as the White Fang of Konoha, his prowess echoing across nations. However, due to the attention from the feudal lords and the bestowal of a Hokage's half-sleeve, he became the target of Danzo's envy, who meticulously orchestrated the subsequent shocking events in Konoha. During a covert mission, Kakashi Hatake made the fateful decision to prioritize the lives of his comrades over the successful completion of the task, ultimately leading to its failure. While such a choice is not uncommon among ninjas, this particular failure was exploited by Danzo, who spread malicious rumors throughout the village, claiming that Kakashi's personal desires were the cause of the mission's collapse. Furthermore, he brainwashed the rescued comrade, compelling him to confront Kakashi with accusations. "I never asked you to save me. Why didn't you complete the mission? Now I'm subjected to the villagers' scorn. I'd rather have perished." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was aware of the situation but felt compelled to tolerate the smear campaign, as Kakashi's reputation had soared to unprecedented heights, overshadowing the legendary 3 ninjas he intended to name as his successor. Unfortunately, this suppression backfired. Amidst the overwhelming controversy and the villagers' outrage, as well as the reproaches from his peers, Kakashi succumbed to despair and chose to end his own life. The village of Konoha lost a formidable asset, leaving Sarutobi with a profound sense of regret. From that moment onward, Sarutobi's sense of indebtedness towards Kakashi shifted to his pupil, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, a prodigious talent of Konoha, had endured a plethora of hardships: the suicide of his father, the death of his closest friend, Rin Nohara, and the tragic loss of his sensei and their spouse during the Nine-Tails incident. As significant figures in his life departed one after the other, Kakashi found himself devoid of purpose, drifting aimlessly through life. Previously, Sarutobi had recruited him into the Umbu, urging him to contribute to the village. Within the Umbu, Kakashi channeled his buried hatred into his missions, wielding the precious Sharingan bestowed upon him by his late friend to replicate his foe's jutsu, eventually earning the moniker Copy Ninja Kakashi. Amidst the relentless cycle of violence, Kakashi found fleeting solace. He was often pitted for his perceived shortcomings as the instructor of Team 7, criticized for failing to fulfill his duties as a mentor. While he seemed to provide little guidance to Naruto, his interventions were often minimal, relying on Asuma to assist Naruto with his wind chakra manipulation. In contrast, he dedicated considerable effort to Sasuke, imparting the technique of Raikiri, which Sasuke subsequently developed into his unique Chidori. As for Sakura, Kakashi's guidance appeared limited to teaching her how to climb trees and walk on water, an exercise deemed trivial. However, it is crucial to note that Kakashi's perceived inadequacies were less a reflection of his shortcomings and more indicative of the exceptional capabilities of his peers. In the realm of Naruto, the roles of teacher and mentor differ significantly. A teacher typically refers to the leader of a 3-man cell, tasked with familiarizing newly graduated ninjas with their duties and facilitating their rapid accumulation of experience. In contrast, a mentor imparts extensive knowledge of ninjutsu and the philosophy of the ninja way. While other instructors engaged in various tasks, they also tailored their teachings to enhance their students' strengths and foster teamwork, efforts that could have been deemed unnecessary. In essence, newly graduated ninjas possess a teacher. Yet whether that teacher evolves into a true mentor depends on the student's ability to inspire their teacher to share their wisdom and the teacher's willingness to formally adopt a pupil. Kakashi's interpersonal relationships, to a degree, were distorted and unconventional. Important figures in his early life departed, leaving him without guidance on healthy growth, apart from his steadfast friend, Might Guy, who accompanied him daily. Thus, it was challenging for someone entrenched in solitude and the brutality of the Umbu to become a guiding mentor. I should check on Naruto. It seems I have not seen the Hokage's child in quite some time. I wonder how he is faring? Kakashi mused, making his way towards Naruto's home. Stop. You cannot pass through here. The Umbu guarding Naruto's residence intercepted Kakashi. Recognizing their attire, he understood they were Umbu, while he himself donned the standard garb of a leaf ninja, not the Umbu uniform. Yet, Sarutobi had not specified whether he was to act as an Umbu operative or as Kakashi, the student of Minato Namikaze, to safeguard Naruto. I come bearing the 3rd Hokage's orders to protect Uzumaki Naruto and ensure his safety. You may verify this, Kakashi asserted, invoking the authority of the 3rd Hokage. A new Umbu ninja appeared beside them, exchanging words with the others. The leader of the Umbu nodded and addressed Kakashi, Kakashi-senpai. The Hokage has decreed that you are primarily responsible for Uzumaki Naruto's safety. We are here to assist you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with us. We will now take our leave to remain concealed. Kakashi nodded, perching atop a rooftop to watch over Naruto within his home. The Umbu dispersed into the shadows, vigilant against any potential threats. Meanwhile, Naruto had returned home after a satisfying meal. He sensed a reduction in the number of eyes watching him, yet he was aware of a more formidable presence. Utilizing his Kyuubi-enhanced perception, Naruto discerned a familiar figure with white hair, a forehead protector concealing one eye, and a masked visage. Upon dispelling his heightened awareness, a smile graced Naruto's lips as he remarked, "Ah, it's my old acquaintance, Kakashi-sensei. Life is about to get more interesting." Naruto held no particular expectations of Kakashi. From his perspective, Kakashi was also a pitiable figure, having lost his own umbrella and thus unable to shield others. Everyone possesses the right to make their own choices, and Kakashi was no exception. Naruto would not impose demands on him merely because he was the student of his father, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi's standing in Konoha did not grant him the authority to dictate Naruto's treatment. While he might not become an exemplary mentor, he could at least fulfill the role of a competent teacher. After enjoying his meal, Naruto prepared for sleep, though not in the conventional sense. Instead, he feigned slumber to gather chakra. With little happening lately, and the Umbu's watchful gaze, along with the added presence of Kakashi-sensei, it was difficult for him to engage in any clandestine activities. Thus, he opted to subtly enhance his abilities. As Kakashi observed Naruto's immediate inclination to sleep upon returning home, he couldn't help but reflect on the treatment Naruto had endured in the village over the years. Although he had heard whispers, witnessing it firsthand stirred a pang of sorrow within him. He recalled his own past, where, apart from mission assignments, he spent his time languishing in the Umbu's quarters, idling away the hours. A flicker of compassion crossed Kakashi's mind as he silently vowed, "I will ensure Naruto is well cared for." Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had dozed off until 5 in the afternoon. Emerging from beneath the table, he retrieved a can of nutritious food and began to devour it heartily, replenishing the physical energy he had expended while refining chakra throughout the day. Witnessing Naruto confined to his home, subsisting solely on canned food, Kakashi felt a pang of sorrow, pondering whether there was anything he could do to assist. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. As Kakashi's presence faded, Naruto sensed his absence and wondered if he had been summoned by the third Hokage for a mission. Moments later, he heard a few knocks on his door, which he suspected were from Kakashi. Upon opening the door, however, he found it empty, save for a neatly packaged meal on the ground, famous barbecue from Konoha. Accompanying it was a note that read, "Wishing you a healthy growth." Had it been the original Naruto, he would have been intrigued about the identity of this kind benefactor, grateful for nature's bounty. Yet now, he could clearly sense Kakashi's aura and knew it was he who had provided the meal. As he brought the barbecue inside, Naruto thought to himself, "Kakashi-sensei, you are already far superior to them." This Konoha barbecue was not inexpensive. It was said that even an elite jonin, after completing an A-rank mission, could only afford a few servings if they were dining alone. However, the high price was justified, as it originated from the Akimichi clan's renowned barbecue establishment, known for its exquisite flavor and rich nutritional value, endorsed by none other than the third Hokage himself, who had praised it. Thus, the restaurant thrived in Konoha, bustling with patrons daily. Wonderful. Another feast today, Naruto mused, savoring the barbecue alongside his canned food. This meal was indeed delightful, and he silently expressed gratitude to Kakashi for the feast. After satisfying his hunger, it was time to train, or rather, to sleep. Observing Naruto's monotonous existence of eating and sleeping, with no friends around, Kakashi couldn't help but imagine the hardships Naruto had endured over the years. Although Naruto had lost his parents, he now had Kakashi. "Leave it to me from now on, sensei." By around 10 o'clock, Naruto had once again reached the realm of slumber. Presently, he possessed the full vitality of the Uzumaki clan, with life force and chakra far exceeding that of an ordinary person, augmented by his divine chakra extraction technique, yielding incredible efficiency. Each day, Naruto's chakra surged rapidly, already reaching the level of a typical chunin. After only a few days of training, his progress was akin to a rocket's ascent. In a matter of months, his chakra would surely rival Kakashi's. After all, Kakashi was famously known as the underachiever. When his chakra reserves were ample, he could hold his own against anyone. Yet, in times of depletion, even a stray dog could match him in combat. Such was Kakashi's reputation. One could always trust that, with sufficient chakra, he would perform admirably. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter with Inuzuka Kiba. According to the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was still a month until the ninja academy commenced. Naruto hoped that once he was there, the number of ninjas surveilling him would diminish. Furthermore, each prominent clan would arrange for their own ninjas to protect their offspring, thus preventing any unforeseen incidents at the academy. The number of ninjas secretly guarding each individual would likely be limited to 1 or 2 at most. Otherwise, with so many students in a single class, one could easily hit a dozen lurking ninjas with a single shuriken thrown into the bushes. Just one more month of patience, and he would be relatively free. Moreover, at the Ninja Academy, he would meet the future pillars of Konoha, particularly Hinata, having inherited the memories of his predecessor. Naruto vividly recalled the time he had stood up for Hinata when she was bullied, despite being thoroughly beaten for his efforts. That cliché heroism often resonates deeply. And he remembered how Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration. The thought of seeing her again filled him with anticipation. What boy could resist someone as endearing as Hinata? In her childhood, she was undeniably adorable, and as she matured, her beauty and figure became exceptional. Hinata's gentle, kind, and resilient personality exuded an aura that invited protection. Yet she possessed an inner strength and bravery. She was unwaveringly devoted to Naruto, always the first to step forward in times of trouble or danger, offering him unwavering support. Hinata had evolved from a timid, easily discouraged girl into a strong, courageous ninja, influenced by Naruto's indomitable spirit. As the eldest daughter of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Hinata boasted a prestigious lineage, with her family being among the elite of Konoha. While they might not have produced the highest caliber of fighters, they remained a cornerstone of the village. In summary, to forsake Hinata would be a disservice to oneself. For the next week, Naruto remained at home, indulging in a routine of eating and sleeping. Kakashi-sensei frequently brought him nourishing food, along with clothing and household items, truly acting as a benefactor in his time of need. Given Naruto's current circumstances, even with wealth, it was challenging to acquire anything of substance from outside. Kakashi had recognized this and endeavored to assist Naruto as much as possible. As he discreetly looked after Naruto, Kakashi's brooding demeanor gradually lifted, his daily hope resting on the well-being of Naruto's life. During this week, Naruto's prowess had significantly improved. His chakra had reached the level of an elite chunin and was on the verge of breaking through to jonin rank. The ramen he had previously enjoyed with a Kimichi Choji and his father had also garnered the system's approval, completing a repetitive task and yielding even more nourishing food. The variety of his meals expanded significantly beyond the canned options. From time to time, he could enjoy extra portions, leading to a remarkably comfortable lifestyle. After this period, Naruto had fully restored his previously depleted physique. Not only was his energy abundant, but his nutrition was also well balanced. His body was growing rapidly, and the stubble on his face had nearly vanished. Coupled with his radiant smile, he resembled a little son, little Minato II. After a week of recharging, it was time for him to venture outside. Having gone an entire week without any missions, the last one assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like eons ago. It seemed that only by interacting with characters from the original story could he increase his chances of receiving new missions. The rewards from these missions could either expedite his growth or bestow unexpected surprises. Seeing Naruto finally ready to leave the confines of his home, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. This child had finally ceased his hermetic ways. Nonetheless, he was concerned about how Naruto would handle the villager scrutiny upon his departure. As it turned out, with Naruto's increasing strength, he had developed a resilience to the villagers' malice. How amusing. Had they ever encountered the Nine Tails? He had. The malevolence emanating from the beast far surpassed theirs. They were hardly worth mentioning. As Naruto meandered through the streets aimlessly, he felt Kakashi's protective presence shadowing him, bolstering his confidence. In the early days of the series, Kakashi was considered a rare contender, ensuring his safety. Suddenly, a small white dog darted out from the roadside, chased by a young boy clad in gray, sporting a spiky black hairstyle and a red triangular face tattoo. Was that a young Kiba? And that dog must surely be Akamaru. Naruto scrutinized Kiba and Akamaru, pondering within himself. Ding. A system task has been issued. Please gain Akamaru's affection. Oh, this time the target is Akamaru? Naruto marveled at the long-awaited task finally arriving. Hey, Akamaru, where do you think you're running off to? Kiba had finally caught up to Akamaru, panting as he addressed his companion. Upon seeing Naruto blocking the way, Akamaru barked loudly. The little creature, though small in stature, had quite a temper. Naruto squatted down, producing curious sounds from his mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This was a mysterious command from the land of China, one that most dogs would find hard to resist. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's command, Akamaru instantly quieted down, gazing intently at Naruto and slowly inching closer. Seeing Akamaru approach Naruto, Kiba instinctively shouted, "Hey, you over there, be careful. Akamaru generally only gets along with me. He might attack others." However, Akamaru continued to draw nearer to Naruto, who swiftly grabbed Akamaru and pinned him to the ground. Just as Akamaru was about to resist, Naruto's hands began to work their magic on him. What extraordinary technique! Where did you learn this? Kiba watched in astonishment at Naruto's skill. Initially, Akamaru had thoughts of resistance, but the sensation coursing through him was undeniably pleasurable. In an instant, his fierce barks transformed into soft whimpers, and his little tail began to wag like a propeller, ready to take off. This was Naruto's superb dog enticing technique. brought from the land of China, a formidable skill that felt like a dimensional strike against the inhabitants of this world. After a delightful session of petting, Akamaru was thoroughly pampered, reaching the pinnacle of canine bliss. Kiba observed from the side, learning Naruto's technique while inquiring, "You really have some skill. What is your name? If you gain Akamaru's approval, you're my friend now. I'm Kiba, Inuzuka Kiba." Hearing this, Naruto released Akamaru and replied, "I'm Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Destined to become the next Hokage. Ha ha ha, I want to be Hokage too. Looks like we're rivals now. From now on, you're my friend, Naruto." Akamaru barked while rubbing against Naruto's pant leg, signifying his inclusion in their newfound friendship. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kiba." Naruto's words were not mere boasts. He was acutely aware of the Umbu watching him, reporting his every action to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only by making him believe in his so-called will of fire could he earn his trust, allowing for greater freedom in the future. Becoming Hokage was indeed Naruto's aspiration. This was the world of Naruto. Anyone who did not wish to be Hokage was not worthy of being a pirate king. Achieving Hokage would mean obtaining the superficial power of the Leaf Village, and if he could also possess the corresponding strength, he could navigate the village with ease, better preparing himself for future crises. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Kakashi's expression behind his mask turned teary, reflecting, "Sensei, perhaps Naruto really can become Hokage." Congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining Akamaru's recognition, rewarded with Animal Affinity. Animal Affinity. All animals will increase their affinity towards the host and will not attack the host recklessly. It must be said, the reward gained from Akamaru was indeed remarkable. However, the animal affinity was not of immediate use to Naruto. Yet, in the future, if Naruto were to acquire a summoning beast or practice sage techniques, this passive ability might prove beneficial. Summoning beasts were still animals. With the newfound animal affinity, Akamaru grew even closer to Naruto, as if Naruto were his true master. Hey, Akamaru, don't get carried away. I'm still your master." Kiba felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Akamaru so fond of Naruto, as the Inuzuka clan held their ninja dogs in high regard. "Ha ha, don't sweat the small stuff. Come on, Kiba, to celebrate our friendship. Let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's delicious," Naruto exclaimed, cradling Akamaru while draping his arm around Kiba's shoulder. "Ichiraku ramen? I've heard so much about it, but never been. Since you say so, let us go." "I want to hold back, Naruto. I want 2 bowls." Akamaru barked, adding his own voice to the excitement. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Akamaru, I'll order you a bowl too." Akamaru wagged his little tail, expressing his delight. Chapter 12, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, accompanied by Kiba, skillfully arrived at the handmade ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen. "Hey, Mr. Tucci, I've brought my friend along. Let us have 2 servings of your signature ramen. No, make that 3. Naruto boldly declared as he entered Ichiraku Ramen. "Ah, it's you, Naruto. You've made a new friend? That is wonderful. I'll get started on it right away." Mr. Tucci beamed at the sight of Naruto bringing a new companion. "Hello, sir. I'm Naruto's new friend, Inuzuka Kiba, and this is Akamaru." Kiba introduced himself, pointing to Akamaru nestled in Naruto's arms. Upon hearing Kiba's name, Mr. Tucci suddenly recognized it. The Inuzuka clan was indeed a prominent family in Konoha, renowned for their ninja dogs. In a whimsical sense, people became dogs, dogs became people, and both transformed together. Soon, their ramen was served, along with a bowl for Akamaru. Although Akamaru was still young, thanks to the Inuzuka family's unique nurturing methods, he could eat human food without a hitch. The trio, 2 boys and 1 dog, enjoyed their meal heartily, with the bill conveniently charged to Sarutobi Hiruzen's account. Mr. Tucci silently shed tears for the elderly Hokage, as he endeavored to fulfill his promises. After their meal, Kiba took Akamaru back from Naruto's arms, saying, "Naruto, it's time for us to head home. Let us play again next time. I'll introduce you to my friends." Akamaru, reluctant to part ways, waved his little tail in farewell. "All right, Kiba, Akamaru, see you next time." Naruto bid them goodbye, walking home with a sense of satisfaction. Today, he had gained another friend, which was truly delightful. Perhaps due to the merging of memories, Naruto felt influenced by a part of the original Naruto's personality. Or maybe Ashura's reincarnated chakra was subtly motivating him towards positivity. In terms of making friends, he was quite eager. The more friends he had, the more pathways would open up for him. If he became Hokage, these friends would become his most reliable allies. On his way home, Naruto passed by a quaint sweet shop, which unexpectedly caught his attention. A tall brother accompanied what seemed to be his younger sibling, both perusing the sweet shop for treats. The older brother had short black hair and dark eyes, with long eyelashes framing his delicate features. His gaze was as gentle as water, presenting the image of a remarkably kind older brother. The younger sibling, fair-skinned, sported hair that extended into messy locks. Dressed simply in a black collared long-sleeve shirt and black shorts, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. He appeared to be a mischievous little boy. To Naruto's astonishment, these two were none other than the beloved brothers of the Naruto series, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi seemed to sense Naruto's gaze, turning to meet his eyes. Upon spotting Naruto, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Itachi's face, soon replaced by a warm, gentle expression. Uchiha Sasuke observed his brother turning his head, curious about what had captured his attention. Following suit, he glanced toward Naruto, and in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, as if something deep inside was gradually awakening. For reasons unknown, as he gazed upon the boy with golden locks, a faint sense of familiarity washed over him, accompanied by an inexplicable urge to draw closer. Ding! A system task has been issued. Please persuade Uchiha Itachi to treat you to Dango. Indeed, encountering renowned figures from the original narrative serves as a catalyst for triggering tasks. Brother, do we know him? He feels oddly familiar, Sasuke inquired softly, casting a sideways glance at Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by Sasuke's words. His acquaintance with Naruto Uzumaki stemmed from information gleaned from their parents regarding certain village secrets. He was aware that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, and thus, the villagers referring to him as the Nine-Tails Fox was somewhat accurate. However, it was perplexing that Sasuke, who had likely never encountered Naruto, felt a sense of familiarity toward him. Perhaps you are mistaken, Sasuke, but since fate has intertwined our paths, let us invite him over. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been covertly observing, sensed the situation might escalate. Given the Uchiha clan's current standing in the village, the presence of the Umbu around them seemed to stir with impending action. Do not act rashly. I shall keep watch. Should anything arise, I will intervene and report to Lord Hokage. Remain composed. Kakashi admonished the hidden Umbu operatives. At that very moment, Itachi also noticed the lurking Umbu, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Yet, upon observing no immediate threat, he reverted to his gentle disposition. Would you care for some dango, young one? Itachi warmly greeted Naruto. Upon hearing Itachi's invitation, Naruto beamed with delight. While outwardly his joy was for the dango, inwardly he reveled in the fact that the task required no effort on his part. Itachi would assist him in its completion. Yes, thank you, big brother. I wanted to buy dango earlier, but the vendors refused to sell to me, offering only some sand-filled ones instead. Naruto feigned gratitude, but his expression soon turned to one of disappointment, as if recalling something unpleasant. Hearing how the villagers treated Naruto, Itachi's expression darkened. He gently ruffled Naruto's hair and reassured him, do not worry. Today, I, your older brother, will treat you to dango, 3-color dango, a delightful sweet. Take a few extra skewers home with you. Itachi packed several portions and handed them to Naruto. Brother, you are biased. I want some too. Sasuke, feeling overlooked, jumped up and exclaimed at Itachi. I have bought your share as well, Sasuke. We'll enjoy it together once we return home, Itachi replied, handing another portion to Sasuke. Upon receiving the dango, Sasuke's mood brightened, and he smiled, saying, thank you, brother. Thank you, big brother. Naruto echoed, receiving the dango from Itachi, mimicking Sasuke's words. Well then, we must take our leave. Young one, do return home safely. Itachi glanced at the location of the Umbu before grasping Sasuke's hand, preparing to depart. All right, big brother. And little brother, be careful on your way. Thank you for the dango. Naruto feigned innocence as he addressed the duo. He is my brother, not yours. And I am not a little brother. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's hand, making faces at Naruto. All right, I understand. Farewell. With the 3-color dango in hand, Naruto bid goodbye to the two brothers. Seeing that Naruto had no further interaction with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He addressed the nearby Umbu. I am going to report to Lord Hokage. Please keep an eye on Naruto. I will return shortly. Without awaiting a response from the Umbu, Kakashi vanished in a flash. Naruto sensed Kakashi's departure, realizing he was likely headed to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was unique. In the previous Nine-Tails incident, it was indeed the Uchiha clan's ninja who had manipulated the beast. Their Sharingan was not to be underestimated. For years, the Uchiha clan had been mired in controversy. If Naruto were to lose control during any interactions with the Uchiha clan, it would be disastrous for them, leaving the Uchiha no recourse to cleanse their name. On the journey home, Sasuke pondered. feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the golden-haired boy they had just encountered and a strange, inexplicable attraction toward him. It was all quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi reflected. Who would have thought that a simple outing with Sasuke to buy 3-color dango would lead them to meet the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki? The number of Umbu monitoring their surroundings was considerable, and a familiar figure caught his eye, Kakashi Hitaki. Itachi had recently joined the Umbu. Although he had not been a member for long, he had encountered Kakashi privately, making him somewhat familiar with the man. As for Naruto, upon returning home, he eagerly opened the packaged 3-color dango and devoured it with gusto. This flavor is indeed delightful, albeit slightly too sweet. Sigh. Uchiha Itachi has endured a lifetime of hardship while enjoying sweet treats. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I could save him, Naruto mused as he savored the dango. Itachi's life was indeed difficult to assess. Some claimed he was brainwashed by the will of fire, justifying his actions in the massacre of his clan. Others asserted that his actions stemmed from a genuine desire to protect the village and his beloved younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto found himself at a loss on how to properly evaluate Itachi's actions. However, he was certain of one thing. Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly a good brother. There was no doubt about that. Yet, he had perhaps indulged Sasuke a bit too much, fostering a sense of arrogance and entitlement within him. Nevertheless, having been reborn in this life, Naruto resolved to make an effort to enact change, hoping to alter the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. As a reincarnator, if he could influence and reshape the course of the Naruto world toward a more favorable direction, what greater accomplishment could there be? For now, however, he decided to check his system rewards. Congratulations, host. You have completed the repetitive task of having Sarutobi Hiruzen cover the ramen bill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-rank ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of having Uchiha Itachi treat you to dango. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Uchiha clan's bloodline. What on earth? Even Naruto, well-versed in various matters, found himself momentarily flabbergasted. The Shadow Clone Technique was Naruto's signature ninjutsu, utilized from the beginning to the very end of the storyline. The latter reward was nothing short of miraculous, the Uchiha clan's bloodline. This meant that Naruto could now, through diligence, awaken his own Sharingan. In the future, he might even have the opportunity to don the Susanoo while wielding the Nine Tails. What a true embodiment of a man's romantic aspirations. With the addition of the Shadow Clone Technique to his arsenal, Naruto felt a surge of power. He had already mastered the technique to such a degree that he could execute it effortlessly, eliminating the need for any practice. The Uchiha clan's bloodline had also been successfully integrated into him. Naruto sensed a transformation occurring within his body. He already possessed the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan. And now, having acquired the Uchiha bloodline, he was one step closer to uniting the Senju clan's bloodline as well. At this rate, he would be on the verge of merging into the Otsutsuki bloodline. Of course, merging into the Otsutsuki bloodline was not a simple matter of accumulation. But if things continued as they were, it was entirely possible for Naruto's bloodline to evolve toward that of the Otsutsuki clan. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over Naruto, who understood that his body was merging with the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Since Kakashi-sensei would likely return soon, he decided to indulge in a peaceful slumber. With this thought in mind, Naruto lay down on his bed, tucked himself in, and drifted into a blissful sleep. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still engrossed in his endless paperwork. Although the duties seemed never-ending, Hiruzen relished the feeling of authority that came with the position, tirelessly managing his responsibilities. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," he called out. The visitor was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. "Hokage-sama." Kakashi greeted, bowing slightly. "Ah, it's Kakashi. What brings you here? Is there an issue with Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, his expression shifting to one of concern upon seeing Kakashi. Naruto is fine, but on his way home, he encountered Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi replied honestly. "Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, you say?" Hiruzen, a seasoned veteran, needed no further elaboration from Kakashi. He retrieved a large pipe from beneath his desk and began to smoke. "What transpired? Please be specific." By coincidence, he ran into those two. And Itachi offered Naruto a dumpling before departing, Kakashi explained. "Ah, I'm relieved to have you here, Kakashi. Had it been the Umbu, they might have intervened to prevent Itachi from approaching Naruto. This could have alerted Naruto to the fact that he was being monitored, which would have been detrimental. The Uchiha clan's position in the village is indeed quite precarious. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had established the Konoha Guard, appointing the Uchiha clan to key positions within it, temporarily quelling their grievances against the Senju clan's dominance. However, The formation of the guard also facilitated closer surveillance of the Uchiha. Over time, the Uchiha's proud nature strained their relations with the villagers, especially following the Ninetales incident. During the Ninetales attack, Hiruzen had intended to deploy the guard, but he was thwarted by Shimura Danzo, who argued that only the Uchiha's Sharingan could control the beast. The Uchiha were the prime suspects, and it was feared that the Ninetales incident might signify a rebellion from their clan. Consequently, the guard was ultimately assigned to evacuate the populace. Even after the Ninetales incident, suspicion surrounding the Uchiha clan lingered. While Hiruzen believed they were not responsible, the unmistakable characteristics of the Sharingan clouded their reputation. Despite the Uchiha's denial, they could not present evidence to exonerate themselves. Thus, when Konoha was rebuilt, the Uchiha were relegated to the most remote areas, bringing their discord with the village to the forefront. Fortunately, Itachi was involved. This child possessed a profound understanding of the will of fire, and after joining the Umbu, Hiruzen trusted that he would eventually grasp the complexities of the tensions between their clans. It appeared Hiruzen was speaking to both himself and Kakashi. Everything is fine, Kakashi. Please return to protect Naruto. With the Ninja Academy's opening just a month away, you'll have a lighter burden afterwards. You seem to be faring well lately, Hiruzen remarked. Sensing a rare smile on Kakashi's face, though one might wonder how he could discern it beneath the mask, Kakashi's demeanor softened, evidently influenced by Naruto's presence. Understood, Hokage-sama. Naruto is indeed a good child, and I will take good care of him for you, he replied before departing swiftly to check on Naruto. As Hiruzen gazed at a photograph of Minato on his desk, he inhaled deeply from his pipe and mused, Minato, Kakashi is gradually emerging from his shell. All thanks to your wonderful son. Naruto is destined to become an exceptional ninja, a true inheritor of the will of fire in Konoha. Chapter 14. New Friends Upon Waking. Naruto realized it was already the following morning. What time is it? Only 6 o'clock? He murmured, glancing at the clock. My body. It feels like it has grown significantly stronger. He silently assessed his physical state, acutely aware of his enhancements due to his superior sensory abilities. The bloodline of the Uchiha had seamlessly integrated with his form. Naruto's current physical prowess was now at least comparable to that of Rock Lee, who had undergone extensive training without resorting to the 8 gates. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, lineage was paramount. Those with potent bloodlines could grow stronger even in repose. As he examined the changes in his body, he felt an odd itch in his eyes. Could it be that my Sharingan is awakening? Naruto discreetly activated his Kage's hard eye, confirming that Kakashi was not nearby, and that only a few Umbu were loitering around, seemingly idling. Feeling reassured, he rose and approached the mirror. Gently rubbing his itchy eyes, he noticed that his once blue irises were gradually turning red. After splashing water on his face, he was startled to discover that his eyes had indeed opened. 2 swirling tomo graced his vision. His sight had sharpened, and his observational skills had significantly improved. Yet, if anyone were to discover this, his identity would surely come into question. A child of Minato, sealed with the 9 tails, yet possessing the Sharingan. Was that not peculiar? Through exploration, Naruto finally understood how to deactivate the Sharingan. Thankfully, since he had inherited it from the Uchiha bloodline, he could turn it on and off at will. Unfortunately for Kakashi, being non-Uchiha, the Sharingan was not compatible with his physique, rendering its prolonged use a burden that hampered his growth. Seeing his eyes revert to blue, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn it, the Umbu are still watching me, he thought. Could a restricted freedom even be called freedom? If only he could learn a transformation technique to evade detection. He could then utilize the shadow clone technique and leave a clone to deal with the Umbu while he trained outside. Staying cooped up at home would not yield any new jutsu. He needed to venture out. Ironically, Naruto had mastered a B-rank jutsu, the shadow clone technique, but lacked a suitable venue to employ it without being discovered. Once he learned the transformation technique, that situation would improve. As he aimlessly wandered the streets, a voice called to him from behind. Hey Naruto, Naruto. It was Kiba's voice. Woof woof, came Akamaru's excited bark. Turning around, Naruto saw Kiba and Akamaru bounding towards him. Naruto, remember I told you I'd take you to play with my friends? Let us go, Kiba exclaimed, casually draping his arm over Naruto's shoulder, while Akamaru leaped into Naruto's arms. Cradling the small creature in his arms, Naruto expressed his concerns, but Kiba, you know my reputation in the village is rather unfavorable. They may not be inclined to play with me. Kiba paused momentarily before responding. I doubt that will be the case. Don't worry. I assure you that everyone will play with you for my sake. Once they interact with you and come to understand the kind of person you are, their reluctance will surely dissipate. Well, alright then. In truth, Naruto was indifferent to how others perceived him. His primary concern lay in the feelings of his friends. He certainly did not want them to endure the same treatment he did. "Hey everyone, I'm back," Kiba exclaimed as he embraced Naruto and led him to a quaint little park. Familiar faces greeted Naruto, alongside some unfamiliar ones. "Hey, isn't that Naruto?" The first to speak was Choji Akimichi, who readily offered, "You want some chips?" It turned out that Kiba's friends were indeed well acquainted with Naruto, explaining their camaraderie in the original narrative, as they had known each other previously. "Wow, Choji, you actually know Naruto and are willing to share your chips with him? Have you lost your mind? You usually guard your chips like treasures and won't even spare us a crumb," Kiba remarked, equally astonished. "Of course. Naruto is a friend who has competed with me and treated me to ramen. I would gladly share my chips with him," Choji replied as he extended the bag towards Naruto. Curious about the flavors of chips in the world of ninjas, Naruto reached in, took one, and savored its authenticity. It tastes remarkably plain, devoid of any flavor. Aside from Choji, Naruto's gaze shifted to three others, a boy and two girls. The boy sported a pineapple hairstyle and wore an expression of exasperation, muttering about the troubles of making new acquaintances. Yet, he appeared quite intelligent. "Isn't that Shikamaru Nara from the new generation of Inoshikacho?" In the original story, he was hailed as a genius strategist with an IQ exceeding 200 and would later become Naruto's right-hand man, assisting him with governmental affairs after he ascended to Hokage. Then there were the two girls. One possessed golden hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a charming and delightful aura. Naruto recognized her immediately as Ino Yamanaka, renowned for her mastery of mind transfer techniques in the original tale. The bonds between the Inoshikacho clans were long-standing, and it was entirely natural for them to foster friendships from a young age, as they were essentially destined to become teammates in the future, ensuring a superior synergy compared to other teams. As for the last girl, Naruto felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. Sakura Haruno, often criticized by readers in the original narrative, stood before him. At this moment, her forehead was indeed slightly broad, but the red ribbon adorning her pink hair made her strikingly beautiful. However, this version of Sakura was not quite like the one in the original story. If she were, Naruto would undoubtedly be averse to her. Yet, if her demeanor were to remain amiable, he would not mind befriending her. After all, compared to some others, Sakura possessed greater potential and could contribute somewhat during the Great Ninja War. "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a man destined to become Hokage," he greeted them warmly. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Even Shikamaru, who appeared weary, felt compelled to respond to Naruto's radiant smile, albeit awkwardly. "Hello, I'm Shikamaru Nara. I dislike trouble and am not fond of making friends. But for you, I could make an exception." "Great, another proud tsundere," Kiba thought to himself. Ino and Sakura gazed at Naruto's warm smile, their hearts fluttering slightly. Currently, Naruto's facial hair had completely vanished. With the complete lineage of the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha blood coursing through him, the chakra of Ashura had begun to awaken within him, imparting an aura of warmth that invited closeness. "Hello, I'm Ino Yamanaka. My family runs a flower shop. You're welcome to visit and buy flowers," Ino said confidently, her eyes fixed on Naruto. Hi, I'm Sakura Haruno, Ino's friend. This is also my first time here." The childhood Sakura appeared shy, a stark contrast to her later fierce persona. Could it be that her demeanor had shifted due to Naruto's presence, or perhaps some influence of the system? If this were indeed the case, he could feel at ease forming a bond with her. "What are you all playing here?" Naruto inquired openly, despite sensing several individuals keeping watch over them, not the Umbu who had previously monitored him. It appeared that the children of prominent clans also had their own security measures in place. Nevertheless, Naruto maintained the facade of ignorance. "We're going to play ninja games," Kiba declared enthusiastically. Yes, everyone agreed. They chimed in unison, as this was the time when they were most enamored with the concept of being ninjas, capable of performing an array of dazzling jutsu. "I want to be Hokage," Kiba declared first. Ding. System task initiated. "Please, host, become Hokage in the ninja game." The system? Oh, the system. Even during a game, it issues tasks, but I rather like it. "No way, I want to be Hokage too," Naruto retorted, unwilling to concede. With so many eyes upon him, he knew he must play his part well, demonstrating his aspiration to be Hokage and coexist harmoniously with the villagers. Only then would the forces supporting these children feel assured about letting them interact with Naruto. Simultaneously, it served as a means to gain rewards from the system. "Let's settle this with a vote. Raise your left hand if you want Kiba to be Hokage, and your right hand if you want Naruto to be Hokage," Shikamaru interjected, proposing a fair method to resolve their dispute. 3, 2, 1, hands up. Except for Kiba, everyone raised their right hands, including Akamaru. Wah, even you, Akamaru? You're betraying me. Kiba lamented, feeling utterly dejected. Don't worry, Kiba, I appoint you as my chief general. How about becoming a Jonin? Naruto quickly reassured him. Really? Naruto, you're too good to me. Kiba's sorrow evaporated as he beamed with joy. I want to be the Hokage's wife. Ino's straightforwardness caught Naruto off guard. Ino, there doesn't seem to be a Hokage's wife in our ninja game. How about you choose something else? Naruto replied bashfully, having never encountered such a direct expression of affection before. Thankfully, Ino was still young and unaware of the true meaning of love. He decided to treat it as mere childish play. I want to be the Hokage's secretary. I heard adults say that the secretary handles everything when they're at work and does nothing when they're isn't. Although I don't quite understand. It seems to make sense. Goodness, Shikaku, is this how you educate your children? What kind of nonsense do you usually say? The watching ninjas could only roll their eyes, dismissing her words as innocent childhood folly. Very well, you shall be the Hokage's secretary. And what about you, Shikamaru? Naruto inquired. Too troublesome. I'll just be a passerby, preferably the kind that dies right away, so I can lie down as a corpse and take a nap. Shikamaru's aversion to trouble had evidently been ingrained in him from a young age. No way, that would be too unfair. You shall be my Hokage advisor instead. Although I'm not entirely sure what that entails, perhaps it just means I can ask you questions when something comes up. In Naruto, I want to be an ordinary villager. Sakura felt a twinge of insecurity. Being of humble origins, her inclusion in their playful camaraderie stemmed from her close relationship with Ino, which left her feeling somewhat inferior. It's alright, just play the role of an ordinary chunin. I already have a formidable ally like Kiba on my side, so I shall impose upon you this minor inconvenience. Naruto declared, striving to balance the scales by bestowing Sakura with a more formidable identity, while simultaneously elevating Kiba's stature. Both individuals appeared thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. And what about me? Chuji interjected, his impatience palpable as he sensed his own role was overlooked. Chuji, we find ourselves in need of someone to play the villain. And regrettably, it falls upon you, Naruto responded, recognizing that among the group, Chuji's robust physique made him the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing he was to embody the antagonist, Chuji's countenance soured. I refuse. Naruto, you're being biased. Chuji protested, his displeasure evident. Yet, Naruto, well acquainted with Chuji's temperament, knew precisely how to placate him. Afterward, I shall treat everyone to ramen, an all-you-can-eat affair. What do you say, Chuji? The promise of a ramen feast, particularly one with no limits, transformed Chuji's frown into a beaming smile. That sounds wonderful. Naruto, you truly are a remarkable friend. If it's merely playing the villain, then I shall accept. The roles were soon assigned, and the youthful group delved into their playful ninja game. As their energy waned, Naruto swept his hand grandly, inviting everyone to enjoy ramen together. Although some had intended to return home for dinner, Naruto's infectious enthusiasm compelled them to join him. Upon witnessing the multitude of friends Naruto had brought along, the face of the ramen shop's proprietor radiated with uncontainable joy. This child, Naruto, always thinks of me. What a good kid. He is bringing in business for me. Everyone relished the meal, particularly Chuji, who devoured several bowls without pause. Eventually, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they bid each other farewell, returning to their respective homes. Today had been a day filled with joy, and all felt fortunate to have forged a friendship with Naruto. Likewise, Naruto felt elated, having not only completed his task, but also having made friends with the heirs of various clans. It was truly a double victory. Chapter 15, finally free. Upon returning home, Naruto reclined on his bed, digesting the several bowls of ramen he had just consumed. He began to ponder that perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi was not such a bad person after all, as he had funded his ramen feast, providing a continuous stream of rewards. Yet, the notion that Hiruzen Sarutobi could genuinely be a good person seemed somewhat implausible. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of having Hiruzen Sarutobi cover the cost of ramen. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the perfect transformation technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of becoming Hokage in the ninja game. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-rank ninjutsu, the improved shadow clone technique. My goodness. It appears I am indeed receiving everything I desire. System, you are monitoring my thoughts. This is big data at work, isn't it? Please, bestow upon me more rewards. Naruto eagerly accessed the system rewards, discovering the perfect transformation technique. As implied by its name, this technique ensured that the user would not reveal any flaws while utilizing it, effectively eliminating the typical shortcomings of transformation techniques, thereby achieving true perfection. The shadow clone technique, an A-rank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, allowed for the creation of thousands of clones through an immense chakra reserve. However, due to its excessive chakra consumption, Tobirama had deemed it a forbidden technique, recording it in the Book of Seals, as it could endanger the user's life if employed by those lacking sufficient chakra. The improved shadow clone technique retained the ability to produce thousands of clones, but altered the distribution of chakra, allowing the user to allocate minimal chakra to each clone based on their discretion, thereby mitigating the adverse effects on their body when the clones dissipated. This ninjutsu was truly remarkable. If I possessed 1,000 units of chakra and used the original technique, each clone would only receive 1 unit, resulting in sheer numbers but diminished power. The improved version, however, alleviated such concerns, enabling the creation of 1,000 clones with each receiving only 0.5 units, or even less, solely to maintain their existence. This approach not only served to confuse enemies, but also maximized the user's strength, effectively serving multiple purposes. Although it was now nighttime, under normal circumstances, Naruto would have been fast asleep by this hour. However, having acquired the perfect transformation technique and evaded the watchful eyes of the Umbu, the prospect of freedom was now within his grasp, making it impossible for him to resist. Feigning sleep, he extinguished the lights and, while nestled under the covers, discreetly employed the shadow clone technique to create 2 clones, one lying on the bed and the other hiding beneath it, providing an additional layer of security. Meanwhile, he utilized the perfect transformation technique to transform into a small fly and slip through the gap in the door. As he distanced himself from his home, the exhilaration within him surged. Arriving at a small grove in Konohagakure, he sensed with his Kagaya's eye that no one was nearby. At last, he reverted to his original form. Finally, freedom. After days spent under the scrutiny of the Umbu, he had scarcely found time to train. Now, he was liberated. The opportunity to engage in training had finally arrived. In this ninja world, strength was the ultimate truth. If he could become the perfect Jinchuriki and tap into the power of the 9 tails, even Hiruzen Sarutobi would be compelled to treat him with respect. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength. Rules exist to bind the weak. The strong are the ones who create the rules. And he was determined to become one of the strong, truly mastering his own fate. He dispatched a clone to maintain the Kagaya's eye, scouting the area for any signs of life, while his original self summoned a multitude of shadow clones for training. First, let us practice climbing trees. Given that Naruto had yet to learn many ninjutsu techniques, he could only practice the chakra control method depicted in the original story. True strength often lies in the precise allocation of chakra. In combat, a strong combination of physical techniques and ninjutsu could result in epic battles. Even though Naruto possessed an abundance of chakra, mastering the art of control without waste would render him all the more formidable. The multitude of Narutos commenced their tree climbing exercises. To his astonishment, Naruto discovered that the flow of chakra within him was remarkably stable. The 9 tails was not causing any disruptions this time. The Naruto of the original story had indeed been a prodigy, but the constant turmoil caused by the 9 tails had hindered his chakra's flow, preventing him from harnessing the full potential of his ninjutsu. As the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's innate talent was undeniable. In the world of Naruto, lineage held the highest value. As long as one was the offspring of a strong individual, they would inevitably grow into a powerful force themselves. The world of Naruto is truly fascinating. Without the 9 tails interference, Naruto swiftly mastered the art of tree climbing. I can't believe this skill is so easy to learn. I truly am a genius. Now it's time to practice walking on water. Excitement coursed through Naruto as he embraced his newfound freedom, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Having successfully grasped the skill of tree climbing, he was eager to build upon his momentum and tackle the more challenging endeavor of walking on water. However, this task proved significantly more difficult than climbing trees. Trees remained stationary, allowing Naruto to focus solely on directing his chakra. Water, on the other hand, was ever moving. The chakra beneath Naruto's feet must flow in harmony with the currents of water, thus testing his control over chakra to its limits. Yet, no challenge can daunt Naruto. For him, it is merely a matter of time. Armed with the shadow clone technique, he accelerates his training exponentially. Of course, when the shadow clones are dispelled, not only does the original Naruto absorb their accumulated knowledge, but he also inherits their fatigue. However, Naruto's vitality is renowned throughout Konoha. Thousands of shadow clones dissipating are of little consequence. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, or perhaps because of the Uchiha bloodline coursing through him. Naruto's mental fortitude has significantly strengthened, enhancing his capacity to endure. Thus, Naruto persevered through the night, continuously striving amidst failures, again and again. Just as dawn approached, he finally succeeded. Even for Naruto, his chakra reserves were nearing depletion. He had drawn solely from his own chakra, but fortunately, with the improved version of the shadow clone technique, he could allocate his chakra judiciously. Had he relied on the standard version, sustaining such endurance would have been impossible. He left 2 shadow clones to scout the surroundings, serving as sentinels. As Naruto dispelled the other clones, a torrent of training memories surged into his mind, inevitably impacting his mental state. I'm so exhausted. I leave it to you, my clones. You must protect me. Naruto instructed his clones. Rest easy, original. Should anything arise, we will rouse you. The clones assured him with confidence. Naruto then found a patch of soft grass and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 16. Farewell, Ninetales. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water gradually roused Naruto from his slumber. He found himself once again in the somewhat familiar sewers. Is this where I end up just from taking a nap? Naruto mused as his consciousness returned to the space that imprisoned the Ninetales. Naruto, come here. The voice of the Ninetales echoed from afar, beckoning him closer. I'll come. Who is afraid? Naruto boldly replied, unafraid of the bound Ninetales, especially with his mastery of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and his knowledge of the plot. If I don't manage to outwit the Ninetales, I'm not Uzumaki Naruto. Following the flow of the sewer water, Naruto arrived once more before the seal containing the Ninetales. The Ninetales lay languidly, eyes closed, exuding an air of disdain, though the slight swaying of its 9 tails betrayed an underlying agitation. Upon sensing Naruto's presence, the Ninetales spoke. You have arrived. Indeed, I have. Naruto responded confidently. But you shouldn't have come. The Ninetales countered. Yet here I am. Naruto remained undeterred. After some playful banter, the Ninetales opened its eyes. Its slit pupils fixated on Naruto, emanating a formidable chakra that pressed down upon him. It seemed the Ninetales intended to establish dominance. Naruto merely smiled, unperturbed by the Ninetales' imposing aura. Oh, how intriguing. The Ninetales, noting Naruto's lack of response, smirked slightly, intensifying its pressure, creating a powerful gust aimed at Naruto. This strike could easily paralyze even a seasoned chunin. Yet, Naruto was no mere chunin. He was a perennial genin. Did the lower ranks of Konoha lack awareness of their status in the ninja world? No, wait. He hadn't even attended the Jonin Academy yet, no matter. Ding. System task activated. Please gain the acknowledgement of the Ninetales. The deeper the acknowledgement, the greater the rewards. With the system also engaging, Naruto could not squander such a golden opportunity. As the Ninetales unleashed its overwhelming aura, Naruto felt as though he were a small boat adrift on the vast ocean. Though diminutive, he would sway with the tides. No tempest could capsize his vessel. This illustrated Naruto's formidable willpower and the latent struggle of his bloodline. Seeing that Naruto remained unaffected, the Ninetales couldn't help but express its surprise, muttering under its breath, "How fascinating," before retracting its oppressive aura and closing its eyes once more. With the Ninetales silent, Naruto felt a twinge of frustration. Was this creature truly mute? Did he need to initiate conversation? What is the matter, Kurama? Aren't you going to continue testing me? Naruto inquired with a smile. You, of all people, remain unaffected by my chakra? It's all due to that cursed seal. Otherwise, I could easily crush you with a single swipe. Damn that 4th Hokage, that wretched brat. The Ninetales retorted, its voice booming in defiance. Then, as if realizing something, its eyes widened, and it sat up abruptly, its voice trembling. What did you just call me? Meeting the Ninetales' gaze, Naruto replied earnestly, Kurama, that is your name, is it not? After a long absence from hearing that name, the Ninetales' memories seemed to drift back to a time of freedom, evoking a sense of nostalgia. How do you know that name? After reminiscing, the Ninetales' astonishment was evident. Could it be that Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato had told him? No, they were long deceased, and he had never revealed his name. Simple, Kurama. I know everything about the ninja world, both past and future. It is my innate ability. Naruto activated his grand deception mode, with the Kage Bunshin technique enhancing his persuasive power. Impossible. Not even that man would dare claim to know everything about the ninja world. Don't try to deceive me. The Ninetales erupted in fury, its chakra battering against the seal, creating a cacophony of impacts. That man, are you referring to the Sage of Six Paths? Or perhaps, upon hearing Naruto utter the word Sage of Six Paths, the Ninetales' expression shifted to one of shock. Could it be true? Did he actually know? Naruto paused for a moment, locking eyes with the Ninetales and articulating, Kage Otsutsuki? Upon hearing that name, the Ninetales appeared drained of energy, collapsing to the ground, trembling as it spoke. You truly know. Recognizing that the Nine Tails was beginning to believe him, Naruto resolved to press the advantage. I know everything, including the history of you nine-tailed beasts. Originally, there was the 10 tails, which Kagaya Otsutsuki divided into 9 parts of chakra, thus creating you 9 beasts. 1 tail, Shikaku. 2 tails, Matatabi. 3 tails, Isabu. 4 tails, Son Goku. 5 tails, Kokuo. 6 tails, Saiken. 7 tails, Chome. 8 tails, Gyuki. And you, 9 tails, Kurama. Am I correct? As Naruto recited the familiar names, Kurama found it increasingly difficult to doubt him. Indeed, Naruto possessed knowledge of certain truths. However, I have heard a rumor. Though I am uncertain of its veracity, could you clarify it for me? Naruto recalled a contentious topic from his previous life, eager to inquire now that he had entered the world of Naruto. What is it? Is there anything you do not know? Kurama, drawn in by Naruto's curiosity, pressed for details. It is said that when Kagaya Otsutsuki divided the chakra, the distribution was not merely equal. Rather, it was 1 portion for the 9 tails. 1 for the 1 tail, 1 for the 2 tails, and so forth, until the final division, which rendered you the strongest of the tailed beasts. Is that true? Naruto queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Ha ha ha, you rascal, what an amusing conjecture you have. However, you are partially correct. Indeed, the old man favored me just a tad more back in the day, which is why I received a slightly larger share of chakra. Upon hearing this, the 9 tails erupted into laughter, elucidating Naruto's queries. A tad more? Surely, it must be more like an astronomical amount. Naruto promptly retorted. How intriguing, truly intriguing, Naruto. What else do you know? The 9 tails, having set aside its playful demeanor, regarded Naruto earnestly, aware of its ability to sense malice. This ability enables the detection of good and evil, a profound perception of mental states. It is said that the 9 tails endured a millennium of war, hatred, and betrayal, embodying the quintessence of animosity. The depth of its emotional capacity allows it to experience pain and hatred in profound intensity, rendering it acutely discerning of malevolence. Yet, from Naruto, the 9 tails could sense not a hint of malice, which astonished it greatly. Over the years, Naruto had faced various injustices, most of which stemmed from the fact that the 9 tails was sealed within him. Even the 9 tails, upon glimpsing Naruto's memories, would feel a surge of anger at some of his tribulations. Despite being of the same species, humans harbor immense suspicion towards one another. However, judging by Naruto's demeanor, he appeared to be aware of many matters, including his own circumstances. In such a context, the absence of even a trace of malevolence towards itself left the 9 tails pondering whether he truly possessed the legendary heart of a child. Recalling the words of Sage of 6 Paths, the azure-eyed boy, who calls upon the name of the 9 tails, shall reunite you all. This individual is also known as the Child of Prophecy, destined to transform the entire world of Shinobi. I know everything, Kurama. Everything, declared Naruto with confidence. Heh. So be it, Kurama replied, shifting from a seated posture back to a prone one. Observing Kurama's incredulous expression, Naruto found himself in a quandary. He needed to garner Kurama's approval, hoping for a reward, perhaps even the Rinnegan. Kurama, are you aware of the Child of Prophecy? Naruto dropped yet another bombshell. What? Naruto, do you really know? Could it be true? Kurama sat up straight, fixated on Naruto. Seeing Kurama's animated response, Naruto felt a chuckle bubbling within him. This was no fearsome-tailed beast, but rather a playful pet. Indeed, I am the Child of Prophecy, capable of foreseeing the future of the Shinobi world. Naruto intended to share some insights with Kurama. Pray tell, what does the future of the Shinobi world hold? Kurama's interest piqued, as even the formidable 9 tails lacked such prophetic abilities. The future, indeed, promises to be extraordinary. Naruto settled down, ready to engage Kurama in a meaningful conversation. Chapter 17, Confiding in the 9 Tails. Perhaps the unique charm of Naruto truly worked wonders. The previously ferocious 9 tails now sat attentively, eager to hear Naruto speak. Let us discuss a topic of your interest. The 4th Great Ninja War is on the horizon, instigated by one man, Uchiha Obito, the very individual who once controlled you and attacked Konoha. Naruto's opening statement struck Kurama like a lightning bolt. What? That person is Uchiha Obito, not Uchiha Madara? Don't you dare deceive me. Wasn't Obito your father's student? How could he possess such power? Kurama expressed immediate skepticism regarding Naruto's revelation, for reality often harbors such illusions. Yes, that individual is indeed Obito. He received intelligence from within Konoha about my mother, Uzumaki Kushina, giving birth. Ultimately, he unleashed the 9 tails with the intent to annihilate Konoha. And his motive? You might find it hard to believe, but I must disclose it. It was for a woman, namely Rin Nohara, from my father's team. The moment Naruto uttered this, Kurama was taken aback, incredulously responding, "Are you saying that Obito orchestrated all this, displaying a desire for revenge, merely because of a woman?" It was not that Kurama doubted, but such a reason made it question whether it was listening to a tale from Konoha's folklore, wild and absurd. Indeed. But the true mastermind behind all this is Uchiha Madara. Naruto mentioned a name that Kurama wished to avoid recalling. "Why are we discussing Uchiha Madara? Didn't he die long ago?" Kurama interjected. "Patience, I shall elaborate." Naruto shot Kurama a glance, signaling it to let him finish. All right, continue, Naruto." Kurama chuckled sheepishly, indicating its willingness to listen without interruption. Having lived for so long, Kurama had never encountered such thrilling gossip. It felt as if all those years had been in vain. Resembling a mere spectator, Madara is said to be dead, yet he is also rumored to be alive. During his battle with Hashirama Senju, he bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and unexpectedly awakened the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto paused, fully aware that Kurama would be astonished. As anticipated, Kurama exclaimed, "What? The old man's eyes, Madara could awaken them?" Indeed, Madara deciphered from the Uchiha clan stone tablet that the Sharingan can evolve over time, ultimately leading to the legendary Rinnegan. This process requires the unique power of the Senju clan, specifically the exceptional abilities of Hashirama Senju. After Madara's Mangekyō Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, with the assistance of a peculiar existence known as Black Zetsu, he learned how to utilize the Ten Tails to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, plunging the entire world into an illusion, thereby achieving true peace in the Shinobi world, nay, nuclear peace. However, after his confrontation with Hashirama, Madara was gravely injured and could not live much longer. Ultimately, he devised a contingency plan, selecting an outstanding Uchiha descendant to inherit his will and name. This individual was none other than Uchiha Obito. As Naruto reached this point, Kurama could not help but interject again. "Wait, Naruto, but as far as I know, this Uchiha Obito was part of Minato's team and was rather mediocre, wasn't he? That guy, Kakashi Hitaki, seemed far more capable than him. How could he be considered outstanding?" "The Sharingan, also known as the eye that reflects the soul," Naruto explained. "The Uchiha clan is both a cursed and uniquely gifted lineage. When an Uchiha member experiences love, gains it, and then loses it, intense emotional stimuli trigger the brain to secrete a special chakra that activates the eyes, resulting in the Sharingan. Emotional stimuli are a necessary condition to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. But those who are influenced by such emotions must possess certain qualifications. In other words, some Uchiha members might not be able to withstand the physical toll of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, even if it were granted to them. Obito was the carefully chosen candidate by Madara himself. Obito was inherently a warm-hearted individual, but under Madara's deliberate manipulations, he witnessed Kakashi kill Rin Nohara, the love of his life. Upon seeing his beloved killed by his closest friend, a furious Obito awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Under Madara's guidance, he chose to follow the same path as the Uchiha, aiming to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world where Rin exists, allowing him to reunite with her in a realm of illusion. Oh, I see. But what about Madara's Rinnegan? Did he pass it on to Obito upon his death? However, his eyes still appeared to be Sharingan. Kurama not only enjoyed the gossip, but even posed questions. The Rinnegan inherently possesses the outer path, Samsara technique. When activated, it summons the King of Hell, allowing him to stand and open his mouth wide to release countless souls of the deceased, restoring them to life. Within a certain range, there exists a technique capable of resurrecting the deceased. The greater the number of individuals brought back to life, the more chakra is consumed, potentially leading to one's own demise through complete exhaustion of chakra. If the resurrected individual happens to be a reincarnated entity, their status is automatically revoked. Uchiha Madara's grand design entailed manipulating Obito into utilizing Edo Tensei to resurrect him, followed by employing the Rinne Rebirth Technique to restore himself, ultimately reclaiming his Rinnegan. His ultimate aim was to gather all tailed beasts, amalgamate them into the Ten Tails, become its Jinchuriki, and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, thereby eradicating all conflict from the Shinobi world. Wait, Naruto, how could Madara be so certain of his resurrection? Did Obito genuinely inherit Madara's will? Is he sincerely striving to resurrect Madara? The Nine Tails, Kurama, seemed to embody a multitude of questions as inquiries flooded his mind. Kurama, refrain from asking everything at once. Certain events have yet to unfold. Some matters, once I am aware of them, I shall endeavor to prevent. Knowing too much can detract from the thrill, don't you think? Naruto replied with a subtle smile. Halting the spoilers. This was also about maintaining the delicate balance of engagement. No, the balance of the tailed beasts. The allure of suspense lay in withholding information, heightening one's curiosity and desire to know more. How infuriating, Naruto, to leave your words hanging. Kurama huffed, turning away in what seemed like a sulk. Very well. Allow me to share a morsel of insight, Kurama. In the future, we shall fight side by side. You and I will become inseparable comrades, as well as friends. Naruto stated earnestly, gazing into Kurama's eyes. Humph, how can I trust the veracity of your words? Kurama retorted, avoiding Naruto's gaze, though his tail wagged with evident delight, betraying his cheerful disposition. Do take your leave, I am weary today. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto turned to depart. At the instant Naruto pivoted, Kurama opened his eyes, calling out, Hey Naruto, what is it, Kurama? Naruto did not look back, leaving behind a striking silhouette. If you need assistance, remember to seek me out. Should you find yourself in dire straits, I wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand, Kurama said with a hint of pride. Understood, consider it your rent, my friend. Naruto waved his hand, vanishing from Kurama's sight. Humph, rent? Who said I was your friend? Kurama grumbled, though the smile on his face was undeniable. Naruto Uzumaki. What a remarkable individual. I look forward to the day we become true friends. Chapter 18. The bloodline of the Senju clan. Is dawn breaking already? No. It seems it was about to break before I fell asleep. Naruto returned to reality from Kurama's consciousness space, awakening his physical form. You're awake. The operation was a success. You are now a girl. His shadow clone jested. Since you're still here, it indicates that no issues have arisen. That is reassuring. Naruto's consciousness gradually emerged from the ethereal realm. Let me see what treasures Kurama has bestowed upon me. Naruto felt an inkling that this time the draw would yield a boon. No, a magnificent reward. Kurama may not have spoken it aloud, but he must have come to accept me. Thus, the reward ought to be exceptional. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned Kurama's acknowledgement. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. The bloodline of the Senju clan. Goodness gracious. System, are you truly expecting me to embody the essence of a bloodline sage? Naruto couldn't help but critique. This reward was not merely good, it was extraordinary, leaving Naruto feeling a tad incredulous. With this reward, he had acquired the formidable bloodlines of the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans, and he pondered if additional bloodlines would follow. If he were to amass 7 bloodlines, could he summon the bloodline sage and fulfill a wish? Critique aside, Naruto swiftly accepted this reward. The characteristics of the Senju clan's bloodline were akin to those of the Uzumaki, yet still distinct. Members of the Senju clan possessed a physique attuned to chakra affinity, allowing them to control chakra with finesse and utilize it more intricately. In the original narrative, Tsunade's prodigious strength and Tobirama's genius in development were rooted in their superlative control over chakra. Even Hashirama's wood release was a product of this mastery. The Senju clan, endowed with vast chakra reserves and excellent control, boasted formidable combat capabilities. Conversely, the development trajectory of the Uzumaki clan diverged significantly, focusing on vitality, adaptability, and mastery of sealing techniques. Undoubtedly, the amalgamation of both bloodlines would yield results surpassing mere addition. Having spent an entire night awake, fatigue was beginning to set in. It was time to return for breakfast and then indulge in a well-deserved nap. As he retracted the 2 shadow clones that had been by his side, Naruto felt an intensified weariness. After all, those clones had been vigilant for quite some time. Currently, Naruto felt akin to someone who had pulled an all-nighter, somewhat alert, yet undeniably exhausted, caught in a state of contradiction. Utilizing the transformation technique, he returned home. His shadow clones at home were enjoying a restful slumber, one sprawled on the bed and the other beneath it, seizing the opportunity while the watching ENBU were distracted. Naruto adeptly dispelled the shadow clones, their disappearance so swift that it left no time for reaction. The 2 clones had rested well, and upon their retraction, Naruto felt a measure of relief wash over him. Wait, have I just stumbled upon a flaw in the shadow clone technique? Naruto mused in astonishment. If I send out a portion of shadow clones to train while another part rests, wouldn't I effectively become a perpetual motion machine? It must be noted that Naruto's notion indeed possessed merit. However, it placed significant demands on the host's mental fortitude. Moreover, Naruto's current growth rate was already remarkable. There was no necessity to rush to such extremes. He had time to wait until the plot formally commenced, at which point he could assess his strength and determine if such an approach was warranted. Even if he were to retrace Naruto's journey, he could ultimately seal Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for the subsequent events in Boruto, that could be addressed later. Obstacles may arise, but they can be surmounted. The journey is to be taken step by step, and meals are to be savored bite by bite. Feigning the demeanor of someone just awakening, Naruto prepared a nutritious meal. Perhaps due to the ongoing fusion of the Senju clan's bloodline, his appetite had notably increased, and he devoured his food with gusto. Fortunately, the nutritional provisions provided by the system were ample. Should they fall short, he could always exploit Hiruzen Sarutobi's resources. After satiating his hunger, Naruto felt an immediate sense of relaxation, yet fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. Given the circumstances, there was no choice but to succumb to sleep. Naruto reclined back onto his bed, pulled the covers snugly around him, and drifted into a deep slumber. What on earth is going on with this kid? He wakes up, eats a meal, and then goes right back to sleep? Moreover, his appetite was several times greater than mine. Kakashi Hitaki, keeping watch nearby, found himself bemused. Nevertheless, it was beneficial for him to rest during his youth, as it would aid in his growth. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, an ANBU appeared beside Kakashi, whispering, "Hitaki Kakashi, the third Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage's office." "Oh, the Hokage seeks me? I shall head there at once." Leaving the situation in the capable hands of the ANBU, Kakashi departed with ease. With Naruto currently at home asleep, it appeared he would remain undisturbed for a while. Time to see what the third Hokage required of him. In a flash, Kakashi vanished from the vicinity of Naruto's home. Soon, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Politely knocking on the door, he subsequently entered. At that moment, the office was not occupied solely by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Seated alongside him were Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root, and two Hokage advisors, Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku. Upon witnessing this assembly, Kakashi instantly discerned that this meeting was of considerable importance. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" Kakashi directly inquired of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Danzo-sama, Kazumi-sama, Shikaku-sama, greetings to you all." He did not forget to extend his salutations to the other three individuals present. "Kakashi, please take a seat. The reason I called you here is to inquire about your observations while ensuring Naruto's safety. What is your impression of him? Do not worry. Feel free to speak candidly." Hiruzen Sarutobi invited Kakashi to sit, his words implying a desire to discuss Naruto's situation. However, with the presence of the three others, it was evident that the matter was more complex. Kakashi contemplated briefly, suspecting that Danzo aimed to exert complete control over the nine tails sealed within Naruto, intending to mold him into a compliant Jinchuriki. Yet, he could not outmaneuver Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, he had allied with the two Hokage advisors, Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku, to inquire about Naruto's circumstances. Nevertheless, these two advisors were also duplicitous, shifting allegiances based on circumstances, making Kakashi's response all the more significant. "Hokage-sama, through my time spent safeguarding Naruto, I have come to realize that he is truly destined to become Hokage. Not only is he kind-hearted and eager to forge friendships, but those who befriend him genuinely cherish him. This child is also grateful, exceptionally thoughtful in his interactions, and possesses high emotional intelligence. Moreover, he has repeatedly declared his aspiration to become Hokage. I believe the will of fire has already taken root within him, and he will undoubtedly grow into a remarkable shinobi who protects Konoha." Kakashi conveyed his honest thoughts. Danzo, dissatisfied, rapped his cane sharply against the floor, retorting, "Kakashi, do not embellish Naruto's character merely because he is the son of your teacher, Minato Namikaze. We have all witnessed the villagers' treatment of him. Under such conditions, how could Naruto possibly remain so magnanimous? I suspect these notions stem solely from your imagination. Danzo, you must not think so poorly of Naruto. Furthermore, Kakashi's words are grounded in truth. Your Root operatives monitoring Naruto must be well aware of his character. You could inquire about their observations," Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, cutting off Danzo. "Humph, let us question them. Summon the Root operative tasked with surveilling Naruto," Danzo demanded, clearly skeptical of Kakashi's assertions. The villagers' attitudes towards Naruto were, after all, influenced by Danzo's own covert machinations. He could not fathom how anyone could emerge unscathed from such an environment. If Naruto exhibited even a hint of dissatisfaction towards the villagers, Danzo would have the perfect pretext to seize him, and with Root's indoctrination, he would gain another Jinchuriki at his disposal. Becoming Hokage would then be within his grasp. The thought caused Danzo's lips to curl upward in a smirk. "Danzo-sama, the Root ninja is highly efficient and has promptly arrived at the Hokage's office." Danzo turned to him and asked, "What can you report? What has been Naruto's recent behavior? Are there any signs of rebellion or intentions to harm the villagers? You must answer truthfully." His intent was clear. He sought any indication of disloyalty that could justify his next course of action. Reporting to you, Danzo-sama. After monitoring Naruto for these past days, we have found no evidence of any desire to betray Konoha. On the contrary, he has been exceedingly magnanimous. And many children from prominent clans are eager to play with him. Among his close friends are Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inuzuka, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akimichi. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could anyone achieve such a feat?" Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and addressed Danzo. "I have long maintained that Naruto is a good child who poses no threat to Konoha." Danzo's frustration was palpable as he shouted at Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, you have plotted against me. How could those clans allow their children to associate with Naruto? This must be your secret orchestration." Unfazed by Danzo's accusations, Hiruzen replied calmly, "Indeed. I did encourage those clan leaders, but I merely suggested they permit their children to interact with Naruto. The friendships they form are entirely a testament to Naruto's own charisma. Surrender this notion, Danzo. I will not relinquish Naruto to you." In the unfolding confrontation, it was evident that Danzo was losing ground. He prided himself on understanding human nature. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Naruto was a reincarnate, possessing an Oscar-worthy talent for deception. Since his rebirth, he had not let his guard down, particularly against petty schemers like Danzo who underestimated him. With the situation seemingly resolved, Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku also chose their sides. Danzo. Since Naruto shows no signs of rebellion, he should be allowed to enroll in the Ninja Academy when it opens, Mito Kazumi proposed. Indeed, Naruto's conduct has garnered our approval. Hence he should be permitted to enter the elite class. This will also benefit our training, Nara Shikaku concurred. Upon hearing this, Kakashi grasped the entirety of the situation. It was clear that Hiruzen Sarutobi had proposed allowing Naruto to attend the Ninja Academy, specifically the elite class, while Danzo opposed it, fearing Naruto might pose a threat to other students. In truth, Danzo sought to bring Naruto into route. If Naruto successfully enrolled in the academy, it would complicate Danzo's plans. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Danzo had to concede that Hiruzen's strategy was indeed more astute. Furthermore, no matter how he calculated, he could not have anticipated that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would remain untainted by the beast's influence. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Naruto's darker thoughts to be amplified in such a hostile environment. Had the Nine-Tails truly changed its nature? Or had Naruto's will grown strong enough to overcome its influence? Or was it possible that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had left behind some hidden safeguard? Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo seethed, striking his cane against the floor in frustration before storming out. Hiruzen Sarutobi, victorious in this exchange, beamed with satisfaction and called out to Danzo's departing figure, "Remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage." This declaration filled Hiruzen with a sense of elation, making him feel rejuvenated. "Well then, Hiruzen, we must take our leave as well. We have other matters to attend to." Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku decided to depart. "Kakashi, please continue to look after Naruto. Bear with it a little longer. Once the Ninja Academy opens, you won't need to monitor him daily. Just check in on him periodically." Hiruzen said kindly to Kakashi, his spirits lifted. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I take my leave." Kakashi responded and exited the Hokage's office, returning to the vicinity of Naruto's home to keep watch over him. In this day's contest, Hiruzen Sarutobi triumphed resoundingly, while Danzo Shimura suffered a crushing defeat. Chapter 19, Sparring with Lee. Upon returning from the Hokage's office, Kakashi gazed out the window, observing Naruto in a peaceful slumber. At first, he merely thought Naruto was experiencing a bout of drowsiness. Little did he know that Naruto would sleep soundly until late into the night. Indeed, throughout the day, Naruto had slumbered for countless hours. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, Kakashi might have doubted the authenticity of this Naruto. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, it appeared that Naruto truly possessed this extraordinary ability to sleep. By the time Naruto awoke, it was already past 10 in the evening. Huh, is it dawn already? Wait, why does it feel like I've slept for so long, yet the sky remains dark? Is it really just past 10? Have I truly slept myself into oblivion? Upon awakening, Naruto realized he had indeed indulged in an unusually lengthy slumber. Even Kakashi, who was keeping watch outside, had succumbed to sleep while awaiting Naruto's awakening. As he felt the changes within his body, Naruto became aware that the bloodlines of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan had successfully merged. Perhaps it was this fusion of bloodlines that contributed to Naruto's extended sleep. With his innate talents, Naruto had already risen to prominence within the world of ninjas. Aside from a select few from the Otsutsuki clan, He could now proudly claim superiority over other ninjas in terms of natural aptitude and potential. However, innate talent is merely the prelude. Strength must be cultivated to be recognized as formidable. Naruto sensed subtle transformations within him, yet he could not pinpoint their exact nature, though he suspected they pertained to chakra. Could it be that he had awakened several new chakra attributes? Naruto inherently possessed wind chakra, while most Senju clan ninjas wielded water and earth chakra. The Uchiha clan typically manifested fire and lightning chakra. Additionally, Naruto bore the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation, suggesting he might also possess yang chakra. These remained mere conjectures. But with the acquisition of chakra testing paper in the future, he would be able to confirm any changes in his chakra attributes. What was certain, however, was that in time, Naruto would undoubtedly attain mastery over all chakra attributes. He believed that as time passed, the system tasks would also yield chakra attributes. For the moment, his priority lay in surveying his surroundings. Kagura's mind-eye activate. Observing that the Umbu presence near his home seemed diminished, he noted that even Kakashi-sensei had fallen asleep. Naruto pondered that this was indeed an opportune moment for an adventure. Utilizing a modest amount of chakra, he created a shadow clone, while he himself transformed into a small insect and flew out. Once he was far from home, he dispelled the transformation technique, resuming the appearance of an ordinary adult. He made his way toward the small grove where he had previously trained. The grove was indeed a fine choice, scarcely frequented by others, and with the hour being late, it was even more deserted. Under the cover of a moonless night, he approached the grove, only to hear a commotion emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a child around his own age training diligently. With a watermelon-shaped haircut, thick eyebrows, and clad in a striking green jumpsuit, it was none other than Rock Lee, often referred to as the hard-working genius among the 12 young talents. 221, 222, 223. Lee was fervently performing squats. Having not yet enrolled in the academy, it meant that he was on the brink of entering the second year. Had the illustrious Might Guy already taken him under his wing for training? Lee's distinctive jumpsuit made it nearly impossible for Naruto to mistake him. Lee was so engrossed in his exercise that he remained oblivious to Naruto's presence until Naruto broke the silence of the night. "Hello, young one. It's quite late. Are you still here training?" Naruto, having transformed into an adult, naturally addressed Lee as young one. "Oh, uncle. Yes, it's late, and you're still awake? Am I disturbing your training?" Lee immediately stood up and bowed in apology upon hearing Naruto's voice. "Not at all. I simply couldn't sleep and decided to take a stroll, only to notice some activity in the grove. My curiosity led me here, and I discovered it was you training," Naruto explained to Lee. "Yes, uncle," Lee replied, having grown tired from his workout. Upon seeing Naruto, he ceased training and sat down on the grass. Naruto joined him, and the two began to converse. "Uncle, do you believe that without the talent for ninjutsu, one cannot become a ninja?" Lee asked earnestly. Naruto pondered this for a moment. "Not at all. If you possess a bloodline, you can easily become a formidable force." However, Naruto refrained from stating this directly. Reflecting on the various powerful figures in Naruto, he acknowledged that Lee's situation was indeed quite rare. Even Might Guy, despite being a master of taijutsu, employed ninjutsu. Yet Lee's case was somewhat unique. He lacked the talent to control chakra for ninjutsu, but did not lack chakra itself, nor was he incapable of utilizing it. If you can excel in a single pursuit, that constitutes success. If you lack the talent for ninjutsu, then embrace taijutsu. If you aspire to be a ninja, this is the path you must take, Naruto responded earnestly. For Lee, options were limited. He could either delve deeply into taijutsu, committing fully to forge his own path, or he could abandon the dream of becoming a ninja altogether. For Lee, there was no true choice. "Uncle, your words resonate with my teacher, Guy-sensei. When he first met me, he asked about my dreams. I told him that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I wished to become a great ninja relying solely on taijutsu." Lee's eyes sparkled as he recounted. Guy had listened without mockery. In a world with geniuses, there must also be those who are not as gifted to highlight the strength of the talented. Yet I still have the opportunity to surpass them through my unique abilities. Lee stood up, gazing at the moon above. That is indeed the essence of hard work, isn't it? When one lacks talent, one must choose to be a diligent genius. Naruto understood the message Lee was conveying. Exactly, uncle. From that moment on, I understood I would become a diligent genius. If I cannot achieve the same results as the talented with the same amount of effort, then I shall exert myself many times over, and eventually, my moment of glory will arrive. Lee's life could have been wholly different had he not encountered Might Guy. Without that encounter, he might have languished in mediocrity, overshadowed by the derision of others. It was through meeting Guy that Lee found a true opportunity for choice and self-affirmation. After your training, remember to have regular health checkups. Neglecting your health while focusing solely on training will inevitably lead to repercussions, Naruto gently advised Lee. As an ordinary citizen without any particularly unique bloodline, Lee could be at risk of developing hidden ailments from years of intense training. While immediate consequences might not be evident, the cumulative effects of such hidden injuries would eventually manifest, with potentially dire outcomes. I am aware of this. Teacher Kai has cautioned me similarly. My training has been meticulously arranged by Teacher Kai, conducted within the limits of my physical capabilities. By the way, sir, are you a ninja? Xiao abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring of Naruto. You could say that, but why do you ask? Naruto naturally refrained from revealing that he was merely a novice who had yet to attend ninja school. Would you be willing to engage in a sparring match with me? It became evident that Xiao harbored such intentions. Given his youth, he sought validation from alternative sources. Merely toiling away in isolation would render it challenging for Xiao to maintain his motivation. If he could glimpse some hope, it would undoubtedly bolster his resolve. Ding. System task initiated. Please achieve victory in your match against Xiao. With the system task now established, Naruto had no reason to decline. Very well. Let me witness the extent of your efforts, and see if you can truly be called a diligent genius. Naruto accepted Xiao challenge. Although he had not yet engaged in numerous battles, his innate talent, derived from his lineage, had already elevated his abilities far beyond that of a mere genin. Having never fought a chunin, it was difficult to ascertain whether he possessed their standard level of skill. Be careful now, I'm coming. At that moment, Xiao was merely practicing basic physical conditioning, as my guy had yet to formally teach him any techniques. Thus, Xiao's assault was quite rudimentary. He stepped forward and delivered a straightforward punch aimed directly at Naruto's face. Naruto's reflexes were sharp. He anticipated Xiao's movement and met his punch head-on. Upon feeling his fist caught by Naruto, Xiao attempted to wrench free from Naruto's grip, only to realize that Naruto's strength was astonishingly formidable. Is this the power of an adult? Xiao merely attributed this strength to the disparity in their ages. Unable to break free, he resolved to devise another strategy. Xiao relinquished his attempt to escape Naruto's grasp and instead redirected his momentum. He executed a sweeping kick aimed at Naruto's lower body. Should Naruto choose not to evade, he would have to withstand this low kick. Such trivial tricks will not triumph over me. Naruto sensed a wellspring of latent power within him, feeling capable of achieving even greater feats. Grasping Xiao's fist, he exerted a sudden force, lifting Xiao off the ground and slamming him down with great impact. Xiao was taken aback, having not anticipated that Naruto's physical prowess would be so overwhelming before even encountering his leg technique. He was lifted and tossed aside with ease. From this exchange, it was evident that Naruto's strength surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. Xiao pondered whether this elder might indeed be a legendary jonin, as formidable as Teacher Kai. Noticing Xiao seemingly lost in thought, Naruto showed no mercy. He charged forward and delivered a straight punch aimed squarely at Xiao's face. As Xiao regained his focus, he realized Naruto's fist was mere inches from him, prompting him to shout, "Uncle, I surrender." Upon hearing Xiao's words, Naruto halted his punch. Even had Xiao not declared his surrender, Naruto would not have allowed the strike to land. If it had, Xiao might have required cosmetic surgery for his face. "Uncle, you are incredibly strong. Are you a ninja specializing in taijutsu? Might you be a jonin?" Xiao asked Naruto earnestly. "No, I only practice taijutsu occasionally. Most of my time is devoted to ninjutsu training." Upon hearing that Naruto was not exclusively a taijutsu specialist, yet managed to defeat him effortlessly, Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him. His head drooped in disappointment. Seeing Xiao so disheartened, Naruto felt a pang of compassion and reassured him. "However, your current taijutsu is already significantly superior to that of your peers. If you continue to persevere, you will undoubtedly become a ninja, even if it is solely through taijutsu." Naruto refrained from appending any qualifiers before ninja, simply conveying to Xiao that one could indeed become a ninja relying solely on taijutsu. As for becoming an exceptional ninja, that would depend on his mastery of taijutsu. Upon hearing Naruto's encouragement, Xiao felt revitalized. He bowed deeply to Naruto. "Thank you immensely for your guidance, uncle. May I inquire about your name?" Xiao gazed at Naruto with sincerity. "The name is inconsequential. We are all from Konoha. When you officially become a ninja, perhaps we will have the opportunity to meet again." Naruto chose to deflect the question. Revealing his name carried the risk of exposure. "Uncle, are you leaving?" Xiao sensed that Naruto was preparing to depart. "Indeed, it is getting late, and I must return to rest. You two should retire early." I advise you that while establishing a solid foundation is crucial, it is equally important to rest well during your growth phase. With that, Naruto prepared to take his leave. Uncle, until we meet again, Shaoli called out as Naruto's figure swiftly vanished from his sight. Following this, Shaoli ceased his training, heeding Naruto's advice and resolved to return home to rest. Tomorrow, he would resume his training, for strength is not achieved overnight. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. As long as I continue to strive, surely one day I shall become a diligent genius. Chapter 20, An Unexpected Encounter with a Spy. As Naruto walked the path home, he reflected, alas, poor Shaoli, I hope that in this lifetime, he can realize his dreams. If he can unlock more than 6 gates of the 8 gates, he could become a remarkably powerful ninja. However, having occupied my training ground, I shall settle this debt with you in due time. For now, I shall let you be. Poor child, let us see what treasures you may bring me. Shaoli. Naruto accessed the system to review the rewards he had garnered. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and emerged victorious in your battle against Shaoli. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the complete manual of Konoha's basic taijutsu. Hey, system, are you mistaken? With my current chakra levels and physical strength, I should be granted some ninjutsu to learn. I barely know a handful of powerful ninjutsu. I'm wasting my considerable chakra. The complete manual of Konoha's basic taijutsu may be useful, but it is also somewhat lacking. These include Konoha Hurricane, a combination of upper and lower kicks executed in succession. Konoha Gale, a powerful backspinning kick delivered with remarkable speed. Konoha Raging Wind, a downward rotating kick. Konoha Great Hurricane, initiated with a lower kick, transitioning to a high-speed upper kick, concluding with a heel strike. Konoha Rising Wind, propelling the opponent into the air and executing a spinning kick, similar to the Lion's Barrage. Most importantly, the ultimate secret of Konoha's taijutsu, the 1,000 Years of Pain. A plethora of basic taijutsu techniques flooded into Naruto's mind. Previously, he had relied solely on his physical strength in battle and had scarcely practiced any so-called taijutsu, yet he had still easily overwhelmed Shaoli. Had Naruto learned these techniques, Shaoli might not even have been able to approach him. These taijutsu techniques do hold some value. Better than nothing, I suppose. Naruto initially intended to head to the other side of the grove for training, distancing himself from Shaoli. After all, his method of training through shadow clones was rather unconventional. Should any ninjas from Konoha discover him, they would undoubtedly report it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had no desire to be besieged by a throng of Konoha ninjas. If his identity were to be revealed, it would spell trouble. As he walked, Naruto suddenly noticed what seemed to be voices of conversation emanating from the other side of the forest. It is quite late, and in such a secluded place. There must be something amiss. Naruto concealed himself within a small thicket, swiftly forming hand signs. Kagura's mind's eye activate. Under the influence of Kagura's mind's eye, he could distinctly perceive that 2 middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. The mind's eye also allowed him to observe their chakra levels, which indicated that both individuals possessed the strength of Chunin. What could be the matter? Why has it taken so long for me to receive this information? One of the men inquired. Well, you know as well as I do, the ninjas from Konoha frequently patrol the area. Gathering intelligence is inherently challenging, and ensuring its successful transmission is even more troublesome. Konoha is teeming with ninjas, including the Umbu, Root, and numerous clan members who roam the streets. At night, the Uchiha clan's Konoha police patrols, and a careless mistake could easily reveal one's chakra. All right, I understand your predicament. Just ensure you haven't been followed, the other man interrupted, cautiously asking. Rest assured, aside from my other abilities, my counter-tracking skills were top-notch back in the village. I have complete faith in your abilities. Now, quickly hand over the information. Word has reached the village that Konoha's security has tightened recently. The next transmission will have to be a month from now. At the same time, remember, if you exceed the agreed-upon time, I will wait another month. If no news arrives in 2 months, the village will assume you have been captured. All right, the information is all here. Spare me your curses, I am already aware of this. Take the intel and leave quickly. Delay could spell trouble. One of the men produced a scroll from his pocket, preparing to hand it over to the other. Naruto had overheard their entire conversation, understanding that these were spies dispatched from another ninja village to Konoha for reconnaissance. However, should he intervene? Ignoring them might not have any repercussions. Betraying Konoha would harm Sarutobi Hiruzen, but what concern is it of mine, Uzumaki Naruto? My allowances will remain unaffected. My ramen will continue to be served, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will still dutifully pay me. With this thought, Naruto resolved to quietly depart, avoiding unnecessary complications. Ding. System task issued. Please eliminate the 2 spies and retrieve the intelligence scroll. Just as Naruto was about to move, the system chose that moment to assert its presence. Fine. It seems I have no choice but to act. Since the system has issued a task, for the sake of rewards, Naruto had to comply. This first battle as Naruto in this world must be executed spectacularly. He utilized the transformation technique to assume the appearance of a passerby he had spotted by the roadside. Quietly creating a shadow clone, he instructed it to transform into a small rabbit and hop into the nearby thicket, making a faint noise. Who is there? The 2 men, now on high alert, instinctively turned towards the sound. Simultaneously, they withdrew kunai from their weapon pouches. Exchanging glances, one of them slowly hurled the kunai. The rabbit, transformed from Naruto's shadow clone, darted from the bushes, bounding away in a frantic escape. What a fright. I thought we were discovered. Indeed, we startled ourselves. The tension in both men's nerves dissipated in an instant. The rabbit, animated and agile due to the transformation technique, successfully captured the spy's attention. After the brief moment of heightened alertness, the 2 men relaxed, oblivious to the fact that this was all part of Naruto's scheme. In the fleeting moment of distraction, Naruto's real body surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, silently closing in on them. His form blended seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. And with the combined bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju clans, Naruto's speed was remarkable. Although the spies had let down their guard, Naruto's swift movements did produce slight sounds. Years of experience prompted them to react instantly upon sensing something amiss. They quickly turned, kunai prepared for throwing. However, Naruto was faster. His body erupted with astonishing power, delivering a Konoha whirlwind kick to one of them. The force behind the kick was immense, and its speed left little room for reaction. The spy barely managed to raise his arm in defense before being sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree. The other spy immediately recognized the severity of the situation. With no time to check on his comrade, self-preservation took precedence. If he couldn't defeat Naruto, he would need to find a way to escape with the scroll. Such is the life of a ninja, where the completion of the mission reigns supreme. He swiftly retreated, drawing a shuriken from his weapon pouch, preparing to counterattack. Yet, he faced Naruto, a ninja endowed with formidable chakra and taijutsu. Naruto offered him no opportunity. His form vanished in a blur of high-speed movement, reappearing behind the spy in an instant. With a Konoha gale palm, he struck fiercely at the back of the opponent's neck. The spy didn't even have time to utter a sound before collapsing limply to the ground. Naruto stood amidst the 2 incapacitated spies, meticulously assessing their conditions. It appeared that his strength had been excessive, rendering them unconscious. He quickly searched their bodies, locating the scroll containing the intelligence. Placing the scroll within the system, he intended to examine its contents upon returning. As for submitting it to Konoha, why should he return something he had rightfully seized? This information is his to peruse. Just as he prepared to leave, an intense surge of chakra caught his attention. Could it be another formidable presence? Chapter 21, Another Formidable Presence. He immediately became alert, fully activating Kagura's mind's eye to sense his surroundings. Are you a ninja from Konoha's Anbu? No, wait, you're not clad in Anbu attire. Perhaps you're a passing ninja? I never imagined you could eliminate our village's ninjas so swiftly. A deep voice emerged from the shadows of the forest. Naruto turned to see a figure clad in black, face concealed, slowly emerging. This individual appeared far more formidable than the previous 2, equipped with far superior gear, clearly suited for infiltrating a ninja village. It was evident he was a serious opponent. Naruto discreetly utilized Kagura's mind's eye to gauge this newly arrived ninja, noting that his chakra was indeed stronger than that of the earlier spies. However, he had yet to reach the level of Jonin, perhaps an elite Chunin? Which ninja village do you hail from? Naruto inquired. This was merely a tactic to lower his opponent's guard, knowing full well that Naruto possessed the ability of Ditto Mouth, which could induce an instinctive trust in his words. Simultaneously, he began accumulating chakra, ready to respond to any potential attack. The identity of my ninja village is of little importance. What matters is the intelligence you possess. I must take it with me. Since you have encountered me, you cannot be allowed to leave with that information. The black-clad ninja stated coldly. Naruto understood that this individual was stronger than the last. Yet, his own strength should not be underestimated. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt his chakra begin to circulate, gradually enveloping his body in a faint glow. Then let us see if you possess the capability. Naruto's voice rang out, firm and resolute. The cloaked ninja uttered no further words. His form abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Naruto in the next instant. Clutched firmly in his hand was a razor-sharp kunai, aimed directly at Naruto's heart. Reacting with astonishing swiftness, Naruto tilted his body slightly, narrowly evading the potentially fatal strike. Simultaneously, his fist coiled with intent, feigning an assault while his legs were already in motion, delivering a fierce leaf hurricane straight into the ninja's abdomen. This was a ruse. The dark-clad ninja clearly did not anticipate Naruto's remarkable reflexes, and while evading his attack, Naruto had the presence of mind to launch a feint. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet he rose swiftly, an icy malice gleaming in his eyes. Your prowess indeed exceeds my expectations. You are formidable. Are you perhaps a ninja sent to capture us? The black-clad ninja inquired, his tone tinged with skepticism. Naruto remained silent, aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. He was not one to answer every question posed. Once again, his body surged forth with incredible speed, launching a relentless assault upon the dark ninja. The clash of their bodies echoed through the forest as they engaged in a fierce duel. Naruto's taijutsu was undeniably powerful, his physical strength formidable. Although the black-clad ninja's physical capabilities paled in comparison to Naruto's, his agility was exceptional, complemented by extensive combat experience. Each of his attacks was imbued with lethal intent, and every dodge was executed with pinpoint accuracy. The battle wore on, the dark ninja's stamina rapidly depleting, while Naruto, bolstered by his potent lineage, displayed an indomitable spirit. Showing no signs of fatigue, realizing he needed to conclude this skirmish swiftly, the black-clad ninja began to search for Naruto's vulnerabilities, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. If taijutsu would not suffice, then it was time to resort to ninjutsu. At that moment, the ninja retreated, fingers deftly forming hand seals. Naruto sensed a surge of formidable chakra and immediately understood that his opponent, unable to match him in taijutsu, was preparing for a ninjutsu ambush. Without hesitation, Naruto's form vanished from sight, reappearing behind the black-clad ninja, kunai poised to pierce his vital points. However, the ninja's hand seals were completed with surprising alacrity. Wind release, great breakthrough, he exclaimed, unleashing a tempestuous gale directed at Naruto. Noting that the ninjutsu was merely a C-rank technique, Naruto dismissed it with ease, evading the wind with his superior speed. The commotion of their battle had attracted attention, and in Naruto's keen perception, he sensed other ninjas approaching rapidly. It appeared that a swift resolution was imperative. Since you have resorted to ninjutsu, I shall not hold back, Naruto declared, rapidly forming seals with his hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones materialized. How is this possible? The sheer number of shadow clones. Where do you acquire such chakra? Typically, no ordinary ninja could manage this. Could you be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure? The black-clad ninja was taken aback, realizing that such a vast reservoir of chakra could only belong to a tailed beast host. Correct, but you shall receive no rewards for your deduction. Prepare to face my technique, Konoha's Great Barrage. Naruto initially considered naming it Vortex Naruto's hundreds of barges, but found it somewhat foolish, opting instead for a name that suited the sheer numbers involved in this assault. The black-clad ninja sensed an overwhelming sense of danger at the sight of hundreds of Naruto's clones. Instinctively, his body reacted. What a ridiculous mission. In this situation, victory appears utterly hopeless. To act in the face of certain defeat is true folly. He resolved to make his escape. Naruto, discerning the ninja's intent, smirked. Do you think you can run away? His clones surged forth, exploding with astonishing speed as they pursued the black-clad ninja. They closed the distance in an instant. The ninja, caught off guard by the clone's unexpected velocity, was struck by a barrage of leaf-rising winds, sending him soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto executed a rapid spin mid-air, delivering a powerful barrage that struck the black-clad ninja with tremendous force. The ninja's body was sent careening through the air, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Sensing the imminent arrival of other ninjas, Naruto hastily rifled through the black-clad ninja's belongings, discovering several ninja scrolls, which he promptly stored within his system. Aware of the existence of specialized interrogation ninjas in Konoha, he knew that his identity must remain concealed. Gathering a few kunai, he swiftly plunged them into the heads of the fallen ninjas, vigorously stirring their brains. I refuse to believe you can extract any information from these corpses. Having executed a transformation technique, he altered his appearance. Although fatigue weighed on his body, his spirit soared. He recognized that, despite the challenges faced in this battle, he had ultimately triumphed. This encounter marked his first real combat experience since arriving in the world of Naruto, and he felt he had performed admirably. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding ENBU remained oblivious, Naruto returned to his quarters. Through this confrontation, he gained insight into his own shortcomings. While his innate talent was exceptional, with impressive physical capabilities, he recognized a deficiency in technique. At times, enhancing his battle skills would enable him to inflict considerable damage with ease. Though Konoha's foundational taijutsu was formidable, it lacked the lethality required to end a fight swiftly, often prolonging battles unnecessarily. Moreover, he realized he had been overly anxious during combat, his lack of experience evident. He had even forgotten about his Sharingan. Had he activated it earlier, even a single tomo would have significantly augmented his combat effectiveness. Let us see what intelligence this scroll contains. Naruto retrieved an intelligence scroll from his system, meticulously perusing its contents. Upon completion, he felt that the deaths of these ninjas were somewhat wasteful. The information was trivial to Konoha, mere trifles. Yet some details were indeed challenging for other ninja villages to ascertain. He also acquired several ninja scrolls from the fallen, discovering they contained a significant amount of currency, several thousand, equating to nearly the sum of his relief funds accrued over the past few months. The documents indicated they likely belonged to the Sand Village. Additionally, he found 2 ninjutsu techniques he currently lacked: the C-rank Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and the C-rank Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Though merely 2 C-rank techniques, they were certainly preferable to having none at all. As night deepened, Naruto lay in bed, his thoughts drifting far away. He pondered Lee, recalling their battles and Lee's dreams. He understood that both he and Lee were dreamers. Though their paths diverged, their goals aligned, to become exceptional ninjas. Compared to Lee, he considered himself fortunate, possessing both lineage and a system. Speaking of Lee, he's getting a bit too close to that grove, he mused. However, given the tendencies of Konoha ninjas, it was unlikely Lee would be implicated in this matter. A brief inquiry would likely clear him of any suspicion, especially since he was now a student of Might Guy, affording him some degree of standing within Konoha. Reflecting once again on the battle of the day, Naruto mused that his capabilities should have effortlessly secured victory over his opponent. However, he recognized that practical experience can only be honed through repeated encounters. Indeed, the road ahead is long and arduous. Following the events of Chapter 22, Naruto, having endured the fierce clash yesterday, found himself utterly fatigued. Yet, his body had fully acclimated to his bloodline, and with the enhancement of the 3 great bloodlines, Naruto's recuperative abilities had reached astonishing levels. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, he felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with energy. Oh, the beauty of youth. Everything seems to fade away after a mere night's rest. System, what rewards await me? He wondered. No wonder Naruto felt a lingering sense of forgetfulness. He had been so exhausted that he collapsed into bed without a second thought. It was only upon waking that he remembered he had yet to claim his system rewards. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating 2 spies and reclaiming the intelligence scroll. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the perfect beautiful eyes. Perfect beautiful eyes, when carried by the host. The changes in their eyes will remain imperceptible to the outside world. What a splendid reward indeed. At that moment, Naruto recalled that during the battle, he hadn't entirely forgotten about the Sharingan. Rather, he had hesitated to utilize it due to certain apprehensions. Undoubtedly, the Sharingan is immensely powerful and could provide significant assistance to Naruto in combat. Now, with the perfect beautiful eyes, he could seamlessly switch to the Sharingan whenever he pleased. If he were to acquire other ocular techniques in the future, could he not also interchange them freely? Imagining a scenario where he possessed the Rinnegan in his left eye, the Tensegan in his right, and perhaps an additional eye on his forehead, he could activate whichever ocular ability he desired. The scene shifted back to the previous night. Hurry up. The commotion in the grove is considerable. It is highly likely that foreign ninja spies have infiltrated Konoha. Following the sounds of battle emanating from the grove, the patrolling Umbu swiftly issued a notification, summoning nearby members to converge. The Umbu Shinobi gathered rapidly, their movements as silent as shadows in the night. They traversed the streets of Konoha, heading toward the grove with speed and precision. Upon arrival, they immediately dispersed to conduct a meticulous search of the area, ensuring no clues were overlooked. Deep within the grove, the Umbu ninjas discovered 3 corpses, one clad in Konoha attire, likely a spy hidden within the village. The other 2 bodies bore normal garb, revealing no discernible affiliation to any ninja village, while the last was dressed in black. All 3 displayed clear signs of battle. Evidently, these corpses belonged to foreign ninja spies, their heads having suffered fatal blows, rendering their cranial structures unrecognizable. Beyond the obvious intelligence gleaned, the Umbu ninjas thoroughly searched the bodies, yet found no further pertinent information. Captain, These corpses bear no intelligence. It seems they have been thoroughly searched. Moreover, it appears the assailants were aware of our interrogation department's capability to extract information from the brain, as their cranial matter has been completely obliterated, leaving us with no means to gather intelligence. One of the Umbu reported to their commanding officer. This rendered them unable to extract any information through interrogation. Broaden the search perimeter. We must seek out any suspicious items in the vicinity. Yes. Upon receiving the command, all Umbu dispersed instantly, expanding their search area, determined to uncover any shred of evidence. A short distance from the corpses, within the nearby grove, the Umbu ninjas encountered Rock Lee, who was panting heavily, sporting several minor injuries as he diligently trained. Who are you? What are you doing here so late? One of the Umbu inquired of Lee. Nervous under the scrutiny of the Umbu, Lee stammered, I am Rock Lee, a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. I am here for physical training, employing methods taught to me by my sensei, Guy Sensei. His full name is Might Guy, a formidable jonin of Konoha. After a brief inquiry, the Umbu concluded that he was merely a student and unlikely to be directly involved in the espionage incident, allowing him to leave. They transported the 3 corpses back to Konoha's interrogation department, hoping to extract some clues from the bodies. Even the captain of the interrogation department, the elite Jonin Marino Ibiki, took matters into his own hands. However, due to the damage inflicted on the brains, they were unable to procure any useful information. Subsequently, the Umbu reported this situation to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. A seasoned leader, Hiruzen pondered the report from his subordinates. He soon realized that this could be a premeditated infiltration by enemy village ninjas. These spies might have been engaged in a covert operation or during an intelligence exchange when they were intercepted by Konoha ninjas and subsequently defeated in a fierce battle. Furthermore, 2 of the ninjas possessed Chunin-level strength, likely the primary operatives involved in the intelligence exchange, while the 3rd, an elite Chunin, probably served as their escort. To successfully confront and overpower 3 Chunin, one would need to possess Jonin-level prowess, and based on the time it took for the Umbu to arrive on the scene, this Jonin strength was likely formidable. The lack of traces left behind was rather peculiar. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Hiruzen inquired, Did you find anything particularly unusual on the corpses? Report, Hokage-sama. From the bodies, we could only discern signs of taijutsu attacks. The marks suggest they were likely defeated by Konoha's basic taijutsu, indicating that the one who vanquished them was a ninja skilled in our village's martial arts. Ibiki conveyed his observations and deductions. Hokage-sama, there are traces of wind-release ninjutsu at the scene. We suspect this was unleashed by the ninja clad in black. Aside from this, we have found nothing else, an Umbu added. Proficient in Konoha's fundamental taijutsu and possessing Jonin-level strength. Could it be him? Summon Might Guy for me. Hiruzen commanded one of the Umbu. Currently, the only individual who could match this description was Might Guy, the only one left who was renowned as Konoha's strongest taijutsu user. Aside from the late Might Due. Hokage-sama, you summon me? Guy soon arrived at the Hokage's office, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen. Guy, I trust you are aware of the situation at hand. Were you involved in this incident? Hiruzen posed the question directly. No, it was not me, Hokage-sama. At that time, I was dining at a restaurant on the streets of Konoha, and the proprietor can vouch for my whereabouts. However, my student Lee mentioned he encountered a Konoha ninja nearby during his training. This ninja, reportedly, was not very adept at taijutsu. After a brief sparring session, this Konoha ninja offered some guidance to my student. However, he did not provide a name, making it likely that this unknown Konoha ninja was the one who thwarted the spies. I've instructed the Umbu to create a sketch based on Lee's description, which should be ready shortly, Guy replied. Is that so? Then we shall wait a little longer, Hiruzen responded. Before long, the Umbu responsible for sketches presented the image of the ninja. Upon comparison, it turned out the individual resembled a snack vendor on the streets of Konoha. Evidently not a ninja. It seems a ninja had employed transformation techniques to assume the guise of this vendor in order to intercept the spies. Thus, the trail of clues came to a standstill. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly summoned Hatake Kakashi to inquire about Naruto's condition. Kakashi, the village has been rather unsettled lately. How is Naruto faring? Hiruzen asked kindly. Kakashi, who watched over Naruto daily, was well acquainted with his situation. Lord Hokage, he replied, Naruto's recent behavior has been entirely normal, with no signs of any abnormality. The only notable change is that he seems to be going through a growth spurt. His appetite has become remarkably large, and he primarily alternates between eating and sleeping. I see, Hiruzen mused. It appears that young Naruto is indeed growing. We must ensure his nutrition is adequate. I shall send him some money soon so he can eat his fill. Hiruzen often received the ramen bills from the hand-pulled noodle shop, and upon learning they were for Naruto, he chose not to comment. Having once divided Minato's inheritance, the funds he acquired far surpassed these expenses. So inviting Naruto back wasn't a burden. Hiruzen nodded, satisfied with Kakashi's report. He was aware of Naruto's unique lineage. The Uzumaki clan possessed an extraordinarily resilient constitution, endowed with formidable vitality. This might explain his increased appetite, as the bloodline of the Uzumaki could be awakening within him. Kakashi, you must intensify your supervision of Naruto to ensure he does not stray down the wrong path. Concurrently, we must remain vigilant to prevent similar incidents from recurring. Hiruzen stated with gravity. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that as a ninja, safeguarding the village's security was his duty. Protecting Naruto's growth was also part of that responsibility. After sending Kakashi back to continue caring for Naruto, Hiruzen remained troubled by the recent espionage incident, as it suggested an unknown threat loomed over Konoha. The existence of a highly skilled taijutsu practitioner, yet to reveal their ninjutsu capabilities, was a source of ongoing concern. Ultimately, the espionage attack incident was left unresolved. However, Hiruzen swiftly ordered an increase in patrols within the village to ensure that such occurrences would not repeat. Chapter 23. Rapid growth of strength amidst the morning mist of Konoha. Patrolling ninjas glided through the streets like phantoms, their footsteps light and swift, leaving no trace. Following the escalation of the espionage incident, every corner of the village was under stringent surveillance, including the often overlooked, secluded alleys, now shrouded in the watchful eyes of Umbu ninjas. Captain, is it truly necessary to monitor these minor corners? Hardly anyone comes here. A newly inducted Umbu ninja couldn't help but grumble to his superior. Silence. The location where the incident occurred was also thought to be deserted until it was not, the Umbu captain replied, his gaze revealing vigilance and resolve. An event has transpired. We can only do what we can to minimize the recurrence of such incidents. Simultaneously, members of the Uchiha clan's security team were particularly busy in light of this incident. Their figures frequently emerged under the cloak of night, with every clan member mobilized to participate in patrols and investigations. Due to the espionage event, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally approached the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to express his desire for the Uchiha to bolster their patrols in safeguarding the village's security. Historically, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had been strained, with dissenting voices even emerging within the clan. As the leader, Fugaku could not allow his kin to march towards their demise. This task presented a golden opportunity to mend the Uchiha's rapport with the villagers of Konoha, and Fugaku readily acquiesced. However, this sudden assignment disrupted the daily lives of the Uchiha clan members in the village, replacing their previously tranquil routines with the tension of incessant patrols. Some Uchiha began to voice their grievances, feeling fatigued and dissatisfied with this abrupt change, believing they were being exploited for the village's unfounded concerns over the espionage incident. Yet, the more peace-loving members of the Uchiha clan silently accepted their responsibilities, understanding that diligent patrols could help restore their clan's tarnished reputation among the villagers. In such a tense atmosphere, Naruto's friends found themselves confined to their homes. The parents from the prominent clans, more acutely aware of the implications of the incident than ordinary villagers, were particularly concerned for their children's safety. Not only was there the espionage incident, but there also lurked within Konoha an undiscovered elite taijutsu master of at least Jonin caliber, with not a single clue uncovered. Their parents forbade them from venturing outside, allowing them to play only once the storm had settled. I want to go find Naruto to play. Don't you agree, Akamaru? Inuzuka Kiba rolled around on the floor at home, and even the usually obedient Akamaru barked in agreement. What is Naruto doing now? Yamanaka Ino pondered while helping to tend to her family's flower shop, daydreaming about what Naruto could be up to. So delicious, so very delicious. Has Naruto eaten yet? Next time, I must surpass him and eat even more. Nara Shikamaru, meanwhile, found the situation quite bothersome. How convenient it is to stay indoors. I truly dislike going out. It was a common sentiment among friends, as some rejoiced while others lamented in light of the espionage incident. Alone at home, Naruto found himself with little to occupy his time. The espionage incident limited his freedom of movement. He could no longer roam the village as he once did. The Umbu tasked with monitoring him had multiplied, their presence more about ensuring his safety in light of recent events. The safety of the Jinchuriki remained paramount. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from sneaking out each night to train in more secluded areas. To ensure his safety, he had to employ the shadow clone technique while activating the Kage Shintenshin to scout for any potential watchers, ensuring his clandestine training remained undiscovered. During this period, Free from interruptions, Naruto dedicated himself wholly to his training. He began with a period of taijutsu practice, solidifying his foundational skills. He understood that as a ninja, possessing formidable taijutsu was indispensable. I may not need it in battle, but I cannot afford to be incapable. His physique grew stronger through rigorous training. Each punch and kick imbued with power. His movements became swifter and more precise, his reflexes sharper. In sparring with his shadow clones, he continually pushed his limits. Each fall only strengthened his resolve to rise and continue fighting. After a significant period of taijutsu training, Naruto's proficiency reached commendable levels. Subsequently, he embarked on the study of ninjutsu. Naruto began to master his newly acquired techniques, the C-rank wind release, great breakthrough, and the C-rank fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. With his formidable talent and the assistance of the multi-shadow clone technique, he learned both jutsu with relative ease, consuming little time. Moreover, he discovered that by infusing more chakra into these techniques, their power could rival that of B-rank jutsu. No wonder, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara wielded a B-rank fire release technique, the Great Fireball technique. Expelling a vast expanse of flames akin to the ocean, the power rivaled that of S-rank ninjutsu. The Ninja Alliance, depleting the strength of over 20 mist ninjas, could only withstand Obito's great fire destruction through the simultaneous deployment of a water barrier. The immense chakra reserves indeed granted one the liberty to wield formidable power. This revelation provided Naruto with a plethora of options and variations in combat. He commenced the endeavor to amalgamate these two ninjutsu, aspiring to forge a novel offensive technique. As the adage goes, fire borrows the wind's might. A judicious allocation of chakra could exponentially amplify the potency of his combined ninjutsu, rendering his assaults increasingly unpredictable and versatile. Upon mastering the ninjutsu, Naruto discerned a void in his repertoire, a lack of a high-impact technique capable of delivering a decisive blow. He recalled his signature move from the original narrative, the Rasengan. This technique, conceived by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, drawing inspiration from the tailed beast bomb, is renowned for its formidable power and distinctive shape. As the thought of learning the Rasengan crossed his mind, a notification chimed. Ding, system task activated. Please, host, successfully learn the Rasengan. The Rasengan was precisely what Naruto desired to master, and the prospect of an additional task reward filled him with delight. The Rasengan, a technique that requires no hand seals, can be executed with one hand, two hands, or even three. The essence remains unchanged, merely reflecting the caster's proficiency in chakra control. The fourth Hokage, Kakashi, and Jiraiya could unleash it with a single hand. In the original tale, Naruto's initial control was rather feeble, necessitating assistance from others, namely his shadow clones. It appeared that employing more hands facilitated chakra gathering, thus amplifying the Rasengan's potency. As a novice, akin to the Naruto of the original narrative, he needed both hands to initiate the technique. One hand poised to gather the chakra sphere, while the other incessantly pressed and rolled against it, simultaneously releasing chakra until a chakra sphere was formed. Subsequently, with enhanced chakra control, he could achieve the technique using a single hand, maintaining and sculpting the chakra. To master the Rasengan, Naruto's training was divided into 3 phases. The first phase involved releasing chakra from a specific part of his body, such as his foot or hand, a lesson imparted by Kakashi, which they successfully grasped. The second phase required a sustained release of a certain amount of chakra, representing an advancement from the first phase. The third phase entailed practicing with a water balloon, maintaining the released chakra and materializing it until the balloon was burst. Upon completion of this phase, the Rasengan could inflict damage, albeit only superficial. The final phase required the integration of all preceding elements, concentrating chakra in his hand, continuously releasing and maintaining it, ultimately solidifying it into a miniature typhoon. This technique would manifest with tremendous power, capable of inflicting substantial surface damage while penetrating the enemy's body to wreak internal havoc. However, the Rasengan possessed a drawback. It could only strike in a straight line. Yet, it also had a significant advantage. The chakra consumption was minimal, and the more chakra infused, the greater the devastation. Following the methods recalled from his memory, Naruto procured the requisite materials and embarked on his Rasengan training. This endeavor proved challenging, demanding exceptional control and meticulous manipulation of chakra. Blessed with remarkable talent and free from the Nine-Tails interference, Naruto's training progressed favorably. After countless attempts, failures, and relentless retries with his shadow clones, their palms became swollen and red from the rapid chakra rotation, yet they persevered. After each setback, Naruto meticulously reflected on the reasons for failure, adjusting his approach and trying anew. After innumerable trials and tribulations, he had lost count of the number of shadow clones he had created. Yet, he finally sensed a breakthrough. Here it comes, the sensation is upon me. My Rasengan is about to reach fruition. Naruto felt a surge of exhilaration as he perceived the chakra in his hand stabilizing into a rapid spin, tightening until it achieved an almost perfect spiral. He successfully generated a small Rasengan, albeit its power was not yet on par with that of the fourth Hokage, attributed to his current experimentation phase and insufficient chakra infusion. Upon successfully executing the Rasengan, Naruto did not hasten to rest. He understood that one must strike while the iron is hot. Thus, he continued training, striving to enhance the Rasengan's potency and stability. His shadow clones mirrored his efforts, with waves of them dissipating and re-emerging. Naruto's experience grew richer, and his mastery of this technique became increasingly adept. As time unfolded, he grew proficient in the Rasengan, able to wield this powerful ninjutsu at will. Now, he no longer required the assistance of shadow clones to execute the Rasengan as he had in the original tale. Whenever he desired, chakra could swiftly coalesce in his hand, forming a sphere in an instant. With Naruto's continual chakra infusion, the sphere expanded in size. Although classified as an A-rank technique, its destructive capability far surpassed mere A-rank standards. As Naruto's strength escalated, so did his confidence. In a few years, he would dominate the ninja world. Through this period of rigorous training, Naruto matured and became more composed. As time gradually passed, and with the espionage incidents subsiding, Konoha village regained its former tranquility. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet everything was subtly transforming. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Successfully trained in the Rasengan. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired. Hyuga clan bloodline. Naruto felt a swell of satisfaction. With another bloodline added, I could gather enough to play mahjong within my veins. Yet, amidst his elation, a flicker of doubt arose. System, I have a question. Now that I possess both the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines, if I were to obtain both the Byakugan and Sharingan, would they conflict, or would I merely be able to switch between them? Naruto posed his inquiry. Response to host. As long as the bloodlines within the host fully merge, the host's eyes will also integrate. Should the host wish, they can activate the Byakugan while simultaneously enabling the Sharingan. Furthermore, once the host acquires the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, both can be activated concurrently. The host will retain the unique abilities of each activated eye. By the beans, system, do you truly want me to be invincible? After acquiring the Hyuga bloodline, Naruto stealthily returned home for some much-needed rest. Each time he obtained a new bloodline, his body required a period for integration. I'm used to this. Time to sleep. Chapter 24, Journey to the Ninja Academy. Awakening from his slumber, Naruto Uzumaki lay peacefully in bed, his breaths deep and steady. Last night, the Hyuga bloodline had undergone profound integration with the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju bloodlines within him. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power coursing through his veins. Upon awakening, he sensed an amplification of strength, as if a new force flowed within his blood. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing Naruto's face in its warm glow. Standing before the mirror, he focused intently, attuning himself to the newly integrated bloodlines. In an instant, his pupils transformed, and the Byakugan unfurled within his gaze, reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's ninjas in the original narrative, whose eyes not only shifted to a pale blue, but also revealed prominent veins around their eyes. This is due to the pressure endured by the eyes when utilizing the Byakugan, causing a portion of the veins to be subjected to strain. However, Naruto's lineage is remarkably pristine, and his physical resilience far exceeds that of the average Hyuga clan member. When Naruto activates the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes remain entirely unaffected under his deliberate suppression. Although he employs the Byakugan now, the perfect concealment of his eyes renders this transformation imperceptible to outsiders. The Byakugan allows the user to perceive everything in their immediate vicinity. Yet it possesses an even more formidable ability, the capacity to discern the chakra flowing through the body's meridians and the chakra points from which chakra is released. Through the Byakugan, one can gain a clear understanding of an opponent's chakra within their body, enabling the visibility of their energy pathways, pressure points, and overall chakra flow. It is an eye of insight, capable of distant observation and possessing keen perceptive abilities. By harnessing chakra to amplify the vision, the eye can perceive objects within a kilometer radius, exceeding even the prowess of the Sharingan. Is this the world seen through the Byakugan? How wondrous! Naruto mused. Let us see what happens if I try this. At the same time, he activated his Sharingan. The Sharingan and Byakugan, which typically appear to be mutually exclusive bloodline limits, manifested simultaneously in Naruto's eyes. His vision became extraordinarily clear, with even the minutest speck of dust failing to escape his gaze. The combination of Sharingan and Byakugan granted Naruto an immensely powerful observational ability. Approaching the window, he pushed it open, allowing the gentle morning breeze to caress his cheeks. He widened his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring every nuance of the air's vibrations. Without the need for any hand seals, he activated his Kagaya heart vision, capturing everything around the house in his sight. How many Umbu are there, and how much chakra do they possess? All was laid bare before him. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Feeling the depletion of his chakra, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. While the combination of Sharingan and Byakugan was powerful, the chakra consumption was rather excessive. Even his current chakra reserves were insufficient to maintain it for long durations. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto would one day face a shortage of chakra? Henceforth, he would dedicate the remaining time to chakra extraction. Days passed, and Naruto devoted all his training time to chakra extraction. The day before school commenced arrived swiftly. After concluding a day of training, Naruto returned home. His chakra had now reached the level of a typical jonin, possibly even surpassing that of his mentor, Kakashi, under normal circumstances. Kakashi had to constantly bear the toll of maintaining the Sharingan, which was no small feat. Meanwhile, Naruto noticed the absence of Kakashi around his home and muttered, "Could he have been summoned by the third Hokage?" Naruto's speculation was spot on. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in conversation with Hitaki Kakashi. "Kakashi, tomorrow marks the opening day of the ninja school. I need you to escort Naruto to the opening ceremony." Hiruzen's voice bore a hint of gravity. Kakashi nodded, his eyes reflecting a measure of respect. "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will ensure Naruto arrives safely." Kakashi was well aware of Hiruzen's intentions. Naruto's identity was too unique, and sending him alone to the ninja school could lead to him being obstructed by some misguided villagers, potentially inciting chaos. With Kakashi's protection, ordinary villagers would not dare to act recklessly in his presence. Kakashi was a renowned elite jonin of Konoha, celebrated not only for his early fame but also as a student of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the son of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. In terms of credentials, Kakashi was quite impressive. The following morning, Naruto awoke to the sound of knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he found Kakashi standing outside. This marked Naruto's first formal meeting with Kakashi, yet he feigned ignorance. Politely, he inquired, "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" Upon seeing Naruto, Kakashi introduced himself earnestly. "Greetings, Uzumaki Naruto. I am a ninja assigned by the village. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I am here to escort you to the ninja school for the opening ceremony." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied with a smile, his happiness evident. "Naruto, I'm not a teacher at the ninja school. You don't need to call me sensei." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's address. Reminiscent of the days spent with his dear friends Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin in Minato-sensei's team. Back then, they had similarly addressed Minato with such warmth. A glimmer of tenderness and nostalgia crossed Kakashi's gaze as he remarked, "Is that so? I thought you were a teacher at the school. However, calling you Kakashi-sensei has a nice ring to it." Naruto realized he had inadvertently slipped, instinctively referring to Kakashi as sensei. But Kakashi found his own reasoning, thus requiring no further explanation. Under Kakashi's guidance, Naruto traversed the streets of Konoha, arriving at the ninja school. Along the way, they encountered numerous disparaging remarks from villagers. Yet Naruto remained unfazed by their hostile intentions. He merely chose to ignore them. What do they know? They are but pitiful pawns manipulated by others. Once I become Hokage, will they not fear the consequences of their actions? He understood well that their animosity stemmed from the manipulations of certain despicable individuals. Grievances have their sources. Sooner or later, I shall make you pay, Danzo. However, with Kakashi by his side, even though the villagers continued their whispers of malice, none dared to act against him. They refrained from inciting children to throw stones at Naruto, as they had done previously. The person accompanying this demon fox is famously known as a ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. The general populace's attitude towards ninjas is often a blend of curiosity, respect, and a tinge of fear. At this moment, many parents had already arrived at the ninja school with their children, awaiting the commencement of the opening ceremony. Some parents, initially jovial, changed their expressions upon spotting Naruto, their faces contorting as if they had tasted something foul. They whispered amongst themselves, "Look at that person. Isn't that Uzumaki Naruto? Why is he here at the ninja school? Isn't he the orphan demon fox? How can he attend school? Could it be that the third Hokage has shown leniency and allowed him to enroll? No way, my child cannot attend school with such a demon fox." Who knows when he might turn into a demon and harm our children? Exactly. Once the third Hokage appears, let us protest together. We must refuse to allow Uzumaki Naruto into the ninja school. Refuse to allow Uzumaki Naruto into the ninja school. With his keen hearing, Naruto captured every word of their conversation, feeling neither anger nor indignation, but rather a hint of amusement. His admission to the ninja school was a decision made by the third Hokage, and these mere Konoha villagers dared to challenge Hiruzen's authority. It was time to demonstrate to these villagers the might of the third Hokage. One flame, one cage, and they should stay put and behave. Chapter 25, the opening ceremony concludes. Just as those villagers were preparing to protest, the heads of several prominent clans in Konoha arrived at the ninja school with their children. Hey Naruto. The first to arrive on the scene were Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto's good friend, Akamaru. Woof woof. Kamaru, having freed himself from the embrace of Inuzuka, leapt to the ground, only to bound back into Naruto's arms. Hello, Inuzuka. Hello, Kamaru. Naruto greeted, cradling Kamaru while acknowledging Inuzuka. At that moment, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Inuzuka approached Naruto. Greetings, Naruto. I am Inuzuka Hana, sister of Inuzuka Kiba. I've long heard your name and am delighted to make your acquaintance. It was clear now why she looked so much like Kiba. Hello, Sister Hana. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Isn't that Naruto over there? Chimed in a pair of familiar faces, Akimichi Choji and his father, who had seemingly appeared from thin air. Naruto, long time no see, Akimichi Choji called out. Naruto, it's been a while. Once today is over, let's go for some barbecue. It's absolutely delicious. Hello, Uncle Choji. Hello, Choji. If we finish early, I'd love to join, especially since my appetite has grown. Upon hearing about Naruto's increased appetite, the Akimichi duo exchanged impressed glances. Their clan relished friendships with those who possessed hearty appetites. In that case, after school, we must go for barbecue. This time, it's on me, so don't hesitate. Thank you very much, Uncle. Naruto. A vibrant voice rang out, filled with energy. It was Ino. She dashed from somewhere behind, embracing Naruto affectionately. Ino, what are you doing? Admonished a stern voice. Yamanaka Inoichi, the leader of the Yamanaka clan. Known for his mastery over mind control ninjutsu and his ability to delve into others' thoughts for information. Humble in nature, he was nonetheless an idol among many information gatherers in the ninja world. Dad, Naruto and I are good friends. This won't trouble him at all, right Naruto? Ino's candidness made it hard for Naruto to feel annoyed. We are friends, but we should still maintain a degree of decorum, Ino. Such actions could tarnish your reputation. Haha. Naruto, you are quite considerate. I like you a lot. Do come visit our flower shop sometime. Inoichi extended an olive branch to Naruto. Certainly, Uncle. I will make sure to drop by. What a bother, school is such a drag. Can't we skip? Upon hearing this, Naruto turned to see Shikamaru. Hey there, Shikamaru. Still as laid back as ever. Hello, Naruto. Shikamaru appeared as nonchalant as usual. Greetings, Naruto. I am Nara Shikaku, Shikamaru's father. Compared to Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku exuded a mature and composed aura, truly deserving of the title the genius strategist of Konoha. Hello, Uncle Shikaku. And Naruto-kun. A soft, gentle voice reached his ears. Naruto recognized it instantly. It was his dear Hinata. Hello, Hinata. He beamed at her with a radiant smile. Hinata, shyly greeting him, dared not meet his gaze. Fidgeting with her fingers. Upon catching sight of his smile, she felt herself blushing furiously, nearly swooning from embarrassment. Come here, Hinata. A serious voice called her back. Reluctantly, Hinata returned to her previous companion. Naruto followed the sound and was greeted by none other than Hyuga Hayashi, his future father-in-law. It seemed he was not too pleased with him at the moment, but that was of little concern. No matter, I shall prove my worth in due time, and you will be compelled to accept me. Hinata will be my wife. Not even Otsutsuki can stand in my way. As Naruto exchanged pleasantries with many members of the esteemed clans of Konoha, the uninformed masses murmured among themselves. They could not comprehend why these prominent families were so amiable towards Naruto. Did they not realize he was the Nine-Tails? This was common knowledge in Konoha. In truth, it was a sign from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, upon learning of Naruto's amicable relations with the younger generation of Konoha, noted a subtle shift towards Naruto as a unifying figure. Sarutobi felt a sense of satisfaction. With these bonds formed, he had less to worry about regarding Naruto's loyalty to Konoha. This was all for the better. The opening ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a white Hokage cloak with a red ninja outfit beneath, and wearing the Hokage hat, ascended the stage. Greetings to all new students and parents. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, he declared with robust energy. Wow, it's Grandpa? Naruto feigned surprise from the audience. He understood that Sarutobi had concealed his identity for this very moment, hoping that upon revealing himself, Naruto would hold him in greater esteem. If we are to perform, let us do so wholeheartedly. Grandpa is actually the third Hokage? Impressive. But I will become Hokage one day too. Observing Naruto's expression and hearing his words, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. Continuing, he proclaimed, "Today, we gather to witness a new beginning. The commencement of a journey teeming with hope and challenges. For each of you new students present, today marks a significant step on your path to becoming a ninja. As the third Hokage, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, welcome you to the Konoha Ninja Academy family. First, I wish to discuss the Will of Fire. This is the core spirit of our village, a treasured legacy forged by the blood and sweat of our ancestors. The Will of Fire is not merely a transmission of strength and skill. It embodies courage, wisdom, and an indomitable spirit. It teaches us that even in our darkest moments, we must hold fast to our beliefs and protect those we love in our homeland. The path of a ninja is fraught with hardships and challenges, yet it is equally rich with opportunities for growth and self-discovery. You will learn to control chakra, utilize ninjutsu, and engage in training for taijutsu and jinjutsu. But more importantly, you will learn how to become a true ninja, a steadfast individual ready to fight for the protection of others. I hope each of you finds your own path here. Whether your dream is to become Hokage, to protect your family and friends, or to explore the wonders of this world, I encourage you to pursue it with courage. Remember, each dream is precious and serves as the driving force behind our progress. As you grow, you will encounter difficulties and setbacks. However, remember that failure is not the end. It is merely another stepping stone on the path to success. Each fall presents a chance to learn, a chance to grow stronger. Do not fear failure. Instead, glean lessons from it and continue to advance. I would also like to address the parents present. Your children are about to embark on a new journey. They may face injuries and confusion, but they need not just your protection. They require your understanding and support. Trust in them, encourage them, and let them know that you will always be by their side, no matter where they are. In conclusion, I would like to end my speech with our village's motto, where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternal. This is not just a saying. It embodies the spirit of our village and the faith of every ninja among us. I hope each of you becomes that dancing leaf, that unquenchable flame, illuminating your own path and that of others. As Sarutobi concluded his address, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Some emotional villagers were moved to tears, overwhelmed by the poignant moment. Not merely the villagers. This speech carries immense weight for the newly enrolled students of the Ninja Academy, whose worldviews are still in formation. I too shall inherit the Will of Fire. I aspire to become Hokage when I grow up. Observing his companions around him moved to tears by Sarutobi Hiruzen's address, all seemingly ready to sacrifice themselves for Konoha, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "You all are putting on quite the performance. If I don't step up, I'll be outshone. No way. It is I, Uzumaki Naruto, who will become Hokage. Just wait and see. Once I ascend to the role, every villager will be my family. And I shall protect you all with unwavering resolve." Naruto's voice rang out the loudest. And even the villagers who had previously held disdain for him found their perceptions slightly altered upon hearing his words. Naruto-kun, how cool, was Hinata's heartfelt sentiment. Truly, a remarkable prodigy, one who dares to speak and believe. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly contain his joy upon hearing Naruto's declaration. The opening ceremony soon drew to a close. After stepping down from the stage, Hiruzen approached Naruto. Excitedly, Naruto exclaimed, "Old man, why didn't you tell me you were the third Hokage?" With a kind smile, Hiruzen replied, "Hee, Naruto, it's not too late to know now. I've heard you wish to become Hokage. Is it to gain everyone's recognition?" Naruto answered earnestly, "Yes. Old man, I want to become Hokage. However, you're mistaken. It's not about becoming Hokage to earn recognition, but rather earning recognition that allows one to become Hokage." Those around him were astonished. Could such profound thoughts truly emanate from a 6-year-old? Even Hiruzen was taken aback, pondering if Naruto might indeed be destined to become Hokage. So, Naruto, based on your insights, what do you believe the Will of Fire is? Hiruzen inquired curiously. It is, of course, about strength. The greater and harder the fist, the more it embodies the Will of Fire. Just look at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who united to quell the chaos and sweep through the ninja world. That is the true essence of the Will of Fire. Naturally, these were Naruto's inner thoughts, and he would not be so foolish as to voice them outright. The Will of Fire, where the leaves dance, signifies an unending flame. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of a new generation. To me, the will of fire encompasses the following. First, it is akin to a belief, a commitment to safeguarding those dear to us from harm, fostering peace between villages, and eradicating war. Second, it embodies the pursuit of life's meaning, an indomitable spirit, the importance of teamwork. One lives not solely for oneself, but each individual possesses the power to alter their fate. With relentless perseverance, even those who lag behind can surpass geniuses. Although life is rife with uncertainties and disappointments, facing it with a positive and optimistic attitude can yield rewards. Loneliness is not to be feared. What is truly frightful is binding oneself within solitude. It is precisely because of the will of fire that ninjas possess genuine strength. Thirdly, it signifies the transmission of will, emphasizing the bonds formed with comrades. Naruto's innate charisma stirred the crowd. All present were moved by his words. Even some adults found Naruto's understanding of the will of fire to be more profound than their own. The assembly couldn't help but admire Naruto in their hearts. Meanwhile, the new students were intrigued, wondering why they couldn't fully grasp his words yet felt an undeniable correctness in them. Hiruzen was overjoyed and said to Naruto, "Wonderful, wonderful. Remember what you said today and strive to embody those words. You certainly have the opportunity to become Hokage." Hiruzen painted a bright future for Naruto, genuinely believing in his potential. With such resolve, if Naruto could inherit the ninja talents of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, he would be a formidable contender for the position of Hokage. Naruto himself shared this belief. In Konoha, mere fighting prowess means little. One must have influence and connections. After all, his father, Minato Namikaze, was the fourth Hokage. His father's teacher Jiraiya was a comrade of Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, and Minato's mentor, Jiraiya, was trained by Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Tsunade's grandfather was Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, while Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, was Tsunade's granduncle. His teacher Kakashi was destined to become the sixth Hokage. All Hokages had ties to him. The only one who might surpass this legacy would be his own son, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's lineage was undeniably prestigious, making his aspiration to become Hokage entirely reasonable. Alright, third Hokage, I will strive earnestly to become Hokage, surpassing all predecessors and becoming the strongest Hokage. The crowd seemed to witness a new star rising in Konoha. Unanimously, a thought blossomed in their hearts. If it were Naruto, perhaps he truly could become Hokage. Chapter 26. The Considerations of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. As Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the stage, the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy gradually approached its conclusion. Alright, children and parents, this concludes our opening ceremony. This afternoon, we will commence official classes. Each child will be assigned to different classes, which will be posted on the notice board at the school entrance this afternoon. At that time, you may find your assigned class. Now, you are all dismissed. I wish the children great success at the Ninja Academy. The voice of the third Hokage echoed throughout the venue as children and parents began to disperse in groups. Surrounded by friends, Naruto found himself the center of attention. With Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, and Sakura Haruno eagerly discussing their plans for lunch. Naruto had clearly become the most popular figure in the crowd. "Naruto, let us go eat together," Choji excitedly proposed, already clutching his favorite chips. "Sure, my treat. How about we go for barbecue? Everyone should join us." Choji's father, Inoichi, patted his son's shoulder and smiled at the group. He addressed the heads of various clans and other parents present. "That sounds good. It's been a while since we gathered," said Inoichi. "With the kids getting along so well, we should strengthen our bonds." Yamanaka, Inoichi added, encouraging camaraderie. Seeing everyone keen on the gathering, the group set off towards Konoha's most famous barbecue restaurant. Earlier, Naruto had also noticed Uchiha Sasuke during the opening ceremony, who was accompanied by his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke and Itachi also recognized Naruto. Itachi offered a friendly nod, while Sasuke stared at Naruto for a moment before turning away with a haughty demeanor. Their acquaintance was limited, and given the Uchiha clan's reputation, they weren't particularly well-liked in the village. Naruto felt somewhat hesitant to invite Sasuke, as they had hardly exchanged words and were not even friends yet. In truth, Sasuke envied Naruto's popularity and was evidently affected by the chakra of Indra's reincarnation. This distorted brotherly bond would find resolution in Naruto and Sasuke's generation. Currently, Sasuke harbored a favorable impression of Naruto, yet his naturally aloof demeanor deterred him from seeking friendships. He only displayed his obedient side in the presence of his brother. A flicker of hesitation passed through his gaze as he pondered for an extended duration whether to join Naruto's team, ultimately deciding to forego the opportunity. He resolved to wait until he had forged a friendship with Naruto before considering such a step. In his youth, Sasuke displayed a hint of arrogance. Yet he was not entirely unreasonable. At heart, he remained kind-hearted. Eventually, he was led home by his brother, Itachi Uchiha, to share a meal. At home, Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha awaited their return for dinner. As the family gathered around the table, Itachi spoke first, addressing their father. Father, during today's opening ceremony, we encountered Naruto Uzumaki. Lord Hokage seems to hold him in high regard, believing he possesses the potential to become Hokage. Although I do not know much about Naruto, I found a sense of resonance within me as I listened to him. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki, Fugaku mused, recalling that the third Hokage had previously mentioned this child, claiming he was a good boy, if not for certain circumstances, alas. Fugaku felt compelled to temper his words in front of Itachi and Sasuke. It seemed the villagers harbored a disdain for Naruto, discouraging their children from associating with him. However, today, Naruto was surrounded by numerous friends. As Sasuke ate, he remarked, I am aware that the villagers dislike Naruto, but it appears he has many friends. Fugaku, well aware of the villagers' sentiments, was less informed about Naruto's circle of friends. He turned to Itachi, inquiring, does Naruto truly have many friends? Who are they? Itachi, familiar with the offspring of the prominent clans, replied, indeed, he has quite a few. From what I observed today, there are Kiba Inuzuka, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, and a girl with pink hair named Sakura Haruno. Even their parents seem quite fond of Naruto. Oh, is it true that their parents also like Naruto? Fugaku questioned, surprised. I have not. Hinata's father, Hayashi, interjected, his words laden with implication. The information conveyed in those few sentences was substantial. These families were closely aligned with the Hokage. Without the third Hokage's consent, they would not approach Naruto. His unique status was known to the clan heads, even if the common villagers remained oblivious. The public acknowledgement of their connection with Naruto indicated the third Hokage's approval. Was he perhaps grooming Naruto as the next Hokage? Moreover, Itachi had just mentioned that the third Hokage seemed to have great faith in Naruto's potential. Thus, the tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha were now laid bare. If Sasuke were to befriend Naruto, it could lead to friendships with the heirs of other clans, potentially signaling a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha, easing the discord with Konoha's prominent families. Furthermore, should Sasuke maintain a friendship with Naruto from an early age, Naruto might, in turn, offer some consideration to the Uchiha clan once he ascended to the position of Hokage. Mikoto, what are your thoughts? Fugaku posed the question to his wife, seeking her perspective. The mention of Naruto Uzumaki evoked a flood of memories for Mikoto. In her days at the Ninja Academy, she had been classmates with Naruto's parents and had shared a close bond with his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Their pregnancies had coincided, and they had made plans for their children. If they had 2 boys, they would be brothers. If 2 girls, sisters, and if one of each. A betrothal could be arranged. Alas, times had changed, and while Mikoto remained, Kushina and Minato were no longer alive, leaving Naruto a solitary figure in the world. I believe that if Sasuke does not harbor any animosity toward Naruto, he could indeed consider befriending him. We could invite Naruto over to our home, Mikoto suggested. Her intentions pure. Understanding the hardships Naruto had endured, she felt a maternal instinct to look after him in honor of her dear friend, Kushina. Sasuke, how do you feel about becoming friends with Naruto? Itachi inquired, smiling at his younger brother. They had now placed the choice in Sasuke's hands. They would not force him into a friendship if he disliked Naruto. That guy seems rather foolish, not the brightest, but I don't actually dislike him. I could try being friends with him, provided he makes the first move. Sasuke replied, embodying the essence of its tsundere. In his youth, he had not been so aloof. He simply struggled with social interactions. Yet Naruto appeared quite extroverted and showed no signs of disdain towards Sasuke's Uchiha lineage. That is splendid. I hope you both become good friends. Both Fugaku and Mikoto expressed their satisfaction, each harboring their own thoughts. It was truly wonderful that Sasuke was open to befriending Naruto. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga wished to join Naruto and the others for barbecue, primarily to be near him, yet her father, Hayashi Hyuga, would not permit her to go, despite once feeling gratitude toward Naruto for helping Hinata in her childhood. Hayashi was now troubled by the notion that Naruto had captured his precious daughter's heart after just one encounter. Determined to protect Hinata, he forbade her from associating with Naruto and his friends, at least in his presence. Only once Naruto earned his acknowledgement would he allow Hinata to play with him. Though he was somewhat moved by Naruto's earlier words, it was not enough. In the ninja world, strength was paramount. Hayashi understood all too well the consequences of inadequacy, having failed to protect his beloved younger brother, Hisashi. Therefore, He was resolute in preventing any such error from occurring again. Chapter 27. Conversations at the Konoha Barbecue Restaurant. The scene shifted to a group that had arrived at Konoha's most renowned barbecue establishment. Choji Akimichi had reserved 2 private rooms, one for the children and another for the adults. This arrangement was designed to allow the children to relax without adult supervision, while also ensuring that the adults could discuss matters unsuitable for young ears. The atmosphere in both rooms was lively, with the delectable scent of grilled meat wafting through the air. The children were enjoying their barbecue while engaging in animated conversation. "Naruto, here. I've grilled some meat for you," Ino eagerly offered, displaying an unexpected boldness for her age. Naruto was taken aback by Ino's confidence in her culinary skills. "Naruto, I also grilled some for you," Sakura chimed in, presenting her own offering. Shikamaru, observing the 2 girls vying for Naruto's attention, quietly served himself a piece of grilled meat. Muttering under his breath, "Women are truly troublesome. Naruto, hurry and eat. Today, we must compete to see who can eat more. I've improved significantly since last time," Choji declared, his focus solely on the food, now with an added challenge against Naruto. Naruto, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the girls' attentions, smiled at them and said, "You should eat too, don't just serve me." Naruto tossed a piece of grilled meat to Akamaru, who gratefully acknowledged Naruto's camaraderie. Akamaru lamented that his owner, Kiba Inuzuka, was too engrossed in his own meal to remember his existence. As Akamaru glared at Kiba with fierce intensity, gnawing on the meat as if he intended to consume it whole, Kiba appeared somewhat bewildered, oblivious to the brewing tension. Curious, he inquired, "What's wrong, Akamaru? Don't you like the meat? I think it's absolutely delicious." He punctuated his statement by shoving another piece of grilled meat into his mouth. Hearing Kiba's words, Akamaru bit down even harder. Meanwhile, in a secluded room, the adults' conversations intertwined. "It has been quite a while since we gathered," Nara Shikaku remarked to the slightly reserved Sakura's father, Haruno Taijima, who sat in the corner. "Yes, I am Sakura's father. I never anticipated the opportunity to enjoy grilled meat alongside you all. It is truly an honor." Taijima felt a twinge of nervousness, as Sakura's parents were merely ordinary ninjas, while the other children's parents held esteemed positions as clan leaders and elite shinobi. "It's quite all right. We're not on a mission right now. There's no need for you to feel so tense. We are all simply parents here. Here, let me pour you a drink." Shikaku skillfully alleviated the tension, filling Taijima's cup with sake. Taijima, taken aback by the attention, accepted the drink eagerly and downed it in one gulp. After a few more cups, he began to relax. "There are certain matters that are not truly secrets, but we mention them with the hope that you one tea spread them around," Shikaku confided. "Secrets? Rest assured, I am merely a father now, and know nothing else," Taijima promised, patting his chest confidently. With his assurance, the others felt at ease to continue their conversation. "What do you all think of Naruto?" Yamenka Inoichi inquired. "My daughter Ino is incredibly fond of Naruto. She secretly told me she intends to marry him when she grows up, which puts me in quite the predicament," he lamented. "Naruto is a good child. It's just a pity his luck is so abysmal," Inuzuka Hana added. "Indeed, given Naruto's lineage, he should not have to endure such treatment. The demise of Minato and Kushina was tragic, and the third Hokage's care for Naruto was hardly earnest. A hero's orphan subjected to such indignities is truly a cruel twist of fate." Akimichi Choza commented, savoring his grilled meat. Taijima, having consumed a few drinks, suddenly felt a surge of clarity and weakly asked, "Are you saying that Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki?" "Yes, this is hardly a secret among the higher-ups in Konoha," Shikaku explained, noticing Taijima's bewilderment. "During the Nine-Tails incident, Minato and Kushina fought valiantly against the beast, but were ultimately powerless against its overwhelming chakra. Minato sealed half of the Nine-Tails chakra within himself using the dead demon consuming seal, and subsequently sealed Kushina's chakra along with the Nine-Tails chakra into Naruto, using the 8 trigram seal, thus completely sealing the beast. They are heroes of Konoha. Why would they seal a tailed beast within their own child?" Taijima questioned, struggling to comprehend. To him, parents ought to cherish their children, not endanger them. Yet, this sealing made Naruto a Jinchuriki, indirectly subjecting him to years of hardship. As I understand, the Nine-Tails was far too powerful to be eradicated and could only be sealed. The Uzumaki clan's unique physiology made them ideal candidates for becoming the Jinchuriki. Minato did this to protect Konoha, trusting that his child would ultimately master this power. Shikaku shared his insights. But Naruto is just a child. Why would the Konoha elite conceal Naruto's identity and subject him to such treatment? He is, after all, the true son of a hero. Taijima, typically reserved, found himself passionately speaking out after a few cups of sake, bewildered by Naruto's unjust circumstances. After the death of Minato and Kushina, the third Hokage explained to Konoha's higher-ups that to protect Naruto's identity, as Minato had made many enemies on the battlefield, revealing Naruto's South identity would place him in grave danger. However, once the fourth perished, the elite swiftly divided his assets among themselves, revealing the true motives behind their actions. What exactly were the third Hokage and the advisors, along with Danzo, plotting? The atmosphere in the room grew somber, prompting Taijima to drink heavily. Fortunately, Naruto is resilient. Despite such an environment, he has grown into such an understanding and obedient child. It's truly remarkable, as if he were destined to become Hokage. Shikaku broke the heavy silence. Indeed, Naruto is a wonderful child. This is why when the third Hokage approached us previously, we were inclined to allow our children to befriend him. Naruto is inherently good. Even if he were not the fourth's son or a Jinchuriki, we would still encourage our children to be friends with him, Inoichi affirmed. In the future, I shall quietly protect Naruto, ensuring that the previous tragedies do not repeat themselves. Kakashi Hitaki, who had remained silent until now, declared. As Minato's student, he had received the couple's care, and now possessed the ability and time to safeguard Naruto's growth, an arrangement the third Hokage tacitly approved. Thank you, Kakashi. We truly see in Naruto the hope for Konoha's future. Perhaps, under his leadership, Konoha may flourish even further, they mused. Haha. Here's to the future prosperity of Konoha. Cheers to Konoha. Chapter 28, Self-Introductions. After lunch, the bonds among everyone deepened. At the children's table, following their feast of grilled meat, their relationships grew ever closer. Except for Naruto and Choji, the others' appetites were relatively normal, with everyone else taking turns grilling meat for Naruto and Choji. Suddenly, a system task notification chimed. Defeat a Kimichi Choji in a food-eating contest. Naruto understood that he must secure this victory. Ino and Sakura continuously served Naruto grilled meat, and he accepted every piece with enthusiasm, clearing his bowl of food. On the other side, Choji was eating rapidly on his own, grabbing meat, flipping it, adding condiments, and swallowing it down in an impressive display of culinary efficiency. Ultimately, however, Naruto's formidable lineage gave him the upper hand. The fusion of different bloodlines significantly heightened Naruto's demand for sustenance. His body's growth necessitated food, and chakra extraction consumed bodily energy, resulting in an extraordinary appetite. As long as he wished, he could continuously convert food into energy. As for whether there was a limit to this energy storage, the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans were no trifles. Limits were non-existent. Eventually, Choji reached his limit and could not consume another bite. Seeing Choji raise the white flag and surrender, Naruto also paused his eating. Although the grilled meat was delectable, consuming so much at once could become overwhelming. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Once I master the secret techniques of my clan, we shall engage in a competition. The heirs of the prominent clans have now reached the age to attend the Ninja Academy, and the various families have begun to impart their secret arts in succession. By the time Choji fully acquires the techniques of the Akimichi clan, his appetite is bound to increase several-fold. At that point, even Naruto will find it a challenge to surpass Choji. It is settled then, we shall battle again next time. Naruto, undaunted by Choji's challenge, mused that once Choji completes his training, he might even gain additional bloodline abilities, further intensifying his physical consumption. Ultimately, who will master their techniques faster? You or I in acquiring rewards? This thought piqued Naruto's curiosity. The children were nearing the end of their gathering, while the adults were nearly inebriated. Given their usual commitments, it was understandable that they rarely indulged in such revelry. Only Kakashi-sensei remained sober, having consumed only a few drinks. As he had the crucial responsibility of safeguarding Naruto in secret, he notified the families to come and escort their inebriated members home. Kakashi then led the children to the Ninja Academy. After lunch, the sun cast its warm glow upon the streets of Konohagakure, echoing with the laughter and footsteps of children brimming with vitality. They walked together towards the academy, their hearts filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Upon seeing the posted class lists, they were delighted to discover that they had all been assigned to the same class. The lively group entered their designated classroom, where they found it sparsely populated. Naruto's keen eyes quickly spotted Hinata and Sasuke already present. Approaching Sasuke, he greeted him, "Long time no see. Do you remember me? I am Naruto Uzumaki. What is your name?" Sasuke, feeling a surge of satisfaction at Naruto's greeting, replied, "I am Sasuke Uchiha." With his characteristic enthusiasm, Naruto responded, "Excellent, Sasuke. From now on, we shall be friends. I look forward to your guidance." He extended his hand in friendship. As expected, directness disarms pride. Sasuke, somewhat taken aback by Naruto's fervent friendliness, reciprocated the handshake, signaling his willingness to befriend Naruto. Subsequently, Naruto made his way to the back of the classroom, where Hinata was seated. "Hinata, he is coming towards me." Hinata's heart raced as she watched Naruto approach, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Hinata, is anyone sitting next to you? Would you mind if I took that seat?" Naruto seized the opportunity, intent on slowly winning over his future partner. "And no one is here. Please, sit down, Naruto-kun." Hinata was surprised to learn that Naruto had specifically come to sit beside her. "All right then, I shall take my seat." "Hinata, are you all right? Your face is quite red," he remarked, settling beside her. "I am fine, Naruto-kun. Thank you for your concern." Hinata replied shyly. "Very well, do take care of yourself." Naruto contemplated casually checking Hinata's temperature, hoping for some physical contact. However, upon noticing her bashful demeanor, he sensed that if he were to proceed, her heart might just overload. It would be wise to take gradual steps and allow Hinata to acclimate. As Naruto occupied the seat beside Hinata, Sasuke felt a twinge of discomfort. For reasons unbeknownst to him, seeing Naruto sit with someone else stirred unease within him. Silently, he moved to sit directly in front of Naruto, feeling more at ease now that Naruto could see him. "Sakura, look." Naruto went straight to Hinata. "It seems she is our greatest rival." Ino observed as Naruto entered the classroom, initially heading towards Sasuke, assuming he would return after a brief greeting. However, it became clear that Naruto's true intention was to be near Hinata. "Ino, it appears we must unite against Hinata. We cannot let her steal Naruto away." Sakura replied resolutely. "Let us hurry and claim our positions beside Naruto." Ino exclaimed, sprinting towards him, swiftly occupying the empty space next to Naruto, leaving Sakura to sit beside her. "Akamaru, let us move closer," Kiba urged, clutching Akamaru as he headed towards Naruto. "Shikamaru, let us go?" Choji pulled Shikamaru along, both eager to join the fray. "What a hassle," Shikamaru grumbled, though he did not resist Choji's pull. Before long, Naruto's vicinity was bustling with classmates. As more students entered the classroom, many cast curious glances at Naruto's spot, with those less fond of him opting to sit across the room. Conversely, those drawn to Naruto gravitated towards him. Then, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in Naruto's line of sight. Clad in a high-necked garment and sporting sunglasses, a girl approached him and said, "Hello, Naruto. I am Shino Aburame. May we become friends? My insects seem rather fond of you." Indeed, it was the long-absent Shino, whose presence had been somewhat understated. Had she not approached him, Naruto might have overlooked her. "Certainly, Shino. From this day forth, we shall be friends." Naruto welcomed her wholeheartedly, especially since Shino was one of the formidable Konoha 12, ensuring her prowess. With the seats around Naruto filled, Shino settled into a nearby spot. Excitement buzzed among the children until a teacher entered the room, Iruka-sensei, wearing a gentle smile that radiated warmth and anticipation. "Iruka-sensei, it has been a while," Naruto exclaimed, rising to greet him. "Indeed, it has been a long time, Naruto." Iruka responded, his face lighting up at Naruto's enthusiasm. "Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher, Iruka Yamano," he declared, his voice calm, yet commanding. "Today's lesson is quite straightforward. Let us familiarize ourselves with one another. I have a list here. Students whose names I call will come to the front and introduce themselves, sharing their interests, dislikes, dreams, or anything they wish. The first student, Triple X. Hello everyone, I am Triple X. My interests are Triple X, I dislike Triple X, and my dream is Triple X. I look forward to your guidance. Excellent, Triple X. Next, we have Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood and walked to the front, eliciting a flurry of whispers among the students. Wow, he is so handsome. I really like him. He is indeed attractive. But I hear the Uchiha clan can be difficult to approach. Is that so? He seems alright to me. I am Sasuke Uchiha. My beloved is my older brother, Itachi Uchiha. I enjoy doing things alongside him. I detest anything that harms my brother. My dream is to restore the Uchiha clan's glory, making it the foremost clan in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was quintessential Sasuke, consumed by thoughts of his older brother. A quintessential brother complex. Next, we have Sakura Haruno. Sakura approached the front, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Hello everyone, I am Sakura Haruno. I adore flowers and caring for the sick, she said gently. What I detest are insects and rude individuals. Her voice diminished slightly. My aspiration is to become an exceptional medical ninja, and I earnestly hope to gain Naruto's approval. A faint blush appeared on her face. Next, Yamanaka Ino. Ino confidently strode to the podium, her eyes sparkling with vitality. I am Yamanaka Ino. I have a fondness for flowers and fashion, and I loathe laziness. Her voice rang out loud and clear. My dream is to become a top-tier medical ninja and to open my own flower shop. Her smile radiated with hope for the future. Next, Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba exuberantly leaped onto the stage, his puppy Akamaru trailing closely behind. I am Inuzuka Kiba. I enjoy training with Akamaru, and I detest waiting. He proclaimed with enthusiasm. My dream is to become the strongest ninja and the finest pet trainer. He and Akamaru struck a spirited pose. Next, Aburame Shino. Shino quietly approached the podium, his voice calm and low. I am Aburame Shino. I find joy in observing and studying insects, and I abhor disorder. His gaze revealed a profound passion for bugs. My ambition is to become a ninja capable of utilizing insects for various tasks. His words exuded confidence in insect jutsu. Next, Akimichi Choji. Choji ambled to the podium, munching on potato chips. I am Akimichi Choji. I relish eating, particularly chips and barbecue, and I despise exercising. He chuckled warmly. My dream is to savor all delicacies and to become a powerful ninja, protecting my friends. His eyes shone with a love for food and a deep appreciation for friendship. Next, Hyuga Hinata. Hinata shyly walked to the podium, her voice barely audible. I am Hyuga Hinata. I enjoy reading and practicing gentle fist techniques, and I detest failure. Her face flushed like an apple. My dream is to grow stronger and live up to my family's expectations. Though her voice was soft, it was imbued with determination. Next, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru lazily approached the podium, appearing somewhat reluctant. I am Nara Shikamaru. I take pleasure in playing shogi and napping, and I detest troublesome matters. He sighed. My dream is to live a tranquil life, but since I've come to ninja school, I shall strive to become a ninja who can handle troubles. He smiled wryly. Next, Iruka-sensei paused before continuing. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stood up from his seat and walked toward the podium. The class's attention instantly focused on him. Naruto confidently approached the podium. Hello everyone, I am Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is ramen, especially from Ichiraku. Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Ichiraku ramen is truly delicious. Yes, my dad took me there, and it was amazing. Really? I must try it after school today. As for what I dislike, it is being underestimated. His voice grew firmer. And as for my dream, surely you all know, it is to gain everyone's recognition, and then to become the future Hokage. He raised his small fist, his eyes sparkling with resolve. Naruto's friends enthusiastically applauded him. Thank you, everyone. Naruto beamed with gratitude towards them. Well, now that we've all gotten acquainted, I hope we can get along well during our time at ninja school. That will be all for today. Class dismissed. Chapter 29, Running Training. Hooray! With Iruka-sensei announcing the end of class, all the students erupted into joyful cheers. A few eager students in the front row dashed out of the classroom, their laughter and footsteps echoing in the corridor. Naruto and a few of his friends also stood up, ready to leave. Ino turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, what shall we do next? There is still plenty of time. Yes, it's still early, and I'm not hungry yet. Choji chimed in, already clutching a bag of chips. Your actions don't match your words at all. Naruto pondered for a moment before saying, let's exercise. Since it's still early, if we want to become formidable ninjas, a robust physique is essential. His words conveyed unwavering determination. As heirs to prominent clans, everyone understood the importance of physical training. Thus they unanimously agreed. Consequently, Naruto led the group to the ninja school as playground. Upon arriving, Naruto addressed his friends. This time, let us test our physical limits. If you can't keep going, don't push yourselves too hard. Training requires balance to achieve progress. Everyone nodded in agreement, showing their support for Naruto's words. Now, get ready, and let us run. Sasuke, the standout, sprinted ahead, running the fastest. Kiba refused to lag behind, closely tailing Sasuke, with Akamaru running alongside him. Naruto chose to maintain his own pace, not rushing to catch up. Hinata opted to run alongside Naruto, quietly striving to keep up with him. Sakura and Ino decided to flank Naruto, running in parallel. Shikamaru, while running, muttered to himself, what a drag, I don't want to run. However, seeing everyone else running, he felt compelled to join, albeit symbolically, and would rest whenever he felt tired. Reaching his limits? That seemed impossible. Shino lagged at the back, running slowly, as the insects within him hindered his speed. Naturally, the last one was Choji. However, there was little that could be done, as Choji's weight prevented him from sprinting quickly. On the playground, sunlight bathed the green grass, and the air was filled with the essence of youth. Ah, youth, how exuberant it is. Suddenly, two figures clad in green spandex burst onto the scene, Rock Lee and Mike Guy. Guy-sensei, may we join in? Lee asked eagerly. Of course, Lee. Let us burn our youth with fervor. Guy responded, giving Lee a thumbs up. With new participants joining the ranks, everyone's enthusiasm surged. They all ran with renewed vigor. Initially, the group was spirited, running lap after lap around the playground. Yet, it became increasingly apparent that there were disparities among them. The first to stop was Akimichi Choji. Given his weight, running was indeed a challenge for him. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. Although he had decent stamina, the exertion was equally significant. Thus, Choji had no choice but to concede, panting as he sat on the grass, watching the others continue running. When the rest noticed Choji had stopped so soon, they wore expressions of helplessness, yet they understood his weight predicament. Next was Aburame Shino, who, due to the insects he nurtured inside him, was not adept at running. The Aburame clan relied on insects for combat, resulting in less emphasis on physical fitness. Thus, Shino quickly leaned against a tree, wiping the sweat from his brow. Taking a moment to recover, he soon joined Choji on the grass. Following suit was Nara Shikamaru. Seeing two people already resting, he felt it was his turn to quit as well. While muttering, "What a drag, what a drag," he exclaimed, "I can't run anymore. I've reached my limit." It remained uncertain whether he truly found it troublesome or was simply exhausted from running. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he silently made his way to the grass. He reclined upon the verdant expanse, gazing up at the sky, opting for a moment of leisure. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, steadfast in their resolve, continued to support Naruto despite their own fatigue. Although neither girl possessed remarkable stamina, they gritted their teeth, determined to accompany Naruto for just a little longer. They yearned for him to feel their unwavering effort. In a bid to linger in Naruto's sight, they exerted every ounce of strength they could muster. Unfortunately, their lack of regular exercise rendered it exceedingly challenging to maintain their endurance until the end. Sakura, gradually succumbing to exhaustion, could no longer continue and dragged herself to the grass. Ino, however, appeared to possess a slightly stronger resolve. Despite having reached her physical limits, she pressed on. Witnessing her labored breaths, Naruto felt a twinge of compassion. It was clear that Ino had hit her threshold. "Enough, Ino. You may rest. Please don't push yourself. This is not what I wish to see," Naruto declared earnestly. "All right, I'll wait for you on the grass, Naruto." With Naruto's gentle insistence, Ino chose to relent. Opting to rest upon the grass, she managed to endure slightly longer than Sakura, which was quite commendable. As for Sasuke, he continued to push himself, driven by a sense of rivalry with Naruto. A competitive spark flickered in his eyes. He was unwilling to concede defeat. Kiba Inuzuka, thanks to his rigorous upbringing, exhibited commendable stamina. He ran alongside Naruto, showing no signs of fatigue. Hinata Hyuga, having undergone extensive training from a young age, also possessed superior endurance, trailing closely behind Kiba without any intention of stopping. Meanwhile, their teacher, Guy, appeared utterly unfazed. Rock Lee, too, seemed undeterred, as the challenge had yet to reach the intensity of his usual training regimen. A notification chimed. System task initiated. Please persist until the conclusion of this running competition. Initially, it had merely been a whimsical desire to jog, yet here he was, compelled to secure a reward. With a chuckle, he resolved to accept the situation. However, he had yet to claim the reward from the previous eating contest. He would have to wait until this was over to collect both rewards. Among the remaining participants, the first to falter was Kiba. Akamaru, however, continued to persevere, as his canine stamina surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Despite having trained from a young age, Kiba's regimen had not been particularly intense, leading him to his limit here. Following closely behind him was Hinata, gazing at Naruto's figure ahead. She felt a deep-seated admiration for him, compelling her to persist. Though her body was on the verge of collapse, she struggled to adjust her breathing, determined to endure just a while longer. "Hinata, that's enough. You've done wonderfully. You may rest now." Observing her discomfort, Naruto could not bear to let her continue and urged her to stop. His words resonated deeply with Hinata. Upon hearing Naruto's encouragement, she ceased her efforts, offering him a supportive cheer before settling down to rest. Sitting on the grass, she panted heavily, yet her face remained resolute. "Wow, Hinata, you're amazing. You managed to hold on for so long. Indeed, Hinata, you're incredible. We should learn from you in the future." Upon her return to the grass, Sakura and Ino showered Hinata with praise. Sasuke, however, paid little heed to the two clad in green spandex. His focus remained solely on Naruto. He had locked horns with Naruto, determined to persist. Although Sasuke bore the chakra of Indra's reincarnation, it had yet to awaken. leaving him only marginally stronger than the average individual. During his training at home, Itachi had accompanied him, which accounted for his superior stamina compared to the others. Nevertheless, Naruto's endurance was truly astounding. While others had already collapsed, he had yet to even break a sweat. His steps were steady, and his breathing remained even, as if this were merely a warm-up. Observing Naruto's unwavering composure, Sasuke, though reluctant, ultimately chose to concede. He did not wish to present himself in a pitiful state before his brother. He too fell onto the grass, gasping for breath. Though his body was fatigued, his eyes still shone with indomitable spirit. This time, it was his choice to surrender. Next time, he would train harder and challenge Naruto anew. Only two contenders remained, Rock Lee and Might Guy. Although Lee had trained under Guy's guidance for some time, his foundational skills were still somewhat lacking, and thus his recent efforts had yet to yield significant results. However, having grown stronger over the past year, he had managed to endure longer than most. Ultimately, only Naruto and Guy remained on the field. Initially, Guy had intended merely to accompany Lee during his training. Yet upon witnessing Naruto Uzumaki, he was reminded of his dear friend, Kakashi Hatake, who seemed to be silently safeguarding Naruto. Moreover, Naruto's breathing was remarkably steady, piquing Guy's curiosity regarding the extent of Naruto's capabilities. As time inexorably passed, even Guy began to feel the strain. As an adult, there was no need to compete with Naruto until the bitter end. The others on the grass had nearly recovered their stamina, yet Naruto and Guy persisted. Feeling his body warm up, Naruto thought that if he continued running, he might fully loosen up. Observing Naruto's unchanged pace, Guy decided to withdraw, returning to the grass to join Lee. Even you, Guy, have lost? Lee asked, perplexed. Lee, there is always someone greater. While I could continue running, there is no need to engage in a grueling contest with Naruto. This is merely training. After all, once you've fully recovered, we can run a few laps around the village together. Guy understood well the implications of Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails conferred formidable regenerative abilities, rendering Naruto's extraordinary endurance entirely plausible. As Naruto noticed everyone had ceased their efforts, he slowed his pace, completing one last lap before joining them. Smiling at his companions, he said, "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us continue this tomorrow if time permits." Although they were all utterly exhausted, their faces bore expressions of satisfaction. They recognized that such training would undoubtedly enhance their stamina and resilience, a boon for everyone. Naruto, you're truly incredible, Sakura remarked enviously. How can you not be tired at all? Haha, I'm simply blessed with innate talent. I was born with such vitality, Naruto replied with a grin. But with enough practice, you all can achieve similar feats. They settled on the grass, engaging in cheerful conversation. Sasuke and Lee exchanged glances, and the disparity between himself and Naruto motivated Sasuke to recognize the need for further training. As for Guy, he was clearly an adult, and Sasuke dismissed any notion of comparing himself to him. Thus, he set his sights on the third-to-last person to stop, Lee. Once I surpass that thick-browed guy, I'll challenge you, Naruto, Lee declared, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite having won against the dark-haired boy for now. Yet the boy emanated an overwhelming pressure. Could this be what they referred to as genius? Chapter 30. The History of Konohagakure. At the Ninja Academy in Konohagakure, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the children who had just completed their training. Let us call it a day, everyone. It's time to head home, Naruto announced as he observed that the others had nearly recovered on the grass. Naruto wiped the beads of sweat that had begun to trickle down his forehead, gazing at the weary yet contented smiles of his friends surrounding him. He recognized that today's training had yielded fruitful results for everyone. Well done, everyone. Let us call it a day, he spoke with a gentle tone, expressing his satisfaction with their performances. Even Choji had earnestly participated in the training. It was merely due to his physical condition that he could not endure until the end. Nevertheless, everyone had performed admirably. Especially considering it was their first training session, one cannot expect instant mastery. So, my friends, it's time to bid farewell. Please be careful on your way home. Naruto addressed them. See you tomorrow, Naruto, came the cheerful voice of Ino. Do take care, Naruto, added the gentle Sakura. Hey, Naruto, want to grab a meal together? How about some chips? Inquired the ever-hungry Choji. No thanks, Choji. I have food at home, and we mustn't waste. Naruto replied, leading Choji to relent. And Naruto-kun, be careful on your way, said Hinata, her fingers fidgeting as she avoided direct eye contact with him. You too, Hinata. Would you like me to walk you home? Naruto teased, trying to lighten the mood for the bashful girl. And no, it's fine. My father wouldn't allow it. I can go by myself. Hinata stammered. Her cheeks flushed at the suggestion. Even running, I didn't expect to sweat so much. Surely, I am like a steam princess. Hinata mused to herself. Naruto. We're off now. Bye, barked Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru. Such a bother, such a bother. We have school tomorrow. When will we rest? Goodbye, Naruto, remarked Shikamaru, who opened the conversation with a sigh. Naruto, I'm leaving too. My bugs say they wish to be your friends, so I'm passing that along, said the quiet Shino. Thank your bugs for me, Naruto responded, though he felt a slight shiver at the thought, realizing it must be the result of their affinity for him. After all, insects are creatures too. Hello, are you Naruto? I'm Rock Lee, a second-year student. It's a pleasure to meet you. I will definitely surpass you in our next training session, Lee declared, having never met Naruto before but determined to make him his benchmark after witnessing Naruto's prowess. Hi Lee, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm glad to be your friend. As for training, I won't back down. I look forward to your challenge next time. Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto, I'm my guy, Lee's teacher. How is it that you possess such stamina, surpassing even mine? Guy asked, bewildered. I'm not sure, Guy-sensei, perhaps it's innate. I seem to have a natural affinity for stamina, Naruto answered, prompting a realization in Guy. I almost forgot. Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, known for their abundant chakra and exceptional physique. But is it truly that extraordinary? Guy pondered, as his experience with the Uzumaki clan was limited. Enough of that. No need to overthink it. If I dwell too long, I might overtax my brain, Naruto mused as he returned home, discreetly guarded by Kakashi-sensei. That evening, as the children returned home to recount their day's experiences to their parents, smiles of contentment graced the faces of the adults. They recognized that, under Naruto's influence, their children had embarked on the path to becoming exceptional ninjas. Naruto possessed a unique charm that inspired those around him to embrace optimism and positivity. The clan leaders of Konoha began to hold Naruto in increasingly high regard, acknowledging him not merely as a child of great potential, but as a spiritual leader capable of guiding his peers toward collective progress. After dinner, as conversations dwindled, they commenced teaching the children the clan-enhanced chakra extraction techniques, which were significantly more effective than the basic methods taught in school. These techniques had been refined over generations by the prominent clans of Konoha, yielding impressive results. The Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans were all well prepared for their children's training. Even Sakura, who hailed from a civilian background, had her parents benefit from mission contributions to provide her with a modified, advanced chakra extraction technique, ensuring she would not lag behind her peers from the outset. That night, after a hearty meal, Naruto lay in bed reflecting on the rewards he had gained that day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and winning the competition against the Kimichi Choji. Congratulations, host, for receiving a custom ninja tool opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of enduring until the end on the ninja school playground. Congratulations, host, for receiving the top-tier cultivation talent for space-time ninjutsu. The system's rewards were decent, though they seemed of little immediate use to Naruto at this juncture. Upon accepting the top-tier cultivation talent for space-time ninjutsu, Naruto instantly felt an enhanced awareness of the surrounding space. Surely, this would aid him in mastering his father's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God. System. Can the custom ninja tool be related to the Flying Thunder God or space-time ninjutsu? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Affirmative, host. Would you like to proceed with the customization of the ninja tool? Let us do it, Naruto replied. Congratulations, host. Customization successful. You have received the infinite kunai of the Flying Thunder God. The infinite kunai of the Flying Thunder God. As the host's strength increases, a corresponding number of special kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal will be produced. These kunai not only match the strength of ordinary ninja tools, but can also be instantly recalled at the host's will. If damaged, new kunai will automatically materialize. Wow! This Flying Thunder God kunai even has a self-recycling feature. Once I master it, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, I could truly unleash its potential. The infinite kunai of the Flying Thunder God had been completed, appearing to be an ordinary tool pouch. Only when Naruto reached inside did he encounter 10 specially crafted kunai. This indicated that Naruto's current power ceiling was 10 kunai. Placing the kunai in various spots around his home, Naruto lay back in bed and concentrated. The kunai instantly vanished from their locations and returned to his tool pouch. Rather than a rapid return, it felt akin to teleportation. Quick and convenient. Naruto was highly satisfied with this tool, as it meant that even without having learned the Flying Thunder God technique yet, he could use this pouch as an infinite source of kunai, throwing them out and recalling them at will. While others' kunai were consumables, his could be endlessly generated. This would save him a considerable expense in his future as a ninja. The following day, as sunlight once again bathed Konoha, the children had learned the route to the ninja school and were able to attend classes independently. Iruka-sensei arrived early at the classroom, greeting each child as they entered. "Good morning, Iruka-sensei." Naruto expressed his heartfelt respect for Iruka. "Hello, Naruto. You're quite early today," Iruka replied, reciprocating the warmth. Naruto took his usual seat beside Hinata, and once again, the familiar group of friends gathered around him, seemingly having unconsciously agreed on their seating arrangements. This spot had become a fixed establishment, unchanged. As the hour for class approached, all the students had arrived. On this momentous first day of lessons, it was commendable that not a single individual was tardy. Witnessing everyone seated neatly in their places, Iruka's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction. Standing at the podium, a glimmer of seriousness shone in his gaze as he surveyed the classroom filled with eager students, their eyes brimming with an innocent thirst for knowledge. Clearing his throat, he prepared to commence the lesson. "Class, today we shall delve into the history of the Hidden Leaf Village," Iruka began. "Konoha is our shared home. It is not merely a village of shinobi but the very roots of our existence. Let us start from the origins of Konoha. Long ago, during the tumultuous Warring States period, various ninja clans engaged in relentless battles for territory and power. At that time, ninjas operated without a fixed organization, fighting for money and personal gain, devoid of faith and belonging. Until one fateful day, two extraordinary ninjas, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, weary of the ceaseless conflicts, resolved to join forces and bring an end to the chaos. Their vision was to establish a ninja village, a sanctuary where all ninjas could coexist in harmony. Thus, the nascent form of Konoha was born. With their tremendous strength and wisdom, Hashirama and Madara persuaded other ninja clans to unite with them in founding the Hidden Leaf Village. Konoha was collaboratively established by the Senju clan of the forest and the Uchiha clan, aligned with the Land of Fire, with the leaf symbolizing the Uchiha clan. The name Konoha epitomizes resilience and vitality, akin to a leaf that continues to thrive even in the harshest of environments. As time passed, Konoha flourished and expanded, not only attracting more ninja clans, but also drawing numerous civilians. The village evolved into a diverse community where ninjas and common folk coexisted harmoniously, collectively safeguarding the peace and prosperity of their home. The first leader of the village was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, followed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Throughout the village's development, we have faced numerous challenges, such as the First Great Ninja War, which was a conflict between Konoha and other ninja villages. Despite the brutality of war, our predecessors, through their valor and intellect, protected our homeland. Konoha has also witnessed the emergence of many heroes, including our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who stands as an idol for our youth, as well as the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. Students, the history of Konoha is one steeped in trials and sacrifices. Yet it is precisely these challenges and sacrifices that have shaped the Konoha we know today. It is not merely a village of ninjas. It is a place filled with love and hope. Now, it is your turn. You are the future of Konoha, the new generation of ninjas. I hope you will inherit the spirit of your predecessors, protect our home, and keep the flames of Konoha burning bright. Iruka's words resonated with passion and strength, echoing in the classroom and inspiring every student present. It was evident that Iruka was a natural inheritor of the will of fire. His heartfelt words were sincere and genuine, captivating the students' attention, some of whom even felt tears welling in their eyes. This was not merely a history lesson. It was a transmission of the will of fire. Iruka's words would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on these students as they embarked on their journeys as ninjas. During the intermission, Naruto exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Konoha was founded by our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are truly formidable. Madara Uchiha was such a great ninja, growing up in the environment of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was inevitably influenced by the pride of his lineage, holding their honor in high esteem. However," he interjected, "but I heard that Madara eventually left Konoha." Naruto casually remarked. This struck a nerve with Sasuke. "No way. I refuse to believe that. Just wait. I'll ask my family later why such a powerful figure would leave Konoha," Sasuke declared, determined to uncover the truth. As the break concluded, Iruka returned. "Class, please return to your seats. Today, in addition to learning about the history of Konoha, we will begin our study of the fundamental chakra necessary for ninjas." Upon hearing the term chakra, even the most mischievous of children settled down, anxious not to miss any crucial details. Chakra is of utmost importance for ninjas, determining whether one can become an exceptional and powerful shinobi. Iruka's voice resonated throughout the room. First and foremost, we must understand that chakra is the source of our ninja power. Only by mastering chakra can we perform various jutsu. So what exactly is chakra? The children listened intently. Chakra is a form of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components of the body. It serves as the energy source for performing ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or creating physical constructs to bind or sever opponents using chakra. Generally, it refers to a product of the balanced mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. After extracting chakra, a ninja can use it for jutsu through hand seals. The physical energy generated by the 130 trillion cells in the body, combined with spiritual energy, is known as stamina, which forms the foundation for executing taijutsu. Stamina is transformed within the body into chakra, allowing ninjas to utilize it for jutsu through hand seals. In simpler terms, regardless of whether one possesses chakra, everyone has both spiritual and physical energy. The production of chakra is essentially the balanced fusion of these two elements. It does not simply arise from possessing both components. Iruka elaborated on what chakra is, leaving most students in a haze of confusion. Even Naruto, who had successfully extracted chakra, felt somewhat bewildered. The plethora of specialized terms made it no wonder that many individuals in the original narrative struggled to extract chakra for an extended period. They were likely hindered by their understanding of these concepts. In contrast, Naruto's extraordinary chakra extraction technique was devoid of such convoluted terminology. It allowed his body to directly remember the sensation of extracting chakra, enabling him to do so instinctively whenever he desired without unnecessary complexities. Iruka distributed the chakra extraction textbooks arranged by the village, stating, "This is the standardized chakra extraction technique provided by the village. It is merely an introductory method. Some of you hail from prestigious clans and may have their own advanced techniques for chakra extraction. However, for students just beginning their journey in the Ninja Academy, this book suffices." Yet, in this elite class, most children have already mastered their family's unique chakra cultivation methods. Even Sakura, who comes from a civilian background, is no exception. Her parents, both of whom are Chunin, exchanged their contributions from missions for an improved chakra extraction technique. Last night, they entrusted it to Sakura, who now revealed the technique given to her by her parents, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Now, let us all attempt to extract chakra." Iruka's voice interrupted the children's thoughts. Remember, only an exceptionally rare genius can extract chakra in a remarkably short time. Students with average talent often require a week, while those with lesser talent may take a month to extract chakra. Iruka reminded the class. If you find yourselves unable to extract chakra, do not be disheartened. This is entirely normal. The children promptly closed their eyes, embarking on their attempts to sense the chakra within them, guided by their family's secret techniques or the school's curriculum. Naruto was no exception. He shut his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to extract the chakra within him using the divine chakra extraction technique that resided in his mind. He succeeded effortlessly, yet chose to remain silent among the crowd. Aside from Naruto, the most gifted among them was undoubtedly Sasuke Uchiha. After all, he was the reincarnation of Indra. Within Sasuke's being, he meticulously followed the Uchiha clan's secret arts, striving to blend his mental and physical energies gradually. After merging them in a precise ratio, chakra was born. It flowed through his veins like delicate streams, and Sasuke endeavored to sense them, attempting to guide them forth. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet he did not relent. Self-proclaimed as a genius, he possessed an insatiable competitive spirit, determined to extract his chakra before Naruto. Gradually, the chakra within Sasuke began to respond to his summons. It surged forth from his veins, gathering in his dantian. He felt a warm force coursing through him, knowing he had successfully extracted chakra. Upon opening his eyes, he observed the other children also striving to extract their chakra. Their foreheads glistened with sweat, yet their gazes were resolute. Naruto appeared to be still immersed in his efforts. Teacher Iruka wandered through the classroom, offering guidance to the children. He recognized that each child represented the future of Konohagakure, and their growth was of utmost importance to the village. Focus your mind and sense the flow of chakra within you. Iruka's voice echoed in the classroom. Do not rush, gently coax it forth. The children, heeding Iruka's instructions, gradually began to sense the presence of chakra within them. Their minds calmed, allowing them to perceive the chakra more clearly. Sasuke, having succeeded in his extraction, felt his earlier impatience dissipate as he settled into a state of tranquility. He attempted once more, and through persistent exploration, he discovered that when he fully relaxed, the flow of chakra became increasingly smooth. He began to guide the chakra with his consciousness, directing it to flow according to his will. Thus, the extraction process accelerated. An afternoon passed, and nearly all of the young ninjas from Konohagakure had successfully extracted chakra using the specialized technique. They stood upon the shoulders of giants, achieving swift success not solely due to their innate talents, but also the contributions of their forebears. The order of chakra extraction was as follows: Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno. Upon extracting their chakra, they were filled with elation. Aware that possessing chakra was the first step towards becoming a ninja, teacher Iruka gazed upon his students with a heart full of pride. As a teacher, what could be more gratifying than witnessing the success of his students? Particularly, he noted Naruto's remarkable talent, only slightly trailing Sasuke. Iruka felt a certain fondness for Naruto. Considering his background as an orphan, Iruka could empathize to some extent. Yet, it was Naruto's approach to life that commanded Iruka's admiration, prompting him to quietly monitor Naruto's progress. He knew that these children would one day become the pride of Konohagakure, regardless of the influence of the village's secret techniques. Their exceptional talents were undeniable, and this remarkable cohort of children would undoubtedly become the pillars of Konohagakure in the future. Chapter 32. Continued Training. The day's lessons at the Ninja Academy drew near to a close. Teacher Iruka stood at the podium, his gaze warmly sweeping over each student in the classroom. He understood that for these fledgling students, the extraction of chakra was the first and most arduous step in their ninja journey. He spoke softly, "Class, I know some of you were unable to successfully extract chakra today, but please do not lose heart. In the past, ninjas required far more time than you do now to master this skill. Even if their first attempts at chakra extraction took ages, they ultimately became excellent ninjas. The insights we now possess regarding chakra extraction have been refined over generations, making them significantly more effective than before. I believe that in the near future, you will all succeed in extracting chakra from within yourselves." His words were imbued with encouragement and confidence, each syllable a warm spring breeze caressing the hearts of his students. Those who had felt disheartened by their inability to extract chakra lifted their heads, their eyes rekindled with hope. Iruka continued, "For those of you who have successfully extracted chakra, I commend your exceptional talent. However, talent is merely the starting point. You must work diligently, making the most of every moment to strive towards becoming outstanding ninjas." Iruka approached the group surrounding Naruto, offering individualized guidance. He patiently said, "You have taken an important step, but this is just the beginning. Your talents place you at the forefront of the starting line, yet the journey ahead is long. I hope you cherish this gift and continue to strive to become true ninjas. Do not squander your potential, nor the spirit of fire that burns within us. Utilize this gift to gain greater strength, to protect our village, and to safeguard those we hold dear." The students listened, their spirits ignited. Inspired by Iruka's encouragement, their resolve solidified, and their confidence soared. As the school bell rang, the students rushed out in a flurry. However, the group led by Naruto lingered. "Are we training today?" asked Choji Akimichi. "Absolutely. Has everyone recovered? Is anyone feeling unwell?" Naruto naturally chose to rally everyone for training. In numbers, there is a sense of competition, and starting training from a young age would ensure they were significantly stronger by the time the main story begins. When the Great Ninja War arrives, Naruto did not want his comrades merely to be spectators. At the very least, they should be capable of contributing in battle and possessing the ability to defend themselves. "All right then, everyone should be fine," Kiba Inuzuka responded. "Yesterday's training was not too intense, and since most of us come from prominent clans, we have dedicated medicinal baths to restore our bodies, ensuring we do not suffer any fatigue. Cultivating them this way from a young age will surely yield formidable ninjas in the future." "What a hassle. Let us go and finish early so we can get home for dinner," Shikamaru grumbled, though his body betrayed his words. In larger groups, individuals often find their personalities obscured, easily swayed by the prevailing trends. This phenomenon can have both advantages and disadvantages, yet in terms of training, it fosters a competitive spirit among friends, leading to more earnest practice, indeed, a positive outcome. Charge. To the Ninja Academy's training ground, teacher Iruka tidied his lesson plan. Observing as Naruto and his companions made their way towards the training ground, curiosity piqued as he followed behind. What are those little rascals, Naruto and his friends, up to? Could it be that they are planning to engage in a brawl? If a fight were to break out, I would have to step in and intervene. I must say, Iruka-sensei is truly a kind-hearted soul, always worrying about the affairs of his students. Yet, this also reveals that at his core, He is simply a good-natured person. Naruto and his companions arrived at the training ground, where Lee and Gai-sensei were also engaged in their workout. Hey, Naruto. Hello, everyone. Are you all here to exercise? Lee greeted them enthusiastically upon spotting Naruto's group. Hello, Lee. We were just about to start our training. Why don't you join us? Naruto invited Lee to partake in their activities. That sounds fantastic. Let us train together from now on. When there are more of us, it will be less tedious. Lee flashed a bright smile, showing off his pearly whites, and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Oh, Lee, I'm truly happy for you. You've quickly found a group of friends to grow alongside. Youth is truly invigorating. It knows no bounds. To celebrate your newfound friendships, I propose we run 10 laps around Konoha today. If you cannot manage that, then you must do an additional 1,000 push-ups, Gai-sensei declared. I will train diligently. And I won't let you down, Gai-sensei. From a distance, they resembled a father and son, but in reality, they were master and disciple, embracing each other in tears. Let us go, Lee. I'm off to train as well. For the better flourishing of our youth, let us give it our all. Gai opted to train independently, while Lee joined Naruto's training squad. Naruto, this time, I will surely surpass you. I will endure longer than you. If I fail, I shall return and do an extra 200 push-ups. Lee was increasingly resembling Gai, his speech mirroring that of his mentor. Think you can outdo Naruto? First, you'll have to get past me. Sasuke interjected, positioning himself between Lee and Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, I admit you might be a genius. But let us not forget that you lost to me yesterday. Do you truly believe you can defeat me today? Lee retorted, slightly irked by Sasuke's words. In his eyes, given his relentless training in taijutsu, Sasuke should not stand a chance against him. Eyebrow, today's me is not the same as yesterday's. Just wait and see. Sasuke declared, ready to face off against Lee, which eased the pressure on Naruto. Alright, everyone, let us set off. But remember not to overexert yourselves. Consistency in daily training is what truly matters. Before they departed, Naruto reiterated his caution, ensuring no one would injure themselves. They were still in their growth phase. Moderate exercise would yield benefits, while excessive training could lead to injuries. This time, Naruto did not hold back, unleashing his full prowess from the onset. He was willing to reveal some of his strength, knowing that if anyone questioned him later, he could simply attribute his stamina to his remarkable recovery abilities. A trait of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, yesterday, Naruto had merely warmed up. Today, he was eager to break a sweat. Witnessing Naruto's swift speed without a hint of slowing down, everyone was taken aback. Sasuke and Lee, recognizing Naruto's formidable prowess, realized that surpassing him was indeed a daunting task. They exchanged glances, viewing each other as rivals. Can't surpass Naruto? Surely, I can at least outpace Sasuke. They both thought simultaneously. And so, their competition began. Lee's speed was impressive, and after training for a while, his stamina was commendable. Sasuke, with his innate talent, had fully recovered from yesterday's workout, bolstered by the Uchiha clan's unique medicinal baths, enhancing his physical abilities significantly, potentially aided by Indra's chakra, which is superior, innate talent or diligence. Sakura and Ino were astonished by Naruto's speed. If they could not keep up with him, they would have to train at their own pace. The two of them, typically the best of friends, became fierce competitors during training, each unwilling to yield to the other. Hinata, witnessing Naruto's incredible prowess, silently praised him, focusing her gaze on him and striving to match his intensity. While she might not possess the strongest physique, her determination was unwavering. In the face of adversity, she would never give up. This was Naruto's ninja way, and it was a lesson in perseverance that Hinata had learned from him. Akamaru, intrigued by Naruto's speed, left Kiba behind and dashed toward Naruto, eager to follow in his wake. Hey, Akamaru, don't run so fast. I can't keep up, Kiba shouted from behind, sprinting as swiftly as he could. Wait for me, everyone. Choji also joined in, though each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. Don't forget about me. I despise being overlooked. Shino, often lacking presence, added his voice. What a nuisance. You all should tire yourselves out quickly, so I can wrap this up and relax. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, was already contemplating ways to avoid exertion before they had even begun. Chapter 33. Training concludes, Iruka-sensei treats. Upon witnessing a group engaging in physical training at the training ground, Iruka-sensei was taken aback. He had never seen students linger after class at the Ninja Academy to train, let alone such a large, organized group dedicated to mutual improvement. The leader appeared to be Naruto, who seemed to have cultivated strong bonds with his classmates, garnering their willingness to heed his guidance. Remarkable, Naruto. Unbeknownst to you, you have amassed so many friends. I always knew you were a good kid. Iruka. secretly observing from the shadows, was moved to tears. Naruto, you are truly inspirational. As time passed, Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru formed the slacker trio and concluded their training early. Choji struggled due to his weight, each step a challenge, preventing him from sustaining his efforts for long. Shino, burdened by the insects within him, found running uncomfortable. And it was already a rare feat for an oil-wielding ninja to even contemplate physical training. As for Shikamaru, we remain uncertain whether he genuinely could not run or was merely feigning it to avoid exertion. Next came the dynamic duo, Ino and Sakura. Ino, a resolute individual, had become even more spirited under Naruto's influence, showing remarkable perseverance compared to the lackluster boys. The Yamanaka clan also provided her with specialized training formulas, contributing to her impressive progress. Sakura, despite her commoner status, had parents who, upon learning that she was in the elite class and befriending the most formidable of the second generation, invested significant resources to help her catch up, including providing recovery herbs. No child should have to suffer. Then there was Kiba, whose initial enthusiasm was met with diminishing stamina, unable to maintain his sprint. Akamaru, as a ninja dog, had superior endurance compared to Kiba, trailing closely behind Naruto. Yet Naruto's overwhelming physical prowess rendered even the ninja dog unable to keep pace, as he sprinted faster than any canine, though this was partly due to Akamaru's youth. Hinata is the focal point of Naruto's care, even as he runs. He remains ever mindful of her well-being. He understands that Hinata embodies a delicate exterior coupled with an indomitable spirit. Although she appears gentle and frail on the surface, her inner strength is formidable. Naruto genuinely worries that Hinata may be overexerting herself, risking injury during training. Upon noticing her breathing becoming increasingly erratic and her steps faltering, he approaches her, urging her to cease her efforts and take a well-deserved rest. He affectionately ruffles her hair and encourages her, saying, "You've done remarkably well, Hinata." Despite running for such an extended period, Hinata's face remains unflushed. However, when Naruto touches her head, she instantly blushes, overwhelmed by shyness, and faints. Naruto gently lays her down on the grass to rest, before resuming his own run. Only 3 individuals remain on the field: Naruto, Sasuke, and Lee. Lee, I know you've reached your limit. It would be wise to give up, Sasuke observes. Not at all, Sasuke. I know you're the one who should yield. There's no shame in giving up. Both Lee and Sasuke are nearing their physical limits, yet seeing each other persist fuels their determination. Sasuke feels the weight of his clan's honor. Having already been overshadowed by Naruto, he cannot bear the thought of being surpassed by Lee, as it would tarnish the illustrious name of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Lee believes that his relentless effort, having trained longer and being a year older than Sasuke, should grant him the upper hand. He is convinced that perseverance can surpass talent, and with the prodigy Niji Hyuga in their class, he feels compelled to measure himself against fellow geniuses like Sasuke. Witnessing their unwavering resolve, Naruto feels somewhat helpless. Yet, he refrains from intervening in their rivalry, stating, "You both must stop if you cannot continue. Nothing is more important than your health. Be cautious not to injure yourselves." As he passes by them, he speaks earnestly. Eventually, it is Sasuke who concedes first, succumbing to the disadvantages of age and his incomplete Indra's chakra awakening, along with the inability to activate the Uchiha's renowned Sharingan. Sasuke's withdrawal is understandable. Upon seeing Sasuke relent, Lee catches his breath, managing to persist for a little longer before finally choosing to rest. This time, I have triumphed over a genius through sheer willpower. Lee feels a profound sense of satisfaction within. Motivation stems from having a goal, as the others cease their activities. Naruto symbolically completes a few more laps before stopping. Today, he has truly enjoyed his run. Though he hasn't exerted himself to the fullest, he has at least given it a fair effort. He has sweated profusely, feeling invigorated. Well then, let us call it a day. Everyone, please be careful on your way home. Naruto addresses his resting companions. Thus, the training concludes, and after exchanging farewells, they each return to their respective homes. Naruto, the ever-watchful Iruka-sensei, emerges from the bushes, having witnessed Naruto's astounding stamina. "Hello, Iruka-sensei." Naruto, with his acute senses, has been aware of Iruka's presence since he left the classroom, sensing every movement he made. Did training just conclude? How about some ramen? Iruka knows Naruto's fondness for Ichiraku ramen. "Sure, Iruka-sensei, let us go." Naruto readily accepts Iruka's kind invitation, confident that he can persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to cover the bill. His eyes gleam with excitement as he eagerly nods in agreement. Together, they head out of the school towards Ichiraku ramen. 2 bowls of the house special ramen, please. Naruto, a regular at Ichiraku, is favored by the chef. All right, Naruto. Is that Iruka-sensei with you? Have you begun attending the Ninja Academy? Yes, Iruka-sensei is my homeroom teacher. Haha, how time flies. To celebrate your enrollment in the Ninja Academy, I'll treat you to an extra serving. Thank you, chef. In the ramen shop, the steaming bowls emit an enticing aroma. Naruto and Iruka sit at a corner table. Their steaming ramen bowls before them. Naruto's bowl has been specially prepared, overflowing with ingredients. Indeed, there's more meat than noodles. Unable to contain himself, Naruto grabs his chopsticks and digs in voraciously. Iruka chuckles at the sight of Naruto devouring his meal. Throughout their meal, they engage in lively conversation. Naruto, your dream is to become Hokage, isn't it? Iruka inquires between bites. Yes, Iruka-sensei. Do you believe I can achieve it? Naruto asks with curiosity. Oh, it's just a casual question. If someone else said it, I might not take it seriously, but since it's you, I genuinely believe you might just do it. Ha ha ha, Iruka-sensei, you're mistaken. I will definitely succeed. You're quite confident, aren't you? I look forward to the day you become Hokage. Iruka responds, encouraged by Naruto's confidence. If you become Hokage, I'll have a gift ready to celebrate. The chef interjects, having overheard their exchange. Then I'll preemptively thank you for the gift. Iruka-sensei, just you wait. I will become Hokage, an exceptional ninja, he proclaims with determination. Iruka, witnessing the unwavering resolve in Naruto's eyes, feels a warm surge of hope. He recognizes this child possesses the potential to realize his dreams if he continues to strive diligently. Meanwhile, Sasuke walks home. Filled with curiosity about the history of Uchiha Madara's departure from the village, as mentioned by Naruto, he decides to inquire with his father, hoping to uncover more about this historical narrative. Ah, Sasuke's home. Quick, sit down, dinner is ready. Call your brother and father to join us. Mikoto Uchiha exclaims joyfully upon Sasuke's return. Understood, mother. Sasuke promptly hastens to summon his father and brother for dinner. As the family enjoys their meal in harmony, Sasuke can no longer contain himself and asks, Father, I wish to learn about our Uchiha clan's history. Oh, Sasuke, what has prompted this sudden interest? You weren't previously so keen, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, inquires curiously. Today in history class, we discussed how Konoha was founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, which piqued my curiosity about our history. Upon hearing that Sasuke's interest was sparked by history class, Fugaku acknowledges, actually, I'm also quite curious about that history. Would you mind sharing it with us, father? Itachi Uchiha adds, echoing Sasuke's sentiment as he too has long been intrigued by this history. Seeing his two sons eager to learn about their clan's past, Fugaku can no longer defer and begins to patiently recount the tale. To understand the history of Konoha, we must first trace back to the events preceding its establishment. Uchiha Fugaku began to recount a tale to Sasuke and Itachi, who sat attentively, their patience unwavering. In the era preceding the establishment of the ninja villages, a tumultuous period known as the Warring States period unfolded. This epic endured for an extensive duration, with each clan engaged in relentless conflict. The renowned Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Nara clan, and the Hyuga clan, among others, were once adversaries during this tumultuous time. For their own interests, they could seamlessly transition from cooperation to betrayal in the blink of an eye. Ninja clans were mercenaries, hired by the highest bidder to execute assassination and extermination missions. In such dire conditions, ninjas had to guard their surnames closely. Even the youngest children were thrust into the battlefield, leading to a drastic reduction in life expectancy, with both ninjas and commoners averaging only around 30 years of life. Amidst this harrowing environment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were born into the formidable Senju and Uchiha clans, respectively, two of the most powerful ninja factions. Consequently, these clans often found themselves in opposition. When one was hired, the other would invariably be contracted to counter them. Under the leadership of Uchiha Taijima, the Uchiha clan, alongside the Hitaki clan, confronted the Senju clan. The three major clans engaged in countless battles, resulting in the loss of most of Madara's brothers, leaving only his younger sibling, Izuna, behind. Madara silently vowed to protect his sole remaining brother. Years later, the Hitaki clan was eliminated by their employers for failing to eradicate the Senju clan, leaving the Uchiha clan to face the Senju alone. Yet fate is often unpredictable. Within these sworn enemies arose two anomalies, Hashirama and Madara. Seeking solace, Madara ventured to the riverbank to skip stones, where he encountered Hashirama, who became his rival in the pastime. Unable to reveal their identities, they merely exchanged their names, and Hashirama discerned Madara's ninja status from his stone-throwing technique. At that moment, Hashirama discovered the corpse of a Hitaki clan member in the river, prompting him to return home. as the area was on the brink of becoming a battlefield. Upon his return, Hashirama faced reprimand from his father, Butsuma Senju, for questioning the circumstances surrounding his brother Kawarama's death. When Hashirama insisted on the injustice of the situation, Butsuma prepared to chastise him further, only to be interrupted by Tobirama Senju, who later advised Hashirama that only through signing a treaty to form an alliance could they hope to end the ceaseless warfare. However, reality proved harsh. Shortly thereafter, Butsuma's other brother, Hashirama, met his demise at the hands of the Uchiha clan. Grief-stricken, Hashirama returned to the riverbank, where he encountered Madara once more. In their shared sorrow, they recognized each other's pain. Madara believed that to halt the cycle of death, they must open their hearts and communicate honestly. Yet they felt such honesty was an impossibility due to the nature of humanity. They concluded that to persuade the adults to heed their counsel, they must first grow stronger, thus began their daily training together. As they ascended a mountain, Hashirama proposed the creation of a village to safeguard children, establishing a school for training and task completion, thus distancing them from the horrors of war. Madara concurred, believing it would better protect his brother. During this period, their daily excursions aroused the suspicions of both fathers. Consequently, Butsuma instructed Tobirama to secretly monitor Hashirama's meetings with Madara, and upon confirming their interactions, ordered Hashirama to eliminate Madara. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Butsuma and Tobirama covertly trailed Hashirama, while Izuna's father, Taijima Uchiha, plotted to seize the opportunity to kill Hashirama. The two fathers led their respective sons into an ambush, prepared to eliminate the eldest heirs. Yet, Hashirama and Madara were reluctant to engage in violence, opting instead to skip stones and signal their retreat. Meanwhile, Butsuma and Tobirama charged across the riverbank, with Taijima and Izuna following suit, leading to a standoff. In the ensuing confrontation, Butsuma and Taijima, seizing the moment when Tobirama clashed with Izuna, leapt into the air, wielding kunai and ninja blades in an attempt to slay the children. Fortunately, Hashirama and Madara swiftly defended against the attack with stones. Subsequently, they approached their respective brothers, vowing to protect them from harm. Madara's desire to safeguard Izuna awakened his Sharingan for the first time. He then declared his intention to sever the bond between himself and Hashirama. When Taijima inquired whether Madara felt confident in prevailing in battle, Madara confessed that Hashirama had surpassed him in strength. Consequently, Taijima assessed that the situation was unfavorable and led their sons in retreat. Madara's actions deeply impacted Hashirama. From that point forward, Madara and Hashirama became adversaries, embroiled in endless battles alongside their clans for years to come. As time passed and Taijima passed away, Madara ascended to lead the Uchiha clan, with Izuna serving as his loyal confidant. During this war-torn era, under Madara's command, the Uchiha engaged in numerous conflicts against the Senju, with Izuna proving himself a formidable warrior on the front lines, earning the title of unassailable opponent. Despite countless battles between the two clans, they remained evenly matched until a pivotal confrontation when Tobirama, seizing an opportunity, fatally wounded Izuna with a swift strike utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Madara rushed to his injured brother, who, having been careless, lay gravely wounded. When Hashirama suggested an alliance between their clans, Izuna vehemently opposed the notion. Consequently, Madara rejected Hashirama's proposal and retreated with Izuna, leading the remaining Uchiha ninjas to surrender to Hashirama and Tobirama. In this battle, Tobirama turned the tide against the Uchiha, establishing the Senju's victory. Due to Izuna's grievous injuries, he succumbed to his wounds, bequeathing his eyes to Madara, endowing him with his power to protect the Uchiha. Thus, Madara awakened the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. While Sasuke and Itachi had been enthralled by the tale, the mention of unfamiliar terms caused their brows to furrow in confusion. It was Sasuke who finally posed the question, "Father, what is the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? I have never heard of it." Uchiha Fugaku, seemingly unprepared for the inquiry, realized he had inadvertently disclosed a highly confidential matter, one that most Uchiha clan members were unaware of, passed down only among the clan's leaders. Yet, having inadvertently let the secret slip, he decided to elaborate. "You all know of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, encompassing the 1-tomo, 2-tomo, and 3-tomo variations, yes?" Sasuke and Itachi nodded in agreement. However, beyond these lies the Mangekyō Sharingan, an ocular power that can only be awakened after experiencing profound emotional turmoil. This grants our Uchiha clan a strength far surpassing that of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses various ocular techniques. However, the invocation of these techniques necessitates a considerable expenditure of ocular power. Excessive depletion of this power can result in diminished vision, ultimately leading to complete blindness. Later, the clan members discovered that these ocular techniques could only be activated through the transplantation of another's kaleidoscope Sharingan, and even then, success was not guaranteed. The closer the blood relation between the individuals, the higher the likelihood of activation. Upon evolving into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the consumption of ocular power when using techniques diminishes, and the expended power gradually recovers over time. It is noteworthy that within our Uchiha clan, the awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan is already considered a mark of genius. While the conditions for unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan are exceedingly stringent, demanding even greater innate talent. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, built upon the foundation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, requires the fusion of a relative's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such a complex set of requirements has led many clan members to live with regret, unable to awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, let alone the Eternal variant. As time passed, the clan gradually forgot the significance of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, relegating it to mere legend. Only the leaders of each generation passed down this knowledge, ensuring that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan did not fade into history, and to provide their kin with specific information should a particularly gifted member awaken the Kaleidoscope in the future. Through the elucidation provided by Uchiha Fugaku, both Itachi and Sasuke came to understand the nuances of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and its eternal counterpart. Chapter 35. The current state of the Uchiha clan. It appears you have all grasped the concepts. Thus, I shall continue. Observing the enlightened expressions on Sasuke and Itachi's faces, Uchiha Fugaku proceeded to elaborate further. When Uchiha Madara activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he experienced a tremendous surge in power, yet his disposition underwent a profound transformation. The once kind-hearted and affable Uchiha Madara morphed into a vengeful individual, cloaked in emotional isolation. Even as the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans improved, Madara, having lost his brother Izuna, found himself unable to confront the subsequent trials, consumed by resentment over the repeated loss of his kin. While many clan members opted for submission, the embittered Madara remained steadfast in his resolve to fight to the bitter end. To uphold his promise to his brother, he single-handedly declared war against Senju Hashirama. After a grueling day and night of battle, Madara faced his first defeat. When Hashirama once again sought collaboration between the two clans, Madara retorted that he would only consider surrendering if Hashirama were to take his own life or kill his brother Tobirama. Naturally, Hashirama would never contemplate harming his sibling and believed in Madara's integrity, confident that he would adhere to his word. Thus, the noble Hashirama chose to end his own life. Deeply moved by Hashirama's actions, Madara resolved to lead the Uchiha clan toward reconciliation with the Senju. Not long after, the two most powerful clans united to establish the Hidden Leaf Village, inviting other formidable clans to join and bolster its strength. The remaining four nations soon emulated the Fire Nation's approach, forming their own ninja organizations, heralding the dawn of an era characterized by the unification of the ninja world across 5 nations. At last, Hashirama and Madara realized their childhood dream. From the tumultuous era of warfare, where two ninja clans clashed with fervent animosity, to the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju, culminating in the creation of a paradise for ninjas, the Hidden Leaf Village was born from a pursuit of peace. The Hidden Leaf has finally been established. What an arduous journey it has been. But what transpired afterward? Father, what became of Madara and Hashirama in the end? Sasuke could not help but interject. A village organization naturally requires a leader. In the selection of the first Hokage, Hashirama initially intended for Madara to assume the role. However, he faced vehement opposition from Tobirama. Aside from Hashirama, who supported Madara's candidacy, the rest of the villagers from the Hidden Leaf were in favor of Hashirama becoming Hokage, effectively isolating Madara from the community. Fugaku continued, how could this be? Wasn't the Hidden Leaf Village co-founded by Madara and Hashirama? Why, then, is the village's sentiment toward them so disparate? Itachi could not restrain his curiosity. To him, a village and its clan should coexist harmoniously. Madara had devoted himself to the village's establishment. So why was he not acknowledged by its people? Many families within the village held a disdain for Madara. His proud nature led him to dismiss everyone except Hashirama, resulting in his poor reputation among the villagers. Despite being a key figure in the village's founding, few remembered his contributions. Fugaku clarified for Itachi. And what happened next? What were Madara's thoughts? Now it was Itachi who was anxious, eager to hear the continuation of the tale. Ultimately, Madara recognized the villagers' dissatisfaction with him and made the decision to depart from the very village he had helped create. As he prepared to leave, Hashirama implored Madara to stay, expressing that he had always regarded Madara as his right-hand man, his brother, and hoped he would assist him. He believed that in time, the populace would recognize Madara's virtues, and he would eventually become the second Hokage. However, Madara foresaw that after Hashirama's demise, it would undoubtedly be Tobirama who would inherit the Hokage position. Unlike Hashirama, who longed for peace and advocated for harmonious coexistence, Tobirama was characterized by a more radical disposition and harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Uchiha clan. Madara understood that if Tobirama were to ascend to the Hokage seat, the Uchiha clan would inevitably face annihilation. Thus, he rallied his clan members to leave the village alongside him. Alas, at this juncture, Fugaku paused, unable to suppress a sigh. "What troubles you, father?" As the leader of the Uchiha clan and a co-founder of the Hidden Leaf, Madara should possess considerable prestige within the clan, should he not? Surely, he must have had some followers? The perceptive Itachi voiced his confusion regarding his father's lament. A trace of helplessness flickered in Fugaku's eyes as he spoke with palpable sorrow. If only that were the case. The Uchiha, accustomed to warfare, reveled in peace but were unwilling to follow Madara. He felt a profound sense of shame, having failed to protect even his brother. He had promised Izuna to safeguard the Uchiha clan, yet he found himself incapable of fulfilling that vow. Madara understood that aside from Hashirama, no one could communicate with him openly. Subsequently, Madara inquired whether Hashirama would be willing to choose between him and Tobirama for the sake of the village. Hashirama hesitated, for Madara knew precisely where Hashirama's limits lay. Consequently, Madara resolved to depart from the Hidden Leaf, in search of the true peace he desired. Eventually, Madara seemingly vanished, and no one heard from him again. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku, in his capacity as the leader of the Uchiha clan, recounted the tale of the events preceding the establishment of the Hidden Leaf and the subsequent transformations within the Uchiha clan. Initially, he intended to conclude at this point, as Sasuke and Itachi had primarily sought knowledge regarding the founding of the village. Yet, he inadvertently interwove many aspects of the Uchiha clan's evolution into his narrative. His hope was for Sasuke and Itachi to comprehend that the Uchiha clan had once basked in glory, though regrettably, that splendor has long since faded. As Fugaku fell silent, Sasuke felt he had gleaned the information he sought, the story of the Hidden Leaf's founding and Madara's departure. Thus, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, Itachi, being slightly older, felt differently. Upon entering the clandestine ranks of Konoha, he had been incessantly indoctrinated by the higher echelons of the village, instilled with the belief that sacrificing the interests of the Uchiha clan for the advancement of the village was a justifiable endeavor, as Konoha was their sanctuary. However, after listening to the words of Uchiha Fugaku today, his consciousness began to awaken. Why was it that, despite the Uchiha clan being instrumental in the founding of Konoha, their reputation had soured, and their relations with the village had deteriorated? What had transpired during this time? Father, I yearn to comprehend the events that led to the current state of our Uchiha clan. After much contemplation, Uchiha Itachi posed this question. Hearing Itachi's independent thoughts brought Fugaku a sense of solace. In his eyes, Uchiha Itachi was the most suitable successor to lead their clan. If Itachi sought to understand the past, he could potentially avert repeating the same mistakes in the future. Although Sasuke had already uncovered the truths he sought, he too was curious about the subsequent developments, eagerly awaiting his father's elaboration. It is as follows. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had laid the groundwork. And after Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, the second Hokage was Senju Tobirama. The Senju and Uchiha clans had once been bitter adversaries. And with the Senju clan firmly grasping power, the Uchiha clan naturally found themselves discontented. The long-standing animosity between the two clans had bred resentment. Within the Uchiha clan, dissatisfaction towards the Senju's monopolization of Konoha began to surface, prompting Senju Tobirama to devise a relatively prudent solution: the establishment of the Konoha police force. This force was predominantly composed of Uchiha clan members, with the clan leader holding a status just beneath that of the Hokage. The role of the police force in maintaining order within Konoha was undeniably significant. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan flourished, and within their ranks, the clamor for the Hokage position intensified, along with growing discontent towards Konoha's directives. Later, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, succeeded Tobirama, inheriting his predecessor's mistrust of the Uchiha clan. The upper echelons of Konoha, including the two advisors, Mito Kazuma and Kohor Udatain, were also former students of Senju Tobirama, as was the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, a former subordinate of the second Hokage. In the ensuing Third Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan suffered significant losses, with Konoha providing no compensation. This was a deliberate strategy by Konoha's leadership to undermine the Uchiha clan and target them further. Soon after, certain incidents arose that led Konoha's upper echelons to suspect the Uchiha clan's involvement. Although they could not produce evidence, we were equally unable to prove our innocence, which was exceedingly infuriating. Furthermore, the unspoken rules regarding the Hokage's tenure had completely dismissed the Uchiha. Following that incident, the reputation of the police force plummeted. After Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the Hokage position, he frequently disregarded the police force, allowing Danzo to handle its personnel without oversight. Thus, aside from the first Hokage, Hashirama, who had genuinely acknowledged the Uchiha clan, it was due to Madara's influence that the Uchiha received any recognition. The following Hokages, particularly Tobirama, harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, deeming them inherently malevolent. He passed this ideology onto Hiruzen, resulting in the Uchiha clan enduring incessant oppression over the years, coupled with a lack of respect from the villagers. Chapter 36. Itachi and Sasuke understood everything. As Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's father, as well as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was far from an ignorant novice. He was acutely aware of many matters, yet he could not articulate them. Externally, he bore the weight of the Uchiha clan's honor. Thus, every action he took was intertwined with their legacy, compelling him to temper his words. Even within the Uchiha clan, two factions had emerged. One was the radical faction, which had grown weary of the oppression from Konoha's upper echelons led by the third Hokage, desiring to rise in rebellion against Konoha, not necessarily aiming to usurp the leadership, but at the very least to defect from the village and gain the respect they deserved. As a clan known for their formidable combat prowess, other ninja villages would undoubtedly welcome Uchiha ninjas. Conversely, the conservative faction, while also harboring grievances against Konoha's leadership, had developed a bond with the village over their prolonged residence. Even in the face of various injustices, they did not contemplate leaving, preferring to endure in silence. The internal strife between these two factions grew increasingly intense. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku found himself in a rare position as a moderate. He did not perceive either faction as entirely correct. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he bore the responsibility to advocate for all his kin, striving to secure the best outcomes for them. From the current perspective, the discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was not irreconcilable. At the very least, the third Hokage's regard for Naruto Uzumaki suggested that Naruto genuinely had the potential to become Hokage, and Hiruzen had not sought to distance himself from Naruto in their discussions. Given Hiruzen's inherently suspicious nature, if he had not initiated contact or provided various hints, it implied tacit approval of his child, Sasuke, associating with Naruto. By the time Naruto truly matured, Hiruzen would likely be nearing retirement, and Konoha's advisors, Mito Kazuma and Koharu, could also be on the verge of stepping down. Even Danzo, who harbored a strong bias against the Uchiha, might retreat into the shadows. Consequently, a significant shift in Konoha's leadership could be imminent. From Sasuke, Fugaku had gleaned that Naruto was mature, composed, and adept at interpersonal relations. He would not neglect his friends. Thus, if Naruto were to ascend to the position of Hokage, and Sasuke remained his ally, the Uchiha clan might indeed have a chance to reintegrate into the center of Konoha's power. While not seeking to acquire immense authority, at the very least, they could attain the respect they deserved within the village. Therefore, Fugaku was inclined to place his hopes on Naruto Uzumaki, wagering on this potential future. Today, coincidentally being a family gathering without outsiders, Fugaku felt comfortable confiding in his beloved children, Itachi and Sasuke. Father, have the conflicts between our Uchiha clan and the village reached an irreparable state? Itachi inquired anxiously. At that moment, Itachi remained deeply concerned for the Uchiha clan, as well as the safety of Konoha. Although Sasuke was still young and unable to grasp the full extent of these matters, he too furrowed his brow upon hearing of the Uchiha clan's unfavorable position within Konoha. He looked at Fugaku with curious eyes, hoping to hear news of salvation for the Uchiha clan. In response to their hopeful gazes, Fugaku shook his head and declared, "No, Itachi, and you too, Sasuke. Our Uchiha clan is not beyond redemption." As Fugaku spoke, his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. He was unsure whether relying on a mere child like Naruto would indeed offer hope or viability. Yet, this was the best possibility Fugaku could envision. The fate of the radical faction would undoubtedly entail being ordered by Hiruzen to flee from Konoha, potentially facing extermination at the hands of Konoha's ninjas before they could escape. Conversely, the conservative faction would likely diminish under Hiruzen's prolonged oppression, ultimately fading from the annals of Konoha's history. Father, Please reveal to us this clear path forward. At this moment, Itachi harbored an intense desire to simultaneously save both the village and the Uchiha clan. The fate of it all may rest upon you two brothers. Uchiha Fugaku gazed solemnly at the two siblings. Us. Father, please clarify. Itachi initially froze in surprise before inquiring with confusion. Especially you, Sasuke. I trust you are aware of what transpired at the opening ceremony. Fugaku redirected the conversation back to the event. Both Itachi and Sasuke nodded, albeit perplexed as to why the opening ceremony was being brought up. Following the ceremony, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, explicitly acknowledged Naruto Uzumaki's qualifications to become Hokage, and the heads of Konoha's prominent clans recognized Naruto's performance, allowing their children to forge close ties with him. This was tacitly permitted by the third Hokage, with children from esteemed families such as Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata all associated with him. Sasuke now comprehended that his class was indeed filled with exceptional talents, each boasting significant backgrounds within Konoha. However, he questioned, but father, what does this have to do with Naruto? Just because he becomes Hokage, does that mean our Uchiha clan will be saved? Sasuke asked, bewildered. Indeed, Sasuke, the answer lies within you. If you forge a strong friendship with Naruto, even to the extent of brotherhood, his character guarantees that he will not overlook you. When he ascends to the role of Hokage, you may very well find yourself among the village's leadership, and at that time, the Uchiha clan can regain the respect it once held. Itachi instantly grasped Fugaku's intent. Should the third Hokage suppress the Uchiha clan, they could simply await the rise of a Hokage who would not. Once the leadership of Konoha underwent a transformation, the Uchiha clan's standing would likewise be restored. This was undeniably a prudent strategy. But father, how can we be sure that Naruto will indeed become Hokage? Itachi voiced his lingering doubts. Uchiha Fugaku observed the silent Uchiha Mikoto, whose expression was troubled, likely recalling certain friends and events from the past. With great gentleness, Fugaku addressed her. This is something you are well aware of, Mikoto. Please, share with the children. Mikoto, still immersed in her sentiments, no longer wished to conceal the truth from her children. She began, it is because Naruto's identity is far more extraordinary than you realize. Naruto's identity is special, but isn't he an orphan? Surely, the children of the village cannot mean that he is the Nine Tails. He cannot truly be the Nine Tails, can he? Or perhaps he is a secret child of the village elite, or even the Hokage's son. Sasuke rambled, dismissing each possibility one by one. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto fixed their gazes upon Sasuke intently. Itachi, sensing the atmosphere, felt a tremor within him as he began to unravel the truth, one that transcended his understanding. His voice quivered as he conjectured. Could it be that Sasuke has indeed guessed correctly? Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage? Impossible. Brother, Naruto is an orphan. How could he possibly be the fourth Hokage's son? Right, mother? Father? Sasuke dismissed Itachi's reasoning, but Fugaku and Mikoto merely nodded in silence. No way. Naruto truly is the son of the fourth Hokage? How did you deduce this? Sasuke was initially shattered, then turned to Itachi with questions. Sasuke, our parents have already hinted at Naruto's unique identity, suggesting a close relationship with the Hokage. Therefore, he is very likely a relative of the Hokage. Moreover, Naruto's blonde hair and surname Uzumaki remind me that the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, also had blonde hair. His wife was Kushina Uzumaki, sharing the same surname. Thus, I conjectured that Naruto must be their child. Itachi explained the reasoning behind his deduction. Mikoto nodded in agreement, adding, I was in the same class as Minato and Kushina, so I am well aware of their circumstances. Naruto is indeed their child. Fugaku supplemented, several years ago, on a night that seemed peaceful, Kushina Uzumaki gave birth. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was assailed by an intruder possessing the Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan, who unleashed the Nine Tails, wreaking havoc upon Konoha. Due to this suspicion, the Uchiha clan was ordered to remain inactive, only to safeguard the villagers. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, sacrificed his life to seal half of the Nine Tails within himself, while Kushina, before her demise, sealed the remaining half within Naruto. Thus, Naruto was appointed the new Jinchuriki. However, what no one anticipated was that the child, destined to be a hero's legacy, was ordered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to conceal his identity, rendering him an orphan publicly. Consequently, the Uchiha clan faced scorn from the villagers, while Naruto grew amidst their disdain. At that moment, both Itachi and Sasuke finally grasped the entirety of the situation. It seemed Konoha held far more secrets than they had ever known. I understand now, father. For the sake of harmony between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, I shall protect Naruto Uzumaki whenever the opportunity arises. Itachi declared first, having entered the Umbu, where he might soon be assigned to safeguard Naruto. He pledged to protect Naruto, the future hope of the Uchiha clan. Me too, father. From this day forth, I will strive to cultivate a good relationship with Naruto. He shall become my closest friend. Sasuke, too, recognized Naruto's significance to the Uchiha clan. Though he had never truly disliked Naruto, he felt a subtle inclination toward him. Now, with this newfound understanding, he resolved to set aside his somewhat haughty disposition and proactively befriend Naruto. Witnessing the maturity of both Itachi and Sasuke, as they earnestly considered the future of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku and Mikoto felt immense relief. Our Uchiha clan shall surely thrive. Chapter 37. The Tale of the Nine Tails. The following day at school, Naruto was astonished to find that the once aloof Sasuke had approached him to initiate conversation. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, it was evident that Sasuke was attempting to extend an olive branch, eager to forge a friendship. Despite his inner confusion regarding this change, Naruto welcomed the gesture. Each of them bore the chakra of Ashura and Indra. Ashura and Indra were the two progeny of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Indra, the elder son, inherited the sage's eye and mental prowess, displaying prodigious talent from a young age. Ashura, the younger son, inherited the sage's body, endowed with formidable physical strength. Due to their differing philosophies, the elder brother Indra revered force, while the younger brother Ashura championed love and equality. Before the Sage of Six Paths passing, he bestowed the ninja heritage upon Ashura. Driven by jealousy, Indra engaged in relentless conflict with Ashura, manifesting his spirit through successive generations. In a previous life, Indra's chakra resided within Uchiha Madara, while Ashura's chakra inhabited Senju Hashirama. Influenced by the chakra of Ashura and Indra, the two ultimately clashed in a monumental battle at the Valley of the End. After both have passed away, the new incarnation of Ashura's chakra is bestowed upon Naruto, while the new embodiment of Indra's chakra is granted to Sasuke. If fate does not intervene, a confrontation between the two is inevitable. Following the conclusion of their battle, Sasuke will formally acknowledge Naruto, ultimately resolving the twisted cycle of reincarnation that has perpetually bound Ashura and Indra to their descendants. Other classmates are equally astonished to witness the transformation in Sasuke's demeanor towards Naruto. It is not merely a change in attitude towards him. Sasuke, who once exhibited a rather aloof and prideful nature, has begun to engage more openly with others. Starting today, he unexpectedly greets them, and anyone who befriends Naruto will find Sasuke at least willing to converse with them. While they may not share an inseparable bond akin to that of brothers, they have certainly evolved into close friends. From that point onward, Naruto embarked on his formal journey at the Ninja Academy. Initially eager to attend, he soon realized that the academy offered little in the way of valuable instruction, merely wasting his precious training time. Consequently, Naruto opted to create shadow clones to attend the academy in his stead, choosing instead to retreat to a secluded grove away from the village to focus on his training. During his free moments, he would wander the streets, seeking encounters with characters from the original narrative, hoping to undertake various missions. Should a task present itself, he would engage. If not, he would simply explore the streets before returning home to rest. During this period, there were several instances when, after intense training sessions, he unwittingly entered the consciousness space of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails appeared considerably more amiable, persistently inquiring about future events in the storyline. Naturally, Naruto refrained from divulging any information, merely assuring the fox that he would share details when the opportunity arose. The Nine Tails, though initially dismissive, gradually began to acknowledge Naruto through their repeated conversations. On one occasion, while idly conversing with the Nine Tails in the sewers, Naruto found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for the creature. Despite having done nothing wrong, the Nine Tails was trapped, a good-hearted fox hidden away in obscurity. However, one fateful day, Naruto encountered Uchiha Obito, the masked man, who, without any forewarning, used his Sharingan to control him. Next, we view events from the perspective of the Nine Tails. Come, deceive, surprise attack. Here I am, an ancient-tailed beast, in this predicament. How absurd. I declare, this is unacceptable. Upon awakening, I discovered myself adorned with a peculiar chakra armor, facing a diminutive figure who I initially presumed to be an easy target. To my astonishment, the small figure clapped his hands together, summoning thousands of wooden hands that pummeled me relentlessly into unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, I found myself confronted by this small figure, who I recalled as Senju Hashirama. He proclaimed, "Nine Tails, you are too dangerous. If left unchecked, you will cause harm and destruction. To prevent such occurrences, I must seal you. Subsequently, without any coherent explanation, Hashirama unleashed his formidable wood release to subdue me, while a woman named Uzumaki Mito employed a particularly vexing sealing technique, displaying remarkable vitality. I was consequently sealed within her body. Within her, I learned that Hashirama ultimately perished. I realized that if I could outlast Mito, I might reclaim my freedom. However, no one anticipated that Mito had a contingency plan. She had somehow procured a young girl, Uzumaki Kushina, a member of her clan, who possessed both remarkable life force and sealing abilities. Just as I thought I had escaped one trap, I found myself ensnared in another. I had hoped that by simply enduring, I would gain my freedom. These insufferable humans showed no regard for my feelings. I had no desire to engage in conflict. Yet they captured me and treated me as a mere pet, sealing me within whoever they pleased, without ever considering my opinion. After Mito's death, I was once again sealed within Kushina. Fortunately, this time, Kushina did not seek out other members of the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps, if I could outlast Kushina, true freedom would finally be within reach. At that moment, a masked man appeared, releasing me during Kushina's childbirth. After being confined for so long, I merely sought a breath of fresh air. Yet, I was swiftly controlled by the masked man's Sharingan and unleashed chaos upon Konoha. That wretched Nameke's Minato employed an unknown sealing technique, imprisoning half of my chakra within himself before he perished, never to be revived. The other half of my chakra was sealed within the newly born Naruto Uzumaki by Kushina just before her demise. These humans truly exhibit cruelty, even towards their newborns. Unlike our tailed beast family, characterized by love and harmony, our playful antics, though occasionally destructive, pale in comparison to such brutality. Within Naruto, I began to comprehend the depths of human suffering. He was despised by the villagers and manipulated by an enigmatic old man. Although I could sense the old man's ill intentions, the complexities of humanity bewildered me. Having resided within Naruto for an extended period, I occasionally glimpsed his memories and found the treatment he received to be exceedingly unfair. Like myself, he had done nothing wrong yet was inexplicably burdened with stigma, facing disdain and animosity. The true fault lies not with us, but with this world. Thus, I gradually began to permeate Naruto's being, lending him a fragment of my chakra. By dismantling Kushina's seal, I could finally attain my freedom and escape from Naruto's body. As for whether Naruto would perish upon my departure, I could not say. It was of no concern to me. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Naruto's mother for her merciless decision to confine me within her child's body. As time passed, the chakra I left within Naruto increased, the seal gradually loosening. At last, I glimpsed the possibility of escape. However, out of the blue, Naruto's inner strength surged, resembling that of his formidable mother and Mito. The seal I had painstakingly infiltrated was once again reinforced, eliciting my exasperation. Then he approached me, uttering a series of perplexing statements. Initially, I was skeptical of Naruto's claims until he began revealing insights about the future. He spoke of the masked man being Obito, the former student of Minato, and how he instigated the great ninja war in pursuit of a world where Rin would exist. He mentioned that Uchiha Madara, who had once controlled me, was not completely dead, awaiting resurrection. He even knew the names of the tailed beasts and the identity of the old man. All these revelations were astonishing, leading me to reluctantly accept his words. I soon realized that Naruto was unlike those who preceded him. Uchiha Madara sought my chakra to defeat Hashirama, while Mito had sealed me within herself to aid Hashirama. Conversely, Kushina, under Mito's guidance, had taken on the task of sealing me. Naruto, however, was an unwilling participant, with no choice in the matter. From the moment of our existence, perhaps in some regard, we are akin to brothers born of different parents. Moreover, I perceive no trace of malice in Naruto. It is evident that he has endured a plethora of unjust treatment due to my presence. And it is my very existence that has led him to suffer from hunger and disdain. He is fully aware of the circumstances, understanding that it is indeed my fault. Yet he harbors no ill will. Perhaps he embodies a truly innocent heart, or perhaps he is the fabled child of prophecy, destined to alter the fate of the shinobi world, as the old man foretold. As time progressed, he confided in me that we would become inseparable comrades and dear friends. Even though I had initially cast him aside, yet I found myself believing in the sincerity reflected in his eyes when he spoke those words. He genuinely considers me a friend. I had never experienced the camaraderie of human friendship before, and it has become a novel experience for me. As time went on, I sensed his strength growing, becoming increasingly opaque to me. He gradually learned to enter my consciousness at will, and perhaps out of concern for my boredom. He would visit me periodically to engage in conversation. I must admit, perhaps we truly have become friends. This is the tale of me, the Nine Tails, Kurama, thus far. Chapter 38. The Plan to Unseal the Seal. Hey, Kurama, may I ask you something? Naruto leaned against the pillar of the seal, turning his back toward Kurama, a gesture that epitomized the trust he had in him. Kurama, for his part, did not entertain any mischievous thoughts simply because Naruto had his back turned. On one hand, the seal had been reinforced, making it more challenging for Kurama's power to seep through and significantly impact Naruto's body. On the other hand, through their time together, Kurama had silently come to regard Naruto as a friend. After all, he had been sealed within others for so long. And while both Kushina and Minato had their own agendas, they were ultimately rather dull individuals. They were decent enough, but they could hardly be called friends of Kurama. Only Naruto, who would come to chat without ulterior motives, had managed to touch Kurama's heart with his genuine spirit. At that moment, Kurama lay on the ground, his eyes remaining shut as he responded, "Go ahead and ask, Naruto. If I could unseal you, what would you do?" Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had turned around, sitting cross-legged and gazing earnestly at Kurama. Kurama was taken aback by Naruto's inquiry, his eyes snapping open as he locked onto Naruto's earnest expression. "Naruto, would you truly grant me my freedom? But if you release me, you might face dire consequences." In that instant, Kurama's thoughts were not on what to do with his newfound freedom, but rather on Naruto's safety. Feeling warmth in his heart at Kurama's words, Naruto smiled and replied, "No, I meant to say I would unseal you, not release you completely. I merely wish to grant you a bit more freedom than you currently possess." Naruto was testing Kurama's disposition. After all their efforts over the days, he recognized that Kurama's nature was not malevolent. He was not merely a beast of destruction. He simply had yet to encounter someone capable of guiding him. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Kurama fell into deep contemplation. What did unsealing truly signify? He understood all too well that it meant he could, if he wished, infuse Naruto's chakra with feelings of hatred, potentially leading Naruto to lose control. In that chaotic moment, Kurama could seize complete dominion over Naruto's body. The most fatal scenario would be his own destruction of Naruto. Without Naruto, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, as a tailed beast, even if Naruto perished, his chakra would remain, allowing him to eventually regenerate and reclaim his freedom. All of that risk would rest in Kurama's hands. Did Naruto truly wish to take such a significant gamble for his sake? "Kurama, what is your answer?" Naruto asked earnestly, knowing that Kurama's response would influence his approach toward him moving forward. Should he continue to persuade him, or allow Kurama time to reflect? Kurama's mind raced. Never before had he felt so mentally strained. He could not fathom why Naruto posed such a question, only knowing that he did not wish to harm him. Yet, after being confined for so long, the sensation of freedom was something Kurama had not experienced in ages. "Perhaps you could let me out for a stroll. You know that once you unseal me, I can transform into my tailed beast form. I could take the opportunity to breathe in fresh air, and once I'm done, I would likely return obediently," Kurama replied, somewhat resigned. "Oh, you would come back? I thought you might seize control of my body and run away." Naruto jested, his smile reflecting his satisfaction with Kurama's response. "Come now, Naruto, you know that while I yearn for freedom, if I truly obtained it, I might find myself adrift without purpose. After all, you are my friend. Without me, you would genuinely perish. For your sake, I must remain here within your body," Kurama replied, initially engaging with Naruto's jest, but then shifting to a solemn tone. Naruto was taken aback. It was the first time Kurama had acknowledged him as a friend. His smile blossomed even brighter as he declared, "Then it's settled, Kurama. We are friends and must support each other." Kurama retorted, "Though we are friends, I have serious doubts that your motives are entirely pure. I suspect you are after my chakra and my power." Faced with Kurama's revelation of his suspicions, Naruto showed no shame, responding, "We're friends now. It's just a trivial matter. Don't dwell on it too much, Kurama." Indeed, if he could mitigate the negative influences Kurama had imparted, the benefits remaining would be substantial. Once the seal was lifted, Naruto would experience a significant surge in chakra, allowing him to unleash a multitude of S-rank jutsu without concern. With Kurama's aid, Naruto's speed and strength would be greatly amplified. Even a mere tailed beast cloak would provide immense enhancement. Furthermore, Kurama's chakra would significantly bolster Naruto's recovery abilities. With his lineage combined with Kurama's chakra, he would transform from a self-healer into a veritable fountain of vitality. Beyond these advantages, the most crucial aspect was that once the seal was unbound, Naruto could fully connect with Kurama, attempting to enter his tailed beast mode. In that state, Naruto could potentially overturn the entire Hidden Leaf village with ease. Of course, all of this hinged on Kurama's willingness to assist Naruto. So, are you ready, Kurama? Naruto inquired. Ready for what? Naruto, are you saying? No. You intend to go through with it today and unseal me? Kurama was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. It had never occurred to him that Naruto was serious. He had assumed Naruto was merely gauging his reaction. Yet, in truth, he had shared heartfelt sentiments. With Naruto as a friend, Kurama felt an unexpected joy, and the prospect of remaining sealed no longer felt as burdensome as before. Unexpectedly, upon hearing its response, Naruto resolved to unseal the seal today. Rising to his feet, he declared, Kurama, you once said that we are friends, and friends should trust one another. I believe in you, Kurama. In the midst of Kurama's astonished gaze, a column of water began to rise gradually beneath Naruto, lifting him smoothly to great heights until he stood before the colossal seal. Placing his hand upon the seal, he prepared to break it. However, one must not overlook the fact that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had left behind a contingency plan. At that moment, a peculiar radiance emanated from the seal, and Naruto recognized it as the chakra left by his father, Minato. Soon, he would encounter one of his most beloved ninjas from his past life, Minato Namikaze. Not a chance. Is the water still murky? In the original tale, he was renowned as the fastest, most handsome, and most skillful ninja. Naruto. Now is not the time to unseal. The chakra of Minato gradually morphed into a humanoid form, addressing Naruto. A man with golden hair. Strikingly handsome, slightly more so than Naruto himself, yet still inferior in the eyes of the audience. Donned the Hokage robes, with the words fourth Hokage emblazoned across his back, capturing attention. Minato grasped Naruto's hand, halting his actions. Kurama only acknowledged Naruto, while Minato, the very mastermind behind its seal, could not expect any favorable reception from Kurama. Damn the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, I shall slay you. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Minato, witnessing Kurama's demeanor, felt a tinge of helplessness. Observing Naruto, who appeared merely 6 or 7 years of age, he realized he was far younger than he had anticipated. Given Naruto's tender age and Kurama's frenzied appearance, Minato quickly deduced that Kurama had lured Naruto here, intending to deceive him into unsealing the beast while his resolve was weak. A truly despicable act. Kurama, as long as I am here, do not even think about laying a hand on my son. Minato stood protectively before Naruto, shielding him from Kurama. It dawned on Naruto that his father seemed to be misunderstanding the situation. It was a case of mistaken identity. Dad, this is actually a misunderstanding. Naruto spoke to Minato. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Minato turned in astonishment, saying, Naruto, you actually know me? Did the third Hokage tell you everything? He must have taken excellent care of you. It was not in vain that Kushina and I fought to protect Konoha. Minato had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind for this moment, envisioning asking Naruto who he was, only for Naruto to respond with, I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and your biological father. Or he imagined asking why he sealed the 9 tails within him, to which he would explain, because you are the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and we believed you could tame the 9 tails and harness its power. However, the reality was that Minato's chakra felt as though it had awakened to a world transformed. Of course I know you. You are the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and my father. As for the third Hokage, that old fool did not possess such benevolence. I learned all of this on my own, with some assistance from Kurama. Naruto, naturally, refrained from disclosing that he had acquired knowledge of all the ninja world's history and opted instead to gloss over it, using Kurama as a shield. Kurama? Whose name is that? It sounds familiar yet strange. Where have I encountered it? Minato inquired, puzzled. Indeed, fourth Hokage, that is my name. But I do not permit you to call me that. I only allow Naruto to. Kurama interjected, addressing Minato's chakra with disdain. What? That is the 9 tails name. However, 9 tails. No matter how you entice Naruto, he is my son, Minato Namikaze. As long as I am here, you shall not breach the seal and cause chaos in Konoha. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Minato positioned himself defensively in front of Naruto. Chapter 39, Explanation and Lamentation. I disdain engaging in battle with you. Naruto, you should explain yourself. I have no desire for excessive interaction with him, especially since my current state is all thanks to him. Kurama refrained from hurling insults at Minato, recognizing that his own tragic fate could not be mended merely through curses. However, he considered Naruto a friend, and Minato, despite all, was still Naruto's father. He could not afford to insult him, nor could he simply evade the situation. Yes, Dad, Kurama and I are friends. It was my own decision to unseal Kurama. In fact, Kurama did not expect me to take the initiative to unseal it. Naruto explained to Minato, while also empathizing with Kurama's little temper. This small, proud creature opening up to him was already quite remarkable. As for being cordial to others, that was not the legendary Ninetales at all. Minato appeared somewhat taken aback. Becoming friends with the Ninetales was something even Kushina had not fully accomplished, and here was his son, seemingly only 6 or 7 years old, managing to do so. Could it be that the village had invented some means to control the tailed beasts? While he was uncertain of the specifics, it was evident from the atmosphere between Naruto and Kurama that their relationship was indeed extraordinary. Regardless of the journey, the outcome was favorable. Contemplating that Naruto and Kurama appeared to be on good terms, Minato suddenly recalled Naruto's earlier remarks, which seemed to express dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. Naruto, tell me, why is it that you learned about my identity on your own, and Kurama also assisted you? What does this mean? Did the third Hokage fail to disclose your identity to you? Upon hearing Minato's inquiries, Naruto pondered for a moment, recalling the myriad of events that had transpired. He could not suppress a cold chuckle. Dad, I am 6 years old. After your death, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did not reveal my identity as the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to anyone in the village. Instead, he renamed me Uzumaki Naruto, under the pretense of protecting my safety. He claimed it was because you and my mother had made numerous enemies in the ninja world, and that I was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, asserting that it was all for my own good. However, after your deaths, all your assets were seized by Konoha, and I became an orphan. The third Hokage did not take proper care of me. Rather, he tacitly allowed Danzo Shimura to spread rumors that I was the embodiment of the demon fox. Throughout my childhood, the villagers harbored resentment towards me, inciting their children to ostracize and bully me. I endured a barrage of disdain and insults. Branded as a wild child without parents, deserving to be exiled from Konoha, I even suffered from hunger and cold. At times, the third Hokage would grant me a meager amount of relief funds. When I attempted to use that money to buy something, the villagers would deliberately sell me expired milk, causing me to be ill. Some even refused to sell to me. Sometimes, I could only purchase instant noodles, and other times, I could buy nothing at all, often feeling as though I might starve to death. As Naruto spoke, his passion intensified, although he had long since come to terms with it. The pain had merely lain dormant within him, and now, with this opportunity to express his grievances to his family, he could no longer hold back. Naruto intended to fully articulate the injustices he had faced at the hands of Konoha. He wanted his father, Minato Namikaze, to understand what kind of Konoha he had been protecting. At that moment, Kurama, who had been observing the scene, felt a surge of indignation and remarked to Minato, "Isn't it laughable, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? In my perspective, you are merely a farce. The very village of Konoha, which one would lay down their life to protect, and the villagers who reside within it, treat the son of their hero in such an abhorrent manner? Allow me to clarify. I have watched Naruto grow. The tribulations he has endured are far more harrowing than he has ever articulated. These horrors are the handiwork of the corrupt and ignorant upper echelons of your Konoha. Had it not been for my clandestine guardianship in the shadows, Naruto might have perished long ago, killed by the hands of his own kin." Naruto's words cast a shadow of doubt in Minato's mind. Yet, being the words of his own flesh and blood, he felt he should not question them. Coupled with the words of the Nine Tails sealed within him, and considering the beast's nature, it had no need to lie. It merely had to speak the truth. For often, the truth is the most painful. Although Minato had harbored some skepticism towards the third Hokage, he believed that even if Naruto could not become the son of a hero, he should at least enjoy the privileges afforded to the orphan scion of a hero. He thought it best to treat him as a regular orphan, deserving of a family to nurture him to adulthood. Little did he expect that the esteemed third Hokage he had once revered was, in fact, such a scoundrel. He and his wife, Kushina, had sacrificed their lives to safeguard Konoha, yet their own son was denied even the basic treatment of a normal orphan. The third Hokage has gone too far. If the third had truly wished to conceal Naruto's identity, it would have remained a secret. For those aware of it were few and primarily among the upper echelons of Konoha. The only one capable of revealing Naruto's identity, and possessing the motive to do so, was the leader of the Roots, Danzo Shimura, as Naruto had mentioned. Thus, it stands to reason that Naruto's assertions could largely be validated as the truth. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Minato felt as if the world were collapsing around him. The will of fire he had steadfastly upheld, his faith in Konoha, and his trust in its higher-ups crumbled in an instant. He had once thought that, rather than being a good father, he would prefer to be a good Hokage, fighting to protect the villagers. However, if given the chance to start anew, he would choose to be a good father, to safeguard his child and ensure his healthy growth. Having come to this realization, Minato gazed at Naruto with a look of remorse and said, "I am sorry, Naruto. It is I and Kushina who failed to see through the true nature of the third Hokage, casting you into an endless abyss. If given the chance to start over, your father and mother would choose to guard you, watching you grow slowly." In the wake of this sentiment, his feelings towards the third Hokage gradually transformed into aversion and hatred. It had all been a misplaced trust. "Once you are gone, third Hokage, I shall ensure you do not find peace." "It's all right, Dad," Naruto replied with a serene smile. "I am doing quite well now. I have made many friends in the village who do not isolate me because I am supposedly the vessel of the Nine Tails. On the contrary, they rely on me and believe in me. Even in the darkest of places, there will always be a glimmer of light, a sanctuary for me." With a gentle smile, Naruto's expression only deepened Minato's sorrow. "By the way, Dad, will you still try to stop me? I have already promised Kurama that I would lift the seal and grant it freedom." Naruto's eyes radiated sincerity as he made this declaration. Minato sighed, saying, "Naruto, although your mother and I have missed so much of your life, we are still your parents. We do not wish to see you come to harm. Lifting the seal is a grave matter. If the Nine Tails were to deceive you, the consequences could be dire, and you could lose your life. Even the contingency plans your mother and I left behind may not suffice to save you. Are you still certain you wish to proceed with unsealing?" Minato hesitated to obstruct Naruto. He merely sought to clarify the serious repercussions of unsealing. Ultimately, the decision lay with Naruto. With a confident nod, Naruto smiled. "Of course, Dad. This is my pact with Kurama, and I trust that Kurama will not deceive me. Besides, the Nine Tails is also a pitiful beast. Ever since I was born, you and Mom have sealed it within me, imprisoning it. And have I not been imprisoned in this cage called Konoha? Thus, Kurama and I are but two unfortunate souls devoid of freedom." Naruto, hearing these words, even Kurama could not help but be moved, the weight of emotion causing its eyes to glisten. Brothers at heart, everything is understood without words. Whoever dares to lay a finger on Naruto will have to contend with me, the Nine Tails. Minato realized it was futile to continue persuading Naruto. Feeling somewhat awkward as he addressed him, "Naruto, you must not be aware, but in our household, I am very much under your mother's thumb. Lifting such a significant seal is not a decision I can make unilaterally. If your mother were to find out, I could find myself in deep trouble. Therefore, we should consult your mother's opinion on this matter." Minato was reminded of his wife, whom he had not seen for quite some time. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair, possessing a temper as fierce as her spirit, sometimes carefree yet meticulous, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's mother. "Dad, do you mean we should go meet Mom?" Naruto, ever astute, quickly grasped the underlying implication in Minato's words. "Indeed. You must be curious about what your mother is like," Minato replied warmly, smiling at Naruto. If anyone could fill the void of familial affection that Naruto had been deprived of for so many years, aside from the somewhat inexpressive Minato, it would undoubtedly be Kushina Uzumaki. "Then let us proceed." Minato closed his eyes, channeling his chakra, and the surrounding space began to shift. Naruto, filled with curiosity, yearned to meet the woman who had never officially appeared in the original storyline, but existed only in the memories of others, his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. As he surveyed the unique space, he felt a stark contrast to the dim and oppressive atmosphere of the sewer that housed the Nine Tails. This space was awash in warmth and sunlight, enveloping him in a profound sense of maternal love. Chapter 40, Meeting Kushina, Lifting the Seal. "Guess who I am, little Naruto?" A slightly playful and endearing voice floated from behind him. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this voice, Naruto felt tears welling up in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. "Is that you, Mom?" Turning around, he finally laid eyes upon the mother he had longed for. Before him stood a stunning woman with vibrant red hair, radiating vitality akin to the sun, adorned with a small hairpin in her bangs, smiling brightly at Naruto, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "How clever of you to guess correctly. You truly are the child of Uzumaki Kushina." At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward and embraced Kushina tightly. "Mom, I've missed you so much. I really, really miss you." In that instant, Naruto's words faltered, unable to articulate the depth of his emotions. "I have missed you too, Naruto, my dear child." Kushina gently held him close, dispelling the notion of her reputed fiery temper. It was all mere rumor. Kushina felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, remembering the last time she had seen Naruto. He was but a newborn. And now they were faced with the prospect of separation. Though their time together had been brief, his image was etched deeply in her memory. In the blink of an eye, years had passed, yet Naruto appeared hardly older, perhaps only 6 or 7. Let me take a good look at you, my child. How old are you now? Kushina scrutinized Naruto with affection. I'm 6 years old and just started at the Ninja Academy. Naruto wiped away his tears and responded to Kushina's words. At merely 6 years old, he was already so remarkably handsome, akin to how dashing his father once was. Given this appearance, it was certain that he would become an exceptional ninja in the future, at least as formidable as his father. Were you calling me, Kushina? Minato, standing by, could not bear to interrupt this touching scene, remaining silent until Kushina mentioned herself, at which point he quietly acknowledged his presence. Oh, Minato, I didn't realize you were here too. I've missed you so much. In an instant, Kushina abandoned Naruto and dashed towards Minato, leaping through the air to embrace him. Minato carefully caught the flying Kushina, spinning her around before landing gracefully. He gently held her and said, I've missed you too, my Kushina. The family of 3 had finally reunited. However, Naruto, the onlooker, felt he ought to be elsewhere, perhaps beneath the car, observing their sweet interaction. He was overwhelmed by a generous dose of parental affection, no less from his own mom and dad. Minato, Naruto, doesn't he seem to be very large? It's quite different from what I anticipated. I imagined he would only arrive here in his teenage years. Has something unexpected occurred? Soon after, Naruto explained the reason for his and his father's presence. It was because he had become friends with Kurama, and to break Kurama's seal, Minato sought Kushina's opinion. Hence their arrival. He recounted his experiences in the village over the years, detailing everything extensively. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina's anger surged, her chakra flaring intensely, and her fiery red hair began to billow. This was indeed the wrathful form of Uzumaki Kushina. She exclaimed furiously, how outrageous. That old man, the 3rd Hokage, has wronged my little Naruto for so long, and that old dog Shimura Danzo, after all this time, is still as detestable as ever. He was never a good person when I was in the village. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. I could rush back and teach those 2 a lesson, showing them what the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan truly mean. Compared to them, Kurama suddenly appeared much more agreeable. Upon hearing this, Minato cautiously asked, so Kushina, do you mean to say that you are willing to support Naruto's intentions? Do you agree to break the seal? Kushina smiled sweetly and replied, of course. Our child has his own aspirations, and as parents, we must wholeheartedly support him. Turning to Naruto, she said, Naruto, I believe in you. It is precisely because you understand Kurama's pain that you can truly reach his heart. Tailed beasts are beings with emotions. I trust your friendship will enable you to become the perfect Jinchuriki, achieving what I could never accomplish. Minato chimed in, since your mother has said so. I too will support your endeavor. Go, Naruto, break Kurama's seal and rescue your friend from confinement. Your mother and I will be right behind you. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I will not betray your trust. Naruto nodded vigorously, pledging his promise to them. Gradually, the surrounding space began to dissolve, and the family of 3 returned to the sewer they had been in before. Naruto, you're back? Oh, isn't that Kushina? It's been so long. You haven't changed at all. Kurama, seeing the long-missed Kushina, felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, Kurama. Who would have thought that what I couldn't achieve back then has now been accomplished by my son? He truly is remarkable. Kushina remarked to the Nine-Tails. Indeed, Kushina. Your son surpasses you by far. He is undoubtedly the friend I have chosen. Kurama did not dispute Kushina's words. Observing Kurama's reaction, Kushina realized this attitude was something she had not experienced before. It seemed Kurama was genuinely undergoing a transformation. Naruto called out to Kurama, wait, I'm about to free you. With that, Naruto's body lifted once more, arriving at the seal without any hindrance from Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, he touched the seal and, with a firm tug, tore it apart with a resounding rip. Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles. Minato, it's our turn to shine. Let us show our son the prowess of his parents. Together, they stood beside Naruto, blue chakra flames igniting from their hands. They swiftly formed seals, completing the technique in no time. Aiming at Naruto's navel, they chanted in unison, 8 trigram seal, release. The 8 trigram seal on Naruto's navel unraveled like spirals, gradually lifting the red giant pillar that had confined Kurama. They had succeeded. The shackles within Kurama's consciousness vanished entirely, granting him true freedom. Ha ha ha, I, Kurama, am finally free once more. Kurama reveled in the overwhelming power returning to him, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. The once quiet sewer began to resonate with ripples from Kurama's formidable chakra, reflecting the tumultuous emotions within Minato and Kushina. Witnessing Kurama unleash his power unrestrained, Kushina felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, recognizing the immense vitality surpassing that of the Uzumaki clan. Minato and Kushina prepared themselves for battle, ready to protect Naruto should Kurama change his mind. Yet, Kurama was indeed the strongest of the tailed beasts. Even in a diminished form, he was already so powerful. One could hardly fathom the extent of his strength in full form. As they observed Kurama's unbridled display of strength, Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, sensing the situation was becoming precarious. After all, Kurama was fundamentally a tailed beast, possibly cunning enough to deceive their son. Get ready, Kushina, we may need to fight, Minato urged. Indeed, had I known, I would not have so hastily agreed to Naruto's request. We can only blame Kurama for his cunning, managing to deceive even us. Faced with such overwhelming power, could Naruto truly handle it? The couple expressed their doubts, their concern lying in whether their child could withstand such might. Seeing Kurama's demeanor, Naruto sighed. Kurama, let us not take this too far. Just play along a bit. Don't genuinely frighten my dad and mom. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama instantly became obedient, quieting down and tempering his aura. He looked at Naruto and said, "You truly understand me, kid. I thought my performance of having just gained freedom was quite convincing. Look, Minato and Kushina were completely fooled. After being sealed for so long, is it so wrong for me to have a little fun?" Listening to Naruto and Kurama, Kushina and Minato relaxed, relieved. Moments ago, they genuinely feared Kurama would unleash his rage, willing to sacrifice all their chakra to safeguard Naruto. Mom, Dad, I've told you before, Kurama and I are truly friends. So you needn't worry about him harming me, Naruto reassured Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato. Meanwhile, Naruto extended a fist towards Kurama, who immediately understood and reciprocated with a gentle fist bump. Thus, their bond officially began to intertwine. Kushina, gazing at the nine tails, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Kurama, we owe you an apology for the past. Our time is limited, and we hope you will take good care of Naruto. From now on, you shall be steadfast companions. We entrust him to you, and we have every confidence in your ability. Chapter 41. Farewell, we shall meet again. Upon gaining his freedom, the Nine Tails relished the ability to move his body freely, stretching luxuriously. He addressed Kushina, saying, "Although I harbor a disdain for the fourth Hokage and have a lukewarm regard for you, Naruto is quite agreeable. I have watched him grow, and without your prompting, I will protect him. I, Kurama, am not a tailed beast devoid of gratitude." Upon hearing Kurama's words, Kushina and Minato exchanged a knowing smile. With Kurama's protection, they could finally rest easy. With the Nine Tails' might, there were few threats in the ninja world that could endanger Naruto's safety. They could depart with a sense of peace. True, there aren't many, but we will encounter some eventually. So, we entrust you with this, Kurama. We have great faith in you. Minato and Kushina turned to face Naruto, embracing him for a final time as a family of three. Their eyes brimmed with reluctance. Kushina tenderly caressed Naruto's golden hair, reminiscent of Minato's, and sorrowfully said, "Naruto, your father and I will soon exhaust our chakra. Let me impart a few last words. You must eat well, get plenty of sleep, and consume your vegetables to grow tall. While ramen is delightful, it lacks adequate nutrition, so indulge sparingly. Remember the 3 ninja prohibitions. Do not touch, avoid alcohol before adulthood, and should you encounter a lecherous old man with white hair, ensure he receives a proper reprimand to preserve the village's integrity. Make many friends in the village and forge your own bonds. As for a girlfriend, I trust your judgment. You will surely find a beautiful and virtuous partner. Alas, I cannot be by your side to witness your growth, prepare your meals, or welcome you home after school. I will not see you marry or have children. There is so much more I wish to say, but time passes too swiftly. I truly hope for the chance to meet again." As Kushina spoke her final words, her emotions became uncontrollable, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, both their forms gradually became transparent, signaling the impending depletion of their chakra. "Oh, and you too, Minato. Speak to Naruto as well." Kushina suddenly noticed that Minato had been waiting for a moment to contribute. "Naruto," Minato began. "What I wish to convey is akin to your mother's sentiments. Grow well. I hope you become a free ninja. Your mother and I dedicated our lives to the development of Konoha, and we never anticipated such an outcome. If you seek freedom, do not feel constrained by being our child. Leave Konoha boldly. With Kurama's power, the vast ninja world will surely offer you a haven. Over the years, I have missed so many of your birthdays. This is the only gift I can leave you. My heartfelt wish. Happy birthday." Minato transferred the remaining chakra into Naruto's mind, inundating him with a wealth of memories, insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. Utilized this well, It embodies the bond between us as father and son. The legacy of fathers passed to sons. This was Minato's long-held desire. Soon, the chakra of Minato and Kushina was nearly extinguished, their forms becoming entirely transparent. I understand. Mom and Dad, I will remember your words. Thank you for bringing me into this world. You are remarkable parents, and I feel immense pride to be your child. As tears streamed down Naruto's face, Minato and Kushina smiled contentedly, their expressions filled with relief as they vanished completely. In the vast sewers, only Naruto and Kurama remained. With the seal fully lifted, Kurama could now completely control the consciousness space. Observing Naruto's sorrow, he enveloped the surroundings in warmth akin to the sun, offering a glimmer of solace to Naruto's heart. Despite the grief of losing his parents, Naruto's tears flowed unabated. Kurama, embodying the great fox, spoke to him. It's all right, Naruto. Although you have lost your parents, you still have me. I will always be by your side. We are the best of friends. With that, he wrapped Naruto in his 9 tails, and feeling the gentle warmth emanating from Kurama's tails, Naruto began to relax. Thank you, Kurama. However, today has been overwhelming. I need some time alone. I will come back to see you later. Suppressing his sorrow, Naruto offered Kurama a gentle smile before departing from the consciousness space. After Naruto's exit, Kurama felt like a lonely elder, suddenly overwhelmed by solitude. He lay down and sighed. Ah, Naruto, I hope you can pick yourself up. Returning to his room from the consciousness space, Naruto gazed around at the simple and sparse surroundings, sensing a void of homeliness. He had initially thought that being reborn would insulate him from the pain of losing loved ones. Yet, he underestimated the profound impact of his fusion with Naruto. Or perhaps he was simply an emotional person. In his view, every character in the Naruto universe was not merely a figure from a comic or anime. Upon his rebirth into this world, each individual appeared vivid and vibrant, not to be treated as mere animated characters. Especially the heartfelt connection between Minato and Kushina moved him deeply, stirring his emotions. At times, reason tempered his feelings, leading to rational thoughts. Yet, his body could not help but react instinctively. Though they had just departed, Naruto found himself yearning for them already. Their final smiles were etched indelibly in his mind, revealing a profound regret hidden within their joy. Having arrived in this world, he vowed to prevent such regrets from manifesting. Naruto resolved to resurrect his parents, reuniting the family so they could witness him marry and lead a life of happiness. However, the techniques capable of reviving individuals in the original narrative came with significant limitations. He must grow stronger to achieve the perfect resurrection of his father and mother. With this thought, Naruto could not help but contemplate the resurrection techniques featured in the original story. First and foremost was the most familiar, the Master of Dreams technique, Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei, created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and further developed by Orochimaru and Kabuto. This technique can summon the souls of deceased ninjas back to the living world, allowing them to be revived in physical form. Those resurrected possess boundless chakra and immortality, though they are controlled by the user. This forbidden technique, even among the second Hokage's inventions, is extraordinarily powerful. The revived retain infinite chakra and an undying body, lacking only the sensation of warmth. However, for Naruto, while this technique could be utilized, he would never employ it to resurrect his parents. If resurrection were to occur, it must be complete. Next was the living corpse reincarnation technique. The art of rebirth, a secret ninjutsu developed in the Land of Wind. This technique utilizes the entirety of the caster's chakra as a medium to bestow life force upon the recipient. When employed on the deceased, the caster's chakra facilitates the transference of the deceased's soul, continuing until the caster's demise. In the original narrative, Gaara lost the tailed beast Shikaku to the Akatsuki and ultimately perished in battle. However, Chiyo used this technique to resurrect him. Next is Naruto's belief in the perfection of the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. This forbidden technique of the 6 paths can only be wielded by those who possess the Rinnegan. Upon activation, a divine light emanates around the deceased, resulting in their revival, restoring them to their former state with flesh, blood, and consciousness, without requiring a living sacrifice. This technique is formidable, as it is inherently tied to the Rinnegan. Yet the original work presents numerous inconsistencies. Nagato once employed this ability to resurrect many fallen shinobi from Konoha during the war. Additionally, Obito, under the control of Black Zetsu, revived Uchiha Madara using this technique. However, the conditions and costs have varied between instances, leaving Naruto uncertain about the specifics, contemplating that if he could awaken the Rinnegan, he would delve deeper into its mysteries. Then there is the Box of Bliss from the theatrical release. The Box of Bliss, appearing in the film Blood Prison. It grants the wielder a singular wish, capable of resurrecting the deceased, albeit with alterations to their essence. This holds little merit and is best disregarded. Next comes the Earth Release, Rebirth Technique. This original plot device in the anime employs the deceased's body as a medium, reconstructing their form entirely from Earth to resurrect them as the caster's puppet. The resurrected individual retains the same appearance, physical abilities, and chakra as in life. This technique is a diluted version of the impure world reincarnation, and the resurrected remain mere puppets, rendering it ineffectual. Then we have the ultimate Earth Release, Soil of the Deceased, a technique reputed to be the pinnacle of Earth Release resurrection. It requires the preparation of soil imbued with the essence of corpses, which can then be utilized to resurrect the dead as the caster's puppets. This technique comes with 3 significant drawbacks. The preparation of such soil is time-consuming. The resurrected corpses are limited in their actions and easily discernible. And the number of corpses that can be revived is directly proportional to the amount of soil prepared, with each corpse capable of resurrection only once. Thus, while it sounds impressive, it pales in comparison to the impure world reincarnation. Lastly, we encounter Yin-Yang Release. Those endowed with the powers of the 6 paths can harness this ability, capable of creating all things. Might Guy, upon opening the 8 gates, was destined to perish but was resurrected by Naruto using Yang Release. If Yin-Yang Release is fully developed, it holds the potential for true resurrection. After considering these numerous methods, Naruto concludes that the most feasible and reliable technique remains the outer path, Samsara of heavenly life. However, this necessitates the Rinnegan, yet with Naruto's lineage. Cultivating his own Rinnegan is not beyond the realm of possibility. Father, mother, wait for me. I shall resurrect you completely, and then we shall be reunited. Naruto mused as he lay in bed, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 42, Training in the Flying Thunder God Technique. Upon awakening, Naruto's sorrow had somewhat diminished. For one cannot remain immersed in anguish indefinitely. Life must awaken from its slumber. Lingering in sadness would not revive his parents. So he resolved to channel his grief into motivation to grow stronger. Lying in bed, Naruto took his time rising. With a shift in thought, the space around him transformed, and he found himself in Kurama's consciousness realm. After comforting Naruto the previous day, the liberated Kurama had fully mastered this space, which no longer resembled the cold, dank sewer, but instead radiated warmth and tranquility reminiscent of the space where Naruto had encountered Kushina. "Hey, Kurama, I've come to visit," Naruto greeted, feeling uplifted by the transformed surroundings. "Naruto, you've arrived. How are you feeling?" Kurama instantly transformed into a caring giant fox, inquiring about Naruto's mental state. "Thanks to you, I'm feeling much better. I appreciate your concern," Naruto replied, warmth filling his heart at Kurama's words. "That's good to hear. I'm relieved. Now that your seal is undone, I can lend you my power whenever you need it, and you may also attempt to harness my chakra. However, even though you may access my chakra freely, there is a limit to the amount you can draw at once, even under voluntary circumstances, as excessive use could adversely affect your body. As your physical strength increases, so too will your capacity to endure chakra, ultimately allowing us to achieve a state of mutual trust and unity. In this way, you can become the perfect Jinchuriki, unlocking the most flawless form of tailed beast transformation." Kurama explained the powers now available to Naruto. Naruto, well versed in the original work, understood this. He had significantly surpassed his peers in progress. Hence he was not in haste to wield Kurama's power. Not only was he still young and his body yet to fully develop, but overexerting himself could lead to physical harm. Though his bloodline was formidable, coupled with Kurama's regenerative capabilities, any damage could be swiftly repaired, yet it remained unwise. Unless absolutely necessary, Naruto would refrain from taxing Kurama's powers. While he was eager to explore Kurama's strength and ascertain his current capabilities, he recognized that he was still in Konoha. Unleashing Kurama's power within the village could easily attract the attention of fellow shinobi, inciting unnecessary panic. Moreover, he was no longer alone. He had many friends and a future family, particularly Hinata, to consider. Therefore, he resolved to temper his ambition. The time to train with Kurama's powers would come when he had the opportunity to leave the village. "I understand, Kurama. Thank you. I will surely seek your assistance when needed. For now, I must take my leave. Until next time, if you miss me, just call. I can sense it." With that, Naruto bid farewell to Kurama and departed. With the seal now fully undone, he could traverse Kurama's consciousness realm with greater freedom. Kurama, too, could easily convey his thoughts to Naruto, ensuring no secrets remained between them, save for certain special circumstances, which Naruto would keep private. Since Kurama's power was not yet to be utilized, Naruto decided to focus on another aspect residing in his mind. This was the training insights left by his father, Minato Namikaze, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Previously, Naruto had acquired the pinnacle of space-time ninjutsu training talent and custom ninja tools through completing missions, including the unlimited blade works of the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique, belonging to the realm of space-time ninjutsu, would undoubtedly allow him to progress rapidly in his training. After stealthily slipping out of his house using shadow clone jutsu, he arrived at his familiar training ground. The location was rather remote, rarely traversed by passers-by. Furthermore, with several shadow clones dispatched to secure the perimeter, Naruto's safety was thoroughly assured. Now, let me test just how challenging it is to master the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Indeed, in the original narrative, only a select few had mastered this technique. The illustrious second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was its originator, while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had truly perfected its use. If one were to be specific, the fourth Hokage also bequeathed the Flying Thunder God barrier technique to Team Minato, a collaborative space-time ninjutsu that, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, enabled instantaneous movement. However, this technique necessitated the cooperation of 3 individuals to execute, forming a formation that could transport objects or persons within its confines to another locale. Thus, it is evident that not all individuals possess the innate talent required to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Only those with exceptional spatial perception abilities could attain such mastery. The definition of space-time ninjutsu is relatively broad, allowing its practitioners to traverse freely between the realms of reality and alternate dimensions. Known space-time ninjutsu techniques include summoning jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, Kimui, intangibility, heavenly hand power, Heaven's Middle, Yomi's Hill, and space-time transfer technique, among others. Notably, Heaven's Middle is regarded as the highest tier of space-time ninjutsu and is also the most formidable ocular technique within the Naruto series, classified as a bloodline limit. Consequently, some believe that Obito possesses the aptitude to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto found some merit in this notion. Yet he acknowledged that Obito's Kimui was already overwhelmingly powerful. Were he to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique as well, the plot would hardly permit such a development. With a sense of determination, Naruto promptly employed the multi-shadow clone technique to commence his training in the Flying Thunder God technique. With his exceptional talent for space-time ninjutsu and the training advantage of multiple shadow clones, his progress would undoubtedly be swift. Positioned at the center of the training ground, surrounded by countless shadow clones diligently honing their skills in the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto understood that mastering this ninjutsu was quite arduous for others. However, endowed with his superior talent for space-time ninjutsu, he was certain that his efforts would yield remarkable results. Initially, Naruto began by learning how to perceive the spatial dimensions. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in the precise perception and manipulation of space. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the flow of air around him, attuning himself to the minutest fluctuations in the spatial fabric. He could sense every air molecule, track their trajectories, and discern their interactions. As time elapsed, his sensitivity to spatial nuances sharpened. He became acutely aware of every detail within space, detecting even the slightest disturbances, insignificant as they may seem. These alterations were crucial for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Next, Naruto endeavored to manipulate space itself. He experimented with his chakra to influence the air currents, striving to alter the structure of space. Initially, he could only create faint ripples in the air, but as time passed, the scope of his control expanded, and the complexity of his spatial manipulations increased. He practiced relentlessly, encountering failures, yet continuously progressing. With chakra, he inscribed intricate symbols in the air, each representing the structure and dynamics of space. He activated these symbols with his chakra, enabling them to affect changes within the spatial realm. Throughout this journey, Naruto faced numerous challenges. At times, he struggled to accurately perceive spatial shifts. At other moments, he found it difficult to manipulate space with precision, and occasionally, his chakra lacked sufficient interaction with the spatial environment. Nevertheless, he refused to relent. Recognizing that perseverance was the path to overcoming these obstacles, he committed himself to relentless practice. During his training, he frequently revisited the insights left by his father, Minato Namikaze, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. He meticulously analyzed each detail and scrutinized every step, In moments of reflection, he felt as though his father was present, guiding him through the intricacies of his training. As time progressed, one shadow clone after another began to dissipate, yet Naruto's training bore fruit. He detected increasingly pronounced changes in space, with its structure becoming ever clearer. His capacity to manipulate space expanded, allowing for more intricate alterations. He was even able to conjure simple constructs within space, such as a basic cube or sphere. However, Naruto understood that the crux of the Flying Thunder God technique lay in instantaneous movement. He began to experiment with his chakra to reshape the spatial structure, crafting a conduit that would enable him to teleport instantaneously. He inscribed a complex symbol in the air, representing the structure and dynamics of the spatial passage. He activated this symbol with his chakra, facilitating the manifestation of the spatial conduit and effecting a transformation within space. At first, Naruto could only produce a rudimentary and unstable spatial conduit, one that was exceedingly short. He could not utilize this passage for instantaneous movement, merely sensing its existence. However, as time wore on, the spatial conduits he created grew in complexity, stability, and length. He even managed to fabricate a conduit that permitted him instantaneous movement. While still imperfect, he could begin to perceive the sensation of teleportation. In the ensuing hours, Naruto tirelessly practiced the Flying Thunder God technique. Unbeknownst to him, from dawn to dusk, he lost all sense of time, consumed solely by an insatiable desire for progress. He persistently sought to create increasingly intricate and stable spatial conduits and endeavored to teleport through them. With each attempt, he faced failures but also made strides forward. As the energy of his shadow clones diminished and he had to summon more, his chakra reserves began to wane. Unbeknownst to him, however, a warm surge of chakra enveloped him. Kyuubi had stepped in, sensing Naruto's need. The benevolent fox willingly shared its chakra, proving to be a truly considerate ally. Utilizing Kyuubi's chakra, he summoned new shadow clones to continue his training. His spatial perception sharpened, and his control over space became ever more precise. Finally, as dawn approached, Naruto successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. "Yes, I did it. I succeeded," he exclaimed, standing at the center of the training ground. With closed eyes, he focused intently on the changes in space around him. He inscribed a complex symbol in the air with his chakra, representing the spatial conduit of the Flying Thunder God technique. Activating this symbol, he felt the conduit come alive, transforming the space around him. In an instant, Naruto experienced a remarkable sensation. He felt the flow of space, the ebb and flow of its currents, and the exhilarating leap of movement. He sensed his fusion with the very fabric of space, a profound connection that bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of freedom and power, igniting within him a thrill of excitement. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he had teleported to the opposite side of the training ground, successfully executing the Flying Thunder God technique. He gazed at his position, fully aware that he had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a formidable space-time ninjutsu. Naruto stood at the opposite end of the training ground, reminiscing about the moment of instantaneous movement he had just experienced. He felt the shifts in space, the ebb and flow of its currents, the very leaps of existence. He sensed his own fusion with the fabric of space, the profound connection that bound him to it. An unprecedented sense of freedom and power surged through him. Naruto understood that his journey in perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique was far from over. Relentless practice and enhancement were still required. Unlike the conventional method of the technique, which involved marking a target to facilitate instantaneous movement, Naruto, blessed with exceptional talent for space-time ninjutsu and standing on the shoulders of giants, sought something beyond the ordinary. The traditional technique merely allowed for swift relocation via pre-established markings, which, once inscribed, could not be erased. The practitioner could teleport large objects multiple times when their energy was abundant, utilizing it for offense, evasion, and surprise attacks, all without the need for hand seals. However, Naruto's mastery enabled him to perceive spatial changes, allowing him to inscribe the Flying Thunder God symbols directly into the air, achieving an ethereal form of instantaneous movement. This method, though more chakra-intensive, yielded remarkably discrete results, eluding detection. While the standard Flying Thunder God left a distinct mark, Naruto's enhanced version went unnoticed, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. Naturally, having improved upon the technique, he had also mastered its original form. His speed in inscribing the symbols had significantly increased, and his movement was swifter than ever. Coupled with his custom ninja tool, the infinite sword of the Flying Thunder God, he could manifest in multiple locations simultaneously, truly embodying the adage, "In a flash, You cannot catch me. Yet, he aspired to render his Flying Thunder God technique even more flawless, potent, and stable. He aimed to sharpen his spatial perception, refine his spatial manipulation, and amplify his chakra. He envisioned his technique becoming his ace in combat, a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Thus, in the days that followed, Naruto diligently honed the Flying Thunder God technique, continuously experimenting with more intricate and stable spatial pathways for instantaneous movement. His mastery grew, becoming increasingly powerful, perfect, and stable. His spatial awareness sharpened, his control became precise, and his chakra intensified. Eventually, Naruto reached a pinnacle in his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even with his exceptional talent, bolstered by the training advantages of his shadow clones, he devoted several days to perfecting this art. The reason the Flying Thunder God technique was classified as an S-rank ninjutsu lay in its challenging training methods, although the chakra expenditure was not excessively burdensome. Even if it were, Naruto's chakra reserves were more than sufficient to bear the strain. In summary, Naruto's rendition of the Flying Thunder God technique had surpassed that of both Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. Everything they could do, he could as well. Yet he possessed capabilities they could not fathom. Naruto could inscribe the technique's symbols on his infinite sword of the Flying Thunder God, repeatedly employing the technique. Additionally, he could expend more chakra to inscribe unique symbols in nearby spaces. The greater the chakra consumed, the further the reach. Thus, as long as Naruto had ample chakra, he could effortlessly eliminate any foes within his sight. However, with increasing distance came exponentially higher chakra consumption. At the utmost range, even Kurama's chakra would struggle to sustain the effort. As it stood, Naruto could eliminate enemies from a distance of 500 meters using his chakra alone, and 3,000 meters with Kurama's assistance. While this distance may not seem vast, it signified true instantaneous movement and rapid extermination, a skill that left adversaries defenseless the moment they detected him. As Naruto's chakra continued to swell and his physique strengthened, his capacity to endure chakra also expanded, indicating further growth potential. Nevertheless, Naruto typically reserved this technique as his trump card, unwilling to resort to it against trivial opponents. Such a prestigious technique deserved to be wielded only against true adversaries. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Naruto found himself armed with considerable leverage in the ninja world. Should he encounter insurmountable odds, he could simply escape, as few would anticipate the resurgence of the fourth Hokage's signature technique. In the ensuing days, Naruto tirelessly consolidated his ninjutsu and refined his chakra extraction. After approximately 3 months, his chakra had ascended to the level of an elite jonin, just shy of breaking into the ranks of a Kage-level chakra reserve. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan had also evolved to the Two-Tomo stage. Typically, the evolution of the Sharingan demands profound emotional stimuli. However, the sheer potency of Naruto's bloodline allowed for extraordinary growth. As he matured, he found himself capable of withstanding ever greater forces. One day, while training, he sensed his Sharingan's Tomo spinning faster, and his single Tomo transformed into the double Tomo. Naruto's physical strength was also on the rise, based solely on his physical prowess. He was now evenly matched with Might Guy, even without the 8th gate. Remarkably, Naruto was only 6 years old, his body still far from its prime. Yet he had achieved such prowess, an impressive feat in its own right. With the Flying Thunder God technique mastered, Naruto confidently began inscribing symbols everywhere. However, his markings were unique creations, distinct from the original technique, ensuring that even if Minato and Tobirama were resurrected, they could not utilize Naruto's inscriptions. After successfully marking numerous locations throughout Konoha, Naruto's gaze extended beyond the village. With the Flying Thunder God symbols in place, he could return to Konoha at will, merely needing to activate the technique multiple times. Under the cover of night, he evaded patrolling ninjas and stealthily ventured beyond Konoha's confines into the deep mountains. His intent was singular: to experiment with the chakra of Kurama, which had long captivated his thoughts. Initially, he communicated with Kurama, seeking an assessment of the maximum chakra his current physique could withstand. After careful consideration, Kurama provided him with the estimation. In an instant, Naruto's chakra surged from elite jonin levels to that of an ordinary Kage, a remarkable feat considering his body had yet to fully mature. Though Naruto's bloodline was immensely powerful, it could not override the natural growth and development of his body. According to Kurama's projections, Naruto's growth rate would surpass that of a typical child, reaching full maturity around the ages of 12 or 13, at which point he would be able to endure even greater training intensities and harness stronger forces. In other words, It is only after reaching the age of 12 or 13 that Naruto can fully engage in rigorous training. For now, he must temper his efforts. Upon learning of Kurama's insights, Naruto realizes that even the formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki could not overpower the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, at the tender age of 6. Everything in existence adheres to its intrinsic laws, unless the system intervenes. He understands that he must devote himself to training for an extended period. However, there is ample time before the plot truly unfolds, and he feels no urgency. Thus, Naruto secretly honed his skills for 3 months. Why 3 months? Because the Ninja Academy lasts for 3 months, and winter break is fast approaching. Even at the ninja school, there are moments of respite. Chapter 44. The current state 3 months later. During these 3 months, Naruto has led his peers in daily exercises, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their physical capabilities and the cultivation of a commendable habit of self-training. Even after returning home, exhausted, they do not succumb to laziness but diligently study the family's secret techniques. Inuzuka Kiba has begun to learn his family's unique jutsu, which includes transforming between human and dog, as well as a combined transformation of both. It is indeed a profound discipline. Yamanaka Ino is among the first to delve into her family's secret arts. The Yamanaka clan is destined to interact with the mind from birth, signing contracts that bind their bodies as hosts for their insects to combat. Thus, when she first encountered Naruto, she was already accompanied by numerous insects. Yamanaka Ino not only trains with Naruto, but also studies her family's signature technique, the mind-body switch technique, at home. The Yamanaka clan is adept at manipulating the minds of foes, capable of invading and reading the memories of the deceased, and possesses a unique ability to communicate with allies. Endowed with powerful perceptual skills, the mind-body switch technique is a crucial secret passed down through generations. Additionally, due to her fondness for Naruto, and at her mother's suggestion, Ino has also dedicated time to learning the art of flower arrangement, hoping to impress Naruto and win his affection, though her current skills remain in the training phase. Choji Akimichi, as the heir of the Akimichi clan, has naturally begun his studies in his family's techniques, which allow him to convert fat into a substantial amount of chakra. This implies that Choji's appetite has grown significantly. Even Naruto, without employing any special abilities, cannot match Choji's capacity for food. Nevertheless, Naruto can accelerate digestion by transforming food into energy within his body, which is notably robust and capable of storing vast amounts of energy. Thus, when compared, Naruto could indeed prevail if he wished, though he would never voice such a sentiment. After all, Choji's greatest joy lies in eating. And since he holds this as his life's philosophy, desperately seeking progress, it seems only fair to allow him a victory. As for Shikamaru Nara, he is the most relaxed among them, training with Naruto while being the most adept at slacking off. When Choji and Ino struggle to continue, he consistently finds a way to appear fatigued. Such is the art of intelligent time management. Truly, he is remarkable. However, Naruto chose not to comment on this behavior. After all, Shikamaru's nature is such, and his family is not renowned for combat prowess. The Nara clan is primarily celebrated for their high intelligence. As a strategist, it is entirely reasonable that he does not engage in direct combat. Yet, despite his reluctance, Shikamaru has learned the shadow possession jutsu under the insistence of his father, Nara Shikaku. Regardless of how it was passed down, at least it has been preserved. Every day, he returns home to play shogi with his father, leading a most contented life. Sakura Haruno, the most down-to-earth among them, enjoys her parents' full support in her aspiration to become a ninja. After training with Naruto, she dedicates additional effort at home, as her dream is to become a medical ninja, necessitating exceptional chakra control. Sakura's parents have prepared a wealth of resources on chakra control for her study, and she indeed possesses considerable talent. However, in the original narrative, she is overshadowed by Naruto and Sasuke, two exceptionally gifted individuals, making her seem somewhat ordinary. Yet during the Great Ninja War, Sakura's prowess among the Konoha 12 is undeniably noteworthy, indicating her substantial potential. She has not disappointed her parents' expectations, diligently training at home, and her chakra control has become the strongest after Naruto. Rock Lee remains as he always has, training with Naruto before joining Gai-sensei for further instruction. Gai-sensei treats Lee exceptionally well, as he has not yet become Lee's official teacher following their graduation. Lee's encounter with Gai-sensei was a fortuitous circumstance. Seeing Lee reminded Guy of his younger self, prompting him to take Lee under his wing. Guy wholeheartedly guides Lee in the art of taijutsu, sharing his knowledge without reservation, dedicating himself to Lee's development as if he were his own child. Although Guy has yet to find a romantic partner. As for Sasuke, much can be said. As time passes, and he spends more time with Naruto, the Indra chakra within him begins to manifest. Not only has the speed of his chakra extraction significantly increased, but his talents in ninjutsu and taijutsu are also gradually revealing themselves. Upon witnessing Sasuke's potential, Uchiha Fugaku exclaims that the Uchiha clan's resurgence is within reach, believing that his son Sasuke and Itachi possess the makings of a Hokage. Under Fugaku's guidance, the progress of both Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke is notably swift. Itachi's journey is well documented. At the age of 4, he faced the brutal realities of the ninja world, having to kill an intruding ninja and experiencing the weight of life. At 5, he protected the infant Sasuke during the Nine Tails incident. By 6, he entered the Ninja Academy, graduating at the astonishing age of 7. The tragic events of that year awakened his legendary Sharingan, as he was tasked with protecting a hostage, who turned out to be a target of Obito. At merely 8 years old, he had to confront Obito, who had already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Ultimately, Obito killed Itachi's teammates, prompting Itachi to awaken his Sharingan in a moment of despair as a friend sacrificed themselves to ensure his escape. At 10, he became the first genius in Konoha's history to pass the Chunin exam solo. This year, Sasuke is 6, while Itachi has reached 11, having successfully joined the Umbu and gained some fame within the organization as a prodigy. Under the tutelage of Fugaku and Itachi, Sasuke has learned the Uchiha clan's signature fire release, Great Fireball technique. Beyond this, Fugaku merely encourages Sasuke to practice his taijutsu and refine his fireball technique. He understands that true strength in a ninja does not merely stem from powerful ninjutsu, but from the ability to wield even basic techniques with earth-shattering effects. Akin to the legendary Uchiha Madara, despite having mastered only one ninjutsu and acquiring considerable taijutsu skills, Sasuke remains among the elite of the Konoha 12. The specifics of his ranking, whether 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, are left undetermined. Lastly, we have Hinata Hyuga, who is one of the prominent clans of Konoha, the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan. She is destined to inherit the legacy of her family. As such, Hayashi Hyuga places strict demands on Hinata, requiring her to undergo daily training in the gentle fist technique. Though she is yet to awaken her Byakugan, the training remains indispensable. Certainly, Hyuga Hayashi merely desires for Hinata to possess the strength befitting the esteemed position of the main family's eldest daughter. It is not an act of cruelty towards her. After each training session, she is afforded a medicinal bath without fail, ensuring that she bears no significant hidden injuries. Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, has also been born, 5 years her junior. Initially, Hayashi considered this younger sibling as a contingency should Hinata prove unable to inherit the Hyuga clan's legacy. However, Hinata's progress has been commendable. Under the influence of Naruto, Hinata's formerly timid demeanor has seen a welcome transformation. Her inherent nature is not that of a frail girl. Quite the contrary. She embodies the spirit of perseverance that defines the ninja way. Through her relentless efforts, her advancements have been notably swift. Albeit she still falls short of the true prodigies of the Hyuga clan, specifically, Neji, the son of Hayashi's brother, who is often referred to as the caged bird by many. From a young age, Neji exhibited extraordinary talent and shared a close bond with Hinata. However, upon her turning 3, the main family placed a curse seal on his forehead to restrict his branch family powers, a seal that would only disappear upon the death of its bearer. Thus, he became the caged bird. Following this, Neji's connection with Hinata diminished, constrained by the main family's dictates. Later, when Hinata was 3, a group of ninjas from the Cloud Village attempted to abduct her to seize the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Hayashi retaliated using his Byakugan to reclaim Hinata, which soured relations between the Cloud and Leaf villages and indirectly sparked a war. To avert conflict, the Leaf village struck a deal with the Cloud village, who demanded the body of Hinata's father, Hayashi. Reluctantly, the Leaf accepted this condition. An elder of the Hyuga clan proposed to substitute the deceased branch family member, Hizashi, for Hayashi. Before his death, Hizashi implored Hayashi to convey to Neji that he did not perish for the sake of the main family, but rather to protect his brother and their village. Thus, Hizashi was killed in Hayashi's stead. This tragic event fostered a pessimistic fatalism within Neji, who harbored resentment towards both Hayashi and Hinata. Although he outwardly respected them, it was evident to discerning eyes that Neji's heart brimmed with discontent. As a true prodigy, he was marked as a caged bird due to his branch family status, while Hinata, who initially lacked talent, was afforded protection at the expense of Hizashi's life. Neji frequently escorted Hinata home, which afforded Naruto the opportunity to encounter him on several occasions. Although Naruto wished to engage Neji in conversation, Hoping to persuade him to join their training and alter their fates, Niji's aloof demeanor rendered such attempts futile. However, Naruto remained undeterred. If one refusal was insufficient, persistence would surely yield results. Despite Niji's steadfast nature, Naruto was determined to demonstrate his own strength. In the meantime, Naruto's own accomplishments were considerable. He not only mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but also enhanced it to enable movement without the need for physical seals. He also unsealed the Nine Tails chakra, gaining proficiency in its use. With his standard abilities, Naruto activated the double Tomo Sharingan and the Byakugan, augmented by a unique bloodline power, allowing him to rival elite Jonin. Not to mention, his formidable Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, now ingrained in his very being, positioned him to match the combat prowess of 10, or even 9, ordinary Jonin. Should he draw upon the chakra of the Nine Tails, even without fully achieving tailed beast transformation, he would be more than capable of confronting formidable foes. Chapter 45. A holiday invitation from Hyuga Hayashi. Today marks the final day of instruction at the Ninja Academy, heralding the onset of a month-long winter break. The exuberant students rejoiced, delighted at the prospect of a reprieve from their studies. What adventures awaited them during this extended recess? Naruto's peers were equally elated. After all, students always relish their holidays. Observing their enthusiasm, Naruto felt compelled to remind them, although we are on break and may not train together daily, I hope you all remain diligent in your practice. When school resumes, it will be evident who has trained earnestly. Only when the tide recedes do we truly discover who has been swimming naked. His words doused their excitement with a splash of cold reality, momentarily dampening their spirits. How vexing it was to face the pressures of competition even during the holiday. Yet, despite their reluctance to train during their time off, Naruto had instilled in them a robust training regimen over the past 3 months, forging a habit more addictive than any vice. Thus, even without his prodding, they found themselves restless, compelled to exercise. Lacking the structure of classes, time seemed to drag, leading them to ponder whether their peers were also engaging in competitive training. Iruka-sensei watched his students with a heart full of warmth, reflecting on the past 3 months. This group had transitioned from confusion and unfamiliarity to fully adapting to the rhythms of the Ninja Academy. Although they still grumbled about attending, their commitment remained steadfast. Their progress was remarkable, particularly that of Naruto. Iruka observed Naruto, surrounded by a circle of friends, his smile widening. Initially, he had worried about Naruto facing isolation or bullying at the academy and had intended to keep a close eye on him. To his surprise, Naruto had become a social dynamo, attracting a plethora of peers, including scions of some of Konoha's prominent families. These individuals, often proud and aloof, found themselves amiably softened in Naruto's presence, which brought a smile to Iruka's face. Naruto truly embodied the spirit of a benevolent son, illuminating those around him and fostering warmth. His infectious enthusiasm inspired his classmates to express greater courtesy and camaraderie, and his sunny disposition encouraged them to embrace a more welcoming demeanor. Even when faced with disruptions in class, Naruto would step forward to admonish his peers, reminding them of the importance of respecting their teacher, which resonated with the others and curtailed misbehavior in the future. Thus, while Iruka's class was recognized as an elite cohort, it was devoid of the usual troublemakers, instead exhibiting a commendable decorum that elicited envy from instructors of other classes. The most profound transformation, however, was in Naruto himself. Upon his rebirth, he had been met with palpable hostility from the villagers, nurturing a deep-seated resentment in the face of their indifference to his plight. Yet, as his powers grew, so too did his perspective. With the capability to vanquish those ignorant villagers with ease, he found his animosity waning, recognizing them merely as unremarkable bystanders, unworthy of his ire. Naruto understood that his true adversaries were the few among them, the upper echelons of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others like Midokado Hamura and Kohara Utatane. Initially, Naruto maintained a somewhat ambivalent stance towards Konoha, believing he could remain neutral. However, the villagers' disdain ultimately led him to harbor resentment towards the village itself. However, as time progressed, he gradually found himself surrounded by a circle of friends: Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, and Uchiha Sasuke. Regardless of whether their initial approach to Naruto was influenced by familial ties, as time passed, Naruto could naturally sense that they genuinely regarded him as a friend. It is indeed true that sincerity begets sincerity. After completely unsealing the Nine Tails power, Naruto became capable of discerning those around him who harbored genuine malice. If the newly reborn Naruto had possessed the power to annihilate Konoha, he might have chosen to enact such destruction, for at that time, he had nothing to his name, and Konoha had only brought him endless suffering. However, after several months, Naruto had formed bonds within the village, and it was precisely these ties that made it difficult for him to sever them. People often find themselves rendered vulnerable due to the emotional bonds they forge. Yet, his grandmother once said, a person may become weak because of their love for others, but this is not shameful, for it is not true weakness. Only those who understand their own frailty can truly grow stronger. Thus, Naruto did not perceive himself as having softened. Through his interactions with friends, he could no longer contemplate betraying Konoha, even with his newfound immense strength. Even though he had attained power on par with the Sage of Six Paths, rendering everyone in the world of Shinobi incapable of challenging him, he could easily eliminate all those he deemed detestable. But then what? To exist alone, unencumbered in this world, living like a mere shell of a person, this was not the life Naruto yearned for. Therefore, since leaving was no longer an option, he chose to remain in Konoha, aspiring to transform this initially loathsome village into a place he could call his own, which made the endeavor all the more intriguing. The bell signaling the end of class rang, abruptly pulling Naruto back to reality. Today is the last day, so I won't require you all to train. If you wish to train, do so secretly at home, and don't let anyone else find out. The winter break competition begins today, Naruto announced to those around him. Naruto, just you wait. When the winter break is over, I'll make sure you see my progress, declared the proud yet increasingly honest Sasuke, who had learned to express his feelings more openly. Take care, Naruto, said the somewhat introverted Sakura. Naruto, let us grab a meal together sometime, chimed in the ever-hungry Choji. Come visit my flower shop when you have time, called out the cheerful Ino. Naruto, Akamaru and I will miss you, added Kiba and Akamaru. Woof woof, what a hassle. Can we leave now? Exclaimed Shikamaru, clearly unimpressed. Naruto, I wish you a smooth winter break, said the quiet and unassuming Inuzuka Shino. One by one, the others exited the classroom, making their way home. Naruto noticed Hinata had been gazing intently at him, which was unusual. What's wrong, Hinata? Aren't you heading home? He asked curiously, gently ruffling her adorable little head with his large hand. And Naruto, my father would like you to come by today? Hinata stammered, her shyness having improved considerably, though she still felt a bit nervous around Naruto. After all, he was her white moonlight. Oh, your father is looking for me? Let us go then. We shouldn't keep him waiting, Naruto replied as he led Hinata out of the classroom. At the entrance of the ninja academy, Hyuga Neji was already waiting for Hinata. Approaching her, he coldly remarked, Lady Hinata, let's return. Without waiting for her response, Neji began to walk away, with Hinata hastily following suit, and Naruto trailing closely behind. Upon noticing Naruto had joined them, Neji suddenly halted, striking a defensive pose. Vortex Naruto, what do you intend by following us? The atmosphere became tense, and Hinata quickly interjected. No, Neji and it's not like that. Today, my father invited Naruto-kun to our home. He is not following us with ill intent. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Neji relaxed his stance and replied, since it's an invitation from the head of the Hyuga clan, I suppose you may accompany us. Neji's attitude caused Naruto some concern. He recalled how, in his childhood, Neji had been this way. After certain unfortunate events, his demeanor towards the main family had soured, and his outlook on destiny had become rather pessimistic. He had always considered himself a bird trapped in a cage, believing escape was impossible. In the original storyline, Neji only began to change after Naruto defeated him in the Chunin exams. Thus, for the current Neji, Naruto would have to work diligently to alter his perspective. The three walked together until they reached the grand entrance of the Hyuga clan's estate. The guards at the entrance greeted Hinata warmly, ignoring Neji entirely. But they scrutinized Naruto closely. If he did not clarify his presence, they would have no choice but to treat him as an intruder. After another round of Hinata's explanations, they learned that Naruto was invited by Hayashi Hyuga, and their expressions shifted to one of respect as they allowed him entry. Neji's face revealed a hint of disdain at this change in demeanor. Once inside the Hyuga estate, Neji coldly addressed Hinata. Lady Hinata, I will take my leave now. Neji and Before Hinata could finish, Neji had vanished from sight. It's all right, Hinata. Neji will change one day, Naruto reassured, noticing the disappointment in her eyes. Okay, I believe in you. Naruto-kun. Hinata responded as she led Naruto towards the reception room of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 46, The Hyuga Estate. Upon arriving at the reception room, Hinata called inside. Father, Naruto-kun has arrived. A robust voice responded, I know, Hinata. Please go take care of Hanabi. She misses you. Let me have a private chat with Naruto. Come in, Naruto. Hinata nodded slightly at Hayashi's words and turned to Naruto, saying, Then, Naruto-kun, I'll go look after my sister Hanabi. You and my father have a good talk. He just seems stern, but he is actually quite nice. Naruto smiled and assured her, Don't worry, Hinata, I'll get along well with your father. After Hinata left, Naruto gently pushed the door open. A sturdy man sat within the reception room, the table laden with an array of refreshments. Upon seeing Naruto enter, Hayashi appraised him with a discerning gaze and gestured to the seat opposite him. Please, have a seat, Naruto. Naruto settled into the chair Hayashi indicated, contemplating, Old man. I've arrived. Can the Ninetales take a break at your doorstep? Hello, head of the Hyuga clan. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto politely greeted Hayashi, setting aside all else. The fact that he was Hinata's father was already of great significance. Hayashi smiled as he regarded Naruto, and after his previous appraisal, he had to admit that Naruto's appearance was indeed quite impressive. Though only 6 years old, it was evident he would grow into a remarkably handsome man. Good looks aside, he seemed commendable in other aspects as well. The family ninja assigned to protect Hinata had often reported on Naruto's situation. Thus, he had long heard of Naruto's various performances at the Ninja Academy, and judging from his usual demeanor, Hyuga Hisashi was relatively pleased with Naruto. Simultaneously, Hisashi was aware that Hinata's recent transformation was undoubtedly influenced by Naruto. Over the past 3 months of training alongside him, Hinata's mentality and resolve had significantly improved. Even Hisashi, who was known for his strict standards, acknowledged Hinata's dedication to her training. All of this could be attributed to Naruto's subtle yet profound influence. Naruto, Hisashi sincerely expressed, I have heard of your considerate care for Hinata at school, and I am truly grateful. Her progress brings me great comfort. She has become much stronger. She is no longer the weak girl she once was. Now, she possesses the essence of a true ninja. Hisashi continued earnestly, if she continues on this path, I am confident that Hinata will become a worthy heir of the main family and lead our Hyuga clan to greatness. It was evident that Hinata had undergone a remarkable transformation under Naruto's influence, so much so that Hisashi had come to recognize her advancements. In the original narrative, Hinata was ultimately abandoned by Hisashi due to her lack of demonstrated talent, leading him to focus his efforts on nurturing her younger sister, Hanabi. This was, in essence, a significant setback for Hinata, who had been overshadowed. Naruto smiled gently and responded, Head of the Hyuga clan, I must clarify that there is a slight misunderstanding. Hinata has always been a diligent individual. She was never truly weak, merely excessively kind-hearted. I have not done much. I merely stood by her side, helping her understand the right path to take. Even if I had not been present, I believe she would have blossomed into an exceptional ninja, after all. You know her true nature better than I do. Hisashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Naruto's words. The conversation then shifted as Hisashi's expression turned nostalgic, recalling events from the past. Naruto, he began, I have heard that you once protected Hinata during her childhood when she was ridiculed by other children. I have kept this memory close to my heart, and I thank you immensely for it. This sentiment was genuine. At that time, it had merely been an unfortunate incident. Hinata, without a ninja escort, had ventured outside and found herself surrounded and mocked by a group of children. They taunted her, demanding she demonstrate her Byakugan, questioning whether she truly belonged to the Hyuga clan. These ignorant children were oblivious to the fact that the Byakugan was not something one could simply activate at will. Much like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, it symbolized the strength of one's innate talent. The earlier one awakened it, the greater the potential. There exists a misconception, as noted by Hisashi and Boruto, that the Byakugan is not an inherent ability, but rather requires extensive and arduous training to be awakened. However, there are exceptional circumstances influenced by bloodline, such as how Uzumaki Himawari could activate her Byakugan under emotional stress, similar to how the Sharingan operates. The Otsutsuki clan possesses a naturally gifted Byakugan that does not require the same level of training as the Hyuga clan, boasting even greater ocular prowess. In the original story, while it is mentioned that members of the Hyuga clan possess the Byakugan, it is important to clarify that the Byakugan is an ability that must be cultivated. Being born with white eyes does not equate to having the Byakugan. The capability to awaken the Byakugan necessitates rigorous training. Even Neji, who is often referred to as a genius, had not yet awakened his Byakugan. The earliest recorded activation within the Hyuga clan dates back to a ninja during the Warring States period, who awakened his Byakugan at the age of 8. A remarkable feat that established him as one of the clan's strongest members. At that time, Hinata, lacking the protection of a ninja and being naturally shy, was at a loss for words, which only emboldened the children to escalate their bullying, perceiving her as an easy target, especially coming from a prominent family. As Hinata endured this torment, Naruto, who had been idly observing from a distance, felt compelled by his sense of justice to intervene. He confronted the group of children, demanding to know what they were doing. At that time, Naruto had not yet undergone his rebirth and was acting solely on his original instincts. However, had he already been reincarnated into this world, he would have made the same choice as the original Naruto. Yet, Naruto was not particularly strong then. Years of hardship had left him physically frail, and despite his Uzumaki lineage, he struggled against the larger group of children. Ultimately, he was overpowered, but he succeeded in protecting Hinata from any harm. When the Hyuga clan's ninjas discovered that Hinata was missing, they swiftly set out to find her, eventually locating her unharmed alongside the thoroughly chastised Naruto. It was from that moment that Hinata began to show signs of resilience, insisting on bringing Naruto back for treatment. The Hyuga ninjas recognized Naruto as the potential vessel of the Nine Tails, a being of ill omen, which created a sense of unease. This marked the first occasion where Hinata, in her capacity as a member of the main family, insisted that the two Hyuga ninjas ensure Naruto was brought back for medical attention. Thus, when Hisashi learned that Hinata had wandered off, he was initially anxious. However, upon seeing her return with Naruto, he was left speechless. "My dear daughter, what calamity have you brought home?" After hearing of Naruto's selfless act of protecting his daughter, Hisashi's demeanor softened, and he instructed that Naruto's injuries be treated without delay. Hisashi was no fool. As the head of one of Konoha's prominent clans, he was well aware of Naruto's true identity, and thus understood the complications that lay ahead. Using his Byakugan, he surveyed the vicinity and detected several ANBU operatives concealed nearby. Hisashi recognized that these ninjas were covertly monitoring Naruto. While they could overlook minor skirmishes among children, any genuine threat to Naruto's life would prompt them to intervene swiftly. Hisashi gestured towards the hidden ANBU, who understood that their disguises were futile against the Byakugan's gaze. One of the lead ANBU stepped forward, and Hisashi addressed him. "I am aware that Naruto has been under your watchful eye, and you must have reported our clan's interaction with him to Lord Hokage. I hope you will convey that our Hyuga clan did not seek to engage with Naruto intentionally. He merely protected my daughter, and at her strong insistence. We had no choice but to bring him back for treatment. I trust you will report this truthfully." The lead ANBU nodded, and the others resumed their surveillance of the Hyuga clan. After the ANBU departed, Hisashi instructed his clan members to ensure Naruto's wounds were properly tended to, emphasizing that nothing untoward should occur on their territory. The lead ANBU ninja made his way to the Hokage's office to relay Hisashi's message. At that moment, the ANBU ninja arrived at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited his report. "Lord Hokage, we have discovered that the Hyuga clan's ninja are in contact with Naruto Uzumaki, and thus we have come to report to you immediately. What are your instructions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "What? The Hyuga clan dares to engage with Naruto? Are they unaware that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? If they provoke him, can the Hyuga clan bear the consequences?" "Hiruzen, I have heard that the Hyuga clan is indeed in contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It seems they harbor rebellious intentions by daring to engage with a Jinchuriki, something they should never tamper with." At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office burst open with a loud bang, revealing Hiruzen's close ally, Shimura Danzo. "Ah, Danzo. Your intelligence seems quite astute. It appears the Roots ninjas have been diligently tracking and surveilling Naruto." Upon Danzo's arrival, Hiruzen returned to his seat. Danzo settled into the chair opposite Hiruzen and remarked, "Hiruzen, I suspect that the Hyuga clan has been secretly amassing their power ever since the Uchiha clan was suppressed. They likely orchestrated this contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to manipulate him from the shadows." Danzo, truly a master of deceit, projected his own desires onto others, implying that the Hyuga clan was merely a scapegoat for his own machinations. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen, who often found himself at odds with Danzo, was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the ones who desired to manipulate Naruto had long been Danzo himself. The Hyuga clan lacked the audacity and strength for such an undertaking. "Danzo, I sense there is more to this situation." Hiruzen, upon encountering Danzo, often experienced an epiphany. Whenever Danzo had his sights set on something, it was rarely for noble reasons. "Hiruzen, this is no time for speculation. I propose we surround the Hyuga clan with my root operatives, demanding they surrender the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, after which my root will ensure Naruto's proper care. I assure you, I will tend to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki diligently." Chapter 47, The Past. Although Danzo maintained a serious demeanor, anyone familiar with him knew he was far from benevolent. If Naruto were to fall into Danzo's hands, Konoha would indeed face dire consequences. Should Naruto be corrupted by Danzo's influence and his indoctrination fail, the Nine Tails could be unleashed. Wonderful. It is Naruto Uzumaki. Our fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails, leaving only the frail third Hokage and that schemer Danzo. We're doomed. Such a scenario was certainly within Danzo's capabilities. Wait, let us await further reports from the Umbu ninjas. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, another Umbu ninja entered the Hokage's office, the very same who had previously communicated with Hyuga Hisashi. What brings you here? Aren't you responsible for Naruto's safety? Is it possible that something has happened to him? Has the Nine Tails been released? Hiruzen inquired anxiously, fearing for Naruto's safety. As very few ninja in Konoha could contain him should he go berserk. Could he truly rely on an old man like himself to employ the dead demon-consuming seal? Such an honor should be left for Danzo. Esteemed Hokage, I was sent by Hyuga Hisashi to report. The incident unfolded as follows. It began when the head of the Hyuga clan's main family, Hyuga Hinata, accidentally ventured outside and was bullied by local children. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward to protect Hinata from harm, suffering considerable injuries himself. Under Hinata's earnest insistence, the Hyuga clan took Naruto back for treatment, grateful for his protection. When Hisashi learned of the events, he utilized his Byakugan to locate us, hoping we could clarify to you, esteemed Hokage, that the Hyuga clan did not intend to engage with Naruto. Once Naruto has been treated, they will ensure he departs, with no further connection to the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this report from the Umbu, Hiruzen realized he had misjudged the situation, having frightened himself unnecessarily. Seeing that there was no longer any issue at hand, Danzo seized the opportunity to assert his presence. Hiruzen, do not let your guard down. This could very well be a ploy devised by the Hyuga clan to lower your defenses, all to better control the Nine Tails. This is a scheme to elevate the Hyuga clan to the status of Konoha's foremost clan. You must trust me. Hiruzen chuckled softly. I am more familiar with the Hyuga clan than you are, Danzo. The higher-ups in Konoha are well aware of your ulterior motives. As long as I remain in the position of Hokage, I will never entrust Naruto to you. Abandon that hope. Realizing his chance had slipped away, Danzo, in a fit of frustration, stood and addressed Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. He then stormed toward the door. Accustomed to Danzo's threats, Hiruzen instinctively retorted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With a resounding slam of the door, their conversation came to an abrupt end. Hiruzen turned to the Umbu ninja who had arrived to report, saying, Please convey to Hisashi that we have always placed our utmost trust in the Hyuga clan, and we believe they will not follow the same path as the Uchiha clan. We trust that this incident was indeed an unfortunate mishap. Extend my regards to the young lady of the Hyuga clan, and ensure that the children who bullied her receive proper admonishment from their parents. It is imperative they understand the importance of raising their children well, otherwise, next time, others may take it upon themselves to teach them a lesson. The Umbu swiftly relayed Hiruzen's message. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga compound, Naruto was receiving thorough treatment from the Hyuga clan and was recovering rapidly. This was not solely due to the Hyuga clan's medical prowess. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he possessed a remarkable vitality, further enhanced by the power sealed within him, enabling his swift recovery. Awakening in an unfamiliar environment, he found his wounds nearly healed. Before Hinata could express her gratitude to him in person, Naruto stood up and dashed toward the door, with the surrounding Hyuga ninjas unable to stop him, nor daring to try. Should they provoke Naruto, they risked unleashing the Nine Tails, which would spell disaster for the Hyuga clan. Thank you for your treatment. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. In his youth, Naruto was indeed a warm-hearted individual, always willing to help others without expecting anything in return. Growing up in a complex environment, though he may not have understood the subtleties of social cues, he could sense the fear others had of him. To avoid burdening anyone, young Naruto chose to leave on his own accord. This child, truly skilled in eliciting sympathy. Shortly after Naruto's departure, the Umbu returned to the Hyuga clan and met with Hisashi. The Hokage has expressed his trust in the Hyuga clan, believing this incident to be an unfortunate accident. The Hokage has entrusted me to convey his concern to the young lady of the Hyuga clan, and we shall personally reach out to the parents of the children who bullied Hinata to ensure they teach their children properly. We hope that the Hyuga clan will continue to contribute to the development of Konoha. Ha ha ha, indeed we will. The Hyuga clan will undoubtedly exert its utmost efforts whenever Konoha is in need. From that moment on, Naruto became the object of Hinata's frequent attention. In her heart, Naruto transformed into someone she aspired to emulate, persistent and unwavering. Similarly, Hayashi Hyuga began to secretly observe Naruto's growth from that very instant. Unbeknownst to them, as the years slipped by, Naruto evolved from a mere brash child into a composed 6-year-old, prompting Hayashi to reflect on the remarkable speed of Naruto's transformation. Feeling somewhat bashful, Naruto scratched his head and replied, "It was merely a trivial matter. Although Hinata and I were not acquainted at that time, it was my duty to act heroically. Now that we are good friends, it was only natural for me to protect her." Naruto expressed that even though he had not yet been reborn at that time, if given another chance, he would still choose to protect Hinata with unwavering resolve. The age-old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be cliched, yet it remains an undeniably effective approach. It is evident that from that moment on, Hinata had been quietly watching over Naruto, truly a rare and admirable girl. Hayashi smiled slightly and continued, "Are you truly certain that your feelings for Hinata are merely platonic? I am aware that she harbors feelings for you, and I would like to ascertain your intentions toward her." His words startled Naruto. Goodness, is this the world of a Hokage? Not only are children maturing quickly, but even the parents possess such enlightened perspectives. Recalling Ino's earlier remarks about profound discussions regarding secret techniques from her father, Naruto mused that the waters of the Hokage world are indeed deep, elusive for others to navigate, and perhaps it is better for him to take the helm. Without hesitation, Naruto candidly stated, "I do indeed like Hinata. She is a gentle, kind, and strong girl. I believe few can resist the charm of such a delightful young lady. In the future, I will certainly marry her." He spoke earnestly, not solely for his own sake, but also considering the continuation of the Boruto series. It could not possibly conclude with Naruto's demise in Shippuden, although that might not be such a bad outcome. Wait, is there a silver lining to this? Despite Naruto being merely 6 years old, Hayashi could discern the resolute confidence within his words, and he was quite satisfied with Naruto's response. Nodding, Hayashi remarked, "I perceive your feelings for Hinata, but our Hyuga clan traditionally does not engage in marriages outside our lineage. If you wish to marry Hinata, you must join our clan." Naruto chuckled and replied, "Uncle Hayashi, the notion of joining your clan sounds rather undignified, as if I am in a poor position. Is there no way for me to avoid such a fate?" He insisted that he was destined to become Hokage. How could he possibly be known as Hyuga Naruto? That name simply feels awkward and unappealing. Furthermore, as one of the last surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, he could not allow his lineage to perish in his generation. Besides, having traversed from the modern era, while the notion of being a son-in-law might seem enticing, enduring years of indignity is not worth it. Hayashi quickly recognized that Naruto would not acquiesce easily, and thus proposed, "There is indeed a way for you to avoid joining the Hyuga clan while still marrying Hinata, and simultaneously, our clan will serve as your staunchest ally." While Naruto had already speculated on this, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is this method?" Hayashi fixed his gaze upon Naruto's eyes and earnestly declared, "You must become Hokage." "Me? Hokage? Is that for real? Uncle Hayashi, do you genuinely believe I can become Hokage?" Naruto continued to feign innocence, curious as to why Hayashi dared to broach the subject of him becoming Hokage so early on. "Indeed, Naruto. This is a conclusion I have drawn after considerable deliberation. Would you like me to elaborate?" Hayashi assumed a sage-like demeanor. Naruto struggled to suppress a smirk but allowed Hayashi to have his moment, saying, "Very well, Uncle Hayashi, enlighten me with your reasoning." Hayashi sprang to his feet, adopting an air of significance, and turned to face Naruto. "Listen closely. Firstly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, holds you in high regard. As evidenced during the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy, he frequently glanced in your direction, indicating his concern for you. This is the first point. Secondly, after the ceremony, despite his busy schedule, the third Hokage did not immediately return to his office. Instead, he lingered to converse with you, suggesting he was intrigued by your reactions. He then inquired about your understanding of the will of fire. Normally, he would not pose such questions without reason, which likely means he was assessing your capabilities. Your interpretation of the will of fire left even the older generation of ninjas in awe. Not only was it insightful, but your assertion that one must earn the people's recognition to become Hokage is something I still vividly recall. As the subject of this discussion, you may not have realized it, but I observed the third Hokage's gaze. It was as if he had found his successor. Hence, I believe your chances of becoming Hokage are quite high. Hayashi laid out his analysis, leaving Naruto to ponder. So, just because of the will of fire, you believe I can become Hokage? Isn't that rather simplistic? Uncle Hayashi, do you think my understanding of the will of fire alone qualifies me for such a position? Naruto pressed on, eager to uncover whether Hayashi had any additional insights, as such an opportunity for analysis was rare. Of course, there's more, Naruto. Considering we may soon become family, I will share a few confidential pieces of information. Hayashi adopted a mysterious demeanor and activated his Byakugan. Byakugan, activate. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no ninjas were within a few dozen meters, while AMBU operatives monitored from a distance, unable to hear the conversation between Hayashi and Naruto. Uncle, what are you being so secretive about? What is this confidential information? It is said that, on a certain day, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, summoned the heads of several clans closely associated with the Hokage lineage for a private discussion. I am unaware of the specifics, but the gist was to encourage more interaction with you. When the third Hokage consulted me, he simply advised that I should engage with you, provided we do not overstep any boundaries. I suspect that the clans involved could be the Yamanaka, Nara, Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Aburame clans. I later observed you forming bonds with the younger members of these clans, which led me to believe my speculation was accurate. Naruto was taken aback by Hayashi's astute deductions. He had sensed that these clans had likely received Hiruzen's directives, thus allowing their younger members to approach him without hesitation. Otherwise, given the third Hokage's esteemed reputation, they would not risk allowing their children to associate with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, Naruto, do not overthink it. Initially, they merely wanted their children to have the opportunity to play with you. Ultimately, forming genuine friendships relies on your own charisma. I hope you refrain from harboring negative thoughts about the clan leaders. They are not as ill-intentioned as you might imagine. Although Hayashi Hyuga did not mention himself, allowing the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, to befriend you indirectly suggests that he has received either explicit or implicit encouragement from Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is indeed an art of conversation to selectively conceal oneself while referencing others. Nevertheless, considering Naruto's reputation in the village, everyone is aware of his connection to the Nine Tails, and it is likely that he is perceived as its embodiment. Yet, despite this knowledge, they still dare to belittle him behind his back and even confront him openly. They must not fear his wrath. If he were to unleash his seal, they would surely taste the consequences. As heirs of prominent clans, their willingness to approach Naruto without disdain or rejection must surely stem from the guidance of someone wise. Ultimately, however, Naruto transformed them into genuine friends through his charm. Do you comprehend the true value of being the Konoha charmer? The passive reputation he bears is far from unfounded. But uncle, what does all of this signify? Is having such friends truly impressive? Have they expressed any thoughts? Naruto feigned ignorance as he inquired. Once the act begins, one must commit to it fully. Indeed, Naruto, while the clan leaders initially encouraged their children to interact with you, they would never impose themselves upon you forcefully. Even as clan heads, such behavior is beneath them. The subsequent friendships formed by their children are a testament to their evolving attitudes towards you, reflecting a tangible change within the higher echelons of the Konoha Hokage faction. From initially heeding the third Hokage's words to later desiring to be acquainted with you, their admiration for you has evidently grown. Hayashi Hyuga appeared quite satisfied with this realization, as if the logic behind it brought him a sense of gratification. Uncle Hayashi, you are not wrong in this regard. But surely it cannot solely rely on these factors for me to become Hokage? Naruto, you are indeed astute. There is much more to it. Becoming Hokage necessitates not only strength, but also a robust background. Alas, for certain reasons, I cannot disclose everything. Just as the conversation reached a peak of enjoyment, Hayashi seemed to recall something, sighed, and refrained from elaborating further. Naruto, understanding Hayashi's intent, contemplated his own capabilities. Presently, with the chakra levels of an elite Jonin, coupled with the Rasengan and an improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique, along with the potential aid of Kurama should he falter, his future appeared brilliantly promising. If not now, when shall I adopt my true persona? Naruto decided to unveil his hand. It is due to my unique background, is it not, Uncle Hayashi? Naruto casually continued Hayashi's line of thought. Indeed. Naruto, do you possess awareness of your background? Hayashi instinctively picked up on Naruto's words, but quickly realized the potential implications. Could it be that Naruto truly understands? Naruto, to what extent are you aware of your own circumstances? Hayashi probed cautiously, uncertain of how much Naruto knew. Previously, the third Hokage had emphasized the necessity of keeping Naruto's identity a secret during high-level meetings in Konoha, forbidding him from discovering the truth about himself. Should Naruto learn of the injustices he has faced over the years, his resentment towards Konoha would undoubtedly reach its zenith. A situation that even a retired third Hokage and the ever-blameworthy Danzo could not withstand. This is precisely where Naruto found himself at a loss. While they were quick to speak ill of him, should he ever retaliate, they would be left discontented. Such a rogue mentality, especially from Danzo, who spreads rumors. If Naruto were to unleash his fury, what would they have to counter him? At this moment, Sure Sui was still alive, and he had yet to obtain Shursue's Mangekyō Sharingan, let alone master Koto Amatsukami. Furthermore, the number of Uchiha Sharingan in his possession remained uncertain. Over the years, during the Uchiha clan's excursions, some shinobi encountered seemingly accidental mishaps. Yet these were likely orchestrated by Shimura Danzo, who sought to collect Uchiha Sharingan. However, during this period, Danzo had not yet instigated the large-scale Uchiha massacre, so there were not an excessive number of Sharingan available. All of it. Uncle Hayashi, whether I am the embodiment of the Nine Tails or my identity, I am fully aware. Naruto intended to employ his persuasive charm to fully enlist Hayashi onto his side. Naruto, where did you acquire this information? Hayashi was utterly astonished. It must be said that the third Hokage's secrecy was quite effective. Although the entirety of the village knew of Naruto's connection to the Nine Tails and the possibility of him being its vessel, the truth of his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage remained well guarded, known only to a select few within Konoha's upper echelons. Is this what we call Schrodinger's secrecy? Chapter 49, The Unveiling. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Uncle Hayashi, I have met my parents. Within the seal in my stomach. I have also encountered the Nine Tails and learned the entire truth. Naruto, you truly comprehend it? Hayashi, naturally, remained skeptical. What if this clever boy were merely deceiving him? Should he inadvertently reveal Naruto's identity, the consequences could be dire. The Hyuga clan might genuinely face ruin, and the third Hokage could very well act against them in the shadows. Seeing Hayashi still testing the waters, seemingly unable to believe, Naruto resolved to present the facts in a more favorable light. Uncle Hayashi, you need not fear that I am deceiving you. I genuinely know everything. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My father is the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, and my mother is of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the true son of a hero, and I am also the host of the Nine Tails in this generation. Am I correct, Uncle Hayashi? Upon hearing Naruto articulate his identity with such clarity, Hayashi slowly turned to face him and said, Naruto, since you are already aware of your identity, what are your thoughts on Konoha? This was a question that warranted careful consideration. Should Naruto harbor a vengeful disposition, Hayashi would promptly report to the third Hokage, for they could not allow such a time bomb to exist within the village. Uncle Hayashi, I do not wish to deceive you. Certain individuals in the village deserve their fate, do they not? My childhood was fraught with misery, all brought upon me by these very people. One day, I will ensure they experience the same suffering. As for the other villagers, ignorance is bliss. The greatest torment for them is to be left untroubled. To remain in a state of oblivion, is it not preferable? Naruto spoke candidly, believing that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo Shimura, and those two Hokage advisors were detrimental to Konoha's progress and must eventually be eradicated. Witnessing that Naruto did not embody a simplistic black-and-white worldview, Hayashi exhaled with relief. This indicated that there was still room for dialogue. We support your decision. You now understand that you are the son of the fourth Hokage. So returning to our earlier discussion, we believe you have a significant chance of becoming Hokage, and your background is certainly commendable. However, your identity as the Nine Tails host somewhat diminishes your competitiveness. After all, no one wishes to be led by someone who cannot even master their own power. A person who is perpetually on the brink of losing control. Fear not, Uncle Hinata, for I have reached a reconciliation with the Nine Tails within me. Once my body has matured, I will be fully capable of harnessing the power of the Nine Tails, becoming a true perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto slightly divulged his circumstances to Hinata Hisashi. What? Are you implying that you can already control the Nine Tails? Could this be the hidden strategy of the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina? How terrifying. Hinata Hisashi's expression was one of disbelief. After all, this was the Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Even a fraction of its power could easily overpower all tailed beasts except for the Eight Tails. It is not about control, Uncle Hinata. It is about friendship. Naruto replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. Hearing such words, Hinata Hisashi felt somewhat convinced. After all, if someone who learned the truth discovered that it was the Nine Tails within them causing so much trouble, they would likely harbor grievances against it, for its existence had caused them years of suffering. Yet, Naruto's words resonated with trust in the Nine Tails and the notion of friendship, indicating that they might indeed have forged a genuine bond. Then, Naruto, pray tell, what is your current strength? Hinata Hisashi inquired curiously. From Naruto's confident words, it was evident that he possessed considerable power. Could he possibly be stronger than the so-called genius, Neji? The anticipation was palpable. If Naruto were to learn that he was being compared to Neji, he would surely find it laughable, for he was now an opponent that Neji could not defeat even at full strength. Uncle, With your Byakugan, you can see for yourself. Naruto quipped, unable to resist the jab. With the Byakugan at his disposal, there was no reason to hold back. If not now, then when? Ha ha ha, how could I forget? Let me take a look. Hinata Hizashi chuckled awkwardly, having been preoccupied with assessing the strength of the surrounding Umbu, inadvertently overlooking Naruto's presence. Byakugan activate. Hinata Hizashi engaged his Byakugan, veins protruding as he directed his gaze at Naruto, instantly taken aback by the vast chakra emanating from him. Naruto, how can someone your age possess such an immense amount of chakra? You have reached the standard of an elite jonin. Even with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, it should not grant you such an advantage. Hinata Hizashi voiced his astonishment. Uncle Hinata, I can only attribute this to my innate talent. It is all preordained. Allow me to share a little more. Under normal circumstances, my strength hovers around the level of an elite jonin. Naruto's bold proclamation left Hinata Hizashi utterly astounded. Konoha village is renowned for producing geniuses, but among them, there are those who stand out even more. Take Kakashi Hatake, for instance. He graduated at the age of 12, already a jonin, due to the tragic demise of his father, the Konoha White Fang. His talent is undeniably exceptional. Then there is Itachi Uchiha, who entered the ninja academy at 6, graduated at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, and became the first to pass the Chunin exam solo at 10. Yet, even these prodigies pale in comparison to Naruto, who at the tender age of 6 has already attained the prowess of an elite jonin. Is this truly astonishing to you? Uncle Hinata, I have yet to reveal my hidden strength. Naruto observed Hinata Hizashi's shocked expression, intending to capitalize on the moment. The contrast between Hinata Hizashi's earlier composure and his current astonishment was striking. What? Naruto, you possess hidden strength as well. Pray tell, what else do you conceal? Hinata Hizashi's skepticism was palpable. To possess the strength of an elite jonin at 6 was already extraordinary. What more could Naruto be hiding? Could it be the power of the Nine Tails? Indeed, Uncle Hinata, I can fully command the power of the Nine Tails. In battle, it will continuously supply me with chakra, which is my advantage. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, I encountered my father and mother within the seal in my belly. With their assistance, I successfully unraveled the Nine-Tailed seal. And before my father departed, he bestowed upon me his final gift. Naruto paused, yet Hinata Hizashi's curiosity prompted further questions. What? Naruto, with the Nine-Tails aid. To what extent can your strength reach? Are you at the level of a Hokage? But you likely do not possess many techniques yet. What did Minato leave for you? Hinata Hizashi transformed into a curious child, bombarding Naruto with inquiries. With the Nine-Tails' assistance, defeating the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would not pose a challenge. As for the gift left by my father, it is the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. Naruto's words left Hinata Hizashi in a state of profound shock. He had lost count of how many times he had been stunned today. Are you saying that the fourth left you with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan? Have you mastered them yet? Hinata Hizashi asked, astonished. I have only mastered the Rasengan, a technique without hand seals. The Flying Thunder God technique is considerably more complex, and I have yet to grasp it. Naruto replied, refraining from elaborating further, simply stating that he had learned the Rasengan. Hinata Hizashi's jaw dropped in disbelief. The Rasengan was the fourth Hokage's most renowned offensive technique, while the Flying Thunder God technique was a space-time ninjutsu, notoriously difficult to learn. While he could accept that Naruto had yet to master the latter, the fact that he had learned the Rasengan, an A-rank technique, was a bit ludicrous given its difficulty. Naruto, your current strength has reached the level of an elite jonin. With the Nine-Tails support, you may even possess power surpassing that of a Hokage. What are your recent thoughts? You wouldn't be planning to take action against certain individuals in the village, would you? Such a course of action would not bode well for you. Hinata Hizashi questioned anxiously. If Naruto were to target anyone in the village, it would most likely be Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, current leaders of Konoha. If Naruto were to succeed in an assassination, he would have to sever ties with the village and seek refuge elsewhere. Of course not, Uncle Hinata. If I intended to assassinate anyone, I could have acted long ago. There would be no need to wait until today, Naruto said without elaborating further. Then, Naruto, regarding the information you have shared with me today, how would you like me to proceed? Should I report to the third Hokage? Hinata Hizashi pondered, realizing that the potential for Naruto to unleash destruction exceeding that of the previous Nine-Tails left him apprehensive. What if the Hyuga clan were to face annihilation? If possible. I hope you can keep this confidential, Uncle. I would prefer to report to the third Hokage once I have secured my freedom within the ninja world. Hinata Hizashi's inquiry indicated his reluctance to inform Hiruzen Sarutobi of too much, as he believed the third's demise was inevitable, given his advanced age. Meanwhile, Naruto was a rising star that must be embraced wholeheartedly. Understood, Naruto. Given your potential and strength, coupled with your status as the hero's son, it seems that your ascension to Hokage will be a rather smooth affair. Hinata Hisashi's confidence was restored upon realizing that Naruto was well aware of everything, alleviating his concerns about the villagers' perceptions of Naruto. Thus, Uncle Hyuga, I sincerely hope that the Hyuga clan will support me. Should I ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, I trust that the Hyuga clan will receive their due rewards as well. Naruto, since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall undoubtedly back you. I hope that once you become Hokage, you will not forget us. Uncle Hyuga, I assure you, I will not forget. It is settled that if I become Hokage, I will not marry into the Hyuga family, but I will certainly wed Hinata. Having learned so much, the fates of Hyuga Hayashi and Naruto are inextricably intertwined. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and said, then it is a promise. Chapter 50. The structure of the Hyuga clan. Naruto, since the Hyuga clan has chosen to support you, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. We will exert every effort to aid you, and during meetings within the higher echelons of Konoha, the Hyuga clan will stand firmly by your side, Hyuga Hayashi stated earnestly. This declaration indicated that the Hyuga clan would not merely support Naruto covertly, they would also publicly uphold his reputation within Konoha, genuinely attempting to bind their fate to his. Thank you, Uncle Hyuga. Trust me, I will bring substantial rewards to the Hyuga clan in the future. Naruto understood that the Hyuga clan's willingness to invest so heavily at this juncture was largely due to Hyuga Hayashi's discernment. If Naruto were to ultimately fail, Hyuga Hayashi's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. In a more serious light, he might even face impeachment, potentially jeopardizing his position as the head of the Hyuga clan. Not at all. We are all family here, so there is no need for such formality. By the way, Naruto, the reason I invited you here was not solely for this matter. I seem to have strayed far from my original intent. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly recalled that his initial purpose for inviting Naruto was not merely to forge an alliance. Unbeknownst to him, he had been captivated by Naruto's charisma, ultimately binding the Hyuga clan's fate to Naruto's own. With such formidable charisma, the hope of becoming Hokage seemed to grow even stronger. Oh, Uncle Hyuga, then please enlighten me on what you originally intended to discuss? Naruto inquired, intrigued. It appeared that Hyuga Hayashi had ulterior motives, and Naruto sensed that this elder was not merely acting out of goodwill, but rather had been swayed by his own persuasive charm. Actually, it's a rather trivial matter concerning Neji. Are you familiar with the situation surrounding him? Hyuga Hayashi's expression revealed a hint of nostalgia, as he seemed to reminisce about his deceased brother, Hyuga Hisashi. I'm not too clear on the details, Uncle Hyuga. Please elaborate. It may enable me to assist you more effectively, Naruto replied, a mix of curiosity and seriousness in his demeanor. Although he was well aware of the matter, he chose not to disclose his knowledge to avoid unnecessary suspicion, especially since both Minato and Kushina had long departed by the time these events transpired, leaving him unable to explain the source of his information. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Hyuga Hayashi sighed heavily, seemingly lost in thought as he recalled past events. Naruto patiently waited for him to gather his thoughts before continuing. This matter must begin with the structure of the Hyuga clan. Naruto, you must know that our clan, as one of the founding families of Konoha, possesses a rich and illustrious history. Hyuga Hayashi began to unfold the narrative. Naruto thought to himself, I know your clan's history even better than you do. I am aware that your ancestors were members of the Otsutsuki clan. I could easily enlighten you, but I will remain attentive as Hyuga Hayashi shares his account. Since the Warring States period, our Hyuga clan has been a family of great renown, primarily due to our ability to awaken the powerful Byakugan. The Byakugan serves many purposes, detecting hidden enemies, observing chakra fluctuations within adversaries, and identifying their chakra points. When combined with our gentle fist technique, we can effectively seal an opponent's chakra. Thus, during the Warring States period, our clan was frequently employed by other families, earning a reputation second only to the Uchiha and Senju clans. Upon our integration into Konoha, we naturally received even more generous treatment, and the Hyuga clan flourished. However, with the establishment of the ninja villages, ninjas from various nations became aware of the potency of our Byakugan, and many sought to eliminate Hyuga clan members in order to acquire our powerful eyes. Naruto nodded in understanding. In the world of Naruto, power often resided in bloodlines and ocular abilities. The ocular powers in this universe were truly remarkable, often ready for immediate use, even if they came with side effects. A diluted bloodline could still yield results, while a pure bloodline would produce even greater strength. Medical ninjutsu merely served to mitigate adverse reactions. In the short term, one could easily disregard any side effects. And then, Naruto interjected, providing intermittent affirmations that seemed to satisfy Hyuga Hayashi. In order to safeguard our Byakugan from falling into enemy hands and to prevent its leakage, our ancestors established the concepts of the main house and branch house, as well as the creation of the caged bird seal. Oh, what exactly is the caged bird? Naruto inquired further. Before discussing the caged bird seal, one must first clarify the concepts of the main house and branch house. There can only be one heir to the main house. If there are multiple descendants within the same generation, only one may be chosen as the heir, while the others become members of the branch house. This means that only one person can exist as the heir of the main house at any given time. Thus, even after a millennium, the Hyuga clan can have only one head of the main house. Meanwhile, the branch house eternally serves as the guardians of the main house, bearing the responsibility of protecting the main house members. To become a member of the branch house, one must receive the caged bird seal on their forehead when the heir of the main house turns 3 years old. The main house can control and damage the neural pathways of the branch house members through this seal, thereby exerting control over them. The seal can only be lifted upon the individual's death and can seal the Byakugan's abilities. It can also thoroughly destroy the recipient's eyes and brain should they lose their eyes or perish. However, this seal is also a source of internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. I see, this is your clan's tradition, and I shall refrain from further commentary. I understand and respect it, but how does this relate to Neji? Naruto pressed on with his inquiry. In my generation, since I was born slightly earlier than my brother, Hyuga Hizashi, I was chosen as the heir of the main house, while my brother was forced to become a member of the branch house, tasked with safeguarding the main house. However, my brother and I were very close. Despite our differing statuses, we were still brothers. Alas, Hyuga Hayashi seemed to touch upon a painful memory. Later, Hizashi had a child a year before me, who is now Neji, and a year after that, Hinata entered this world. You may not know this, but when they were young, Hinata and Neji shared a wonderful bond. Neji truly regarded Hinata as a sister, and Hinata adored her older brother Neji. However, as Hizashi's child, Neji was destined to be part of the branch house. At that time, though I had just become the clan leader, my influence was limited, and I could not alter the traditions that had been passed down in the Hyuga clan. Although Neji had begun to show some talent, his fate had already been sealed by his birthright. As Hinata grew, the day when she would turn 3 approached rapidly. Despite both Hizashi and I wishing to prevent such a fate, we could not escape it. On Hinata's 3rd birthday, Neji was still branded with the curse mark of the caged bird. At that time, he was unaware of the implications it entailed. However, as he matured, he came to understand the significance of the main and branch families. It was from that moment on that he began to distance himself from Hinata. Initially, this was tolerable, as they still shared some semblance of affection. 2 subsequent events, however, irrevocably altered Neji's perspective. The first incident occurred while Neji was training with Hinata, who, in her childhood frailty, was too timid to strike him. In her heart, Neji remained her older brother, yet even if she had exerted her utmost effort, she would have still been no match for him. Under the oppressive system of the main family, resentment toward Hinata began to fester within Neji. During their training, he spared no effort, and when the ever-watchful Hizashi observed Hinata's weakness, he lamented the unjust treatment between the main and branch families. Despite Neji's superior talent, he was forced into the branch family, and in a moment of fury, he even harbored thoughts of harming Hinata. Fortunately, I happened to pass by and discovered this troubling scene. In an act of desperation, I invoked the caged bird seal, causing Hizashi great anguish. He could not comprehend why Neji, possessing greater talent, was relegated to the branch family while protecting such a fragile Hinata. He too felt a sense of injustice on Neji's behalf. Thus, compelled by Hizashi's murderous intent toward Hinata, I was forced to activate the caged bird seal. However, afterward, Hizashi's demeanor returned to normal. Yet, after witnessing Hizashi's suffering firsthand, Neji's attitude towards Hinata grew increasingly contemptuous, culminating in a pivotal event. Naruto was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding tale. Although he was already aware of these events, hearing them recounted by Hizashi lent them a new, immersive depth. So, what was this incident? Naruto urged Hizashi to continue. In the same year that Hinata turned 3, a shinobi from the village hidden in the clouds infiltrated Konoha, intent on abducting Hinata to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I quickly discovered Hinata's abduction and retaliated against the Cloud Ninja using my Byakugan. After a fierce struggle, I successfully rescued Hinata. However, the bodies of the Cloud Ninjas were later found in Konoha. Despite the Cloud's initial aggression in seeking Hinata for the Byakugan, The weakness of the third Hokage led to a deterioration of relations between Konoha and the Cloud, indirectly instigating war. To avert conflict, Konoha struck a bargain with the Cloud, which demanded my body in exchange. To my utter disbelief, Konoha acquiesced to the Cloud's demands, sacrificing me despite being the stronger party. Such was the extent of their capitulation. After the news broke, an elder from the Hyuga clan suggested offering Hisashi's body, a member of the branch family, as a substitute for mine. I vehemently opposed this, unwilling to let Hisashi die in my stead. Yet, Hisashi, aware of his fate as a member of the branch family, felt compelled to accept this arrangement and ultimately met his demise with remarkable valor. Before his passing, Hisashi implored me to convey to Neji that he did not die to protect the main family, but rather to safeguard his brother and the village. Thus, Hisashi was slain in my place, and the Cloud's involvement faded into obscurity. Chapter 51. Attempting to persuade Neji. Despite being familiar with the narrative, hearing it recounted by Hisashi firsthand left Naruto feeling that reality had taken on an absurd quality. Isn't it ridiculous? He exclaimed. The leadership of Konoha, under the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had seen countless changes yet remained stagnant, lacking any real resolve. Hashirama Senju had justification for his leadership. He led Uchiha Madara, Tobirama Senju. And what about your current leaders? You expect me to follow them? Konoha's current state is dire, with only a handful of capable individuals left. Konoha's White Fang was slain by your hands, and Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are long gone. Minato Namikaze sealed the Nine Tails and perished. Now, all that remains is Danzo, who dreams of becoming Hokage, but lacks the capability to do so. If this continues, we will lose to the Cloud, then to the Rock, then to the Mist, and finally to the Sand. Who will be left after that? By the way, Uncle Hisashi, did the Cloud eventually discover that Uncle Hisashi was actually your substitute? Naruto couldn't help but inquire. Hisashi sighed heavily, responding, having been in Konoha for so long, they surely must have uncovered the truth. So, does that mean Uncle Hisashi didn't die in vain? Konoha, in the right, sacrificed the brother of a prominent clan leader to maintain peace out of fear of war. What a splendid third Hokage, truly sacrificing the family he should protect for the greater good. Naruto's tone shifted, revealing his indignation. To him, Hisashi's death seemed utterly senseless. Why should the weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen burden the Hyuga clan? If it came to it, would he dare sacrifice the children of the Sarutobi clan? Yet, given Sarutobi's character, he might indeed have done so. Despite having some ambition in his youth, he had grown increasingly timid and fearful. The only time he showed any backbone was when confronting Danzo. Naruto, be cautious. Walls have ears, Hisashi cautioned. However, I had already used my Byakugan to ascertain that the surrounding Umbu could not hear our conversation. Actually, Naruto, you were quite right, but at that time, the Hyuga clan, under pressure from the Hokage's upper echelons, had no choice but to propose such a solution. Hisashi accepted this suggestion quite readily. As my brother, I know his thoughts intimately. As a member of the branch family, he grew up in my shadow. Yet, aside from his feelings regarding Neji, Hisashi did not harbor much resentment towards his status as a branch member. In his heart, the branch family was still part of the Hyuga clan. He sought to demonstrate his commitment to the Hyuga clan and Konoha through his actions. Thus, when an elder of the Hyuga clan proposed this course of action, Hisashi readily agreed, viewing this decision as the first time he could exercise his own agency, despite bearing the curse of the caged bird. Nevertheless, he ultimately died for my sake. I have long desired to speak with Neji about this matter. However, Neji believes that the elders of the Hyuga clan conspired to force Hisashi to die for me, harboring deep resentment towards me and even directing his anger towards Hinata. Thus, my initial intention in seeking you was rooted in the belief that your companions seem to trust you implicitly. You possess a unique charm that inspires confidence in most. I wish for you to converse with Neji. Even if you cannot change his mind, at the very least, convey to him the truth about his father. Do not allow him to remain in ignorance his entire life. Hisashi spoke earnestly to Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto realized that Hisashi was indeed relying on him to persuade Neji, cloaked in eloquent words. This task was not insurmountable. He could manage it with a few words. I understand, Uncle Hisashi. It seems the resentment in your heart has been building for quite some time. I hope you can grant me one request. If I ever become Hokage, I will endeavor to abolish the caged bird seal and dismantle the concepts of the main and branch families. While the Byakugan is indeed precious, the freedom of the Hyuga clan members is equally invaluable, and freedom is something that must be fought for, not merely bestowed by others. Only by fighting for oneself can life become infinitely more precious. However, Naruto's motivations extend beyond his own desires. They are rooted in the well-being of several individuals. Primarily, he is concerned for Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, who, despite her youth, he wishes to protect from the curse of the caged bird seal. Additionally, he holds aspirations for his future daughter, Himawari Uzumaki. Although she will bear the Uzumaki name, if the caged bird seal remains in place, she could inevitably face the same oppressive traditions upheld by the elders of the Hyuga clan, who, relying on their age and status, may insist on adhering to ancestral customs that resist change. Anyone who dares to challenge these norms shall be met with resistance. Naruto, if you truly become Hokage, I shall support your announcement to abolish the caged bird seal and dismantle the concepts of the main and branch families. Many clan members share grievances regarding this system, which, I believe, does not guarantee benefits. Sacrificing a portion of one's freedom cannot truly be called freedom. The members of the Hyuga clan should possess the strength to protect themselves. Thus, it is settled. Naruto and Hinata's father, Hiashi, reached a mutual agreement. With that, Naruto resolved to persuade Neji. Please refrain from eavesdropping on this matter concerning the children. Uncle Hiashi, I will ensure Neji reconsiders. Rising to his feet, Naruto set off in search of Neji. All right, I entrust this to you, Naruto. Neji often prefers to practice alone in the training room nearby. Turn left upon exiting, and you shall find him. Having chosen to place his faith in Naruto, Hiashi hoped that Neji would truly come to comprehend the reasons behind Hisashi's demise. Following Hayashi's directions, Naruto turned left and soon heard the sound of a wooden post being struck repeatedly. Upon pushing open the door, he found Neji diligently practicing his taijutsu. At that moment, Neji was drenched in sweat, yet his movements showed no sign of letting up. Rather, he seemed to pour all his resentment and anger into the wooden post. Upon hearing the door creak open, Neji turned to glance at Naruto, then resumed his training. So, you finished your conversation with the clan leader? Are you leaving? Or do you wish for me to escort you out? Neji remained focused on the wooden post, speaking to Naruto without truly addressing him, his tone laced with disdain. It was understandable. At this stage in his life, Neji harbored an inflated sense of superiority, feeling as though the world owed him something. Often referencing fate and its unchangeable nature, a perspective that had begun to solidify. That's fine, even with such a fixed mindset. My words can transform the blackest of truths into white. No, I have come to talk to you. I was entrusted with this task. Naruto, unfazed by Neji's demeanor, settled onto the floor, watching as Neji continued his practice. Talk. There is nothing of value to discuss with a mere demon fox. It seemed Neji had heard the derogatory nickname others called Naruto and seized the opportunity to mock him, revealing his contempt. Huh, a demon fox? That's far superior to your self-righteousness, which masks your lack of achievement and direction. Given Neji's impolite remarks, Naruto naturally returned the hostility. Feeling bold, are we? You little coward. Who are you calling a coward? Neji abruptly halted his movements and glared angrily at Naruto. I'm speaking of you, coward. You harbor countless grievances, yet dare not act. Only striking at this post and directing your anger towards my little Hinata, a useless waste. Spitting towards Neji, Naruto made his disdain abundantly clear. Naruto, you damn demon fox. Even Hiashi could not protect you today. Enraged, Neji charged at Naruto, his fists clenched with murderous intent. I will make you pay, Uzumaki Naruto. Neji, as if struck at his core, became increasingly volatile, launching a full frontal assault on Naruto. To Naruto, however, Neji's movements were painfully sluggish. Neji's attacks, fierce as they were, came at him like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with formidable force. Yet, to Naruto, these actions appeared almost frozen in time. With a mere sidestep, he evaded all of Neji's onslaughts, effortlessly mocking him as he did so, which only served to exacerbate Neji's fury. Is that all you can do? Rely on physical prowess to vent your frustrations? How utterly pathetic. Naruto taunted while deftly dodging. Neji's rage ignited further, prompting him to unleash even more ferocious techniques in an attempt to overpower Naruto. Yet, Naruto moved like a specter, gliding through Neji's strikes as though he were imperceptible. You scoundrel! Who do you think you are? Neji, consumed by his rage, began to hurl insults, even denigrating Naruto's parents. You, an orphan without parents, have no right to flaunt your strength here. Upon hearing this, Naruto's previously relaxed demeanor darkened, and a chilling light flickered in his eyes. In that instant, he was no longer the carefree youth, but had transformed into a cold and merciless ninja. Silence! How dare you mention my parents? Naruto roared, a surge of potent chakra erupting from within him, enveloping Neji in an aura of lethal intent. Neji felt an invisible force bind him, rendering him completely immobile. In an instant, Naruto's figure appeared before him, his icy gaze instilling an unprecedented fear in Neji. Flying Thunder God Technique. Naruto mentally called out, his body morphing into a flash of lightning, hurtling toward Neji with blinding speed. Neji barely had time to let out a scream before Naruto slammed him to the ground. His body pinned beneath an overwhelming force, unable to resist. Naruto's fists fell upon Neji like raindrops, each blow infused with boundless fury and strength, leaving Neji writhing in agony as he emitted pitiful cries. Though enraged, Naruto remained rational, merely delivering the punishment Neji deserved for invoking his parents' names, an offense that, in other narratives, would seal one's fate. You scoundrel! I will not let this go unpunished. Neji struggled against the pain, exerting all his strength to fight back. But Naruto's might felt like a mountain, firmly pressing down on him, rendering him utterly helpless. Be quiet. You are nothing but a waste of space. Chapter 52. The Truth Revealed. As Naruto's strength held Neji immobile, the weight of reality began to temper Neji's thoughts. In other words, clarity returned to his mind. Recognizing that resistance was futile, Neji ceased his struggles. He pondered why Naruto's power was so formidable and how he had subdued him so swiftly. His speed akin to teleportation. Was it the body flicker technique? The strength was terrifying. Could this be the reason behind his title as the Demon Fox? Now, do you still dare to speak of my parents? Naruto had initially hoped for a meaningful conversation with Neji, but mentioning Kushina and Minato was a line that should not have been crossed, even if Neji was unaware of the full context. It was not his place to utter such words. TCH, if you don't want to discuss it, then what brings you here? With such immense power, why have I never heard of you? Did you conceal your strength solely to humiliate me? Neji, regaining his wits, began to voice his doubts. Upon witnessing Neji's return to normalcy, Naruto seized the opportunity to release him, stating, "You have an abundance of questions, and I shall address them one by one. However, moving forward, I hope you can embrace the awareness of the truth." Naruto spoke with a grave expression. Initially, Neji regarded him with disdain, yet, after hearing Naruto's words, he found himself subtly influenced by Naruto's unwavering resolve, responding, "Fine, you seem rather cryptic. I am indeed curious about the truth you speak of." Seeing Neji's demeanor shift to a more communicative one, Naruto settled onto the floor beside him, gesturing for Neji to sit as well. Although Neji was reluctant to engage in what he perceived as a waste of time, he ultimately acquiesced under Naruto's compelling presence. Pleased with Neji's cooperation, Naruto nodded approvingly. "Firstly, you are correct, my background is indeed substantial. Otherwise, the head of your Hyuga clan would not have invited me to forge an alliance with the Hyuga family." Naruto's words left Neji astonished. How could a mere 6-year-old student just beginning his journey in the ninja academy command such respect from the head of the Hyuga clan? Although Naruto possessed hidden strength, it seemed insufficient to warrant such treatment. A thought struck Neji. Could Naruto be the illegitimate son of the Hokage? Your background? You wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would you? Neji inquired with curiosity, recalling the praise Naruto received at the opening ceremony. It made sense now why the third Hokage treated him with such distinction. Get lost. I am the son of the Hokage, but not that old fool Sarutobi. Do you see my hair? Can you guess whose son I am? Instead of directly answering Neji's question, Naruto led him to the correct conclusion. Yellow hair. With the surname Uzumaki. Could it be that you are the son of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato? His wife also has the surname Uzumaki, which fits perfectly. Neji deduced the truth, yet a twinge of apprehension filled him. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the village, a fact learned in the Ninja Academy. However, he had not considered that his son, Naruto Uzumaki, was treated by the villagers as the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox. It seemed that Naruto was also a pitiable individual. Reflecting on Naruto's tragic fate, Neji couldn't help but draw parallels to his own misfortunes. Both suffered greatly. His gaze towards Naruto softened, recognizing that they were both lost souls in a harsh world. What else with that expression? Indeed, I am the son of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. My mother was the previous Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, Uzumaki Kushina. Hence, you now understand why the villagers call me a demon fox. While some have incited this prejudice, it is true that the nine-tailed fox is sealed within me, Naruto explained to Neji. Then how is it that you possess such strength? What is your ultimate goal? Neji, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed for answers. My strength? Huh, you have yet to witness my full power. You know well that after my parents' sacrifice, the third Hokage not only failed to care for me, but allowed certain individuals to spread malicious rumors about me throughout the village, subjecting me to various injustices. I need strength to take control of my own destiny, But before I acquire true power, I cannot reveal my abilities lest they extinguish me in my infancy. This is why I have been concealing my strength all along. I have been growing stronger in secret, waiting for the day I can exact vengeance upon those wretched individuals. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Naruto's eyes. Destiny. The mere mention of that word seems to have triggered something within Neji, who suddenly grew somber. Yet he found some resonance with Naruto's words. In his eyes, Naruto was a fighter against fate, dissatisfied with the path laid before him, striving to carve his own way. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven. I believe you feel the same way, Neji. Naruto began to challenge Neji's beliefs, thinking to himself that through this dialogue, he would eventually steer Neji back to a more enlightened perspective. Useless. Destiny is destiny precisely because it is unchangeable. No amount of effort can alter it. Neji, feeling defensive, continued to deceive himself. Then tell me, Neji, why do you train so fervently? If you believe destiny cannot be altered, then as a branch family member, you should be prepared to die to protect the main family. That is your fate. Yet, your relentless training, becoming a genius in the Hyuga clan, suggests that you wish to prove that through your own efforts, you can indeed change your destiny and seize control of your life, no? Naruto's words struck Neji like an arrow, piercing deeply into his heart. TCH. You claim to know so much, but what do you truly understand, Naruto? Though Neji felt a flicker of agreement with Naruto's sentiments, his words betrayed a lingering skepticism. Neji, I know more than you can imagine. Do you wish to learn how your father met his end? The mere mention of Neji's father seemed to ignite a fury within him. Silence, Naruto. I will not allow you to speak of my father. If you do, even if I cannot defeat you, I will take a piece of flesh from you. Neji erupted in anger. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you, Neji. I am not here to speak well of Hayashi Hyuga. I merely wish to reveal the truth, the very truth you have been evading. Regardless of your belief, you have the right to know. Naruto's earnestness resonated through his words, conveying the sincerity of his intentions. Fine. Speak then, Naruto. I will listen and make my own judgments. Neji, no longer resisting, allowed Naruto to share his perspective, secretly hoping for a revelation that might alter his understanding. I believe your memories of childhood may not be as vivid as you think. Do you know how your father, Hyuga Hisashi, met his demise? Naruto did not immediately provide explanations. Rather, he sought to understand Neji's perspective on the events. Neji pondered for a moment before replying. I am not well versed in the specifics, but I recall that there was pressure from the village. The elders of the Hyuga clan coerced my father, forcing him to sacrifice himself for the clan. Since then, it has been forbidden to mention my father's name, as if he never existed. Those despicable elders. After hearing Neji's words, Naruto grasped the depth of Neji's turmoil over the years. He believed that Hisashi's death was a consequence of the Hyuga clan's persecution, naturally assuming that the main family had pressured Hisashi into sacrificing his life. The details of the event mattered little to him. He only needed to know that it was the elders of the Hyuga clan who were responsible. His hatred for those affiliated with the Hyuga family was palpable. Alas, Neji. Let me recount the events of that fateful day. It was the day of the alliance between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Leaf Village. Though the Hidden Cloud Village ostensibly sought friendship, their true intention was to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. On that day, a team from the Hidden Cloud Village infiltrated the Hyuga clan and attempted to abduct Hinata. Ultimately, Hyuga Hisashi discovered their plot and was killed in the ensuing conflict. Yet, with no witnesses to testify, the emissaries from the Hidden Cloud Village asserted that the Hyuga clan had acted aggressively, claiming it was an attempt to sabotage the alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village. If the Leaf Village did not provide a satisfactory explanation, the Hidden Cloud Village threatened war. At that time, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was weak and indecisive, unwilling to engage in conflict. Ultimately, after negotiations with the emissaries from the Hidden Cloud Village, they demanded the surrender of the culprit, Hyuga Hisashi. In a bid to prevent the Hidden Leaf Village from descending into war, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally approached the Hyuga clan, seeking to exchange the corpse of Hyuga Hisashi for peace. After much deliberation, the elders of the Hyuga clan devised a plan to offer up the body of Hyuga Neji, who bore a striking resemblance to Hisashi. Given that Neji was from the branch family, the branch family's duty was to shield the main family from harm. At this juncture, Neji could no longer contain his outrage and interrupted Naruto, exclaiming, "These despicable Hyuga elders! Are the lives of the main family valued more than ours? Are we from the branch family not human? My father must have been coerced into agreeing under their pressure. I vow to take revenge on those wretched elders." Chapter 53, Neji's Enlightenment. Observing Neji's fury, Naruto interjected, "No, Neji, What follows is the truth I wish for you to comprehend. Naruto's words brought Neji back to his senses. The reality was far removed from what he had believed. Could his father have willingly sacrificed himself? It seemed implausible. Who would willingly lay down their life to protect others? Especially when their own father belonged to the branch family, who should, by rights, harbor resentment towards the main family. What you do not realize is that although Hyuga Hisashi belonged to the main family and Hyuga Neji to the branch, the two brothers grew up together, sharing a profound bond. When the elders of the Hyuga clan proposed this plan, Hisashi vehemently opposed it. Neji, however, had his own thoughts and informed the elders that he would consider their proposal. After their departure, Hisashi, burdened by the knowledge that he was merely minutes older than Neji and thus the head of the family, while his brother was relegated to the branch, bearing the curse mark of the caged bird, felt a deep sense of indebtedness toward Neji. Moreover, during that time, he saw Neji branded with the same curse and believed that he could not allow Neji to lose his father as well. He even entrusted Neji to care for Hinata after his demise. However, Neji resolutely opposed Hisashi's notion, stating, "Brother, I was born into the branch family, marked by the curse of the caged bird. For so many years, I have had no choice, no freedom. But this time, I wish to act according to my own will. I will not die as Hyuga Neji of the branch family for the sake of Hyuga Hisashi of the main family. However, if it is to protect my brother, Hyuga Hisashi, my son, Hyuga Neji, and some of our family members, or even to safeguard the Hidden Leaf Village, I would willingly sacrifice my life for their safety." Upon hearing Neji's declaration, even Hisashi found it difficult to refuse. Ultimately, Neji was slain as Hisashi's stand-in. Due to the curse of the caged bird, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan did not fall into the hands of the Cloud Village, and the anticipated war between the Hidden Leaf and Cloud Villages was averted, all thanks to Neji's self-sacrifice. This is the truth I speak of. Do you understand, Neji? Naruto's words struck Neji profoundly. For years, he had believed his father was coerced by Hisashi into a death he did not choose. To his astonishment, his father had died to protect his brother, his family, and the Hidden Leaf Village. His father was a true hero, and the oppressed branch family member had ultimately achieved true freedom. Have I been hating the wrong person all these years? Neji murmured. Indeed, Neji, Uncle Hisashi is innocent, and Hinata should not be the target of your wrath. Grievances have origins, and debts have rightful claimants. You should direct your animosity towards the elders of the Hyuga clan and the long-standing system of main and branch families. And do not forget the despicable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a man named Shimura Danzo, who may not be familiar to you, but rest assured, he is behind many of the village's misdeeds. Hold him in contempt as well." In just a few sentences, Naruto had illuminated for Neji the true objects of his resentment. Neji appeared to absorb this wisdom, nodding as he said, "Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I would have continued to harbor misplaced animosity for all these years. No wonder the head of the Hyuga family has sought to speak with me. It's because I remained oblivious to the truth. Yet I chose to evade it. Perhaps, deep down, I had some suspicions but lacked the courage to confirm them. And as for Lady Hinata, despite my increasingly hostile demeanor, she has treated me with unchanged kindness. In comparison, I truly sigh." Neji fell into a state of regret, showcasing the persuasive power of words. Naruto spoke nothing but facts, devoid of fabrication. Therefore, Neji, in the future, adopt a kinder demeanor towards them. "Do you desire revenge?" Naruto inquired. "Revenge? But my foes are the elders of the Hyuga clan, the system of the main and branch families, the inept third Hokage, and that Shimura Danzo you mentioned. There are so many adversaries, some of whom are even beyond human reckoning. With my abilities, can I truly seek vengeance?" Neji understood who his enemies were. Yet the weight of reality left him feeling helpless. None of them were foes he could confront, let alone avenge himself against. "There is a way. Do you know why Uncle Hisashi is willing to ally with me?" Naruto continued to entice Neji. "Why?" Neji asked, still not grasping the implications. "Uncle Hisashi believes I can become Hokage and unseat the ignorant third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I will initiate a complete overhaul of the higher echelons of the Leaf Village. At that time, I will advocate for the abolition of the main and branch family system and the curse of the caged bird. The Hyuga clan will no longer bear the curse. Nor will there be a division. Only a unified Hyuga clan will exist." Naruto's words ignited a spark of hope in Neji's eyes. "Is that true, Naruto? Can you genuinely achieve this?" Neji felt a resurgence of hope. "Indeed, to tell you the truth, Neji, the current third Hokage and Shimura Danzo are no longer my adversaries. The powerful families of the Leaf Village maintain positive relations with me. Once the opportune moment arises, Sarutobi Hiruzen will meet an untimely end, and amidst the chaos, I shall deal with Shimura Danzo. Then, I will spend years cultivating relations with the families in the higher echelons of the village. The position of Hokage is not beyond reach. Even if I do not become the 5th Hokage, there will be a 6th, a 7th. One day, the Hokage will be mine. As Naruto spoke, the confidence radiating from him compelled Neji to believe that perhaps Naruto could indeed accomplish this. Then I entrust this to you, Naruto. I believe you can achieve it. Neji instantaneously placed all his hope in Naruto. Seeing Neji's willingness to surrender to despair was not what Naruto desired. He quickly advised, No, Neji, this is not something I can accomplish alone. Look, which Hokage has ever fought alone? The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobirama had his students. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the very least had Danzo by his side. If I were to become Hokage, I would undoubtedly need some trusted allies to assist me. Naruto initiated his grand scheme to inspire Neji with new aspirations. Are you suggesting that I should become your trusted ally? Neji asked incredulously, unable to believe that Naruto held him in such high regard. Not only you, Neji, but I believe you are also aware that I have forged numerous friendships at the Ninja Academy, most of whom belong to prominent clans, many of whom may become successors of their families in the future. When the time comes, I shall become Hokage, and they will ascend as the heirs of their respective households. The upper echelons of Konoha will then be entirely comprised of our allies. At that juncture, Konoha will truly embody unity, devoid of any suspicion. Naruto is not mistaken. Eventually, everyone will be swayed by his charisma and persuasive abilities. It is not as if there are no dissenters in Konoha. As for you, Neji, I hold great faith in your potential. I am convinced that you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja, surpassing even Hayashi Hyuga, my uncle. Naruto speaks with sincerity. One must acknowledge Neji's astonishing talent in the original storyline. During the Chunin exams, he exhibited the ability to master the gentle fist technique, a skill reserved for the main branch of the Hyuga clan, even before Hinata had learned it. To be frank, although Hinata is one of our own and the heir of the main branch, and despite the acknowledgement of her pure bloodline by Otsutsuki Kinshiki in later adaptations, it does not necessarily imply that her talent is exceptional. In the anime, her ability to consume 46 bowls of ramen in one sitting led some viewers to speculate that her prolonged state of hunger throughout her life hindered her growth. However, it is likely that Hinata possesses considerable talent. Naruto, however, believes that such narrative embellishments should be taken lightly. For instance, if Choji were to eat only one bowl per meal, he would have perished long ago, rather than thriving until now. Although Naruto remains uncertain about the veracity of Hinata's reputed appetite, he dismisses it for now. Based solely on her portrayal in the manga, Hinata's bloodline appears to be remarkably pure, a fact acknowledged by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but lineage does not equate to innate talent. Naruto places greater confidence in Neji. With ample resources for growth, he is more than capable of surpassing Hayashi. Despite Hayashi's seeming disappearance in later chapters, as the head of the Hyuga clan, he still possesses a baseline level of strength sufficient to avoid disgrace. Neji is one of the individuals Naruto holds in high regard. While Hinata is destined to be his future wife, both are his allies, and thus Naruto sees no need to compare their respective capabilities. Even if Hinata's talent proves to be lacking, Naruto will find ways to elevate her strength, at the very least ensuring she possesses the power to protect herself in the climactic battles to come. Naruto. In that moment, Neji felt a profound sense of recognition, distinct from the label of genius that the Hyuga clan had bestowed upon him. Naruto genuinely acknowledged Neji as an individual, rather than merely as Hyuga Neji of the branch family. From now on, I will stand by your side, Naruto. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first contend with me. Seeing Neji's deeply moved expression, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Another entry in the roster of Konoha's 12 strong had been illuminated, leaving only 10 remaining. Not a problem. All will be illuminated in due time. Chapter 54 concludes perfectly. Excellent. Neji, since you have grasped the truth and are prepared for this realization, I welcome you to join us. While your official identity remains Hyuga Neji of the branch family, I will advocate to Hayashi that you train alongside Hinata from now on. Though the techniques taught to Hinata may be exclusive to the main family, you may discreetly learn them from the sidelines. I will also speak to Hayashi about providing you with special guidance. This way, your progress will accelerate, as you will be publicly recognized as a member of the branch family, while secretly enjoying the privileges of the main family. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I will abolish the caged bird seal, granting you true freedom. Naruto began to outline Neji's future. Neji felt profoundly moved by these words. From this point forth, Naruto would be like a brother to him. No one would dare to harm Naruto. Thank you so much, Naruto, Neji said, his eyes glistening with emotion. It's nothing. We're friends. Come, I'll take you to see Hayashi. Naruto casually placed his hand on Neji's shoulder, leading him to find Hayashi. Neji felt somewhat awkward under the gesture, but did not reject it outright. It was not that he disliked Naruto's familiarity. It was simply that he was unaccustomed to such camaraderie, having always been solitary. However, every experience has its first time, and he would surely grow accustomed to it in due course. Naruto guided Neji directly to the previous reception room, where Hayashi was deep in meditation, exuding an air of a sage. Upon seeing him, Naruto chuckled. Oh, not speaking? Playing the expert? He took the initiative to break the ice. Hayashi, I've revealed the truth to Neji. He now comprehends everything. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hayashi opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Neji, asking, Neji, do you understand everything now? Do you still harbor resentment towards us? Feeling somewhat bashful under Hayashi's earnest gaze, Neji shook his head and replied, Naruto has informed me that my father sacrificed himself to protect the Hyuga clan, to protect me, and to safeguard our village. He is a noble ninja, and I am proud to have such a father. After a pause, he continued, As for you, uncle, I realize you have long sought to reveal the truth to me, but I chose to evade it and ignore it. That was my fault, not yours. Lady Hinata has endured my anger for years, yet has treated me with such kindness, refusing to regard me as merely a member of the branch family. You are all my family, and thus I can no longer harbor hatred towards you. My animosity lies with the elders of the main branch, the very system that divides our clan, and the third Hokage, who sacrificed my father in a bid for peace. Every grievance has its source. Vengeance is not forgotten, merely awaiting its time. Hayashi regarded Naruto with a hint of surprise, as if to say, why did you share all of this with him? Stepping forward, Naruto explained, Hayashi, I believe Neji possesses remarkable talent. If not for the constraints of his branch family status, he could become an exceptionally powerful ninja, perhaps even surpassing you in the future. Therefore, I hope you will discreetly provide him with additional training. For instance, when Hinata trains, allow Neji to join her, and when imparting the main family's secret techniques to Hinata, let Neji observe, as long as it is not you personally teaching him, but rather Neji learning independently with your guidance. This should not violate the clan's rules regarding the sharing of knowledge. Naruto's words made Hayashi understand that Neji held significant importance in Naruto's eyes. Such a request was not unreasonable. Moreover, Neji was, after all, the son of Hisashi, Hayashi's brother. Hayashi had long felt a sense of debt towards him, making it entirely feasible for him to grant such a request. Understood, Naruto. Since you have asked, I will discreetly provide Neji with additional training. However, I hope that from now on, he can coexist harmoniously with Hinata, as she is innocent in this matter, Hayashi said earnestly. Neji nodded in agreement, saying, Thank you, uncle. Rest assured, I will protect Lady Hinata with my life, and I will no longer speak harshly to her. I will ensure we get along well. Observing Neji's newfound amiability, Hayashi couldn't help but reflect on Naruto's persuasive abilities. Even the notoriously stubborn Neji had been swayed. Well done, Uncle Hinata. Now that your family matters have been nearly resolved, I feel it is time for me to return home as well. The hour grows late. After finishing his tasks, Naruto yearned to return home for a meal, for in this vast world, nothing surpasses the significance of dining. Very well, Naruto. We welcome you to visit again in the future. Neji, please see Naruto off, Hinata Hayashi said kindly, nodding at Naruto and entrusting Neji with the task. Understood, uncle. Neji replied as he prepared to escort Naruto, but suddenly, Naruto turned back to address Hinata Hayashi. Uncle Hinata, I have heard that Hinata seems to have an insatiable appetite. She often struggles to feel full, which may impede her physical development. This is something Hinata is shy to discuss with you. So I hope you will be more considerate of her needs, ensuring she has enough to eat to gather strength as a ninja. Naruto reminded Hinata Hayashi, who might otherwise remain oblivious to Hinata's struggles with hunger. Very well, I understand. I will rely on you to keep a close eye on Hinata's situation, Hinata Hayashi replied. Neji accompanied Naruto to the entrance of the Hyuga clan grounds. Take care, Neji. I look forward to the times we will fight side by side in the future. Naruto encouraged him before departing. Rest assured, Naruto, I will train diligently and ensure I can be of assistance to you. Neji silently vowed to clear obstacles for Naruto in the future. After Naruto's departure, Hinata Hayashi summoned Hinata, who was attending to Hanabi. Upon hearing her father's call, she hurried over. Father, did you call for me? Hinata asked, puzzled. Has Naruto already left? she inquired, revealing his importance in her heart even before receiving an answer. Just as Hinata awaited her father's response, she posed her second question. Does Naruto truly possess such an insatiable appetite? Hinata Hayashi felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that the thought of his cherished daughter ultimately being courted by Naruto was unsettling. Yes, Naruto has indeed returned home. I wish to ask you something, Hinata. Hinata Hayashi endeavored to maintain a gentle smile. It was a rare occasion for Hinata to witness such a friendly demeanor from her father, who typically presented a stern countenance. Please, father, she urged. I have heard that you have not been eating sufficiently for quite some time. Is this true? This is what Naruto informed me. Upon hearing her father reveal this concealed secret, Hinata initially panicked, fearing he might advise her to restrict her intake. However, upon hearing Naruto's name, warmth enveloped her heart. So it was Naruto-kun who spoke of this. How did he come to know? Did he observe my eating habits? How embarrassing. Yes, father. I have been too shy to mention it. Hearing Hinata's admission, Hinata Hayashi sighed heavily, feeling like an utterly inadequate father for not realizing his daughter had been going hungry. Today, I will instruct the servants to prepare an ample amount of food. From now on, you shall have enough to eat. Rest assured, Hinata, the Hyuga family will not suffer from scarcity. Tonight, during our family banquet, your brother Neji will also dine with us. Upon hearing Neji's name, Hinata recalled Naruto's words that he would help Neji revert to his former self. Could it be that Naruto-kun truly succeeded? Dinner soon approached, and the table was adorned with a splendid array of dishes. Hinata and Neji entered the dining room in succession. Lady Hinata, please, you go first. Neji's tone had softened, infused with warmth and respect. Touched by Neji's words, Hinata responded, Brother Neji, you have finally returned to your true self. Let us enter together. She nodded earnestly at Neji before they both made their way into the dining room. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi had already taken his place at the head of the table. Observing the abundant feast, Neji mistakenly assumed it was meant to honor him. Uncle, there is no need for such extravagance. We are family after all, and it would be a waste if we cannot finish all this food. Hinata Hayashi quickly realized Neji had misunderstood, clarifying, Neji, do you not recall what Naruto said before he left? This banquet is actually prepared for Hinata. Naruto? Oh, I remember now. I thought he was jesting. Does Lady Hinata truly have such a hearty appetite? Neji and Hinata took their seats and began to eat. Hinata Hayashi and Neji quickly finished their meals, only to notice Hinata still nibbling delicately. Hinata Hayashi felt a flicker of doubt. Had Naruto's information been erroneous? Hinata, we have finished eating. Please feel free to indulge without concern for us. Hinata Hayashi began to explain. All right, father, then I shall eat without reservation. After hearing her father's encouragement, bashful Hinata finally relaxed her demeanor. She began to eat more heartily, her pace quickening, alternating between bites of rice and vegetables. As if released from a long-held restraint, Hinata's speed increased, and the dishes vanished at an astonishing rate, the pot of rice gradually diminishing. Under the astonished gazes of Hinata Hayashi and Neji, Hinata finished an entire table of food along with a pot of rice. For the first time, Hinata Hayashi found his daughter, whom he had known for so long, strangely unfamiliar. Recovering his dropped jaw, he asked, Hinata, are you satisfied? Would you like to eat more? Hinata, aware that her earlier actions had been somewhat shocking, responded shyly, No, father, I am already 8/10 full. I have eaten quite enough for today. Her words filled Hinata Hayashi with guilt, realizing how much food Hinata had saved him over the years. I should have noticed sooner. Let me say this, for today, I shall excuse you. Starting tomorrow, we will increase the quantity of food. You must eat your fill every day to have the strength to train. Hinata Hayashi finally recognized that it was not a lack of talent, but rather prolonged hunger that hindered Hinata. From tomorrow onward, your brother Neji will train alongside you. I hope you both grow together to become formidable ninjas. Very well, father. Hinata replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. I understand, uncle. Neji's words rang with determination. He was prepared for the challenge ahead. Chapter 55, Kakashi Exposed. As the scene shifted, after Naruto departed from the Hyuga clan grounds, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of Umbu ninjas monitoring him. Had something occurred? Upon further scrutiny, he realized it was not an illusion. As it appeared, only Kakashi-sensei remained. Since he had decided to confront Hinata Hayashi and pursue his goal of becoming Hokage today, Kakashi-sensei also became a target for his aspirations. Thus, Naruto conceived a plan. Taking advantage of the absence of Umbu ninjas, with only Kakashi-sensei present, he seized the perfect opportunity. Instead of heading directly home, he made his way towards a secluded grove, distancing himself from the houses. Kakashi, puzzled, wondered if Naruto had lost his way. Why was he not returning home for dinner at such a late hour? As Kakashi observed Naruto enter the Hyuga clan grounds, he remained at a distance, unable to closely monitor Naruto's actions due to the Hyuga clan's prominence in Konoha. Upon entering the reception room, the scene became rather hazy. Should any tumultuous argument or altercation arise, Kakashi would not hesitate to breach the Hyuga clan's territory to rescue Naruto. Fortunately, upon his arrival in the reception area, Hinata Hayashi's demeanor appeared to be quite amiable. However, the nature of their conversation remained elusive. It seemed Hayashi's attitude oscillated from calmness to astonishment, then to delight, ultimately culminating in a sense of relief. Such a drastic shift in demeanor within a mere span of minutes was perplexing. Naruto soon exited the reception room, making his way to an adjacent training chamber where Neji presumably awaited him. Kakashi, initially believing that nothing of consequence would transpire, began to hear the sounds of a quarrel within. It was typical for children to engage in disputes, wasn't it? Yet, as the sounds escalated, Kakashi sensed an impending crisis and swiftly activated his concealed Sharingan beneath his forehead protector. The three tomo of his Sharingan began to rotate, granting him a fleeting clarity of vision, though it lacked the penetrating insight of the Byakugan. In the brief moment it took to unveil his forehead protector, the commotion within seemed to subside. Surely, Neji could not have rendered Naruto unconscious in an instant? Although Neji was lauded as a genius, such prowess seemed implausible. Kakashi had observed Naruto's rigorous training over the past few months and was acutely aware that, based on Naruto's displayed capabilities, particularly in taijutsu, he was far from weak. The might of the Uzumaki clan was evident, bolstered by an impressive recovery capability, likely influenced by the Nine Tails. Being a Jinchuriki certainly had its advantages. After a while, Naruto emerged, casually draping an arm over Neji's shoulders, suggesting that the two had forged a friendship. The intricacies of their bonding process eluded Kakashi, yet it was not uncommon for boys to develop camaraderie through conflict. They then proceeded to find Hayashi, engaging in a brief conversation before making their exit. Just prior to leaving, Naruto shouted something exuberantly, but Kakashi, situated at a distance and distracted, could only make out fragments. Hinata, eating and being full. It seemed Naruto was expressing concern for Hinata's meal, displaying a surprisingly considerate side, truly a testament to his teacher's influence. As Kakashi followed Naruto, he noticed their path leading into a secluded grove, with fewer and fewer people around, until they were entirely alone. A realization struck Kakashi. Had his cover been compromised? This was unexpected. His disguises were among the finest in the Umbu. Surely, he could not have been discerned so easily, especially after having clandestinely watched over Naruto for so long. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck. If push came to shove, he could always cast a Genjutsu to lull Naruto into slumber and escort him back. Naruto, having recognized that Kakashi had been trailing him into the small forest, felt his objective had been accomplished. Using the Kagura Shingon discreetly to scan the vicinity, he confirmed that apart from himself and Kakashi, no one else was present. He then called out, "Come out, Kakashi-sensei. I've seen you." Kakashi, who had initially thought he was hidden well, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon being directly confronted. Had it merely been a casual call, he might not have revealed himself. But the direction of Naruto's shout pointed precisely to his concealed position, making it clear he had been discovered. Emerging from the underbrush, Kakashi said with a hint of resignation, "You've truly outdone yourself, Naruto. When did you first realize I was following you?" "Since a few months ago, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied earnestly. Kakashi found his worldview beginning to shatter. "Wait a moment, Naruto. Are you saying you've known I was shadowing you all this time? You were aware of my presence these past months?" The incredulity in Kakashi's voice was palpable. Had he unwittingly played the fool, believing he was hidden while Naruto had known all along, but simply chose to ignore him? "Yes, Kakashi-sensei. From the day you suddenly appeared beside me and began to protect me in secret, I sensed your presence," Naruto admitted candidly. "Kakashi-sensei, if you could detect me, then surely you must also be aware of those around you?" Kakashi inquired, intrigued whether Naruto possessed extraordinary observational skills or if it was merely luck. Naruto, catching the tone of Kakashi's inquiry, responded, "I'm aware of everyone, Umbu ninjas, as well as some root members. I know them all." "Then why did you bring me here today?" Kakashi asked, perplexed. He couldn't fathom why Naruto seemed to possess knowledge beyond his years, especially regarding the Umbu and root ninjas. Had Hayashi divulged such information to him? "Kakashi-sensei, I've long wished to speak with you, but I could never find the right opportunity, not with other ninjas monitoring my every move. Today, fortuitously, none were around apart from you, so I wanted to discuss matters here," Naruto explained, exuding an air of calm confidence as if he held all the cards. What do you wish to discuss? I'm merely following Lord Hokage's orders to protect you in the shadows. I can't divulge anything else. Kakashi replied, now intrigued about what Naruto wished to converse about. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you curious about what Hayashi wanted to talk to me about today? Naruto teased, not plunging directly into the topic, but instead piquing Kakashi's interest. I am indeed curious. Will you enlighten me? Kakashi engaged, dropping any pretense of indifference. It's quite simple. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi believes in my potential to become Hokage, hence he came to invest in me. The Hyuga clan will provide me with numerous advantages and protection in the shadows, Naruto stated, unhurriedly laying out his thoughts. Kakashi had initially assumed that Hayashi had merely invited Naruto for a meal due to Hinata's influence. He was unprepared for such explosive revelations. So, Naruto, did you agree? What request did Hayashi make? Such mutually beneficial alliances necessitate reciprocity. What do both parties stand to gain? Kakashi inquired, eager to understand the dynamics at play. Naturally, the Hyuga clan will become my staunchest supporters, and once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I will abolish the main and branch family system, as well as the caged bird seal. Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's declaration. He had initially believed that Hayashi was merely attempting to curry favor with Naruto through trivial conversations. He had not anticipated that Hayashi would divulge such significant matters. The abolishment of the main and branch family system was a long-standing tradition within the Hyuga clan. Without the intervention of the Hokage, dismantling that system from within would be an arduous task. In that instant, Kakashi found himself wholly convinced of Naruto's assertions. They were coherent and credible. Naruto, what else would you like to discuss? Your tone suggests you've been longing for this conversation, yet if I'm not mistaken, our only prior encounter was when we escorted you to the Ninja Academy. On all other occasions, you should not have seen me, Kakashi remarked. Though he grasped the reason behind Naruto's visit to the Hyuga clan, he remained puzzled as to how he had been noticed so early and why Naruto had specifically drawn him out today. Teacher Kakashi, there's nothing particularly special. I merely wish to draw you to my side as much as possible, so that when the time comes, you might offer me some cover before the third Hokage. Naruto coaxed gently. To my side? I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning, Naruto, Kakashi replied, his face a mask of confusion, uncertain of what Naruto was implying. Fear not, Teacher Kakashi, for I shall elucidate matters for you. However, to instill your belief in certain truths, I wish to first present this, Naruto declared, producing his specialized ninja tool, the Flying Thunder God, Infinite Blade Control. From within, he retrieved a kunai that bore a striking resemblance to the trident kunai wielded by Minato Namikaze, yet it bore no inscription of the sword of Shinobi love. Naruto, you. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Naruto hurled his specially crafted kunai toward Kakashi. Instinctively, Kakashi activated his Sharingan to observe the kunai's trajectory. Chapter 56, Deceiving Teacher Kakashi. Naturally, Naruto had no intention of harming Teacher Kakashi, and when he threw the kunai, he did so without exerting excessive force. Thus, its speed was rather moderate. Although Kakashi suspected Naruto's intentions were benign, he activated his Sharingan nonetheless, just to be safe. Should Naruto miscalculate, he would not suffer the consequences. Moreover, the enhanced dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan would allow Kakashi to better discern Naruto's movements. As Kakashi beheld Naruto's specially crafted kunai, memories of his own teacher flooded back to him. The man known as the Yellow Flash, revered as the fastest man in the Hidden Leaf Village. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Naruto, being Minato's son. Could it all truly be mere coincidence? Teacher Kakashi, keep your eyes peeled and don't blink, Naruto exclaimed. The tomo within Kakashi's Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, teetering on the brink of transformation into the Mangekyō Sharingan. At this moment, however, Kakashi remained oblivious to the potential unlocking of his Mangekyō Sharingan. In Kakashi's view, the kunai approached him languidly, everything appearing quite normal, until suddenly, a flash of yellow surged before him, a phenomenon beyond mere speed, akin to instantaneous movement. Naruto had employed the Flying Thunder God technique. He had instantly arrived before Teacher Kakashi, utilizing the mark on the specialized kunai. Feeling it insufficient, Naruto, after materializing in front of Kakashi, produced 3 more specialized kunai, casting them in 3 distinct directions. In an instant, Kakashi felt as though his vision might be overwhelmed. Perceiving only a yellow figure darting between the kunai with such speed that even the whirling Sharingan could not keep pace. Witnessing the yellow flash before him, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher." Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, Naruto's figure once again flickered, returning to the position of the first kunai. While the others were deftly retrieved in the process, he returned the final kunai to the Infinite Blade Control. Teacher Kakashi stood momentarily dazed, his eyes reflecting a depth of nostalgia. Sensing Kakashi's bewilderment, Naruto interrupted his reverie. Does this ninjutsu feel familiar, Teacher Kakashi? This ninjutsu? Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? Kakashi responded, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Indeed, this is my father's Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto's revelation left Kakashi in disbelief. Naruto, how did you learn this ninjutsu? And have you discovered your true identity? Naruto prepared to engage in verbal sparring with Teacher Kakashi, for even in the later stages. Kakashi remained exceedingly significant. The name Kakashi Hatake was not one to be trifled with, having unlocked the dual Mangekyō Sharingan imbued with the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Kakashi could even hold his own against Kagaya Otsutsuki, though that was a jest. Yet, even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi played a pivotal role. Ding. System task initiated. Please acquire Kakashi Hatake's Sharingan. Reward, unknown. After a prolonged absence, the system reactivated, presenting a task of considerable difficulty. Obtaining Teacher Kakashi's Sharingan was no simple feat. This was a memento from Kakashi's dear friend, Obito Uchiha, given to him in his final moments. Although Obito was not truly deceased, Kakashi remained unaware of this fact, viewing the eye as a relic of Obito's legacy. This indeed posed quite a challenge. Yes, Teacher Kakashi. This matter traces back several months. Approximately 2 to 3 months prior, I fainted amidst the derision of the villagers, only to awaken in a sewer, accompanied by a massive fox. Naruto began to recount. A fox? Could it be the Nine Tails? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it claimed to be the Nine Tails, offering me all the power I desired, promising I could easily eliminate those villagers should I assist in breaking its seal. Naruto refrained from divulging the entire truth to Kakashi. After all, certain matters lacked evidence, making it easier for Kakashi to harbor resentment. Then, Naruto, did you break the seal? Judging by your current demeanor, you seem stable. It appears you did not. Was it Minato-sensei who left a safeguard? Or perhaps Kushina-sensei's influence? Kakashi's mind raced with possibilities, revealing his familiarity with Minato and Kushina. Indeed, my parents left safeguards, embedding portions of their chakra within the seal to prevent me from succumbing to the Nine Tails' temptations and unleashing it, which would lead to catastrophic consequences. At that time, I was already influenced by the Nine Tails chakra, teetering on the brink of releasing it, threatening Konoha. Just then, a warm presence appeared before me. It was my father, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. He halted my attempts to break the seal and inquired about my experiences over the years. At this point, Naruto fell silent. Kakashi was acutely aware of Naruto's childhood tribulations, but having been consumed by his own losses, the departure of numerous family members, friends, and mentors, he had submerged himself in darkness, engaging in countless assassination missions within the Umbu to numb his heart. He had not paid much attention to Naruto until a few months ago when the third Hokage summoned him, allowing him to discreetly protect Naruto. It was only then that Kakashi began to grasp the myriad hardships Naruto had endured over the years. What did Minato-sensei say? Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. He could likely envision the disappointment reflected in Minato's eyes. My father expressed that he had misjudged the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. My parents sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha. Yet their child, me, was subjected to such treatment within the village. My father transitioned from respect for the third Hokage to harboring deep resentment. Minato-sensei, I can empathize with such feelings. Many actions of the third Hokage were indeed excessive. At times, I only came to realize these matters in hindsight. However, I am merely an ordinary jonin of Konoha and powerless to alter these circumstances. Kakashi-sensei found himself ensnared in profound self-reproach. Had he only taken the initiative to observe Naruto's life from the shadows earlier, perhaps he could have spared him such suffering. Subsequently, after my father intervened, he introduced me to my mother. Upon learning of the third Hokage's actions, she expressed a fervent desire to storm into the Hokage's office and bring him to his knees. Naruto continued, acknowledging that his mother's words were indeed within the realm of possibility. Kakashi-sensei, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, recalled the temperament and character of Kushina Uzumaki. It was hardly surprising that she would entertain such thoughts. My parents assisted me in reinforcing the seal on the Nine Tails, as their chakra began to dissipate. My mother imparted to me the techniques of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, while my father shared his insights and methods regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, over the following months, I devoted myself to secretly honing the Flying Thunder God technique left to me by my father. Through relentless effort, I ultimately succeeded in mastering it. Naruto asserted with a playful demeanor, confident that I would believe him. as long as he could weave a convincing narrative. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced. Naruto, it makes sense now why, upon our first encounter, you addressed me as Kakashi-sensei. Did your parents relay my story to you? Naruto was aware that the crux of the matter was approaching. Yes, my parents shared many tales, including those about you, Kakashi-sensei. From their descriptions, I recognized you immediately. Aside from you, there is no one else in Konohagakure with white hair and one eye concealed by a forehead protector. Is that so? Then, Naruto, what exactly did my sensei and his wife say about me? Kakashi-sensei was intrigued to discover how his mentor and his wife would portray him to Naruto. Naruto continued. My father recounted that he once belonged to a three-man team, consisting of the genius of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake, the hot-blooded fool, Obito Uchiha, and the gentle and caring Rin Nohara. However, various events transpired, resulting in Obito's demise during a mission, after which he bequeathed his eye to you, Kakashi-sensei. Subsequently, for reasons unbeknownst to me, you were compelled to take the life of another team member, Rin. Upon hearing Naruto's narrative, Kakashi-sensei became increasingly certain that these revelations stemmed from Minato-sensei. It was implausible for Naruto to have acquired such intricate details independently. Chapter 57. Persuading Kakashi-sensei. As Naruto spoke, he contemplated how to coax Kakashi-sensei into relinquishing his Sharingan. And then, Kakashi-sensei inquired, his curiosity piqued. My father said that you possess immense potential. Your ascent to Jonin at the tender age of 12 attests to that. However, Naruto hesitated, leaving the next words unspoken. This left Kakashi-sensei feeling anxious, urging him to continue. But what? Speak, Naruto. My father remarked that while your talent is commendable, your father's influence may have led you to place excessive importance on emotional ties, making you overly fixated on your relationships with comrades. While this desire to protect your friends can indeed be a driving force for your strength, you, Kakashi-sensei, can be rather inflexible and fail to adapt. In truth, you do not truly desire the Sharingan. Rather, it is a cherished gift from your dear friend Obito, which is why you hold it so dear. Were it the Sharingan of another ninja, you would likely not utilize it. Though the Sharingan is a powerful tool, for one who is not of the Uchiha clan, it undoubtedly poses a burden. Your possession of the Sharingan does not allow you the freedom to wield it at will, resulting in its constant activation, which drains your chakra incessantly, often leading to situations of chakra depletion in battle. While the Sharingan is coveted by the Uchiha clan, it is not suited for you, a non-Uchiha, and this limitation hinders your growth. Naruto gradually steered the conversation back to Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. I understand all of this, but how can I refuse to use a gift bestowed upon me by Obito in his final moments? Kakashi-sensei could not help but retort, though his tone lacked conviction, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. He was aware that his growth had likely been stunted by the Sharingan, preventing him from achieving significant advancement over the years. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he might have risen to the level of Hokage, forging his own path. Indeed, my father urged me to convey that if you can relinquish the use of the Sharingan, it would signify your true understanding, that you have emerged from the shadows of past sorrows and are now prepared to confront the hardships of reality, thereby paving the way for a brighter future. Relinquish the Sharingan? Kakashi-sensei mused aloud. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, that is precisely why I brought you here today, away from the prying eyes of other Umbu. Uncle Hayashi believes in my potential to become Hokage, and I too believe that once I have fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, along with this. Naruto slowly raised his hand, palm facing upward, towards Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei gazed at Naruto's hand, which appeared empty, yet the gesture struck a familiar chord. Could it be that jutsu? Gradually, chakra began to coalesce in Naruto's hand, forming a rapidly spinning sphere. Rasengan. I cannot believe you've already mastered the Rasengan. No wonder. You are the son of Minato-sensei, and it is only natural for you to learn it. You truly are a prodigy, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei marveled at the sight of the Rasengan, feeling as though time had flown. With the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, Naruto had indeed inherited Minato-sensei's legacy. If anyone can achieve the title of Hokage, it is you. Not solely due to your talent, but also because of your unity and your profound understanding of the will of fire. Kakashi-sensei affirmed earnestly. Having secretly watched over Naruto for so long, he was well aware of Naruto's attitude towards the ignorant and barbaric villagers, indifference, neglect, and choosing not to engage in fruitless arguments. Moreover, Naruto possessed an enigmatic charm that drew the scions of the prominent clans of Konoha to him, rallying around him as their leader. Even the proud Uchiha clan, represented by Sasuke Uchiha, showed affinity towards Naruto, and it seemed that Fugaku Uchiha, the clan's patriarch, had been contemplating inviting Naruto to visit the Uchiha compound. However, this situation was closely monitored by the Umbu, and it was well understood that if Naruto dared to set foot in the Uchiha territory, Danzo would not hesitate to approach Sarutobi-sensei, casting suspicion on the Uchiha clan's intentions to regain control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, potentially inciting rebellion. Tomorrow, the Uchiha clan could find themselves unjustly accused of treachery, facing possible annihilation. Ultimately, everything hinged on Sarutobi-sensei's stance towards the Uchiha clan. Maintaining the status quo might ironically be their best course of action. Kakashi-sensei, I believe that every grievance has its origin and every debt its bearer. The villagers are merely ignorant and foolish, and I can overlook that. However, those who feign ignorance while being fully aware, I shall not spare them. I hope you can understand this, Naruto asserted, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Kakashi-sensei paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "It is only natural, Naruto. Your desire to remain in Konoha is already a stroke of fortune for the village. As for those individuals, I am aware of who they are. They are likely the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. However, you have yet to fully mature, and I hope you will not act impulsively. A true ninja must learn the virtue of patience. When the time is ripe, opportunities will surely arise." Kakashi-sensei's attitude surprised Naruto. He had initially assumed Kakashi would align firmly with the Hokage's faction. Yet, it made sense. After all these years, Kakashi must have gleaned some knowledge of past events, such as the fate of his father, the White Fang of Konoha. He must have understood how the villagers' sentiments were incited by certain individuals after a mission failed, ultimately leading to his father's tragic suicide. It was not difficult to uncover the threads of truth. Thus, it could be said that Kakashi and Naruto shared common adversaries. Moreover, since the passing of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage had regained political power, seemingly driven by an insatiable thirst for authority. Yet, he lacked the vigor of his youth, becoming increasingly timid and indecisive, resulting in numerous perplexing and erroneous decisions. The dissatisfaction among Konoha's elite shinobi towards Hiruzen Sarutobi had been accumulating for some time. With this realization, Naruto understood that in the original narrative, when Orochimaru initiated the Konoha collapse plan, very few ninjas had rushed to Hiruzen's aid during his one-on-one confrontation with Orochimaru. It was quite possible that Hiruzen had lost the people's support, and his death in battle might have been viewed as a somewhat merciful release for him. The absence of Konoha's high-ranking combatants spoke volumes. After all, there were not many formidable foes at that time. Gaara was already occupied with Naruto. As for the remaining weaklings, not to mention my esteemed Guy, Might Guy, with his sixth gate of the 8 inner gates, could easily dispatch them one by one. Hiruzen, they were all wishing for your demise. You truly have committed countless wrongs. I understand now, Kakashi-sensei, so you support my future aspirations of becoming Hokage? From Kakashi's words, Naruto inferred the hidden significance. Indeed, Naruto, you are the child of your teacher, without a doubt, exceptionally suited to become Hokage. You have inherited my Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan, as well as your mother's Nine Tails. If you can master the power of the Nine Tails, you will undoubtedly surpass the third Hokage. It seemed that once the matter was laid bare, Kakashi's sentiments towards Hiruzen Sarutobi were also expressed. A masterful display of praise and criticism. Thank you for your support, Kakashi-sensei, but I hope you will also assist me in the future. Your current strength is insufficient, Kakashi-sensei. After laying the groundwork for so long, Naruto decided it was time to delve into the main topic. Naruto, what do you mean? Kakashi-sensei inquired without much hesitation. Kakashi-sensei, I believe my intentions are clear. The Sharingan brings you more detriment than benefit. I hope you can refrain from using it any longer. Medical ninjutsu has advanced significantly, and it is entirely feasible to implant a normal, non-rejecting eyeball. Your potential for growth remains vast. Naruto's words plunged Kakashi into contemplation. For years, he had believed his prowess, while not unparalleled in the shinobi world, at least positioned him among the elite jonin. Even when confronted by powerful adversaries of Kage-level strength, he could hold his own for a couple of exchanges, albeit only briefly, as his chakra was undeniably limited. However, given Naruto's statement and considering the necessity of aiding Naruto in the future, such strength indeed fell short. Kakashi-sensei, I will find a way to assist you with your eye issue, but please, do not continue to use the Sharingan. Naruto's resolve was unwavering. His concerns extended beyond mere mission completion. They encompassed Kakashi's latent potential. Furthermore, there was Obito, whose Kamui from the Mangekyō Sharingan wreaked havoc across the ninja world. Should he acquire dual Kamui, Naruto could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue. Moreover, In the official novel Kakashi Hiden, Lightning in the Frozen Sky, after losing his Sharingan, Kakashi developed a new type of lightning ninjutsu, Purple Lightning, which did not rely on the Sharingan and required no hand seals to activate. This technique could be executed in two ways. One involved concentrating purple lightning in his hand to strike a target with tremendous force, while the other released a wide area of purple electricity to incapacitate opponents, a comprehensive assault. This was showcased in the sequel anime Boruto. Thus, for Kakashi-sensei's sake, Naruto felt compelled to persuade him to abandon the Sharingan. Chapter 58, The Acquisition of the Sharingan. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei's attitude appeared somewhat hesitant. Kakashi-sensei, I am merely suggesting that you refrain from using Obito's Sharingan. I am not advocating for you to relinquish your own. I believe Obito gifted you the Sharingan to celebrate your promotion to Jonin, intending for it to assist you rather than become a burden. Would you not agree with my assertion? Naruto continued to gently coax him. Fortunately, the mission only required the acquisition of Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, not its perpetual retention, which could be construed as a small loophole in the system. If this Sharingan causes your progress to stagnate rather than propel you forward, and if Obito were to learn of it, he might have reconsidered bestowing it upon you in the first place. Kakashi-sensei. Noticing Kakashi-sensei's lingering uncertainty, Naruto gradually revealed more information to instill a sense of urgency in him. Simply aiding him in becoming Hokage was insufficient. He would have to devise additional strategies. Kakashi-sensei, are you familiar with Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto decided to approach the matter from another angle. Naruto, of course, I know him. He is one of the legendary Sannin, and also your father Minato's mentor. An iconic figure in Konoha. Why do you bring him up? Kakashi-sensei's attention shifted upon hearing Naruto mention Jiraiya. My father once mentioned that his mentor, Jiraiya-sensei, left Konoha in search of the prophesied child, the one foretold to laugh and call upon the name of the Nine Tails. It is said that this prophesied child possesses the power to transform the entire ninja world. Naruto's words caused Kakashi-sensei to shudder. He had not previously encountered this knowledge. Naruto, are you suggesting that you already know who the prophesied child is? Kakashi-sensei inquired further. Indeed. Kakashi-sensei, upon learning of this prophecy from my father, I seemingly awakened some special ability. In that moment, my mind became flooded with familiar, yet unfamiliar images. Kakashi-sensei, intrigued, asked, what kind of images? Naruto intended to provide Kakashi with a glimpse, a small spoiler that could serve as motivation for Kakashi-sensei's advancement. I saw the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perish at the hands of his disciple, Orochimaru. I witnessed Konoha being reduced to rubble by a single jutsu. I beheld a mysterious organization clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, wreaking havoc across the ninja world. I observed the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War, with the ninja of the 5 great nations forming an alliance to resist our foes. Each word Naruto spoke resonated with Kakashi-sensei, yet when pieced together, they nearly overwhelmed his comprehension. Wait, Naruto, one at a time. Isn't Orochimaru one of the legendary Sannin? He has now defected from Konoha. Might there come a day when he returns to Konoha to personally slay the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? What a thrilling prospect. Ahem, how unfortunate it would be for Konoha. It is truly staggering that such an expansive village could be reduced to ruins by a single jutsu. Just how formidable must this technique be, surpassing even the typical S-rank ninjutsu? My teacher, Kakashi, wields an S-rank technique himself, Raikiri. Yet, even if Kakashi possessed an infinite amount of chakra, methodically applying his technique would take an eternity to level Konoha. That jutsu is indeed terrifying. Is it an organization clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds? I have yet to hear about them. They sound rather enigmatic, perhaps a formidable group. As for the final prophecy you mentioned, Naruto, that the 5 great nations could unite against a common foe is simply too fantastical. I cannot fathom how. Given the myriad conflicts and deep-seated animosities between them, they could set aside their prejudices and fight together. What sort of adversary could compel them to join forces? Naruto chuckled to himself, thinking, you would never guess that this person, whom you know well and share a close bond with, is none other than your good friend, Uchiha Obito. Thus, Kakashi-sensei, after witnessing so many visions of the future, I am beginning to grasp certain truths. The future can indeed be altered, but it requires our actions starting now, particularly with your Sharingan. This Sharingan will play an immensely vital role in the future. I hope you will entrust it to my care. Finally, Naruto articulated his desire to obtain Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Since you have expressed it so earnestly, I too have faith in your prophecy. I shall entrust this Sharingan to you for safekeeping. Kakashi-sensei relented. In a bold move, He reached into his own eye socket and extracted the Sharingan, presenting it to Naruto. My goodness, what a decisive act. Even in a world where eyes are said to be easily replaceable, this is quite extreme. I assenti it? Surely. He could have gone to the Konoha hospital to arrange for a medical jutsu, or something similar. What if bacteria were to cause an infection? Kakashi-sensei, you are truly formidable. I, Naruto, hold you in high esteem. As Naruto received the Sharingan from Kakashi-sensei, concern creased his brow. Kakashi-sensei, are you certain this is wise? Won't there be repercussions? Kakashi-sensei felt that his rapid decision was meant to spur himself into action, especially since he found merit in Naruto's words. He knew that if he hesitated, he might hesitate to part with Obito's eye. Although there was discomfort, after all, it had been a part of him for so long, since the Sharingan's removal. He sensed a cessation of the chakra drain he had experienced, replaced by a gradual increase in his chakra reserves. With some time, he believed he could shed the limitations of his low chakra levels and wield high-level ninjutsu like other elite shinobi without exhausting himself after a few techniques. It's no concern, Naruto. I can simply have a new eye transplanted at the hospital. Medical ninjutsu is quite advanced now, and they will surely have methods to address any rejection issues. Kakashi-sensei replied with a tone of relief. Naruto secured the Sharingan within the confines of the system space. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, the strongest yang attribute. The timing of the system's reward was impeccable, and Naruto promptly accepted it. Originally, Naruto bore the bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. Thus, he suspected he possessed a yang attribute, and having awakened the Sharingan, it was likely he harbored an yin attribute within him as well. The yang attribute granted to him was not merely any ordinary yang attribute. It was the most potent one. Naruto felt a remarkable enhancement of a certain energy within him, likely the newly acquired yang attribute. Furthermore, he sensed that another attribute within him was drawn toward the yang attribute, beginning a gradual fusion. With the acquisition of these attributes, he now had the opportunity to develop the transformative properties of these attributes. The yin and yang attributes denote a special transformation of chakra. While they are categorized alongside the 5 fundamental elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, they hold a unique significance. Similar to the 5 basic elements, only those possessing these chakra transformations can utilize corresponding techniques. The properties of yin and yang manifest as yin release and yang release. Only by simultaneously mastering both yin and yang release can one perform techniques that require both. There exist numerous misconceptions surrounding this subject matter. Even Naruto, despite his frequent readings of Naruto, would need to invest extra time to grasp the intricacies involved. Yin release represents the power of the mind, capable of creating forms from nothingness, while yang release symbolizes the power of the body, infusing life into forms. The convergence of these two yields the art of yin-yang release. The concepts of yin-yang power and yin-yang release belong to distinct definitions and should not be conflated. Yin-yang power refers to the ultimate sealing technique bestowed upon Naruto and Sasuke by the Sage of Six Paths, the Six Paths, Heavenly Life. As they channel their respective powers, one bears the sun motif, while the other bears the moon motif on their palms. They must simultaneously touch their target with their yin and yang energies to activate it. After sealing Kaguya, both the yin and yang powers return to the Sage of Six Paths, rendering the Six Paths, Heavenly Life technique unusable. Note, this is purely a sealing technique, not a Six Paths Senjutsu chakra. Yin-yang release techniques involve creating forms from the formless and bestowing life upon them. A combination of yin release and yang release. Although the true Seeking Balls possess the power of yin-yang and the 5 elemental forces, they do not qualify as yin-yang release techniques. Chapter 59, The Manifestation of the Yang Attribute. Upon acquiring the strongest yang attribute, Naruto felt an extraordinary strength within it, while also suspecting that a portion of yin attribute lay dormant within him. Under the influence of the yang attribute, the yin attribute began to awaken, slowly merging with the yang attribute, creating a magnificent interplay of yin and yang. The yang attribute undergoes subtle alterations under the influence of the yin attribute, while the yin attribute simultaneously grows stronger, nourished by the yang. Given sufficient time, Naruto could potentially cultivate the strongest yin attribute through his unparalleled yang attribute. Moreover, due to Naruto's unique bloodline, it seems that certain abilities within him have awakened upon acquiring the most potent yang attribute. He feels capable of harnessing the yang attribute within his body, channeling chakra to unleash ninjutsu with extraordinary effects. Speaking of the yang attribute, it is likely associated with healing. Naruto resolves to experiment on himself first. Kakashi-sensei, please don't rush to the hospital. Perhaps I have a solution to your predicament. He assures Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean? Do you possess medical ninjutsu? Even if you do, you can't conjure an eye out of thin air, can you? Kakashi queries, perplexed. I'm not sure. Let me give it a try. Naruto exclaims as he retrieves a kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique and plunges it into his palm. Feeling a sharp sting. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi rushes to his side, concerned that Naruto might have lost his senses. Relax, Kakashi-sensei, I'm perfectly fine. Although this does hurt a bit. Naruto intends to test whether his thoughts can manifest effectively. His bloodline is no longer merely that of the Uzumaki clan. And combined with the regeneration abilities bestowed by the Nine Tails, if he doesn't inflict a substantial wound, he might not have time to contemplate the procedure before it heals. With his uninjured hand, he directs chakra towards the wound, invoking the yang attribute and infusing it with a copious amount of chakra. As he visualizes healing and regeneration in his mind, the intense yang chakra seems to alleviate his pain. The area he had just injured begins to itch, indicating cellular regeneration. Under the influence of the yang chakra, the gaping hole in his palm visibly starts to fill with fresh tissue, and in no time, the wound vanishes completely. It works. It truly works. Naruto exclaims, realizing that his method is far more effective than traditional medical ninjutsu. This is the might of the strongest yang chakra, which requires relentless study and practice to master medical techniques, whereas he merely needs to expend chakra on a grand scale to significantly accelerate tissue growth. However, this only treats superficial wounds, and he wonders whether it can aid Kakashi's eyesight. Kakashi-sensei, I'm experimenting with my newly awakened abilities. It appears my yang attribute is exceptionally potent. As long as I continuously output chakra, I can achieve a healing effect, Naruto explains. Upon witnessing Naruto's palm restore itself from a gaping wound at an observable rate, Kakashi initially attributes it to the chakra of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki constitution. But after Naruto's clarification, Kakashi comprehends the true strength of Naruto's yang attribute. Naruto, your surprises are boundless. If any other ninja possessed such a unique ability, they would already be renowned in the shinobi world. And you, with your myriad of exceptional talents, the Flying Thunder God technique, Rasengan, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki bloodline, and now this formidable yang attribute, are truly a prodigy. Kakashi can't help but express the depth of Naruto's talents. Kakashi-sensei, let us put that aside for now. I want to see if my yang attribute can effectively heal your wound. Naruto is acutely aware of how extraordinary his gifts are, bolstered by the system that grants him infinite possibilities. The immediate priority is to experiment if the strongest yang attribute can recreate the missing organ. All right, Naruto. Proceed without any psychological burden. The worst-case scenario is that I'll have to go to the ninja hospital for an eye transplant to address any rejection issues. Kakashi reassures him. Naruto focuses his chakra towards Kakashi's empty eye socket, gathering energy to direct towards it. As the chakra accumulates, Kakashi feels a tingling sensation in the socket, sensing the damaged tissue from his eye extraction beginning to mend. Yet, despite Naruto's continuous chakra infusion, there are no signs of a new organ forming, and he contemplates giving up as his chakra nears depletion. Just then, he keenly observes a small mass of tissue beginning to take shape within Kakashi's eye socket, potentially signaling the emergence of a new eyeball. However, his chakra reserves are running low, and at this juncture, he must rely on the Nine Tails. Naruto's consciousness swiftly enters the warm realm of the Nine Tails consciousness. The Nine Tails lounges in its domain, basking in the sun it created, and greets Naruto with a hint of annoyance. ISNT, this are Uzumaki Naruto? Why the long face after a few days? Is your chakra running low? Realizing he has neglected the Nine Tails, Naruto apologizes. I'm sorry. Nine Tails, I've been extremely busy lately, but I promise to visit next time. Please lend me your chakra. Hearing Naruto's heartfelt apology softens the Nine Tails' demeanor. It's Nine Tails swaying in response. I suppose I have no choice but to assist you. You make it sound like I'll be expecting repayment. Take it, take it. Just make sure to visit next time. The Nine Tails expels Naruto from its consciousness. Naruto's awareness returns to his body, invigorated by a renewed surge of powerful chakra. Compared to his own chakra, this energy is denser and more formidable. Truly, the chakra of a tailed beast is remarkable. Naruto directs this chakra into Kakashi's eye socket, and after utilizing the Nine Tails chakra, the healing effects of the yang attribute seem to amplify significantly. He ponders that perhaps his father, Minato Namikaze, sealed the Nine Tails' in attribute within him during the dead demon consuming seal, while the yang attribute of the Nine Tails resides within Naruto. It is also possible that the Nine Tails chakra is simply more effective than what Naruto can naturally produce. Regardless, after channeling the Nine Tails chakra, a small mass of tissue continues to grow within Kakashi's eye socket. As Naruto persistently injects chakra, at last, a brand new eyeball emerges within Kakashi's eye. Kakashi-sensei, how does it feel? Is there anything unusual? Naruto asks, having expended a significant amount of chakra to achieve this miraculous regeneration under the influence of the strongest yang attribute. Kakashi examines the new eyeball in his socket, finding it agile and feeling no anomalies. No, it feels just like my original eye, without any irregularity whatsoever. This is truly miraculous, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei gave Naruto a grand thumbs up, which made Naruto momentarily envision the spirited figure of the Leaf Village's youth. It seems that Kakashi-sensei has, in some subtle manner, been influenced by Gai-sensei. It's all well and good, Kakashi-sensei. I hope that once you regain your original eyesight, you will retrain your inherent abilities. I foresee a future where you forge a path independent of the Sharingan, focusing primarily on your mastery of lightning release, Naruto kindly reminded Kakashi-sensei. Having experienced the convenience of the Sharingan, Kakashi-sensei has replicated numerous ninjutsu of various attributes, and Naruto fears that he might lead Kakashi-sensei down a convoluted path, as acquiring too much knowledge can be counterproductive. True achievement lies in reaching the pinnacle of a particular skill. As for lightning release, I understand, and I shall concentrate my efforts there. Thank you for enlightening me. I will grow stronger and safeguard your path as Hokage. Kakashi-sensei promised Naruto. I believe in you, Kakashi-sensei. However, we have been out for quite some time, and it remains unclear why the Anbu have been absent for so long. It would be prudent for you to enter stealth mode. Our visible interaction might arouse the suspicions of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although a confrontation with him is inevitable, now is not the opportune moment. After hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi-sensei nodded and vanished, beginning his covert observation. Chapter 60 Summary. A chilling contemplation. After Kakashi-sensei departed, Naruto made his way home. Today had been rife with events, starting with a message from Hinata, inviting him to visit the Hyuga clan. During his conversation with Hayashi Hyuga, they discussed his aspirations to become Hokage, which solidified the Hyuga clan's allegiance to Naruto, not only for their clan's sake, but for Naruto's own future. He also managed to persuade the once stubborn Neji, helping him comprehend past events and realize who truly deserved his disdain. This led Neji to join his ranks, providing Naruto with another ally on his path to becoming Hokage. Furthermore, he discreetly urged Hayashi to provide Neji with additional training, confident that Neji's innate talent would flourish. He also informed Hayashi about Hinata's lack of nourishment, believing that if she could be well fed, her pure bloodline would have a better chance to manifest. Who, indeed, possesses greater potential, the so-called genius Neji or the well-nourished Hinata, capable of unleashing her pure lineage? This truly piques one's curiosity. Then, he noticed that the surrounding Anbu had vanished, leaving only Kakashi-sensei. After so long in this world, he finally had the opportunity to converse with Kakashi-sensei alone. Under the influence of Naruto's Kage Bunshin, Kakashi-sensei was willing to align himself with Naruto and contribute to his journey as Hokage. Coincidentally, the system issued a new task to acquire Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Considering that Obito would be at a disadvantage without one of his Kimui eyes, it would be wise for Naruto to retain this power for himself. Hidden within the system, it would remain secure from Obito's grasp. After persistent persuasion, Kakashi-sensei ultimately agreed to relinquish his Sharingan, thus completing the task and earning the reward of the most potent Yang Release chakra. This enhanced Naruto, who already possessed Yang Release, to the pinnacle of its potential, even awakening the latent Yin Release within him, leading to a gradual fusion of Yin and Yang that nurtured both. They were both becoming increasingly formidable. With his newfound mastery of the strongest Yang Release, Naruto subconsciously felt an ability to achieve remarkable feats. Since Kakashi-sensei was missing an eye, Naruto decided to experiment on himself first, demonstrating that Yang Release could indeed possess healing properties. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated the efficacy of Yang Release. Or perhaps his approach was too simplistic and direct. Unlike other ninjas who utilize ninjutsu through hand seals and chakra manipulation, Naruto bypassed these steps and relied solely on the sheer quantity of chakra to force a result. Fortunately, it was the strongest Yang Release. In the original narrative, Kakashi-sensei's eye was restored after Naruto gained the full power of Yin-Yang Release bestowed by Hagoromo, which saved Gai-sensei's life and gifted Kakashi-sensei a new eye. Thus, Naruto's ability to create a new eye was indeed a remarkable achievement, albeit one that consumed a significant amount of chakra. Yet, he believed that once he obtained the corresponding yin release and honed it to perfection, mastering yin-yang release and organ creation would become effortless. However, that journey was still far ahead, and he needed to take it step by step. As Naruto pondered these matters, he returned home, lying in bed. Just before slumber, a thought struck him, and he found himself in the consciousness space of Kurama. "Hey, Kurama, thank you for your assistance today. Kakashi-sensei has regained an eye," Naruto said earnestly to Kurama. "Heh, as long as I can help you, it's all good. Do visit me more often. It gets rather dull here." Kurama, unusually unpretentious, indirectly conveyed his loneliness in Naruto's absence. "Ha ha ha, all right, Kurama. I'll find a way to bring more tailed beasts in to keep you company." Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto suddenly realized that tailed beasts were manifestations of chakra. "All right, let us see if you can pull it off, Naruto." As he departed from Kurama's consciousness space, Naruto contemplated the feasibility of his idea, though it had been a mere offhand remark. If he could obtain a portion of tailed beast chakra and, through special means, allow that chakra to develop its own consciousness, it wouldn't mean sealing multiple tailed beasts within him. Naruto was uncertain if he could withstand that. Rather, like in the original narrative, if he could retain a portion of chakra from other tailed beasts within himself, he might maintain it and potentially regenerate a new tailed beast. However, he was uncertain about the nature of this new tailed beast. Would it share memories with the original, existing as two separate bodies? Or would it be an entirely new entity? Or perhaps each tailed beast possesses its own distinct consciousness, making such a feat impossible? The world of ninjas is so fascinating. And since Kishimoto did not cover every detail, Naruto often found himself experimenting based on the imaginative possibilities he encountered in reality. This is what makes traversing the Naruto world so intriguing. If everything were to adhere strictly to the original path, what would be the point? One cannot bring disgrace upon fellow travelers. Speaking of experiments, Naruto recalled a certain individual, the minor boss from the earlier arcs, later becoming a significant contributor, and even in Boruto. He was portrayed in shades of gray. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru, is a renowned scientist within the world of Hokage. In the original narrative, Orochimaru was a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade. He possesses formidable strength and a near-immortal regenerative ability, driven by insatiable ambition. He is adept at researching ninjutsu and aspires to obtain the Sharingan. Having witnessed the deaths of countless individuals, he understands the fragility of life and has strayed onto a misguided path, believing that the human body harbors untapped potential that can never be fully realized. Thus, he seeks immortality to master all ninjutsu and comprehend the truths of the world. His ambitions have been thwarted multiple times, culminating in his sealing by Itachi's Totsuka blade during the battle between Sasuke and Itachi. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he witnessed the failure of Kabuto Yakushi and was inspired to witness a life vastly different from his own, leading to his ultimate awakening. Subsequently, he was resurrected by Sasuke after the reanimation of the four Hokage and joined them and Team Taka on the battlefield to support the allied Shinobi forces. Following the conclusion of the Ninja World War, he was no longer classified as a rogue ninja of Konoha, permitted to continue his experiments, provided he does not harm others. He even created artificial beings, Mitsuki and Kinshiki, and chose to reside within the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon reflecting on Orochimaru's remarkable life, Naruto could not help but marvel at his unparalleled talent, which stands out even in the world of Hokage. It seems there is nothing Orochimaru cannot accomplish. He could even clone a few children if he so desired. He has even performed the commendable act of sending Hiruzen Sarutobi off, which is truly a cause for celebration. Such a prodigy, Naruto believes, must be brought under his wing. However, during this period, Naruto is uncertain of Orochimaru's current whereabouts. Has he joined the Akatsuki, or has he defected from the organization? In his previous life, Naruto only watched the series normally, leaving him uncertain about whether these details were mentioned in the original work. Furthermore, in this life, it appears that under Naruto's influence, the Uchiha clan shows no signs of rebellion. Even Itachi Uchiha has not been deeply indoctrinated by the will of fire to commit the atrocity of annihilating his own clan alongside Obito. All of this has changed due to Naruto's arrival, suggesting that future events may not unfold according to the memories in Naruto's mind. This is the downside of his transmigration. He will inevitably alter certain events from the original narrative, leading to significant changes in the course of many occurrences. This is what is known as the butterfly effect. Nevertheless, one aspect remains unchanged: strength. As long as one possesses overwhelming power, surpassing even the Otsutsuki clan, Naruto can single-handedly dominate the ninja world. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are rendered futile. Thus, at present, the utmost priority remains the enhancement of his power. Although Naruto's current strength is formidable, the threats within the ninja world are still numerous, necessitating a cautious approach. While he fears little for himself, he would still feel constrained if someone were to threaten him using his friends. If he were powerful enough to awaken the Rinnegan and truly grasp the essence of life, then even if his friends were manipulated and slain by malicious individuals, he could resurrect them through the impure world reincarnation and the outer path samsara technique. In the world of Hokage, rules are meant to be broken. In other words, as long as one is sufficiently powerful, they can entirely disregard all previous rules. After all, rules are established by humans, whereas divine beings are not bound by such constraints. Therefore, Naruto has every reason to question whether the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki clan have truly perished. Or is it that, for them, death is merely a temporary passage to another realm, with their own considerations at play? Perhaps they wish to silently protect the ninja world from the shadows? After all, in the original narrative, when Sasuke and Naruto struggled against Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths intervened just in time, successfully aiding Naruto and Sasuke, who had gained the powers of the Sage, alongside their teacher Kakashi and Sakura, who possessed the strength of the infinite Tsukuyomi, to seal Kagaya and Black Zetsu within Kagaya's dimensional space. Naruto reasonably suspects that had he and Sasuke failed in the original narrative, the Sage of Six Paths might have resurrected from the realm of the dead, personally intervening to seal Kagaya. After all, at the level of the Sage of Six Paths, wielding extraordinary and otherworldly ninjutsu is entirely plausible. With this line of thought, if one does not attain the level of the Sage of Six Paths, dangers still lurk within the ninja world. Naruto's desire to grow stronger intensified. Thus, he summoned a multitude of shadow clones, distributing a significant amount of chakra borrowed from Kurama, instructing them to leave Konoha in search of Orochimaru's whereabouts. It is imperative for Naruto to ascertain Orochimaru's location at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 61. The Subtle Intentions of Hiruzen Sarutobi. When Kakashi-sensei concealed himself once more, he accompanied Naruto back to his home. Kakashi was astonished to find that there were no longer any Umbu operatives in close proximity to Naruto. What could be the reason for this? Just as Kakashi pondered this mystery, an Umbu suddenly appeared and said, "Kakashi, the Hokage requests your presence." "Hiruzen Sarutobi, is it? I am curious to see what he has in store." Though Kakashi initially held a degree of respect for the third Hokage, upon learning that his father's suicide was linked to Sarutobi, along with the treatment Naruto had endured, he regarded Sarutobi as the true perpetrator of these grievances. Kakashi vowed to avenge Naruto once he had gained sufficient strength. However, for now, Kakashi remained a part of the Hokage system, acting as a spy for Naruto in Sarutobi's vicinity, and thus needed to perform his duties diligently. "Very well, I shall go at once," Kakashi affirmed, making his way to the Hokage's office in the dead of night. Inside the Hokage's office, a gathering of Umbu operatives was reporting their findings. At that moment, Kakashi arrived and knocked on the door. "Enter." After hearing Hiruzen's voice, Kakashi stepped into the Hokage's office. He was taken aback to see such a multitude of Umbu ninjas crowded within the office, many of whom had previously surveilled Naruto. "What is happening here? A debriefing session?" Kakashi queried in confusion. "Kakashi, you have arrived. I trust you have observed that the Umbu present here have all been covertly watching over Naruto. I summoned them, as well as you, to inquire about your thoughts on Naruto's situation," Hiruzen began. Unsure of Sarutobi's intentions, Kakashi resolved to speak favorably of Naruto. However, it was not merely flattery. Naruto's performance had been evident to all, and Kakashi intended to state the facts. "I believe Naruto is a competent Jinchuriki, possessing a strong spirit of the will of fire. His attitude towards friends is commendable, and he has forged deep bonds within the village. I am confident he will become an exceptional ninja in the future." Kakashi did not directly refer to the Hokage. At present, he outwardly appeared to be merely a jonin with a preference for Naruto, though he shared some connections with him and could not afford to appear overly familiar, as Sarutobi's suspicious nature might lead him to question their relationship. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I trust you completely. What do the other Umbu think? Speak freely. I only wish to hear the truth." Hiruzen clearly expressed satisfaction with Kakashi's response, and then turned to the other Umbu. The other Umbu exchanged glances. While their attitudes towards Naruto varied, after days of intense surveillance, they had observed Naruto displaying no concerning behaviors. Even those harboring some resentment towards Naruto could not voice their grievances without basis. One of the Umbu members spoke up first, saying, "Lord Hokage, I believe that Uzumaki Naruto is indeed a competent host for the Nine Tails. Despite enduring numerous injustices, he displays no signs of resentment. Another Umbu member swiftly followed, affirming, indeed, Lord Hokage, Naruto has faced such treatment without losing his temper. Moreover, through his charismatic personality, he has garnered a substantial group of companions. The other Umbu members chimed in, expressing, he has formed deep friendships with the descendants of the prominent clans in Konoha, fostering their mutual growth. So far, there have been no indications of the Nine Tails chakra leaking from within him. We believe the seal containing the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto is exceptionally robust. It is said that the elders of Konoha's esteemed clans hold a favorable view of Naruto, including the Uchiha clan, which has a less than stellar reputation. Rumor has it that the leader of the Uchiha clan has long wished to invite Naruto as a guest, yet due to the clan's sensitive status, this matter has remained unresolved. After one Umbu member initiated the discussion, the others began to voice their opinions. Unlike Kakashi, they lacked any sentimental attachment. For them, monitoring Naruto was merely a routine task. In the course of their duties, personal biases held no bearing. This was also a report on their mission, therefore devoid of personal grievances. The unexpectedly positive opinions of all the Umbu toward Naruto indicated that he truly embodies a naive, kind-hearted, and pure spirit, imbued with the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, increasingly convinced that Naruto's growth was largely due to his covert guidance. Haha. Did Hiruzen truly believe he was doing a good deed? Providing Naruto with such growth conditions while allowing the villagers to suppress him, and yet think he was acting rightly? Come on, my friend, while deceiving others is one thing, don't fool yourself. It seems that the seal within Naruto is indeed secure, combined with his mature and composed character, treating the villagers as family, and having a commendable understanding of the will of fire. Therefore, I have decided to significantly reduce the surveillance on Uzumaki Naruto. In the future, we will only require 3 Umbu members to rotate in monitoring him, while you, Kakashi, will take on the additional responsibility of discreetly looking after Naruto. This directive from Sarutobi symbolized a considerable reduction in Naruto's constraints, with only 3 Umbu members rotating their watch, excluding Kakashi, at any given moment. There would only be 1 Umbu present, allowing for substantial operational freedom. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will ensure to take good care of Naruto and guide him to become an exemplary Konoha ninja. Kakashi nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. Excellent, Kakashi. You are my most trusted ally. I am confident in entrusting Naruto's safety to you. Sarutobi nodded affirmatively before continuing. As for the others, return to the Umbu base. Everyone will be reassigned to new teams to commence the tasks that have long been stagnant in Konoha, thereby earning mission rewards. Sarutobi's words instantly enlightened Kakashi, revealing his intentions. As Konoha, a shinobi village of the Fire Country, which is publicly regarded as the strongest among the 5 great nations, the volume of daily missions is substantial. With numerous commissions and insufficient ninja, coupled with the time required to complete tasks, this has led to an overwhelming backlog. Furthermore, the Fire Country's daimyo is not particularly generous with Konoha's funding. Thus, Sarutobi conceived the idea of reallocating the Umbu originally tasked with monitoring Naruto to effectively utilize their resources. The Umbu monitoring Naruto had been the most numerous, as there was uncertainty regarding Naruto's potential, and any inadvertent unsealing of the Nine Tails could spell disaster for Konoha. Hence, Sarutobi had deployed a significant number of Umbu to vigilantly observe Naruto's every move. Given Naruto's unexpectedly positive reputation recently, particularly among the clan leaders of Konoha, who seemed to hold him in high regard, Sarutobi decided to recall the Umbu monitoring Naruto to engage in task assignments. It is worth noting that the Umbu members are typically well-trained and capable, thus able to complete missions swiftly and efficiently. Each successful mission would also funnel a sum of money into Sarutobi's pockets, allowing Konoha's tasks to be expedited while simultaneously increasing his own funds, a true win-win situation. Sarutobi couldn't help but marvel at his own cleverness. Yes, Lord Hokage. Upon receiving the orders, all the Umbu members instantly understood their future tasks, promptly expressing their farewells and returning to the Umbu base. Kakashi, after exchanging pleasantries with Sarutobi, returned to oversee Naruto's situation, accompanied by one Umbu member who was now part of the new shift system. As they departed, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance, and upon hearing this familiar sound, Sarutobi instantly recognized who had arrived. The door burst open with a loud bang, and a booming voice reached Sarutobi's ears. Hiruzen, what are you doing? We cannot afford to let our guard down regarding the Nine Tails host. Indeed, the visitor was Shimura Danzo. whenever Sarutobi made any moves. Danzo was quick to receive word and would promptly arrive at the Hokage's office to express his opinions. Danzo, I am fully aware of Naruto's situation. The seals left by Kushina and Minato are remarkably stable. There is no imminent danger. Moreover, we are in Konoha. What could possibly go wrong with Naruto right under our noses? In contrast to Danzo's urgency, Sarutobi appeared relaxed and unconcerned. Hiruzen, the safety of the Nine-Tails host is no trivial matter. How can you make such a hasty judgment? You are being far too reckless, Hiruzen. Danzo's fiery temper flared, clearly intending to reprimand Sarutobi, suggesting that an intriguing confrontation was on the horizon. Chapter 62, Reduced Surveillance. News of Orochimaru. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi remained unperturbed. He understood Danzo all too well and decided to toy with him a bit. Danzo, come here. Sit down. I know you're anxious, but hold on. Sit down and share your thoughts. Sarutobi urged Danzo to take a seat. Danzo plopped down in the chair opposite Sarutobi, anxiously stating, Hiruzen, I understand your perspective. Naruto's behavior has indeed been quite normal lately, but just because he is normal now does not guarantee he will remain so. What if one day the Nine-Tails chakra suddenly leaks? What then? It must be said that this was the most reasonable point Danzo had made thus far. Better safe than sorry. Sarutobi nodded, responding, Danzo, you make a valid point, but in the short term, Naruto's seal remains quite secure. I intend to send someone to locate Jiraiya. I believe he will have a good understanding of the seal within Naruto. It is rumored that Minato left some contingency with Jiraiya, and once he returns, we will ascertain the true state of Naruto's seal. Upon hearing Sarutobi's well-considered plan, Danzo felt somewhat disinclined to argue, and Sarutobi's arrangement seemed reasonable. However, Danzo felt a slight discomfort at not rebutting at least a few points. But Hiruzen, if an unforeseen situation arises, you know the state of Konoha. We lack high-level combat power. If the Nine-Tails were to manifest, we would be powerless to stop it. Are we to resort to the dead demon-consuming seal once more? Tamura spoke earnestly, alas. I am aware of that, Tamura, yet the recent economic strain on Konoha is considerable, and the daimyo is reluctant to extend substantial financial support. Thus, I am compelled to resolve the long-overdue missions through the Umbu. It will not take long. Once they have addressed the majority of these tasks, I shall contemplate dispatching additional Umbu to guard Naruto. He scoffed. It is all the daimyo's fault for failing to provide us with funding. Sigh. Hiruzen, I remain somewhat uneasy. Tamura, despite lacking solid reasons, felt the urge to counter a few points. I understand, Tamura. How about this? Lend me your root ninjas to undertake these missions, while I reassign my Umbu back to monitor Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly devised a plan to have the root ninjas work for him, knowing they were primarily indoctrinated and would heed Tamura's orders. He figured he could pocket a significant portion of the mission rewards, and even if Tamura came to inquire, he could return a fraction, keeping the majority for himself. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Tamura's temper flared. He comprehended Hiruzen's intention to exploit his root ninjas for free labor. The very thought of lending his subordinate ninjas to Hiruzen was inconceivable. Hiruzen, do not even entertain that notion. The number of ninjas in root is substantial. They require a significant amount of funding and resources for their training. Moreover, we must undertake specialized missions for self-sufficiency. It is utterly impossible to assist you with ordinary task commissions. As an independent organization, Root naturally had its own means of procuring funds, commonly referred to as earning side income. Tamura would never consent to have his personnel toil away for Hiruzen. Then, this matter is no longer open for discussion. You may leave. Hiruzen issued an eviction order. Tamura felt it was time to unleash his frustration, slamming his hands down on Hiruzen's desk and exclaiming, Hiruzen, on the day the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki loses control, you will surely regret it. Hiruzen, catching the key word regret, retorted, Tamura, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this proclamation, Shimura Tamura's fury erupted. Unwilling to engage in further debate, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. In this confrontation, Hiruzen emerged victorious. A satisfied smile graced Hiruzen's face as he raised his hand slightly, forming an unusual gesture. Suddenly, several Umbu emerged, bowing in respect. In unison, they proclaimed, Hokage-sama, please give your orders. Dispatch a few Umbu to venture beyond the village and ascertain Jiraiya's whereabouts. Inform him that Naruto's seal has undergone a change, and Konoha urgently requires his return. Yes, the Umbu vanished instantly, seemingly tasked with locating Jiraiya. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, retrieved a large pipe from his drawer, taking a satisfying puff while murmuring to himself, Naruto, my hope is that you never lose control, and that you become an exceptional ninja in Konoha, so that my years of care for you are not in vain. One could not help but feel compelled to give Hiruzen a few sharp jabs. He was, indeed, quite audacious. Meanwhile, Naruto lay in bed, slowly awakening. It was the first day of winter break, prompting Naruto to decide to indulge in a little more sleep. He quietly utilized his Ketsuryugen to sense the chakra fluctuations around him, confirming that only teacher Kakashi was present. Consequently, he dispatched several shadow clones to perform transformation jutsu, allowing himself to venture to the outskirts of Konoha for training, while he remained comfortably nestled in his warm bed. Although gaining strength was paramount, the constant tension was likely to lead to a breaking point. Thus, a modicum of relaxation was essential. After a rejuvenating sleep, Naruto woke in the dead of night. It appeared that the chakra of his shadow clones had nearly depleted, dissipating, and the feedback from his training had promptly reached him. What a thoroughly invigorating training session it had been. He once again employed his Ketsuryugen to gauge his surroundings, still finding only Kakashi present. This state of affairs persisted for over a day, indicating that Hiruzen had temporarily relaxed his surveillance over him, granting Naruto a spell of relative freedom. Excellent. Naruto resolved to make the most of this time for rigorous training. He dispatched additional shadow clones to venture out of the village in search of Orochimaru, primarily targeting the land of rice. After all, in the original narrative, this was Orochimaru's stronghold, entirely under his control. Seeking Orochimaru there was indeed reasonable. During this period, Naruto diligently refined his chakra. He sensed that the power of his bloodline had yet to be fully unleashed, indicating he needed to push himself harder. Thus, Naruto tirelessly employed the shadow clone technique, embarking on an almost absurdly rapid training pace. He created dozens of shadow clones to train simultaneously, which was the maximum number he could currently manage. While in the anime, Naruto could summon hundreds or even thousands of shadow clones for battle. He reduced their numbers during training. Combat and training, after all, were fundamentally different. In battle, the loss of shadow clones merely resulted in chakra depletion and a slight sensation of being struck. However, following training, the influx of experiences multiplied into his mind and body was not only a test of physical endurance, but a challenge for his spirit as well. Naruto's mental fortitude was not weak, yet it was still hampered by his age, resulting in a slower growth rate. This was his limit. His speed had already become remarkably swift. Within a mere 3 weeks, Naruto's chakra had, under the influence of the divine chakra extraction technique, broken through the elite Jonin level, soaring to the level of a Kage. Of course, this referred solely to the level of Naruto's chakra. His actual power remained close to Kage level, with only a slight distance remaining to achieve a complete breakthrough. However, with the Flying Thunder God technique combined with the instantaneous Rasengan, even Kage-level opponents, Naruto felt he could hold his own for a few exchanges. One day, while training, Naruto suddenly sensed one of his shadow clones dissipate, and the memories began flooding into his mind. He took a few minutes to adjust to the overwhelming influx of information. Finally, a grin broke across his face. As he realized the reason, he had found Orochimaru, right in the land of rice. The land of rice was not far from the land of fire. No one would have expected Orochimaru to be so audacious as to hide there, establishing his own power and actually succeeding. According to the intelligence gathered before the shadow clone's dissolution, the land of rice was a small country bordering Konoha, which had previously lacked any ninja village. After Orochimaru's departure from the Akatsuki, he bribed the daimyo of the land of rice, establishing the Sound Village within its territory. However, the Sound Village was not beholden to the land of rice. After bribing the daimyo, Orochimaru seized control of the land of rice, turning it into his primary base. As Naruto's shadow clone journeyed, it also left behind numerous Flying Thunder God markers along the way. Although the Flying Thunder God technique consumed considerable chakra over long distances, when utilized for consecutive short-range transmissions, the chakra expenditure was significantly reduced. In a way, this could be considered a minor exploitation of a loophole. However, the Flying Thunder God technique was originally rather intricate. Fortunately, due to Naruto's exceptional talent for mastering space-time ninjutsu, he was able to enhance its original form, resulting in the current, far less cumbersome version of the technique, both convenient and effective. It is indeed an indispensable jutsu for home, travel, and even for nefarious deeds. Now that he has gleaned the necessary information, the next step is to venture to the land of rice and meet this legendary figure among Hokages, Orochimaru. Chapter 63, Orochimaru's Past. With only Kakashi-sensei monitoring him, and knowing that Kakashi was on his side, Naruto found himself with much greater freedom than before. Fearless, he directly signaled to Kakashi. Understanding the cue, Kakashi executed a body flicker technique, entering Naruto's room with a speed imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Upon entering, Kakashi inquired, "What is it, Naruto?" Kakashi was aware that Naruto rarely called for him, and such a gesture indicated that there must be something urgent at hand. "It's nothing much, Kakashi-sensei. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be leaving Konoha for a few days," Naruto informed Kakashi. "What? Leaving Konoha? Naruto, now is not the time. Even if you wish to defect, it would be wiser to do so after the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has passed away. Then no one will have time to concern themselves with your whereabouts, as they'll all be preoccupied with finding the next Hokage successor." Kakashi initially assumed that Naruto intended to defect from Konoha. Rather than attempting to prevent him, he was considering Naruto's well-being, advising him to choose a more opportune moment to leave. Departing now could very well result in a pursuit by Konoha's Umbu. Although Naruto was exceptionally powerful, persistent harassment from the Umbu, or even being placed on the black market's bounty list would certainly disrupt his future peace. However, Kakashi was unaware that Naruto possessed the perfect transformation technique, which he could employ even while asleep, rendering him virtually undetectable unless a large-scale battle ensued. "Kakashi-sensei, you misunderstand. I am not attempting to defect from Konoha. Don't you remember that I aspire to become Hokage? To achieve that, my record must remain unblemished. And I am well aware of this," Naruto clarified to Kakashi. "I merely heard news about Orochimaru and wished to meet him." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi was instantly taken aback. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a contemporary of his own sensei, Minato Namikaze, and Jiraiya. In terms of seniority, he was at least 2 generations above Kakashi. Furthermore, as one of the Sannin, Orochimaru had long been renowned as one of Konoha's most formidable shinobi. Had it not been for his exposure of collusion with Danzo Shimura and his clandestine human experimentation, he would not have been compelled to defect. However, Naruto held his own perspective on this matter. While it was true that Hiruzen Sarutobi discovered Orochimaru's transgressions, it was also evident that after Orochimaru failed to secure the position of Hokage against Minato, he had little desire to remain in Konoha. Moreover, he had engaged in numerous unsavory activities that were certainly not condoned by the self-righteous Hokage. Considering the collusion between Danzo and Hiruzen, could it truly be that Hiruzen was oblivious to Orochimaru's experiments? It seemed unlikely. He may not have been fully aware of the extent of Orochimaru's research. But using living subjects for experimentation was undeniably unethical. In the peaceful era, Konoha had never conducted human experimentation publicly. They would even dispatch ninjas to assist in searching for lost pets, aspiring to a life devoid of casualties. Yet, could one not ponder the implications of the impure world reincarnation technique invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which undoubtedly required live subjects for experimentation? Some might argue that during the chaotic times of the Shinobi World Wars, the second Hokage's use of prisoners for developing forbidden jutsu was somewhat justifiable. However, such actions would have been nearly impossible with Hashirama Senju still alive, as he despised conflict and found it uncomfortable to take lives. Should Tobirama dare to develop the impure world reincarnation in Hashirama's presence, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. If Tobirama could not develop the impure world reincarnation while Hashirama was alive, might he, like Orochimaru, have secretly constructed an underground lab to conduct forbidden research in his spare time, ultimately leading to the creation of the technique? This possibility exists, albeit it remains rather unlikely. As previously mentioned, during wartime, Hashirama had numerous matters requiring Tobirama's assistance, thereby preventing him from straying too far from his watchful eye. Thus, it is reasonable to infer that while Hashirama lived, Tobirama could not have developed the impure world reincarnation using living subjects. A more plausible scenario is that after Hashirama's death, Tobirama ascended to the position of second Hokage and secretly conducted his experiments with living subjects to create the technique. Consequently, Orochimaru could assert without hesitation that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, also engaged in such practices. Why should he be allowed to become Hokage while Orochimaru could not? Orochimaru could even improve upon Tobirama's forbidden techniques. Just because Tobirama is Hashirama's brother? That holds true. With Hashirama as his backing, Tobirama's position as second Hokage would indeed be secure. Naruto, I cannot condone this. Orochimaru has long been a figure of notoriety, a rare genius in Konoha's history. He has achieved elite-level strength for many years. Seeking him out is far too perilous. Kakashi's concerns were understandable, yet Naruto recognized that Kakashi's protectiveness was leading him to overreact. Naruto had already demonstrated to Kakashi his prowess with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. and merely these two jutsus could allow him to navigate the world of shinobi with confidence. In a flash, "You won't catch me. Kakashi-sensei, rest assured. I value my life greatly and will not recklessly endanger it. Do not forget that I possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Should discussions with Orochimaru falter, I can easily extricate myself. He would be powerless to stop me," Naruto proclaimed confidently, the confidence stemming from the capabilities provided by space-time ninjutsu, which was merely a fraction of his visible power. If Orochimaru chose to forego a proper dialogue, Naruto would have no choice but to summon Kurama and unleash a few tailed beast bombs. Plenty to spare. If needed, I can always conjure more. After hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi calmed somewhat. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well, Naruto. You may go, but you must leave a shadow clone behind so that I can provide cover for you. Have you mastered the shadow clone technique? If not, I can teach you." At this moment, Naruto realized he had not previously disclosed his knowledge of the shadow clone technique to Kakashi, having concealed it so well that even his allies remained unaware. "I can do it. I can do it. Kakashi-sensei, my father's memories have also imparted this knowledge to me." Naruto confidently manifested a shadow clone before Kakashi, showcasing a chakra level roughly equivalent to that of a chunin. It was more than sufficient for the time being. Observing Naruto's adeptness, Kakashi felt that Naruto had likely surpassed him in the application of the shadow clone technique. Had Naruto been aware of Kakashi's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly retorted, "Isn't that obvious? With your meager chakra reserves, attempting to use shadow clones only dilutes your already limited chakra. What a futile endeavor. Now I can rest easy. Naruto, when do you plan to depart? By the way, where is Orochimaru currently hiding?" It is said that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has long sought the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Yet his efforts have yielded no results. It was at this moment that Kakashi-sensei inquired about Orochimaru's location. From Kakashi-sensei's words, it appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors some affection for his former pupil, Orochimaru. Perhaps the banishment was merely a facade to pacify the villagers of Konoha, while secretly, Hiruzen yearns to coax Orochimaru back into the fold to serve the village once more. Given Hiruzen's astute nature, how could he bear to let a formidable shinobi of Orochimaru's caliber wander aimlessly, living a life of desolation? According to the intelligence I have gathered, Orochimaru currently resides in the land of Rice, having bribed its feudal lord to seize control and establish the Sound Village. Naruto relayed this information to Kakashi-sensei. Initially taken aback, Kakashi-sensei soon wore a look of enlightened understanding. Given Orochimaru's character, it is indeed plausible that he would engage in subterfuge right under the noses of those searching for him. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Even the ninjas dispatched by the third Hokage to locate Orochimaru may not have anticipated his audacity in establishing the Sound Village in a neighboring nation to the Land of Fire. Surely, as long as Orochimaru remains discreet when Konoha's ninjas enter the Land of Rice, he can evade suspicion. Once the Umbu ninjas clear him of any allegations of being present in the Land of Rice, they will likely lower their guard during subsequent investigations. Truly, Orochimaru exemplifies the cunning of a master manipulator. Therefore, Naruto, you must exercise utmost caution. While Orochimaru may not necessarily be the strongest among the legendary Sannin, his arsenal of survival techniques is undoubtedly vast. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to avoid confrontation with him, as those who draw Orochimaru's attention seldom meet a favorable fate. Kakashi-sensei imparted his impressions of Orochimaru to Naruto, solely to shield him from falling into Orochimaru's traps. Moreover, do not underestimate him. Orochimaru's extensive knowledge of forbidden jutsu renders him an unpredictable adversary, and should he feel cornered, he may resort to desperate measures. Kakashi-sensei, like a nagging parent, earnestly reminded Naruto once more before his departure. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I will be vigilant. Await my safe return," Naruto assured, bidding farewell to Kakashi-sensei before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, his figure vanished from Kakashi-sensei's sight. Kakashi-sensei remained in place, feigning surveillance over Naruto's shadow clone, fervently hoping for his safe return. Chapter 64. The gatekeepers of Konoha encounter bandits following the Flying Thunder God mark left by his shadow clone. Naruto swiftly arrived near the entrance of Konoha. The mention of the village gate reminded him of two legendary shinobi, Kamizuki Izumi and Kanji Tetsu. These two first emerged during the Chunin exams, presenting a dignified demeanor, yet possessing a comical side that endeared them to fans, who affectionately dubbed them divine beings. With their presence, even Pain dared not approach through the front door, albeit in jest. Kamizuki Izumi, as a Chunin of Konoha, has always exhibited unwavering dedication, embodying the very backbone of the village. He is hands-on with both significant and trivial matters. From participating in the talent selection for the Chunin exams to assisting the 5th Hokage with paperwork, guarding the village gate, and even joining Jonin in missions against the Akatsuki. His versatility allows him to adapt to various situations, earning him the description in the official records, the Book of Shinobi, of possessing a confident smile that reflects his clever adaptability. He excels in intelligence gathering and water-style ninjutsu, with commendable prowess in taijutsu as well. Though merely a Chunin, his actual performance is noteworthy, having fought against Akatsuki members as one of the few supporting characters, including the assassination of Haiden alongside Asuma. In hand-to-hand combat, he demonstrates considerably more capability than the special Jonin, Mado Guy, making him a rare gem among ninjas. Kanji Tetsu, Izumi's steadfast partner, is inseparable from him. One might even suspect they share the same bed. Thus, all of Izumi's endeavors are undoubtedly accompanied by Tetsu. Truly, they are lifelong companions. Together, they have faced numerous battles, honing a remarkable synergy. However, Tetsu's more aggressive nature is evident, reflected in his choice of a massive weapon. Hence, the Book of Shinobi characterizes him as a formidable figure exhibiting bravery and strength through his colossal armament. The duo complements each other, as one can maintain composure while the other loses their cool. Their joint efforts yield a powerful combination, allowing them to hold their own even against formidable ninjas like Kakazu. This level of performance is certainly beyond that of an average Chunin. Additionally, they possess a unique combination jutsu, wherein when Izumi employs an exceptionally sticky water-style technique, Tetsu can summon a gigantic weapon to launch a counterattack, an assault that ordinary ninjas find insurmountable. As supporting characters, their contributions may not shine as brightly as those of the protagonists, yet Masashi Kishimoto has not neglected these two Chunins, granting them a stage during the Fourth Great Ninja War. They successfully executed a renowned assassination technique to eliminate Kakazu, swiftly destroying all of his hearts with their coordinated attack. This incident serves as proof that, with the right information, even ninjas of Kakuzu's caliber can be bested by them. Their remarkable performance in the Fourth War earned them recognition from Kakashi, the 6th Hokage. As Naruto concealed himself in the foliage, observing the gate of Konoha, he soon spotted the two ninjas on duty. Their ordinary appearances made him question their identities, but the resemblance to his memories was undeniable. If they were indeed guarding the gate, they could only be Kamizuki Izumi and Kanji Tetsu. Gatekeepers. Truly divine, Naruto mused, watching them for a moment before using the Flying Thunder God technique once more, departing the vicinity of Konoha. Kamizuki Izumi felt as though he were being watched by some wild beast, and turned to gaze at the spot where Naruto had stood, yet saw nothing. Kanji Tetsu noticed Izumi's distracted demeanor and, pondering, asked, "What is it, Izumi? Did you see something?" Izumi shook his head, replying, "Nothing, perhaps just a fleeting sensation. Let us return to our duty of guarding the gate." Gongzi Tai laughed heartily and declared, "Of course. The Hokage has placed immense trust in us by assigning the duty of guarding the gate to the two of us. With us on watch, even the Sage of Six Paths would choose to take a detour." However, Shinya Izumi chose to disregard Gongzi Tai's frivolity, diligently focusing on his own tasks. Meanwhile, after Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from Konoha, he perceived no significant changes. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had, in some way, attained freedom. Having distanced himself from Konoha, Naruto finally felt liberated to express his true nature. Although he had acquired strength within the village, he was still bound by constraints that hindered his freedom to act as he wished. Despite possessing the ability to defend himself, he was unable to guarantee the safety of his comrades simultaneously. However, outside the village, the scenario was different, with the use of the perfect transformation technique. Who could possibly recognize him? He no longer had to tread cautiously. He could act boldly without fear of reproach, embracing life and death with indifference. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Naruto sensed a shift in his mindset, perceiving the world with newfound clarity. He felt as if his mental fortitude had experienced a breakthrough, and this growth in spiritual strength would inevitably enhance other attributes as well. In summary, Naruto had grown stronger. Following the markings left by his shadow clones with the Flying Thunder God technique, he moved toward the land of rice. Fortunately, the numerous markings were relatively close together, resulting in minimal chakra expenditure for Naruto. While traversing a small hill, he noticed what appeared to be a village atop it. However, pressed for time, he decided against investigating further. Just as he was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and slip away, he suddenly heard the distant sound of a large group in motion. Switching to his Byakugan, Naruto's field of vision expanded, becoming clearer. He observed that this group was armed and accompanied by transport vehicles, which were devoid of any cargo. Their attire suggested they might be local bandits. Intrigued, Naruto decided to stay and assess the situation. After all, the last time he had truly engaged in combat was against a spy, during a time when his mastery of ninjutsu was still rudimentary. Now, having learned a wealth of techniques, it was time to hone his skills against these petty brigands. The leader of the bandits suddenly sensed a terrifying gaze upon him, though it was merely a fleeting feeling that vanished almost instantly. Noticing their leader's pause, a subordinate inquired, "What is wrong, boss? Is something amiss?" The leader shook his head and replied, "It's likely nothing, perhaps just a trick of the mind. Men, hurry up. We'll ransack this village and return. Remember our rules. Eliminate the men and take the women as captives." His words ignited a fervor among the bandits, their bodies thrumming with excitement. "Brothers, charge. First come, first served." A subordinate shouted, and the rest of the bandits surged toward the village with wild abandon. With that shout, the once quiet valley erupted into chaos, the air thick with an ominous aura of impending violence. The bandits, like a pack of ravenous beasts driven by hunger, wielded a variety of weapons, gleaming swords, heavy iron clubs, and makeshift bows, eyes alight with greed and ferocity as they charged toward the village. Within the village, a watchtower stood sentinel against potential bandit incursions. The vigilant guard spotted the approaching threat and immediately raised the alarm, shouting to those below, "Bandits are coming. Prepare yourselves." The villagers, upon hearing the warning, quickly made their way to the village gates, alerting one another of the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, the villagers sprang into action. The guard atop the tower, anxiously monitoring the bandits' movements, called out loudly to ensure every villager was aware of the approaching peril. Their voices echoed through the valley, laced with tremors of urgency and fear. Upon receiving the alarm, the villagers displayed remarkable composure, hastening toward the gates while relaying information amongst themselves. Those stationed at the gate acted swiftly, working together to secure the entrance by forcefully shutting the doors and wedging a sturdy log between them, serving as the village's guardian against invasion. Other villagers began to mobilize as well, with able-bodied men retrieving their cherished weapons, some ancestral blades, others handcrafted spears, and even sharp hoes. Before long, the villagers had established a defensive perimeter throughout the village. Some constructed rudimentary arrow towers along the walls, bows drawn and eyes keenly trained on the approaching bandits. Others set traps along the main streets using ropes and stakes, prepared to deliver a harsh lesson to the intruders. Meanwhile, a group of villagers positioned themselves at the rear, readying logs and stones to unleash upon the bandits should they breach the village. However, when the bandits finally arrived at the village's threshold, the villagers discovered that their preparations had been insufficient. The sheer number of bandits far exceeded their expectations, and their weapons were far more sophisticated than the villagers had anticipated. The bandits' swords glimmered ominously in the sunlight, each swing radiating an intimidating force capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Though the village gates initially held firm against the assault, it soon became apparent that among the bandits was a formidable ninja. The leader, stepping forward, surveyed the gate with a disdainful smile, proclaiming, "Do you truly think this gate can stop us? How laughable." With a swift series of hand seals, he began to summon his jutsu. In mere seconds, he completed the sequence. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Like seeds of the phoenix flower propelled forth, flames erupted from his mouth, spreading in all directions to assail the gate. Each flame was meticulously controlled by chakra, striking the gate with pinpoint accuracy. The visual spectacle was as staggering as the power it wielded. Ultimately, the gate could not withstand the might of the ninjutsu, and it was consumed by the inferno. Bad news, the bandits have a ninja among them. The message spread like wildfire. In this era, ninjas epitomized strength and invincibility. Even a mere genin surpassed the capabilities of many robust villagers. With the gate reduced to ashes, the battle erupted swiftly. Though the villagers valiantly charged forth, they soon found themselves in dire straits. The bandits struck with ferocity, their blades slicing through the air like a tempest, relentlessly targeting the villagers. Despite their courageous resistance, the villagers' weapons faltered against the bandits' might, many of their arms shattered, and some villagers fell to the ground with a single blow. Sensing the villagers' weakness, the bandits grew increasingly brazen, their laughter echoing with mockery and derision. They reveled in the villagers' audacity to oppose them, their jeers laced with contempt. As time wore on, the villagers began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Their defenses began to falter as a band of mountain robbers surged into the village, wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. They smashed open the doors of the villagers' homes, tossing belongings into disarray, Chaos and panic enveloped the entire village. As despair filled the hearts of the villagers, they were uncertain how much longer they could endure, and whether their homes could be preserved. However, at that moment, a figure materialized in the sky above the village. It was Naruto. Understanding that he could no longer stand idly by, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Lives were at stake. He first employed a perfect transformation technique, adopting the appearance of a grown Sasuke Uchiha. Subsequently, he retrieved several kunai from his unique ninja tool, the Flying Thunder God's infinite sword, and hurled them at the bandits who were about to harm the villagers. Naruto's strength was formidable, and given the lethal intent behind his throw, the kunai soared with remarkable speed, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. The echoes reached the ears of the robbers, and soon after, several of them fell. Struck down. Boss, it seems there's a ninja over there, one of the henchmen exclaimed, witnessing several of his comrades struck dead by the kunai, rushing to report to the bandit leader in a state of panic, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The bandit leader slapped him forcefully, sending him flying, then spat contemptuously, bellowing, "What are you panicking for, you disgraceful fool? Just because there's a ninja doesn't mean I'm any less of a ninja. You're merely diminishing your own stature while bolstering others." The other bandits, initially flustered, regained their composure upon witnessing their leader's bravado, and began to chant, "Exactly. Our boss is invincible. He has plundered countless villages without sustaining a scratch. Indeed, I'd say our boss's prowess is more than sufficient to reign supreme in these mountains. From this day forth, you shall be the king of bandits in this region. King of bandits. King of bandits. King of bandits." The flattery from his subordinates delighted the bandit leader, who waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Brothers, take cover behind me. Once I've dealt with this ninja, you may unleash your full potential." Upon hearing their leader's command, the other bandits abandoned their adversaries, retreating behind him. They were only accustomed to bullying ordinary villagers. While ninjas belong to an entirely different realm, better to let their leader handle it. With a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto materialized beside the fallen bandit, whose kunai remained nearby, thus conserving chakra. He addressed the villagers, "Good people, step back. I shall handle these bandits." Upon seeing that their savior was a ninja, and a rather striking one at that, the villagers instantly placed their faith in him, convinced that Naruto was indeed a benevolent soul. Sasuke's attractiveness was undeniable, and as a mature version of Sasuke, he appeared as a vision of perfection. If the audience were to switch off their screens, they would witness a real-life Uchiha Sasuke. No thanks are necessary. We are comrades. The villagers swiftly nestled behind Naruto, confident that he would devise a solution. A sweet little girl shouted, "Go for it. Handsome big brother. Defeat those bandits and send them packing." Naruto had won the hearts of the people. Victory was assured. The bandit leader, noting that Naruto lacked the headband of the 5 great nations, began to suspect he might be a rogue ninja like himself. He decided to probe further, wary of any hidden affiliations that could complicate matters. "Hey, ninja over there. What is your name, and from which village do you hail?" The bandit leader inquired cautiously. "Names are but labels. I am Uchiha Sasuke. When one is away from home, one's identity is self-assigned. If I declare myself Sasuke, then I am Sasuke. Forgive me. Sasuke, all the accolades belong to you. I'm merely here to assist." "What? The Uchiha clan? Impossible. The Uchiha clan is a prominent family in Konoha. How could one appear here? No, you must be deceiving me. You scoundrel, how dare you lie to me?" The bandit leader was incredulous, struggling to fathom the sudden emergence of an Uchiha ninja in this desolate wilderness, especially one without a headband. He suspected Naruto was a fraud, merely exploiting the Uchiha name to mislead him. As for the name Sasuke, he had never heard of it. Why not invoke the name of Uchiha Madara? That name was said to silence even the most obstinate child. Seeing the disbelief etched on the bandit leader's face, Naruto's playful spirit ignited. "Oh, is that so? Then gaze upon my eyes." With a swift motion, he brushed his hand across his face, instantly transforming his eyes into the Sharingan, while simultaneously removing his contact lenses. The bandit leader beheld as Naruto's eyes, now adorned with 2 spinning tomo, radiated a blood-red hue. The Sharingan. It truly is the Sharingan. Marvelous. We are saved. He is indeed a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The villagers standing behind Naruto erupted in cheers upon witnessing his eyes. Conversely, the bandit leader and his henchmen appeared utterly dejected. "Boss, what do we do? He really is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Is it too late to surrender?" One of the younger bandits whispered to the leader. The bandit leader pushed aside his companion and immediately knelt, executing the motion with fluid grace that left the onlookers astounded. In the midst of their astonishment, The bandit leader crawled to Naruto's side, grasping his leg and pleading, "Lord Uchiha, believe me, we were merely mischievous bandits. We never committed any heinous acts. They coerced me into this. I was merely a wandering ninja passing through, forced to join their ranks. Initially, they said it would only be for a week, then they extended it to a month, then half a year, and eventually a year. I became their leader. Yet they would not let me go." The bandit leader's tearful display nearly swayed Naruto. In a different reality, he would have made a fine actor. However, Naruto, having released the seal of the Nine Tails, could sense the malice surrounding him, and the leader's insincerity was evident despite his sorrowful facade. Believing that Naruto had let his guard down and bought into his sob story, the bandit leader suddenly drew a knife, lunging towards Naruto with a maniacal grin, exclaiming, "Ha! Did you not see this coming, Uchiha Ninja? This is my true strategy. You were careless." Yet, the sensation of the blade piercing flesh never arrived. Upon closer inspection, the bandit leader noticed a surge of crimson chakra forming a hand that firmly grasped his weapon, thwarting his attack. In the realm of consciousness, the Nine Tails cautioned Naruto. "Next time, I shall not intervene, Naruto." Even without the Nine Tails' assistance, Naruto's perceptive prowess granted by the Sharingan was no trivial matter. In his view, time slowed, allowing him to observe with clarity. Coupled with the palpable malice emanating from the bandit leader, Naruto remained vigilant. In a moment of focus, he addressed the Nine Tails, "Thank you. Kurama, I shall handle the rest from here." Upon hearing Naruto's gratitude, Kurama merely grunted and fell silent. Naruto flashed a benevolent smile at the bandit leader, declaring, "No more pretense, bandit chief." Chapter 66. I shall send you to meet your maker. The bandit leader, upon realizing that Naruto had discerned his cunning scheme, instantly transformed into a visage of malevolence. With a fierce effort, he attempted to withdraw his blade, yet Naruto's crimson chakra hand gripped his weapon with the tenacity of iron, rendering him immobile. The tailed beast chakra of the Nine Tails could not be so easily shaken off. After a futile struggle, devoid of any sign of loosening, even the bandit leader felt the impending doom, understanding that if he failed to act, his life would truly be forfeit. He began to relinquish his resistance, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Lord Uchiha, I truly erred. I beseech you, spare my life. I have aged parents and young children at home. I have never taken a life. I swear to the heavens." Observing their leader in such a pitiful state, the bandits could only speculate about their own grim fates. Naruto smiled faintly, responding in the gentlest of tones, "You do not recognize your wrongdoing. Rather, you comprehend your imminent demise." In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing upon the kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God mark, positioned behind the bandit leader. Swiftly, Naruto formed hand seals and intoned, "Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique." A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the bandit leader. "Defeating you with your own jutsu. Are you also a copy ninja?" However, the same technique, wielded by the bandit leader, merely constituted an ordinary C-rank jutsu, while in Naruto's hands, its potency rivaled that of an A-rank technique. The sole reason, an abundance of chakra. Realizing Naruto had vacated his vicinity, thus releasing him from the grasp of the enigmatic red chakra, the bandit leader seized the opportunity to resist and flee. However, upon hearing Naruto's voice, he abruptly turned to find that the same technique now possessed astonishing power. He attempted to escape, but discovered his legs remained immobile, initially believing himself to be paralyzed by fear. Striking his thighs with urgency, he exclaimed, "Move! Move! You useless legs!" As the flames of the Phoenix Fire technique approached, he suddenly perceived that his legs seemed ensnared by some mysterious chains. Following the chain's direction, he found they originated from Naruto's hand. This was indeed the diamond chain. The bandit leader lamented his misfortune, thinking it unjust to perish beneath the might of a technique akin to an A-rank jutsu, augmented by the control of these mysterious chains. Overwhelmed with terror, he sought to evade but realized he was utterly immobilized. In his final thoughts, he resolved never to be a bandit again. The flames swiftly engulfed the bandit leader, his cries echoing through the valley. The remaining bandits, witnessing their leader's defeat, plunged into chaos. What to do? Our chief is dead. Do we stand a chance of survival? He is dead. How can we possibly live? Let us flee. At that moment, the strategist of the bandit group stepped forth, declaring, "Listen up, comrades. Do not surrender. He stands alone, and many ants can bring down an elephant. If we choose to flee, we are surely doomed. Let us fight. We still possess a glimmer of hope." The strategist's words stabilized the morale of the bandits. and the remaining ruffians surged toward Naruto with a fervor reminiscent of a desperate rebellion. Alas, unbeknownst to them, the very strategist who had rallied their spirits had already begun to sneak away. Huh, will you win? That's a foregone conclusion. A bunch of imbeciles, unable to recognize the vast disparity in our strengths. To ensure my survival, I must sacrifice your lives. The bandit strategist fled with great speed. As the bandits rushed towards him, Naruto smiled and proclaimed, "You have already fallen into my trap." Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the flying thunder god kunai back into his arsenal, drawing forth another kunai to scatter it amidst his foes. In an instant, the kunai rained down like a storm, and the nearby villagers witnessed a figure darting nimbly between the bandits. Naruto's movements were as swift as lightning, leaving the bandits no time to react, and one by one, they fell, vanquished. In a heartbeat, none remained alive, save for the fleeing strategist. "Big brother, another one is escaping," exclaimed the little girl, ever diligent in her reminders to Naruto. He understood the importance of eradicating the threat entirely. However, he decided to let the bullet fly for a moment. Meanwhile, the bandit strategist, having dashed beyond the village gates, felt a surge of freedom, relishing the sweetness of survival. As if the very air he breathed was imbued with sweetness. "Ha! I am alive. What use are ninjas? No matter how powerful, they could not stop my escape. Ha ha ha." He laughed as he ran. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, accompanied by a friendly voice. "What is so amusing? Share your joy with me." He stiffly turned his head, only to find Naruto had materialized beside him. Unbeknownst to the strategist, Naruto had already marked him with a flying thunder god seal during his escape. "Master, I was merely jesting." The bandit strategist's face contorted into a mask of desperation. Unfortunately, Naruto had grown weary of games. Without further ado, he swiftly concentrated his chakra, forming a blue chakra sphere in his palm. "Please spare me," the strategist pleaded, desperately hoping for mercy. "Forgiveness is a divine matter. My duty is to escort you to meet the divine," he declared, launching the Rasengan toward the bandit strategist's head. In an instant, the strategist's body was obliterated by the overwhelming might of the Rasengan. Given the absence of villagers nearby, Naruto wished to spare the children from witnessing such a gruesome scene, lest they suffer lasting trauma. With rapid hand seals, Naruto executed another fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique, incinerating the strategist's remains until only ash remained. The battle concluded swiftly. Naruto then employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the site of the fallen bandits. His demeanor unflustered, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. The villagers gathered around him, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Big brother, you are incredible. Thank you so much," the sweet little girl exclaimed once more. "Indeed. Thank you, noble ninja. Our village lacks wealth, but this is all we have. We hope you will accept it." A group of villagers produced their meager savings, yet it paled in comparison to the effort Naruto had expended. Naruto smiled gently. Addressing the villagers, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. Be cautious and ensure that bandits can no longer prey upon you." He gestured to the money they offered. "Keep this for yourselves. I did not assist you for monetary gain." The villagers nodded in appreciation, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "As for the corpses of these bandits, I entrust them to you. You may search their belongings for anything of value to improve your village's circumstances." Considering the number of bodies, he felt it would be a bit of a hassle to deal with. "Thank you, noble ninja. We will dig a pit to burn their bodies, then bury them properly. This will prevent any potential plague," the village chief stated, acknowledging the importance of proper disposal. "Moreover, noble ninja, please be sure to share your name with us. We shall forever remember it, and once we are able, we will construct a monument in your honor." Despite having introduced himself moments ago, how could they have not heard him? Naruto recalled mentioning Sasuke's name earlier. If he were to state another name now, it might raise eyebrows among some. Thus, with an air of nonchalance, Naruto declared, "Very well, I am Uchiha Sasuke, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. I hope our paths cross again." He gently tousled the little girl's hair and bid farewell to the other villagers. As he departed with the swiftness of the wind, all the villagers etched Naruto's figure and name firmly in their memories, particularly the little girl. "Lord Uchiha Sasuke, when I grow up, I will surely seek you out in the Hidden Leaf Village." The girl resolved in her heart, aspiring to become an exceptional ninja one day. After leaving the village, Naruto once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique, distancing himself from the place. He pressed onward toward the land of rice. Following the encounter with the mountain bandits, Naruto felt a sense of relief wash over him. This was not due to a penchant for bloodshed. These individuals were deserving of their fate, merely having encountered him a bit too soon. The mountain bandits exuded a fierce aura, each one having taken the lives of several innocents. Their demise was justly warranted. He was merely enacting divine justice, performing a noble deed. The pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed within Naruto began to ease. Soon enough, he would settle the score with those from his village regarding the treatment he had endured over the years. He, Uzumaki Naruto, would ensure they received their due recompense. Rather, their gratitude. Especially you, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Reflecting on his impending meeting with Orochimaru, he recalled that, in the original narrative, it was Orochimaru who instigated the destruction of the Hidden Leaf and caused the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed they shared a common adversary. An even more intriguing idea crossed Naruto's mind. Rather than taking matters into his own hands to eliminate Sarutobi, why not learn the forbidden technique from Orochimaru, the impure world reincarnation? When Orochimaru initiated the plan to bring down the Leaf Village, he could resurrect his father, Namake's Minato, to reveal the truth to the villagers and, ultimately, let his father deliver justice to Sarutobi. This seemed like a splendid way to avenge the years of suffering Naruto had endured. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, resurrected to vanquish the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The implications of this event would surely provoke profound contemplation regarding the distortions of human nature and the decay of morality. Chapter 67, Meeting Orochimaru. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Naruto's speed of movement was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, unimpeded by other incidents along the way, he swiftly approached the Land of Rice. At last, Naruto arrived in the Land of Rice. This small nation, bordering the Hidden Leaf, lacked the might of the Fire Nation, making entry into the Land of Rice relatively straightforward. Disguising himself as a wandering warrior, he entered the Land of Rice, eliciting envious glances from the gatekeepers. In this era, the highest status belonged to ninjas, followed by warriors. Not everyone possessed the aptitude to become a ninja. Thus, for an ordinary person to become a warrior was already quite commendable. Once inside the Land of Rice, Naruto began discreetly gathering information about Orochimaru. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he left marks throughout the territory, moving swiftly while dispatching shadow clones to various corners for reconnaissance. At this moment, the multiple shadow clones proved invaluable, enabling Naruto to amass intelligence equivalent to an entire information-gathering unit. After thorough investigation, he discovered that a sound ninja village had been established in the Land of Rice and had been operational for a considerable time. Although the village's scale and strength were still developing, it was impressive, especially given that it had been gradually built by Orochimaru alone. Once he confirmed this information, Naruto resolved to infiltrate the Sound Ninja Village. After ascertaining its location, he hastened toward the village. Arriving at the vicinity of the Sound Ninja Village, he first surveyed the area and noted that the village's defenses were relatively tight, yet not insurmountable for him. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he silently breached the village's defenses and entered its inner sanctum. It was evident that the internal structures of the Sound Ninja Village closely mirrored those of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto recognized many familiar details throughout. Searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts would take too long. Thus, Naruto devised a plan. He chose to disguise himself as a spy gathering intelligence, though his method was quite crude, leaving an opening for the Sound Ninja villagers. Soon enough, a patrol ninja from the Sound Village noticed something amiss. "Hey, you there, who are you?" The patrol ninja quickly approached Naruto, a serious expression on his face, and without hesitation, drew a kunai, confronting him. Feigning surrender, Naruto acted as though he would give in to capture, curious to see who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Looks like we have a spy," one of the Sound Ninja remarked. "Excellent, it's all thanks to us. Bind him, and we'll take him to see the leader," another added. Having procured sturdy ropes to bind Naruto securely, he made no resistance, cooperating fully as they restrained him. Several Sound Ninja escorted Naruto through layers of guards, ultimately arriving at the innermost high-rise building of the Sound Village. Upon sighting the structure, Naruto could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Orochimaru, how audacious of you to even replicate the Hokage's office. Unable to become Hokage yourself, you built your own village, aspiring to be Hokage. Why does my village bear so many traces of the Hidden Leaf? Because my love for it runs deep." Brought before the Sound Village's office, Naruto found the leader engrossed in work, only to be astonished when he realized it was not Orochimaru. "Who is this person you have captured? Why is he present in the Sound Village?" The leader inquired. "Sir, this individual appears to be a ninja from another village. We suspect he is a spy," one of the Sound Ninja explained. The leader scrutinized Naruto, noting his youth but also the unwavering determination and confidence reflected in his eyes. Moreover, the resemblance seemed oddly familiar. At that moment, Naruto was employing the appearance of a 20-year-old adult Sasuke, so it was no wonder he looked somewhat recognizable. The leader of the Sound Village furrowed his brow and commanded, "Take him away. Find any excuse to dispose of him. I am quite busy and have no time for insignificant matters." Hearing this, Naruto pondered in confusion. Was the leader of the Sound Village indeed Orochimaru? It was entirely possible he had used a transformation technique. If he were Orochimaru, he naturally could not reveal his true identity. Should a spy infiltrate and learn of Orochimaru's appearance, the entire shinobi world would be aware of his presence in the land of rice, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to likely send someone to confront Orochimaru. Naruto decided it prudent to probe further into their connection. Was this Orochimaru himself, or merely a puppet propped up by him? Channeling his inner actor, Naruto proclaimed, "Wait a moment, my lord. I am a spy sent by the Hidden Leaf Village, dispatched by Lord Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo informed me that I would find Lord Orochimaru here. Is Orochimaru in?" At this revelation, everyone in the room fell silent. The leader of the Sound Village instantly shifted his demeanor, the transformation technique dissipating, and indeed, it was Orochimaru. The assembled ninjas from the Sound Village were taken aback, exclaiming, "Leader, you are actually the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha." With a malevolent gaze, Orochimaru retorted, "I had concealed myself quite effectively, but now that my cover is blown, I must regrettably impose upon you for the sake of keeping my secrets from leaking." He emanated a palpable aura of menace, even affecting Naruto slightly. The ninjas of Sound Village immediately fell to their knees, pleading, "Leader, we promise we will not divulge your information. You must trust us." Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips as he replied, "Naturally, I trust you." Hearing this, the ninjas were overwhelmed with gratitude, banging their heads on the ground in thanks. However, Orochimaru's murderous intent remained unchanged. After all, the most reliable secret keepers are the dead. "Hidden shadow snake hands," he exclaimed, unleashing a throng of serpents from his sleeves to ensnare the ninjas. Caught off guard, they had no time to scream before being killed by Orochimaru's swift strike. Truly, he was ruthless. Once he dealt with the Sound Village ninjas, Orochimaru turned his sharp gaze towards Naruto, questioning, "Are you truly dispatched by Shimura Danzo? Yet I never disclosed my whereabouts to him." Though he had a cooperative relationship with Danzo, Orochimaru was selective about what he revealed. He would only inform Danzo of his needs through trusted subordinates when necessary. It had always been a one-sided communication. Danzo had never contacted him directly. The fact that Danzo had come to him this time suggested that Sarutobi Hiruzen might also be aware of his location. If Hiruzen knew, his own situation could become precarious. Naruto smiled slightly, responding, "Lord Orochimaru, do not be hasty. I am curious, it seems you indeed have ties with Shimura Danzo." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru immediately realized that the individual before him was certainly not a Danzo operative. He had been probing for information. Orochimaru, puzzled, stepped closer and inquired, "Who exactly are you? Who sent you? If not Danzo, could it be Hiruzen?" Confident in his own strength, Orochimaru was not intimidated by the possibility of Naruto attacking him. In his eyes, Naruto was merely a captive for the time being. Seeing that he had piqued Orochimaru's interest, Naruto declared, "Lord Orochimaru, I am neither a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo. However, I can assure you, I am indeed from Konoha." Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, rapidly filtering through the individuals in Konoha who might be aware of his whereabouts. He stared at Naruto, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. Even he could not fathom who in Konoha knew his location and dared to confront him, especially when they were neither Hiruzen nor Danzo. Finally, Orochimaru rasped, "You have successfully captured my interest. Now speak. Who are you?" He understood that this person was not simple. If he could extract useful information from him, it might serve his interests. He could directly inquire about what he sought. Naruto was aware that no matter how hard Orochimaru tried, he would never deduce his identity. Having toyed with Orochimaru long enough, Naruto felt it was time to deliver a small shock. With a subtle effort, he broke free from his bindings, prompting Orochimaru to instantly adopt a combat stance. Should Naruto make even the slightest suspicious move, Orochimaru would not hesitate to strike. He was no honorable ninja. He would show no mercy to anyone threatening his path to immortality. "Do not be so tense, Lord Orochimaru. You should watch closely to see who I truly am." Naruto had not come merely to threaten. He intended to engage Orochimaru in a meaningful dialogue. As his transformation technique dissipated, Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently on Naruto. As the transformation faded, Naruto's appearance left Orochimaru astounded. He had contemplated all possible identities from Konoha, and even if told the truth, he would struggle to believe it. But there was no doubt that the individual before him was indeed Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru's voice was filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts arrogance, and a hint of fear. It is you? Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 68. The most difficult man to kill. Upon uttering Naruto's name in shock, Orochimaru fell into silence. He had considered everyone, but could not fathom that it was Uzumaki Naruto. The reason was simple. Naruto's identity was extraordinarily unique. He was not only the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, but also the child of Kushina Uzumaki. Moreover, he was the vessel of the 9 tails, a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki were crucial strategic assets for every ninja village, naturally under strict surveillance. So how could he freely depart from his village? When Naruto truly stood before him, Orochimaru could only conjure a few explanations. First, this person might not be the real Naruto, but merely a transformation. However, such a deception would not benefit him. If his trickery were discovered, he would face Orochimaru's wrath. Second, this individual was indeed Naruto, having utilized some special means to escape Konoha. Orochimaru leaned toward the latter possibility. Yet as that possibility arose, so did more questions. Firstly, how did Naruto uncover his hiding place? And why had Naruto come seeking him? They should have had no prior interaction. If Naruto knew the truth from back then, he should pursue Danzo and Hiruzen, not him. Orochimaru resolved to ascertain Naruto's true intentions. In a raspy voice, he asked, Naruto Uzumaki, what brings you all the way from Konoha to my doorstep? Naruto understood that dealing with a cunning individual like Orochimaru required minimal subterfuge. After all, lying would only necessitate more lies to maintain. Furthermore, he had no intention of being evasive. I have come to converse with you, Lord Orochimaru. I have long admired you and eagerly wished to meet you. Naruto intended to initiate the conversation with pleasantries. Naturally, Orochimaru would not be swayed by Naruto's flattery, and he pressed, speak plainly. Uzumaki Naruto, what is your purpose? If you do not disclose it, I may have to expel you from Sound Village, and it may not be in one piece. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of menace. If Naruto's response did not satisfy him, he seemed poised to unleash his fury. Even if Naruto was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru would strike without hesitation. After all, it was rare to find someone more difficult to eliminate than him. Initially, Orochimaru had a technique called the perfect substitution jutsu. Those substitution techniques were considered basic ninjutsu. Their effectiveness was profound. Even in the later chapters of Naruto, Kishimoto deemed this technique overly powerful and thus deliberately diminished its presence. Among the myriad forms of substitution techniques, Orochimaru's signature technique undoubtedly stands as the epitome of perfection. This technique allows one to utilize their own external body as a medium for substitution, enabling the transfer of their physical form through the mouth without the need for hand seals, and it is impervious to harm, even evading the devastating Amaterasu. Of course, given Amaterasu's illustrious track record, Amaterasu does not incinerate the nameless. The benevolent flames of Amaterasu inflict injury, but spare lives. Next is the reanimation technique, bestowing upon Orochimaru the gift of immortality. The forbidden art of reanimation, devised by Orochimaru, bears a striking resemblance to the soul transference found in our nation's tales of immortals and fantasy literature, allowing one to transfer their spirit or soul into another's body, thereby attaining eternal life. However, the immortality granted by reanimation comes with its own drawbacks. Each use of the technique induces a period of weakness, during which one cannot fully exert their power, and for several years thereafter, they cannot transfer to another body. Nevertheless, despite such disadvantages, Orochimaru's reanimation has afforded him a semblance of eternal life, thus achieving a form of immortality. The curse mark technique, a formidable safeguard for resurrection. Orochimaru's flawless substitution technique significantly enhances his ability to survive, while reanimation fulfills his desire for immortality. Yet, these two techniques do not guarantee that Orochimaru can evade death indefinitely. In fact, when he failed to execute reanimation on Sasuke, it could be said that he had already met his demise, and when sealed away by Itachi Uchiha's Totsuka blade, it marked yet another death for him. However, through the curse mark technique, developed using the cells of the deceased, Orochimaru achieved the ability to resurrect himself even after death. On the first occasion, he seized the opportunity to resurrect from Sasuke's heavenly curse mark while Sasuke was exhausted, intending to slay Itachi Uchiha and seize Sasuke's body. The second time, he was resurrected by Sasuke guiding him from the heavenly curse mark on the unconscious Karin. Additionally, the earthly curse mark on Kimimaro, being of the same tier, could also facilitate Orochimaru's resurrection. Unfortunately, Due to Kimamaro's blood disease, he perished before Orochimaru could utilize it. Thus, if you were to inquire about the strongest ninja in the ninja world, each individual would have their own answer. However, if you were to ask who the most difficult ninja to kill is, Orochimaru's name would undoubtedly grace the list, becoming the preferred choice for many. Naruto is well aware of the tenacity of Orochimaru. Yet, since he has come with the intent to subdue him, he must first demonstrate his prowess, albeit through verbal sparring. With a slight smile, Naruto remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, I have come to engage in a serious discussion with you. I understand that you have long pursued immortality, and I too possess my own dreams. Perhaps we can collaborate to achieve our mutual objectives." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Naruto would propose such an idea. Moreover, from Naruto's words, he sensed that Naruto seemed to possess considerable knowledge about him, which puzzled him. After all, they had little interaction previously. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Naruto Uzumaki, I am uncertain how you have come to learn of my endeavors. However, do you comprehend the perils and uncertainties that accompany the path I pursue for immortality? The more I research, the more I understand the arduous nature of this journey, and my relationship with Konohagakure has long been severed. Are you certain you wish to collaborate with me?" Naruto resolutely stated, "Lord Orochimaru, my willingness to seek you out indicates my understanding of the risks involved. As for your status as a rogue ninja, it does not concern me. Is my relationship with Konoha any better? I have faced various forms of ostracism and oppression within the village, experiencing no different treatment than you, a rogue ninja." Orochimaru found himself momentarily swayed by Naruto's words. He had dedicated his life to his own ambitions, never contemplating the possibility of collaboration. Yet, Naruto's words led him to realize that perhaps such an alliance could open new doors for him. The original Orochimaru would not have been so easily disturbed by Naruto's simple declarations. However, this current Naruto is not an ordinary individual. He possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally spoke, "Naruto, your words have piqued my interest. However, before we proceed, I must first test your abilities. Only those with strength are worthy of discussing collaboration with me. If you can pass my test, then we shall discuss the matter of partnership." Orochimaru was also curious about who had instilled such courage in Naruto to confront him alone in the Sound Village. Was it the Nine Tails? Without hesitation, Naruto nodded in agreement. "Lord Orochimaru, you may test me now. I am confident my prowess will astonish you." Observing Naruto's unwavering confidence, Orochimaru's curiosity intensified. "Hee, I hope your strength matches your bravado. Follow me. I assume you wouldn't want your identity as a spy to be exposed." Orochimaru led the way, reverting to his previous form. Naruto followed suit, employing transformation techniques as well. Thus, Orochimaru escorted Naruto to the most secluded training ground in the Sound Village. This training area, located at the farthest reaches of the village, served as Orochimaru's personal space for training and research. Surrounded by towering walls, it featured a heavy iron gate for entry and exit. The ground was composed of hard-packed earth, adjacent to the secret research center Orochimaru had established for his experiments. Orochimaru stepped into the training ground first, his silhouette casting a long shadow in the sunlight. He stood at the center of the arena, facing away from Naruto, slowly shedding his outer garments to reveal a tight-fitting black ninja outfit adorned with the symbols of the Sound Village. His movements were deliberate, creating a tense and serious atmosphere for Naruto. Upon witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Is this little trick meant to impress anyone? What bravado! This tight outfit. Combat attire? It pales in comparison to the chakra cloak of my Kurama mode. Have you ever encountered the chakra of the Nine Tails? Even you, Orochimaru, wouldn't he stand a chance? Turning around without uttering a word, Orochimaru's voice echoed across the expansive training ground. "Naruto, this is where you will be tested. I shall demonstrate the prowess of one of Konoha's legendary three, and you must prove your worth to collaborate with me. Be forewarned. A single misstep could lead to your demise." Chapter 69. The intense battle with Orochimaru. Naruto stepped into the training ground right behind him. "Hee, Lord Orochimaru. Then let us begin. I am fully prepared." Orochimaru initiated the assault, swiftly forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Suddenly, countless snakes erupted from his sleeves, their slender and agile bodies tracing bizarre trajectories in the air as they surged towards Naruto. This was the hidden shadow snake hands technique. When in doubt, the snake strike. The Serpentine Squad is ready for action. These snakes, with their cold, glimmering eyes and sharp fangs, were evidently specialized creatures bred by Orochimaru. Otherwise, Given Naruto's unique affinity for animals, wild snakes would not have dared to attack him. Observing the onslaught, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and employed the shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones materialized instantaneously around him, each wielding a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, forming a protective formation that encircled Naruto securely. As the serpentine onslaught collided with the clones, they adeptly employed their kunai and remarkable taijutsu skills to annihilate the serpents with ease. Orochimaru, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Naruto would handle his attack with such nonchalance. Moreover, the sheer number of clones demonstrated the prowess of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the abundant chakra of the Uzumaki lineage. Yet, rather than retreating, Orochimaru felt invigorated. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in physical exertion, and this was the perfect opportunity to rekindle the thrill of battle. He proceeded to unleash another formidable ninjutsu, the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. This B-rank technique, an enhanced version of the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, summoned a greater multitude of serpents, diversifying his arsenal of ninjutsu. Instantly, several massive snakes emerged, each designated for intimidation, restraint, and capture, creating a barrage of assaults that ensnared the opponent before they could react. With an increased number of serpents binding Naruto's limbs and targeting vital points, the coordination of their attacks became paramount. These serpents exhibited an uncanny intelligence, capable of assaulting multiple foes simultaneously. Orochimaru sought to exploit sheer numbers to uncover Naruto's vulnerabilities and launch a strike. Naruto's clones were far from defenseless. They adeptly countered Orochimaru's relentless serpent techniques using their taijutsu and the sharpness of their kunai. Orochimaru soon recognized the unique kunai in Naruto's possession. Could it be a specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai? Naruto, how old are you now? Have you truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru inquired, extending his tongue to lick his lips in curiosity. Well, who knows? I'm 6 years old, Naruto responded, taking the opportunity to answer some questions. For curiosity can be the deadliest of weapons. Speaking of age, a terrifying image unexpectedly flashed through Naruto's mind. Battle Hawk, Battle Hawk. How old are you? Battle Hawk, Battle Hawk. I'm 3 years old. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Orochimaru seized the opportunity. He swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, Serpent World Formation. An overwhelming surge of serpents erupted from Orochimaru into the air. The sheer volume of snakes was enough to send a shiver down Naruto's spine. For those with a fear of dense clusters, caution was warranted. Come forth, Orochimaru. Allow me to show you my ninjutsu. In the throes of battle, Naruto abandoned any semblance of politeness. The clash was a life and death struggle. Naruto hastily performed hand seals, and Orochimaru, initially expecting a powerful ninjutsu, was met with disappointment upon seeing Naruto's seals. He recognized the technique immediately. The C-rank ninjutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. With a light incantation from Naruto, several fireballs erupted from his mouth. This time, Naruto infused a substantial amount of chakra, transforming what would typically be small fireballs into orbs of immense size, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's Great Fireball technique. Their power was formidable. The Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique effectively countered Orochimaru's Serpent World Formation. Generally, living beings harbor a fear of flames, and Orochimaru's serpents were no exception. Seeing the sheer power of Naruto's ninjutsu, Orochimaru quickly deduced that the amount of chakra within Naruto far exceeded his expectations, allowing him to perform with such ease. Moreover, there was no trace of Nine Tails chakra fluctuations emanating from him, indicating that thus far, Naruto had solely utilized his own chakra. And what did he just claim about his age? 6 years old? Quite impressive. Very well, Naruto, let me see how adept your taijutsu is. Intrigued by Naruto's vast chakra reserves, Orochimaru shifted from indifference to anticipation, curious whether Naruto could deliver further surprises. Although he himself was not particularly skilled in taijutsu, his strength was still considerable, surpassing that of ordinary ninjas, especially when compared to a ninja of Naruto's tender age, who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing that Orochimaru wished to engage him in a contest of taijutsu, Naruto readily accepted the challenge. While one could attribute his substantial chakra to the Kyuubi and the physique of the Uzumaki clan, such factors would not necessarily endow Naruto with remarkable taijutsu skills. From Naruto's display of taijutsu, one could glean the true extent of his capabilities. Naruto was certainly unafraid of Orochimaru. After all, possessing the bloodline that resided within Naruto could very well render Orochimaru even more arrogant. The bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju clans, The pinnacle of lineage in the Naruto universe had essentially been consolidated within him. Naruto activated both the Sharingan and Byakugan. Sharingan activate. Byakugan activate. Two pairs of distinct, yet harmonious eyes coexisted within Naruto. Under the combined influence of the Sharingan and Byakugan, the world around Naruto transformed. The tomo of the Sharingan began to spin wildly, and to Naruto, Orochimaru's movements appeared to slow considerably. This was the Sharingan's extraordinary perceptive ability, enabling Naruto to receive information more acutely and prompt his brain to react swiftly. Meanwhile, the Byakugan allowed him to see Orochimaru's chakra, confirming its undeniable status as that of a shadow-level ninja, alongside the various chakra points on Orochimaru's body. Regrettably, Naruto had not learned the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, but that was of little concern. It was sufficient for his needs. Amidst Orochimaru's astonished gaze, Naruto and Orochimaru engaged in a frenetic exchange of blows. Initially, Orochimaru approached the sparring session with a playful demeanor, intending to withdraw should Naruto struggle. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Should he be pushed too far, even 10 sound village ninjas would not suffice to contain his wrath. This was a village Orochimaru had painstakingly established, to which he held some attachment. However, as the battle progressed, Orochimaru began to sense that Naruto could see through his techniques. The moment Orochimaru initiated a movement, Naruto could swiftly replicate it. Were it not for the normal coloration of Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru might have doubted whether he was confronting a hidden prodigy from one of the great clans scattered throughout the ninja world. Despite the ordinary appearance of Naruto's eyes, they seemed to possess the capabilities of both the Sharingan and Byakugan. In the subsequent moments, Naruto's growth trajectory surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. Initially, Orochimaru could leverage his advantage to suppress Naruto. Yet, gradually, Naruto became accustomed to Orochimaru's offensive patterns. The instant Orochimaru made any gesture, Naruto would react instantaneously. Truly, he was a man capable of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, with a reaction speed that was astonishingly rapid. Orochimaru, are you satisfied with my strength? Naruto quipped while evading Orochimaru's attacks. Orochimaru could discern the mockery in Naruto's tone, and irritation washed over him. Since Naruto had spoken so boldly, he resolved to be less courteous. Instantly, Orochimaru intensified his assault, his movements becoming swifter and more ferocious. In a flash, he appeared before Naruto, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Naruto's face, the force of which carried a tremendous wind pressure, seemingly intent on shattering Naruto's skull. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Naruto's eyes. Instead of opting for evasion, he met the strike head-on with a punch of his own. His fist traced a graceful arc through the air, colliding forcefully with Orochimaru's own. A thunderous roar erupted as their fists met, unleashing a powerful shockwave that twisted the surrounding air. Both Naruto and Orochimaru were jolted backward by the force, their bodies leaving fleeting afterimages before they regained their footing on the ground. Orochimaru gazed at Naruto, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Naruto possessed such formidable strength, capable of withstanding him in direct confrontation. It was worth noting that Naruto was merely 6 years old at this time, his body still in the throes of development, with immense potential for growth. The future indeed held great promise. He had initially believed that Naruto was solely adept in ninjutsu and speed, but was astonished to discover his prowess in taijutsu as well. Once he steadied himself, Naruto smiled slightly and remarked, "Orochimaru-sama, what do you think of my strength? Are you satisfied?" His tone carried a hint of provocation, as if challenging Orochimaru's authority. In truth, he was merely performing, not exerting his full strength, giving the impression of having achieved parity with Orochimaru. If the fight were to continue, Orochimaru might very well find himself in a precarious position. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a flicker of anger stirred within Orochimaru. He had always been a formidable figure in the ninja world, with no one daring to provoke him in such a manner. However, he also recognized that Naruto's power was indeed worthy of respect. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he replied, "Naruto, your strength does indeed surprise me. Yet, it is still insufficient. I require a glimpse of your true capabilities before I can consider any collaboration. Tell me, do you truly comprehend the power that resides within you?" Chapter 70, Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon. Naruto's face illuminated with an intriguing smile at Orochimaru's words. "What, may I ask? Does Orochimaru-sama wish to know about the powers I have mastered?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Naruto had harnessed numerous abilities beyond just the power of the Nine Tails? He licked his lips, saying, the stronger and more diverse your displayed abilities, the greater the likelihood of our collaboration. I trust you understand this principle, Naruto. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto's exhibited strength had already exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, prompting a slight softening in Orochimaru's tone. I am well aware, Orochimaru-sama, that if you wish to witness my prowess, you should brace yourself. Otherwise, should your jaw drop, I shall not be responsible for retrieving it. Naruto, sensing the subtle shift in Orochimaru's demeanor, jested lightly to bridge the gap between them. Oh, then I shall eagerly await your demonstration, hoping for more surprises. Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. Naruto had much to reveal, contemplating which abilities to showcase first. Naruto decided to present them one by one, reserving the most powerful for last. Now, prepare yourself, Orochimaru-sama, he declared, extending his hand as chakra began to gather rapidly. Observing Naruto's actions, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of reminiscence as he murmured, inaudible to anyone but himself, "Is it that technique? How nostalgic." The chakra in Naruto's hand coalesced into a rapidly spinning blue sphere. Orochimaru watched with keen interest, exclaiming, "It is indeed the Rasengan. No wonder you are the child of that man." In his enigmatic state, Orochimaru remained intrigued. Thankfully, Naruto was well versed in the entire narrative. Had he been the naive Naruto from the original story, he would only have sought to uncover the truth about his parents. Now, let me test the might of your technique. Orochimaru quickly performed hand seals, expending a portion of his chakra. Summoning technique. Rashomon. Unlike the triple Rashomon used in the original tale, this Rashomon was merely a means for Orochimaru to gauge the power of Naruto's Rasengan. He sought to ascertain the strength of Naruto's technique and whether he had grasped its essence. Naruto, observing Orochimaru summon a Rashomon, felt a spark of interest. In the original narrative, this technique boasted commendable defensive capabilities when the power scale was balanced. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of his Rasengan. The compact Rasengan met the Rashomon head-on, resulting in a fierce collision. The high-speed rotation of the Rasengan left a spherical imprint on the Rashomon. Oh, is this all the power you possess? It seems rather wanting. Orochimaru was not mocking Naruto, for he had witnessed the original creator of this jutsu, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose Rasengan was indeed more powerful. Furthermore, Minato had entrusted the technique to his own master, Jiraiya, after developing it. Jiraiya's Rasengan was formidable, rivaling Minato's. Yet when compared to them, Naruto's Rasengan appeared somewhat lacking. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto did not feel angered. He understood that he had not infused much chakra into his technique. Thus its power was naturally diminished. Since Orochimaru had made this observation, it was time for him to reveal some true skills. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru-sama, prepare to witness this technique. Seeing that Naruto remained composed and confident, Orochimaru grew curious about what else Naruto had concealed. Naruto extended a hand once more, chakra swirling rapidly in his palm. Orochimaru recognized the gesture, realizing Naruto was once again forming a Rasengan. Could it be that by infusing a bit more chakra, he could amplify its power exponentially? Though Orochimaru held a degree of skepticism, having never learned the Rasengan due to its incongruity with his combat style, he was aware of his own aptitude for learning, particularly as a master of forbidden techniques. Indeed, Orochimaru's intuition was correct. Naruto began to channel a significant amount of chakra into the Rasengan, causing its size to swell dramatically. This is the Big Ball Rasengan, an A-rank enhancement of the original Rasengan, which in the original narrative, Naruto could only utilize after borrowing the chakra of the Nine Tails. The technique's essence lay in dramatically increasing the chakra capacity, compressing it into high density from a distance, and unleashing its full power upon impact, resulting in astonishing destructive force. However, the chakra consumption required for this was exceptionally high. Only someone with nearly limitless chakra, like Naruto with the Nine Tails, could master such a technique. The impact generated by the high-density chakra of the Nine Tails formed Big Ball Rasengan could rival that of a small meteor strike. However, the current Naruto was not the same as the one from the original story. Through sheer training, he had already amassed chakra levels comparable to a Kage, surpassing the strength of many, including Kakashi. Naturally, he possessed the chakra required to execute the Big Ball Rasengan. Oh, is this the Big Ball Rasengan? Naruto, your chakra reserves are astonishing. Moreover, it appears you are not relying on that entity's power. Even Orochimaru could not suppress his astonishment. He had witnessed this technique before, as Jiraiya had used it, and he understood that its effectiveness hinged primarily on the amount of chakra utilized. Even Jiraiya could not employ it repeatedly without considerable strain. For Naruto, at such a tender age, To possess such a vast reservoir of chakra was truly miraculous. Moreover, Naruto's gaze was remarkably clear, exuding an air of normalcy, devoid of any signs of madness, and lacking the ominous aura characteristic of the Nine-Tails chakra. Thus, it was evident that Naruto's chakra was entirely his own. Orochimaru, who had previously encountered the Uzumaki clan's experimental subjects, recognized their reputation for vitality and abundant chakra. However, it was unfathomable that a mere 6-year-old child could possess chakra levels rivaling that of a Hokage. Naruto, you pique my interest. Let us see the potency of your technique. Orochimaru said, his excitement mounting as he anticipated whether Naruto's prowess could match that of Jiraiya. Naruto had employed this technique numerous times, as it was the hallmark ninjutsu that permeated the narrative of Naruto. This technique, the Rasengan, transcended generations. Though the user may pass on, the Rasengan persists. The potency of the Rasengan is intrinsically linked to its size. In other words, the larger the Rasengan, the greater its destructive capability. Now prepare to taste my might. Super Rasengan, Naruto proclaimed, raising the Super Rasengan and pressing it against the previously summoned Rashomon. This time, the situation was entirely different. Naruto infused a substantial amount of chakra into the technique, resulting in a power far exceeding that of the earlier Rasengan. There exists a distinction even among Rasengans. The Super Rasengan effortlessly tore through the defenses of the Rashomon, breaking through with ease. Observing this, Orochimaru wasted no time in dispelling the Rashomon summoning technique. Subsequently, he formed a multitude of intricate hand seals, channeling a significant amount of chakra. What was this? The Triple Rashomon summoning technique. The Triple Rashomon was an advancement of the first Hokage's 5 Rashomon, a formidable defensive barrier summoned to absorb all assaults, opening its gaping maw without restraint. Summoning 3 of these Rashomon simultaneously represented Orochimaru's ultimate physical defense technique. The first gate would absorb the full brunt of incoming attacks, the second would diminish their potency, and the third would disperse the pressure of the assault. With the distinctive functionalities of these 3 gates, any attack reaching the practitioner was significantly weakened. Summoning a single Rashomon required a vast reservoir of chakra, yet Orochimaru astonishingly managed to summon 3 simultaneously. Since the first Hokage, only Orochimaru and Konoha had the capability to execute such an unparalleled defensive ninjutsu. The gates of hell summoned forth, mockingly deflected the attacks with ease, leaving the prey chosen by Orochimaru enveloped in profound despair. Had Danzo mastered this technique, he would not have been reduced to using kunai to pierce Susanoo. Alas, he did not possess such knowledge. Naruto, brandishing the Super Rasengan, charged towards the Triple Rashomon just summoned by Orochimaru. Against the first gate, Naruto exerted some effort. Yet after infusing additional chakra, he managed to break through rather effortlessly. However, upon confronting the second gate, he sensed that the power of his Super Rasengan had been substantially absorbed. Naturally, Naruto chose not to force a confrontation, understanding that one must take things step by step. Thus, he refrained from insisting that this technique could breach Orochimaru's Rashomon. As the chakra of the Super Rasengan gradually dissipated, a prominent imprint was left on the second Rashomon, though he remained just shy of breaching it. Having overcome the first gate and nearly breaching the second, Naruto's Super Rasengan proved to be quite formidable. Orochimaru acknowledged Naruto's prowess, remarking that, irrespective of age, Naruto had already achieved an impressive level. Considering his youth, Orochimaru could only be further astonished. Could the genes of Minato and Kushina truly be that robust, capable of yielding such a powerful Naruto? Orochimaru contemplated the prospect of utilizing the genes of Minato and Kushina to cultivate a new embryo. Thankfully, he refrained from voicing this thought, lest Naruto truly unleash his wrath. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, had he uttered the fleeting thought that crossed his mind, Naruto would have summoned all his strength to ensure Orochimaru's life was surrendered here. As for the next life, that remained uncertain. Chapter 71, The Flying Thunder God Technique. It seems Lord Orochimaru is somewhat satisfied? Naruto inquired, not in haste to reveal his next trump card. Indeed, Naruto, at your age, you are capable of effortlessly overpowering a certain old friend of mine. Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. Naruto understood precisely who Orochimaru referred to, none other than his dear friend Jiraiya. Strangely, in his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited commendable character, resulting in the emergence of 3 legendary Sannin, albeit with their own vices of gambling, drugs, and debauchery. Yet, despite certain flaws, these 3 students garnered a generally favorable evaluation. Jiraiya, despite his lecherous tendencies, excelled in many respects. Though initially somewhat foolish and a late bloomer, He ultimately caught up through sheer determination and luck. Tsunade, too, required no introduction. Aside from inheriting the gambling nature of the Senju clan, her medical ninjutsu was unparalleled, having aided Konoha through numerous crises, all while not merely serving as a caretaker. Her own formidable combat prowess earned her the moniker of legendary succor. As for Orochimaru, he was a true genius, the master of forbidden techniques in the new generation of Konoha. He learned every forbidden jutsu he could, regardless of whether he would have the opportunity to utilize them. Among the trio, Orochimaru was arguably the most influential figure. Notably, within the world of Naruto, he could be considered a scientist. His quest for immortality, while challenging, was not beyond reach, especially with his groundbreaking research in genetics. Through his own efforts, he had made considerable progress in a field with scant prior foundation. What Orochimaru lacked was not technique, but rather a comprehensive understanding of the world. While Naruto possessed profound insights into the essence of this realm, should Naruto manage to recruit Orochimaru under his banner, it could potentially alter the very landscape of the ninja world. Technology revitalizes nations. Technology is the primary productive force that is most agreeable. Gaining the attention of Lord Orochimaru is a feat in itself. Naruto continued. So, Naruto, you have now earned my acknowledgement. However, do you have any hidden abilities yet to be revealed? I am eager to see what you conceal, Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. He was willing to wager that, based on Naruto's unperturbed demeanor and lack of flushed cheeks, he undoubtedly harbored additional trump cards, such as the special kunai used for the Flying Thunder God technique. That kunai was distinctly shaped, unlike any ordinary kunai. Coupled with Naruto's background, it was hard not to draw parallels to the ninja renowned for his speed. The yellow flash of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto, fully aware of Orochimaru's implications, decided to reveal a glimpse of his capabilities. In that case, I can demonstrate some of my abilities, but I hope, Orochimaru, you will consider joining my ranks to serve my interests. Naruto's tone shifted, becoming less courteous and more assertive, leaving Orochimaru momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Naruto's audacity in attempting to recruit him, setting aside the question of whether Naruto possessed the requisite strength. If I were to serve under Naruto, whose father, Minato Namikaze, is a dear friend of mine and a disciple of Jiraiya, my status would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. If Jiraiya were to find out about this, he would surely have a good laugh at my expense. No, such a scenario must never come to pass. In the depths of his heart, Orochimaru silently vowed to himself, no matter what, he would not become Naruto's subordinate. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to resurrect, there would be no way for Orochimaru to submit. Irritated, Orochimaru remarked, well, we shall see just how formidable you are, Naruto. It is important to understand that mere talent is insufficient. What you truly require is time to cultivate that talent into something tangible. Indeed, Orochimaru's words held merit. Konoha, as a village renowned for producing prodigies, is precisely why it boasts such formidable combat prowess. On one hand, there is an abundance of geniuses. On the other, most of Konoha's talents have matured into elite forces. In contrast, while other ninja villages also possess their share of geniuses, many often meet their demise in battle. And some may even fall victim to Konoha's own shinobi. What a stroke of bad luck that would be. It seems that as long as I possess strength, Orochimaru, you would be willing to serve under me, would you not? Naruto could easily discern the implications behind Orochimaru's words. Yet, Orochimaru found it hard to believe that Naruto, at merely 6 years of age, could possess such formidable power. After all, attaining the level of a Hokage requires not just chakra, but proficiency in all aspects of combat. Just as Orochimaru, famed for his ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, is also adept in taijutsu, albeit less renowned in that field. One may choose to bypass certain skills, but one cannot afford to be ignorant of them. Of course, should your prowess prove convincing, I might consider serving under you, Orochimaru hissed, his tone rife with skepticism. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of determination. It was time to showcase his abilities. Ding. The system has issued a quest. Please subdue Orochimaru as a subordinate. Quest reward, random. After a prolonged silence, the system returned with a boon. Subduing Orochimaru was already a goal of Naruto's, and the system unexpectedly offered a reward. How could he refuse? With a hint of tears, Naruto accepted the challenge. From the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto retrieved several specially crafted kunai. You must be familiar with these, Orochimaru, he said. Orochimaru recognized the kunai, a hallmark of Minato's signature technique. But how did Naruto come to know of it? Unlike Jiraiya, who roamed the world for resources, Orochimaru was unaware of Naruto's circumstances within the village. Each time he inquired about the third Hokage, he was definitely misled by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, given Jiraiya's connection to Minato, he would have at least ensured Naruto's upbringing. This bond among Hokages far surpasses the typical teacher-student relationship. Orochimaru knew full well that Naruto's life in the village was less favorable than that of an ordinary orphan. This was all orchestrated by Danzo, with the tacit approval of his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Logically, Naruto should not have had access to the Flying Thunder God technique, unless Minato had left behind some hidden means. Considering that Kushina Uzumaki hailed from the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques, it would not be unreasonable to think she possessed a method to seal away certain memories. Nonetheless, this was the Flying Thunder God Kunai, the most celebrated technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Could it be that Naruto had already learned this technique? Orochimaru inquired, a hint of astonishment creeping into his voice. This technique was markedly different from the earlier Rasengan. It was indeed powerful, even piquing Orochimaru's interest. However, mastery of space-time ninjutsu heavily relies on innate talent. Orochimaru had previously dedicated time to studying the Flying Thunder God technique, but ultimately made no progress. In contrast, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato, effortlessly grasped the essence of space-time ninjutsu, ultimately mastering the formidable Flying Thunder God technique after extensive training. This prowess allowed him to establish his reputation on the battlefield and ultimately ascend to the role of Hokage. Given that Naruto is Minato's son, it is entirely plausible that he inherited his father's talent for space-time ninjutsu. Yet, he is merely 6 years old. A 6-year-old capable of wielding the Flying Thunder God technique along with the Rasengan? Once he matures, he will be the enhanced version of Minato. This exemplifies the true legacy of a father passed down to his son. Rather than respond verbally, Naruto opted for action. After all, actions often speak louder than words and are far more persuasive. Simultaneously, Naruto launched several Flying Thunder God Kunai, capturing Orochimaru's undivided attention. In the next instant, Naruto's figure vanished from sight with such speed that Orochimaru could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. In a heartbeat, Naruto reappeared beside one of the kunai. Witnessing this display, Orochimaru's astonishment intensified. Incredible. You truly mastered it. You are a genuine genius, Naruto. Even Orochimaru could not deny that in the realm of space-time ninjutsu, Naruto's talent surpassed his own. At just 6 years of age, Naruto had managed to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. It was as if fate had bestowed upon him a bountiful gift. The notion that one could be so gifted was enough to evoke envy even in Orochimaru, who had long been deemed a genius. Were it not for the existence of the tailed beast within Naruto, Orochimaru might have even contemplated implanting a curse mark and seizing control of Naruto's body. However, the tailed beasts are notoriously temperamental. Although the relationship between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast is often strained, they would never allow an unknown entity to intrude upon their host. Indeed, this is the Flying Thunder God technique. My father, Minato Namikaze's most renowned jutsu, Naruto boldly admitted, leaving Orochimaru's mind momentarily in disarray. You know? Of course. How could I not? Naruto replied with a slight smile, his tone imbued with confidence and nonchalance. Though I have been isolated by the villagers since childhood, I have long been aware of my parents' identities. While I have kept this knowledge to myself, do not mistake me for a fool who knows nothing. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Naruto's candid acknowledgement of this fact. According to his assumptions, Naruto should have remained oblivious to his parentage, especially since Hiruzen and Danzo had made concerted efforts to keep this information hidden. Orochimaru could surmise their motivations. First, because Kushina Uzumaki was the last scion of the Uzumaki clan and the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who had left a considerable inheritance for her, and second, because they sought to keep Naruto firmly under their control, manipulating the ignorant villagers to unleash their malice upon him. In turn, they would present themselves as benevolent figures, making it easier to win Naruto's favor and ultimately brainwash him into becoming Konoha's most formidable weapon. This was also the reason behind changing Naruto's surname. Otherwise, he should have been known as Naruto Namikaze. Yet, the attempt to conceal his identity proved to be a lonely endeavor. The distinction between the surnames of Uzumaki and Namikaze holds little significance regarding Naruto's identity. The Namikaze surname is already rare, and the Uzumaki clan has been obliterated. Thus, any discerning individual can easily deduce that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Moreover, it is highly probable that he is the offspring of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. Any attempt to conceal his identity would only serve to deceive the ignorant villagers. Nevertheless, Naruto displays an air of calmness that compels Orochimaru to reassess this child before him. What experiences could have led him to exhibit such composure in the face of human malice? How did you come to know? Orochimaru's voice carries a hint of urgency. His curiosity piqued about how Naruto discerned the truth of his lineage. Several hypotheses swirl in his mind. He is eager to discover which one holds true. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi divulge this information? Did Naruto uncover it through some means? Did the Nine Tails within him inform him? Or did the seal within him conceal Minato and Kushina's legacy? It's quite simple, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Although I lacked parental care, there were still those in the village who cared for me, such as Kakashi-sensei. Moreover, I have tirelessly sought answers, for I cannot remain in ignorance forever. I had my suspicions, but it was only when I encountered the Nine Tails within me that my assumptions were substantiated. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, realizing that his previous assessment of Naruto might have been somewhat superficial. This child was far from the simplistic figure he had envisioned. Naruto possessed not only remarkable talent, but also an extraordinary level of composure and wisdom. Such gifts, combined with his fortitude, left even Orochimaru hard-pressed to find fault. You have encountered the Nine Tails? Orochimaru began to inquire. Indeed, it was a mere coincidence. While I was sleeping at home, I awoke to find myself in a sewer. There, I discovered a seal, and behind it lay a colossal fox. Suddenly, everything made sense. That is why the villagers referred to me as a demon fox. It turned out I truly harbored a fox within me. Encouraged by this fox, I gradually approached the seal, entering a state of hypnosis. Just as I was about to tear it open, a warm figure appeared before me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru's imagination began to fill in the narrative, urging Naruto to continue. This Minato Namikaze claimed to be my father. At first, I was skeptical, but in time, I came to accept the truth. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is indeed my father, and I am the son of Konoha's hero. My mother is the last scion of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto recounted how he had lamented many of Konoha's issues to his father, who, upon learning of the situation, felt his faith shatter. Hearing this, Orochimaru confirmed that Naruto's account must indeed reflect the truth. Not only Minato, but anyone else in his position would likely experience a similar breakdown. He had sacrificed everything alongside his wife to protect the village, only to see his child faring worse than an anonymous orphan. My father expressed his disdain for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, cautioning me to steer clear of him and not to be deceived by his actions. My mother soon appeared as well, and the three of us reunited within the confines of my seal. From that moment, my father, Minato Namikaze, imparted to me the techniques of the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan. Recalling the memories etched in his mind, Naruto dedicated significant time to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. In essence, deception is merely a blend of truth and falsehood. As long as the narratives remain consistent, they appear entirely reasonable. What are your thoughts on your parents? Orochimaru inquired tentatively, eager to gauge whether Naruto truly possessed the maturity he portrayed. My father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, a hero of Konoha. My mother is Kushina Uzumaki, a prodigious ninja from the Uzumaki clan. They are both extraordinary individuals, and I take immense pride in them. A glimmer of conviction flickered in Naruto's eyes. Though I never had the opportunity to live with them, I am certain they loved me dearly. They sacrificed their lives to protect the village and shield me. It is merely tragic that they could not foresee how Konoha would treat me. Their trust was ultimately misplaced. Orochimaru nodded, sensing the sincerity in Naruto's words. Despite his youth, this child exhibited a level of maturity and resilience that transcended his years. Orochimaru began to re-evaluate Naruto's worth. This child possessed the potential to become Hokage. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down, Naruto would likely have the opportunity to ascend to such heights. Collaborating with Naruto could facilitate Orochimaru's pursuit of rare materials. For someone who had already become a Hokage, such endeavors would be but a mere flick of the fingers. Do you genuinely wish for me to become your subordinate? Orochimaru asked once more, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yes, I hope you will join me. Naruto regarded Orochimaru earnestly, his voice imbued with a hint of persuasion. I recognize your genius. Your research and abilities hold immense value for the shinobi world. However, the path you currently tread has strayed from its rightful course. I implore you to join me in harnessing your capabilities to forge a better shinobi world. As for your research goals, I can offer you more intriguing and beneficial pursuits. I hope you will contemplate this. Your scientific aptitude is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of talents in the shinobi realm, which is precisely why I seek to recruit you. I hope you will not squander your gifts, but instead apply them where they are most fitting. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated Naruto would articulate such sentiments. He had long pursued immortality, attempting to realize his ambitions through various forbidden techniques. Yet, Naruto's words prompted him to reflect on his actions. After all, had he truly wasted his talents on such pursuits? Do you believe I can change? Orochimaru's voice bore a hint of bitterness. I have traveled too far down this path. Turning back is no easy feat. I cannot do it. Nor can you. Anything is possible if you are willing, Naruto replied with a gentle smile. I believe in you. Uncle Snake, you are a genius. Your abilities should not be squandered on hazardous forbidden arts. You can utilize your intellect and skills to explore even more formidable subjects, such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, various bloodline limits, and even the cells of Hashirama Senju, as well as the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru fell silent, gazing at Naruto, a complex array of emotions surging within him. He had considered these studies, but found the materials challenging to procure. In Konoha, even with his status, acquiring such materials would present significant difficulties. Indeed, I have contemplated these areas of research, but the materials for such experiments are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even I cannot gather them all. Orochimaru lamented. If I could acquire ample resources, there would be little in the shinobi world capable of thwarting me. Regarding research matters, why not become my subordinate? I will provide you with some experimental materials. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall lift the bounty on your head, allowing you to change your name and live freely. Upon returning to the village of Konoha, I shall establish a dedicated research facility for you, where you can fully cultivate your talents and devise more useful ninjutsu and inventions for the ninja world. Naruto's words were imbued with profound sincerity. Even Orochimaru found it somewhat overwhelming. Orochimaru could never have anticipated that someone would place such unwavering trust in him, even willing to guide him towards a new path. Do you truly believe I can achieve this? Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly. Of course, I have faith in you, Naruto asserted resolutely. Uncle Snake, you are an undeniable genius. As long as you are willing, there is nothing you cannot accomplish. A flicker of emotion stirred within Orochimaru, prompting him to earnestly contemplate Naruto's words. Perhaps he could indeed explore a new avenue. If Naruto could fulfill all he promised, then he might abandon his relentless pursuit of immortality and instead focus on researching the very essence of abilities that had long troubled him. Very well, I am willing to give it a try, if you can truly achieve all that you claim. Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice laced with determination. Really? A look of delight illuminated Naruto's face. That's wonderful, Uncle Snake. I am confident that the rewards I will bring you in the future will not disappoint. Naruto's visage radiated with unwavering confidence. However, I have one condition. Orochimaru's words trailed off, yet his willingness indicated he had already entertained such thoughts. Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied, Uncle Snake, if you say I can do it, I will certainly strive to do so. Defeat me head-on. I, Orochimaru, will not be a subordinate to the weak. Orochimaru harbored a sense of pride within himself. Chapter 73, The Tailed Beast Cloak. He merely required Naruto to best him. If Naruto's strength surpassed his own, and he understood him so well, what harm would it be to serve under him? Yet, Naruto was still so young. Defeating him would be quite a challenge. A smile began to curve Naruto's lips. What was this? Orochimaru had voluntarily proposed the challenge before he even mentioned it himself. Was this an attempt to intimidate him, or perhaps a test of his true strength? No problem, Uncle Snake. Let us proceed. Naruto readily agreed. It was time to unveil his true techniques. Orochimaru, intrigued, felt that Naruto was concealing something formidable, something that had emboldened him to approach him. Beyond the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, had Minato left him nothing else of significance? That remained uncertain. Now, Naruto, unleash your full potential. Show me what you have concealed. Remembering Orochimaru's haughty demeanor, one could argue ignorance is bliss. Let us discern who the true jester is. As Naruto's thoughts shifted, he found himself within the depths of his consciousness. He beheld the Nine Tails lying down and offered a gentle smile, saying, Kurama, it is time to give Orochimaru outside a little shock. Upon hearing this, Kurama's interest was piqued, and he sprang up from his resting position, his tail wagging excitedly. It's happening. I've been waiting for this. Is it that? It must be. Yes, it's that. We'll showcase it soon. Kurama's verbal faculties momentarily faltered in his excitement. Naruto nodded slightly and inquired, Are you ready? How far can we push our first tailed beast transformation together? Naruto was equally curious. Departing from Kurama's consciousness, he turned to Orochimaru with a smile, stating, Uncle Snake, are you prepared? I'm coming. Orochimaru licked his lips and replied, Come forth, Naruto. Show me your strength. Naruto silently implored. Grant me your power, Kurama. Of course, Naruto. This is our first collaboration. Let me see what you can achieve. Kurama began to transmit chakra to Naruto. Initially, it manifested as a half-tailed beast transformation. In the original narrative, this state occurs when emotions are heightened, causing the seal to weaken and allowing the tailed beast to transfer its chakra imbued with hatred to the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki's pupils would alter, and their injuries would mend, enhancing their abilities under such circumstances. If the Jinchuriki's emotions became increasingly unstable, the seal would further weaken. However, should their emotions stabilize, the seal would restore, and the chakra would lose its hateful essence. Under Kurama's control, Naruto emanated a red chakra, tailed beast cloak, yet devoid of any hatred, exerting no influence over Naruto's consciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Orochimaru became exhilarated. Indeed, Naruto, you have begun to master the power of the nine tails within you, and it appears that its chakra has minimal influence on you, essentially no side effects. Naruto smiled slightly and remarked, "Yes, Uncle Snake, watch closely. This is not my limit." Subsequently, Kurama comprehended Naruto's intentions and channeled an increased volume of chakra to him. As the nine tails chakra surged forth, Naruto's body underwent noticeable changes while maintaining his human form. Enveloped in a dark red tailed beast chakra, his tailed beast cloak now possessed the capability to unleash tailed beast bombs. In the original tale, Naruto exhibited 4 tails during his battle with Orochimaru and 6, or even 8 during his confrontation with Pain. Now, Naruto was capable of achieving the nine-tails state. With 9 tails sprouting from behind him, Naruto felt a surge of power coursing through him. This was the 9 tails charge, entirely free of any adverse effects. Although the chakra was dark red, Kurama did not harbor any feelings of hatred. They had completely lifted the seal and established a truly equal relationship. Uncle Snake, are you ready? Here I come. Naruto intended to test the combat prowess of this state. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He could sense the powerful chakra emanating from Naruto. This strength was unlike any pure-tailed beast chakra he had ever encountered. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Come forth, Naruto. Show me your full might. Naruto inhaled deeply, feeling the flow of the 9 tails chakra within him. This power bestowed upon him immense confidence, as if there was nothing beyond his capabilities. He formed hand seals, instantly condensing chakra into his palms, shaping it into a colossal red Rasengan. This was his first use of the Rasengan in a tailed beast transformation, and he felt this strength surpassing any he had experienced before. Rasengan! Naruto shouted, launching the Rasengan towards Orochimaru. The Rasengan carved a brilliant arc through the air, propelled by formidable rotational and impact forces, hurtling directly towards Orochimaru. Surprise flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He had not anticipated that Naruto could utilize the Rasengan in this state. Reacting swiftly, he formed hand seals and murmured, "Ninjutsu, shadow snake hands." With his utterance, several massive snake illusions erupted from his shadow, lunging at the Rasengan. Yet, the Rasengan's power surpassed his expectations. Upon collision, the snake illusions were instantly torn apart, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. The residual force of the Rasengan remained undiminished as it continued its trajectory toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. He realized he had underestimated Naruto's strength. He swiftly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals once more, summoning technique. As he completed his seals, a colossal white serpent erupted from the ground, positioning itself before him. This must be the summoning beast of the Dragon Cave. The Rasengan collided with the white serpent, emitting a tremendous explosion. The serpent was sent soaring by the force of the Rasengan, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. Orochimaru was also jolted back several steps by the shockwave of the explosion. Such formidable power. A flicker of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's face as he gazed at Naruto, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child could wield such immense strength. Naruto offered a slight smile, feeling the significant enhancement bestowed by the 9 tails chakra. He knew this was not yet his limit. He resolved to push further, aiming to showcase an even greater power. Uncle Snake, this is merely the beginning. Naruto formed his hand seals once again, gathering more 9 tails chakra around him. His body gradually became enveloped in a dark crimson chakra, its hue deepening, while 9 enormous tails swayed behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura. Is this partial complete tailed beast transformation? A glimmer of shock flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He had never imagined that Naruto could master the power of the 9 tails at such a young age. Even after years in the ninja world, He had never heard of a Jinchuriki who could achieve such perfect partial tail beast transformation at Naruto's age. Moreover, it seemed he was unfazed by any emotional influence, truly harnessing the chakra of the tailed beast for his own use. Taking a deep breath, Naruto emanated a powerful chakra fluctuation. His eyes transformed into the red eyes of the nine tails, glinting with a fierce light. He thrust both hands forward, instantly condensing chakra in his palms to form two enormous Super Razengans. Super Rasengan! Naruto roared, lifting the two massive spheres in his hands and charging towards Orochimaru. Sensing the terrifying momentum radiating from Naruto, a grave expression crossed Orochimaru's face as he recognized the dreadfulness of this power. He quickly reacted, forming hand seals, ninja art, twin snake writhing. As he recited the incantation, two gigantic serpentine shadows surged forth from his own shadow, intertwining to create a formidable defensive barrier. However, the power of the Super Rasengan exceeded his expectations. It effortlessly tore through his twin snake writhing. In that case, let us see how you handle this. Orochimaru rapidly formed hand seals. Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon. Chapter 74, Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. As the Triple Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru rose with a thunderous crash, the enormous black gates emanated an ancient and heavy aura, as if to engulf the entire world within. The grotesque human face reliefs on the gates appeared increasingly sinister and terrifying under the reflection of Naruto's dark crimson chakra. The red glow in Naruto's eyes intensified, and the Nine Tails chakra surrounding him surged like a raging blaze, continuously roiling and pulsating. He fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and declared, "Uncle Snake, this Triple Rashomon may be your prideful defensive technique, but today, it shall not hinder me." Naruto was acutely aware of his extraordinary attributes, which positioned him among the elite of the shinobi world, even within the ranks of Kage, and this was not even his full strength. Orochimaru crossed his hands over his chest, licking his lips, a fervent light flickering in his eyes as he replied, "Naruto, do not be too conceited. While I concede that your ability to maintain clarity in partial tail beast transformation is indeed impressive, this Triple Rashomon is not so easily breached. It has withstood countless powerful assaults. Do not underestimate its defensive capabilities. If it were the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's 5 Rashomon, I might struggle to overcome it. But I believe I can surpass your Triple Rashomon." Naruto continued to counter Orochimaru's words, taking a deep breath as the Nine Tails chakra surged within him, flooding into his arms like a raging torrent. The two Super Razengans in his hands gleamed ever brighter, the dark crimson chakra swirling within them at a rapid pace, emitting a piercing whistle, resembling two miniature black holes brimming with boundless energy. "Take this, Rasengan!" Naruto shouted, charging towards the Triple Rashomon like a bolt of red lightning. His speed was astonishing, leaving afterimages in the air as the winds he generated swept the sand and rocks beneath him, creating a tempest of debris. This was a scene only achievable at extraordinary speeds, a feat accomplished purely through Naruto's physical prowess, truly terrifying. As Naruto's Super Rasengan made contact with the first Rashomon gate, the entire world seemed to freeze. In the next moment, a cataclysmic force erupted, the resounding roar seeming to rend the surrounding air asunder. This sound was far louder than the original Chidori before Kakashi's modifications. The first Rashomon gate instantly manifested countless fissures under the onslaught of this terrifying force, resembling a glass pane shattered by a hammer, before exploding into a multitude of black shards that scattered in all directions. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's gaze, quickly replaced by exhilaration. He watched Naruto, murmuring to himself, "Interesting, the first Rashomon was breached so easily? When I used the ordinary Rasengan, it wasn't so effortless. Is it due to the peculiar nature of the Nine Tails chakra? I never imagined this child possessed such formidable strength, but this is still far from enough." Undeterred by the shattering of the first Rashomon, Naruto pressed on with his assault. Using the momentum from the impact, he charged forward, directing the Super Rasengan straight at the second Rashomon gate. The second Rashomon trembled under Naruto's strike, swaying precariously, though it did not shatter like the first. It bore numerous alarming cracks on its surface. Naruto understood the importance of not granting Orochimaru a moment's respite. Only by striking decisively could he swiftly dismantle Orochimaru's Rashomon. He amplified the output of his chakra, which poured forth from his body like an unrestrained deluge. The Nine Tails chakra within him surged like boiling magma, continuously flooding into the Super Rasengan. His nine tails thrashed wildly behind him, each movement generating powerful gusts of wind that uprooted nearby trees. This was a form of partial tail beast transformation with 9 tails, a feat not even seen when he faced Pain. Pain was formidable, yet he had not forced Naruto into a nine-tailed mode back then, although the Naruto of the original story was incapable of wielding such power at that time. But now, with complete trust in Kurama, Naruto could effortlessly achieve this. Here it comes, Naruto bellowed, hurling the Super Rasengan toward the second Rashomon gate. This time, the second Rashomon could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, crashing down in a thunderous collapse. As the massive gate fell, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Orochimaru's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that Naruto would breach two Rashomon gates with such ease. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into the third gate, attempting to bolster its defenses. Observing Orochimaru's actions, Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile. With unwavering assurance, he declared, "Uncle Snake, do you truly believe this will hold me back? Today, I shall demonstrate that nothing can impede my advance." With that, Naruto charged towards the third Rashomon gate once more. At this moment, the dark crimson chakra enveloping him had materialized into a tangible form, with nine tails trailing behind, casting elongated shadows of a deep red hue, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. His aura surged to its zenith, an unstoppable force akin to a battering ram. As Naruto unleashed the colossal tailed beast Rasengan for the third time against the third gate of hell, the very fabric of space appeared to warp under the weight of this power. The third gate emitted a pained groan before shattering entirely. The immense impact from their clash sent Orochimaru hurtling through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Naruto descended slowly, still radiating a powerful chakra wave, yet his gaze remained remarkably serene. Nevertheless, his hands trembled slightly, revealing that he was not as at ease as he appeared. His physical capabilities were still somewhat restrained by his age. Even with a potent bloodline, he could only bear so much strain. Fortunately, the inherent effects of the Nine Tails chakra, coupled with his unique bloodline physique, allowed his recovery rate to far surpass that of an ordinary individual. Thus, in a mere moment, the injuries on his hands caused by the burden were swiftly healed. He regarded the fallen Orochimaru and asked, "Uncle Snake, do you wish to continue?" Orochimaru struggled to rise, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his clothing tattered from the recent onslaught. Yet, his eyes gleamed not with fear or despair, but with excitement and fervor. He looked at Naruto and proclaimed, "Naruto, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Your power surpasses my imagination. However, this is not the end. I still have many techniques left to unveil." Naruto understood that this was far from Orochimaru's full strength. He likely had a plethora of forbidden techniques yet to be employed. However, many of those techniques came with severe repercussions and were not meant for casual use. Setting that aside, the number of forbidden techniques available to Orochimaru was not vast. At their current level of combat, ordinary ninjutsu could no longer easily sway the tide of battle. Only formidable ninjutsu could deliver a decisive blow. With that, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, chanting, "Ninjutsu, eight-headed serpent technique." At his command, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Orochimaru transformed into a colossal serpent, adorned with 8 gigantic heads and tails, each head the size of a room, bearing fangs and claws, seemingly intent on devouring Naruto whole, eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. The eight-headed serpent technique, an S-rank forbidden jutsu wielded by Orochimaru, manifested as a formidable white serpent with 8 heads and tails. This represented Orochimaru's most powerful ninjutsu, an embodiment of his long-standing obsession. Naruto, gazing at the monstrous 8-headed serpent, felt no fear. He inhaled deeply, the chakra of the 9 tails boiling within him once more. "Uncle Snake, this technique is indeed powerful, but I shall not cower. Today, I will defeat you and prove my capability to realize my dreams." With that declaration, Naruto formed hand seals, gathering 9 tails chakra to create a miniature 9 tails shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. 9 tails chakra version. This clone mirrored Naruto perfectly, emanating dark crimson chakra, with 9 tails swirling behind it. "If one of me cannot withstand you, then what of 2, 3, or even hundreds of me? Uncle Snake, let us engage together. Another me, gather," Naruto shouted. The 9 tails chakra shadow clone surged forward like an arrow aimed at the 8-headed serpent. Simultaneously, Naruto himself formed hand seals once more, conjuring 2 colossal tailed beast Rasengans, trailing closely behind the shadow clone as they charged toward the serpent. The 8-headed serpent, noticing Naruto's advance, let out an enraged roar. Its 8 heads simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing torrents of black flames toward Naruto and his 9 tails chakra clone. This was indeed a technique unseen in the original narrative. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as the eight-headed serpent in the original story acted mindlessly, showing no signs of ninjutsu. It was only natural for it to possess some unique abilities. The eight-headed serpent, colossal in size and comparable to a tailed beast, exhibited formidable offensive capabilities, with its 8 heads capable of simultaneous attacks, overwhelming any adversary. More terrifying was the fact that the 8-headed serpent summoned through the 8-headed technique possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, even surpassing Haiden in this regard. Regardless of how it was harmed or how many heads were obliterated, it would not perish and would quickly regenerate, with Orochimaru himself gaining this capability in the process. Orochimaru's lifelong pursuit of immortality culminated in the 8-headed technique, a perfect jutsu that conferred eternal life and immense power, significantly enhancing Orochimaru's prowess. Yet, such an invincible technique was regrettably hampered by the constraints of the narrative crafted by Kishimoto. Despite searching tirelessly for the sword of Totsuka, Orochimaru found it in the hands of Uchiha Itachi, his greatest nemesis. The 8-headed serpent is a creature from Japanese mythology, ultimately slain by Susanoo. Thus, Kishimoto orchestrated Itachi's activation of Susanoo to wield the sword of Totsuka against it. Only the sealing power of the sword of Totsuka could bring about the demise of the 8-headed technique. Consequently, Orochimaru fell victim to narrative inevitability, serving as a mere backdrop to highlight Itachi's prowess. Though dead, he was not entirely extinguished. Chapter 75, Tailed Beast Bomb. Edo Tensei. As Naruto observed the oncoming black flames, he exhibited no inclination to retreat. He thrust his colossal Rasengan forward, the immense spiral consuming the black flames entirely. The Nine-Tails Chakra Shadow Clone matched his fervor, sweeping aside the surrounding black flames with its 9 tails. Under the combined assault from Naruto and his Shadow Clone, the 8-headed serpent's black flame attack was swiftly dismantled. Seizing the moment, Naruto charged toward the 8-headed serpent while his Nine-Tails Chakra Shadow Clone leapt atop the serpent's head, diverting its attention. Colossal Rasengan. Naruto bellowed, forcefully driving the Rasengan into the body of the 8-headed serpent. That familiar and infuriating sensation of propulsion. The Rasengan struck with devastating might. The 8-headed serpent sensed an immense threat as one of its heads swiftly turned toward Naruto, mouth agape, intent on swallowing him whole. Just as the serpent's jaws were about to close in on him, Naruto suddenly vanished from sight. He had employed the Flying Thunder God technique. At the moment he struck the 8-headed serpent, he had simultaneously left a Flying Thunder God mark upon it. Just before being caught, he reappeared behind the serpent. Once more, he gathered a colossal Rasengan and smashed it forcefully against the serpent's tail. Boom! The tail of the 8-headed serpent shattered under Naruto's strike, black blood splattering everywhere. The 8-headed serpent roared in agony, its body writhing violently. Damn you, Naruto! How dare you! Though formidable, the 8-headed serpent, at this juncture, was likely not under Orochimaru's complete control, leading to a certain disorientation. Yet, in the realm of ninja combat, maintaining a clear mind was of utmost importance. My sincerest apologies, Uncle Snake. In this battle, your defeat is inevitable. Taking advantage of the 8-headed serpent's anguished thrashing, the Nine-Tails Chakra Shadow Clone assumed the role of a distant artillery unit. From afar, while Orochimaru was distracted, it began concentrating a massive, mysterious sphere before it, the Tailed Beast Bomb. The Tailed Beast Bomb, an S-rank ninjutsu utilized by Jinchuriki and tailed beasts alike, represented the pinnacle of their capabilities. One of the 2 supreme techniques available to a Jinchuriki, the other being tailed beast transformation. Even the Jinchuriki must undergo a partial tailed beast transformation to wield the S-rank ninjutsu, the Tailed Beast Bomb, which is composed of the blue chakra of the Yang attribute and the purple-black chakra of the Yin attribute. By pushing the transformation of one's chakra to its utmost limit and meticulously mixing it in a ratio of 28, one within their mouth, one can compress it into an ultra-dense sphere, releasing it in a single breath. The ultimate release of the Tailed Beast Bomb possesses the formidable power to effortlessly obliterate mountains. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, developed the Rasengan based on this very principle. What? This is the Tailed Beast Bomb. Upon witnessing Naruto's Shadow Clone begin to gather the Tailed Beast Bomb, Orochimaru's previously lost sense of reason was instantly restored to clarity. The Tailed Beast Bomb emanated a formidable wave of energy, distorting the air around it. Tailed Beast Bomb launch! The Nine-Tails Chakra Shadow Clone shouted, unleashing the Tailed Beast Bomb forcefully towards the body of the Yamato no Orochi. The Orochi attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The tailed beast bomb not only boasted immense power, but also an astonishing speed. This was indeed the ultimate weapon of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb ravaged its form, resulting in a grotesque display of blood and flesh. The Orochi, transformed from Orochimaru, suffered a severe blow. And within its body, Orochimaru's expression turned grim. He realized that this technique could no longer be utilized. Thus, he decisively extricated himself from the remnants of the Yamata no Orochi. Despite the Orochi's grievous injuries, his original form remained relatively unscathed, a testament to the resilience of the Yamata no Orochi. Upon emerging from the Yamata no Orochi, the absence of Orochimaru's chakra support caused the beast to dissipate instantly. Faced with the current state of Naruto, Orochimaru understood that he must employ his final trump card. He formed hand seals and recited incantations. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. As Orochimaru completed the hand seals, a massive coffin abruptly appeared on the ground, inscribed with the character for first. Oh, is this the impure world reincarnation? It merely summons the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? It seemed that Orochimaru still had some restraint. At least he did not resurrect Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto. This is the impure world reincarnation. This technique can summon the souls of deceased ninja back to the living world, reviving them in physical form. The coffin before you contains the first Hokage of Konohagakure, revered as the god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru began to explain the situation to Naruto with a semblance of kindness. Naruto understood that Orochimaru did not genuinely wish to engage in a life-and-death battle. Otherwise, with the various cells at his disposal, summoning an entire dream team would pose no challenge. The impure world reincarnation, also referred to as the dream technique during the Fourth Great Ninja War, resurrects deceased ninja in a manner that fulfills the dreams of those still living. However, the resurrected individuals cannot utilize their former strength, and the bodies of the reincarnated require an extensive amount of time to recover from injuries inflicted by opponents. Exceptions exist, such as Obito, who, as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, released the truth-seeking balls based on yin-yang release. Even a body reincarnated through impure world reincarnation cannot recover from such injuries. Additionally, should one strike the body of a deceased reincarnate with sufficient force, there remains ample time to employ sealing techniques against them. Once the soul of a reincarnated individual is sealed, they cannot be subjected to impure world reincarnation again. Even Orochimaru's resurrection of the fourth Hokage, utilizing the cells of Hashirama and the body of White Zetsu as a vessel, could not manifest his former prowess. As the coffin slowly opened, a familiar yet strange figure emerged. With long black hair and clad in a tight black combat outfit adorned with red layered armor featuring the Senju clan's symbol on the left shoulder. He also wore red, iron wrist guards. It was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Well, is this not a vegetable? It's been so long. Why have you become so sluggish? Hashirama stepped out of the coffin, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. As if the fierce battlefield before him was nothing more than a commonplace scene. He slightly tilted his head, sensing the chakra permeating the air, before fixing his gaze upon Naruto and Orochimaru. Are you Orochimaru? It has been a long time. You have grown so much. I even saw you when you were a child. This body, could it be the impure world reincarnation? I had long advised Tobirama against inventing such a perilous technique. Now look, even I have been summoned to partake in this. Hashirama's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the weight of time, yet it carried a playful quality. Orochimaru, you summoned me here for this battle? Orochimaru bowed slightly, responding, Lord Hashirama, I have called upon you today to witness the strength of this child. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessing extraordinary potential. Hashirama turned his gaze to Naruto, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Oh, so you are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How intriguing. Uzumaki, are you perhaps a descendant of the Mito clan? Child, I ask you, why do you wish to battle Orochimaru? Naruto stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Lord Hashirama, I hope that Uncle Snake can join me in creating a better future for the ninja world. He possesses the talent to do more meaningful things, yet his current path is misguided. I wish to guide him back. Hashirama nodded slightly, a hint of a smile illuminating his face. A child with ambition. However, since I have been summoned, I cannot remain a mere bystander. Orochimaru, what do you wish for me to do? Hashirama, familiar with the characteristics of this ninjutsu due to his brother Tobirama's frequent use of it, understood its mechanics. By embedding a kunai inscribed with a seal into the back of a deceased's head, one could erase their consciousness. leaving the decision of whether to retain their emotional will to the caster. Yet Orochimaru had refrained from doing so, at least out of a semblance of respect for himself. Thus, Hashirama inquired about Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Lord Hashirama, I implore you to battle Naruto. Allow me to witness the true extent of his strength. Upon hearing that Orochimaru merely sought to test Naruto's capabilities, Hashirama found the request quite reasonable. Very well then. Young one, although this body cannot unleash my full potential, you must still exercise caution. I shall show mercy, but do not underestimate me. Hashirama instantly assumed a combat stance. The impending battle about to commence. Naruto activated his partial tail beast transformation, entering a state with 9 tails. Facing Hashirama Senju in his impure world reincarnation state. Chapter 76, 9 Tails Chakra Mode. Although Hashirama had spoken lightly, his movements were anything but sluggish. He launched the first attack, swiftly forming hand seals and chanting. Would release, cutting technique. From his arms sprouted wooden spikes that pierced towards his foe, continuing to branch and grow within the enemy's body in a cruel display of brutality. The quantity of spikes was determined by the user's chakra. Hashirama's cutting technique no longer required reliance on his arms for manifestation. He could conjure wooden spikes from thin air. In an instant, countless sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a multitude of blades, hurtling toward Naruto at lightning speed. These spikes were densely packed, nearly sealing off all of Naruto's escape routes. Goodness, the plant man is employing cutting technique. How fitting for the Naruto mobile game. To launch an assault with such a flurry of spikes, should I react and evade? Wouldn't you simply detonate? Orochimaru excitedly narrated from the sidelines. Naruto. This is the wood release technique of Lord Hashirama. It merges the properties of earth and water, allowing him to manipulate trees at will. The original Hokage relied upon his unparalleled mastery of wood release ninjutsu to quell the turmoil in the land of fire. The technique of grafting is particularly formidable, once struck. It is no trifling matter. You must exercise caution. Orochimaru, with an unmistakable air of admiration, elaborated on Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu to Naruto, while simultaneously advising him to remain vigilant. A flash of crimson light flickered in Naruto's eyes as he faced the onslaught of wooden spikes, exhibiting not an ounce of trepidation. He required no hand seals. His Flying Thunder God technique had already silently marked numerous locations nearby. With a resounding shout, he declared, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, golden radiance enveloped him, and he vanished from his original position. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared behind Senju Hashirama, a massive, dark red Rasengan gathering in his hands. The colossal Rasengan. Naruto bellowed as he hurled it towards Senju Hashirama. However, Hashirama appeared to have anticipated this move, subtly shifting his body to effortlessly evade the lethal blow. In that same motion, he retaliated with a swift elbow strike aimed at Naruto. Man, what can I say? This is the essence of Konoha's taijutsu. The Konoha elbow strike and Konoha stomp, a combo utilized even by shadow-level shinobi. Come and give it a try. Naruto hastily raised his arm in defense, but was still propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Observing this, Orochimaru exclaimed, Truly impressive, Lord Hashirama. Even in the state of Edo Tensei, your reflexes and strength remain astonishing. And Naruto, to respond and counterattack in such a brief span of time. His combat prowess is indeed unparalleled. In that moment, Orochimaru transformed into an on-site reporter, immersing himself in the unprecedented spectacle with a first-person perspective, reveling in the exhilarating experience. This sensation is simply splendid, beyond compare. Naruto steadied himself, the chakra of the 9 tails surging within him, his 9 tails thrashing wildly behind him, stirring up fierce winds. He launched another assault, activating his Sharingan, the tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes, precisely tracking every movement of Senju Hashirama. Under immense pressure, his Sharingan whirled faster, unintentionally evolving into the 2-tomo variant. The power of the Sharingan rendered Naruto's perception of the world far more intricate. Simultaneously, he activated the Byakugan, leveraging its X-ray vision to peer into the flow of Hashirama's chakra, seeking any weaknesses. Hashirama, noting the emergence of 2 familiar auras surrounding Naruto, regarded him with a glimmer of admiration. I did not anticipate that you harbor such peculiar abilities within you. What is this? I cannot perceive it clearly. It bears a hint of Madara's essence. This indeed surprises me. After a brief pause, Hashirama continued, however, relying solely on these abilities will not suffice to defeat me. With that, he formed hand seals, summoning the wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon surged skyward from the ground, its menacing claws poised to strike at Naruto. This technique is one of Hashirama's signature would-release ninjutsu. By channeling chakra into the seeds of trees, he could conjure a magnificent dragon whose binding strength was extraordinarily formidable, capable of restraining even the Nine Tails, causing it to yowl in distress and absorbing its chakra once ensnared. Hashirama had employed this very technique to suppress the Nine Tails' movements. It had evidently left a profound impression on Madara, who had utilized Hashirama's cells to execute this technique during the Fourth Great Ninja War, as if paying homage to Hashirama. It was evident that Hashirama was now taking the battle more seriously. Orochimaru elucidated. This wood dragon technique is an advanced form of Lord Hashirama's would-release ninjutsu, not only immensely powerful but also capable of independent movement. Naruto, you must exercise extreme caution. Naruto comprehended the intricacies of this technique all too well. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the adamantine chains from within, their golden radiance shimmering. He maneuvered the chains, coiling them around the body of the wood dragon like a serpentine creature, striving to halt its advance. Yet, the dragon's might was overwhelming, persistently struggling to break free from the chain's grip. The sealing abilities of the adamantine chains alone were insufficient to restrain Hashirama's wood dragon. With the path of sealing proving ineffective, Naruto resolved to employ alternative strategies. Harnessing the power of the adamantine chains, he leaped onto the dragon's back, sprinting swiftly toward its head. Concurrently, he utilized both the Kagaya's Eye and Byakugan, harmonizing their capabilities to perceive the flow of chakra within the wood dragon, identifying critical nodes to exploit. Orochimaru watched in exhilaration, remarking, "That rascal Naruto has managed to ascend the wood dragon using the adamantine chains, and that hand gesture. Could it be a unique technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya's Eye?" He even thought to employ the Kagaya's Eye to seek out weaknesses. His proficiency in utilizing various abilities is growing increasingly adept. This battle is becoming ever more thrilling. As Naruto approached the dragon's head, Hashirama abruptly commanded the wood dragon to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge Naruto. Gripping tightly to the dragon's scales, Naruto once again gathered a colossal Rasengan, aiming it directly at the dragon's head. With a resounding crash, the Rasengan collided with the dragon's cranium, sending splinters flying. The wood dragon writhed in agony, violently twisting its body and flinging Naruto away. In midair, Naruto executed a somersault and landed gracefully on the ground, his resolve intensifying. He sensed that, based on the current skirmish, even the power of half-tailed beast transformation would no longer suffice for the ensuing confrontation. It seemed he too would need to get serious. Fortunately, Orochimaru remained oblivious to Naruto's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have a few choice words to share. After all, it was just moments ago that he had been thoroughly pummeled, and Hashirama had yet to truly engage. With his mind focused, Naruto entered the consciousness space of the Nine Tails. Kurama, who typically preferred to lounge around, now sat upright, resembling an eager spectator. Naruto slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that Kurama could witness the live broadcast. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Kurama chuckled. "Naruto, you are facing Senju Hashirama, the man who battled Uchiha Madara for 3 days and nights. This is no easy opponent. I am well aware. Kurama, even against the Edo Tensei version of Hashirama, who has not regained his full strength, I would stand no chance alone. In a one-on-one confrontation, defeat is inevitable. However, I am not alone. With you by my side, together we shall prevail against any adversary. The Edo Tensei Hashirama cannot possibly contend with the two of us." Naruto began to extol Kurama's virtues, and while Kurama recognized that Naruto was flattering him, his tail swayed in delight, revealing his good spirits. "Since you put it that way, I can only lend you my power. Let us create a ruckus." Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto's face lit up with joy. He was no ordinary Jinchuriki. He was the vessel of the strongest tailed beast, Kurama. As the chakra of the Nine Tails surged anew within him, Kurama's chakra flowed ceaselessly into Naruto. "I can become even stronger." With a resolute cry, he entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. At that moment, Naruto underwent a remarkable transformation. Enveloped in golden chakra, his hair spiked upward, forming 2 horn-like protrusions, with 6 tomo appearing at the collar of his attire. In this Nine Tails chakra mode, Naruto harnessed the power of the Nine Tails to enhance his speed. In the original storyline, Naruto had once utilized this form to evade the Fourth Raikage's full-force attack, and he could discern the intentions behind others' actions, whether malicious or benevolent, extending multiple chakra limbs of the Nine Tails. This is the Golden Naruto form. The operation was exceedingly demanding, and the author himself does not engage in it. Unable to comprehend, I partake in the youthful exploits of the Watergate. I can only execute the body flicker technique. Upon witnessing Naruto enter the Nine-Tails chakra mode, transforming into a diminutive golden figure, Senju Hashirama slightly furrowed his brow. It appears you possess even greater power, yet untapped. In that case, I too shall not hold back any longer. He swiftly formed hand seals, causing the surrounding trees to grow wildly, rapidly converging into a colossal wooden figure, towering several dozen meters high with an imposing presence. Wood release, wood golem technique. This was an advanced ninjutsu mastered by Senju Hashirama. By channeling chakra into the trees, he enabled their rapid growth, resulting in a gigantic wooden figure whose size and combat prowess rivaled that of a complete Susanoo. With a single hand, it could catch a tailed beast ball and retaliate, exhibiting formidable strength in both offense and defense, particularly excelling in physical assaults. Utilizing its immense form to engage evenly with the Nine Tails, controlled by Uchiha Obito. The head of the wooden figure also contained space for Hashirama, rendering it incredibly resilient in defense. This technique could only be executed through Hashirama's genetics and vast chakra reserves. Orochimaru exclaimed with excitement. This is Lord Hashirama's wood release, wood golem technique. Although unable to manifest in its complete form under the Edo Tensei state, its power remains astonishing. Naruto, this is going to be a fierce battle. Naruto gazed at the enormous wooden figure, devoid of any trepidation. He swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Instantly, countless clones in Nine-Tails chakra mode materialized beside him. These clones charged toward the wooden figure, each wielding an oversized Rasengan. Behold my technique. Uzumaki Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra mode, supersized Rasengan barrage. The name for the technique was a spontaneous creation, essentially a barrage of giant Rasengans. Chapter 77, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Senju Hashirama commanded the wooden figure to swing its massive arm towards the clones. The clones adeptly evaded the wooden figure's assault while seeking opportunities to strike with the supersized Rasengans. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of explosions, with smoke enveloping the area. Seizing the moment while the clones drew the wooden figure's attention, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the shoulder of the wooden figure. The previous clones in Nine-Tails chakra mode were not summoned haphazardly. Their Rasengan attacks were also meant to leave Flying Thunder God marks on various parts of the wooden giant's body. He concentrated chakra to create an even larger supersized Rasengan, with chakra swirling within it, as if distorting the surrounding space. Take this, supersized Rasengan. Naruto bellowed as he hurled the colossal Rasengan toward the wooden figure's neck. The wooden figure sensed a grave threat and attempted to block with its other arm. However, Naruto was prepared while attacking. He utilized the abilities of the Sharingan and Byakugan to precisely predict the wooden figure's movements. He instructed a pair of Nine-Tails chakra clones to wield the adamantine chains, ensnaring the wooden figure's arm, preventing it from intercepting in time. Under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, the adamantine chains wielded by Naruto's clones became significantly more potent. Even Senju Hashirama's wooden figure experienced some obstruction. With a resounding crash, the supersized Rasengan struck the wooden figure's neck, instantly creating a massive fissure. Senju Hashirama's expression shifted slightly. He increased the output of his chakra, attempting to mend the wooden figure's injury. So close, Naruto. Your prowess has earned my recognition, Hashirama proclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. He was overjoyed to have such a successor in Konoha. Orochimaru, observing anxiously from the sidelines, remarked, that blow from Naruto nearly shattered the wooden figure. Lord Hashirama has begun to take this battle seriously. This confrontation has reached a fever pitch, and the outcome remains uncertain. Naruto did not afford Senju Hashirama a moment's respite. He commanded his clones to launch another assault. The clones surged toward the wooden figure from all directions, relentlessly striking with supersized Rasengans. The wooden figure sustained an increasing number of cracks under the barrage of attacks. Senju Hashirama understood that if this continued, the wooden figure would inevitably be destroyed. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the wooden figure opened its mouth, unleashing a multitude of wooden spikes toward the clones. Wood release, insertion technique, wooden golem version. The clones scrambled to evade, yet many were struck by the wooden spikes, dissipating into clouds of smoke. Witnessing this, Naruto felt a tightening in his chest. He recognized the need for a swift resolution. In the Edo Tensei state, the infinite chakra was akin to a blue buff, capable of continuous regeneration, but ultimately, the chakra would be depleted. However, the rate of chakra recovery was astonishingly rapid, especially for Senju Hashirama, whose chakra reserves were already prodigious, creating a formidable synergy. He employed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, appearing atop the wooden figure's head. Taking a deep breath, the Nine-Tails chakra surged within him, as he gathered all the chakra he could muster into his hands, forming an unprecedentedly colossal Rasengan. This Rasengan radiated brilliance, distorting the surrounding air with its sheer power. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Naruto had previously practiced a few techniques. Though he had never succeeded, he possessed an intense intuition. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly recalled the countless days and nights spent training with wind-release chakra transformations. The arduous training, filled with failures, had never deterred him. Each attempt deepened his understanding of wind-release chakra. In this critical moment, he concentrated all his focus and willpower, endeavoring to fuse wind-release chakra into the enormous Rasengan in his hands. He felt the chakra within him surging like a mighty tide, beginning to flow in a distinct manner under his control. The wind-release chakra delicately permeated the rapidly spinning energy of the Rasengan. Initially, the two forces seemed to repel each other, causing a slight disarray in the Rasengan's rotational rhythm. Beads of sweat formed on Naruto's forehead, yet he did not waver. With unwavering determination, he continuously adjusted the output and fusion of the chakra. As Naruto focused intently, the wind-release chakra gradually merged with the Rasengan's power. The once radiant Rasengan began to shimmer with a faint azure glow, akin to being adorned with a sharp armor of wind. The surrounding air twisted even more violently, producing a piercing howl, as if lamenting the formidable ninjutsu about to be born. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, an S-rank ninjutsu created by Naruto in the original work. It incorporated the transformation of wind-release chakra into the Rasengan, further altering its form. The seemingly colossal Rasen Shuriken was, in fact, a confluence of countless minuscule chakra blades, capable of directly damaging 130 trillion cells of the opponent's body through its extraordinarily high-density chakra and rapid rotation, with effects akin to a toxin. Sensing the opportune moment, Naruto summoned all his strength, launching the Rasengan infused with wind-release chakra toward the wooden figure's head, simultaneously shouting, "Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken." Indeed, one must vocalize the technique for it to resonate. The immense Rasen Shuriken, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled toward the wooden figure at breakneck speed. This marked Naruto's inaugural execution of the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Truly, he was a ninja filled with unforeseen potential, maintaining such traits even after reincarnation. With no prior success, he dared to employ it in battle. Naruto's audacity was commendable. This was also because he understood that Senju Hashirama would not strike him down with lethal intent, enabling him to act with such boldness. Under pressure, one often finds the capacity to transcend. However, given that this was his first attempt, it was truly remarkable that Naruto could perform such a feat consequently. The wind release, Rasen Shuriken he conjured was still in its nascent form, utilized merely as a means of assault. Yet, one must believe that where there exists one, there shall be another, having succeeded in its initial execution. It was only a matter of time before improvements enabled him to throw it with efficacy. As the wind release, Rasen Shuriken traversed the air. It seemed to cleave through the atmosphere, leaving behind twisted, distorted traces. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Senju Hashirama's expression shifted to one of grave intensity. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of this technique, he could sense that its destructive power was akin to that of an S-rank jutsu. Orochimaru, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "What technique is this? Even I have never encountered such a move before." The wind release, Rasen Shuriken, you say? By its name, it appears to be an amalgamation of wind-nature chakra transformation. Naruto was indeed a genius, having the foresight to integrate chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan, and he had accomplished it remarkably. Immediately, Hashirama exerted all his strength to manipulate the wooden avatar, attempting to mount a defense. The enormous form of the wooden figure unleashed an unprecedented surge of chakra, forming a thick wooden shield before its head. However, the sheer might of Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, was astounding. In an instant, the spiraling shuriken collided forcefully with the wooden shield, producing a thunderous crash that seemed to reverberate throughout the world. Under the immense impact, the wooden shield shattered into countless fragments, scattering like a rain of timber. Subsequently, the spiraling shuriken continued its unstoppable advance, striking directly at the head of the wooden figure. The head disintegrated under the terrifying force, transforming into a flurry of wood shavings that danced through the air. The overwhelming force cascaded down the wooden figure's body, causing it to tremble violently before collapsing with a resounding crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Emerging from the wreckage of the fallen wooden figure, Hashirama's body, now animated by the Edo Tensei technique, bore more pronounced cracks. He gazed at Naruto with admiration and astonishment, exclaiming, "I never imagined you could unleash such a powerful jutsu amidst such fierce combat. You, my boy, are truly remarkable." Naruto descended slowly to the ground, his body trembling slightly from the overexertion of chakra. Yet, the potency of his lineage was manifesting, and with the combined influence of his bloodline and the Nine Tails chakra, he was recovering at an accelerated pace. Despite his apparent fatigue, his gaze remained resolute and bright. He looked at Hashirama and declared, "Lord Senju Hashirama, I will not falter. I will demonstrate to Orochimaru that there exists a better path. My strength will compel him to willingly serve under me." Orochimaru, observing the unfolding events, was profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that Naruto could successfully execute such a formidable technique, the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, in battle against Hashirama. The boy's potential was simply beyond comprehension. To create an S-rank jutsu was a challenge that no one understood better than he. Hashirama nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Naruto's performance. He remarked, "Naruto, with your strength and determination, you are destined to bring monumental change to the shinobi world. Thus, I entrust the future of Konohagakure to you. I eagerly await the day you ascend to the position of Hokage." This was an acknowledgement from the first Hokage. A profound sense of fulfillment washed over Naruto. Although he faced an incomplete version of Hashirama, who had yet to employ his sage mode, he felt a deep satisfaction in his current abilities. Then, Hashirama turned to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, aligning yourself with him is far from a loss. Nurture this child well. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass our expectations." After speaking, Hashirama's form began to dissipate, reverting to his soul state. "May you create a splendid future for the shinobi world. I must take my leave." As his words faded, his spirit gradually vanished into the ether. Orochimaru had not engaged in the Edo Tensei, thus Hashirama believed the battle had concluded, allowing the deceased to break free from their bindings through sheer will, causing the Edo Tensei to automatically deactivate. Clearly, Hashirama belonged to this category of powerful beings. As Naruto gazed at the place where Hashirama had vanished, he was filled with innumerable reflections. This battle with Hashirama had catalyzed his growth and fortified his conviction in his chosen path. Orochimaru approached Naruto, observing him closely. "Naruto, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Your strength and potential illuminate the hope for the future of the shinobi world. Perhaps serving under you would not be such a regrettable decision after all." A glimmer of sincerity shone in Orochimaru's eyes. Naruto met Orochimaru's gaze, brimming with anticipation. "Uncle Snake, trust me, following me will undoubtedly be the wisest decision you ever make." Chapter 78. Orochimaru's Experimental Base. Listening to Naruto's words, Orochimaru could not suppress a knowing smile. "Perhaps so. I have a feeling that my fate may undergo a radical transformation upon encountering you, Naruto." With a soft smile, Naruto replied, "In that case, Uncle Snake, do you not intend to take me to your experimental base in the Sound Village for a visit?" Naruto was indeed curious about what Orochimaru was researching during this period, and he believed he could potentially offer some valuable insights. "Oh, you harbor an interest in such matters?" Orochimaru responded, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Do you enjoy scientific research?" Instantly invigorated by the mention of experiments, Orochimaru appeared alive with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming green, which made Naruto feel a bit uneasy. "I'm somewhat interested. Uncle Snake, could you show me?" Naruto refrained from directly claiming he possessed extensive knowledge. Orochimaru nodded, understanding that Naruto hailed from Konohagakure. He was well aware that under the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire, most of the Leaf Village's shinobi found it difficult to comprehend his approach toward the pursuit of immortality. However, Naruto's proactive interest reassured Orochimaru. After all, he was someone capable of aligning with him, possessing a better acceptance of unconventional ideas than the antiquated elders of Konoha. As sunlight filtered through the winding mountain paths, Naruto followed closely behind Orochimaru, his heart brimming with excitement, curiosity, confidence, and a hint of doubt, embarking toward the clandestine experimental site in the Sound Village. Upon his first steps into the secluded hills behind the Sound Village, he found the scenery starkly different from the familiar sights of Konohagakure. Everything here was shrouded in an aura of mystery and strangeness, each corner exuding an air of the unknown, stirring his intense curiosity. The atmosphere seemed to carry a hint of chakra, perhaps a precaution left by Orochimaru. Otherwise, revealing his base so easily would be quite unwise. In contrast, Orochimaru maintained a demeanor as tranquil as the still waters of the valley, as if the land had been imbued with his will, transforming it into his private domain. Uncle Snake, you've chosen a rather excellent location for your experimental base. Ominously eerie, enough to send shivers down the spine of any passerby, Naruto remarked. Scrunching his face in distaste, his brows furrowed in discomfort, as if trying to expel the unsettling feeling. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile, revealing his desire for control over this territory. Humph. Although the Sound Village cannot hold a candle to Konoha, this is my domain. I have expended considerable effort to ensure I remain undetected here. It is precisely for this reason that I can pursue any research that piques my interest without any constraints. His voice was deep, as if emanating from the depths of a dark abyss, declaring the ownership of this land. The figures of the two individuals gradually receded along the winding mountain path, soon arriving before a colossal edifice concealed deep within the valley. Access to this structure was only attainable through a series of hidden mechanisms. The building was shrouded in a mysterious mist, resembling a slumbering behemoth enveloped in fog, exuding an unsettling aura that seemed to warn intruders against trespassing. This is the place. Come in with me, Naruto. I hope you won't have any objections. Orochimaru's voice resonated, low and calm, as if heralding their imminent entry into an unknown realm, a world rife with taboos and secrets. He had preemptively prepared Naruto for what lay ahead. As they stepped through the door, a pungent scent of medicinal concoctions assaulted them, prompting Naruto to instinctively cover his nose, his features contorting in distaste. The laboratory sprawled before them, filled with an array of bizarre instruments and experimental apparatuses, the flickering lights and humming machines weaving an eerie atmosphere where technology and enigma intertwined. At the center of the laboratory stood a figure clad in a white lab coat, his back turned to them, fully engrossed in manipulating the test tubes in his hands. Seemingly oblivious to everything around him, lost in his own world. "Do, I have returned." Orochimaru's voice shattered the silence of the laboratory, echoing in the spacious confines. The figure slowly turned, revealing a youthful yet astute and profound countenance. It was Kabuto Yakushi. His gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, a look of puzzlement crossing his features as he endeavored to recall this vaguely familiar face from the depths of his memory. "Orochimaru-sama, where did you acquire this child?" Kabuto inquired, his tone laced with curiosity as he circled Naruto like an inquisitive predator, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes brimming with intrigue, leaving no detail unexamined. Orochimaru crossed his arms and stepped forward, his expression solemn, as if announcing something of utmost importance. "Kabuto, this is no ordinary child. He is Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konohagakure." A subtle thrill tinged his voice, akin to showcasing a rare treasure. "What?" Kabuto's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonished shock, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in existence. "Uzumaki Naruto. Isn't he the Nine Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha? If I recall correctly, the Jinchuriki should only be 6 years old this year. How could you bring such a perilous individual here? What if he loses control?" His voice trailed off, the terrifying consequences flashing in his mind. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Kabuto's concerns, a hint of pride lacing his tone, as if boasting of a discovery. "Rest assured, Naruto has already proven his worth. This little one possesses the strength to defeat an unrestrained Hashirama Senju. Even I, when employing the eight-headed serpent technique, fell before him. Among the shadow-level warriors, his prowess is indeed remarkable." His gaze conveyed admiration for Naruto, a rarity in his typically icy demeanor. "Thus, I now count myself among Naruto's subordinates." Kabuto stared incredulously at Naruto, skepticism etched across his face as he shook his head repeatedly, as though wishing to dispel this absurd notion. How can this be? How old is he? At such a tender age, how could he possibly wield such formidable power? It is utterly inconceivable. A tremor laced his voice, a blend of astonishment and fear of this unknown strength. Orochimaru, observing Kabuto's doubtful expression, couldn't he help but find amusement in the situation. A smirk graced his lips as he teased. "You heard correctly. This is still under the premise that Naruto is merely 6 years old. Just imagine at 6. The god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was still skipping stones by the river, given sufficient time to grow. Surpassing Hashirama and becoming the new god of Shinobi is not a far-fetched idea." His laughter reverberated through the laboratory, infused with a hint of recklessness and madness. Kabuto remained silent for a prolonged moment, his gaze shifting between Naruto and Orochimaru, seemingly weighing his thoughts. At length, he spoke slowly, though it is hard to believe. "Since it is Orochimaru-sama who says so, I shall tentatively accept it. However, for someone of your caliber and talent, isn't it a bit beneath you to serve under him? His tone carried a hint of reluctance, feeling it unjust for Orochimaru. Orochimaru's charisma was beyond question, and Kabuto still held a great deal of respect for him. Naruto understood Kabuto's concerns fully. He inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and met Kabuto's gaze with unwavering determination, as if conveying his resolve. Mr. Do, I understand your thoughts. You believe I am too young and inexperienced to warrant Uncle Snake's allegiance. Naruto paused, then continued. However, I can solemnly assure you that I possess both the resolve and the strength to alter the very fabric of the ninja world. His voice rang with conviction, resounding through the laboratory like a clarion call. Hearing Naruto's declaration, Kabuto could not help but snort derisively, a hint of disdain crossing his features, as if he had just heard a childish jest. Change the ninja world? Easy words, but do you comprehend the depth of the waters in this realm, just based on your youth? His words dripped with scorn, belittling Naruto's grand aspirations. At that moment, he completely disregarded what Orochimaru had conveyed about Naruto's true terrifying power. How dare he provoke Naruto, oblivious to the risk of being swiftly dispatched? Even Orochimaru couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, surprised that despite his assertions, Kabuto still maintained such a stance. However, it was understandable. Kabuto had always held a deep-seated belief in his own superiority, naturally seeking to defend his position. Fortunately, Naruto did not dwell on Kabuto's skepticism, which relieved Orochimaru. After all, Kabuto was an invaluable research assistant, and without him, many experiments would become significantly more challenging. Ignoring Kabuto's doubts, Naruto's gaze intensified, resolutely continuing, Mr. Do, I possess the ability to foresee the future. Would you like to know what lies ahead for you? What? You can see the future? I don't believe you. Speak. Then, both Orochimaru and Kabuto were struck by astonishment. Even Orochimaru had been unaware of this additional ability Naruto possessed. Since you insist, allow me to divulge a fragment. In the future, you will become quite a formidable character. You will master the reanimation jutsu, resurrecting countless powerful shinobi, causing considerable upheaval in the future ninja world. You will even confront Itachi Uchiha, whose strength will also reach shadow level. Though ultimately, you will be ensnared by some genjutsu, altering your will. Your might and cunning will remain formidable. His voice held a note of respect, acknowledging Kabuto's capabilities. Upon hearing Naruto mention the reanimation jutsu, Kabuto's eyes narrowed sharply, his body quivering slightly. Could it be that I will indeed inherit Orochimaru-sama's legacy? Master the reanimation jutsu? His voice held a mixture of surprise and excitement. For one who was presently loyal to Orochimaru, this was nothing short of momentous news. Naruto smiled enigmatically, his expression laced with mystery, as if concealing boundless secrets. Indeed, Mr. Do, in a certain sense, you have indeed inherited Uncle Snake's will, and in some aspects, you have even surpassed him. Chapter 79, Dialogue with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Not only that, I am aware of what is to come. Hence, I know that the ninja world is on the brink of a monumental crisis. I require your assistance to prevent this calamity from unfolding. His voice was deep and enigmatic, akin to a warning echoing from a distant future. Orochimaru was indifferent to whether Kabuto could surpass him, yet he observed Naruto with keen interest, his eyes shimmering with curiosity, as if he were gazing upon an intriguing specimen. He was particularly fascinated by Naruto's mention of a crisis within the ninja world. Oh, Naruto, you claim to see the future, and you speak of a crisis in the ninja realm? Might I inquire what transpires in that future? His voice carried a hint of skepticism, yet it was tinged with genuine intrigue regarding Naruto's words. Naruto settled himself in a nearby spot, gesturing for the two to join him. Before he began to narrate slowly, in the future, the ninja world will erupt into the Fourth Great Ninja War. This conflict will be unprecedented in scale, engulfing nearly the entire ninja realm, resulting in countless sacrifices of shinobi, the destruction of villages, and an overwhelming presence of ruins and wails of despair. He continued, the instigator of this war is a man named Obito Uchiha, who has conspired with another known as Madara Uchiha, seeking to harness the power of the Ten Tails to execute their so-called Eye of the Moon plan. His tone was grave and heavy, as if laden with the smoke of battle and the anguish of the people. Obito Uchiha? I am familiar with him. He was a comrade of Kakashi Hatake and a student of your father, Minato Namikaze. To think he has survived and grown so formidable. Orochimaru began to entertain the possibility of Naruto's claims, as the prospect of a future that transcended his imagination seemed increasingly plausible. After all, Such an absurd tale could only gain credibility when articulated by Naruto himself. It was evident that Kabuto was subtly influencing the situation from the shadows. The astute Orochimaru and Kabuto both seized upon a particular phrase, the Eye of the Moon plan. What is that? They simultaneously inquired, their gazes brimming with confusion and curiosity, as though delving into an uncharted territory. In simple terms, Naruto explained, it involves utilizing a genjutsu known as Infinite Tsukuyomi to ensnare all of humanity within an illusion, achieving what they perceive as peace. However, this is merely a false peace. Everyone would lose their identities and become mere puppets at their whim. His voice was laced with anger and concern, reflecting his outrage at such a unilateral decision regarding the fates of others, as well as his inability to comprehend this notion of peace. By that logic, if I were to obliterate the ninja world with a nuclear bomb, leaving no survivors, would that not also be considered world peace? More like a nuclear annihilation. Kabuto frowned, a look of disgust washing over his face as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. Absurd. Such a peace is hardly worth having. But what you speak of holds little relevance for us. His tone conveyed a lack of understanding, as he considered Naruto's future claims to be far too distant. Naruto gazed at Kabuto, his expression softening as he recalled Kabuto's past. He spoke gently, Mr. Kabuto, I know you have long sought the meaning of your existence. In the future, you will find yourself embroiled in this war, playing a significant role. The ninja you resurrect through the Edo Tensei technique will pose considerable challenges for the coalition formed to combat formidable foes. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, you will gradually come to recognize your own missteps, ultimately guided onto the right path by Itachi Uchiha's influence. After the war, you will become the head of Konoha's orphanage, safeguarding the children in your own unique way. His tone was tender yet resolute, as if illuminating a path for Kabuto. Upon hearing this, Kabuto felt a tumult of emotions stir within him. He had never envisioned such a future for himself. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The mention of the orphanage reminded him of the individual who had profoundly impacted his life. Nonoyasu, once a member of Root, later became the head of an orphanage. Skilled in medical ninjutsu, she had taken in a wandering child, bestowing upon him the name Kabuto, and gifted him the most precious of items, a pair of glasses. For Kabuto, Nonoyasu's influence was paramount, akin to that of a mother. However, during her tenure as the orphanage's head, she was threatened by Danzo. If she did not continue to serve Root and act as a spy in other nations, funding for the orphanage would cease. With no choice, she complied. Eventually, due to Danzo's waning trust, he orchestrated a scenario wherein Nonoyasu and Kabuto would be pitted against one another. Because Danzo had altered the photograph of Kabuto, Nonoyasu could only rely on images to understand his growth and failed to recognize her assailant as Kabuto, uttering "Who are you?" to him twice before her demise. This was a pivotal reason for Kabuto's descent into darkness. The truth of these events was later uncovered by Orochimaru, revealing that both Nonoyasu and Kabuto were formidable intelligence shinobi, privy to vast amounts of information. Konoha, or rather Danzo, sought to eliminate them by misleading Nonoyasu, ensuring she would fail to recognize Kabuto, thereby achieving their goal of inciting mutual destruction. Nonetheless, it was evident that Nonoyasu cared deeply for Kabuto, as evidenced by her carrying a photograph of him. After hearing Naruto's words, Kabuto's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Clearly, he had begun to believe in Naruto's assertions. After all, he had indeed contemplated stepping into Nonoyasu's shoes and becoming the head of Konoha's orphanage, a matter he had not even disclosed to Orochimaru. Yet it was revealed by Naruto. Naruto inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he declared, I can see the future. Thus, I inherently know what transpires. In that future, I am referred to as the child of prophecy, possessing the ability to alter destiny. There was an air of weariness in his voice, a depth that could only be born from extensive experiences. Orochimaru stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with contemplation, as if pondering a complex experiment. This certainly sounds intriguing. I am beginning to anticipate the future you speak of, Naruto. His tone was imbued with excitement, completely convinced by Naruto's words. The influence of Kabuto's subtle manipulations remained in play. Naruto regarded Orochimaru and Kabuto with unwavering resolve, and to secure their complete trust, he resolved to divulge certain secrets known only to them. I am aware of many things that only you two know. For instance, Uncle Snake, you have been tirelessly pursuing the secret to immortality. Your research into ninjutsu has reached a profoundly advanced level, yet you remain unable to transcend that barrier. Over the years, you have experimented with countless methods, yet you always fall just short. And Mr. Kabuto, you were treated as an experiment from a young age, growing up shrouded in darkness. You have long sought the truth of your lineage and the meaning of your existence, grappling with confusion and uncertainty regarding your identity. You have persistently pursued your answers, yet they remain elusive. His voice resonated with empathy, sharing in their anguish and struggles. Upon hearing this, both Orochimaru and Kabuto were taken aback. These were indeed matters known solely to them, and the fact that Naruto articulated them with such clarity indicated that he was anything but ordinary. Who would have thought that the one who understands as best is you, Naruto? Orochimaru nodded, then added, I believe everything you have said. However, you mentioned needing our assistance. What can we do to aid you? His voice carried a note of anticipation, brimming with curiosity regarding this enigmatic plan. Naruto smiled, his eyes shimmering with hope as if he could envision the future of the ninja world. First, we must bolster our strength. Uncle Snake, your prowess in scientific research and mastery of ninjutsu is exceptional. I need you to persist on this path, just as you have previously studied those forbidden techniques. Despite their scorn from the world, the immense power they contain is undeniable, particularly the Edo Tensei technique. I require you to begin amassing the remains of numerous powerful deceased shinobi. There will undoubtedly come a time when we shall need them. Mr. Kabuto, your medical ninjutsu and combat skills are indeed remarkable. I hope to see your prowess ascend to even greater heights. Your medical ninjutsu can provide us with timely healing during battles, while your combat techniques can become more agile and versatile. His voice brimmed with anticipation, reflecting unwavering confidence in both their abilities. Mr. Kabuto, through Uncle Orochimaru's connections, you can access the Dragon Cave. You possess a natural talent for learning sage arts. A revelation I gleaned from glimpses of the future. Naruto's words left both Orochimaru and Kabuto utterly astonished. Orochimaru had once aspired to master sage arts himself, feeling disheartened that even the bumbling Jiraiya succeeded where he could not. Kabuto, equally stunned, could hardly believe that he might possess a talent for something that even the extraordinarily gifted Orochimaru had failed to achieve. Is it true? Can I actually do it? Learn sage arts. Kabuto's voice quivered with excitement, his demeanor shifting to one of eager anticipation. Chapter 80, Sage Mode. Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with unquestionable certainty as he addressed Kabuto. Absolutely. Mr. Kabuto, your talent is indisputable, and I hold this conviction with unwavering faith. He then turned to Orochimaru, adding, moreover, Uncle Orochimaru has some connections in the Dragon Cave, and having him recommend you for sage arts training will surely yield great results. This will be invaluable for our future plans. Orochimaru rubbed his temples, a hint of fatigue etched on his face. While I do have some ties to the Dragon Cave, I cannot claim to have substantial connections. I can only do my utmost. He continued, the amount of information shared today is overwhelming. Everyone is exhausted from the day's events, and it is growing late. Perhaps we should rest and recuperate, so we can discuss these matters in detail tomorrow and clarify everything. Naruto voiced no objections and followed Orochimaru's subordinates to the room prepared for him. After confirming the surroundings with his Kagura's heart, he found no one was watching. One must always be cautious. While Orochimaru and Kabuto likely trusted him completely, it was prudent to ensure his safety. Once satisfied, he eagerly accessed the system in his mind. A radiant light flashed, and a cheerful notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of making Orochimaru your subordinate. Rewards granted. Perfect Sage Art Training Physique. The Perfect Sage Art Training Physique enables you to master sage arts with remarkable efficiency, making you a natural recipient of nature's energy. You are inherently suited for learning sage arts. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but soon a radiant smile illuminated his face. Wow. Does this mean that with this perfect sage art training physique, I can explore the 3 great sage sanctuaries, the Dragon Cave, Mayaboka Mountain, and Shikatsu Forest? I can learn the sage modes from all 3 and then combine them to cultivate a sage mode uniquely tailored to me. This is far superior to merely mastering the sage mode from Mayaboka Mountain, as in the original story. It feels like I've unlocked a cheat. This perfect sage art training physique felt like a gateway to invincibility. He envisioned himself on future battlefields, wielding the formidable power derived from the fusion of the 3 sage arts, striking down foes with a mere wave of his hand, effortlessly unleashing ninjutsu without excessive hand seals. A smile crept onto his lips, his laughter echoing through the room. Ha! I'm about to become invincible, kid. How do you like that, bro? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Naruto's face. He awoke early, invigorated, and made his way to the meeting place agreed upon with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Upon seeing their weary faces marked by dark circles under their eyes, Naruto understood that the influx of information from the previous day had been overwhelming for them. They must have spent the entire night processing it and strategizing for the future, which was entirely in line with Orochimaru and Kabuto's characters. While they pondered over these matters, what relevance did it hold for Naruto? Eagerly, he voiced his thoughts. Uncle Orochimaru, Mr. Kabuto, after reflecting on our discussions yesterday, I've made up my mind. I want to enter the Dragon Cave with Kabuto. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with concern. Naruto, your strength is already formidable. There's no need to risk yourself by learning Sage Mode. Furthermore, the White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave has quite the peculiar temperament and is not particularly easy to deal with. I would recommend you train in Sage Mode at Miyaboko Mountain instead. Just look at Jiraiya, with his brutish demeanor. He manages to get along quite well with the toads of Miyaboko Mountain, which speaks volumes about how approachable they are. Naruto scratched his head, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Uncle, I simply wish to broaden my horizons and gain some experience. I don't necessarily have to learn sage arts there. Orochimaru scrutinized Naruto for a moment, and seeing his determination, he relented with a sigh. Very well, if that's what you truly desire. I shall not stand in your way. Are you prepared? I will summon my spirit beast, Manda. Let us hope it can use reverse summoning to take us into the Dragon Cave. With that, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and recited incantations. Summoning technique. As a cloud of smoke billowed, a colossal purple serpent materialized before them, revealing Manda, the primordial serpent dwelling within the Dragon Cave. Manda, bound by a contract with Orochimaru, was a massive creature known for its agility and formidable attack power. Its master was Orochimaru, akin to Jiraiya's Toad Bunta and Tsunade's Slug, each having made significant contributions during the Great Ninja War. It could be said that the three legendary ninjas were inseparable from these exceptionally powerful summoning beasts. Although Manda possessed great strength, it did not showcase any extraordinary jutsu. However, its immense size and rapid speed had once been defeated by the Slug and Toad Bunta during the three ninjas' conflict. Manda had a proud disposition, demanding 100 human sacrifices each time it was summoned, epitomizing the essence of a malevolent summoning beast. In the original story, during the battle between Sasuke and Deidara prepared to self-destruct, intending to take Sasuke down with him. Sasuke summoned Manda, casting an illusion on it with his Sharingan, then entered its body to avoid death, resulting in Manda's demise. In the lead-up to the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto revived Manda with drugs and enhanced it into the second Manda, participating in the surprise attack on the Land of Lightning's Turtle Island. As Manda emerged, it opened its massive maw and unleashed a deafening roar. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Where are my sacrifices? Without delicious offerings, I shall not readily assist. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, about to pacify Manda, but Naruto interjected, stepping forward and pointing at Manda. Hey Manda, as a summoning beast, you ought to possess some semblance of humility. Don't act all high and mighty with us. Who do you think you are, demanding sacrifices at every turn? If you don't behave today, don't blame me for being rude. I'll knock you down until you submit. Manda, incensed by Naruto's words, flicked its tongue furiously, its massive form writhing as the scales rustled ominously. You little brat, you've got some nerve speaking to me like that. Do you believe I want to devour you whole? Hey Orochimaru, is this your new subordinate? Is he unaware of my power? Orochimaru observed the exchange with a knowing nod. He supported Naruto's audacious stance, having long grown weary of Manda's arrogant demeanor. During wartime, gathering sacrifices was relatively easy, but in times of peace, frequent occurrences of mass disappearances would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from other factions. At that time, the various nations would dispatch ninjas to investigate, and their secret bases and research plans would be fully exposed. Each time they sought the assistance of Manda, it required a hodgepodge of offerings from various regions to accumulate 100 sacrifices. Why did Jiraiya's Toad and Tsunade's Slug not have such demands? Even Manda could not completely suppress those two summoning beasts, and there were so many matters at hand. Contemplating this, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Naruto, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Naruto, since you are so confident, I entrust this task to you. Teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Naruto stretched his limbs, a confident smile gracing his face. Uncle Snake, just watch. Today, I will make Manda realize who the true leader is. As he spoke, the chakra of the Nine Tails surged around him, golden light flickering upon him, rendering his figure particularly resplendent. Manda sensed the formidable aura emanating from Naruto and felt a sudden chill. A strong sense of danger coursed through him. Yet, being prideful by nature, he would not easily yield. With a sudden twist of his massive body, he lunged at Naruto, his enormous tail resembling a stout steel whip, slicing through the air with a roaring wind aimed directly at Naruto. Unperturbed, Naruto swiftly sidestepped Manda's attack with ease. As he deftly evaded, he shouted, "Is that all you've got, Manda? You call yourself the strongest summoning beast, but you're nothing more than a paper tiger, impressive in appearance, but utterly useless." Manda was infuriated by Naruto's taunts, smoke billowing from his nostrils. He opened his gaping maw, spewing forth a torrent of black venom towards Naruto, wherever the venom landed. The ground was instantly corroded, forming large pits and releasing plumes of black smoke. Seeing this, Naruto quickly conjured a hand made of Nine-Tails chakra to block the venom entirely. Seizing the opportunity amidst Manda's assault, he swiftly formed hand signs and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Instantly, countless Narutos appeared around Manda, each one brimming with fierce intent, spiraling orbs of chakra ready to unleash an attack at any moment. Manda, gazing at the swarm of Naruto clones surrounding him, felt a creeping sense of fear. Each clone bore a small blue sphere, and he sensed that he might truly meet his end. For the first time, a flicker of dread surged within him. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent, especially one who appeared to be merely a youthful kid. Realizing that he might have truly bitten off more than he could chew today, Manda began to panic. Just as he was flustered, Naruto seized the moment. Commanding his clones to launch an assault, countless spiraling orbs hurtled towards Manda, detonating upon impact and resonating with thunderous booms. Wounds marred Manda's form, blood oozing from the injuries and dripping onto the ground. "Aha! Do you recognize my might now?" Naruto exclaimed triumphantly as he surveyed the injured Manda. "Do you dare to remain arrogant? Will you comply now?" Manda, panting heavily, though filled with unwillingness, understood that he was no match for Naruto. Gritting his teeth, he conceded. "You've got some guts, kid. I concede for today. Just say what you need." Naruto nodded in satisfaction. "That is more like it. Don't be so arrogant next time. We're all in the same boat and need to cooperate." Orochimaru, observing this scene, felt an even deeper admiration for Naruto's strength and tactics. He stepped forward and patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Well done, Naruto. It seems that with you around, Manda won't dare to run rampant anymore." Naruto chuckled and scratched his head. "Uncle Snake, it's what I'm supposed to do. If he steps out of line again, the consequences will be far more severe than just shedding a layer of skin." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Manda fell silent, quietly recovering his form. As Naruto turned to face Manda, the latter realized he had to act or risk being left behind. "All right, I'll behave. Spare me." It was hard to imagine such words coming from the once arrogant Manda. "Manda, come here. Sit." Chapter 81, Arrival at the Dragon's Cave. Naruto felt he had a talent for dog training. Pleased with Manda's demeanor, Naruto nodded approvingly. Once Manda's matter was resolved, everyone began preparing to head to the Dragon's Cave. Orochimaru meticulously conveyed various precautions and taboos regarding the Dragon's Cave to Naruto and Kabuto. The Dragon's Cave is fraught with peril and the unknown. You must tread carefully. While the White Snake Sage is immensely powerful, her temperament is unpredictable. Do not provoke her upon meeting, Orochimaru warned gravely. Kabuto nodded slightly, excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, I will be cautious. Having the opportunity to learn sage techniques is a dream come true. I shall not miss this chance." Naruto also wore a determined expression. "Rest assured, Uncle Snake. We will return safely, empowered by sage techniques to bolster our plans for changing the ninja world." Following this, Orochimaru glanced at Manda, who this time was unusually compliant, refraining from mentioning the offerings, appearing somewhat pitiful after Naruto's reprimand. The group climbed onto Manda's back, and with a sudden movement, Manda shifted, deliberately bumping against nearby trees, causing those atop him to feel quite uncomfortable in a bid for revenge for the earlier humiliation. Naruto was thoroughly dissatisfied with Manda's antics, golden chakra flaring up around him. Manda, now regaining a foolish and innocent demeanor, remarked, "Hold on tight. Reverse summoning technique. Prepare yourselves." With that, Manda's form vanished from the spot, and the individuals on his back found themselves transported to the Dragon's Cave. Manda's colossal body gradually dissipated in a strange glow, and Naruto, Orochimaru, and Kabuto felt the scenery shift around them, suddenly immersed in the eerie and mysterious environment of the Dragon's Cave. Surrounded by damp mist, the cave walls shimmered with a faint blue glow, and distant, eerie sounds echoed, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching them. "So, this is the Dragon's Cave. It's even more unique than I imagined," Naruto remarked, wrinkling his nose as he surveyed the surroundings, his tone akin to that of someone entering a museum filled with peculiar exhibits. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the dangers within the dragon's cave. He whispered a warning. Everyone, be careful. Do not act recklessly here. The dragon's cave is not like the places we've been before. A moment's carelessness could be fatal. Kabuto, however, was brimming with excitement, rubbing his hands together. We've finally arrived. I can hardly wait to start practicing sage techniques. Before he could finish, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness, and 3 figures slowly materialized. They were the 3 subordinates of the White Snake Sage, Tianshin Shinki, Ichikishimaheim, and Tsunaheim. Though their figures were graceful, they exuded a chilling aura, their gazes as cold as the depths of a frozen lake. Tianshin Shinki spoke first, her voice sharp and icy. Orochimaru, why are you here again? And you've brought 2 outsiders. The dragon's cave is not a place for just anyone. Orochimaru quickly stepped forward, a forced smile on his face that concealed a hint of helplessness. Esteemed ladies, I sincerely apologize. We are here because these 2 young individuals are eager to learn sage techniques for the future of the ninja world. I hope you can show some leniency. Ichikishimaheim scoffed disdainfully. The future of the ninja world? Such sweet words. Who knows what your true intentions are? Those who come to the dragon's cave to train are all ambitious, seeking power. Yet, few succeed in passing the trials. Upon hearing this, Naruto became indignant, stepping forward and exclaiming loudly, Hey, don't underestimate us. We genuinely wish to learn sage techniques and change the ninja world. We're not here to cause trouble. Tsunade's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she directed her attention towards Naruto. Humph, little brat. You certainly have a bold tongue. If you wish to learn sage arts, you must first endure the trials. However, in consideration of Orochimaru, we shall not expel you just yet. Take the time to contemplate whether you wish to accept the challenge. Of course, we accept. Naruto and Kabuto exchanged glances and declared in unison. The 3 sisters exchanged knowing looks, as if engaged in silent communication. The deity of the field, Tianshin, spoke. In that case, we shall grant you an opportunity. However, the trials will not show leniency due to your status. What awaits you is the most arduous challenge of the Dragon's Cave. Kabuto promptly nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ladies, for this opportunity. We shall give it our utmost effort. Shikuzukushima continued. The trials consist of 3 stages. For the first stage, you must navigate through the illusory passage of the Dragon's Cave and find the correct path, all within a time limit of 1 hour. The passage is fraught with various illusions and traps. A moment's carelessness may lead to disorientation or even loss of life. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sounds intriguing. It's just a matter of finding the way, something I excel at. No one understands navigation better than I do. His confidence was unwavering. Tsunade shot him a cold glance. Do not rejoice too soon, little brat. This illusory passage is no trifling matter. It will conjure illusions based on your inner weaknesses. Even seasoned ninjas find it challenging to emerge unscathed. Orochimaru, with a grave expression, warned Naruto, do not let your guard down. The trials of the Dragon's Cave are no child's play. Naruto composed himself, nodding earnestly. I understand, Uncle Snake. I will be cautious. Before long, the trio was escorted to the entrance of the illusory passage. A thick fog enveloped the entrance, obscuring the view within. Step inside. If you are not out within an hour, you may never return, Tianshin proclaimed, retreating alongside the other 2 sisters. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped into the passage. As he crossed the threshold, a wave of miasma struck him, nearly causing him to cough. Immediately, the surroundings began to twist and distort. The once narrow passage suddenly expanded into a vast expanse, revealing countless forks in the road. Is this the illusion? Naruto furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Naruto, why are you slacking off again? Hurry back to your training. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see Iruka-sensei standing nearby, his expression stern. Iruka-sensei. Naruto instinctively took a step forward, but then realized, wait, this is an illusion. Iruka-sensei wouldn't be here. Old demon, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Great might dragon, great law spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamaho. Humph. Such trivial skills dare to display themselves before me? Great might dragon. Sharingan. Activate. Byakugan. Activate. Meanwhile, Kabuto was confronted with his own illusion. He saw his younger self, treated as a test subject, struggling in torment amidst darkness. The small version of himself cried out, Why? Why won't anyone come to save me? A flicker of pain crossed Kabuto's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. That is all in the past. I am no longer the helpless child at the mercy of others. Orochimaru found himself witnessing the remnants of his countless failed experiments. The grotesque remains writhing before him, mocking and jeering. You will never transcend this. never realize your ambitions. Clenching his teeth, Orochimaru scoffed. I have grown weary of these visions. Do you think these can ensnare me? Each of the three struggled within their respective illusions, yet they fought to maintain clarity. Naruto, with steadfast resolve, utilized his Byakugan to discern the path ahead, while his Sharingan helped him resist the illusions, continually searching for the correct direction. Kabuto employed his understanding of Jinjutsu to unravel the illusions surrounding him, while Orochimaru forcefully broke through the interference with his vast experience and formidable strength. As time ticked away, the hourglass drew ever closer to its limit. At last, Naruto discovered the correct path. Thanks to the Byakugan, he also spotted the silhouettes of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Over here. Kabuto, Uncle Snake, he shouted as he ran. Hearing his voice, both Kabuto and Orochimaru hurried toward him. In the final moments, the three successfully emerged from the illusory passage. Kenshin and the others watched in astonishment as they appeared. We did not expect you to actually make it out. However, this is merely the first stage. The upcoming trials will truly test your mettle. Chapter 82. Passing the Trials, the White Serpent Sage. Orochimaru, Naruto, and Kabuto stood within the depths of the dragon's cave. Enveloped by damp mist, the walls flickering with eerie blue light, each breath laden with the scent of unseen danger. Shikazushima's voice resonated chillingly in the oppressive atmosphere. For the second stage, you must venture deep into the dragon's cave to locate a mystical herb known as the spirit snake grass. This herb thrives near perilous serpent nests, guarded by numerous venomous snakes, each possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, a gleam of excitement illuminating his face, making his smile particularly radiant in the dim surroundings. Searching for a mystical herb sounds far more engaging than merely finding a path. It's practically within my grasp. At that moment, visions of triumphantly discovering the herb danced in his mind, as if it were already in his possession. With the combined perceptive abilities of the Kagura Heart Eye and Byakugan, he believed finding this herb would be well within his capabilities. Tsunade regarded Naruto with an air of disdain, coldly remarking, "Little brat, I hope your spirits remain high for what is to come." She thought to herself, this naive child would soon learn to fear the might of the guardian snakes when confronted with their true power. Completing the first trial does not guarantee success in the second. Complacency may exact a heavy toll. Now, begin your journey. Head in this direction. The trio set forth along the winding passage deeper into the dragon's cave. The path was narrow and treacherous, with rocks that seemed poised to collapse at any moment. As they walked, Naruto activated his Kagura Heart Eye, remaining vigilant as he contemplated. This dragon's cave is riddled with traps. I must not allow myself to falter. Though brimming with confidence, he understood the necessity of caution to avoid unnecessary pitfalls. Orochimaru, with furrowed brows, was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead, taking each step with utmost care. Drawing from his past experiences, he offered constant warnings to Naruto and Kabuto about potential hazards. Years of survival had imparted him with invaluable knowledge. Kabuto followed closely, gripping his kunai tightly, his eyes radiating determination as he silently vowed to find his place within the team. He was resolute in seizing this opportunity to learn sage arts and alter his destiny. He aspired to master sage mode and become a valuable asset to both Orochimaru and Naruto. Along their perilous journey, various dangers beset them. A massive python suddenly lunged from the ceiling, creating a gust of foul wind. Naruto sensed the impending threat, his palm summoning a glowing orb that shimmered in the darkness. Rasengan. The orb collided with the python, delivering a powerful blow to its skull, swiftly incapacitating the creature. As they proceeded, Kabuto noticed toxic miasma pervading the air, inducing dizziness. Additionally, eerie traps and mechanisms lay hidden along the way, ready to ensnare the unwary. Naruto quickly channeled his Nine-Tails chakra, a golden aura enveloping the trio, forming a sturdy protective shield that kept the noxious miasma at bay. Pharmacist Do stood at the ready, ever prepared to employ his medical ninjutsu to heal any injuries or ailments that might arise. Orochimaru, with his extensive knowledge of the dragon's cave, adeptly navigated ahead, skillfully evading numerous traps. At long last, they arrived at the vicinity of the snake's nest. The spirit snake grass should be located here. The area was densely intertwined with snakes of various sizes, their tongues flickering as they emitted hissing sounds, and the air was thick with a pungent, serpentine odor. In a hushed tone, Orochimaru cautioned, "This is the place. Everyone, be vigilant." Naruto took a deep breath, cautiously approaching the serpent's lair, his eyes darting among the writhing snakes, searching for any sign of the spirit snake grass, eager to expedite their mission and move on to the next trial. Suddenly, A colossal guardian snake detected his presence, lunging toward him with its gaping maw, its speed rendering him momentarily stunned. Yet, Naruto's reflexes were far from ordinary. After all, one who could master the Flying Thunder God technique would not easily be caught off guard by such an attack. With a swift sidestep, Naruto evaded the strike, simultaneously conjuring a hand of Nine-Tails chakra, shouting, "Vortex Rebound." The palm of chakra sent the guardian snake hurtling away, paying homage to the Uchiha's rebound technique. Everyone, be cautious. Being bitten by these snakes is no trivial matter, Naruto shouted as he engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian serpent. Orochimaru and Pharmacist Do understood the formidable nature of these snakes. With Naruto's possession of Nine-Tails chakra, he had little to fear from close encounters. However, they did not share his advantage, so their focus remained on self-preservation. Naruto's figure darted amongst the serpents, marking the ground with numerous flying thunder god seals, golden chakra flickering as he executed the technique. Pharmacist Do brandished his kunai, deftly maneuvering among the snakes, his gaze intent on every serpent that approached. Orochimaru unleashed his ninjutsu, the serpent's hand, utilizing snakes to combat snakes. Truly, he was ingenious. One by one, the snakes summoned by his technique were repelled. In the midst of battle, Naruto keenly observed that while the guardian snakes were fierce, their assaults seemed futile against his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. As he evaded their strikes, he scrutinized their movements, pondering, these snakes appeared to be manipulated by something. Could there be a hidden mechanism at play? They seemed rather dim-witted. Quietly activating his Sharingan, he noticed an unusual flow of chakra within the snakes, as though they were ensnared by an illusion. After careful observation, Naruto excitedly exclaimed, "I've figured it out. I believe I've discovered their weakness." Pharmacist Do, while fending off the serpent's attacks, inquired, "What weakness?" Without hesitation, Naruto explained, "These snakes seem to be controlled by some force. If we can identify the source of their manipulation, we can nullify their assaults. Then, we can locate the spirit snake grass." As he spoke, he began searching for the origin of the guardian snake's control. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he traversed the snake nest, disregarding the onslaught of surrounding serpents. His gaze resolutely focused on his quest. After all, if they couldn't strike him, their efforts would be in vain. At last, he discovered a small bell hidden deep within the nest. The presence of such an incongruous object in the snake's lair signaled a problem. It had to be the source. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and darted towards the bell, seizing it with determination. With a moment's effort, he refined its essence. As he grasped the bell, all the guardian snakes ceased their attacks, their eyes glazing over as though they had lost all consciousness. Success! It was indeed the bell that had caused the chaos. Naruto's excitement surged, his face alight with the joy of victory. "Remarkable, Naruto. Your keen observation and refusal to be confined by conventional thinking are commendable." Orochimaru praised him. He and Pharmacist Do had essentially accompanied Naruto, contributing little more than emotional support. With the guardian snakes no longer a threat, the trio seized the opportunity to search the snake's nest for the spirit snake grass. It wasn't long before Pharmacist Do uncovered several plants emanating a faint glow. "We found it. This should be the spirit snake grass," he declared, cautiously verifying its lack of toxicity. Enveloping the grass with chakra, he plucked it from the ground, relief washing over his features. "Now that we have acquired the spirit snake grass, we should return," Naruto suggested. Retracing their steps, they made their way back to their previous location. Upon their return, the three stood before the Tianshin goddesses, who regarded them with newfound acknowledgement rather than cold indifference or skepticism. After all, the trials of the Dragon's Cave were not easily surmountable. They held animosity only towards humans who entered without understanding their own limitations. True strength would always be acknowledged, regardless of the setting. Tianshin goddess nodded slightly, stating, "You have indeed demonstrated considerable skill. However, the final stage of the trial is the most crucial." "What does the final stage entail?" Naruto inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A blend of nervousness and excitement coursing through him as he longed to uncover the nature of the final challenge. Shikuchidame explained, "In the final stage, you must showcase your understanding of and ability to learn Senjutsu before the White Snake Sage. The sage will personally evaluate you, and should you earn its recognition, you shall be granted the opportunity to learn the Senjutsu of the Dragon's Cave." The three exchanged glances, a mix of tension and anticipation evident in their expressions. Particularly for Pharmacist Do, having learned from Naruto that he possessed a talent for learning Senjutsu, he felt a twinge of doubt about his actual capability. As for Orochimaru, his talent for Senjutsu had never been particularly strong. Perhaps it was his eclectic studies that had prevented him from focusing on mastering Senjutsu in the past. Accompanying Naruto and Pharmacist Do to the Dragon's Cave had reignited his desire to test himself and see if he could truly master the Sage Mode. Naruto, meanwhile, felt a sense of ease. He knew that with his newly acquired perfect Senjutsu training physique, he would have no trouble at all. This trial may pose challenges for Pharmacist Do and Orochimaru, but for me, it will be a walk in the park. Pharmacist Do took a deep breath, striving to calm his nerves, fully aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he could not afford to miss. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but soon transformed into resolve. He decided to relinquish his past obsessions and delve anew into the mysteries of Senjutsu. Though he had previously been envious of the power of Senjutsu, he had chosen to abandon its study out of fear of the unforeseen changes it could bring, believing he could find success through other means. However, after hearing Naruto state that even Pharmacist Do could learn Senjutsu, Orochimaru regained confidence in his abilities. If even Do could achieve it, then surely he could as well. This was the conclusion he reached after awakening to a clearer understanding of himself. Under the guidance of the three goddesses, they arrived at the cave where the White Snake Sage resided. The cave was suffused with an air of ancient mystery. The immense White Snake Sage coiling majestically at its center, its form resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to solidify the very air around it. The White Snake Sage was the progenitor of the Dragon's Cave, dwelling deep within its sacred confines. A magnificent white-scaled serpent, revered as the White Snake Sage, has thrived for over a millennium since the era of Kage. All occurrences within the realm of Shinobi find their way to the ears of the White Snake Sage. Within its being resides an extraordinarily potent chakra infused with sage techniques, its alabaster form seamlessly entwined with the temple dedicated to its worship. Only those who approach with genuine sincerity may behold the White Snake Sage. For those aspiring to cultivate their skills, the sage dispatches its subordinates, Tenshin Shinkai, Ichiko Islandheim, and Tanzanheim, to select worthy candidates for training within the Dragon's Cave. Those who successfully endure the trials shall receive the Sage's natural energy through the piercing of its fangs, thereby learning the Sage Mode of the Dragon's Cave. Conversely, those who fail the trials face the grim fate of being consumed by the Sage's subordinates if their bodies cannot withstand the transformation into serpents. In truth, only the most fervent seekers of power dare to tread this path. The White Snake Sage, adorned with orange hair and golden eyes, bears a green cat's eye stone upon its chest, its forehead graced with a purple silk ribbon. The ribbon is embellished with military green, horn-like ornaments, while a red luminous pearl crowns its head. A pipe rests between its lips, and its elongated form often coils upon its throne, with two golden rings adorning its tail. Chapter 83. Initial Mastery of Sage Chakra. White Snake Sage, these three have successfully passed the initial phases of the trials, and now seek your judgment, Tenshin Shinkai respectfully proclaimed. The sage slowly opened its eyes, its gaze sharp as twin blades sweeping over Naruto and his companions, its voice deep and commanding. Umph. The pursuit of sage techniques is no trifling endeavor. Over the years, many have ventured into the Dragon's Cave, yet few have grasped the essence of sage arts. What they cannot achieve does not signify our inability, Naruto declared, brimming with confidence. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto, is it? I am aware of certain aspects of your journey. It appears you have undergone significant transformation. Might you be the prophesied child? The White Snake Sage acknowledged Naruto with a slight nod before continuing. Indeed, I am the prophesied child. And one day, I shall reshape this shinobi world with powers capable of altering its very fabric. Naruto proclaimed with unwavering assurance. The White Snake Sage, slightly swayed by Naruto's conviction, sensed the onset of a pivotal moment. In that case, you shall be the first, it replied. Naruto nodded and stepped forward before the White Snake Sage. The sage's fangs found their mark upon Naruto's form. The instant the sage's fangs grazed his body, an extraordinary and formidable force surged within him. This was the Sage Chakra, imbued with the unique essence of the Dragon's Cave, whispering ancient secrets as it coursed through his veins in a swirling dance. Naruto felt a jolt throughout his being, as if he had been drawn into a vortex brimming with energy, the surroundings blurring into obscurity, leaving only the palpable power of Sage Chakra. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on this newfound force. A chaotic array of visions unfolded in his mind. Deep caverns of the Dragon's Cave adorned with mysterious runes, and the overwhelming surge of natural energy crashing upon him like relentless waves. He understood that this was the Sage Chakra merging deeply with his body and consciousness. With the perfect physique for sage training, Naruto absorbed the essence of Sage Chakra like a parched sponge. In this process, he sensed his perceptual abilities soaring at an astonishing rate, hearing the whispers of every stone in the cave and feeling the flow of natural energy in the air. His awareness sharpened, rendering the heartbeats, breaths, and even the innermost thoughts of those around him as clear as melodic notes resonating in his mind. He closed his eyes and endeavored to perceive the natural energy surrounding him. With the aid of his perfect physique, he soon sensed the presence of natural forces, tiny energy particles dancing like sprites around him. He attempted to draw this natural energy within, merging it with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Initially, the fusion proved tumultuous, as the disparate powers repelled one another, akin to the conflict of fire and water. With gritted teeth and beads of sweat upon his brow, Naruto tirelessly adjusted the balance and flow of the energies, striving to find equilibrium. At last, through sheer perseverance, the Sage Chakra, the Nine Tails Chakra, and his own essence began to coexist harmoniously. A radiant aura enveloped him, a spectacular manifestation of the three forces in unison. Naruto distinctly felt a qualitative leap in his strength. His muscles surged with power, capable of shattering the very walls of the dragon's cave with a single blow. His speed quickened, and his thoughts became more agile, as if he could foresee impending events. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto observed Naruto's training in silent contemplation. Orochimaru's gaze reflected a complex blend of emotions: admiration for Naruto's innate talent, intertwined with apprehension regarding his own capability to comprehend the Sage Chakra. He was acutely aware of the missteps he had taken in his past studies of ninjutsu, which left his foundation somewhat chaotic, potentially hindering his grasp of sage arts. However, the indomitable spirit within him spurred him to strive forward, clenching his fists in determination to succeed like Naruto. Kabuto, on the other hand, intently scrutinized Naruto's transformative process, seeking valuable insights for his own journey. His eyes radiated desire and resolve. Was this the essence of Sage Mode? As he witnessed Naruto's evolution, he silently prayed for his own successful acquisition of Sage Chakra. When Naruto finally opened his eyes, they glimmered with confidence and exhilaration. He succeeded not only in mastering Sage Chakra, but also in flawlessly blending it with his own power. Remarkably, he accomplished this feat in a mere span of minutes. What extraordinary talent is this? Even the worldly White Snake Sage could not suppress its astonishment upon witnessing Naruto's effortless mastery of Sage Mode. Having lived for countless years, it was well versed in many matters. Yet, the events of the day astonished even its seasoned perspective. With its discerning eye, the sage recognized the presence of the Nine-Tails beast within Naruto and understood the magnitude of what had just transpired. It was not merely the mastery of Sage Chakra that impressed. Naruto had discerned the intricacies of Sage Mode and achieved a perfect synthesis of Sage and Nine-Tails Chakra. All of this transpired in such a brief moment. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto truly was the prophesied child? The White Snake Sage was utterly astounded. Ordinary, yet extraordinary. Naruto, not wishing to elaborate further, retracted the Sage Chakra back into his being, dispelling Sage Mode. He had now attained the ability to revert to his normal state. What remained was merely the experience of utilizing Sage Mode. He turned to Orochimaru and Kabuto, smiling as he said, "Uncle Snake, Mr. Kabuto, it is your turn now. I believe in your potential." Orochimaru inhaled deeply, stepping forward to face the White Snake Sage. "I am next." The sage regarded Orochimaru thoughtfully. "I remember you, Orochimaru. Previously, you hesitated to learn Sage Mode due to fear. I presume you have come prepared this time?" Orochimaru nodded and remarked, "In the past, my understanding was rather limited. I implore you, Sage White Snake, grant me another opportunity." The Sage White Snake acknowledged him with a nod, having always held a favorable opinion of Orochimaru, albeit lamenting his prior timidity. One might say he was overly cautious, fearful of the risks posed by unpredictable variables. He yearned for immortality, making it understandably difficult for him to gamble with his own life. However, he was no longer the same. He had secretly laid numerous contingencies, ensuring that should any unforeseen events arise, he could resurrect himself through these safeguards. This was the source of Orochimaru's newfound confidence. The Sage White Snake once again infused Orochimaru with Sage Chakra through its sharp fangs. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He closed his eyes, striving to calm himself and concentrate on comprehending this newfound energy. Initially, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dark mire, with the Sage Chakra rampaging within him, clashing violently against the intricate forces already present in his body. His complexion grew pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He continuously adjusted his breathing and the flow of chakra, attempting to tame this formidable force. In this process, Orochimaru reflected on his past experiences. In pursuit of power, he had engaged in countless reckless experiments at any cost. Suddenly, he realized that it was his past obsessions and greed that had rendered his heart so tumultuous, perhaps serving as the greatest hindrance to his understanding of sage techniques. He resolved to temporarily relinquish all past burdens, emptying his heart to embrace the sage chakra with a tranquil mind. The higher one's strength, the more one comprehends the significance of a serene state of mind in enhancing one's power. This is what is referred to as enlightenment. At the very moment he made this decision, he sensed the turmoil within him beginning to subside. The sage chakra ceased its chaotic rampage and gradually began to harmonize with the other energies within him. A gentle radiance began to emanate around his body. Though not as dazzling as Naruto's, it was nonetheless imbued with hope. Kabuto, witnessing Orochimaru's successful melding with the sage chakra, felt both envy and anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and approached the sage white snake. Sage white snake, I beseech you, grant me the ability to learn the sage mode. The sage white snake, recognizing Kabuto's commendable talent, nodded in approval. You seem to be a promising candidate. Let us see how you fare. Upon injecting him with sage chakra, Kabuto immediately entered a state of complete absorption. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the flow of sage chakra. He discovered that the sage chakra resembled a pristine spring, flowing through his veins and nourishing every cell within him. He endeavored to merge the sage chakra with his medical ninjutsu, uncovering a wondrous connection between the two. The sage chakra enhanced the efficacy of his medical techniques, enabling him to heal wounds more swiftly and effectively. Throughout the integration process, Kabuto continually adjusted his chakra control, utilizing his profound understanding of medical ninjutsu. He meticulously guided the sage chakra to achieve a seamless fusion with his own power. Gradually, a soft glow began to emanate from his hands, a manifestation of the combined effects of sage chakra and medical ninjutsu. As time progressed, both Orochimaru and Kabuto gradually mastered the application of sage chakra. Although their advancement was slightly slower than Naruto's, they had successfully taken a crucial step toward learning sage techniques. Standing side by side, they radiated a unique aura, a testament to the power of sage arts. The sage white snake observed them and nodded with satisfaction. You both have done remarkably well. Having initially grasped the essence of sage chakra, the next phase involves an arduous journey of cultivation. Only through persistent training can one truly comprehend the quintessence of sage arts. Chapter 84. The Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. The so-called sage mode is the state achieved by absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to produce sage chakra, allowing one to harness natural energy to enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. This state also expands the range of physical attacks and sensory perception. By combining natural energy with one's own chakra to create sage chakra, the potency of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu can increase exponentially, inflicting irreparable damage upon the Ten Tails and its Jinchuriki. Upon entering sage mode, one undergoes physical transformations, with the appearance of eye markings signifying successful attainment of this state. To learn sage mode, several prerequisites must be met. Firstly, the practitioner must possess a substantial reservoir of chakra, otherwise, they risk being consumed by the forces of nature. Secondly, one must learn how to absorb natural energy. In the original work, Naruto learned the steps to sage mode in Mayaboku Mountain by first using toad oil to master the technique of absorbing natural energy. Once accustomed, one need not use anything and can begin the training to control natural energy, which requires stillness to absorb it. In the Dragon Cave, the leader, Sage White Snake, infuses practitioners with natural energy using its venomous fangs. It is said that if a practitioner's body cannot endure this energy and transforms into a snake, they will be devoured by the Sage White Snake. Additionally, a fundamental tenet of sage mode is that one must possess an unwavering resolve to never give up in order to become a sage. Lastly, the principle behind it is that the chakra of ninjutsu must achieve a balance between spiritual energy and physical energy. On this foundation, natural energy must be balanced as well. This is the most challenging aspect of training. If the natural energy is insufficient, one cannot learn sage chakra. Too much will lead to transformation into a frog or, in severe cases, petrification. Thus, to coalesce the absorbed natural energy with one's physical and spiritual energy, a balanced ratio of 1:1 must be attained to condense sage chakra, with the appearance of facial markings indicating the successful entry into sage mode. The Sage Mode of Mayaboka Mountain cannot be sustained for long periods due to the necessity of remaining still to absorb natural energy, while engaging in battle precludes such stillness. Hence, the technique of 2 lives was developed, allowing the sage to merge with a part of their body, maintaining a combat state while gathering natural energy. Effectively separating the stillness required to gather energy from the motion of battle, maximizing the utility of Sage Mode. In the original work, Naruto was unable to complete the fusion of the 2 lives due to the 9 tails. Thus, before receiving Sage power from the 9 tails, he had to create shadow clones to absorb natural energy in order to prolong his Sage Mode. Since Naruto, Orochimaru, and Kabuto are learning the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, it is essential to first understand its nuances. The Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. The Sage Chakra obtained from training in the Dragon Cave gathers natural energy on the foundation of creating chakra, thus producing Sage Chakra with a potency 2-fold or even several times greater than ordinary chakra, and can utilize natural energy to sense surrounding chakra or living entities. Upon entering Sage Mode, 2 horns sprout from the head, and eye markings appear. In the original work, when Kabuto entered Sage Mode, he could generate snake-like corneas to obscure vision and employ techniques such as Sage Art, White Activation, Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth, and sensory abilities. However, Naruto's brief foray into the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave did not manifest the same state as Kabuto's. He neither exhibited eye markings nor sprouted the horns characteristic of the Dragon Cave, which puzzled him. Orochimaru and Kabuto, standing nearby, were profoundly moved by Naruto's earlier display of powerful energy upon entering Sage Mode. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes, and softly remarked, "Naruto, I never anticipated you would so swiftly master Sage Chakra and attain Sage Mode. Your talent is indeed extraordinary." Naruto beamed with a grin and remarked, "Uncle Snake, you and Mr. Kabuto are quite impressive as well. In just a day, you've both grasped the fundamental techniques of extracting Sage Chakra. You will undoubtedly transition into Sage Mode swiftly in the future. Moreover, I have only just begun to tap into Sage Mode myself and haven't mastered such abilities yet. It requires extensive development." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting with concentration. "Naruto, after entering Sage Mode, do you perceive any significant differences compared to before?" Naruto scratched his head, reflecting on the surging power within him, and replied, "Well, I feel my body has become significantly stronger, my chakra is more abundant, and my sensory abilities are extraordinarily heightened. Everything around me appears clearer. I can sense the flow of every strand of natural energy." Orochimaru's gaze flickered slightly as he murmured, "I wonder what other characteristics the Sage Mode of the Ryuchi Cave possesses." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, said, "I've discovered that the Sage Mode of the Ryuchi Cave should amplify the power of my ninjutsu. As for the rest, I might need to consult the White Snake Sage later." "Oh, is that so?" Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon hearing that Sage Mode could enhance the potency of ninjutsu, he became deeply interested. Indeed, Naruto continued, "Furthermore, after entering Sage Mode, my recovery ability has significantly improved. It feels like I can recover from injuries much quicker." Kabuto stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It appears that the Sage Mode of the Ryuchi Cave not only enhances combat effectiveness, but also greatly improves recovery and sensory aspects." Orochimaru nodded slightly. "It seems we must diligently study how to master the power of Sage Mode more swiftly." At that moment, the White Snake Sage interjected, "You 3 possess remarkable talents that have distinguished you among the trials of recent years. The fact that you could initially grasp Sage Chakra so quickly indicates an innate affinity for the Sage Mode of the Ryuchi Cave. As for Naruto, to achieve such a feat within a mere day is unprecedented. Perhaps this is a testament to your identity as the child of prophecy. In the days that followed, you shall cultivate in the Ryuchi Cave, for as the saying goes, a master leads the way, but the journey of cultivation depends on the individual. Each person's understanding of Sage Chakra is unique. Only that which suits oneself is the best." The 3 nodded in agreement with the White Snake Sage's words. Do not be fooled by the White Snake Sage's amiable demeanor. Had the trio lacked the talent to cultivate the sage arts of the Ryuchi Cave, they would have long been consumed. After all, how could a creature that has lived for so long be so simple-minded? In the ensuing days, the 3 engaged in even more arduous training within the Ryuchi Cave. Through relentless effort, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique to assist in his Sage Mode training. This method left Orochimaru and Kabuto astounded. While they envied such a training approach, it was only feasible for Naruto, who possessed an abundance of chakra. Under the influence of his perfected sage training physique, Naruto's speed in mastering Sage Mode was akin to having an unfair advantage. Before long, he could enter Sage Mode and maintain it for a considerable duration. Yet, this was not the limit of Naruto's potential. Sensing that he could achieve even greater feats, he began to experiment with merging Sage Mode with his various ninjutsu to develop more formidable techniques. Standing in an open area of the Ryuchi cave, he swiftly formed hand seals, executing the shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of Naruto clones appeared around him, each entering Sage Mode and radiating a faint green glow. Let us try a new combination ninjutsu, Naruto thought, filled with determination. He directed his clones to practice different ninjutsu. Some executed the Rasengan, while others performed the Big Ball Rasengan, while he prepared to unleash an even mightier technique. Sage Art, Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. Naruto began channeling Sage Chakra into the Rasen Shuriken, which swelled to an immense size, the wind chakra swirling violently around it, causing the surrounding air to emit a sharp whistling sound. He hurled it towards a distant hillside. The Rasen Shuriken, infused with Sage Chakra, effortlessly flattened the previously pointed hilltop. Yet this was not enough. The chakra within the Rasen Shuriken erupted violently, obliterating the hillside entirely. The sheer power astonished Naruto. Indeed, with the addition of Sage Chakra, its might had multiplied several times over. Chapter 85, Mastery and Legacy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru focused intently on how to better adapt his body to Sage Chakra, aiming for a stable entry into Sage Mode. He sat cross-legged on the ground, forming peculiar seals with his hands, veins bulging on his forehead as he endeavored to guide the flow of Sage Chakra within him. Damn it, it's still somewhat unstable. He gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his cheeks. Kabuto, observing from a distance, spoke up. Lord Orochimaru, perhaps you could try concentrating the Sage Chakra in your Dantian first, then gradually guiding it throughout your body. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto with a slight nod, attempting the method he suggested. After a while, Orochimaru's aura began to stabilize, and he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement crossing his gaze. It seems to be having some effect. Kabuto, not idle himself, progressed more swiftly than Orochimaru, managing to initially stabilize his entry into Sage Mode, albeit for a shorter duration. Moreover, like the original Sage Mode of the Ryuchi cave, he sprouted horns atop his head, and his eyes underwent some changes. He began deeply integrating Sage Chakra with medical ninjutsu. He gathered a few injured snakes and utilized the sage-infused medical ninjutsu to heal them. Strange, by theory, healing should be expedited, Kabuto pondered, observing the recovering snakes with a slight frown. Just then, Naruto approached and inquired, Mr. Kabuto, what troubles you? Encountering a problem? Kabuto sighed. I wish to better fuse Sage Chakra with medical ninjutsu to enhance healing efficacy, but it seems I've hit a bottleneck. Naruto scratched his head, contemplating before suggesting, could it be an issue with the ratio of natural energy? I encountered a similar imbalance when merging Sage Chakra with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Kabuto's eyes lit up. You make a valid point. I shall try adjusting the ratio of natural energy. With that, he resumed his attempts. In the subsequent training, Orochimaru finally succeeded in entering Sage Mode. His body was enveloped in serpentine Sage Chakra, his eyes transformed into slits, and horns sprouted from his head, giving him a decidedly eerie appearance. Ha ha ha, I did it. I succeeded. Orochimaru exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling the surging power within him, believing he was one step closer to true strength. Naruto rushed over, gazing at Orochimaru's Sage Mode form, chuckling, Uncle Snake, your Sage Mode looks quite similar to Mr. Kabuto's. Orochimaru examined his hands, proudly declaring, with this Sage Mode, my strength will ascend to new heights. I can also begin researching how Sage Chakra combines with other ninjutsu to yield different results. Kabuto, witnessing Orochimaru's success, felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently resolving, I must continue to strive. He intensified his training, continually adjusting the fusion of Sage Chakra with medical ninjutsu. At long last, after several arduous days of training, Kabuto Yakushi successfully integrated Sage Chakra into his medical ninjutsu while in Sage Mode. A gentle green luminescence radiated from his being, with the brilliance of the light emanating from his hands intensifying, and serpentine patterns appearing around his eyes. A look of satisfaction graced Kabuto's face. Naruto, brimming with joy, clapped Kabuto on the shoulder, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Kabuto. You've successfully fused Sage Chakra with medical ninjutsu. Now, all three of us have entered Sage Mode. We will undoubtedly grow stronger from here on out. Orochimaru approached, observing Naruto and Kabuto, and remarked, Naruto is right. Since we have all mastered Sage Mode from the Ryukido, Our next step is to apply this power in actual combat. Indeed, I am eager to test the might of Sage Mode in battle, Naruto declared, his fists clenched, eyes alight with determination. However, before we proceed, we must delve deeper into understanding Sage Mode. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and added, such as the duration limits of Sage Mode and potential side effects that may arise during its use. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, stating, Kabuto is correct. We cannot wield Sage Mode recklessly. Even I, having entered Sage Mode, feel a certain burden on my body and cannot maintain it for long. I don't feel that way. Naruto interjected. Though I do sense that Sage Mode consumes a fair amount of chakra, it pales in comparison to the chakra of the nine tails within me. Perhaps this is why Sage Mode is particularly compatible with me. Naruto's experience is an exception and should not be generalized. Thus, the trio resumed their exploration of the intricacies of Sage Mode. They discovered that while the Sage Mode from Ryukido is formidable, it indeed has limitations regarding its duration. Typically, the amount of chakra each individual possesses varies, which in turn affects how long they can sustain Sage Mode, and once depleted, their bodies become exceedingly fatigued. With chakra significantly drained, it seems we must find a way to enhance our mastery of Sage Mode, extending its duration while minimizing its side effects, Orochimaru mused. Perhaps we could begin with the absorption and transformation of natural energy, Kabuto suggested. If we can absorb and utilize natural energy more efficiently, we might resolve these issues. Naruto scratched his head, pondering, but how can we absorb natural energy more effectively? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, I believe we can start by examining the environment of Ryukido. It is saturated with rich natural energy. We should seek out special locations or methods here to aid in our absorption of natural energy. Thus, the three began their search throughout Ryukido. Deep within the cave, they discovered a vast crystalline cavern, where the crystals emanated an otherworldly glow, and the surrounding natural energy surged vibrantly. The natural energy here is incredibly dense. Naruto sensed that this place was extraordinary. Orochimaru approached the crystals, touching them to feel the energy within. Perhaps this is the place we have been seeking. Kabuto nodded in agreement. We can train here and see if we can enhance our efficiency in absorbing natural energy. In the days that followed, the trio trained within the crystalline cavern, experimenting with various methods to communicate and merge with the natural energy contained in the crystals. Sitting cross-legged beside a crystal, Naruto concentrated, attuning himself to the flow of natural energy around him. He connected his consciousness with the natural energy, attempting to guide it into his body more seamlessly. It seems I am beginning to feel some effects, Naruto smiled, sensing that his absorption of natural energy was quicker than before. Meanwhile, Orochimaru employed special ninjutsu to establish a deeper connection with the natural energy within the crystals. His hands formed intricate seals as he chanted mysterious incantations, the serpentine chakra from his Sage Mode resonating with the crystal's light. Haha, I believe I've discovered some insights. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized he could control the flow of natural energy more fluidly and transform a greater quantity of it into Sage Chakra. Truly, Orochimaru's extensive studies in forbidden techniques have enabled him to develop new jutsu. Such brilliance allows him to draw parallels and adapt. Kabuto, too, diligently trained, merging medical ninjutsu with natural energy absorption by healing the peculiar plants surrounding the crystals, thereby sensing the variations and effects of natural energy. So that's how it is. There exists a connection between natural energy and life energy, Kabuto realized, utilizing this connection to enhance his efficiency in absorbing natural energy. After a period of training, the trio significantly improved their mastery of Sage Mode. They could enter Sage Mode more swiftly, sustain it for longer durations, and experience noticeably fewer side effects. Our Sage Mode has truly ascended to new heights, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. When we encounter enemies in the future, we will have more strategies to confront them. Orochimaru smirked coldly. Indeed, in this ninja world, only strength remains the eternal and unchanging truth. With Sage Mode, we have secured our place in the ninja realm, Kabuto added. With Sage Mode, we have the means to protect ourselves, ensuring that our plans come to fruition with greater assurance. Just then, the White Snake Sage appeared before them. Without a hint of warning or premonition, the White Snake Sage regarded the trio, nodding in satisfaction. I am quite astonished by your progress. It seems you have adeptly grasped the Sage Mode of Ryukido. Naruto smiled, saying, White Snake Sage, it is thanks to your guidance and the miraculous power of Ryukido that we have achieved such advancement. The White Snake Sage replied slowly, however, you must understand that while Sage Mode is powerful, it is not invincible. In this world, numerous unknown dangers and formidable foes exist. Having lived for so long, The White Snake Sage undoubtedly held knowledge of certain secrets. Orochimaru frowned slightly. White Snake Sage, do you possess knowledge of other powerful forces? The White Snake Sage remained silent for a moment before stating, throughout the history of the ninja world, in addition to the Sage Mode of Ryukido, there are also the Sage Modes of Myobo-Kuzan and Shikatsu Forest, each with its unique characteristics and formidable power. Furthermore, there are hidden forces lurking in the shadows whose strength should not be underestimated. The White Snake Sage continued, although you can now master the Sage Mode of Ryukido, you must persist in your training, harmonizing Sage Mode with your own ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and other skills to forge your own unique power. The Sage techniques that Ryukido can teach you are these two. Sage Art, White Serpent's Technique. Sage Art, Organic Reincarnation. Sage Art, White Serpent's Technique is one of the Sage techniques used by Kabuto when he entered Sage Mode in the original work, releasing a red, glowing dragon from his mouth. This red dragon, wielding a black orb, would revolve around the orb's center. Subsequently, the red dragon would dive into the black orb, causing it to explode, emitting blinding light and a deafening sound that obstructed the opponent's vision and hearing, inflicting immense pain on their senses. Simultaneously, it would paralyze the opponent's sensory perceptions through air vibrations, leaving them with a numbing sensation in their bones and restricting their movements. Upon entering Sage Mode, Kabuto Yakushi can obscure his vision with the cornea of a serpent, rendering him impervious to the effects of blinding light. His liquefied form allows him to adeptly navigate sounds and vibrations, and in this Sage Mode state, Kabuto can move freely amidst intense brightness and cacophonous environments. The technique known as Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth, one of the Sage techniques employed by Kabuto in the original narrative, is a form of reincarnation ninjutsu that bestows life upon lifeless inorganic matter, allowing for its manipulation. This is not merely a simple ninjutsu that utilizes chakra to control matter. Under this technique, inorganic objects exhibit remarkable swiftness in their actions. In the original work, Kabuto wielded this technique to manipulate stalactites within a cave, piercing through the body of the reanimated Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing that the White Snake Sage would impart unique Sage techniques from Ryukido to them, Naruto and his companions realized that they had officially garnered the approval of Ryukido and could now learn its ancestral ninjutsu. Chapter 86 unfolds the Sage Art, White Fang Technique and Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. In the mysterious and enigmatic corners of the ninja world, Ryukido stands like a hidden pearl shrouded in darkness, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. As they venture deep into the cave, a faint sulfuric scent permeates the dim light, hinting at the latent power stirring within the earth's depths. The cave walls flicker with an otherworldly phosphorescence, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, adding a touch of dreamlike beauty to this mysterious realm. Massive stalactites hang from the ceiling like sharp fangs, while stalagmites rise from the ground as if sentinels guarding this sacred place. The White Snake Sage coils atop the largest rock within the cave, its form resembling a sinuous mountain, radiating an ancient and majestic presence. The serpent's eyes, deep and enigmatic, seem to harbor boundless wisdom and the weight of ages. With each glance, it appears to unravel the mysteries of existence. Beneath the White Snake Sage, Naruto, Orochimaru, and Kabuto stand in a fan-like formation, their expressions a mixture of reverence and concentration. Naruto tilts his head slightly upward, his face alight with anticipation and curiosity for the unknown Sage arts. His hands unconsciously clench into fists, brimming with eagerness to harness newfound power. Orochimaru stands quietly to the side, a flicker of fervor in his gaze, as a burning desire for immense power ignites within him. The corners of his mouth curve upward, as though he is already envisioning how to integrate these Sage techniques into his own ninjutsu framework. Kabuto adjusts his glasses, his eyes shimmering with intellect as he leans slightly forward, engrossed in every word spoken by the White Snake Sage, ensuring he misses no detail. The White Snake Sage speaks slowly, its voice deep and resonant, as if traversing the vast expanse of time. Echoing from the ancient past, the Sage Art, White Fang Technique harnesses the power of Sage Mode to unleash a radiant red dragon from one's mouth. This dragon possesses extraordinary sentience, clutching a black orb in its jaws, spinning rapidly around the orb before burrowing into it. In an instant, blinding light and a deafening roar erupt, the force sufficient to shake the very heavens. The overwhelming brightness may briefly blind opponents, while the piercing sound disrupts their hearing, simultaneously using air vibrations to paralyze their senses, confining their movements as though shackled by invisible chains. Furthermore, the Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth, is a wondrous and potent technique. It can imbue lifeless inorganic matter with vitality and allow for its manipulation at will. This is not a mere application of chakra to control matter. Under this technique, inorganic entities acquire astonishing speed, akin to having instinctive life. Whether it be resilient rock or cold metal, they can be wielded as lethal weapons by the practitioner. As the white snake sage opens its enormous mouth, a radiant red dragon bursts forth, emanating intense heat and light, resembling a flame-spewing dragon emerging from the depths of hell. The dragon firmly grasps the black orb, which appears to be an endless void, swallowing the surrounding light. The red dragon spirals around the black orb at a dizzying speed before suddenly diving into it. Instantly, the cave is engulfed in blinding brilliance, followed by an earth-shattering roar. As if the very fabric of reality is collapsing at that moment, the cave trembles violently, rocks peeling away from the walls in fear of this overwhelming force. Next, the white snake sage casts its gaze towards the nearby stalactites, murmuring incantations in a low, mysterious tone, as if conversing with ancient powers. The stalactites, seemingly summoned by some arcane force, begin to writhe slowly. Initially, their movements are sluggish and rigid, but as the incantations of the white snake sage resonate, their actions become increasingly fluid. They dart towards a distant boulder like a swarm of animated serpents. The boulder, caught unawares by this sudden onslaught, stands no chance, and is swiftly pierced by the stalactites, sending shards of rock flying and raising clouds of dust. Naruto's eyes widen with excitement and curiosity, realizing that this is indeed the sage technique once employed by Kabuto, and it appears to hold great merit. As the white snake sage concludes its demonstration, it begins to elucidate the principles of these two sage techniques and their practical applications. Incredible! Allow me to give it a try, he exclaims eagerly, his voice brimming with youthful confidence and zeal. He believes that with his innate talent, he will surely succeed. Taking a deep breath, Naruto strives to calm his racing thoughts. He closes his eyes, feeling the flow of sage chakra within him. This chakra dances like a lively sprite within his veins. Focusing intently, Naruto guides the sage chakra to gather in his mouth. When he opens his eyes again, they glimmer with determination. Ryukido, Sage Mode. Activate. Mimicking the movements of the white snake sage, he opens his mouth, unleashing a vibrant red dragon. Though this dragon may not possess the grandeur and majesty of the one summoned by the white snake sage, it bursts with vitality and energy. It firmly grasps the black orb and, following Naruto's command, spins rapidly before diving into the orb. With a thunderous boom, light and sound reverberate throughout the cave. I did it. I succeeded. Naruto exclaims with exuberance, his face radiating pride, illuminating the entire cave like the sun. Orochimaru and Kabuto, however, furrow their brows, lost in profound contemplation. Orochimaru crosses his arms, his eyes narrowed as he mentally retraces the demonstration given by the white snake sage, meticulously analyzing each detail in search of the core secrets of the sage art. White Fang Technique. Kabuto crouches down, picking up a fallen rock, scrutinizing it carefully as he ponders how to apply the principles of sage art, inorganic rebirth in practical operations, seeking to master the control of these inorganic entities. After a lengthy pause, Orochimaru and Kabuto finally adjust their states and enter sage mode, albeit at a slower pace than Naruto. Nevertheless, they manage to activate it. Orochimaru swiftly forms hand seals, his fingers dancing like agile butterflies in the air, as chakra glimmers at his fingertips. Upon completing the seals, a red dragon emerges from his mouth. However, during his initial attempt, while the red dragon materializes, it fails to grasp the orb. Orochimaru's expression shifts slightly, clenching his teeth in frustration. Yet, he does not relent, immediately preparing for a second attempt. Meanwhile, Kabuto struggles with the control of the stalactites as he attempts the sage art, inorganic rebirth, finding it to be quite challenging. He concentrated his mind, channeling sage chakra into the stalactites, attempting to compel them to act according to his will. Yet, the stalactites merely quivered slightly, failing to respond as he had hoped. Kabuto furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses as he recalibrated the output and control of his chakra. Thus, over the course of the following day, Orochimaru and Kabuto engaged in relentless trials, with Naruto patiently providing guidance from the sidelines. Uncle Snake, increase the speed of your hand seals. Maintain control over the flow of sage chakra and envision it as an integral part of your being, allowing it to heed your every command, Naruto encouraged, his voice infused with concern and encouragement. Gritting his teeth, Orochimaru made another attempt, hastening his hand seals while focusing intently on the flow of sage chakra. At last, A crimson dragon successfully grasped the orb, triggering an explosion. Success! I never imagined you had a knack for teaching, Naruto. Orochimaru exclaimed, a rare smile illuminating his face. Meanwhile, after numerous failures, Kabuto gradually mastered the intricacies of the sage technique of inorganic reincarnation. He realized that in controlling inorganic matter, it was essential not only to infuse sage chakra, but also to establish a mental connection, as if merging his consciousness with the inorganic entities. When he tried again, the stalactites moved with the grace of living beings under his command. A smile of satisfaction graced Kabuto's face. He understood that his efforts had not been in vain. Seeing their objective accomplished, Naruto approached the White Snake Sage, respectfully bowing deeply. White Snake Sage, thank you for your meticulous guidance. We have learned these two sage techniques. Now, we must embark on a new journey, returning to our ninja world. The White Snake Sage nodded, its massive form swaying slightly, the scales shimmering with a mysterious luminescence under the glow. It spoke, I comprehend your decision. You have received the approval of the Dragon Cave and may now enter into a summoning contract. Orochimaru has already signed. Both you and Kabuto are free to do so. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood the wisdom of having multiple summoning partners. Although the Nine Tails within him was a formidable force and his strongest ally. In certain unique circumstances, the serpent summoning beasts of the Dragon Cave could prove invaluable. Especially Shinya, the creature that once seemed to share a special bond with his son in a different scenario. This time, he could smile and tell his future son, Daddy came first. The White Snake Sage summoned an ancient scroll, emanating a faint glow that hinted at boundless power. It gently floated towards Naruto, who carefully took it in both hands and unrolled it. The inscriptions on the scroll were archaic and enigmatic, the first name inscribed being Orochimaru's. Without hesitation, Naruto bit his thumb, allowing his crimson blood to drip onto the scroll. He then used his thumb as a pen, inscribing his name with bold, powerful strokes. Kabuto followed suit, diligently biting his finger and writing his name on the scroll as well. Thus, the two officially entered into a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. A glint of interest flashed in the White Snake Sage's eyes as it remarked, let us see what summoning beast you are capable of calling forth. Orochimaru watched with curiosity, particularly keen on Naruto's potential. He was well aware of Naruto's boundless capabilities and immense chakra reserves, filled with intrigue and speculation about the summoning beast Naruto was about to conjure. I shall go first, Kabuto declared. Renowned for his exceptional chakra control, he understood that the essence of summoning lay in possessing ample chakra. He swiftly began forming hand seals, his fingers dancing rapidly through the air, chakra radiating around him in luminous spirals. With a resounding shout, he declared, summoning technique. A billow of smoke erupted, enveloped in an air of mystery. As the smoke dissipated, a small, yet unripe green serpent appeared, initially bewildered, its eyes sparkling with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings. Upon spotting the White Snake Sage behind it, the little serpent promptly bowed its head in respect. The White Snake Sage gently explained, these two are your new summoners. You are to assist them when summoned. The little serpent nodded, indicating its understanding. Kabuto beamed with joy as he crouched down, tenderly stroking the little serpent's head. From now on, we are partners. Let us strive together. The little serpent seemed to comprehend his words, affectionately nuzzling his hand. Now, it is your turn, Naruto Uzumaki. The White Snake Sage's words drew everyone's attention to Naruto. Under the watchful gaze of all, Naruto began forming his hand seals. The chakra within him surged like a torrent, the potent chakra waves causing the air around him to tremble. He even tapped into some of the Nine Tails chakra, the golden light shimmering around him like a blazing flame. During the summoning process, Naruto, leveraging his keen perception, gauged what type of summoning beast he might be able to call forth with his current chakra level. He understood that if he expended all his chakra and heavily relied on the Nine Tails chakra, he could potentially summon the White Snake Sage itself. Yet he also recognized that the White Snake Sage generally would not respond to such summons. Given that this summoning scroll was crafted and passed down by the White Snake Sage itself, it would not easily be bound. The White Snake Sage, residing within the Dragon Cave, was akin to a homebody, reluctant to venture out. Thus, Naruto judiciously moderated his chakra output. Finally, an intense cloud of white smoke erupted, a powerful gust dispersing the surrounding mist. A massive crimson serpent emerged before them. It was none other than Shinya. This serpent, the most ferocious of the Dragon Cave's inhabitants, bore a single eye and a reverse scale, its temperament exceedingly volatile. The other serpents dwelling in the Dragon Cave loathed it and avoided its presence. With its colossal size, remarkable agility, and formidable attack power, Shinya was a fearsome entity. Upon materializing, it seethed with rage, its eyes ablaze with fury as it bellowed at Naruto, "You little brat. Do not summon me. I will not assist humans." Its voice thundered like a rolling storm, resounding through the cave and causing the ears of all present to ring. The White Snake Sage cast a weary glance at Shinya, offering Naruto a look of helplessness. Having coexisted with Shinya for so long, it understood the serpent's obstinacy and pride, harboring doubts about Naruto's ability to tame it. However, Naruto smiled with confidence, declaring, "Taming beasts is my specialty. If it refuses to listen, a good thrashing will suffice." With that, he instantly activated the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave, Sage Chakra surging around him to form a serpent-like armor. His eyes sharpened with unwavering determination, resembling a battle-hardened warrior. Shinya paused, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden transformation into Sage mode, but quickly retorted, "Even if you've activated Sage mode, I am not afraid of you." Naruto had anticipated this response, and with a mighty roar, he shouted, "Then let us see if I can make you submit." In an instant, he conjured a colossal Sage technique, Rasen Shuriken, its brilliance radiating with immense power, akin to a miniature sun. Observing this, Shinya unleashed a petrifying jutsu directed at Naruto. The beam of petrification shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto brandished the Sage Art, supersized Rasen Shuriken, and charged directly toward the petrifying technique. Boom! The two collided, and the tremendous shockwave caused rocks within the cavern to crumble and debris to scatter. The Sage Art, supersized Rasen Shuriken, effortlessly dispelled the petrification technique unleashed by Shinya, its formidable force rebounding the petrifying light and leaving a deep scar on the cavern wall. Seizing the momentum, Naruto swiftly hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, its blade shimmering with golden chakra. In the blink of an eye, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport above Shinya. His silhouette flashed like lightning, moving so swiftly that it left no time for reaction. The Sage Art, supersized Rasen Shuriken, crashed down with tremendous force. Bang! A massive dent was created atop Shinya's head, prompting a pained writhing and a roar of agony. Humph! Still defiant? Naruto stood atop Shinya, looking down with an air of dominance. His hair billowed in the wind, and a glint of authority sparkled in his eyes. Despite the intense pain, Shinya stubbornly retorted, "Don't think this will make me yield." "Really? Then I shall see if this technique will indeed make you submit." Naruto, feeling a surge of confidence, thought it was time to teach Shinya a lesson. Chakra began to coalesce in his hands, first forming a Rasengan, then infusing it with the elemental transformation of Wind Chakra. This technique was a modification of Naruto's Wind Release, Rasengan, enhanced not only with Sage Chakra, but also with a refined Core Chakra. This technique was aptly named Sage Art, Wind Release, Supersize Rasen Shuriken Technique. By altering the core of the Wind Release, Rasengan into a supersized Rasengan and augmenting it with Sage Chakra, this technique could very well send Shinya into reincarnation. "Let me ask you once more, will you yield or not?" Naruto offered Shinya one last chance. Shinya remained obstinate, its stubbornness evident. "I will not yield." Though it may not withstand the attack, its pride would not allow it to concede. Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before retracting his Sage mode. He understood that sheer brute force could not truly tame Shinya. To earn its willingness to become his companion, he needed to appeal to its heart with sincerity and trust. "Shinya, I recognize your pride, but we do not seek to force you. The world we inhabit is fraught with peril. In the ninja world, various dark forces have never ceased their covetous pursuit of peace. I need strong allies, and you have the opportunity to showcase your strength. Rather than languishing in this dragon cave, why not join me and explore the vastness of the world, experiencing thrilling battles together? In combat, we can trust and support one another, growing together." Shinya paused, its fury seemingly diminishing. It gazed quietly at Naruto, its heart wavering. Having lived in the dragon cave for so long, it had grown weary of the stagnant existence. Perhaps the world outside, as Naruto described, was indeed enticing. Yet, it feared the selfishness and greed of humanity, apprehensive of potential harm. Naruto seemed to sense Shinya's concerns. He gazed earnestly into its eyes and declared, "I swear by my ninja way that I will respect you and treat you as a true partner. In battle, I shall ensure your safety and never exploit you. We are equals, fighting for our respective ideals. Moreover, I will continue to grow stronger, and you too will be able to surpass your limits and become even greater." Orochimaru interjected, unable to contain himself. "Shinya, do not underestimate Naruto's youth. He is already the strongest among us three." His words hold weight. Following him, "You may very well shatter your limitations and uncover deeper powers." There's even a chance he could teach you Sage Mode. Orochimaru's words stirred Shinya's interest. Indeed. Who said a summoning beast could not learn Sage techniques? Kabuto nodded in agreement, adding, yes, Shinya, joining Naruto might lead to extraordinary experiences. Seizing the moment, Naruto pressed on, aware that Shinya was on the verge of capitulation. If the opportunity arises, I will let you attempt to learn Sage Mode. Yet, I must admit, it may prove challenging. Shinya remained silent for a lengthy period, its heart tumultuous. Ultimately, it spoke slowly. Very well, brat, I shall trust you for now. But should you dare betray your oath, I will not spare you. Its voice retained an air of authority, but was laced with a hint of anticipation. I am Shinya, the serpent from the Dragon Cave. I am Naruto, the Jinchuriki from the land of fire, Konohagakure. A radiant smile illuminated Naruto's face. Rest assured, Shinya, we shall become inseparable partners. From this day forth, whenever the need arises, we will fight side by side. His smile radiated warmth, illuminating the dark corners of Shinya's heart. At that moment, the mist within the cavern began to dissipate, sunlight streaming through the crevices to bathe everyone in its glow, as if the heavens were bestowing their blessing upon them. Naruto, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Shinya stood resolutely under the sunlight, their figures exuding a sense of unwavering determination. This expedition into the Dragon Cave concluded with Naruto having fully tamed Shinya. Chapter 88. The Situation of the Akatsuki Organization. Naruto, Orochimaru, and Kabuto requested the White Snake Sage to escort them from the Dragon Cave. The three walked side by side along the winding mountain path, surrounded by tranquility, the only sound being the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Orochimaru, arms crossed, his signature snake-like eyes sparkling with curiosity in the sunlight, broke the silence first. Naruto, you have successfully tamed Shinya, and we have mastered Sage Mode, elevating our strength significantly. What are your plans moving forward? Naruto tilted his head slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked into the distance, rapidly sorting through the current situation in his mind. He understood that the trajectory of numerous events in this world had subtly shifted. Take Orochimaru, for instance. According to the original timeline, he should have long since defected from the Akatsuki at this juncture. However, as Itachi had not joined the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had consequently been spared from the series of events that would have led him to covet Itachi's Sharingan and ultimately betray the organization. Reflecting on this, Naruto felt a stirring within him and turned to Orochimaru, earnestly inquiring, Uncle Snake, could you tell me about the Akatsuki? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the question, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, and then he smiled with interest. Oh? I never imagined you would know of the Akatsuki. You always manage to surprise me. He paused, his gaze growing distant as if lost in recollection. I once heard from Jiraiya that there was a mysterious organization in the Rain Village. You know my insatiable curiosity about such enigmatic matters, so I ventured there to investigate. Orochimaru spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Upon my arrival, I uncovered the existence of an organization called Akatsuki. However, its leader was shrouded in mystery, known only as Pain, exuding an inscrutable and formidable aura. The leader of that Akatsuki, Pain, possessed extraordinary power, and his eyes were peculiar, concentric circles like nothing I had ever seen. Therefore, I proactively approached Pain, expressing my desire to join the Akatsuki. After demonstrating my strength, he consented to my membership, yet I sensed a certain aversion he held toward me. Subsequently, I spent a considerable period within the Akatsuki organization. After a thorough investigation, I discovered that this group was originally a mercenary organization comprised of a multitude of members, a veritable mix of individuals rather than a gathering of elites. Eventually, they fell into a trap set by Hanzo, resulting in the unfortunate demise of one of the founders, leading to the disbandment of many members. Only two remained, Pain and Konan, both of whom were also founders. From that point onward, the Akatsuki altered its recruitment strategy, transitioning from a large assembly to one that exclusively sought powerful ninjas, thus evolving into the elite organization it is known as today, while still retaining its mercenary nature, with all actions aimed at fulfilling missions for monetary gain. Orochimaru continued his narrative, explaining that by the time I joined, the organization already included several members, notably the seemingly inhuman White Zetsu and Kakashi, who was said to be a ninja from Takigakure and had allegedly engaged in combat with the first Hokage while undertaking the assassination mission of Hashirama Senju, which ultimately failed. Upon returning to his village, he was branded a criminal for his failure and, in a fit of rage, chose to defect from Takigakure. Another member was Sasori of the Red Sand, a descendant of Chiyo, the advisor of Sunagakure. In his youth, Sasori's parents were killed during a mission by our own Kakashi Hatake, leaving him profoundly lonely. Under Chiyo's tutelage, he mastered the art of puppetry. Surprisingly, he later assassinated the third Kazekage and defected from Sunagakure. My initial motivation for joining the Akatsuki stemmed from an intense curiosity regarding Pain's eyes, compelling me to unravel the mysterious power concealed within them. However, I soon realized that my ideals clashed starkly with those of the Akatsuki, and Pain's overwhelming strength rendered any attempt to seize his eyes utterly futile. In resignation, I ultimately chose to defect. Naruto listened intently to Orochimaru's account, gaining a clearer understanding of the Akatsuki's origins. In the original narrative, the members of the Akatsuki were all recruited, with only Orochimaru proactively approaching and joining. Nagato harbored a certain disdain for Orochimaru, yet, recognizing his abilities, reluctantly acquiesced to his membership, albeit with a degree of caution. After the third Hokage, in a moment of compassion, allowed Orochimaru to escape, a pursuit order was promptly issued to capture the rogue ninja. At that time, Orochimaru had not achieved significant experimental breakthroughs. He had yet to master the impure world reincarnation technique and lacked his own force, which led him to temporarily align with the Akatsuki. After all, having been reduced to an S-rank rogue ninja, the Akatsuki presented itself as the most suitable refuge. However, Orochimaru was a man of considerable ambition. He had no intention of merely assisting the Akatsuki in collecting tailed beasts for menial tasks. Thus, from the outset, he had prepared for a potential escape. As the plot progressed, Sasori and Deidara pursued Orochimaru after his exit from the Akatsuki. At this juncture, Orochimaru had already mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, enabling him to confront the Akatsuki's pursuit with confidence. Although the original work did not elaborate on Orochimaru's induction into the Akatsuki, the official game, Ultimate Ninja Storm, elucidated that Orochimaru initially sought to seize Pain's Rinnegan but was thwarted by the sudden emergence of Pain's six paths. Additionally, the Akatsuki possessed research materials that Orochimaru required, which ultimately led to his agreement to join. It is highly probable that Orochimaru's departure from the Akatsuki was also influenced by a lack of necessary materials. The circumstances surrounding the Akatsuki are of paramount importance across any timeline. Only by comprehending the Akatsuki's intelligence can one ascertain whether Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu are plotting any schemes in the shadows. Furthermore, at this time, the Akatsuki was still in the nascent stages of capital accumulation. Reintegrating Orochimaru could prove to be a crucial element in future developments. He pondered for a moment, his expression turning grave as he regarded Orochimaru with utmost seriousness, stating, "Uncle Snake, I hope you will consider rejoining the Akatsuki." Orochimaru, taken aback by this assertion, soon erupted into a low, slightly perplexed laugh. "Ha, Naruto, your proposition is exceedingly bold. I have already defected from the Akatsuki. Would they truly accept me back? Moreover, are you suggesting that this organization possesses something extraordinary?" Naruto understood Orochimaru's bewilderment and intended to reveal certain information to emphasize the situation's gravity. With unwavering resolve, he locked eyes with Orochimaru and earnestly declared, "Uncle Snake, the Akatsuki is indeed of great significance. I can share some secrets about the organization with you." Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Orochimaru and Kabuto perked up instantly. For ninjas like them, intelligence held the greatest allure. They were eager to uncover the intricate details of the world's events and trace their origins. They awaited eagerly for Naruto to unveil some astonishing revelations. In truth, Pain was not a genuine individual. Rather, he was a puppet controlled by someone else, Nagato, who had previously been taught by your friend Jiraiya in Mangekyō. Nagato possessed Rinnegan akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths and was capable of using the corpses of ninjas to create Pain's six paths, each endowed with unique and formidable abilities. The figure you encountered was merely Deva Path. The other six paths included Azura Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Hell Path, and Human Path. Each Pain possessed distinct capabilities, all bestowed by the Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face instantaneously reflected shock, his pupils slightly constricted, clearly taken aback by this revelation. What? Pain's eyes are indeed Rinnegan, and the wielder of this eye is the very Nagato I once met. He could scarcely fathom that the seemingly inconspicuous boy possessed such extraordinary power. After a brief pause, he looked at Naruto and inquired, "But why do you insist on my return to the Akatsuki?" Orochimaru was beginning to grasp Naruto's intentions, but sought clarification. For this was no simple task. The more detailed the information, the greater their chances of emerging unscathed. Naruto's expression grew more resolute, his gaze imbued with determination as he replied, "Uncle Snake, You must understand that each member of the Akatsuki possesses the potential to profoundly influence the future of the entire ninja world. I urgently require someone within the Akatsuki to relay intelligence to me regularly, and after much consideration, that person can only be you. You have now mastered Sage Mode, making you stronger than ever before. The Akatsuki is currently in dire need of top-tier combatants like yourself. They would surely welcome your return. I can only tell you that the Akatsuki is of utmost importance for the future of the ninja world. Hence, it is imperative that you infiltrate the Akatsuki once more. After listening to Naruto, Orochimaru realized that this Akatsuki was indeed exceptional. He responded, "In that case, I shall agree to rejoin the Akatsuki. But what will my role entail upon my return?" Naruto nodded in satisfaction at Orochimaru's willingness to rejoin, stating, "Once you infiltrate the Akatsuki, you shall execute tasks as per the leader's directives. During this process, you may also collect the corpses of powerful ninjas and those with great potential across the ninja world for cultivation. Should I require your assistance in the future, I will contact you at any time." Naruto elaborated further. He understood that Orochimaru possessed a certain charisma. Otherwise, how would so many promising ninjas in the original narrative willingly follow him? These individuals were all exceptionally talented, and if they could be mobilized, the future would see an increase in their high-level combat capabilities. After listening, Orochimaru remained silent for a protracted period, his mind meticulously weighing the pros and cons. After a while, he lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of profound meaning. "Naruto, you little rascal, you are indeed remarkable. Your plan is intriguing. It may very well allow me to unearth even more novel and fascinating discoveries. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggested." At that moment, Kabuto, who had been quietly listening from the sidelines, adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of cold light flashing across the lenses. He spoke up, "Naruto, what about me? What must I do?" Naruto turned to Kabuto and replied, "Senior Kabuto, my arrangements for you are largely similar. You will gather the corpses of powerful shinobi from the outside world, while also scouting for potential ninjas to cultivate. These individuals will become crucial allies for us in the future." Kabuto nodded, his tone steady as he stated, "Understood, Naruto. I will strive to nurture a group of ninjas with immense potential. With the sage art of impure world reincarnation, I believe collecting corpses will become significantly easier." Orochimaru looked at Kabuto and chuckled, "Kabuto, I never expected your intellect to be so sharp. The idea of using the sage art of impure world reincarnation to acquire corpses mirrors my own thoughts precisely. It appears we are quite in sync." Kabuto slightly bowed, respectfully saying, "Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me. I merely hope to contribute to our team and play my part in future endeavors." Having concluded their discussions, the three prepared to embark on their respective missions. Chapter 89. Orochimaru returns to the Akatsuki. Before parting ways, Naruto earnestly cautioned Orochimaru and Kabuto, "We must execute our plan with utmost caution. We cannot allow the Akatsuki or other factions to sense our intentions. Snake Uncle, upon your return to the Akatsuki, be sure to conceal your true motives and avoid arousing any suspicion from Pain and the others. Senior Kabuto, while you gather corpses and ninjas, maintain a low profile to avert unnecessary troubles." Orochimaru nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, Naruto. I have spent time within the Akatsuki and know well how to navigate their intricacies. Concealing my intentions is not a challenge for me." Kabuto also affirmed, "Naruto, I will act with utmost caution. I will discreetly utilize my connections to carry out the collection." With that, Orochimaru vanished in a flash of shadow, swiftly disappearing from sight to meticulously prepare for his reintegration into the Akatsuki. Kabuto too turned and departed briskly, intent on seeking the scattered corpses of formidable shinobi and potential ninjas across the shinobi world. Orochimaru sped towards the Rain Village, the winds howling around him. Yet his heart remained remarkably calm as he contemplated the challenges that lay ahead. He was acutely aware that re-entering the Akatsuki would not be a simple task. Every step must be taken with caution. Upon arriving at the Rain Village, he immediately sensed a stark difference from before. The entire village was shrouded in a heavy curtain of rain, with drops incessantly falling as if they would never cease. He keenly detected the subtle fluctuations of chakra hidden within the delicate rain, which alerted him to the possibility that his presence had already been discovered. As anticipated, it wasn't long before a ninja, cloaked within the veil of rain, stealthily approached him. This ninja moved with remarkable agility, akin to a nimble night creature, swiftly handing Orochimaru a note before vanishing like a specter into the rain. Orochimaru unfolded the note to find an address marked upon it, along with the words "Meet here." He instantly understood that Pain opted for this cautious method to avoid revealing his identity and to prevent unnecessary conflict and casualties. Orochimaru had no intention of causing disruption, so he readily chose to follow the instructions to the designated location, which lay within a small hill in the Rain Village. Upon his arrival, the surroundings felt eerily tranquil, save for the sound of raindrops pattering against the leaves. Suddenly, two figures darted out like lightning from either side, Konan and Pain, the Deva Path. Konan, with her paper wings, floated gracefully in the air, reminiscent of an angel descending, imbued with a sense of sanctity. Meanwhile, the Deva Path possessed the ability to manipulate gravitational forces, allowing him to hover effortlessly as well. Konan's eyes reflected wariness and suspicion as she took the initiative to inquire, "Orochimaru, you who betrayed the Akatsuki and have now returned. What is your true purpose?" Orochimaru responded with a slight smile, unflustered. "It has been a while, Konan. There is no need to be so tense. I have genuinely come back to rejoin the Akatsuki." He elaborated, "As you know, I have always been engrossed in the study of ninjutsu. During my years of wandering, I have increasingly realized that only the resources and missions provided by the Akatsuki can fulfill my needs. I am willing to undertake various tasks for the Akatsuki in exchange for access to corpses of powerful individuals for my research." Orochimaru understood that for someone obsessed with research, lacking funds and materials was a perfectly rational justification to rejoin the Akatsuki, and he believed this would serve as a plausible excuse. The Deva Path observed Orochimaru quietly, his Rinnegan seeming to peer into his very soul. Concealed in the shadows, Nagato was rapidly contemplating whether Orochimaru's return was truly as straightforward as it appeared. However, before a god, all schemes and plots were rendered futile. With the power of the 6 paths of pain, Nagato felt an unprecedented confidence in his abilities, believing he was destined to bring change to the shinobi world. Presently, the Akatsuki was in dire need of strong individuals, and Orochimaru's return would save them considerable effort. After a lengthy silence, Pain finally spoke. "Orochimaru, do you think we would easily trust you? Your previous betrayal caused significant trouble for the Akatsuki." Orochimaru quickly replied, "Pain, I acknowledge that my departure was a mistake. However, I have experienced much during these years and have come to understand the Akatsuki's strength and potential. I return this time with sincerity, willing to prove my worth through my abilities and actions." Konan furrowed her brow, saying, "Even if what you say is true, how can we guarantee you won't betray us again?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Konan, I am no longer the person I once was. Moreover, my current objective is quite simple, to conduct my research. The Akatsuki can provide what I require. Why would I easily forsake that? Besides, with your strength, are you truly afraid of my potential betrayal?" Pain and Konan exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in a silent dialogue. Konan appeared reluctant to accept Orochimaru back into the Akatsuki. Yet Pain was exceedingly confident in his abilities, convinced that he could easily subdue any schemes Orochimaru might devise. Ultimately, Konan acquiesced to Pain's perspective. After a moment, Pain stated, "Orochimaru, we will consider your request. However, before that, you must first complete a task to demonstrate your sincerity." Orochimaru eagerly nodded, "No problem. Whatever the task, I will give it my all." Pain continued, "There is a mysterious organization operating covertly along the border of the land of fire and the land of earth. They seem to be collecting a special type of ore, said to possess immense power. We need you to retrieve a portion of the ore they have collected." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. "I see. It seems this task is not without its challenges. Nevertheless, I relish a challenge. Rest assured, I will accomplish it." Just as Orochimaru prepared to depart to undertake the mission, Konan suddenly interjected, "Orochimaru, I hope you do not disappoint us. If you dare to betray us again, the Akatsuki will not let you go." Orochimaru turned to Konan, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, Konan, this time, I shall demonstrate my sincerity." With that, Orochimaru vanished into the rain. At the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, Orochimaru arrived at the operational area of the mysterious organization. He cautiously lurked in the shadows, observing every movement of the organization. The members appeared enigmatic, adorned in peculiar attire, and each possessed considerable power. Orochimaru noted that they were excavating a type of ore that emanated a strange glow. He speculated that this or might indeed be the powerful chakra-infused mineral mentioned by Pain. To uncover the organization's true intentions, Orochimaru resolved to capture a member for interrogation. He stealthily approached a sentry and swiftly ensnared him with a snake, rendering him voiceless. "Tell me, what is your organization doing? What purpose does this or serve?" Orochimaru inquired coldly. The member, trembling in fear, replied, We are a research organization. This ore is said to contain potent chakra, though I am not privy to the specifics. Orochimaru frowned. It appeared the member was not well informed. Just as he prepared to continue his questioning, he sensed several powerful chakra signatures rapidly approaching. Realizing his cover had been blown, he chuckled darkly, releasing the member. Since you are all here, let us engage. Figures surged from all directions, encircling Orochimaru. Without hesitation, they launched an assault. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals, summoning colossal serpents to engage in fierce combat. During the fray, he discerned that while these individuals were formidable, they were no match for him. Utilizing his ninjutsu and sage mode, he effortlessly countered their attacks and gradually gained the upper hand. After a vigorous battle, Orochimaru vanquished them all. Pain's request was merely to retrieve a portion of the ore. There was no need to uncover every detail. Thus, Orochimaru deemed it sufficient to stage a facade. He produced a storage scroll and meticulously collected the ore, some to fulfill Pain's mission and others for his own research. Truly a win-win situation. Once he had thoroughly scavenged the ore, Orochimaru departed the scene, leaving no trace of his presence save for a field of corpses. Upon returning to the Rain Village, Orochimaru presented the ore to Pain. Observing the minerals, Pain's face broke into a satisfied smile. Orochimaru, you have performed admirably this time. It seems you are indeed sincere about rejoining the Akatsuki. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Pain, I vowed to prove my sincerity. Now, may I once again become a member of the Akatsuki? Pain nodded, stating, from this moment forth, you are a member of the Akatsuki. However, remember, do not betray the organization again, or you shall face the consequences. Orochimaru quickly assured him, rest easy, Pain. I shall not betray again. I still need to gather intelligence. Why would I so easily defect once more? Thus, Orochimaru successfully re-entered the Akatsuki, now serving as an informant for Naruto. Chapter 90. Return to Konoha. Naruto stood in rapt contemplation, gazing at the direction where Orochimaru and Kabuto had departed, his heart a tumult of anticipation for future plans intertwined with a tinge of anxiety. He understood that Orochimaru's return to the Akatsuki, tasked with clandestinely relaying crucial information, was a pivotal element of the entire scheme. Meanwhile, Kabuto's efforts in collecting the corpses of powerful individuals would undoubtedly fortify their forthcoming endeavors. At this moment, his most fervent desire was to return to Konoha and witness its current state. It had been 2 weeks since his departure, and he was eager to see how the village fared. The Shadow Clone had yet to report back, and he hoped that all was proceeding smoothly. I truly miss everyone. Naruto murmured softly, his eyes glistening with nostalgia. With that thought, Naruto hesitated no longer. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals with deft precision. In an instant, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, the distinctive chakra signature of the Flying Thunder God technique radiating magnificently. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, streaking towards Konoha like a shooting star. As he traversed the landscape, mountains and rivers blurred past him like fleeting phantoms. Before long, he passed the village he had once aided. From a distance, he observed a scene of tranquility and peace unfolding there. Children frolicked in the streets, carefree and joyous. Adults toiled diligently in the fields, perspiration glistening upon their brows. Wisps of smoke rose lazily from rooftops, weaving a serene tapestry of life. A smile crept onto Naruto's lips, a sense of comfort washing over him. It seems everyone is living happily and safely. That is enough for me. He chose not to approach the village but stood at a distance, gazing silently for a prolonged moment before turning and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more to continue his journey. Before long, the towering walls of Konoha came into view. Naruto spotted the vigilant figures of Shingetsu and Kanetsu standing guard at the gate, their postures as steadfast as ever, resembling resilient pines, their eyes keenly watching for any signs of trouble. These two remain as diligent as always. It's reassuring to see them steadfast in their duties, he thought, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With renewed determination, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, silently passing through the gate and entering Konoha without a sound. Just as Naruto vanished from sight, Shingetsu furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings with a look of confusion and vigilance. What's wrong, Shingetsu? Kanetsu inquired, having sensed his companion's unease. Shingetsu slowly shook his head, a perplexed expression crossing his face. I just felt that strange sensation of being watched again, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on us. Yet upon searching, I found nothing. Kanetsu gently patted Shingetsu's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. You must be exhausted from your watch. Perhaps you're experiencing hallucinations. The past few days have been calm with no unusual occurrences. Try to relax. Shingetsu nodded slightly, though a lingering sense of unease persisted within him. He chose not to voice further concerns and refocused on his duties. Meanwhile, Naruto had returned home. He tiptoed into his room, where he found his shadow clone idly sitting by the window, lost in thought. Utilizing his sage mode, he scanned the vicinity and discovered no members of the Umbu nearby. Only Kakashi-sensei lurking in the shadows, silently safeguarding his home. At that moment, Kakashi was engrossed in the timeless volume of Ika Paradise. It seems Sarutobi-sensei trusts me quite a bit. Even after my prolonged absence, he has not assigned anyone else to monitor me, placing his full confidence in Kakashi-sensei, who has become a reliable ally. Naruto mused to himself before decisively dispelling the shadow clone technique. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a relentless tide, and he found himself swiftly enveloped in the experiences of the past fortnight that his shadow clone had encountered. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, nothing had gone awry. Naruto exhaled deeply, a light, joyous smile gracing his features. Over the past 2 weeks, all had remained unchanged in the village. Life was tranquil and beautiful. Friends would occasionally visit the shadow clone, and they shared many delightful and unforgettable moments together. Naruto approached the window and executed several prearranged special gestures directed at Kakashi. The latter, engrossed in his book, promptly lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise and excitement illuminating his eyes. He instantly understood that the Naruto before him was the original returning. With remarkable speed, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique, appearing before Naruto in the blink of an eye. He scrutinized Naruto from head to toe, a look of satisfaction and relief spreading across his face. Naruto, you're finally back. Where on earth have you been these past 2 weeks? I was quite worried about you. With a grin, Naruto pulled Kakashi onto the sofa and eagerly commenced recounting his extraordinary adventures. Kakashi-sensei, I visited numerous places over these 2 weeks and experienced many unbelievable events. First, I journeyed to the land of rice, navigating considerable obstacles until I finally located the Sound Village and successfully met Orochimaru. What? You actually encountered Orochimaru? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, filled with shock and concern. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable power and perilous nature, and the mere thought of Naruto confronting him alone caused him to break into a cold sweat. Naruto beamed proudly, his face alight with a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, I managed to persuade him and Kabuto to join our ranks in my own way. Kakashi's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Naruto, are you truly speaking of Orochimaru? He is notoriously obstinate and ambitious. How on earth did you convince him? Kakashi found it hard to fathom that Naruto could persuade someone of Orochimaru's character so easily. Haha. Kakashi-sensei, in this brutal world of ninjas, what is the most persuasive? Undoubtedly, it is absolute strength. Orochimaru was initially defiant, so I challenged him to a battle until he was convinced. After I demonstrated my formidable power, he had no choice but to comply and join our team. Naruto recounted with fervor. Kakashi was astounded by Naruto's strength, realizing that he could genuinely defeat Orochimaru in direct combat. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. This revelation meant that Naruto's prowess now ranked among the elite of the Shinobi world, an understanding that filled Kakashi with immense joy. And then, what happened next, Naruto? Please continue. Kakashi pressed eagerly. We then ventured to the Dragon Cave, where we dedicated ourselves to mastering sage techniques for an extended period, Naruto replied earnestly. The Dragon Cave? Sage techniques? Kakashi's astonishment was beyond words. He could hardly believe that Naruto had undergone such an incredible journey in just 2 weeks. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, I understand that the cultivation of sage techniques is exceedingly challenging. Even my father, Minato, spent considerable time and effort mastering them. However, through my diligence and perseverance, I successfully grasped the sage techniques, and I even signed a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. Naruto declared with pride, his eyes glimmering with unwavering confidence. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, overwhelmed with emotion. He couldn't help but recall his own sensei, Minato Namikaze, the legendary ninja known as the Yellow Flash. The talents and abilities Naruto now exhibited seemed like a perfect replica of Minato, and in certain aspects, he surpassed him. Naruto, you truly astonish and fill me with pride. Your talent is simply beyond imagination. Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan, Sage Mode, your mastery of your father's abilities is exceptional. You are destined to become an even greater ninja than he was, Kakashi praised sincerely. Naruto scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Kakashi-sensei, please don't flatter me too much. It makes me shy. I am well aware that I have many shortcomings and must continue to strive diligently. By the way, Naruto, You mentioned you persuaded Orochimaru and Kabuto. Are they genuinely willing to join us wholeheartedly? There can't be any underlying issues, can there? Kakashi inquired, still harboring some concerns. Given that both Orochimaru and Kabuto had once been exceedingly dangerous figures, their actions often unpredictable. Naruto looked earnestly at Kakashi, his gaze resolute. Kakashi-sensei, rest assured. I engaged in heartfelt discussions with them, and we reached a profound consensus. They are sincerely willing to assist us. Moreover, I have arranged for Orochimaru to infiltrate the Akatsuki. He will provide us with crucial intelligence from within. The Akatsuki? Kakashi's expression shifted to one of confusion. He seemed unaware of the organization's existence at this moment. Naruto quickly realized that Jiraiya was likely conducting a covert investigation into the Akatsuki, but had yet to relay substantial information back to Konoha, leaving Kakashi uninformed. The Akatsuki is a mysterious organization operating near the Rain Village. On the surface, it appears to be merely a rogue ninja group accepting missions, but in reality, its members are all exceptionally powerful individuals. Naruto began to patiently elucidate the situation regarding the Akatsuki to Kakashi. The weakest member possesses the strength of an elite jonin, and there are quite a few among them who are at the level of Kage. They follow an elite-oriented approach. Naruto's words struck like a bombshell, stunning Kakashi. Kage-level figures were exceedingly rare in the Shinobi world, and the capacity of the Akatsuki to recruit so many was indeed perplexing. If such an organization were allowed to expand unchecked in the Rain Village, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the future security of the Shinobi world. With this realization, Kakashi's expression grew grave and serious. From Naruto's description, he deeply sensed the Akatsuki's danger and mystery. Naruto, you must exercise utmost caution. According to your account, the members of the Akatsuki are extraordinarily powerful, and their intentions remain unclear. Orochimaru must tread carefully while operating within their ranks, and we must remain vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Kakashi earnestly advised Naruto, emphasizing the importance of periodically investigating the situation to ensure the timeliness and accuracy of their intelligence. Naruto nodded gravely. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. That is precisely why I arranged for Orochimaru to go. He has been with the Akatsuki before and is well acquainted with their inner workings. Moreover, his strength has significantly increased, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Subsequently, Naruto elaborated on various aspects of the Akatsuki, including Pain's Rinnegan, the unique abilities of the 6 Paths of Pain, as well as the organization's recruitment plans and mission details. Kakashi listened intently, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The existence of the Akatsuki undoubtedly represented a massive potential threat to the entire Shinobi world. Naruto's decision to have Orochimaru infiltrate them, while fraught with risk, could very well become a pivotal breakthrough in understanding and countering the Akatsuki. Naruto, your decision to have Orochimaru join the Akatsuki was remarkably astute. We cannot remain complacent and allow such a dangerous organization to operate unchecked. We must swiftly grasp the Akatsuki's every move and prepare comprehensive preventative measures, Kakashi asserted. What specific plans do you have next? Naruto pondered for a moment before slowly responding. I wish to remain in the village for a while, relishing the company of my friends and enjoying a long-awaited tranquil life, while simultaneously fortifying and enhancing my abilities. Moreover, I intend to maintain close communication with Orochimaru and Kabuto, keeping abreast of the latest developments on their end. To my knowledge, the Akatsuki organization is still in the phase of amassing wealth, so they are unlikely to make any rash moves in the near future. Nonetheless, we must exercise caution. One can never be too careful when it comes to guarding against potential threats. Kakashi nodded in agreement, saying that arrangement seems prudent. However, you must ensure strict confidentiality. Matters concerning the Akatsuki bear significant implications for the entire ninja world and should never be carelessly divulged. In the ensuing days, Naruto reintegrated himself into the fabric of village life. He frolicked joyfully with his friends, Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikomu, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura, immersing himself in both play and rigorous training, savoring the blissful moments he had long missed. Simultaneously, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of self-improvement, dedicating considerable time each day to practicing sage techniques and various ninjutsu, relentlessly striving to augment his prowess. During his training in sage techniques, Naruto delved into the mysteries of these arts, attempting to amalgamate them with his other skills in hopes of forging more formidable techniques. Due to the immense power of Sage Chakra, Naruto would often utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to remote locations away from Konoha for his training. Frequently, he would spend entire days in the wilderness, tirelessly practicing until his clothes were drenched in sweat, yet his fervent desire to grow stronger remained undiminished. In addition to his own diligent training, Naruto employed transformation techniques to secretly follow his comrades, observing whether they were also committing themselves to their training. Under Naruto's influence, Kiba became increasingly devoted to honing his synergy with Akamaru, even beginning to learn the family's secret techniques. Poor Akamaru, at such a tender age, had to engage in transformations alongside Kiba, switching between human and canine forms, leaving him exhausted from the burdens of training beyond his years. Choji had commenced his studies of the Akimichi clan's unique expansion techniques, and it appeared he was making notable progress. Naturally, with his newfound abilities, Choji's appetite had burgeoned, much to the chagrin of his father, Choza, who found himself working tirelessly to support his son's voracious appetite, despite his own considerable consumption. Shikamaru, after mastering the shadow imitation technique, had succumbed to lethargy, often lounging at home and napping, an all-too-familiar behavior for him. However, under the insistence of Nara Shikaku, he begrudgingly engaged his mind to devise methods to better integrate the shadow imitation technique with other strategies. Despite his complaints, Shikamaru proved to be remarkably intelligent, discovering numerous practical applications for the technique in combat, some of which even impressed Shikaku. Ino was diligently enhancing her mind transfer technique's precision and range, striving to maximize its effectiveness in real combat scenarios. Of course, for Ino, mastering flower arrangement also held significant importance. Each day, she practiced this art under her mother's tutelage, aspiring to one day showcase her skills before Naruto and captivate him. The mere mention of Naruto ignited Ino's determination anew. Meanwhile, Sakura, with her family's support, began her own ninja training. With a commendable grasp of chakra control, her parents initiated her in exercises to refine her control, enabling her to successfully climb trees and walk on water. This development left her parents singing her praises, as they began to suspect their daughter might indeed be a prodigy. Aspiring to become an exceptional medical ninja like Lady Tsunade, Sakura's parents even sought connections to procure numerous books on medical ninjutsu. Though these tomes alone wouldn't transform her into a medical ninja overnight, they would undoubtedly provide her with a far superior foundation than someone entirely unacquainted with the field. Shino Aburame, on the other hand, had a rather low profile. At times, even Naruto's perceptive senses would fail to detect him without careful observation. Naruto began to wonder if Shino possessed a passive ability akin to that of Kuriko from Kuriko's basketball, allowing him to diminish his presence so effectively. While Naruto was not well versed in the Aburame clan's insect manipulation, he could see Shino busily engaged in practice, suggesting he was mastering his techniques diligently. In a surprising turn, Shino had begun to develop a physical technique, which instantly piqued Naruto's interest. Dubbed Iron Mountain Crash, this technique involved a clone of insects flanking the opponent, while Shino's real self launched a simultaneous assault. The name of this technique struck a nostalgic chord within Naruto, reminiscent of an old acquaintance from his homeland. Hey, what's with that middle part hairstyle and suspenders? I'm Kunkin, your long-lost friend. I miss you, chicken brother. Rock Lee had been training tirelessly under Gai-sensei, significantly improving his taijutsu abilities and overall physical condition. After Naruto's advice, Lee began to embrace a more balanced approach to training, ensuring he did not overexert himself without regard for his body's limits. Gai-sensei treated Lee as if he were his own son, providing him with top-tier healing ointments after every training session, not to mention the occasional lavish medicinal baths, explaining Lee's rapid progress. When the new school term commenced, it was certain to astonish everyone. Hinata Hyuga, under the thorough guidance of Hayashi Hyuga, was also making swift advancements. It became evident that once Hayashi ceased to treat Hinata as a mere branch family member, she began to fully exhibit her innate talents. Even while secretly observing, she rapidly absorbed the lessons Hayashi imparted to Hanabi, incorporating her own insights into her training sessions. Not only did she learn, but she also demonstrated a remarkable ability to extrapolate her knowledge, garnering frequent nods of approval from Hayashi. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to be confined by the stigma of being a caged bird. Hayashi was exceedingly grateful to Naruto for steering Neji back onto the right path. However, what astonished Hayashi the most was Hinata's newfound appetite. Once allowed to eat freely, Hinata's long-starved physique began to recover. Her once diminished appetite, originally due to prolonged hunger, was now showing signs of resurgence. After consistent feeding from Hayashi, Hinata's health improved remarkably. For her, consuming large quantities of food did not lead to any adverse effects on her physique. Rather, her body efficiently absorbed the energy. Hayashi even began to wonder if Hinata was truly his biological daughter, Perhaps she was mistakenly swapped with a child from the Akimichi clan? Until one day, after a hearty meal, while training alongside Niji, she inadvertently activated her Byakugan with her chakra. The manifestation of her Byakugan left Hayashi utterly astounded, his jaw nearly touching the ground. At merely 6 years of age, no records existed of any Hyuga member awakening their Byakugan at such a tender age. Could Hinata's potential truly be this extraordinary? Was the nourishment she received the secret? Was Uchiha's downfall in vain? Hinata Hyuga expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Naruto. Without him, she feared she might have squandered Hanabi's talent for many years. What a waste that would have been. The Hyuga clan now has hope for revival. Hanabi is indeed my biological daughter. Such talent. Just like me. Chapter 92. Tintin finally appears. The streets of Konoha were bustling with activity, alive with the vibrant energy of its inhabitants. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting golden patches of light upon the ground. Naruto strolled leisurely through the throngs, his mind racing with myriad thoughts, when suddenly, a long-forgotten figure surfaced in his memory, Tintin. Upon reflection, it seemed that among the Konoha 12, there was indeed a ninja who had yet to make an appearance. Naruto muttered to himself, and in an instant, the image of the woman known as the wealthy lady of Konoha materialized in his mind. Tintin, a jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, belonged to Team Guy, led by Might Guy, and fought alongside Niji Hyuga and Rock Lee. She excelled in taijutsu and the manipulation of ninja tools, possessing profound skills in space-time ninjutsu, enabling her to summon a variety of tools and props from scrolls, her techniques subtly imbued with the essence of a dragon. With a fervent desire to become an exceptional kunoichi like Tsunade, she often served as a sparring partner for Niji and was a crucial figure in mediating conflicts between Niji and Lee. Guy-sensei praised her long-range attacks, claiming she never missed, and Niji acknowledged her prowess with hidden weapons, asserting that her projectiles could not stray off course. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had lauded her performance during the Chunin exams. Later, Guy-sensei commended Tintin's techniques for reaching an extraordinary level of mastery. Utilizing space-time ninjutsu, she stored vast quantities of ninja tools in an alternate dimension, aptly described by Aoba of the Land of Mountains as a legendary portable warehouse. It is noteworthy that such space-time ninjutsu is quite rare among the Hokage. Techniques such as summoning jutsu, flying thunder god technique, kimui, intangibility, heavenly hand power, and the heavenly gods of the underworld are seldom matched. To be mentioned in the same breath as these formidable techniques signifies Tintin's considerable talent. Naruto vaguely recalled that Tintin's family must have been quite affluent. Perhaps they own a ninja tool shop? As he pondered this, he ambled through the village and unknowingly found himself on a bustling street, where a beautifully adorned ninja tool shop caught his eye. Inside, Tintin was busy organizing various tools. Naruto gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Instantly, he was greeted by a dazzling array of ninja tools. On the walls, various swords and blades hung in perfect alignment, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Shelves were filled with an assortment of shuriken and kunai, the air tinged with a faint metallic scent. Upon hearing the door, Tintin turned and her eyes widened with surprise. "Is that you, Naruto?" Taken aback by her recognition, Naruto replied, "You know who I am?" Immediately regretting the question, he recalled his identity as the embodiment of the Nine-Tails Fox. It would be strange for anyone not to know him. Tintin smiled and said, "Of course I do. Lee and Niji from our class seem to be particularly close to you, so I'm not unfamiliar with you." Realizing that her awareness of him stemmed from Lee and Niji, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if she had already been paying attention to her future teammates. A radiant smile spread across his face as he said, "That's right, those two are my best buddies." With a warm expression, Tintin inquired, "Naruto, have you come to the ninja tools shop to purchase something?" Seeing her smile, Naruto felt a nagging sensation that he might end up spending more than he intended. Frowning slightly, he contemplated. Despite his powerful lineage, his growth had not met expectations. Perhaps it was due to a lack of pressure in his daily training. Thus, he spoke. "I'd like to buy some basic explosive tags." As for the source of his funds, Naruto had amassed a considerable fortune during missions, eliminating bandits and small ninja factions. He continued, "Tintin, I'd also like to custom order some weights. The heavier, the better. What is the maximum weight you can provide?" Tintin, recalling Lee's training methods, replied, "Lee from our class also became stronger by training with weights. His current weight is around 20 pounds. If we create a full body set, the heaviest I can manage is about 500 pounds. 500 pounds. Even Naruto gasped at this figure. That weight was indeed beyond imagination. Tintin, noticing his concern, quickly explained, This weight is specially treated and can be gradually increased according to your ability. You can find your limit, train for a while, and then slowly add more. Naruto felt a surge of determination. With the powerful bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans flowing through him. He could not bear to face others if he could not handle a mere 500 pounds. Without hesitation, he declared, "Ten. I want a set of 500 pounds of weights." "Are you sure?" Ten exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She urged, "Naruto, have you thought this through? 500 pounds is no small amount. You could injure yourself." Naruto resolutely shook his head, rejecting her concern. "My mind is made up, Ten. Just do as I say." She continued, "Not only is it heavy, but customizing weights of this magnitude will also be quite costly." Naruto understood that custom items come with their price. As long as the quality was assured, he was willing to pay. "No matter how expensive, I will buy it." Seeing Naruto's determination, Ten ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Smiling helplessly, she then retrieved a measuring tape and began to carefully take his measurements, stating as she worked, "Come back in 5 days. We don't offer delivery. Also, I strongly recommend you purchase a storage scroll. It would make carrying weights much more convenient." After hearing this, Naruto silently mused. No wonder Ten had an abundance of ninja tools in the original story. She was quite the savvy merchant. However, there was nothing wrong with making a profit. He chuckled. "We'll see about that later." With that, he turned and left the ninja tools shop. 5 days later, Naruto returned to Ten's shop. The store was still bustling with activity, the various ninja tools glimmering under the sunlight, like weapons waiting for their chosen master. Ten happened to be in the shop. Upon seeing Naruto, her face lit up with a smile. "Naruto, the weights you ordered are ready." Following Ten's gesture, Naruto beheld a meticulously crafted set of weights neatly arranged before him, with corresponding attachment points for his body, waist, thighs, calves, and arms, clearly designed for comprehensive strength training. Ten again inquired, "Naruto, are you really sure you don't want to consider a storage scroll? Carrying such heavy items around isn't convenient." Naruto chuckled, remaining silent. And with a grand sweep of his hand, he instantaneously stored all the weights into his system space. This display left Ten speechless, her jaw dropping in amazement. Curiously, she asked, "Naruto, what ninjutsu is this? I've never seen a technique that can instantly store items like that." Naruto smiled enigmatically and replied, "This is a space-time ninjutsu I developed specifically for storage." Upon hearing this, Ten's eyes lit up with excitement, as if a new world had opened before her. So space-time ninjutsu can be used this way. Why didn't I think of that? After paying, Naruto found himself almost destitute. Indeed, as expected, the price was exorbitant for the customized weight training. Yet, he believed that every sacrifice was worthwhile in his pursuit of strength. Money could be earned again, but true power was the ultimate truth. After escorting Naruto away, Ten eagerly rushed off to experiment with space-time ninjutsu, pondering how to incorporate it into the storage and retrieval of ninja tools. Meanwhile, Naruto discreetly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived in a desolate wilderness far from the Hidden Leaf Village. Surrounded by mountains, the undulating peaks stood as guardians of the land, encircling this serene area. The mountains were adorned with lush trees, and sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, casting shimmering rays that resembled a blanket of golden flecks upon the earth. A crystal-clear stream flowed gently, the water dancing over the stones and producing a melodious sound, as if performing a natural symphony. Such a tranquil environment was perfect for training. Chapter 93, Naruto's Training. Ten invents space-time ninjutsu. Naruto took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh air imbued with the scents of earth and grass, refreshing his spirit. He retrieved 100 pounds of weight from the system space and donned it upon himself. Instantly, a heavy pressure descended upon him like a mountain, making it difficult to breathe and causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with unwavering determination as he endeavored to adjust his breathing and maintain balance in his body. After a challenging period of adaptation, he gradually discovered a posture that could sustain the weight and commenced his arduous training. The initial training felt akin to traversing a thicket of thorns, each step seemingly dragging the weight of 1,000 stones. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, soaking the ground beneath him. However, Naruto did not flinch. He incessantly dashed and leaped through the forest, attempting to execute various ninjutsu under the burden. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to the 100 pounds, beginning to increase the load. Each increment reintroduced that oppressive sensation, yet he always persevered. After enduring prolonged and grueling training, Naruto eventually managed to withstand 500 pounds for high-intensity training. He sprinted through the forest, although his speed was not as swift as when unburdened. Each step was solid and powerful, kicking up clouds of dust. His figure darted between the trees, occasionally unleashing a Rasengan. The blue sphere radiating formidable energy even under the weight, causing the surrounding air to tremble as if paying homage to this indomitable ninja. Through weight training, Naruto keenly sensed a significant enhancement in his physical attributes. His muscles became more toned, an inexhaustible strength surging forth as if his body harbored a treasure trove of power. His flexibility and coordination also experienced a qualitative leap, akin to a nimble cheetah galloping freely through the forest. The robustness of his physique reciprocated with his energy. The speed of chakra extraction noticeably accelerated. What once required considerable time to gather chakra could now be swiftly amassed, and the volume of chakra seemed to increase, transforming from a narrow stream into a broad river. Naruto understood that all this effort was worthwhile. He was steadfastly advancing on the path to strength. For the sake of his future village, to protect those around him, his friends, family, and teachers, and he would relentlessly push beyond his limits. He also sought to ensure that certain entities received their just punishment. In this tranquil wilderness, Naruto's training continued, his silhouette appearing increasingly resolute under the sun's rays. As his training progressed, he began to attempt merging with natural energy while under the weight, striving to combine Sage Mode with weight training. He understood that Sage Mode required immense focus and precise control over natural energy, and the 500 pounds undoubtedly heightened that challenge. Standing by the stream, the gentle sound of flowing water seemed to cheer him on. He slowly closed his eyes, endeavoring to sense the flow of natural energy around him. The pressure from the weight caused his body to tremble slightly, yet with unwavering willpower, he concentrated on perceiving the natural energy. Initially, the natural energy eluded him like a mischievous sprite, slipping away just as he was about to grasp it. Yet he did not relent, attempting time and again. Finally, after numerous failures, Naruto successfully guided a wisp of natural energy into his body. However, due to the burden-s influence, controlling the natural energy became exceedingly difficult, causing his body to sway uncontrollably, as if it might be repelled by the very force he sought to harness. "I cannot give up," Naruto roared within, summoning all his strength to balance the chakra within him with the natural energy. Sweat soaked his clothes, dripping to the ground, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. After a strenuous struggle, Naruto finally succeeded in merging the natural energy with his chakra, briefly entering Sage Mode. This was a different experience from entering Sage Mode under normal physical conditions, making it exceptionally arduous. In Sage Mode, Naruto's perception sharpened immensely. He could distinctly hear the sound of leaves falling from afar and sense every subtle change in the breeze, as if the entire world had come into sharp focus beneath his awareness. He attempted to execute the Rasengan in Sage Mode while under the weight. The blue sphere spun rapidly in his hand, encircled by a faint golden glow, a testament to the formidable power granted by Sage Mode. The Rasengan surged forward, instantly creating a massive crater in the ground, soil flying and trees trembling under the tremendous force, as if proclaiming Naruto's might. "I did it," Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration. Although it was merely a transient achievement of Sage Mode under weight, it marked a significant breakthrough in his weight training. As time passed, Naruto's duration in Sage Mode under the weight lengthened, and his mastery over it grew more proficient. He began to experiment with combining various Sage Mode skills with his enhanced physical techniques, crafting even more potent offensive maneuvers. During one training session, he melded the extraordinary perception of Sage Mode with the intensified physical techniques acquired from weight training, darting through the forest like a specter. His speed was astonishing, his figure nearly imperceptible, each punch imbued with immense power, the air around him shredding as his fists tore through it, producing sharp howls as if celebrating his formidable strength. Naruto also discovered that as his physical prowess continued to improve, he became increasingly adept at harnessing his bloodline abilities. The vitality of the Senju clan, the immense chakra of the Uzumaki clan, the perceptive abilities of the Hyuga clan, and the combat talents of the Uchiha clan gradually fused within him, enhancing one another. In a serendipitous moment during weight training, the bloodline abilities within him resonated unexpectedly. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, and the double tomo finally transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Not only that, but his eyes instantaneously morphed into a peculiar form, merging the traits of the Sharingan and Byakugan. Both activated simultaneously. He could not only perceive the internal structure of objects, but also anticipate the trajectories of his adversaries' movements. Overjoyed, Naruto recognized that this was the result of his relentless training awakening his bloodline powers further. He began to experiment with this newfound ability in combat training, engaging in fierce battles against his shadow clones amidst the forest. With his newfound strength, he effortlessly dodged their attacks while launching precise counterattacks. Each strike is imbued with immense power, shattering the surrounding trees and showcasing his formidable strength. Naruto has been training in this wilderness for approximately a week, during which his abilities have been steadily advancing. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Tenten has also made notable progress in her study of space-time ninjutsu. Immersed in her research, her weapon shop is filled with various experimental scrolls and tools. Sunlight filters through the window, illuminating the scrolls as if to kindle hope for her scholarly pursuits. She initially seeks inspiration from the summoning scrolls, quietly attuning herself to the subtle fluctuations of time and space. Her gaze is focused and resolute, as she diligently records her insights. After a period of dedicated study, Tenten finally develops her own unique space-time ninjutsu. This technique allows her to connect with a stable alternate dimension where she can store a plethora of ninja tools, summoning them when needed. Wonderful! I've finally succeeded. Tenten exclaims with excitement, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment as she gazes upon her successful jutsu. She feels that there exists a space now solely belonging to her, where she can utilize her space-time ninjutsu to store items. Although this space may be small at present, she believes that with continued development of her technique, it will expand significantly in the future. When Naruto finishes his training and returns to the Hidden Leaf Village, he passes by Tenten's weapon shop, where she excitedly rushes out to greet him. Naruto, she calls out. Recognizing her, Naruto follows Tenten into the shop. What is going on? Tenten, you look particularly cheerful today. Did you sell a bunch of ninja tools and make a fortune? Tenten, unable to suppress her laughter, responds. Do you really think of me as someone who only cares about making money, Naruto? Of course not. Naruto would never admit to that. Tenten continues. I called you here to share some splendid news. I have developed a space-time ninjutsu that is uniquely mine, enabling me to store and retrieve ninja tools more effectively. All thanks to the inspiration you provided me. Surprised to learn that Tenten has indeed created her own space-time ninjutsu, Naruto acknowledges her evident talent in mastering this art. He had merely mentioned it in passing, yet Tenten has successfully brought it to fruition. Noticing Naruto's astonished expression, Tenten decides to demonstrate her newfound ability. With swift hand movements, she completes the necessary seals. I have named this jutsu, the Art of Hidden Dragons. Instantly, a pile of ninja tools on the table beside her vanishes without a trace. Under Naruto's astonished gaze, Tenten performs the jutsu again, causing the tools to reappear. Wow, Tenten, you're incredible, Naruto exclaims, his eyes reflecting admiration. Please tell me more about how this jutsu works. With a joyful smile, Tenten begins to explain in detail. You see, Naruto, through my in-depth research of space-time ninjutsu, I discovered a stable alternate dimension and connected it to my jutsu. Now, whenever I perform my technique, I can instantly summon the ninja tools I desire. And this alternate space can accommodate a much greater variety and quantity of tools than before. Naruto, upon hearing this, can't help but praise her. Tenten, you truly are remarkable. This technique will not only significantly enhance your efficiency in battle, but will also make it far more convenient for you to carry a plethora of ninja tools. In future confrontations, the advantages this jutsu provides will be monumental, and for the Hidden Leaf, your skill will undoubtedly prove crucial in critical moments. Tenten blushes slightly, laughing bashfully. It's all because of the space-time ninjutsu you demonstrated that inspired me. I wondered if I could integrate space-time ninjutsu more closely with the storage and retrieval of ninja tools. After countless attempts and failures, I finally succeeded. Chapter 94, Sasuke's Invitation. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing their respective growth and achievements, laughter resonates within the weapon shop. Eventually, Naruto glances at the sky and stands to take his leave. Tenten, I'm truly delighted to hear your good news today, but I must return now. There are matters I need to attend to. Tenten nods with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, Naruto, come visit me again. Perhaps I'll have developed even more powerful jutsu by then. As Naruto steps out of the weapon shop, the bustling streets are bathed in warm sunlight. While walking, he reflects on recent events, feeling as though he has overlooked someone. He mentally reviews all his friends and suddenly slaps his forehead. Oh no, how could I forget about Sasuke? Upon further contemplation, he realizes that it has indeed been quite some time since he last saw Sasuke, and a wave of nostalgia washes over him. I wonder how Sasuke is doing now. He must have grown stronger, Naruto muses, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just as he thinks this, he arrives at his home and spots a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, He recognizes it to be Uchiha Sasuke. Surprised and elated, Naruto initially worries that Sasuke might be upset with him for not having contacted him for so long, but seeing Sasuke's familiar silhouette dispels his concerns. Sasuke stands there with a stoic expression, exuding an aura of aloofness, appearing as if he were a master forbidding strangers to approach. However, upon seeing Naruto, his face breaks into a smile as he strides toward him, saying, "Naruto, I've been training in the Uchiha compound this whole time, and haven't had much time to hang out. When school starts, you'll definitely see my progress." Naruto responds with a grin, "Great. I'm really looking forward to your performance after school starts. Just don't let me down." After their pleasantries, Naruto curiously inquires, "Sasuke, why are you waiting for me at my house?" Sasuke tilts his head slightly and replies, "Now that winter break has started, it's pretty boring staying at home all day. My parents asked me to see if you'd be interested in coming over to our place." Upon hearing this, Naruto's smile falters, and he inwardly groans. He quickly assesses the situation in his mind. While visiting Sasuke's house itself isn't problematic. The Uchiha clan's current situation in the Hidden Leaf Village is quite sensitive. Having only recently gained Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust, the scrutiny from the Umbu has considerably lessened. If he were to visit the Uchiha compound and word reached Shimura Danzo's ears, that old dog would undoubtedly whisper poison in Hiruzen's ear, potentially placing Naruto back under surveillance. He couldn't guarantee what kind of trouble Danzo might stir up. If he were to use this as a pretext to assume the Uchiha clan was plotting a rebellion and take preemptive action, Naruto believes there is no limit to the absurdity Danzo is capable of. Though this might not directly affect Naruto, it would certainly create a troublesome situation. Seeing Naruto's troubled expression, Sasuke mistakenly thinks he doesn't want to go and feels a sense of disappointment, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "Naruto, you wouldn't want to come over to my house, would you? Have you not considered me a good friend?" It must be said that Sasuke was genuinely innocent and endearing in his childhood. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto's heart softens. After all, he is an Uchiha, and their emotions run deep. "Sasuke, you're making this difficult for me." Naruto quickly clarifies, "Sasuke, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to go. It's just that the Uchiha clan's reputation in the Hidden Leaf is rather sensitive. Plus, you know my own reputation isn't exactly well regarded by some. If I were to go directly, it wouldn't be good for either of us." Upon hearing this, Sasuke recalled the history of the Hidden Leaf Village that his father, Fugaku Uchiha, had recounted, thus realizing the complex legacy issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. Anxiously, he inquired, "What shall we do, Naruto? Are you truly not coming?" Naruto pulled Sasuke into a room and, with an air of mystery, replied, "Sasuke, while I cannot openly go, we can secretly make our way there." Sasuke's eyes brightened with curiosity as he asked, "How can we go secretly?" Naruto first activated his Sharingan to carefully sense his surroundings, noting that aside from Kakashi-sensei's hidden watch, there were no signs of other Umbu operatives. Subsequently, he cautiously retrieved a specially crafted kunai from his Flying Thunder God Technique tools. Sasuke gazed at the uniquely designed kunai, his eyes filled with intrigue. "What is this? It looks so cool." Seeing Sasuke's keen interest, Naruto smiled and explained, "This is a special Flying Thunder God kunai. If you like it, I'll give you one later." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face lit up with joy as he nodded eagerly. "Really? That would be wonderful." Naruto continued patiently, "When you return home, have your father check for any ninja monitoring the area, and then find a concealed spot to channel your chakra into this kunai. Once you do that, I will sense it and teleport to you using the Flying Thunder God Technique." Sasuke, increasingly fascinated by the magical kunai, pressed on with questions. "What is the principle behind this? Why will you be able to sense it once chakra is infused?" Naruto chuckled, keeping a secret. "When you show this kunai to your parents, they should be able to explain it." Sasuke, slightly miffed by Naruto's reluctance, cautiously accepted the kunai, preparing to leave. Before departing, he turned back to Naruto and said, "I'll see you soon, Naruto. You must come to my house. My parents have prepared a feast for you." Naruto assured him with a smile, "Don't worry, Sasuke, I will definitely come." With a heart full of joy, Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound. Upon his arrival, his parents, Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, noticed he was alone and exchanged knowing glances. Meanwhile, his brother Itachi felt a tinge of regret for not having met Naruto. Fugaku asked Sasuke, "Why didn't Naruto come back with you? Was he stopped by someone?" He presumed that Naruto had been intercepted by Danzo or a member of the ANBU while entering the Uchiha clan. Sasuke quickly clarified, "No, Naruto promised to visit. But he mentioned that due to the unique circumstances of the Uchiha clan, coming directly could be risky." Sasuke's words caused Fugaku and Mikoto to pause. As they understood the delicate position the Uchiha clan held within the village, and Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could indeed provoke unnecessary complications. Itachi, ever perceptive, sensed the underlying meaning in Sasuke's words and asked, if he cannot come directly, does Naruto have a way to come secretly? Fugaku and Mikoto, realizing the implication, turned their attention to Sasuke. With a smile, Sasuke produced the Flying Thunder God kunai from his pocket, saying, of course. Naruto said he would definitely come, and he gave me this. Itachi examined the special kunai with curiosity, having never seen such an item before, while Fugaku and Mikoto were struck with astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. Father, mother, what is wrong with this kunai? Sasuke inquired, noticing their unusual expressions. Fugaku took a deep breath and slowly explained, Sasuke, this is the Flying Thunder God kunai, a signature tool of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It is said that he could instantly reach any marked location with this kunai, moving as swiftly as lightning, earning him the title of the Yellow Flash. The fourth Hokage? Sasuke exclaimed with surprise. While he had heard of Minato's illustrious reputation, he was astonished to learn that Naruto possessed his kunai. Does this mean Naruto can use this kunai to instantly arrive at our home? Sasuke asked with curiosity. Perhaps. Fugaku replied. You must understand that the fourth Hokage achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield using this technique. For ninjas, missions are paramount. However, many from other villages were so terrified of Minato that they were instructed to flee upon encountering him, as they deemed his prowess unbeatable. Fighting him was considered almost futile. Listening to his father's account, Sasuke's admiration for the fourth Hokage grew even stronger. However, Fugaku's subsequent words doused Sasuke's enthusiasm. It is precisely because of Minato's formidable strength that many ninjas in Konoha aspired to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, despite completing numerous missions and redeeming opportunities to learn it, they have all failed. Why is that, father? Sasuke questioned, confused. Fugaku could not help but pat Sasuke's head, realizing that his son, though gifted, was sometimes too naive and needed everything spelled out. The Flying Thunder God technique is not an ordinary ninjutsu. It is an exceedingly rare space-time ninjutsu. Its scarcity and the difficulty of its mastery require a specific aptitude for space-time ninjutsu to learn. If it were so easy to master, how could Konoha have produced only one Minato Namikaze? Fugaku's words left Sasuke feeling disheartened. If that were the case, could Naruto truly learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Sasuke began to doubt Naruto, as according to his father's explanation, this ninjutsu was indeed exceedingly challenging, and even his father could not perform it. Mikoto gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, offering comfort. Regardless of whether Naruto can master this technique, I believe he trusts you immensely, which is why he entrusted you with such an important item. So, no matter if he can or cannot, follow his instructions. Who knows, perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. Mikoto's understanding and supportive words brought warmth to Sasuke's heart, deepening his admiration for Naruto. Eagerly, he declared, let's act swiftly. I promised Naruto I would ensure he arrives at our home safely. Fugaku asked, what did Naruto say to you? Sasuke recalled and replied, Naruto told me to first scout the area for any monitoring ninjas, and once confirmed that there are none, to find a concealed spot to infuse chakra into this kunai. Fugaku nodded and instructed Itachi, go outside and check for any suspicious individuals. Itachi complied and soon returned to report, Father, there are currently no suspicious individuals outside. Although the Uchiha clan was not well regarded in the village, they were not under constant surveillance, and it was clear that today, there were no watchers on the Uchiha clan. Fugaku turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, go to a concealed location now and, as Naruto instructed, infuse chakra into the kunai. Excitedly clutching the kunai, Sasuke, under the guidance of his family, made his way to a secluded room within a residence belonging to Fugaku Uchiha, focusing intently as he slowly infused chakra into the kunai. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi chose to remain at the dining area, awaiting good news from Sasuke, eager for a miracle to unfold. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation of chakra. A confident smile crept across his face as he thought, Sasuke, I'm on my way. Chapter 95, My Father is Minato Namikaze. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, his entire being enveloped in a radiant golden light. A distinctive chakra fluctuation of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the concealed chamber where Sasuke resided. Sasuke merely caught a glimpse of a dazzling golden flash and, upon closer inspection, was astonished to see Naruto had suddenly materialized, exclaiming in delight, Naruto, you really came. Naruto smiled as he patted Sasuke's shoulder, replying, "Of course. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you." The duo cautiously made their way toward the room where Sasuke's parents were located. Along the way, the architecture of the Uchiha compound stood in elegant disarray, serene and dignified. The moonlight spilled over the stone pathway, casting shadows of the two friends. Occasionally, the chirping of insects would disrupt the tranquility of the night. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the Uchiha home. Sasuke pushed the door open, excitedly calling out, "Father, Mother, Naruto has arrived." Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto hurriedly came forth, astonished that Naruto had indeed accomplished his goal and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing Naruto, their faces lit up with warm smiles. "Naruto, welcome to our home." Feeling somewhat bashful, Naruto stepped inside, greeted by an array of sumptuous dishes laid out on the table, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Uchiha Mikoto cheerfully urged, "Naruto, make yourself at home." Gratefully, Naruto nodded. "Thank you, uncle and aunt. I apologize for imposing." Everyone gathered around the table, indulging in the delectable feast while engaging in light conversation. Uchiha Fugaku, intrigued, inquired, "Naruto, how did you acquire the kunai for the Flying Thunder God?" Naruto momentarily hesitated, aware that he could not divulge the existence of the system, and promptly responded, "I stumbled upon it by chance. The Flying Thunder God technique was also an unexpected discovery, which I eventually mastered through relentless practice." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. "The Flying Thunder God technique is an exceptionally advanced space-time ninjutsu. Your mastery of it is no small feat. It seems your years of hard work have not been in vain." Uchiha Fugaku was not easily deceived, having learned of Naruto's command over the technique. He could surmise many implications. However, noticing that Naruto had withheld certain truths, he understood that Naruto had yet to fully trust them. If one were to reveal all their secrets at the outset, Fugaku would perceive such naivety as a liability in the world of ninjas. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. "It's merely luck, along with my desire to become stronger, that drove me to practice diligently." Sasuke, beaming with pride, chimed in, "Naruto has become incredibly formidable. His strength has surged impressively." Naruto responded with a smile, "Sasuke, you're no slouch either. I'm quite eager to see how you perform after school begins." Witnessing the camaraderie between Naruto and Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto felt a surge of joy, thinking, "Do you see, Kushina? Our child has found a wonderful friend." Time passed swiftly during the meal, and once everyone had eaten their fill, they seized the rare opportunity to sit down and converse at length. Especially Uchiha Itachi, who harbored a multitude of curiosities, yet refrained from voicing them out of respect. Naruto, noticing the subtle tension among them, particularly with Sasuke, who had always been unable to mask his emotions, realized that the little guy's thoughts were all too apparent. Since the Hyuga clan had aligned themselves with his side, it was only fitting that the Uchiha clan should not be left behind. Thus, Naruto decided to engage in an open dialogue, for Sasuke was family, and by extension, his parents and brother were as well. "Feel free to ask any questions you may have," Naruto stated. "I may not have many opportunities to visit the Uchiha clan in the future, so take advantage of this moment. I will answer as best as I can." Hearing Naruto's mature and composed words, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto were momentarily taken aback. It seemed Naruto was not as naive as their son, possessing a mind of his own. Sasuke was the first to pose a question, excitedly asking, "Naruto, have you truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Where did you acquire the training methods for it? Can you teach me?" Fugaku and Mikoto were surprised that Sasuke had immediately asked the very question that piqued their interest, and they waited in silence for Naruto's response. Unfazed by Sasuke's inquiry, Naruto chuckled and affirmed, "Yes, I have completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. As you can see, Sasuke, I can use the kunai to teleport instantly from my home to yours. I can certainly teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. I will write down the training methods when I return home and provide you with a copy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I believe you have the potential to learn it." Naruto generously offered, for Sasuke was his dear brother, and anything he desired, Naruto was happy to provide. In the original narrative, Sasuke's Rinnegan possessed a space-time ninjutsu known as the Heavenly Hand Power, a technique bestowed upon him by the Sage of Six Paths. This technique allowed the user to instantaneously swap places with any object within a specific range. In close combat, exchanging oneself with another object could serve as an effective means to evade enemy attacks. Moreover, swapping weapons like kunai could facilitate offensive maneuvers. Indeed, one could switch with any visible object, whether human or otherwise, and even exchange with the air itself. In Boruto, it was depicted that even if unseen, Sasuke could still perform such exchanges. Such is the nature of Naruto. The narrative, at times contradictory, is not without its flaws, yet it remains compelling. Really? Naruto, that's amazing. Sasuke exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Unable to sleep that night, thrilled at the prospect of learning such an incredible ninjutsu from his best friend. As for the origins of his training methods, Naruto hesitated, pondering whether uncle and aunt could accept such truths. He refrained from directly stating it, instead querying Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto. Do you think you could handle knowing this truth? Upon hearing his words, Fugaku and Mikoto instantly grasped Naruto's implication. The boy had indeed uncovered the truth. However, who had divulged it to him? Sarutobi Hiruzen? That seemed unlikely, as he was not so benevolent. Shimura Danzo? That was improbable as well. He would not share such information freely. Then who could it be? The mystery was difficult to unravel. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, who remained silent but intrigued. Fugaku nodded and said, since they wish to know, then please, speak freely, Naruto. Share what you know. With Fugaku's encouragement, Naruto smiled, glancing at the still curious Sasuke. Are you prepared to learn the truth, my foolish brother? He began, speaking deliberately. The Flying Thunder God technique was taught to me by my father. Indeed, my father is none other than the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze. With that revelation, Uchiha Sasuke was rendered speechless. What? My dear brother is the child of the strongest Hokage in the village? This truly meant that he was the son of the Hokage. However, if Naruto's father were the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, then why did Naruto bear the surname Uzumaki? Moreover, why had he endured such hardships? The treatment he received in the village was nothing short of abysmal. Beside them, Itachi Uchiha had already deduced Naruto's identity upon learning that he could perform the Flying Thunder God technique. However, disbelief lingered within him, as he harbored a faint yearning for Konoha. Compared to his portrayal in the original narrative, Itachi now placed greater emphasis on his family's legacy, the Uchiha clan's heritage, with the safety of Konoha being a secondary concern. Yet, if Konoha extended such treatment to the fourth Hokage's son, the child of a hero, it indicated that the issues within the village were far more profound than he had initially perceived. The towering tree of Konoha had begun to rot at its very roots. In truth, both Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha were somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that Naruto was truly aware of his lineage. However, it was perplexing. Why? If Naruto was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, was his treatment not more favorable? At that moment, Sasuke remained blissfully naive, believing that everyone who contributed to Konoha should receive just treatment. Yet, Naruto's circumstances brutally shattered that illusion, revealing that Konoha was not as idyllic as he had imagined. Well, let me elaborate on this matter, Fugaku Uchiha interjected. He turned to Naruto and said, I am uncertain where you acquired this information, but allow me to share what I know and see if it aligns with your understanding. Aware of his son's curiosity regarding Naruto's background, Fugaku resolved to provide them with a thorough explanation. The situation is as follows. Naruto's father is indeed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, while his mother is Kushina Uzumaki, hailing from the Uzumaki clan. She was also a classmate of mine at the Ninja Academy, a dear friend. Mikoto interjected at this point. It was then that Sasuke and Itachi realized that their mother was friends with Naruto's mother, implying that Sasuke and Naruto shared a familial bond of sorts. To comprehend everything, one must hark back to the Nine-Tails rampage several years prior. Fugaku began reminiscing about past events, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his gaze. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had garnered immense accolades during the Third Great Ninja War, leading to his recommendation by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the next Hokage, a position he ultimately assumed. Under his leadership, Konoha flourished and thrived. Eventually, Kushina, Minato's wife and Naruto's mother, became pregnant. Her status was significant, as she was the new Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Father, what is a Jinchuriki? Sasuke inquired, still unaware of the term's meaning. However, upon hearing about the Nine-Tails, he recalled how the villagers often referred to Naruto as the Nine-Tails Fox. He sensed a connection. Tailed beasts are entities characterized by varying numbers of tails, formed from immense chakra, with 9 in total. Each possesses tremendous power. To harness the power of these beasts, humans sealed their energies within themselves, striving to control the might of these creatures. The hosts of these tailed beasts are akin to living sacrifices, referred to as Jinchuriki, due to their overwhelming power. Tailed beasts incite fear, often regarded as harbingers of calamity. They have been utilized as instruments of war and, at times, as forces to maintain peace, manipulated by humanity. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, captured all 9-tailed beasts through sheer will. Following the establishment of the 5 great nations to address the distribution of the tailed beasts, Hashirama convened the unprecedented First 5 Kage Summit, during which his brother Tobirama Senju served as his bodyguard. At this summit, Hashirama accepted Tobirama's proposal to exchange monetary compensation for the tailed beasts, resulting in the equitable allocation of the beasts among the 5 nations, thus forging the first peace treaty in the ninja world and achieving comprehensive peace on this land for the first time. This is the origin of the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki. Sasuke and Itachi began to grasp some of the complexities involved. Fugaku continued, once Kushina became pregnant. It was a significant event for the village, as the Jinchuriki seal is most vulnerable during childbirth. If exploited by malevolent individuals, it could spell disaster for Konoha. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage discreetly designated a secluded location for Kushina to give birth, with the assistance of the 3rd Hokage's wife, Iwako Sarutobi. If all proceeded smoothly, Konoha would continue to thrive. Regrettably, an unforeseen tragedy occurred. A masked figure, unbeknownst to them, discovered Kushina's location, murdered Iwako Sarutobi, abducted Naruto, and unleashed the 9 tails. The most terrifying revelation was that the masked man possessed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Sasuke and Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Was it one of our Uchiha clan members? Sasuke questioned incredulously. No, at least not the Uchiha clan within Konoha, Fugaku clarified. Well aware that controlling the 9 tails with the Sharingan required an extraordinary amount of ocular power, a feat few within their clan could achieve. Even he, should he unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan, might be capable, but he had never attempted it, thus could not guarantee anything. Under the masked man's control, the 9 tails wreaked havoc upon Konoha. Because the beast was being manipulated via the Uchiha clan Sharingan, Konoha's higher-ups grew suspicious, fearing that the Uchiha clan was orchestrating this chaos from behind the scenes. Consequently, the Uchiha were tasked with evacuating civilians, relegated to observing the battle from a distance. Unable to participate directly, several ninjas were assigned to monitor the Uchiha clan's activities. The subsequent events unfolded with the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, desperately attempting to thwart the 9 tails assault. Under the masked man's control, the 9 tails unleashed its most devastating technique, the tailed beast bomb. The mechanics of this technique remain unknown, but it is understood that when unleashed at its maximum capacity, its destructive force could obliterate mountains. If such a technique were to be unleashed upon Konoha, it would result in the demise of a significant portion of its populace. In that critical moment, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stepped forward, utilizing his Flying Thunder God technique. He managed to redirect the tailed beast bomb to a location far from Konoha, where it detonated. Its power felt even within the village. Subsequently, Minato employed the Reaper Death Seal, a potent sealing technique, but alas, the 9 tails was formidable. He could not fully seal it away. He sealed half of the beast's chakra within himself, while the other half was sealed within Naruto by his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, using her sealing techniques. This battle resulted in the tragic loss of both of Naruto's parents. Thus, this is the origin of Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Fugaku had elucidated the majority of the events with remarkable clarity, detailing matters that even the average Konoha higher-ups were unaware of. Some intricate details had taken him considerable time to uncover. However, Father, since Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, why is he subjected to such treatment now? At this moment, it was Itachi who posed the question. Unlike his younger brother Sasuke, who asked out of ignorance, Itachi had already begun to form his own worldview and values. By inquiring about this matter, he sought to probe the validity of his own suspicions and ascertain whether Konoha truly was as rotten to the core as he believed. After the death of Naruto's parents, custody was entrusted to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Initially, we all assumed that the 3rd Hokage would care for Naruto properly. Little did we know, we were gravely mistaken. One day, Konoha convened an urgent high-level meeting called by the 3rd Hokage himself. During the meeting, Hiruzen proposed that due to the numerous enemies made by Minato and Kushina during the 3rd Great Ninja War, it was imperative to protect Naruto's identity. Thus, he suggested renaming Naruto to Uzumaki Naruto and secretly concealing his true identity, under the pretense of safeguarding him. In reality, however, he tacitly allowed another high-ranking official, Danzo Shimura, to spread rumors that Naruto was the embodiment of the 9 tails, inciting hatred among the villagers who had lost loved ones during the 9 tails attack. Such malice was unforgivable. This was also the reason behind Naruto's perpetual ostracism. Thus, under Fugaku Uchiha's narration, Naruto's lineage was entirely unveiled. Sasuke Uchiha gazed at Naruto with profound sympathy. Though the Uchiha clan faced a similar lack of favorable treatment in Konoha, he still had the companionship of his father and mother, along with the love of his elder brother. His life was filled with happiness, and he could scarcely imagine the anguish of being deprived of both parents, let alone having his brother transformed into an adversary. The pain was simply unbearable. Itachi Uchiha's gaze towards Naruto was also filled with sympathy, mingled with disappointment for Konoha. This village, in its current state, required a thorough upheaval among its higher echelons for a brighter future to emerge. Itachi resolved that, for the sake of his clan's future, he must eradicate the decaying leadership of Konoha. Chapter 97. The Uchiha clan takes a stand. After listening to Fugaku's account, Naruto nodded heavily, affirming, "Indeed, everything is just as you have described, Uncle Fugaku." His eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, an amalgamation of nostalgia for past grievances and unwavering determination for the future. Fugaku furrowed his brow in confusion. "Naruto, how do you know the truth? Logically, no one should have informed you, especially considering how Hiruzen addressed the matter in the high-level meeting. Those privy to the truth would not easily divulge it." Fugaku was perplexed. It seemed improbable that Naruto could learn the truth through other means unless Minato had somehow sent him a message from beyond. Naruto lowered his gaze to his abdomen, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. "It was my father who told me. But your father, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself long ago. How could he have conveyed anything to you?" Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Minato has truly manifested? Naruto slightly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with light. "Although my father perished, he sealed a portion of his chakra within me while sealing the 9 tails, as did my mother, as a contingency. Recently, under unforeseen circumstances, I encountered both my father and mother, and from them, I learned the truth. Just before my father's chakra waned, he imparted to me the method to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Through relentless effort, I ultimately succeeded in mastering it." Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged astonished glances. Mikoto sighed softly. Indeed, parents always leave behind some means of support for their children. Fugaku then inquired, "Naruto, now that you are aware of the truth, what do you intend to do? Will you seek revenge against Konoha, or will you choose to feign ignorance and remain silent?" He was keen to discover the decision Naruto would make, for having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Given time, he could undoubtedly become a formidable Hokage-level ninja. Such a figure would be pivotal for the future of Konoha. Naruto's expression hardened, and he declared resolutely, "I will become Hokage and eradicate the corrupt leadership of Konoha, restoring a bright future for our village." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi was most invigorated. He stepped forward, fists clenched tightly. "Naruto, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." At this moment, Itachi had reached the level of Jonin and possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. He merely needed to engage in a life-and-death battle to push his potential to its limits and transcend to the Mangekyō Sharingan, achieving Hokage-level prowess. Should Itachi awaken the Mangekyō, his newfound strength would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for Naruto. With techniques like Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi at his disposal, one that harms without killing, and the other that could bring joy to Kakashi-sensei for 3 days, Naruto gazed at Itachi with gratitude. "Thank you, Itachi. Your support means a great deal to me." He then turned his attention to Fugaku. "Uncle, I seek not just Itachi's support, but the backing of the entire Uchiha clan." Fugaku felt a jolt within him as he regarded this 6-year-old child whose thoughts were remarkably mature. He could not help but acknowledge that Naruto's aspirations surpassed those of his own son. At such a tender age, he was already seeking the necessary alliances for his future. Such foresight was rare among children. Yet, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had maintained a stance of neutrality and found himself at a crossroads. Fugaku countered, "Naruto, what kind of support do you envision?" Naruto's gaze was earnest as he replied, "Uncle, I understand that the Uchiha clan is not of one mind. There are those who are complacent, and those who yearn for rebellion. I hope the Uchiha will strive to support me. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I will ensure that the Uchiha clan receives no discrimination and faces no unfair treatment." Naruto's words stirred something within Fugaku. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Naruto becoming Hokage appeared promising. Aligning with Naruto now might indeed prove to be a sagacious choice. Naruto's persuasive words began to sway Fugaku. Even Sasuke stood agape, thinking, "No way. I'm only 6 years old, still honing my ninjutsu, aspiring to become a formidable ninja, and here you are, already contemplating the role of Hokage." He scratched his head, bewildered. Could this truly be his good friend? However, if Naruto were to become Hokage, given their bond. Securing a position as his right-hand man would be a cinch. Ha! Soon Konoha would belong to the two of us brothers. With this thought, Sasuke's true nature began to surface. Noticing Fugaku's wavering stance, Naruto decided to stoke the flames further. Uncle, allow me to share another piece of insider information. Heihachi Hyuga has already pledged the support of the Hyuga clan to me. Furthermore, I have established excellent rapport with the heirs of other prominent clans. I believe that when I become Hokage, there will be a multitude of voices in favor of my leadership. I hope you will seize this opportunity. Upon hearing that his rival, the Hyuga clan, had already taken the initiative to join Naruto's camp, Fugaku felt a resolve solidify within him. To hesitate now would mean allowing the Hyuga clan to reap the rewards while mocking the Uchiha clan for their short-sightedness. Losing to anyone was one thing, but losing to the Hyuga clan was unacceptable. He straightened his posture and solemnly declared, I, representing the Uchiha clan, stand with you. The voices within the family shall be harmonized by my efforts, all in pursuit of your smooth ascension to the position of Hokage, ensuring a radiant future for the Uchiha clan. Naruto smiled contentedly, extending his hand. A pleasure to collaborate, uncle. Fugaku grasped Naruto's hand firmly. Indeed, a fruitful partnership. Fear not. Naruto, the Uchiha clan is steadfast in our commitments. Having chosen to ally with you, we shall fulfill our obligations without fail. Hearing Fugaku's resolute assurance, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then retrieved a scroll from the confines of the system space, presenting it to Sasuke. Sasuke, this is the training scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. Try it as instructed, and if any uncertainties arise, feel free to consult me privately. Subsequently, Naruto turned his gaze to Itachi, saying, Brother Itachi, should you find it intriguing, you may wish to give it a try as well. Observing Naruto's adeptness in winning hearts, Fugaku was convinced that he was firmly aboard this endeavor. Itachi also nodded, intrigued by the prowess of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, renowned for the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto then produced a pouch of ninja tools from the system space, handing it to Sasuke. Inside were custom-made kunai specially crafted for the Flying Thunder God technique, as Naruto intended to reserve his own for personal use. For Sasuke's training, these would be more suitable. Additionally, Naruto recalled the legendary ninjas from the original story, such as Jiraiya, the information broker, and the healthy Itachi. How formidable they were. Since he was here, Naruto also intended to address Itachi's health issues. Approaching Itachi, he stated, Brother Itachi, allow me to examine your condition. I sense there may be some underlying issues. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately dropped the pouch of tools, exclaiming, Naruto, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with my brother? You must find a way to heal him. Itachi was taken aback. Indeed, he had been experiencing minor health concerns recently, but had dismissed them as insignificant. To think that Naruto had noticed. Remarkable. Naruto approached Itachi, focusing intently as he channeled his yang chakra towards him. He discovered that while Itachi appeared outwardly normal, there were subtle anomalies lurking in the corners of his body. Naruto sensed that despite having awakened the Sharingan at an early age, a symbol of talent for the Uchiha clan, excessive use of the Sharingan could lead to physical complications. This was precisely Itachi's predicament. His body had begun to exhibit irregularities. Naruto nurtured Itachi's Sharingan with yang chakra, while also addressing aspects of his mind. One must not underestimate the brain, the most enigmatic domain of the human body. Any mistakes here could prove catastrophic. Ultimately, Naruto replenished the somewhat depleted energy of Itachi's Sharingan. And now Itachi felt unexpectedly invigorated, even more potent than when he first activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, it seemed as though his three-tomo Sharingan had yet to reach its potential. There appeared to be a subsequent stage. However, Itachi refrained from voicing these thoughts directly, instead expressing gratitude to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. I feel unprecedentedly comfortable. My body should have strengthened considerably. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Sasuke conveyed their heartfelt thanks to Naruto. Itachi was an indispensable member of their family, and his well-being was of utmost importance. Fugaku's resolve to stand by Naruto's side solidified even further. Chapter 98. Displaying strength, the night descended like an endless expanse of black silk, gentle yet imbued with a hint of mystery, gradually enveloping the Uchiha clan's territory. Fugaku and Naruto sat quietly at a stone table in the courtyard, where an antique oil lamp flickered, its tiny flames swaying gently, casting a warm glow that danced across their serious, focused faces, subtly outlining their features in shadow. Naruto, you speak wisely. It is indeed unwise to confront the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, without absolute certainty. Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. his gaze deep and resolute as he fixed it upon Naruto, slowly articulating, "During this time, I shall cautiously probe the elders' attitudes within our clan, striving to garner support from more clan members for you. This process may be fraught with challenges, yet for the future of the Uchiha clan and the village of Konoha, it is a worthy endeavor." Naruto nodded gently, his expression earnest and sincere. He instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze revealing a maturity and composure beyond his years as he replied, "Uncle Fugaku, I entrust everything to you. Although this period of endurance will be exceptionally arduous, akin to navigating a thorny path each day, it is an essential process to achieve our shared goal. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we shall break through the darkness and usher in the light. The Uchiha clan will one day stand tall in Konoha. I sincerely look forward to that day." Fugaku sighed softly. Within that sigh lay a mixture of concern for the future and curiosity about Naruto. A hint of inquisitiveness crossed his face as he leaned slightly forward, almost pressing against the stone table, gazing intently at Naruto. His eyes brimmed with an exploratory essence. "Naruto, I have frequently heard Sasuke speak of your extraordinary prowess. Yet I have never formed a definitive concept in my mind, particularly after learning that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Accurately assessing your strength has become increasingly challenging. The disparity in effectiveness of the Flying Thunder God technique varies greatly with the user's skill level. Its application by an average genin might yield success only through surprise, while against a jonin, it would rely heavily on luck. However, if a Kage-level ninja were to master it, the possibility of ambushing and eliminating several Kage-level opponents under the right circumstances is not entirely out of reach." Naruto fell into a momentary contemplation, lowering his head slightly, his brow furrowed as he rapidly pondered how to respond. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, his gaze steady and fervent as it met Fugaku's, confidence shimmering in his eyes as if brimming with boundless energy. "Uncle Fugaku, to be candid, my current strength has indeed reached the Kage level." "What?" Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity as he exclaimed, "Naruto, you are merely 6 years old. How could you possibly attain Kage-level strength? Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, such power seems implausible." The notion was utterly astonishing. Kage-level strength was a height that countless ninjas spent their entire lives striving to achieve. Naruto understood that the moment had come to reveal some key truths. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke slowly, his chest rising and falling with intensity. "Uncle Fugaku, I previously mentioned that due to an unforeseen incident, I encountered the chakra left behind by my parents within me, and I also met the Nine Tails within me. With the guidance and assistance of my parents, I have learned to communicate with the Nine Tails, and in times of necessity, I can harness the Nine Tails chakra for battle." Naruto, however, did not divulge every secret, such as his reconciliation with the Nine Tails, which allowed him to access the Nine Tails chakra mode. Even the Nine Tails mode has become accessible, yet due to his still maturing physique, it remains temporarily unusable. Along with that hidden sage mode, these are his most crucial trump cards, which he will not easily reveal unless absolutely necessary. He understands that these trump cards are essential for turning the tide in critical moments. Premature exposure would only place him in a disadvantageous position. Thus, Fugaku nodded slightly, his chin gently moving, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes as his fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a soft drumming sound. Contemplating, he remarked, "No wonder you exude such confidence. What unique ninjutsu has your father imparted to you? I am genuinely curious about the nature of the jutsu that has granted you such formidable strength at the tender age of 6. The ninjutsu my father has taught me is undoubtedly powerful, and with the assistance of the Nine Tails chakra, I possess the strength of a Kage," Naruto responded, his eyes shimmering with pride, radiating like the sun, his tone resolute, imbued with profound respect and gratitude towards his father. Fugaku, harboring his own speculations, appeared utterly astonished, his mouth slightly agape, his expression seemingly frozen in time. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed, "To achieve Kage-level prowess at 6 years old is truly astonishing. Naruto, would you be willing to spar with Itachi? It is only through witnessing your abilities firsthand that we can truly believe in this incredible fact." Naruto understood well that in a world where strength reigns supreme, prowess cannot merely be boasted about through words. It must be demonstrated through action. Without hesitation, he nodded, a confident smile gracing his face, warm and infectious like the spring sun. "Very well, I agree. This will also provide an opportunity for mutual learning and growth with Brother Itachi." At that moment, Naruto concentrated his mind, employing the Kagura Shingon to meticulously survey every corner around him. His gaze sharpened and focused, leaving no detail overlooked. Only after confirming the absence of lurking Umbu ninjas did he exhale softly in relief. Following Fugaku's lead, he traversed to the innermost training grove of the Uchiha clan. This grove was serene and profound, encircled by dense trees that secluded it from the outside world, resembling a mysterious space detached from reality. Here, they need not worry about surveillance from the Umbu and could unleash their true capabilities without restraint. Uchiha Itachi emerged with a cold demeanor, his gaze steadfast and piercing, akin to two sharp daggers, fixated intently on Naruto. Although he was taken aback by Naruto's claims, he could genuinely sense the sincerity in his words, firmly believing in Naruto's Kage-level strength. Meanwhile, he was merely at the level of a jonin, prompting him to face Naruto with utmost seriousness. He subtly flexed his wrist, the joints emitting a faint cracking sound as he prepared for the impending battle. Naruto, I will give it my all. Itachi's voice was low and powerful, imbued with an undeniable resolve, resonating as if emanating from the depths of his chest, carrying an air of pressure. His eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, gleaming with a sharp light, symbolizing not only his respect for Naruto, but also his earnestness toward this spar. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, a hint of excitement flickered within as he looked forward to the contest against a formidable opponent. At the outset, Itachi swiftly cast an illusion technique, aiming to inflict mental harm upon Naruto. His gaze instantly deepened and became enigmatic, resembling an unfathomable abyss that could ensnare any who dared to gaze into it. An invisible wave of mental energy rippled towards Naruto, bearing an enticing power that sought to infiltrate the depths of his consciousness. However, unbeknownst to Itachi, as a Jinchuriki, Naruto naturally possessed a heightened resistance to Genjutsu. Moreover, with his own three-tomo Sharingan, coupled with an extraordinarily potent mental fortitude, he required no assistance from the Nine Tails to effortlessly withstand the assault of the illusion. Feeling the mental wave approach, Naruto merely furrowed his brow slightly, effortlessly repelling it, silently grateful for his usual training in mental strength. As the Genjutsu faltered, Itachi remained unfazed, his reflexes remarkably swift as he immediately recalibrated his strategy. In a flash, he darted forward like a streak of black lightning, intent on demonstrating his superb taijutsu against Naruto. The two figures navigated the grove with remarkable speed, akin to two agile leopards, their fists and feet colliding with resounding force, producing a deep and powerful echo akin to a thundering drumbeat that reverberated through the air. The surrounding atmosphere trembled in response to the intensity of their exchanges, visible ripples manifesting as leaves were dislodged from the trees by the resulting shockwave. Itachi was taken aback, discovering that Naruto's strength exceeded his expectations. Each clash felt as if he were colliding with a towering mountain, rendering his arms numb. The impact reverberating from his arms to his shoulders, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Despite possessing the formidable insight granted by the Sharingan, which allowed him to discern every subtle movement of his adversary, he found that Naruto consistently anticipated his intentions, as if Naruto were the one who truly wielded the Sharingan's capabilities to their fullest extent. In truth, Naruto had quietly activated his three-tomo Sharingan, concealed beneath the perfect guise of his beautiful eyes, rendering it undetectable to others. Leveraging the abilities of the three-tomo Sharingan, along with his keen battle instincts, he consistently predicted Itachi's next moves at the moment he struck. Unable to gain the upper hand with taijutsu, Itachi swiftly resolved to employ ninjutsu. His hands moved rapidly and skillfully through the hand seals, transforming into fleeting shadows, as he intoned, fire style, fireball jutsu. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth like a cannonball, hurtling towards Naruto with tremendous force. As the fireball advanced, the air around it ignited, warping and distorting, while the surrounding trees wilted under the searing heat, emitting a scent of charred foliage. The fireball resembled a massive sun, radiating waves of intense heat, scorching everything in its path. Naruto, witnessing this, maintained an air of calm composure, unfazed by the impending assault. In a blink, he vanished from his position, leaving behind only a hazy afterimage. Instantly, he reappeared behind Itachi, an execution of the Flying Thunder God technique, his speed akin to lightning, leaving no room for reaction. Utilizing the properties of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto traversed the space freely, rendering Itachi's attacks futile. The Flying Thunder God technique. Fugaku exclaimed in awe from the sidelines, his eyes brimming with shock and admiration, his mouth slightly agape, as if entranced by the spectacle before him. Sasuke gazed at Naruto with admiration, gaining a deeper understanding of Naruto's strength. His eyes sparkled with longing and aspiration, silently vowing to become as formidable as Naruto. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto redirected Itachi's fireball back towards him. Itachi, equally agile, swiftly pivoted, his hands rapidly forming seals once more. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon roared forth from his hands, claws bared, lunging towards the fireball. The water dragon collided vehemently with the fireball, and in that instant, vapor enveloped the area, a dense mist rising, shrouding the surroundings in a veil of powerful energy, rendering the world hazy and indistinct. As the vapor and smoke intertwined, they conjured a chaotic world, obscuring the truths within. A subtle smile of confidence graced Naruto's lips. He began to swiftly gather chakra in his hands, and a blue orb gradually took shape within his palm. This was the Rasengan. Rasengan! Fugaku exclaimed in astonishment, hastily turning to explain to Sasuke. This technique is the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage, an A-rank, non-elemental jutsu with astonishing power. Behold, the Rasengan in Naruto's hands has coalesced with formidable chakra. Should it strike its target, the consequences would be dire. The Rasengan spun rapidly in Naruto's grasp, emitting a buzzing sound as it surged forth with immense force, akin to a cannonball fired at Itachi. Seeing this, Itachi's expression turned grave, and he promptly unleashed various ninjutsu to counter the impending attack. First, he executed the Earth Release, Earth Wall technique, causing a robust earthen barrier to rise from the ground in an attempt to block the Rasengan. However, the Rasengan's power proved overwhelmingly potent. It sliced through the earthen wall like a knife through butter, relentlessly advancing toward Itachi. The wall crumbled under the impact, disintegrating into dust. In response to this, Naruto was suddenly enveloped by a surge of crimson chakra, which rapidly coalesced into a layer of eerie light, signifying his transformation into a half-tailed beast state. Rasen Shuriken, Naruto bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the forest, as if infused with boundless strength, causing leaves to flutter down around him. A massive Rasen Shuriken took form in his hands, enlarged several times over and brimming with terrifying energy. Naruto charged at Itachi, wielding the Rasen Shuriken with an unstoppable momentum. As it passed, the air tore apart with a sharp, whistling sound, reminiscent of a deathly roar. The Rasen Shuriken's might was formidable, and Itachi sensed an unprecedented peril. His heart raced, pounding as if it would leap from his throat, cold sweat trickling down his brow and soaking his back. In this critical moment, his 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin at an accelerated pace, the velocity escalating as if striving to transcend spatial limitations. A powerful and enigmatic force surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, threatening to burst forth from his body. Fugaku watched in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features, his mouth slightly agape, as if witnessing the most extraordinary phenomenon of the world. Itachi's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation, the 3-tomo Sharingan evolving into the Mangekyō Sharingan. In that fleeting moment, a flood of new memories inundated his mind, revealing the unique ocular techniques of his Mangekyō Sharingan, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi, along with the immensely powerful Susanoo. Amaterasu, capable of unleashing a vast expanse of black flames that incinerate opponents, its fire never extinguishing until the target is reduced to ash. However, the strain of wielding Amaterasu inflicts great harm upon the user, resulting in bloodshed from the eyes. Tsukuyomi, a Jinjutsu cast with the left eye of the Mangekyō Sharingan, drawing the enemy's spirit into a realm of illusion where all factors, time, place, and quality, are under the user's control, subjecting foes to immense psychological and physical torment. A mere gaze into Itachi's eyes would ensnare them. Susanoo, the ultimate power residing within the Mangekyō Sharingan, materializing a colossal, ethereal warrior formed from immense chakra to engage in battle, embodying both offense and defense, its strength evolving alongside the wielder's ocular prowess. Those memories surged like a tidal wave, instantly filling his consciousness, granting him a profound understanding of his newfound abilities. Fugaku trembled with excitement, hastening to Itachi's side, grasping his shoulders tightly. His voice quivering with exhilaration, "Itachi, you have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. This is the supreme power of our Uchiha clan." He turned to Sasuke, who mirrored his astonishment. "Sasuke, understand this. The Mangekyō Sharingan is an advanced form of the Sharingan, attainable only through immense suffering and emotional upheaval. Each pair possesses unique ocular techniques." Fugaku began to elucidate to Sasuke. "Indeed, just as my left eye's technique, Amaterasu, emits inextinguishable black flames, my right eye's technique, Tsukuyomi, creates a phantasmal mental realm, ensnaring foes in endless anguish and despair. And the third power, Susanoo, manifests as a formidable entity, boasting unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities. Itachi too began to share the capabilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan with those gathered. With the Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi, you shall wield the power to alter the course of battle. Fugaku's eyes shimmered with fervent hope, envisioning the resurgence of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, Itachi activated Susanoo, and a massive skeletal form materialized beside him. Susanoo towered several meters high, its enormous arms swinging with the might of a giant from ancient mythology, poised to withstand the lethal onslaught of the Rasen Shuriken. The formidable skeletal figure radiated a chilling aura, as if it were an emissary from the depths of hell. Boom! The Rasen Shuriken struck Susanoo with tremendous force, the impact resonating like a violent earthquake, sending Susanoo reeling, leaving deep impressions in the ground, while nearby trees were uprooted and flung skyward by the sheer power. Naruto staggered back several paces from the recoil, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth. The overwhelming force caused the entire forest to tremble, as if the world itself quaked beneath the onslaught of energy. That will suffice, Naruto declared, retracting his chakra, a contented smile gracing his face. His voice was gentle yet resolute. Itachi, you have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. This is the greatest achievement of our spar. Itachi gradually dismissed Susanoo, his eyes glimmering with complex emotions, surprise and exhilaration at his newfound power, coupled with deep respect and admiration for Naruto's prowess. Naruto, your strength is indeed extraordinary. I concede defeat with full acceptance. This exchange has illuminated my shortcomings and bestowed upon me new power. Thank you. Fugaku approached, his face radiant with satisfaction. Naruto, your abilities have truly impressed me. To have such a formidable ally is an honor for our Uchiha clan. From this day forth, we shall wholeheartedly support you in our shared endeavor for the future of Konoha. Sasuke, too, hurried over, his face alight with excitement. Naruto, you are incredible. I aspire to be as powerful as you. I will strive to unlock my own Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto chuckled, ruffling Sasuke's hair with his warm, sturdy hand. Sasuke, you can certainly achieve it. With persistent effort in your training, you too will become an immensely powerful ninja. I believe that in the future, you will leave everyone in awe. Chapter 100, Amaterasu. Naruto lifted his gaze to the sky, the night deepening. He slowly rose to his feet, standing tall. His ever-gentle smile directed toward Fugaku and his wife Mikoto. Uncle Fugaku, Aunt Mikoto, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes flickered with profound reluctance, moving with unprecedented speed to Naruto's side, grasping his hand tightly, urgency and a plea evident in his voice. Naruto, are you leaving so soon? Could you possibly stay a bit longer? Exclaimed Sasuke, a hint of exasperation in his tone. The burden of popularity is truly overwhelming. He turned to Naruto, his voice softer. Forgive me, Sasuke, for we are merely brothers. My heart belongs to Hinata. With a radiant smile that warmed the soul like the gentle sun of spring, Naruto placed a comforting hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, it's vacation time. Should you wish to seek my company, simply channel your chakra into the flying thunder god Kunai, and no matter where I am, I'll be by your side in an instant. As he spoke, Naruto retrieved a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Sasuke. This kunai, distinct in design with its elongated, sharp blade that shimmered with an eerie luminescence, concealed formidable power within. It was unlike the ordinary kunai from the tool pouch he had previously given to Sasuke and Itachi, as it was a part of Naruto's infinite flying thunder god technique. Sasuke accepted the kunai with utmost care, grasping it tightly as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, for he felt the weight of Naruto's regard. Moreover, Naruto continued, even if you do not seek me out, I shall come to you and Itachi to train together and grow stronger. Intrigued by Sasuke's potential in space-time ninjutsu, given that in the original narrative, Sasuke had already mastered it along with the heavenly hand power, Naruto was eager to witness Itachi's mastery of the Mangekyō Sharingan and his ascent to the realm of shadow-level warriors. Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile illuminated Sasuke's face. The prospect of training alongside his dear brother and learning ninjutsu from him was the epitome of happiness. He nodded enthusiastically, declaring, "That's wonderful, Naruto. I will train diligently and live up to your expectations. I will master the flying thunder god technique and become as powerful as you." Uchiha Fugaku observed this exchange with a satisfied smile. Stepping forward, his eyes glimmering with trust and hope, he addressed Naruto. "Your words bring me great reassurance. From today onward, I shall discreetly gauge the sentiments of the clan elders and strive to unite the Uchiha clan members towards our common goal. Naruto nodded appreciatively, replying, "Thank you, Uncle Fugaku." With that, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his movements fluid and seamless, accompanied by a subtle ripple in the air. Akin to gentle ripples on a tranquil lake, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight and returning home. Once Naruto departed, Sasuke found himself somewhat disoriented, frequently gazing at the kunai left by Naruto in a daze. Even when his parents attempted to touch it, Sasuke protectively urged them to be gentle, fearing it might break. This prompted bemused smiles from his family, who could only shake their heads at their son's attachment. With great anticipation, Sasuke finally reached the following afternoon, eagerly making his way to a secluded spot. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the whisper of the breeze rustling through the leaves. Carefully, he withdrew the kunai that Naruto had bestowed upon him, inhaling deeply as he began to channel chakra into it. His gaze was focused and resolute, as chakra surged forth from within, flowing steadily into the kunai. In an instant, Naruto responded to Sasuke's call, a brilliant golden light appearing beside him. At that moment, Itachi was also present, observing Sasuke's actions with keen interest. "Sasuke, Itachi, I'm here. Let us commence our training," Naruto greeted them cheerfully. The trio arrived at the training ground. Encircled by lush greenery, the environment serene. Naruto employed the Kagura Shingon to scan the area, confirming there were no other ninja surveilling them. It was indeed a safe haven. Itachi, having already developed his own training regimen, required no further adjustments from Naruto, as he was on the brink of shadow-level strength. Naruto understood that offering him advice was unnecessary. It was time for Itachi to carve his own path. Sasuke, meanwhile, was on a dual path of ninjutsu and physical training. Observing him with earnestness, Naruto expressed his concern and offered guidance. "Sasuke, I suggest you allocate some of your ninjutsu training time to enhancing your physical strength." Sasuke looked puzzled and inquired, "Why is that, Naruto? Isn't it true that a powerful ninjutsu is sufficient for victory in battle?" "Consider this," Naruto replied. "Only with a robust physique can you extract chakra more swiftly. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique, being a space-time ninjutsu, demands high physical strength, making this training indispensable." Sasuke, receptive to Naruto's counsel, nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting determination. "I understand, Naruto. I will incorporate this aspect into my training from now on." In the ensuing sessions, Sasuke adhered to Naruto's recommendations, embarking on a regimen to strengthen his physical prowess. He settled into a horse stance, knees slightly bent, ensuring they did not extend beyond his toes, gripping dumbbells with taut muscles. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, soaking his garments and pooling at his feet. Naruto remained vigilant, closely monitoring Sasuke's every movement, occasionally pointing out areas for improvement. "Sasuke, focus on the point of force. It should flow from your legs to your waist, and then to your arms to concentrate your power." Sasuke diligently heeded Naruto's guidance, continuously adjusting his posture, each modification accompanied by the ache of exertion. Yet he persevered, understanding that such efforts were essential for his growth. With Naruto's assistance, Sasuke perceived remarkable progress in his physical training, an experience unlike any he had encountered during solitary practice. He couldn't help but marvel at Naruto's meticulous instruction, which surpassed even that of his father, Uchiha Fugaku. "Naruto, you truly are exceptionally detailed," Sasuke mused, to which Naruto responded with a playful, "Are you implying I'm overly meticulous?" As Sasuke's training session concluded, Naruto summoned Itachi. Clearing his throat, he began to explain the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique. This formidable space-time ninjutsu required profound understanding. While speaking, he squatted down and sketched the intricate patterns of the technique in the earth with a twig. The lines complex and enigmatic, embodying the hidden mysteries of ninjutsu within the Naruto universe. He elaborated on its principle. One must first inscribe the technique's markings on a target. Then, through the connection between the markings and one's chakra, teleport instantly to that location. This necessitated acute spatial awareness and precise chakra control. Subsequently, Naruto instructed Sasuke and Itachi to close their eyes and concentrate, attempting to sense the connection between their chakra and space. Imagine your chakra as an unseen hand, capable of touching the fabric of space, tracing its textures to discover pathways to different locations. Naruto's voice was soothing and resonant, offering a sense of calm assurance. As anticipated, Sasuke demonstrated a greater aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. It wasn't long before he excitedly opened his eyes, joy illuminating his expression. "Naruto, I believe I sensed that fluctuation, though faint. I truly felt it." While Itachi possessed greater strength, He found himself somewhat lacking in the sensitivity required for space-time ninjutsu. He shook his head, somewhat resigned. I have yet to feel it. It appears that each individual indeed excels in different domains. Naruto encouraged Sasuke and Itachi to continue their attempts at sensing the connection, emphasizing that mastery would come not overnight, but through prolonged training and dedication. As Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha concluded their training, Naruto proactively suggested, Itachi, let us test the prowess of your Mangekyō Sharingan. We only tried Susanoo yesterday, and we have yet to explore Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Itachi's face. Naruto, I sense that my ocular techniques possess considerable power, and I fear I might inadvertently harm you. Naruto mused to himself. While Amaterasu is formidable, it has seldom claimed lives in the original narrative. If I were to perish from its flames, that would be a dreadful disservice to my identity as a transmigrator with the system. As for Tsukuyomi, whether it could affect me remains uncertain. Thus, he confidently patted his chest and reassured Itachi, do not worry, brother. I will activate my half-tailed beast transformation. I shall be fine. In this form, Naruto was enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails, boasting an impressive defensive capability. Itachi, now somewhat reassured, nodded, while Sasuke observed with keen curiosity. Eager to discern the true extent of his brother's ocular techniques, his eyes alight with anticipation. As Naruto and Itachi positioned themselves in the training ground, the air around them seemed to solidify, thick with tension. Taking a deep breath, Naruto unleashed a surge of crimson chakra that enveloped his form like a roaring tide, signifying his half-tailed beast transformation, complete with a symbolic tail manifesting behind him. He called out to Itachi, I am ready. Sensing the overwhelming aura exuding from Naruto, Itachi focused intently, activating his Sharingan. The three tomos spun rapidly, transforming into the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, Amaterasu. In an instant, a jet-black flame erupted from Naruto, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, imbued with an essence of inexorable destruction. The flames spiraled upward, scorching the air around them and emitting a hissing sound as if the very atmosphere were being incinerated. Itachi could distinctly perceive the nature of Amaterasu. It would not dissipate until its target was utterly consumed. Naruto, too, felt the burn of Amaterasu, noting the draining of the Nine Tails chakra. Yet, the replenishing rate of the Nine Tails chakra far outstripped the speed at which Amaterasu consumed it. Quickly, he discerned a flaw in Amaterasu's design. Contemplating, while it can incinerate its target utterly, its burn rate is not particularly rapid. Moreover, if a portion of the consumed target is relinquished, Amaterasu will not actively seek a new target. To test this hypothesis, Naruto allowed a surge of chakra from his tailed beast cloak to pour forth, willingly severing the chakra being burned by Amaterasu from his body and casting it aside. As the crimson chakra departed, it gradually lost its vitality, ultimately reduced to ashes under the relentless flames. Hear me, Itachi, Naruto said, your technique, Amaterasu, indeed possesses the remarkable trait of continuous burning. However, its relatively slow combustion rate suggests it may not be the optimal choice for a decisive strike in battle. It is best employed in close combat, delivering a surprise attack, such as igniting flames above an adversary's head. No matter how resolute they may be, they cannot sever their own head, yielding an effective strategy. Naruto swiftly articulated the shortcomings of Amaterasu, explaining why it rarely resulted in fatalities within the original narrative. Itachi, in silent agreement, nodded and said, Naruto, you are correct. I shall employ Amaterasu as per your guidance henceforth. I also possess Tsukuyomi. Would you care to experience its might? Without hesitation, Naruto replied, bring it on. I am eager to witness the power of Tsukuyomi. Itachi concentrated once more, locking his gaze onto Naruto, his Mangekyō Sharingan shimmering with an eerie light as he cast Tsukuyomi. Instantly, Naruto felt himself enveloped by a formidable ocular force, as if an invisible hand sought to draw him into a realm of mental illusion. He contemplated, although I possess the three-tomo Sharingan, my inherent bloodline grants me considerable ocular power. If I resist with all my might, I might just escape the grasp of Tsukuyomi. It seems this technique is predominantly effective against those with weaker ocular power than the user, against those stronger, it is likely to falter. With this thought, Naruto relinquished his resistance, allowing Tsukuyomi to envelop him in its mental domain. Meanwhile, Itachi sensed a resistance while attempting to ensnare Naruto, realizing that Naruto's formidable ocular power was clashing with his own. Fortunately, Naruto ultimately ceased his struggle, permitting a smooth entry into the illusionary realm. Upon entering Tsukuyomi's space, Naruto found himself in an expanse of nothingness. An eerie silence that stirred a sense of unease within him. The surroundings were devoid of sound or light, as if time and space had lost all significance. In that moment, Itachi's figure materialized, appearing distinctly in the void, as if he were the sole entity in existence. He began to elucidate the nature of Tsukuyomi. In this realm, I wield dominion over space, time, and matter. The one ensnared here will endure my torment for a duration of 72 hours. With a mere thought, Naruto found himself bound to a crucifix of black metal, cold and unyielding, exuding an oppressive aura. Just like this, Itachi stated. However, Naruto remained unperturbed, calmly asserting, "Though your Tsukuyomi is formidable, I believe it harbors a critical flaw." Intrigued by Naruto's assertion, Itachi inquired, "What flaw do you speak of?" With ease, Naruto broke free from his bindings, which crumbled before his immense power like fragile threads. He approached Itachi, who stood astonished, and declared, "The flaw lies in its limitation against those whose mental or ocular strength exceeds your own. It inadvertently constrains you." Itachi, taken aback, asked, "Naruto, how is your mental fortitude so potent?" "It surpasses even my Mangekyō Sharingan." With a smile, Naruto explained, "Perhaps it is a gift, innate strength from birth." Seeing that Tsukuyomi had no effect on Naruto, Itachi contemplated dissolving the illusion, but Naruto interjected, "Wait, Itachi. You have yet to realize that the true potential of Tsukuyomi extends beyond mere torment. It can serve other purposes." In Itachi's astonished gaze, Naruto continued, "For instance, if you can manipulate this space, you can create anything you desire within it. Consider the flying thunder god Kunai." Upon hearing this, Itachi focused his mind, and indeed, he effortlessly conjured a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. The weapon appeared in his hand, glimmering with a cold light, indistinguishable from the authentic flying thunder god kunai. Naruto then elaborated, "Since this realm is under your control, you can easily perceive everything within it. If I were to employ the flying thunder god technique in your domain with a mere thought," Naruto summoned his exclusive ninja tool, the infinite sword pool of the flying thunder god. Itachi was astonished at how Naruto could summon the kunai within Tsukuyomi's space without his consent. This raises the question, whose Tsukuyomi space is this, mine or yours? Naruto scattered a collection of flying thunder god kunai onto the ground, their landing producing a crisp sound reminiscent of a battle's prelude. He began to execute the flying thunder god technique, darting through Itachi's realm, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. His movements were ghostly, swift beyond comprehension. Unlike outside, Itachi could now acutely sense the fluctuations of space with each use of the flying thunder god technique by Naruto. The fluctuations resembled the ripples that emerge on the tranquil surface of a lake when a stone is cast into it, expanding in concentric circles. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could perceive the existence of space during the execution of time-space ninjutsu. Thus, within the seemingly interminable yet fleeting span of 72 hours, Uchiha Itachi transformed Tsukuyomi into a realm of training, immersing himself in a meticulous study of the flying thunder god technique. He delved deep into the exploration of spatial dynamics, continuously attuning himself to the subtle shifts in space as Naruto executed the technique, striving to establish a dialogue with the very fabric of space itself. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. After 72 hours, Itachi had made significant strides in perceiving the spatial aspects of time-space ninjutsu and was able to engage in preliminary communication with it, far surpassing Sasuke's progress. With heartfelt gratitude, he remarked to Naruto, "Naruto, had it not been for you, I would have been oblivious to such applications of Tsukuyomi. It has truly opened my eyes." Naruto, smiling, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Itachi, the limitations of ninjutsu lie solely with the user. The development of ninjutsu is far from reaching its zenith." Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, casting its glow upon every corner of the training ground. Sasuke observed as Itachi activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and uttered the word Tsukuyomi. And in the blink of an eye, time seemed to pass in an instant. Itachi's expression bore the semblance of someone who had gained an abundance of experience, while Naruto appeared unaffected. Confused, Sasuke inquired, "What on earth just happened?" Itachi, with a smile, explained, "Just now, after Naruto entered the Tsukuyomi space, he discovered a new application for it, suggesting that I utilize its properties to train in the flying thunder god technique. To my surprise, during these 72 hours, I have made substantial progress and can now preliminarily sense and communicate with the spatial aspects of time-space ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was incredulous. Such a jinjutsu as Tsukuyami could be employed in this manner. He exclaimed, I want to enter the Tsukuyami space to train as well. Itachi, who had intended to take Sasuke into the Tsukuyami space for training, was halted by Naruto. With utmost seriousness, Naruto advised Sasuke, Sasuke, training is a personal journey. Itachi possesses this talent as his advantage. You inherently possess the aptitude for time-space ninjutsu, which is your own advantage. Everyone has their strengths. Overusing the Mangekyō Sharingan can deplete its power and, if used excessively, could lead to diminished eyesight, or worse, blindness. Moderation is key. Understanding the gravity of Naruto's words. Sasuke recognized the potency of the Mangekyō Sharingan and the necessity of restraint, abandoning his desire to enter the Tsukuyami space for training. With genuine concern, he cautioned Itachi, brother, you should minimize the use of your Mangekyō Sharingan's techniques. I would hate to see you truly blind. What a touching display of brotherly love and familial affection. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, warmth surged within Itachi's heart. He replied with a sense of pride, very well, Sasuke, you have finally shown maturity. I shall certainly use the Mangekyō Sharingan sparingly. Thus, this training session drew to a close. Although both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke felt physically exhausted, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. They knew that with Naruto's assistance, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was merely a matter of time. When that day arrived, the three of them would fight together, and even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, they would make him regret it. How disrespectful to their ancestors. If Naruto were to discover their thoughts, he would undoubtedly knock some sense into them. Madara can unleash a Susanoo. Yet you think you can match him with the Flying Thunder God? How foolish to learn only the nefarious aspects. Chapter 102. Sasuke finally opens his eyes. In the days that followed, Naruto became a frequent visitor to the Uchiha clan's territory. Each morning, long before Sarutobi Hiruzen arose to attend to his duties as Hokage, he would hurriedly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Uchiha clan's grounds, where he and Itachi and Sasuke engaged in rigorous and challenging training. The training field was a testament to their hard work, soaked with the sweat of their efforts, under Naruto's meticulous supervision and guidance. Sasuke's progress was akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, astonishing to behold. Naruto keenly sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Sasuke, a sign of Indra's chakra quietly awakening within him. He understood that this was a result of Ashura's chakra within him being fully activated by his own bloodline, triggering a response from Indra's chakra. The potency of his bloodline had caused Ashura's chakra to awaken prematurely, and under its influence, it was more vibrant than ever. Indra had always regarded Ashura as his greatest rival, and this obsession was inherited along with his chakra, now stirring restlessly within Sasuke. Initially, Sasuke was unaware of the changes within him. He simply felt an increasing surge of power during training, his thoughts becoming sharper. During a sparring session, Naruto decided to have Sasuke experience firsthand how to confront a ninja adept in the Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke, puzzled, scratched his head and asked, isn't it just you, Naruto, who can use the Flying Thunder God? And if we include your father, there shouldn't be anyone else who can use it. Naruto, with a slight smirk and a glint of mystery in his eyes, refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he stated, when the time comes and you encounter a malevolent little Uchiha, you will understand why I am training you to deal with the Flying Thunder God technique. While some may no longer be living, how can you be certain they won't be resurrected? Once the second Hokage is reanimated, you'll grasp what it truly means to be prepared. Sasuke, this is for your own good. It's essential to adapt to the situation in advance, you understand? Although Sasuke was filled with questions, he chose not to press further and focused on preparing for Naruto's challenge. With swift precision, Naruto unleashed specialized kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique from the Infinite Sword domain, scattering them around Sasuke like stars in the night sky. In an instant, Naruto darted between the kunai like a phantom, his speed so astonishing that it left behind only fleeting illusions. A brilliant flash of yellow zipped among the kunai, its velocity dazzling to behold. Sasuke's mind raced. He recognized that with Naruto's speed, a direct hit was nearly impossible. Hence, he directed his attention to the kunai, formulating a plan. Through rigorous training, Sasuke's speed had dramatically improved, and in a flash, he evaded the encirclement of the kunai. Quickly, he formed hand signs, chanting, "Fire style, great fireball technique." In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, resembling an enraged fire dragon, surging forth with a wave of scorching heat toward the kunai. Now, having undergone extensive physical training, Sasuke had become significantly stronger, his body teeming with energy, and his chakra extraction speed had markedly increased, resulting in a robust chakra reserve. The power of his great fireball technique was formidable. However, Sasuke did not intend to destroy the kunai. His goal was to gather them together and launch them far from himself. The power of the great fireball technique is astonishing. As Naruto's flying thunder god kunai, once scattered around Sasuke, are all sent flying by the tremendous force of the impact. Observing the kunai that have been blown away, a smug smile graces Sasuke's face as he remarks to Naruto, "With your kunai displaced, you can't possibly close the distance now, can you?" Naruto, however, remains silent, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, before suddenly shouting, "Experience my flying thunder god technique." A jolt of alarm courses through Sasuke, yet he maintains his confidence, retorting, "Don't try to fool me, Naruto. I've already cleared away all your kunai. There's no way you can approach me now." Nevertheless, before he can finish his sentence, Naruto's familiar figure appears beside him without warning, grasping a flying thunder god kunai, lunging forward with it. "Oh, Sasuke, Sasuke. Only the name is miscalled. There's no wrong nickname," he exclaims. "Your performance truly matches your moniker." Sasuke's eyes widen, the realization of the imminent threat hitting him like a tidal wave. He struggles desperately to evade this lethal strike, but it feels as though an invisible force has him firmly ensnared, rendering him immobile. He even considers biting his own tongue to break free, only to find it impossible. This dread stems from the overwhelming aura radiating from Naruto, infused with a hint of Kurama's chakra. It instills a primal fear in Sasuke, as this is the essence of a tailed beast. Just as Naruto's kunai is about to pierce Sasuke's body, an immense pressure triggers a powerful force from deep within Sasuke, causing a transformation in his eyes. From the depths of his previously jet-black pupils, a tomo slowly emerges, marking the awakening of the single tomo Sharingan. Indra's chakra finally surges forth, awakening the dormant power within Sasuke. In that instant of activating the single tomo Sharingan, the world around Sasuke seems to slow down, making Naruto's rapid movements more comprehensible. Simultaneously, the enhancement from the Sharingan allows Sasuke to finally move. He hastily rolls to the side, clumsily evading Naruto's attack, and shouts, "Naruto, are you serious about wanting to kill me?" Naruto retracts his flying thunder god kunai, a satisfied smile on his face as he replies, "Congratulations, Sasuke, you finally opened your eyes." Only then does Sasuke grasp that his eyes have indeed unlocked the Sharingan. A complex wave of emotions washing over him, surprise, joy, and gratitude towards Naruto for this deliberate provocation to awaken his potential. He expresses his thanks to Naruto, while Itachi, watching from the sidelines, finally feels a weight lift from his heart. In truth, Itachi had long discerned Naruto's intentions, yet he couldn't help but worry for Sasuke, fearing he might falter under such immense pressure and fail to awaken his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had secretly assured Itachi that he was well-versed in medical ninjutsu, capable of healing any wounds Sasuke might incur, albeit with some discomfort. Furthermore, only Naruto knew that what appeared perilous was, in fact, a calculated slowdown of his actions. With an element of performance included, he had not exerted his full strength, merely creating an atmosphere of danger to maximize the effect. As Sasuke regained his composure, he queried, "Naruto, just now, I clearly blew your flying thunder god kunai away. How could you still teleport beside me to attack?" Now that the battle had ceased, Sasuke seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity. He had been intrigued during their confrontation, but with an enemy present, there had been no chance for inquiries. Nor would Naruto provide answers amidst the fight. This was a crucial lesson Naruto imparted to Sasuke and Itachi. In the realm of ninjas, information is paramount. When there is a disparity in knowledge, ninjutsu can unleash its greatest power. Mastering the art of gathering intel on the opponent's jutsu is essential for any proficient ninja. Even if one's jutsu is guessed, one must never concede. Maintaining an air of mystery is the secret to preserving the jutsu's full potency. Thus, it is understandable that Jiraiya's prowess and intelligence is held in high regard. Naruto patiently elucidates, "In truth, when I initially threw the Flying Thunder God kunai, I had already utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind you and discreetly inscribe the technique's formula on you. Therefore, even after your kunai were blown away, I could still teleport beside you. Did you think I was merely darting around for fun? There was a strategy behind it." Sasuke's understanding dawns, and he cannot help but exclaim, "Naruto, your mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique is simply extraordinary. Your proficiency is so high that it appears almost effortless in your hands. Yet, I wonder how long it will take for me to reach your level." Naruto pats Sasuke on the shoulder, encouraging him, "As long as you continue to work hard, I believe it won't be long before you master the Flying Thunder God technique." Sasuke, you possess an exceptional talent for space-time ninjutsu. And considering Itachi's experiences within the Tsukuyami, your progress should be quite comparable. It's merely a matter of who strives harder. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a spark of competitive spirit ignites in Sasuke as he contemplates rivaling his brother for the first time. Throughout his life, Itachi had always been his role model, his pride. However, after encountering Naruto, Sasuke realizes that his brother's talent is not unattainable, and he too has the chance to surpass him. Thus, Sasuke shouts to Itachi, "Brother, let us have a competition to see who can master the Flying Thunder God technique faster." Itachi gazes at his spirited brother, a smile of pride spreading across his face. Rather than feeling annoyed, he encourages Sasuke, "Sasuke, you must give it your all. I look forward to the day you surpass me." From that day forward, the training grounds of the Uchiha clan became increasingly lively. Sasuke and Itachi immersed themselves wholeheartedly into the training of the Flying Thunder God technique, engaging in friendly rivalry while learning from each other. Meanwhile, Naruto provided dedicated guidance, offering tailored advice based on their distinct characteristics. During their practice of the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke's innate talent for space-time ninjutsu allowed him to make swift progress in spatial perception. He became adept at detecting subtle fluctuations in space, attempting to meld these shifts with his chakra to achieve short-distance space jumps. However, he still required further refinement in the precise engraving of the technique and the meticulous control of his chakra. In contrast, Itachi, drawing from his experiences within the Tsukuyami, gained a deeper understanding of the spatial principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique. He could construct intricate spatial models in his mind and analyze them to optimize his own technique. Nonetheless, he needed to enhance his speed and agility in practical application. Under Naruto's diligent instruction, they gradually began to grasp the basics of the Flying Thunder God technique, though in the heat of battle, they would not have the luxury of such time to prepare. Thus, they had merely learned the technique, but its full execution remained elusive. To facilitate their mastery, Naruto employed every conceivable strategy. He would set up various simulated scenarios, allowing Sasuke and Itachi to apply the Flying Thunder God technique in practical contexts. At times, he would establish multiple Flying Thunder God formulas, prompting them to navigate swiftly between these techniques, honing their reflexes and spatial awareness. On other occasions, he would introduce obstacles, challenging them to evade while accurately employing the Flying Thunder God technique to reach designated locations. During a simulated combat exercise, Naruto set up dozens of Flying Thunder God seals across an expansive field, each concealed in various locations, some nestled among the trees, others hidden behind massive boulders, and a few buried beneath the ground. He instructed Sasuke and Itachi to sequentially touch all the seals within a designated time frame, ensuring that they did not retrace their steps. Sasuke, ever eager, activated his single Tomo Sharingan, meticulously surveying his surroundings. With his keen perception, he swiftly located the first seal. Focusing his chakra, he teleported to the designated spot and immediately set off in search of the next target. However, while hunting for the third seal, his impatience led him to overlook a seal obscured by tall grass, resulting in a miscalculated path. In contrast, Itachi exhibited a remarkable composure. Unhurriedly, he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, employing its profound insight to encompass the entirety of the field. He mentally mapped out his route and methodically touched each seal in succession. Although his speed did not match Sasuke's, each of his movements was executed with flawless precision. Watching their performances, Naruto offered intermittent guidance. "Sasuke, your speed is commendable. Yet you must cultivate a greater attentiveness to the details around you. Do not overlook any potential hiding spots for the seals. Itachi, while your steadiness is admirable, there is room to accelerate. In real combat, time is of the essence." Through repeated training sessions of this nature, both Sasuke and Itachi exhibited substantial improvements in their mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke enhanced his swiftness and agility, enabling him to navigate complex environments with the ease of moving through uninhabited territory. Meanwhile, Itachi shone in terms of accuracy and stability, each of his spatial movements executed to perfection, leaving onlookers in awe. As time progressed, both brothers became increasingly adept at the Flying Thunder God technique, their powers continuously advancing. Thus, they were deemed officially ready to embark on their respective journeys, embodying the adage, "A master leads one to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual." Subsequently, Naruto ceased his direct involvement, opting instead to dispatch a shadow clone to oversee their training, which had begun to settle into a steady rhythm. On a particular day, feeling a twinge of ennui, Naruto decided to stroll through the village. Unbeknownst to him, the villagers' attitudes towards him had subtly shifted. Perhaps word had spread from his classmates at the Ninja Academy regarding his camaraderie with the second-generation heirs of the prominent clans in Konoha, where he held a leading position. Such information was not difficult to ascertain. Even the most oblivious villagers understood that if the second-generation heirs of Konoha maintained good relations with Naruto, it likely stemmed from the approval of their clan leaders. Previously, when they harbored disdain for Naruto, they would instruct their children to avoid him, and in more severe cases, even incited them to insult and bully him. However, the current situation had quietly transformed. Humans are inherently fearful of the unknown, and they were puzzled by the circumstances that led to this change. Consequently, their demeanor towards Naruto became markedly nuanced, while some still harbored ill feelings. They no longer openly expressed them. They adopted a neutral stance, neither affectionate nor hostile, which, in turn, afforded Naruto a degree of comfort during his outings, no longer subjected to unwarranted verbal assaults. Although mosquitoes pose little threat, their incessant buzzing can be quite irksome, and Naruto couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't swat a few in a fit of irritation. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a mask shop and was astonished to discover an orange whirlpool mask identical to that worn by Uchiha Obito during his assault on Konoha. This piqued his interest. Serendipitously, as he continued his stroll, he suddenly sensed the malicious intent of several individuals rapidly approaching his direction. They arrived swiftly, and amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding villagers, a group of ninjas clad in Konoha's standard vests approached Naruto. The malevolence radiating from them indicated that their intentions were far from benign. The leader of the group addressed Naruto directly. "Uzumaki Naruto, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Please, come with us." Upon hearing Danzo's name, Naruto's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was no surprise that Danzo sought him out. However, he wondered what prompted Danzo's interest. Recently, Hiruzen Sarutobi had relaxed his vigilance, even failing to dispatch Umbu to monitor him, while Danzo appeared to be seeking a diversion, perhaps hoping to provoke him for his own amusement. From a distance, Kakashi, observing the scene, could no longer remain passive. He swiftly appeared at Naruto's side, shielding him and inquiring, "Does Lord Danzo have a reason for wanting to see Naruto? Is this matter known to the third Hokage?" Kakashi invoked the third Hokage's name, recognizing its weight when necessary. The leading ninja hesitated momentarily, and Kakashi quickly discerned that Danzo was likely plotting something clandestine without Hiruzen's knowledge. This development intrigued Kakashi. Turning to Naruto, he spoke in a calming tone, "Rest assured, Naruto, I am a ninja sent by Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi to protect you. With my presence, you need not fear for your safety. No one will coerce you into actions against your will." This was a strategy previously discussed between Naruto and Kakashi. In situations involving others, they would feign unfamiliarity to mislead Hiruzen and any other potential schemers. "I trust you, Kakashi-sensei. But Danzo's request must pertain to something significant. Perhaps I should see what he desires while you inform the Hokage of the situation?" Naruto feigned innocence, concealing his curiosity about Danzo's intentions. The underlying implication was clear. He wished to uncover Danzo's motives. Kakashi promptly understood Naruto's suggestion and replied, "Very well, Naruto. You should accompany these ninjas. I believe that given Lord Danzo's reputation in the village, he would not harm such an innocent child." Kakashi also subtly elevated Danzo's stature in the eyes of the villagers, knowing that if anything were to happen to Naruto, word would spread rapidly about Danzo's involvement in harming him. Danzo had long aspired to become Hokage. Should his reputation tarnish further, it would be interesting to see how he intended to achieve that ambition. Naruto silently commended Kakashi for his eloquence, appreciating his ability to navigate the situation adeptly. Under the scrutiny of the villagers, the leading ninja felt an added weight of pressure. Thus, he addressed Naruto with newfound politeness. "Come along, Lord Danzo has requested your presence, and we shall ensure you are treated with the utmost respect." With that, Naruto followed closely behind them, taking deliberate steps. Meanwhile, Kakashi hastened towards the Hokage's office to report the unfolding circumstances to Hiruzen. Chapter 104. The Subtle Schemes of Danzo. Given that these individuals are affiliated with Shimura Danzo, it is indisputable that they are ninjas from the root. Naruto trailed behind the root ninjas obediently, curious as to whether they would indeed escort him back to the root's base. Should he uncover the location of Danzo's stronghold, it would finally grant him the opportunity to bestow upon Danzo a small token of his intentions, something he had long contemplated. The mere thought of this exhilarated Naruto. What could possibly bring greater joy than confronting Danzo himself? As the familiar structures of Konohagakure dwindled around him, Naruto followed the root ninjas into a secluded grove far from the village's center. He mused to himself, "Surely, The ninjas loyal to Danzo wouldn't be foolish enough to lead me directly to the root, for that would spell trouble for Danzo in the future. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the leading root ninja handed him a specially crafted strip of fabric, pulsating with a faint chakra signature. The ninja instructed, "The location of Lord Danzo is classified information within Konoha, hence your cooperation is required. Please wear this special strip. We shall guide you from here." Naruto thought, as expected of Danzo, meticulous in his dealings, fearful of having his base discovered by me. After all, I merely present myself as an ordinary 6-year-old, the son of the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Is there really a need for such trepidation and caution? Moreover, this strip appeared to possess the ability to obscure perception, a clever tool indeed. Complying, Naruto donned the strip, which the root ninjas inspected thoroughly before leading him onward. Unbeknownst to them, while the strip rendered him seemingly invisible, Naruto activated his Byakugan, allowing him to see through the ruse. The strip, though effective in masking perception, was no match for the clarity of his Byakugan. It was child's play. Thus, as he trailed behind the root ninjas, he diligently memorized the route, thinking, "Danzo, just wait until I deliver a little surprise your way." Soon, Naruto found himself led into a forest where the ninjas pressed several hidden switches. What appeared to be an ordinary hill before him suddenly revealed a grand entrance, indicating that he had indeed arrived at a base of the root. Truly, Danzo's ingenuity in constructing such mechanisms was impressive. Few would discern the secrets hidden within. Under their guidance, Naruto feigned ignorance and entered the root base. He was subsequently brought into a chamber where a root ninja instructed him, "Wait here for a moment. We shall report to Lord Danzo, who should arrive shortly." After removing the strip from Naruto, the ninja exited, leaving Naruto alone in the barren room. He glanced around and deduced that this space was likely used by Danzo for interrogating prisoners, evidenced by the torture instruments in the corner. Naruto was perplexed about Danzo's intentions. Was he to be interrogated? He was no spy, although he did indeed wish for Danzo's demise. Nevertheless, having come this far, Naruto settled quietly into a chair, awaiting Danzo's arrival. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Kakashi, who had utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly reach the Hokage's office. Despite his growing disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen under Naruto's influence, he still needed to maintain appearances for the time being. "Old man, your time to shine has come. While you're still alive, you ought to accomplish what needs doing. After all, you might just become a model citizen in death." Kakashi knocked on the door of the Hokage's office and entered upon receiving a prompt to do so. Inside, he found Hiruzen buried beneath a mountain of paperwork, a sight that made Kakashi's head ache. He mused, managing such a workload must be exhausting. If I were to become Hokage, I'd delegate these tasks to a secretary. Indeed, the administrative duties of Konoha seemed endless, and only someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who relished office work, would take it upon himself. Upon noticing Kakashi, Hiruzen inquired with curiosity, "Kakashi, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Why aren't you protecting Naruto?" Kakashi feigned a highly respectful demeanor, tinged with anxiety, as he replied, "Lord Hokage, Naruto has been summoned by Lord Danzo. I suspect he has already been taken to the root. As for Danzo's intentions, I could glean nothing from the root ninjas. So I rushed here to inform you." Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of shock and anger, as he slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed, "What? What in the world is Danzo thinking? Naruto has been performing excellently of late, and I had just relaxed the Umbu's protection around him. Is he attempting to create issues with Naruto? After a brief period of peace in Konoha, Danzo is already causing turmoil. Come on, Kakashi. We must see what Danzo is truly plotting. I want to let him destroy Konoha." Hiruzen, disregarding the conventional entrance, flung open the window and leapt out, using the body flicker technique to reach Danzo's base, of which he was well aware. Kakashi followed closely behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Within the root base, the leading root ninja entered Danzo's office to report, "Lord Danzo, we have brought Naruto." A pleased expression crossed Danzo's face as he responded, "Excellent. Well done. Was there any unexpected occurrence?" The root ninja continued, "Indeed, we were intercepted by Hatake Kakashi during Naruto's retrieval. He did not impede us, but instead went to report to the 3rd Hokage." At this, Danzo's brow furrowed instantly, given Kakashi's speed. He would have reached the Hokage's office by now, and knowing Hiruzen as he did, he surmised that Hiruzen would be en route to confront him. It seemed he needed to act swiftly. Just as Hiruzen could predict his movements, Danzo was certain that Hiruzen would deduce his presence in this base. Rising from his seat, Danzo commanded, "Take me to Uzumaki Naruto's chamber." Guided by the root ninjas, Danzo approached the room where Naruto was held. This marked Naruto's first encounter with Shimura Danzo. Danzo, with his brown hair styled neatly, narrow eyes exuding a cunning yet profound gaze, and a head wrapped in bandages, bore a facial scar shaped like a fork on his chin. His countenance was somewhat grim, etched with deep wrinkles, imparting an aura of insidious cunning and calculated scheming. Though lean, his physique was muscular, adorned in a dark gray kimono. Using his Byakugan, Naruto could see through all pretense, and thus noticed several implanted Sharingan within Danzo's arm. He thought to himself, it seems Danzo has already commenced his Sharingan transplantations, despite the Uchiha clan still being intact. Surely, these Sharingan were acquired through the covert assassination of Uchiha clan members during their missions outside the village. Truly, Danzo embodies the ruthless ideology towards the Uchiha. Having inherited the darker teachings of the second Hokage, I suspect that had Danzo informed the second Hokage of his plan to eradicate the Uchiha clan within Konoha, it would have gradually led to their extinction. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was highly likely to have bestowed the position of Hokage upon Danzo. After all, the matters concerning the Uchiha clan had consistently been under Tobirama's scrutiny. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had not executed certain tasks to perfection, he had managed to keep many situations within a controllable realm. If Danzo were to ascend to the role of Hokage, Naruto could hardly fathom the chaotic state the ninja world would descend into, for the fate of the ninja realm rests heavily upon Konoha's shoulders. However, according to Itachi Uchiha's account, Shisui Uchiha had yet to encounter any misfortune and remained within the ranks of the ANBU, dispatched on missions. Furthermore, Itachi's description did not mention Shisui activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, which indicates that Shisui was indeed a formidable figure, adept at concealing his true capabilities. Consequently, Danzo would not possess Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, and thus, the devastating Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, would be beyond his reach. Kodo Amatsukami, a unique Jinjutsu of Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, capable of invading the opponent's mind undetected, permanently altering their will. Officially regarded as the eye of manipulation, it transforms those perceived by the caster into mere puppets. Its drawback lies in an excessively lengthy cooldown period. Without the chakra of Hashirama Senju, it could last for over a decade. With the absence of Kodo Amatsukami, Naruto need not worry about Danzo employing any Jinjutsu to alter his thoughts, especially given his formidable mental fortitude. Moreover, Naruto was curious to see what nonsensical rhetoric Danzo would conjure. Understanding the urgency of time, Danzo initiated his self-introduction, stating, "Hello, Naruto. I am Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root, one of Konoha's senior officials. You may be unaware of what Root entails. It is an organization that operates clandestinely, safeguarding Konoha. Akin to our name, we are the essential roots beneath Konoha, ensuring the village's enduring peace." This proclamation elicited an involuntary chuckle from Naruto, who, fortunately, had undergone professional training to suppress laughter in typical situations, unless truly unable to contain it. Had he not been familiar with the narrative of the Hokage, he might have been swayed by Danzo's words. "Continue, Danzo. I am all ears." Danzo proceeded. "The reason I summoned you today is to request your assistance with a matter." Pretending to be naive, Naruto inquired, "Oh, what is it that you need my help with, Uncle Danzo? If I can assist you, I shall." Witnessing Naruto's innocent demeanor, Danzo's heart swelled with delight, a subtle smile gracing his face as he thought, "This Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails appears quite gullible. Who would have thought that the villagers of Konoha would treat him this way? Yet he remained so naive." Danzo continued, "I am aware of your close relationships with certain friends. Allow me to share a secret, Naruto. Their parents are pillars of Konoha, vital to the village's existence. I hope that, should I run for Hokage in the future, you can persuade your friends and their parents to support me. If you agree, I assure you that no one in the village will bully you again, Naruto." Upon hearing such words, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing Danzo's intentions. "Oh, Danzo, as long as I am here, you shall never have the opportunity to become Hokage. Setting aside the fact that Sarutobi is still alive, even in death, the position would not fall to you. Tsunade is next in line. To entertain such ambitions is akin to a toad courting a princess, grotesque and absurd. Did he think that because of my youth and inexperience, I would be easily deceived?" Naruto refrained from giving a direct response, stating, "Danzo, I am not yet familiar with your contributions to Konoha. I have only heard of the good deeds of the third Hokage, who is quite beloved by the villagers. Furthermore, since the third Hokage has not yet retired, it seems you have little chance of becoming Hokage." With that, Naruto subtly mocked Danzo, for as long as Sarutobi lived. Danzo's aspirations of becoming Hokage were nothing more than a fantasy. Danzo fell silent, aware that as long as Sarutobi remained, the position would not naturally be his to inherit. Damn Sarutobi. Perhaps I should gather a few outsiders to conspire against him. As such thoughts crossed Danzo's mind, he found himself seriously contemplating who might be capable of executing such a plan. Orochimaru seems like a fitting candidate. He surely harbors resentment towards Sarutobi. After all, he was expelled from Konoha. If he claims to feel no animosity, I find that hard to believe. Thus, Danzo resolved to contact Orochimaru. Once he became Hokage, he could provide materials for Orochimaru's research, particularly those concerning the cells of Hashirama Senju, which were invaluable. As Sarutobi prohibited such experiments, Danzo would impose no restrictions, so long as it did not impede his ascension to Hokage or compromise Konoha's strength. Orochimaru could conduct his experiments as he pleased. With these thoughts, Danzo had already envisioned a collaboration with Orochimaru to eliminate Sarutobi. Forgive me, Sarutobi. All I do is for the sake of Konoha, to ensure its strength. Only I can be Hokage. He resolved to care for Sarutobi's family well, thinking, as a brother, I shall burn additional paper offerings for you after your demise. Even with Sarutobi alive, Danzo had already imagined the glory that awaited him as Hokage. The title had become an obsession, for he had toiled tirelessly for it. Danzo earnestly addressed Naruto. Naruto, if one day the third Hokage steps down, would you support me? To which Naruto, with a smile, replied, I cannot provide a direct answer now. Once I return and learn more about you, Danzo, if you truly are a good person working for the development of Konoha, I shall certainly support you. Danzo realized that asking Naruto to choose a side so suddenly was indeed a challenge, given that he was unfamiliar with Danzo. However, as long as Naruto did not reject him outright, Danzo was satisfied. Moreover, as long as he remained silent, Naruto would have no opportunity to uncover the truth about his past actions, which must remain concealed. If Naruto were to discover them, all hope of garnering his support would vanish. Danzo smiled. Very well, I shall remember your words today. Henceforth, I will have Roots ninjas escort you home, and they will also provide you with a monthly stipend. Danzo understood the importance of winning hearts. Since Naruto had shown such a stance, he too must demonstrate his sincerity. Naruto mused, such a delightful surprise. Free money should never be turned down. Thank you, my dear Danzo, for this generous monthly allowance. After your demise, I shall ensure that you and Sarutobi are cremated together, and your ashes shall rest side by side, so that in the next life, you may remain the best of friends. With the assistance of the Root ninjas, Naruto donned his bandages once more. As the ninjas escorted him out of the Root base, he encountered Kakashi and Sarutobi, who had just arrived. Kakashi rushed to Naruto's side, inquiring, Naruto, are you alright? Did Danzo do anything to you? Upon hearing Kakashi's voice and seeing Sarutobi's presence beside him, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Feigning ignorance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, Naruto turned to Kakashi-sensei and remarked, It's alright, Kakashi-sensei. Lord Danzo has been rather kind to me, inviting me here solely for a promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Yet a flicker of curiosity danced across his expression, subtly signaling Kakashi to proceed with his inquiries. Understanding the unspoken cue, Kakashi turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, what promise do you speak of? Inwardly, Naruto mused. This is an excellent opportunity. Danzo is gearing up to strike, and old Hiruzen, you'd best prepare yourself. I yearn to witness the clash between you two, with the outcome ideally leaving you both bloodied and bruised. Naruto replied. Lord Danzo expressed his hope that should he ever have the chance to ascend to the position of Hokage, I would support his claim. I told him that the third Hokage is still in office, and as I hardly know Lord Danzo, I couldn't hastily agree. However, to his surprise, Danzo insisted that my mere words would suffice for him to unseat the third Hokage. Beyond that, he divulged little else, merely stating that the Root ninjas would provide me with a generous stipend each month. At merely 6 years of age, and so close to Danzo's base, if Naruto were to lie, it would be easily exposed. Thus, it was highly probable that his words were indeed truthful. Kakashi sensed Naruto's intent to sow discord through his statements and silently commended him for his clever strategy. With both Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen being far from virtuous, let them engage in their mutual animosity while we reap the benefits. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. He had long known of Danzo's ambitions for the Hokage title. Yet, he was taken aback that Danzo would stoop so low as to involve a mere 6-year-old child in his schemes. What other clandestine dealings had Danzo engaged in that remained unbeknownst to him? Hiruzen's heart sank further as it dawned on him that Danzo was even plotting to usurp his position, a betrayal from one he had considered a brother for many years. All the wrongs Danzo had committed, and Hiruzen had continually covered for him, supporting him and his root division to achieve their current stature. Yet, Danzo, oblivious to gratitude, sought to turn the tables. Truly despicable. You are, Danzo. However, as a seasoned politician, Hiruzen understood that he must not exhibit his ire here. He calmly stated, Kakashi, please escort Naruto back. I shall handle matters from here. Upon hearing Hiruzen's voice, Naruto feigned surprise, exclaiming, the third Hokage is here too? Oh no. Lord Danzo just told me not to share these words with the third Hokage. Please, third Hokage, do not reveal that I was the one who spoke. With his innocent demeanor and reputation within the village, Hiruzen had little choice but to trust Naruto's claims. Rest assured, little Naruto, this is a matter between Danzo and me. Do not dwell on it too much. You should return home now. Let Kakashi take you for some Ichiraka ramen or perhaps a barbecue. My treat. Just forget about today's events. Hiruzen maintained a facade of kindness, though the fury simmering beneath was nearly unbearable. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi-sensei. Let us be off. I want some barbecue. Naruto feigned naivety, yet he did not remove the cloth covering his face. Kakashi, well aware of the protocols of Root, understood the necessity of maintaining the secrecy of Naruto's identity, regardless of his tender age. Thus, Kakashi knelt down, hoisting Naruto onto his back, and nodded slightly to Hiruzen, saying, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave now. Hiruzen returned the nod, and Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique, swiftly departing the battlefield, leaving Hiruzen to confront Danzo. As Naruto and Kakashi disappeared, Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Danzo, it is time to settle some scores. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain ignorant of who the true Hokage of Konohagakure is. I have indulged you for far too long, allowing you to confuse the boundaries of power. Chapter 106, A Perfect Plan. Kakashi, carrying Naruto, sped away from the root base. The wind howled past their ears as Naruto clung tightly to Kakashi's shoulders, feigning a look of concern and fear, appearing small and helpless. Once they were assuredly distanced from the ominous root base, Kakashi slowed his pace and quietly inquired, Naruto, did Danzo truly say those things? Once certain that they were alone, Naruto dropped his pretense, revealing a cunning smile that belied his 6 years, filled with an intelligence beyond his age. Some of it was true, others were his unspoken thoughts. Though he didn't say it outright, I articulated it for him. So he ought to be thanking me. Though unvoiced, I grasped his intent, thus rendering it as if he had spoken. The logic was elegantly sound. Kakashi, amused by Naruto's words, allowed a smile to creep onto his face. Naruto, do you think those two will come to blows? Naruto tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, probably not. At worst, a minor squabble. Their bond is too strong for that. However, I sense Danzo's ambition to become Hokage is genuine. His desire for advancement has reached an almost obsessive level. Given Danzo's character, it's quite possible he may seek out Orochimaru to conspire against Hiruzen. Kakashi frowned slightly at Naruto's words, replying, but if what you say is true, isn't Orochimaru already aligned with us? Wouldn't that put everything in your control? A glint of shrewdness sparkled in Naruto's eyes as he confidently stated, indeed. However, I must strategize carefully to ensure both of them face some repercussions. After all these years, I must recuperate my investment, at the very least garner some interest. Even if they do not perish, I shall strip them of some of their gains. From Naruto's words, Kakashi sensed a chilling intensity, not derived from the external world, but emanating from this seemingly innocent child's depths. He couldn't help but reflect on how much Naruto had endured. The hardships and tribulations had stripped him of his childishness far too soon, granting him an intellect far beyond that of his peers. Knowing the truth, he would likely never again possess the innocence and naivety typical of his age. Meanwhile, within the root base, Hiruzen stormed in with an imposing presence. With no hesitation, he strode forward, exuding an aura of respect and authority. The atmosphere mirrored the tales of old, as he pressed forward without pause, while the typically stoic root ninjas, upon witnessing his serious demeanor and resolute stride, dared not impede him, with some even offering to guide him. Hiruzen's expression was as dark as stormy waters as he inquired of a root ninja, where is Danzo? The ninja felt a tightening in his chest, acutely aware of the complex relationship between the third Hokage and their leader. With no room for error, he promptly led Hiruzen to Danzo's chamber. On the opposite side, Danzo had already received word of Hiruzen's approach. Rather than flee, he remained seated in the room where he had conversed with Naruto, quietly awaiting the impending storm, his mind racing with strategies to counter the brewing conflict. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the threshold of the room. The flames of fury within him had reached their zenith as he forcefully kicked the door open, the resounding crash echoing throughout the chamber. Upon witnessing Hiruzen's brutish display, Danzo's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. It seemed as though the tables had turned, and it was finally his turn to face such wrath. You must be reveling in this moment, aren't you? Danzo feigned composure, remarking, Hiruzen, what brings you here today? Though Hiruzen was acutely aware of Danzo's ulterior motives, he adhered to protocol, adopting a stern expression and an icy tone as he inquired, Danzo, what is your purpose in bringing Naruto to the root? He continued, are you attempting to exert control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? If he were to spiral out of control, our village would be doomed. Who would then perform the dead demon consuming seal? Would it be you or I? Danzo internally scoffed, thinking, of course, it would be you. You are the Hokage, not I. If anything arises, it is only fitting that you take the lead. However, he mused that once you were gone, the Hokage position would be mine. Perhaps allowing Naruto to lose control wouldn't be such a disaster after all. Yet, he maintained a facade of innocence, donning a smile as he replied, oh, not at all, Hiruzen. My intention in inviting Naruto was merely to gauge his temperament, to see if he truly embodies the legendary spirit of kindness and courtesy. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression softened slightly as he gradually took a seat opposite Danzo, preparing to listen to his explanation. Oh, in that case, how did Naruto fare? Are you satisfied with his performance? Danzo recalled Naruto's response, which he deemed quite commendable, and stated, indeed, he is a promising candidate. I can sense the fervent will of fire within him. I believe he will contribute significantly to our village. Hiruzen inwardly scoffed, thinking, how shameless you are, Danzo. Do you really think I haven't seen through your charade after all these years? Maintaining a stoic exterior, he pressed further. Is there truly nothing else you wish to discuss regarding Naruto? Danzo answered, of course not, Hiruzen. You must trust me. Everything I do is for the advancement of Konoha. As Danzo continued to feign ignorance, Hiruzen could no longer contain his rage. Slamming his hand upon the table, he shouted, but I have heard that you intend to oust me from the Hokage position. Hiruzen's words left Danzo momentarily stunned, as though struck by a thunderbolt. Could it be that Hiruzen has uncovered my scheme to ally with Orochimaru to eliminate him? No, that thought had only just crossed my mind, and I haven't spoken of it to anyone. He shouldn't know. However, he quickly realized that Hiruzen had spoken of being removed from the Hokage position rather than being killed. A significant distinction indeed. Thus, Danzo deduced that Hiruzen must have caught wind of some rumor. He thought to himself, humph. It's not merely about removing you from the Hokage seat. Hiruzen, you are far too naive. I desire your demise, Hiruzen. Even if you relinquish your position and I ascend to Hokage, as long as you draw breath, I shall never find peace, constantly fearing your return to power. A corpse is far more reassuring. Danzo maintained his hypocritical smile as he replied, such notions are unfounded, Hiruzen. You know me well. We are comrades, brothers. Everything I do is for the betterment of Konoha. I support you in your role as Hokage. However, you must understand that being Hokage has always been my dream. I envy the second Hokage for having entrusted you with this title. Yet, now that it is yours, I too can fulfill my role, and that suffices for me. But, should misfortune befall you one day, I will be ready to seize your place. I shall always be your steadfast support. After hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen's anger subsided considerably. Reflecting on the many years Danzo had quietly assisted him, handling matters he could not address overtly, which had often placed the blame squarely on Danzo's shoulders, Hiruzen felt he could not continue to chastise him excessively. However, the latter part of Danzo's statement left Hiruzen feeling uneasy. This man doesn't truly wish for my demise. Does he? Surely not. With a composed expression, Hiruzen declared, in that case, I shall place my trust in you, Danzo. The future of Konoha depends on our joint efforts. Nevertheless, we must tread carefully, otherwise, even I may not be able to protect you. Do you understand, Danzo? Hiruzen was acutely aware that Danzo had likely engaged in numerous clandestine activities unbeknownst to him. He could only caution him to conceal those matters well. Should they come to light, Hiruzen would be unable to shield him. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo felt a flicker of warmth, but it was swiftly drowned by his intense ambition for the Hokage position. He hardly registered Hiruzen's admonition, stating, I understand, Hiruzen. Konoha's future now rests on our shoulders. To honor the second Hokage, I shall diligently support you. Hiruzen, pleased with this declaration, smiled as he replied, very well then, I shall take my leave. Today's events will remain unaddressed. Let us pretend nothing occurred. Once Hiruzen departed, Danzo's demeanor darkened instantly, revealing a hint of guilt as he silently rejoiced at having escaped detection. Ah, Hiruzen, under your leadership, Konoha has languished for far too long. It is time for me to rescue our village. You can rest easy. I shall ensure the safety of your kin. Subsequently, Danzo summoned several root ninjas, sternly instruct our subordinates to scour the various nations for Orochimaru's whereabouts. We must establish contact with him, as I have vital matters to discuss. Maintain a cordial demeanor. We cannot afford to jeopardize this negotiation. It is imperative that Orochimaru recognizes our sincerity. This operation is of utmost importance, and we must deploy only those we can trust. The root ninjas, upon hearing these orders, did not dare to slacken their efforts, promptly setting out to execute their mission. Meanwhile, Kakashi-sensei had brought Naruto back into the village. He informed Naruto, "We're at the street now. You may remove the bandage." After removing the bandage, Naruto remarked to Kakashi, "In that case, I shall return home now. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me." Kakashi nodded, observing as Naruto skipped merrily toward his home, as if nothing had transpired. Once Naruto returned home, the system promptly activated, announcing a new task. Ding. System mission initiated. Please sabotage Danzo's root base. Mission rewards, to be determined based on the extent of the destruction. Naruto, glancing at the system interface, felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated the best approach to fulfill this task. Danzo, it appears that the system is pushing me to act against you. It seems that today, you cannot evade the inevitable. However, to ensure the success of this operation, Naruto resolved to devise a meticulous plan. Everything must be executed flawlessly, and he needed to clear his name. Otherwise, if the root base were attacked immediately after his departure, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would suspect him. Thus, careful consideration was essential. Suddenly, Naruto recalled the mask he had previously used. A perfect plan began to take shape in his mind. Eureka! In undertaking this course of action, not only can one accomplish the task flawlessly, but also deftly shift the blame onto another, truly a masterstroke of dual advantage. Without hesitation, Naruto instantaneously executed a flawless transformation jutsu, adopting the visage of an inconspicuous passerby. He first proceeded to the shop where he had previously spotted the mask, purchasing an orange whirlpool mask reminiscent of that worn by Obito Uchiha. Subsequently, he made his way to a tailor's shop in Konoha. Upon entering, the tailor greeted Naruto with utmost courtesy, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what garments do you wish to procure?" Naruto responded, "Do you offer custom tailoring services?" The tailor's expression transformed into one of joy as he replied, "Indeed, dear customer. We are renowned in Konoha for our bespoke tailoring services. However, as you may understand, custom garments tend to be somewhat costly. May I inquire if that aligns with your budget?" With a smile, Naruto assured him, "Price is no concern, as long as you can craft the garments I desire. My payment shall be ample." Elated by Naruto's words, the tailor felt a surge of excitement, recognizing a significant client had arrived, and resolved to secure this order. He retrieved a wooden board from the table, upon which a sheet of paper was affixed, and asked, "What style of clothing do you wish to customize?" After a moment's contemplation, Naruto articulated, "I require a black trench coat, embroidered with dark clouds in the center, resembling this." To ensure the tailor comprehended his vision, Naruto meticulously replicated the Akatsuki cloak onto the paper from his memory. Upon viewing the sketch, the tailor instantly grasped Naruto's intent. "How long will it take to create such attire?" Naruto inquired. The tailor pondered for a moment before responding, "This design is not overly complex. A day shall suffice." Nodding, Naruto declared, "Then please craft 7 sets for me. I shall return in 7 days to collect them. Here is the deposit. It should suffice." He produced 10,000 ryo from his pocket and placed it on the table. The tailor nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed. Rest assured, I shall be ready for your arrival in 7 days." With a nod, Naruto exited the tailor's shop. Chapter 107. Inviting the Konoha 12. With only 8 days remaining until the winter break concluded and school resumed, Naruto seized the opportunity to gather his friends, proposing a preschool reunion dinner, an entirely reasonable notion. He ventured to a secluded corner, dispelled his transformation jutsu, and feigned aimless wandering while strategically visiting each of the Konoha 12's homes. First, he approached the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga ninjas welcomed Naruto warmly, as Hayashi Hyuga had commanded that Naruto be treated with the utmost courtesy whenever he visited. One of the Hyuga ninjas inquired, "Naruto-kun, are you here to see the clan head, Hinata-sama, or perhaps Niji?" Naruto asked, "Are they all present?" The ninja replied, "They are all here. The clan head is currently training Hinata-sama and Niji at the training ground. Would you like me to escort you there?" Naruto responded, "No need. I am quite familiar with the Hyuga's grounds. I can find my way." With the watchful eyes of the Hyuga ninjas upon him, Naruto confidently strode into the clan's territory. Upon reaching the training ground, he beheld the sight of Hinata, adorned in sweat as she trained vigorously, so adorable, truly deserving of being my future wife. Engaged in sparring with her was Niji, who, it must be said, also presented himself quite well. Hayashi Hyuga, initially stern as he supervised their training, suddenly noticed Naruto's arrival. With an expression reminiscent of a master of face-changing arts, he exclaimed, "Is that you, Naruto-kun? What a surprise." "Hinata, Niji, greet Naruto-kun." Hinata's face flushed a delicate hue upon hearing Naruto's name, resembling a tender red apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Bashfully, she approached Naruto. Her voice soft as she said, "Naruto-kun, it has been so long." Hearing her sweet words, Naruto felt his heart melt. Alas, what a delightful moment. He gently ruffled Hinata's soft hair, replying, "Hinata, it has indeed been a while." Niji soon joined them, enthusiasm radiating from him as he said, "Naruto, it's been ages. Come, let us spar. I wish to showcase my recent progress, which has improved significantly." Naruto, somewhat reluctant, replied, "Perhaps another time, Niji. My visit today is for a specific purpose." Hayashi, overhearing this, assumed it must be of considerable importance and asked, "What is it, Naruto? Is there something significant at hand?" Reflecting on the gathering of the Konoha 12, Naruto surmised it was indeed a noteworthy event and stated, "With just 8 days until school begins, I wish to organize a dinner the night before. I hope all my good friends can attend, including you, Hayashi-san," with Hinata and Niji in tow. Hayashi, astute as ever, quickly understood Naruto's intentions. This was a strategic move to solidify relationships with various clans in preparation for the Hokage position. He smiled, affirming naturally, "I shall be there to support you, Naruto." Naruto continued, "Then it is settled. 8 days hence, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, at 5 o'clock sharp, let it be known." After bidding farewell to Hinata and Niji, Naruto departed from the Hyuga clan. Next on his list was the Uchiha clan. However, gaining entry would prove more challenging, as the vicinity was surrounded by ANBU ninjas, ever vigilant. Thus, he resorted to a different approach. Channeling his chakra, Naruto activated a technique that allowed him to vanish from sight, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. He materialized beside the kunai he had previously left for Sasuke. Sasuke was currently engaged in training with Itachi, the intensity of their sparring interrupted by a sudden flash of gold as Naruto made his grand entrance. "Hey, Naruto, what brings you here?" Sasuke exclaimed, surprise and curiosity etched upon his face. Not only Sasuke, but also Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha, who were observing the training, approached to inquire as well. "With school approaching, I wish to host a gathering, a dinner at the Konoha barbecue restaurant in 8 days, at 5 o'clock. Would you and Auntie be able to bring Sasuke along?" Naruto asked politely. Fugaku pondered for a moment, responding, "Our clan's status is sensitive. Is it truly acceptable for us to attend?" Without hesitation, Naruto asserted, "At this gathering, there will be no mention of the Uchiha clan, only me, Naruto Uzumaki, and my friends, including Sasuke. And if you wish to join, Itachi, you are more than welcome." Fugaku, moved by Naruto's words, couldn't help but admire his eloquence. He nodded in agreement, declaring, "We shall certainly be punctual." Pleased with Fugaku's promise, Naruto nodded in satisfaction before using the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Next, Naruto visited Ino's flower shop. Ino was busy learning the art of flower arrangement with her mother. Upon spotting Naruto, she excitedly leaped into his arms, eagerly inquiring about his visit. Ino's mother observed this interaction with quiet amusement, saying nothing as she watched the exchange. Naruto addressed Ino's mother, stating, "In 8 days, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, at 5 o'clock, I wish to gather with my good friends. I hope you can bring Ino along." Ino's mother chuckled softly and remarked, "I shall refrain from getting involved in such matters. It would be best for Ino's father to take charge. Ino will surely attend, so do not worry, Naruto." Subsequently, Naruto departed from Ino's floral shop. While strolling along the path, he encountered Kiba and Akamaru dashing through the streets. He promptly halted them, informing them of a gathering at the Konoha barbecue restaurant in 8 days, at 5 o'clock, insisting on their attendance. Kiba and Akamaru readily agreed, promising to be there. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant, the duo of Choji and his father, having overheard Naruto's announcement of the gathering, promptly accepted the invitation without a second thought. Then there was Shikamaru, who was at home playing chess with his father. Upon hearing Naruto's invitation, despite his usual complaints about the hassle, he acquiesced, assuring that he would indeed attend. Naruto then made his way to Tintin's weapons shop, where Lee and their instructor, Guy, were present, ordering new training gear. Tintin happened to be there as well. Naruto saved himself some trouble by informing Lee, Tintin, and Guy about the gathering. The trio enthusiastically agreed to join, as there was simply no reason to decline. "Guy, initially considering training, perked up at the mention of Kakashi attending as well, exclaiming with his characteristic exuberance, igniting Naruto's own enthusiasm. Finally, Naruto visited Sakura's home for the first time. Sakura was diligently studying medical ninjutsu when she noticed Naruto's arrival, which filled her with joy. Her parents warmly welcomed him, and upon learning of the gathering, Sakura's father readily consented. Since the last gathering, he had sensed an improvement in his standing within the village, likely due to forging better relations with Konoha's prominent families. Naturally, he could not miss this opportunity. Having a circle of good friends was indeed Sakura's fortune. After notifying everyone, Naruto felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. While walking home, an epiphany struck him. He exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to inform Shino." Shino's presence was so understated that Naruto had nearly overlooked him. Just then, a ghostly figure emerged, asking, "Were you calling for me?" It was Shino. Naruto explained the details of the gathering. "Oh, I was aware of it. Didn't you already mention it?" Shino queried, somewhat perplexed. "I did." "When?" Naruto was taken aback, unable to recall that moment. "I was right next to you when you spoke to Kiba. I assumed you had already informed me." Shino replied with a hint of exasperation. "Haha, is that so? No worries, Shino, just as long as you know. You must come." Naruto chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed overlooked Shino's presence at the time. Nonetheless, everyone had now been notified. The gathering promised to be spectacular. The legendary Konoha 12, along with their families, all in one place. The future of the entire village seemed to converge at this event. Chapter 108, Kakashi's Sharingan. After a thorough reflection, Naruto confirmed that he had not omitted anyone else. With a sense of relief, he walked home, feeling that all preparations were complete, leaving only the final touch to be desired. Upon returning home, as he prepared for bed, he suddenly remembered that while he had informed Guy about Kakashi's attendance, he had not communicated with Kakashi himself. Thus, Naruto called out to Kakashi, who promptly responded, appearing at Naruto's doorstep in an instant, asking, "What is going on, Naruto?" With a smile, Naruto replied, "Kakashi-sensei, in 8 days, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, 5 o'clock. I told Guy you would be there." Upon hearing Guy's name, Kakashi felt a slight headache coming on. However, as a loyal friend, he resolved to attend. Also for Naruto's sake. Kakashi remarked, "Understood, but I suspect you might have something planned?" Although unaware of Naruto's intentions, he pondered why Naruto would organize a gathering just before the school year began, knowing he wouldn't instigate such an event without a significant reason. Naruto, beaming, confessed, "You've guessed correctly, Kakashi-sensei. I do have a plan, but you'll find out soon enough. I need to test it tomorrow to see if it works." Observing Naruto's smile, Kakashi comprehended that someone was likely to face consequences, and judging by recent events, it undoubtedly pointed to Danzo. A night swiftly passed, and morning arrived, signaling the time for training. Assuming Sasuke was already awake, likely having breakfast, Naruto thought it would be a perfect opportunity to join him for a meal. With a mental command, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash of golden light, he found himself at Sasuke's home. Just as Naruto had surmised, Sasuke was indeed at the table, having breakfast. Upon noticing the golden flash and seeing his good friend Naruto, Sasuke grinned and greeted him. "Hey, Naruto, here to play again. Have you eaten yet?" Naruto, also smiling, replied, "Not yet. I didn't have time for breakfast." It appeared that Sasuke had grown accustomed to Naruto's sudden appearances via the Flying Thunder God technique. It was no longer a cause for surprise. Mikoto Uchiha, noticing Naruto's arrival, invited him, "Naruto, come sit and eat with us. There's plenty left that Sasuke and Itachi can't finish." Naruto graciously accepted. "Thank you, Annie. I want to be polite." In his mind, Naruto believed that with good friends and brothers, he would never put on airs. He was always willing to help when it came to friends. Together, Naruto and Sasuke devoured the entire breakfast. Once they finished, Naruto curiously inquired, "Where's your dad?" This visit wasn't merely about breakfast. He had come prepared. Sasuke pondered for a moment and replied, "He is probably at the training ground. Dad usually waits there for me and Itachi to train together." Nodding in acknowledgement, Naruto declared, "Then let us head to the training ground. I need to speak with your father about something." Sasuke, Naruto, and Itachi made their way to the Uchiha clan's training ground, a secluded area where even ANBU ninjas rarely ventured. Sure enough, Fugaku Uchiha had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Naruto with Sasuke and Itachi, a rare smile graced Itachi's face as he addressed Naruto. "Naruto, you've come early. Is there something you wish to discuss with our clan today?" Naruto, choosing honesty, replied directly, "I'm here to spar with Uncle Fugaku and test out a new toy I've acquired." Surprised by the mention of a spar, Fugaku raised an eyebrow but quickly recalled Naruto's remarkable strength. recognizing that finding a worthy opponent in Konoha would be challenging. Clearly, Naruto trusted him, and he was curious about what kind of toy would warrant such a sparring session. Fugaku nodded in agreement, saying, "Since it's your request, Naruto, I shall gladly oblige. Let us proceed. Itachi and Sasuke shall follow as well. Especially you, Sasuke. Observe closely, learn diligently. Naruto will be the target you pursue and the role model you aspire to throughout your life." Itachi and Sasuke nodded frequently, indicating their understanding. Following Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto arrived at the training ground. From the system space, Naruto retrieved a previously stored item, Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, to be precise, Obito's Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku gazed in astonishment at the Sharingan in Naruto's hand, inquiring curiously, "Naruto, where did you acquire this Sharingan?" It is well known that the Uchiha clan maintains stringent control over the Sharingan, a source of pride and the lifeblood of their clan. Their protection of this ocular power has reached an extreme level. Generally, it is forbidden for these eyes to fall into the hands of outsiders. Should Naruto have obtained this eye through illicit means, Fugaku might have sought to negotiate with him to return it to the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, if Naruto insisted on keeping it, Fugaku might relent, considering that Naruto had aided Itachi in unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan, a gesture Fugaku would not easily forget. Naruto was acutely aware of the significance of the Sharingan to the Uchiha clan, and, in an effort to alleviate any potential unease in Fugaku's heart and to dispel unnecessary suspicion, he stated frankly, "This Sharingan was entrusted to me for safekeeping by Kakashi-sensei." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku instantly comprehended the origin of the eye. It belonged to a clan member named Uchiha Obito, who, like Kakashi, had been a member of the 4th Hokage Minato Namake's team. During a certain battle, he lost his life and, before his demise, bequeathed this eye to Kakashi. The matter of the eye's ownership had previously escalated to the Hokage's office, where members of the Uchiha clan demanded Kakashi return Obito's Sharingan. It was only through the intervention of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's, that Kakashi was permitted to retain it. However, Fugaku remained unaware of Naruto's true intentions in presenting the Sharingan. Fugaku kindly cautioned Naruto, "Although our Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses formidable capabilities, it is this ocular power that has allowed our clan to thrive in the shinobi world. It is precisely for this reason that the Sharingan can only manifest its true potential within the Uchiha clan's shinobi. Take Kakashi, for instance. He was originally a gifted ninja. However, upon inheriting Obito's Sharingan, his strength diminished rather than increased. This is due to the incompatibility between the Sharingan and his physical constitution. It can be said that Kakashi's talent has been stunted, leaving him unable to surpass the level of a shadow due to the limitations imposed by the Sharingan." Uchiha Fugaku elaborated on the drawbacks of the Sharingan, sharing this insight with both Sasuke and Itachi as well. "I understand, Uncle Fugaku, but I wish to give it a try." Naruto refrained from disclosing the fact that he possessed Uchiha blood. After all, such a revelation would be rather daunting. Seeing Naruto's resolute determination, Fugaku felt it inappropriate to press further. Some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. The wisdom of predecessors is often validated through one's own encounters. Sasuke, with a look of curiosity, fixed his gaze on Naruto, unsure of what he intended to do with the Sharingan. However, what followed caused Sasuke's jaw to drop in astonishment. Naruto gathered the chakra of the yang nature in both hands and directed it toward his left eye. Under the influence of the yang chakra, he effortlessly removed his own left eye. Subsequently, he implanted the 3-tomo Sharingan directly into his eye socket, employing the yang chakra to slightly repair the damaged nerves. Connection successful. The 3-tomo Sharingan has been successfully integrated. Not only Sasuke, but even Itachi and Fugaku were left momentarily dumbfounded. Was he truly treating the Sharingan as a mere tool? A plug-and-play device? Was he not concerned about potential infections that could render it unusable? Fugaku inquired Naruto, "Are you certain this is safe?" His concern was not for the Sharingan itself, but rather for the possibility that such a method might be excessively crude and could adversely affect Naruto's health. Once implanted, Kakashi's Sharingan rapidly melded with Naruto's body under the influence of his yang chakra. Due to Naruto's inherent Uchiha lineage, he experienced no signs of rejection. There was no necessity for him to expend vast amounts of chakra to maintain the Sharingan's activation. With a mere thought, Naruto deactivated the 3-tomo Sharingan, reverting it back to an ordinary eye. Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. Could this truly be the son of Minato and Kushina, capable of transplanting a Sharingan and freely activating and deactivating it? If you told me he bore the Uchiha name, I would wholeheartedly believe it. Chapter 109. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku continued, "Naruto, Are you not experiencing any unusual sensations? After conducting a brief test, Naruto activated the three-tomo Sharingan once more, replying, "Not at all, uncle. I feel fantastic." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Fugaku began to concoct various theories in his mind. Could this be a unique trait of the Uzumaki clan? Indeed, no one had ever tested the effects of transplanting a Sharingan into an Uzumaki ninja. Or perhaps it was a personal peculiarity of Naruto. Or perhaps influenced by the nine tails within him. It appeared that there had never been a case of a Jinchuriki receiving a Sharingan transplant. Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced with possibilities, ultimately concluding that this was a manifestation of Naruto's extraordinary talent. With this in mind, he declared, "Then I shall partake as well. Are you ready, Naruto?" Uchiha Fugaku, being quite honorable, informed Naruto of his intentions beforehand. Subsequently, he activated his own three-tomo Sharingan. "Let us begin." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes fixated on Naruto, and in silence, he unleashed an illusion technique. Illusionary chains technique. Utilizing the Sharingan, he sought to ensnare his opponent within a realm of illusion, where the wielder would manifest large iron nails to pierce the opponent's body, rendering them immobile. Naruto sensed that Fugaku had employed a Jinjutsu against him. But before his formidable mental power, it was as though a stone had been cast into the sea, creating but a fleeting ripple with no further disturbance. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku perceived his Jinjutsu encountering an unprecedented resistance. Despite exerting all his mental strength, he found himself unable to draw Naruto's consciousness into the realm of illusion. Was Naruto's mental fortitude truly so formidable? Naruto smiled lightly, jesting, "Even Itachi's Tsukuyomi has little effect on me, let alone such a mundane illusion." Report. Unable to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Realizing his Jinjutsu had failed, Uchiha Fugaku drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, preparing for close combat with Naruto. In response, Naruto summoned the Flying Thunder God technique, manifesting an infinite array of kunai and charging toward Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's movements were swift and fierce, aiming for Naruto's vital points. However, with the advantage of the Sharingan, he possessed astonishing insight. If Naruto displayed any signs of being overwhelmed, he could immediately alter the trajectory of his attacks to avoid harming Naruto. Yet, he misjudged the situation. Naruto had a Sharingan as well. Currently, Naruto had activated Kakashi-sensei's three-tomo Sharingan, while his own Sharingan remained in the same state. He yearned to witness the potential unleashed by Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, adorned with its three-tomo. In Naruto's eyes, the three-tomo spun with remarkable speed, rendering Fugaku's every movement crystal clear. Thus, even if Fugaku's velocity was astonishing, to Naruto, it appeared as if time had slowed to a crawl. Why? He pondered. Did your Sharingan exhibit such formidable prowess, especially when it was but a single eye? As Naruto engaged in a fierce exchange of physical combat with Fugaku, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. Rather, as time progressed, he began to subtly seize the upper hand. Only in the heat of true confrontation could Fugaku grasp the extent of Naruto's extraordinary talent. It was not that Naruto overwhelmed Fugaku from the outset. Rather, his adaptability was alarmingly swift. After just a few exchanges, Naruto had already begun to analyze Fugaku's attack patterns and habitual movements, allowing him to select appropriate countermeasures. Such a gift was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing even Itachi's remarkable talents. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Naruto, sending Uchiha Fugaku careening backward. With a smile gracing his face, Naruto addressed Fugaku, "Uncle Fugaku, it seems it's time for you to get serious." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Fugaku understood the implication. The tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and with a sudden closing of his eyelids, he opened them anew. A pair of Mangekyō Sharingan quietly manifested in Fugaku's gaze. In the past, when Fugaku had wished to showcase the might of his Mangekyō Sharingan to Itachi, he had employed its abilities, instantly ensnaring Itachi in an illusion. As Naruto sensed the weight of Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan, he felt a tinge of pressure envelop him. He began to channel chakra into his own three-tomo Sharingan, anticipating an exhilarating surprise. Within Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan, he started to feel as if he were ensnared in an illusion, for he observed Naruto's single tomo spinning with increasing velocity. With a sudden closing of his eyes, Naruto unveiled his own Mangekyō Sharingan. My goodness! The spectacle rendered Fugaku speechless, as he found himself unable to conjure any explanation for the extraordinary scene before him. Any further attempts at rationalization seemed utterly futile. Perhaps Naruto was inherently suited to wield the Sharingan. Perhaps he bore ancestral ties to the Uchiha clan. Perhaps Minato should rightfully be referred to as Uchiha Minato. With astonishment, Fugaku exclaimed, "Naruto, You have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto chuckled and shook his head, clarifying, I did not awaken it. This eye has always been a Mangekyō Sharingan. However, Kakashi-sensei's ocular power was simply insufficient, causing it to remain in the state of 3 tomo. Upon hearing this, Fugaku felt a sense of equilibrium within him. Few members of the Uchiha clan could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, and the thought of an outsider like Naruto achieving such a feat would surely stir the spirits of their ancestors from the depths. Fugaku continued, Can you perceive the ocular techniques within? With but one eye, there should be at least one technique available, right? Is Susanoo accessible? Naruto concentrated intently and realized he indeed could utilize ocular techniques. Coincidentally, both of Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan bore the technique Kimui, albeit with divergent effects. The left eye's Kimui could forcibly sever an enemy's limbs from a distance, banishing them to another dimension, or allow one to enter and exit that dimension. The right eye's Kimui permitted the user to shift into the Kimui space or draw enemies within, as well as preemptively store ninja tools in that dimension for later retrieval. However, in a single-eye state, the duration of Kimui's intangibility would last no longer than 5 minutes. Beyond that, it would falter. In the original manga, Obito had often employed his right eye's Kimui to evade enemy assaults and ensnare foes into other realms, unleashing a plethora of ninja tools for offensive maneuvers. When both eyes were activated, the speed of Kimui's teleportation was significantly enhanced, allowing for consecutive spatial gateways into alternate dimensions, albeit at a tremendous chakra cost. The eye left for Kakashi-sensei was the left eye, capable of forcibly severing adversaries and facilitating personal traversal between realms. At this juncture, Naruto felt compelled to interject. For those who have played the Naruto mobile game, it is well known that beginners should focus on what ninja? The divine cards. Chapter 110, Susanoo. Second form. Naruto confirmed that the left eye's Kimui was indeed usable. To summarize, Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan's Kimui served primarily as an offensive capability, directly severing enemies and consigning them to another realm for the purpose of achieving a decisive kill. In contrast, Obito's Sharingan's Kimui functioned defensively, allowing the user to become intangible and navigate freely between reality and the other dimension, thus evading all harm. As for Susanoo, that was a technique best explored at a later time. Naruto nodded and said, Uncle Fugaku, my Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular techniques are indeed operable. Now that you have awakened your own Mangekyō Sharingan, I am curious to learn what your techniques entail. Sasuke and Itachi, too, were filled with intrigue at the prospect of discovering the ocular abilities their father had concealed for so long. Fugaku pondered for a moment. Given that Naruto was considered one of their own, and with Sasuke and Itachi being his dear sons, there was no need for secrecy. They would not divulge sensitive information. Thus, he decided to share, my Mangekyō Sharingan's left eye technique is the Ishi Futon, which allows me to observe specific events that may occur in someone's future. However, the future glimpsed through Ishi Futon is not immutable. It represents merely a potentiality of what may come to pass. The right eye technique is the Dado Naben, which enhances the effectiveness of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, enabling them to manifest far beyond their usual capabilities. The more ocular power infused, the more potent the effect. Upon hearing this, Naruto experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder, in the original anime plot, Uchiha Fugaku had enabled Uchiha Itachi to witness future events upon awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan. It was not merely an illusion. It was the effect of Fugaku's Ishi Futon. Initially, Fugaku must have applied Ishi Futon to Itachi and then utilized a genjutsu to construct the vision Itachi beheld. As for the Dado Naben, its enhancement capabilities were even more astounding. According to Fugaku, it could amplify virtually anything. Could it even augment Susanoo? What about sage techniques? Could it enhance the chakra of tailed beasts? This technique held limitless possibilities. Now that you are aware of my ocular techniques, what of yours, Naruto? Fugaku inquired, intrigued by the prospect of a non-Uchiha ninja wielding the Mangekyō Sharingan and the potential for its techniques. Uncle Fugaku, why not test your Dado Naben's enhancement on my ninjutsu? Then you shall discover its nature, Naruto replied, playfully withholding direct information. Fugaku smiled slightly and responded, very well, Naruto. Then you must be prepared. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, invoking not a particularly formidable ninjutsu, but rather the Uchiha clan's ancestral technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. This technique, also known to Sasuke and Itachi, was merely a shadow of its true power when wielded by them compared to its might in Fugaku's hands. Indeed, a father's prowess in ninjutsu is substantially greater. This was the might of Uchiha Fugaku, drawn from his own chakra. With a flicker of intensity, Fugaku's right, I activated the dojutsu, the Great Fireball Jutsu, which initially appeared merely larger than the ordinary size. In an instant, it erupted into a colossal sphere, akin to the effects of a powerful stimulant, increasing tenfold, if not ninefold. The sheer force left both Sasuke and Itachi momentarily dumbfounded. Could this truly still be referred to as the Great Fireball Jutsu? It seemed more akin to a mutated form of ninjutsu. Remarkably, Fugaku had held back, infusing only a fraction of his chakra and utilizing minimal power from the dojutsu, yet he had already reached such terrifying heights. Now, let me witness how you shall counter this, Naruto. Fugaku challenged, his eyes keenly observing. Naruto stood resolute, devoid of any hint of panic, exuding confidence bestowed by his own prowess. As the Great Fireball Jutsu approached him, and amidst the anxious gazes of onlookers, Naruto finally sprang into action. His Mangekyō Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and with a calm voice, he declared, Kimui. The normal space around him contorted as if touched by an invisible hand. In a fleeting moment, the area engulfed by the Great Fireball Jutsu was distorted and consumed, vanishing as if it had never existed. Sasuke leapt in excitement, exclaiming, Naruto, what is your ocular ability? It appears immensely powerful. Fugaku and Itachi gazed at Naruto with curiosity. My ocular technique is called Kimui, Naruto explained. Its effect allows me to transfer objects within a certain space to another dimension. As long as I can direct the ninjutsu towards me, I can render it ineffective. Fugaku marveled at this revelation. Naruto's Mangekyō Sharingan was indeed impressive, akin to a lottery ticket where one never knows if they have struck the grand prize or merely a consolation. Given this, Naruto, shall you continue? Fugaku sensed the pressure emanating from Naruto. Despite possessing only a single Mangekyō Sharingan, the aura radiating from him compelled Fugaku to engage with utmost seriousness. Of course, Uncle Fugaku. There is still that technique I haven't yet employed, Naruto replied, eager to test his abilities further. Are you referring to the third power, the Susanoo? But I've heard that a single eye cannot activate Susanoo. Fugaku queried, perplexed. Naruto couldn't help but retort, that's the established lore. But since Kishimoto has made exceptions, Sasuke can activate Susanoo with one eye, and Madara can do so without any. As the protagonist, why can't I activate it with one eye? Uncle Fugaku, I feel the hidden third power within me, Naruto declared. Seeing Naruto's determination, Fugaku acquiesced, permitting him to proceed with his trial. As Naruto activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, there was no hint of hesitation. It felt as though the Mangekyō belonged solely to him. Perhaps it was the influence of his lineage at play. Moreover, Naruto sensed a surge of vitality within the Mangekyō, as if it had awakened, becoming increasingly vibrant, possibly nourished by his own yang chakra. Awakened, Susanoo. Naruto summoned the latent third power. A terrifying aura emerged from him, as blue chakra erupted, growing exponentially. Ribs and arms materialized around him, providing offensive, defensive, protective, and controlling capabilities. Though not fully enveloped by Susanoo, the defensive strength was sufficient to withstand most assaults. Fugaku was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Naruto could indeed summon Susanoo with one eye. However, this Susanoo did not appear particularly formidable. Could this be the limit of an outsider? Sensing Fugaku's skepticism, Naruto decided to reveal his true potential. I intended to showcase a conventional Susanoo, but since you seem to underestimate me, I shall unveil its true strength. With the might of his lineage, Naruto's ocular power was partially consumed, yet could be replenished slowly, leaving him unconcerned about the expenditure. Susanoo operated on a principle of cost-benefit. The more ocular power expended, the greater the return. As Naruto continued to channel his chakra, his Susanoo rapidly transitioned from its initial form to its first stage. The skeletal form enveloped him in chakra, enhancing his defense, although gaps remained at the feet, vulnerable to overwhelming strikes. In this state, Susanoo could wield simple weapons, such as swords, employing basic physical attacks. This was the form that Danzo dreaded, as he would be tempted to test its defenses with kunai. Fugaku, astonished, realized that Naruto had indeed achieved this stage, while even at full power. He himself could only reach the subsequent stage. But unbeknownst to him, Naruto was far from finished. The chakra continued to flow, and his Susanoo evolved further. Susanoo, second form. The skeletal structure became interlaced with tendons and flesh, enveloped in a cloak of chakra, capable of unsealing jutsu and wielding unique weapons and techniques, such as the Yata mirror and bows. This form of Susanoo exemplified balance, frequently utilized by Sasuke and Madara before acquiring the Six Paths power. Simultaneously, Naruto's Susanoo wielded shuriken. Ultimately, this form belonged to Kakashi or Obito's Susanoo, and he merely summoned it into existence prematurely. Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's transformation, was instantly exhilarated. How could any man resist the allure of piloting such a magnificent construct? He turned to Itachi, asking, "Brother, can you attain this form?" After careful consideration, Itachi deduced that with the combined power of his two eyes, he could indeed reach such a state, albeit at a significant cost to his ocular energy. "I should be able to, but my power may not surpass Naruto's," he conceded, acknowledging the formidable aura emanating from Naruto's Susanoo. In Chapter 111, Kamui Shuriken. Gazing upon Naruto's Susanoo in its second form, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, truly powerful." He realized that he could only temporarily reach this stage, as venturing further would exponentially increase the strain on his chakra, which was far too precious to waste, unless one can unlock the next stage of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. One cannot restore their ocular power, a fitting tribute to the name Eternal. However, Naruto is different. He possesses a unique lineage, comprising the bloodlines of the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki clans, augmented by a formidable chakra of the Yang nature, alongside the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation. He has effectively become a superior alternative to the legendary Hashirama's cells, which can gradually restore the ocular techniques of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and naturally, his own constitution can achieve the same. Nevertheless, Naruto does not intend to continue infusing his ocular power, as the ensuing form would indeed be excessively potent. Although they are deep within the Uchiha clan's territory, any significant disturbance could bring unnecessary trouble to the Uchiha family. Thus, to test the current power of his Susanoo, Naruto decides to venture outside the village. Addressing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi, he states, "I plan to assess the capabilities of my Susanoo. But given the potential commotion within Uchiha territory, I wish to step outside the village for this. Would you care to join me, Naruto? Are you planning to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the village? Have you already marked the coordinates outside?" Uchiha Itachi immediately voiced his speculation. Naruto nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Sasuke raised his hand eagerly, exclaiming, "Let us go, Naruto. Take me with you." Uchiha Itachi concurred, saying, "Then I shall accompany you as well." Uchiha Fugaku chimed in, "I will join too." Naruto inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique's formula onto each of them, and in an instant, a flash of light enveloped them. Naruto transported the four to a desolate area far from Konohagakure, a place where he could unleash his full potential without the fear of being discovered by the villagers. Susanoo, second form. Activate. Naruto initiated the universal long-range attack jutsu of Susanoo, the Yotsuka no Magatama, launching a series of Magatama towards his adversaries. The Magatama, shaped like kama-like jewels, shot forth from Naruto's Susanoo, crashing directly into a distant hill. The impact of the Magatama obliterated the summit of the hill, accompanied by a deafening roar. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was undeniably magnificent. "When I unlock my Kaleidoscope Sharingan, I want to do it like that." Naruto's signature weapon is the Shuriken, often associated with Kakashi-sensei, which seemed somewhat underwhelming in comparison. However, in the hands of Susanoo, it appeared remarkably impressive. He recalled Kakashi-sensei's final battle against Kagaya Otsutsuki, where he utilized the Kamui Shuriken. Curious if he could replicate such a feat, Naruto attempted to infuse the power of Kamui into the Shuriken hurled by Susanoo. The Shuriken transformed into the shape of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he felt a surge of confidence. With the Shuriken imbued with Kamui's power, he launched it forth. Kamui Shuriken. The Shuriken soared towards the hillside. Upon striking the mountainside, it was instantly consumed by an alternate dimension. The entire hill appeared to be struck by some mysterious force, with a portion of it vanishing. Subsequently, the upper part of the hill lost its support and collapsed, creating a truly spectacular scene. Note, according to the established lore, the power of Kamui can be integrated into any ninja tool or jutsu. Is it possible that even the second form of Susanoo possesses the capability to alter terrain? Kakashi-sensei, your Kaleidoscope Sharingan is truly remarkable. In that moment, Naruto found himself captivated by the realization, growing increasingly curious about the true nature of his own Sharingan abilities. After testing Susanoo, Naruto transported the three back to Uchiha territory. Sasuke remained in a state of exhilaration, momentarily lost in thought. This was understandable, considering Sasuke's age and his fervor for activating powerful techniques. Gundam truly embodies the romance of man. This maneuver was specifically devised to apply pressure on Danzo, with the intention of preventing any revelations from the Uchiha clan. If Sasuke, with his striking features, inadvertently disclosed this information, Naruto would indeed find himself at a loss. With utmost seriousness, Naruto addressed the trio, Sasuke, Itachi, Uncle Fugaku. I implore you to keep my possession of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan a secret. Sasuke, puzzled, queried why? Naruto. This Susanoo is so impressive. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is incredibly powerful. If I had it, I would want the whole world to know. Naruto chuckled inwardly and replied, is this the mindset that led you to recklessly barge into the 5 Kage summit? You are still too young, Sasuke. Patiently, Naruto elaborated. These are part of my plans. The abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan are exceedingly rare in the ninja world. Aside from the Uchiha clan, only those involved in the Nine Tails incident could potentially possess such power. Recently, Danzo has been causing me trouble, so I thought it prudent to show him some consequences. To avoid exposing my identity, I intend to frame the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident. Upon hearing this, Fugaku and Itachi understood. Itachi remarked, so, your intended timing for action is during the feast. You will likely send a shadow clone to the gathering, or perhaps use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave during the event and confront Danzo, correct? Naruto nodded, acknowledging Itachi's astute deduction. As expected of you, Itachi, you deduced it immediately. In truth, the gathering serves more than one purpose. My friends and their parents represent the future of Konohagakure. This gathering not only fosters a sense of kinship, but also strengthens our bonds, while simultaneously providing me with an alibi. After all, I recently visited Danzo's base, which was subsequently attacked. It is inevitable that I will be suspected, so I must ensure that there are no traces linking me to it. When Danzo finds no grounds for suspicion, my Kaleidoscope Sharingan will be my greatest asset. No one would suspect that Naruto Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, is also the wielder of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. With this, Naruto's elaborate plan was laid bare. Uchiha Sasuke was left in astonishment. Wait, bro, when I was 6, I was still struggling with the Great Fireball technique and had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique. You're already unleashing Susanoo to confront others? Our childhood seemed to be quite different. Uchiha Fugaku pondered Naruto's plan seriously. Indeed, it was feasible, though he sensed something peculiar about it, yet could not pinpoint what it was. In truth, Naruto's strategy was not overly complex. However, the reason it was challenging for others to replicate lay in Naruto's foreknowledge of the plot. When discussing plans with someone who knows the script, the cognitive dimensions of both parties diverge significantly. Naturally, it is difficult to keep pace with Naruto's thoughts. With the advantage of foresight and a comprehensive understanding of the characters in Naruto, this is the reason Naruto's plan could fully succeed. Many coincidences perceived by others were, in fact, orchestrated by Naruto. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan undeniably belongs to the Uchiha clan. But who says that a non-Uchiha cannot wield the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? After all, within the Akatsuki, there is Obito, who also possesses the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, with his ocular technique being Kimui. Whether it is a mere coincidence or a deliberate alignment, the outcome is what matters. As coincidences multiply, everything becomes inevitable, such as Naruto's confidence. Once he activates the third and even the fourth form of Susanoo, a force so formidable, one might even believe his claim of being Uchiha Madara, prompting others to investigate. After all, aside from Uchiha Madara, no one else possesses such capabilities at present. The plan is set. Now, everything is in place. Only the right moment is missing. Under Uchiha Fugaku's counsel, Sasuke and Itachi have assured that they will keep this secret. With Uchiha Fugaku's protection, no ninja would dare to employ Jinjutsu or brutal interrogations against Itachi and Sasuke. As if the position of Uchiha Fugaku as clan leader was merely a matter of connections. In Chapter 112, Kakashi-sensei finally comprehends. Besides Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi are aware of Naruto's plan. Naruto intends to explain it once more to Kakashi-sensei, ensuring that when he launches his assault on Danzo's base, he must keep a watchful eye on Gai-sensei to prevent him from inadvertently revealing the climax of the story, thus concluding the book prematurely. Naruto meticulously elaborated on his intentions to Kakashi-sensei. Initially, Kakashi-sensei was not taken aback by Naruto's plan to attack the base. After all, it is only natural to settle scores. A gentleman does not harbor grudges overnight. They are typically resolved on the spot. Naruto even afforded the enemy some time to prepare, albeit they were unaware of this. Then came the astonishing revelation that Naruto could wield the Sharingan left behind by Obito. This evoked immense envy in Kakashi-sensei. If not for his guilt towards Obito, Kakashi would not have carried that Sharingan, despite the myriad of restrictions it imposed upon him. Yet, he believed that these burdens were shackles bestowed upon him by Obito, a sin he must bear. Kakashi-sensei voiced his curiosity, Why was Naruto able to use Obito's Sharingan without any rejection phenomena? Naruto feigned ignorance, skillfully evading the question. Upon learning that Naruto could activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kakashi-sensei could hardly remain composed. In the past, he had sensed that something was amiss with the three-tomo Sharingan. It seemed to harbor greater power within. Regrettably, maintaining the Sharingan's normal function consumed a significant amount of chakra, let alone experimenting with the Mangekyō Sharingan. Kakashi knew that should he dare to activate it, his chakra would deplete in mere seconds. He bore the hardships while Naruto reaped the rewards. Kakashi-sensei felt a pang in his heart, yet he remained silent. Perhaps it was truly fate that this I found its best home in Naruto. Later, upon hearing that Naruto had unlocked a technique within the Mangekyō Sharingan known as Kimui, Kakashi-sensei was introduced to its existence for the first time. Naruto explained the effects of Kimui, leading Kakashi to ponder the possibility of encountering it again in the future. This brought to mind a tale of Kimui's bittersweet legacy. Subsequently, Naruto led the Uchiha clan to a secluded area far from Konoha, demonstrating Susanoo. According to Naruto, its power could level a small mountain. And this was not even at Naruto's full strength. This revelation left Kakashi-sensei in tears of envy. Naruto then inquired about Kakashi-sensei's recent training. Kakashi replied, although the absence of the Sharingan weighed on him, his body felt considerably lighter, meals tasted better, and sleep was more restful. Most importantly, his chakra was finally sufficient. Without the Sharingan, he could accumulate chakra, allowing him to unleash several ninjutsu in one go. However, regarding the purple lightning Naruto mentioned, he had yet to make any progress and would require more time to develop it. Naruto pondered and asked, Kakashi-sensei, have you considered learning the 8 gates from Gai-sensei? Kakashi reflected and said, I have studied the 8 gates, but I only learned to open the first gate. I never pursued the others. Why not continue your studies? Naruto questioned. At first, I believed ninjutsu was the superior choice, and the thrill of using the Sharingan to copy my opponent's techniques was exhilarating. However, I later realized that regardless of how many jutsu one learns, when facing a worthy opponent, only a select few techniques prove crucial. Now I understand that the essence of ninjutsu lies in its refinement, not its quantity. My talent allowed me to learn numerous ninjutsu, yet it also confined my thinking. I now grasped that without the Sharingan, relying on the insight of Chidori would make it challenging to utilize it effectively. Nonetheless, I can still employ Raikiri. Just as you envision for the future, lightning will be my primary focus of study, and I shall train my taijutsu alongside Gai. If possible, I also wish to revive the swordsmanship of the Hokage clan. Upon reflection, I realized that even without the Sharingan, I possess many avenues to grow stronger. This newfound perspective indeed alters my mindset. However, the ability to reawaken my understanding and identify the root of my issues is a blessing, is it not? Kakashi-sensei appeared to have gained profound insights, revisiting his past with a fresh perspective. Naruto keenly sensed a transformation within Kakashi-sensei. The limitations imposed by the Sharingan were beginning to loosen, indicating that Kakashi-sensei was on the verge of breaking through to the level of Hokage. Unlike the sudden outburst in the original story, this time, his strength would be genuinely consistent at the Hokage level. Kakashi-sensei merely needed that final catalyst. Whether it be the development of purple lightning, successful mastery of the 8 gates, or the revival of Hatake swordsmanship, Naruto chose to remain silent about his insights. Recognizing that Kakashi-sensei was improving, finally shedding the label of mediocrity, tears welled up as he thought of family. After sharing insights, Naruto earnestly reminded Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, you must remember, keep a close watch on Gai-sensei. Do not allow him to venture to Danzo's base. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. This expression cleverly employed 2 meanings of misstep, one of injury from a miscalculation, and the other of making a grievous error, prompting a chuckle. Kakashi-sensei, though uncertain why Naruto was so apprehensive about Gai, nodded in agreement, assuring Naruto he would keep Gai safe. With a nod, Naruto bid farewell to Kakashi-sensei. As he walked home, he felt a peculiar sensation. Was it the small snake from the dragon cave summoning him? Seizing the moment, Naruto hurried back to his home. He swiftly began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. A small snake from the dragon cave appeared, spitting out a scroll that seemed to be penned by Orochimaru. Naruto opened the scroll and began to read intently. Orochimaru mentioned that he had gathered preliminary intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. The leader of Akatsuki is Pain, codename Zero. Konan, codename White. Zetsu, codename Black, and Kakazu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. After years of treachery and a notorious reputation as a financial wizard, He can offer significant assistance to the Akatsuki, which desperately needs substantial funds in its formative stage. First, he is recruited under the codename Scorpion. A defector from the Sand Village after 47 years, he secretly assassinated the third Kazekage, triggering a series of events. Once the Akatsuki was established, they tracked his movements and lured him into the organization, where he took on the codename Orochimaru. In the original narrative, following the Nine Tails incident, the third Hokage regained his position and began investigating the missing persons to uncover Orochimaru, who subsequently defected. After his defection, Orochimaru delved into research and lingered on the periphery of the Akatsuki, eventually being drawn into the fold after numerous trials. In the current world, he has been persuaded by Naruto to rejoin the Akatsuki as an undercover agent, adopting the codename Sky. Presently, he partners with Scorpion, forming the Sky, Jade, Serpent, Scorpion group. Then there is Kiba Tozo, an original character from the anime, codename South. He was one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village and the inaugural user of the decapitating sword. During the Third Great Ninja War, he narrowly escaped a confrontation with Might Guy. Disillusioned by his village's tyranny, he became a rogue ninja and joined the Akatsuki. In the anime, he is notably one of the few who genuinely considers Itachi a friend, to protect the immobilized Uchiha Itachi from the 4th Mizukage's tailed beast attack. He countered with the decapitating sword, but tragically succumbed to the rebound of his own weapon. However, in the Akatsuki, where power is abundant and talent flourishes, Kiba Tozo's strength appears somewhat lacking. Additionally, there are incidental characters, such as those who accompany Kakazu. Their significance is minimal, as they will soon perish, rendering them inconsequential. Thus concludes the overview of the current inner circle of the Akatsuki, with a notable mention of Haiden, who remains an outer member. Haiden's identity is intriguing. Without witnessing it firsthand, Naruto would find it challenging to discern Haiden's true nature. At times, Haiden embodies a special white Zetsu. Other times, he is Tobi in disguise. And at yet other times, he is a vessel for white Zetsu inhabiting Tobi. The lines between reality and illusion blur. At this stage, the Akatsuki has not yet fully formed, and Itachi's inclusion seems improbable in this world. Kisame Hoshigaki, under immense pressure, is unlikely to encounter his 1 in 7 adversary again. Deidara is probably still in the Rock Village, indulging in his explosive clay. Haiden is likely still in the Hot Springs Village. It is uncertain if the evil god cult has emerged at this time. Naruto also extracted a scroll, inscribing, "Understood. Continue gathering intelligence. Recently, Danzo may seek your collaboration. So stay vigilant." After completing the message, he entrusted the scroll to a small white snake, which consumed it and vanished in a puff of smoke. Chapter 113, The Gathering begins. As time passed, the long-awaited day finally arrived. Naruto utilized a transformation technique to retrieve a specially tailored Akatsuki cloak from the tailor shop. While he could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to visit other villages for a custom cloak, he opted for the one in Konoha. This decision serves as a clue left by Naruto. Firstly, the cloak's customization offers no discernible evidence of Naruto's true identity. Moreover, since it is an Akatsuki cloak, an organization that, at this juncture, remains shrouded in mystery, it may yield some traces of information. The absurdity of an organization infiltrating the Rain Village and striking at the root base in Konoha is evident. Custom-made attire within Konoha could easily suggest a deliberate framing of the Akatsuki. Yet, it also draws attention to the Akatsuki's existence. Is the Akatsuki truly a pristine organization? Certainly not. Naruto's objective is to stir the waters. If a multitude of accurate information could lead to deducing Naruto's identity, what if all the exposed information were false? Even Sherlock Holmes would be astounded, proclaiming, "If all premises are erroneous, how can one adjudicate the case?" Moreover, Naruto modified the mask worn by Tobi during the Nine Tails Uprising, transforming it to reveal the left eye, symmetrically mirroring Tobi's design. As the instigator of the gathering, Naruto was naturally the first to arrive. By 4 o'clock, he had set off to the barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Fortunately, he had reserved the largest private room in advance. Given the anticipated number of attendees, Naruto chose a room not only spacious enough to accommodate many, but also divided by a small screen, a table for adults and another for children, perfectly arranged. Upon entering the private room, Kakashi-sensei concluded his covert protective duty and, now off duty, joined the gathering as one of Naruto's invited guests. Taking a seat at the adult table, gradually, many others began to arrive. The first to arrive were the food enthusiasts, Tozo and his son, Choji. Noticing Kakashi-sensei and Naruto seated separately, Tozo quickly deduced the seating arrangement and sent Choji to join Naruto while he conversed with Kakashi-sensei. Next came Kiba Inuzuka, accompanied by Akamaru and his sister, Hanabi. Following them were Ino Yamanaka, with her father, Shikaku, both familiar faces. Although Shikamaru initially expressed reluctance, he arrived early. Escorted by his father, Shikaku, Guy, Tintin, and Lee arrived together, presumably after visiting Tintin's ninja tool shop. Sakura's father, Haruno Taijima, brought Sakura along. Having participated in such gatherings before, he smoothly integrated into the adult group. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The air crackled with tension. Upon opening the door, it revealed Hinata Hyuga accompanied by Niji and Hayashi. Opposite them stood Fugaku Uchiha with Itachi and Sasuke. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, both claiming to be the foremost family in Konoha, were not on amicable terms. Ironically, both clans are distinguished by their unique ocular bloodlines. This scenario was indeed peculiar. Despite the strained relations, both families attended to honor Naruto, refraining from openly cursing or fighting. They begrudgingly took their seats, with Hayashi and Fugaku maintaining a distance, each adopting a posture signifying I exist without him, and he exists without me. Naruto had saved a seat beside him for Hinata, beckoning her to join him. Although shy and blushing, Hinata complied and sat beside Naruto obediently. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances, simultaneously whispering, "What a formidable rival." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Naruto, Shino Aburame had quietly arrived, unnoticed by anyone. Sasuke approached Shino and requested, "Shino, could you move over? I wish to sit next to Naruto." While Sasuke had once been aloof, his experiences with Naruto had softened him somewhat, instilling a modicum of politeness. Upon hearing Sasuke's request, Shino nodded and shifted aside, allowing Sasuke to fulfill his wish and sit next to Naruto. Sakura and Ino exchanged another glance and exclaimed, "Could it be? Sasuke too? How terrifying." There was no time to entertain Ino and Sakura's fanciful speculations. The Konoha 12 had finally assembled. As it was a gathering organized by Naruto, Shikaku Nara, representing the adults' table, approached Naruto and remarked, "Since it was Naruto who invited us, shall we allow him to say a few words? What does everyone think?" The young ninjas of Konoha cheered in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." The adults at their table also expressed their approval, encouragingly. With a hint of reluctance, Naruto stood up, quickly crafting his words in his mind. "First and foremost, I have invited my dearest friends, and their parents too. I hope our friendship endures, not just between us, but also fosters strong connections among all of you." At that moment, Naruto suddenly felt as if something was watching him from the shadows. As more high-ranking members of Konoha entered the barbecue restaurant, an ANBU ninja sensed something amiss and promptly reported to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Initially, Hiruzen did not take the matter seriously, dismissing it as a mere gathering. However, as ANBU continued to relay updates, with more and more attendees arriving, Hiruzen began to sense the peculiarity of the situation. He knew these individuals were Naruto's good friends, but they were also members of Konoha's prominent clans. How could the heads of these renowned families, particularly the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, known for their aloofness, be present? Upon learning that Naruto had organized this gathering, Hiruzen couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate act, Naruto's initiative struck Hiruzen as commendable at such a young age. He had managed to forge friendships with many of Konoha's elite and even invited their parents to dine together. Perhaps Naruto truly possessed the potential to become Hokage. Unable to resist the urge, Hiruzen retrieved his cherished crystal ball and began using the telescope technique to monitor Naruto, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would arise. This was also the reason Naruto sensed someone observing him. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto deduced it was indeed Hiruzen's telescope technique. That old man, instead of indulging in more frivolous pursuits, chose to spy on me. What a bore. Nevertheless, knowing Hiruzen was watching, Naruto resolved to be cautious with his words. "We are the future of Konoha. I believe we will thrive under the illumination of the will of fire, destined to become formidable ninjas. At that time, we will be the best of teammates, friends worthy of trusting with our backs. I hope that from this day forward, we forge unbreakable bonds, constantly competing and advancing, all for the future of Konoha." With that, Naruto raised his drink and declared, "To Konoha." The entire assembly echoed his sentiment, with the children lifting their drinks and the adults raising their beverages, some with alcohol, others with soft drinks. Together, they shouted, "To Konoha." Seeing the fervent spirit of the will of fire radiating from Naruto, Hiruzen finally felt at ease. "I knew it. That boy has always shown promise. A fine seed indeed." Hiruzen mused, recalling how, since Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy, relationships among Konoha's elite families had significantly improved. Even the historically contentious Uchiha and Hyuga clans seemed to have mellowed. Under Naruto's influence, it appeared Konoha was gradually becoming a better place, especially with the Uchiha clan. Complaints had markedly diminished. They were no longer as arrogant, and if this continued, the residents of Konoha would likely become more accepting of them. Hiruzen was not adamant about the Uchiha's annihilation. He was a pragmatic man. As long as the Uchiha clan retained their utility, their continued existence was permissible. This was the current situation. Despite Konoha's peace, should war erupt, Uchiha ninjas would prove invaluable. Perhaps he had worried unnecessarily. Since they were all present, he might as well indulge in a visit to the Konoha bathhouse. Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of mischief as he ensured no other Yanbiyu ninjas were nearby. The scenes within the crystal ball began to take a rather inappropriate turn, exceedingly thrilling. Chapter 114, The Feast continues. Although the gathering initially served as a guise to deal with Danzo, once it commenced, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim how delightful it was. Rarely did the 12 gather all at once. Each individual engaged in lively conversation while feasting, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Glancing at the adorable Hinata beside him, Naruto reached out to gently pat her head and inquired with genuine concern, "How have you been, Hinata? Have you been eating well?" Hinata didn't shy away from Naruto's gesture. However, the intimacy of the action made her blush, and she fidgeted nervously, murmuring, "Thanks to you, Naruto-kun. I've been doing well. Ever since the last time, I've been eating plenty." Observing the charming Hinata, Naruto recalled a saying by Lao Shi, "In this world, genuine words are scarce. Yet, a woman's blush surpasses lengthy speeches." Oh, how adorable Hinata truly is. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, delighting in her response. Others soon sought to assert their presence, particularly the self-assured Sasuke. In front of everyone, Sasuke declared, "Naruto, I've become significantly stronger. I believe I'm much closer to you now." Having frequently observed Sasuke's training, Naruto recognized his rapid progress. Indeed, Sasuke embodied the essence of a prodigy. However, at times, his confidence bordered on arrogance. Upon hearing Sasuke's proclamation, two individuals immediately reacted, Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee. Neji spoke first. "Oh, is that so? I've heard much about the renowned Uchiha Sasuke, a genius, I believe. Coincidentally, I too am referred to as a genius. I wonder whose genius is superior, yours or mine?" Sasuke, perplexed by the unfamiliar face, inquired, "Who are you? I don't recognize you." Neji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his fists clenching. It was Hinata who quietly explained, "This is my cousin, Neji Hyuga. He is a year ahead of us." Hinata was of great importance to Naruto, so he took her words to heart. He was cautious not to offend Neji, lest he face a midnight assassination by Flying Thunder God. "Oh, I see. Thank you for the clarification, Hinata. Since you're Hinata's cousin and also a genius from the Hyuga clan, let's arrange a time to spar." The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Uchiha Sasuke felt invigorated. Confidence truly was our seventh piece of divine armor, and you, my friend, Uchiha Sasuke, have donned 7 pieces of confidence. Neji, unwilling to coddle Sasuke, retorted, "Heh, the Hyuga clan is not to be trifled with. I look forward to seeing if your strength matches your reputation." Rock Lee also raised his hand, "And I too, Sasuke-kun. Take me along. Recently, I have been training diligently and have made significant progress. I eagerly anticipate the contest between the two geniuses. Teacher Kai even refers to me as a hardworking prodigy." Under Naruto's influence, Sasuke is proud, yet not disdainful. Thus, Sasuke lifted his chin with an air of pride and declared, "In that case, let us set a time for you both to join me. I will not hesitate to inform you that I have awakened my Sharingan. Behold my Sharingan." Upon finishing his statement, Sasuke infused chakra into his eyes, unleashing his single Tomo Sharingan with fervor. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on Sasuke's penchant for theatrics. The others revealed expressions of envy, graciously acknowledging Sasuke's display. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, "Wow, Sasuke, is this your Sharingan? It resembles a Tomo. Truly impressive." Akamaru chimed in with supportive barks. Rock Lee also praised, as expected of Sasuke, a true genius. To awaken the Sharingan at such an early stage is remarkable. Even Neji could not refrain from offering his commentary. "I have heard that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, akin to our Byakugan in the Hyuga clan, signifies higher aptitude the sooner it is activated. Although I am often hailed as a genius, I have only just begun to sense the awakening of my Byakugan, yet I have not truly activated it." Encouraged by the flattery, Sasuke's pride swelled further. However, his elder brother Itachi decided it was time to impart some wisdom. Outside, their father was dining at the adult table, and now Itachi's role must come into play. as the elder brother often assumes a paternal stance, needing to correct Sasuke's disposition. Itachi addressed him, Sasuke. The Sharingan is a symbol of the Uchiha clan, a manifestation of your power, intended for the battlefield to vanquish enemies and protect the village of Konoha, not merely a topic for ostentation. Naruto added gently, Sasuke. A true master always retains the heart of a student. One must learn to be humble. Humble? Humble, you say? Unless you are General Damo. One should conduct oneself with integrity. Upon hearing both Itachi and Naruto speak, Sasuke obediently closed his Sharingan, reverting to his usual demeanor, and replied, I understand. I shall not tarnish the glory of the Uchiha clan. In another corner, Ino and Sakura were engaged in hushed conversation, having observed Naruto's intimate gestures toward Hinata. Ino whispered, could it be that Naruto-kun is attracted to shy girls like Hinata? Sakura pondered for a moment before responding. I believe it is not merely the shyness that draws Naruto to Hinata, but rather, it is Hinata's very essence that captivates him. Ino was taken aback. Is this really you, Sakura? How profound. What has brought about this transformation? Sakura smiled and replied, of course, Ino. I have been studying medical ninjutsu lately. While reading, I discovered a wealth of knowledge waiting for me. I have come to realize that since Naruto likes Hinata, I shall refrain from interfering. I find that reading has become my greatest passion, particularly medical ninjutsu. I must tell you, my father exerted considerable effort to acquire a volume detailing Lady Tsunade's early experiences with medical ninjutsu, which is said to be essential reading for any aspiring medical ninja. Initially, I struggled to comprehend it, but after several readings, I have gleaned some insight, and already I feel I have gained so much. Lady Tsunade is truly remarkable. As Sakura gradually embraced her newfound enthusiasm for idolization, Ino, though not particularly interested in medical ninjutsu, began to acquire a basic understanding under Sakura's influence. Nevertheless, Sakura was dedicating far too much time to her studies. She had fallen behind significantly. However, Ino did not feel compelled to pursue the path of medical ninjutsu. Currently aimless, she continued to take life one step at a time, still in search of her own life's purpose. Akido Chuji sat silently, his eyes devoid of worldly desires, fixated solely on his pursuit of food. A true gourmand, a soul devoted to the culinary arts. For a gourmand is indeed a superior being. In this vast world, nothing surpasses the joy of a hearty meal. I shall eat, and eat. Nara Shikamaru, averse to complications, occasionally sampled a few pieces of grilled meat at the dining table, but was too lazy to engage in conversation. Speaking was simply too much of a hassle. How I longed to return home and sleep. Although not particularly familiar with everyone, his classmates, Lee and Niji, noted the peculiarities in his demeanor. Lee stood up and addressed the group. This is Tintin from our class. Her family runs a ninja tool shop, and she is quite wealthy. The tools from her shop are exceptionally useful, and I encourage everyone to visit Tintin's store located at XXX Street, in Konoha. Lee's introduction elicited laughter from the group. Tintin's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Lee, please stop. This is so embarrassing. Niji chimed in. I have purchased from there before, and indeed, they are quite effective with great value. As all present aspired to become ninja tools were undoubtedly essential. With Lee and Niji's endorsements, the others began to engage Tintin in conversation. Particularly enthusiastic were Sakura and Ino, who instantly bonded, chatting animatedly as if they had known each other for ages. Perhaps, at times, friendships among girls are this simple. But wait, who was missing? Shino. He remained silent, focused solely on selecting pieces of meat. As some of the insects he harbored had a penchant for meat, Shino busily catered to his insects, seemingly unable to join the ongoing conversation. Yet he did not perceive himself as isolated. He simply preferred silence, and that was not isolation, right? Meanwhile, the adult table was considerably more lively. Despite having experienced this once before, Sakura's father, Haruno Sho, remained somewhat reserved. This time, there were several more prominent figures present. Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku, noticing Haruno Sho's discomfort, initiated a conversation. Come. Our children are classmates. Let us raise our glasses in a toast. Sho, do not be so formal. Here, we are merely the parents of the children, not the leaders of great clans. Shikaku's words resonated with emotional intelligence, easing Sho's awkwardness, prompting everyone to raise their glasses. After clinking glasses, Akido Chuza and Yamanaka Inoichi took the initiative to share a few drinks with Sho. As several cups were downed, the men's conversation began to flow. Most surprisingly, although Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi were not particularly fond of each other, They both found Sho to be quite agreeable. They eagerly sought to drink with him, especially Fugaku, who felt an inexplicable affinity towards Sho. Perhaps they would become in-laws in the future? He had heard from Sasuke that the girl Sakura was fond of medical ninjutsu, which seemed to align perfectly with Sasuke's temperament. Sasuke, who often charged recklessly into danger, would benefit from her healing after sustaining injuries. Though Sasuke mentioned Naruto far more frequently than Sakura, the mere fact that he occasionally brought her up was already a notable achievement. Initially, Sho was somewhat reserved, but he possessed one remarkable trait. His capacity for alcohol was extraordinary. It could be said that he had a vast tolerance. And men, when drinking, are most likely to become candid and forge connections, having indulged a bit too much. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi began to refer to Sho as brother. The trio shared a camaraderie reminiscent of the legendary bond of the Peach Garden. Sho, being the most adept at drinking, found himself affectionately addressed as Big Brother. However, despite the camaraderie, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi still eyed each other warily. Nonetheless, as long as they did not come to blows, all was well. Teacher Guy gazed across the room, where a group of children were fervently engaged in their activities. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, youth! It is indeed the essence of youth." Observing them, I feel as though I have been rejuvenated by a decade. After today's events, I shall intensify my training. I shall run an extra couple of laps around the Hidden Leaf Village. Beside him, Teacher Kakashi couldn't resist interjecting, "Guy, you're not that much younger this year. To claim you've regained a decade is rather exaggerated." With a chuckle, Guy responded, "Kakashi, my dear friend. Seeing these youngsters reminds me of our own days. Back then, we had so many friends." Kakashi's expression turned nostalgic, a flicker of sorrow passing through his gaze. "Obito, Rin, how are you faring?" Suddenly, Guy realized the gravity of the moment. Kakashi's dear companions, Rin Nohara and Obito Uchiha, were no longer among the living. The usually boisterous Guy continued to comfort Kakashi with youthful aphorisms. "Though our youth has slipped away, the emotions we once felt will not vanish with its passing. No one remains young forever, yet there will always be those who are young. Kakashi, look forward. Here's to you." Guy raised his glass with exuberance, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. My youth resides within each sip of drink. Kakashi, somewhat speechless, silently raised his glass to clink against Guy's. After a mere taste, Kakashi suddenly recalled Naruto's plan. He must find a way to keep Guy from running amok. Thus, Teacher Kakashi proposed, "Guy, after we finish, how about I train with you for a while? I feel as though my youth is also making a rare return." Hearing the word youth from his dear friend, Guy froze in place. He sensed that the once silent Kakashi had finally regained the spirited genius he once was. "Kakashi, this is how it should be. The version of you I strive to surpass is the one before me now." Tears welled in Guy's eyes, for having endured the pain of losing loved ones, he was able to resonate with Kakashi's sorrow and understand his heartache. Witnessing Kakashi's revival filled Guy with genuine joy, leading him to drink several more cups. The effects were beginning to take hold. Meanwhile, Naruto sensed the time was ripe and, oblivious to any feeling of being watched, glanced out the window into the moonless night. A perfect stage for mischief. Awakening, it was time to hunt. Naruto stood up and announced to his companions, "I'm heading to the restroom. Be right back." Sasuke and Itachi exchanged knowing glances, understanding that Naruto was preparing for action. They could only silently wish him luck, hoping for no unforeseen incidents. Upon reaching the restroom, Naruto discreetly utilized the Shadow Clone Jutsu, entrusting the unfolding events to his clone. "It's all in your hands now, clone. Ensure you reveal no weaknesses," he instructed. The clone grinned, "I am you, and you are me original. Do you not trust yourself? Go ahead and let me handle Toby. I'll carve him up nicely." Naruto chuckled at the jest and replied, "Off I go." Instantly, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the restroom. The clone returned to the dining table, resuming the meal as if nothing had occurred. The festivities continued, the music played on, and the dance resumed. Naruto had arrived at a location not far from the root base. Previously, while hidden behind Teacher Kakashi, he had discreetly left a Flying Thunder God mark as a coordinate. Thus, he arrived swiftly. Retrieving the Akatsuki cloak and a mask identical to Obito's, Naruto reflected on his plan, refining it further. He adjusted the hole in the mask to the right side, knowing Obito's Sharingan was on the right. If he were to reveal his left eye, it would easily lead to the conclusion that it corresponded to the Mangekyō Sharingan, undoubtedly linked to Kakashi. Therefore, this time, Naruto would fully commit to the act. Who said the left eye couldn't be placed in the right socket? It was simply a matter of insertion and removal, ready to use without hesitation. However, Naruto chose not to inform teacher Kakashi that Obito was still alive. The knowledge might not bode well for him. In the future, Obito might return to Konoha to verify Kakashi's eye. For Kakashi's safety, Naruto had specially provided him with a unique Flying Thunder God kunai, saying little else except that if he encountered an insurmountable challenge, he should infuse it with chakra, and Naruto would come to assist him. Naruto had his own scores to settle with Obito, the vengeance for his parents' deaths. And the memory of Obito presenting him with a warm blanket upon his birth would not fade from his mind. The sentiment remained, dare to approach Konoha, and I shall ensure you reap the consequences, Obito. With determination, he affixed Kakashi's eye to his right socket, donned the tiger-striped mask, and slipped into the Akatsuki cloak. In an instant, his demeanor transformed. No longer exuding warmth and familiarity, he instead radiated an aura of dominance, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara himself. Ho ho ho, Danzo. Uchiha Madara has arrived. Naruto swiftly approached Danzo's root base, knowing it was patrolled by ninjas to thwart any intruders. However, under normal circumstances, there was little cause for alarm. The occasional lost soul would wander here, only to leave shortly after. Since the establishment of this base, there had never been an incident. Suddenly, a root ninja exclaimed, "Alert! A suspected ninja approaches the base, exuding an immense aura. I fear they do not come with good intentions." Another root ninja responded, "You go investigate. I will report back." Several root ninjas moved ahead toward Naruto's direction. Upon seeing Naruto clad in black and wearing a peculiar tiger mask, they instantly recognized that this individual was no friend. "State your business, or do not blame us for being ungracious." One of the root ninjas shouted at Naruto. With a smile, Naruto replied, "Oh? I am quite curious to see just how ungracious you can be." "Engage," commanded one of the root ninjas. "Freeze. Freeze. Prepare to freeze." The two root ninjas began to coordinate quickly, forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough Technique. With their combined techniques, these two C-rank jutsus exhibited power far beyond that of a typical B-rank jutsu. Naruto, embodying Uchiha Madara, proudly proclaimed, "Oh, you dare to use fire techniques before me? This amalgamation cannot even be deemed true fire style. Allow me to show you what genuine fire style is." With swift hand seals, he completed a jutsu in an instant. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. In a display reminiscent of a vast ocean, Naruto unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the combined techniques of the root ninjas in an instant. Faced with such formidable fire style, the root ninjas could not help but inquire, "Who are you, truly?" Suppressing the memories embedded in his DNA, Naruto muttered under his breath, "I am merely a passing masked rider. Remember that. Insignificant ants. You chatter too much. Let us wrap this up swiftly, for the main course has yet to be served." The root ninjas charged en masse, attempting to leverage their numbers against Naruto. But within mere seconds, amidst cries of defeat, Naruto concluded the skirmish, continuing his advance toward the root base. Without employing any ninjutsu, Naruto merely harnessed the power within his own body, relying solely on ordinary taijutsu. To his astonishment, the root ninjas exhibited such sluggishness that they could not even match a fraction of his speed. One punch was sufficient to knock each of them down. They were pathetically weak, rendering Naruto devoid of any interest as he swiftly dispatched them to continue his advance. Meanwhile, the previous root ninjas had returned to report the situation. And by a stroke of coincidence, Danzo happened to be present at the base today. Upon hearing of an approaching figure clad in a mysterious black trench coat and donning a tiger-patterned mask, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The tiger mask. Memories of the Nine Tails incident flooded back. Could it be him? Has he returned? Danzo instructed a root ninja. Quickly notify Hiruzen. Inform him that the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident has been sighted at the root base. Urgently summon reinforcements. The root ninja sprang into action, utilizing body flicker technique to vanish from the base. Danzo harbored a nagging sense of dread, feeling that the impending confrontation was indeed directed at him. Prepare for battle. We must stop him. The ninjas at the root base responded in unison, hastily exiting to intercept Naruto's advance. Danzo followed closely behind, eager to discern the identity of this audacious individual daring to breach his stronghold. Yet, Danzo remained skeptical that the culprit of the Nine Tails incident could be so coincidentally present. Such ill fortune seemed improbable. As Danzo stepped outside the root base, he discerned Naruto's silhouette. Bathed in moonlight, Naruto stood solitary yet resolute, exuding an aura of formidable strength. One root ninja called out, "Who are you? What is your purpose here? Leave at once, or we shall not be so courteous." Naruto replied with a smile, "Oh? Is that so? Do you also wish to dance?" Chapter 116, Izanagi? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth as his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the assembly of root ninjas, akin to ants before him. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As his words fell, his hands began to move like phantoms, fingers swiftly weaving seals with an air of fierce precision. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. In an instant, the earth seemed ignited, as a colossal dragon of flames erupted from Naruto's mouth with a deafening roar. The fire dragon, engulfed in swirling flames, distorted the very air around it. With its gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of fire akin to a raging waterfall, hurtling towards the cluster of root ninjas with cataclysmic force. The root ninjas stared in horror, their eyes wide with fear and despair, momentarily paralyzed by the sight. They had never witnessed such a powerful fire jutsu. They believed no one, even at the level of a Hokage, could rival this might. Some ninjas hastily performed water release, attempting to erect a water curtain to shield against the fire dragon, their incantations spilling from their lips as their hands formed seals with lightning speed. However, as the water curtain met the fire dragon, it fizzled and evaporated in an instant, leaving behind a veil of mist. Others resorted to earth release, rapidly channeling chakra into the ground to erect earthen walls. Yet, the walls crumbled like paper under the onslaught of the fire dragon, scalding soil splattering everywhere, causing the surrounding ninjas to cry out in agony. The fire dragon surged forward, crashing into the ranks of root ninjas. Screams erupted as flames ravaged their bodies, consuming them in mere moments, leaving behind only charred remains. The air became thick with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, inducing a wave of nausea in all who inhaled it. You worthless fools, do you think you are worthy guardians of Konohagakure? Naruto taunted, raising his right hand with an elegant yet oppressive gesture. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Uchiha. Third power, Susanoo. As he spoke, the kaleidoscope pattern of his Sharingan blazed with brilliance, the ethereal outline of Susanoo gradually materializing behind him, its blue chakra radiating an overwhelming presence. The ribcage of Susanoo appeared as formidable as iron, shimmering with a cerulean glow. To the root ninjas, it seemed an invincible fortress. Yet, this was not the extent of Naruto's power. Soon, the muscles and skin of Susanoo expanded rapidly, and in no time, a complete Susanoo stood before them. Its massive form resembled a mountain, emanating an aura that instilled terror. Each breath it took caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. Susanoo, third form. Enhanced by the addition of the Tengu armor, its defensive capabilities surged, and the array of weapons at its disposal expanded significantly. This Susanoo wielded tremendous power. Yet the chakra consumption soared, and maintaining this form proved incredibly unstable, a feat difficult for an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan to sustain for long. The root ninjas gazed upon the terrifying entity before them, their hearts filled with dread. However, as root ninjas, despite their overwhelming fear, they had been indoctrinated by Danzo and could only steel themselves for battle. A chorus of ninjas shouted to bolster their courage and charged towards Susanoo. Their figures appeared diminutive against the colossal form of Susanoo. Foolhardy, Naruto scoffed coldly. Susanoo lifted its massive foot and stomped down with tremendous force. In an instant, the ground quaked violently, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from Susanoo. Trees were uprooted and boulders shattered. The charging root ninjas were swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, hurled through the air in arcs, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Unable to rise again, they suffered multiple fractures, groaning in agony as their life force ebbed away. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the root base continued to charge towards Naruto, desperate to halt his advance. Yet, Naruto remained unmoved, controlling Susanoo, which swept its massive arms like swatting flies, sending nearby ninjas flying. With each swing, a gust of wind arose, creating miniature storms. Some ninjas barely approached before being toppled by the force of the wind, rolling helplessly on the ground, losing their combat capabilities. Your efforts are in vain, Naruto declared, standing atop Susanoo's head, looking down upon the root ninjas with a gaze full of disdain. I, Uchiha Madara, shall obliterate this base, and none shall stand in my way. His voice resonated through the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, the root ninjas felt a jolt of shock. Although Madara had long since perished, his infamous legacy instilled terror in the hearts of many. Countless tales of his exploits circulated through the ninja world, casting him as a nightmare in the minds of innumerable ninjas. Now, this individual before them claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Could it be that he had truly returned? This thought filled the hearts of the root ninjas with dread and confusion. Yet there was no time for contemplation. as the specter of death loomed closer. At that moment, a group of Jonin-level root ninjas swiftly formed a formation. They understood that ordinary assaults would prove futile against Susanoo. Only powerful combination jutsu could offer a slim chance of survival. Combine your jutsu quickly, otherwise, we shall have no opportunity left. Regardless of whether he is truly Uchiha Madara, we cannot simply march to our deaths. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As they shouted, the earthen walls rose like colossal rock barriers, layer upon layer. These walls were tall and wide, their surfaces smooth and imbued with a sense of weightiness. Subsequently, water dragons surged forth through the gaps in the earthen walls, hurtling towards Susanoo with a shriek. The water dragon bullet, formed from a powerful surge of water, takes the form of a vividly lifelike dragon, its mouth agape as if poised to devour Susanoo. Naruto gazes at the impending ninjutsu, a slight smirk curling his lips, revealing a disdainful smile. A mere trifle, he scoffs, just a handful of gravel, hardly worth my notice. Susanoo swiftly forms hand seals, his movements fluid and instinctual, as if he and the technique were one. Fire release, great fire annihilation, one of Uchiha Madara's signature fire jutsu. It unleashes a fireball resembling a meteorite, which, upon striking the ground, engulfs the area in an inferno, capable of igniting an entire forest in an instant. Its might surpasses that of great fire destruction. When Madara first unveiled this technique while in the third stage of Susanoo, he utilized it in conjunction with the God Tree's descent, delivering a devastating blow to the 5 Kage. In his second demonstration, he employed it in the initial stage of Susanoo against Tsunade, who had activated the 100 Healings technique, only to be thwarted by Meiterumi's water release, water pillar. In an instant, a sphere of crimson flame materializes in Susanoo's grasp, exuding an aura of sinister mystery. He hurls the flame, which rapidly expands in the air, a blazing orb hurtling towards the water dragon bullet and the earth flow wall. Upon contact, the water dragon bullet is instantly vaporized, the surrounding air igniting with a thunderous roar. The red flame then collides with the earth flow wall, which melts under the intense heat, transforming into a pool of molten lava. The lava flows across the ground, incinerating everything in its path, releasing a noxious stench. You claim to be Uchiha Madara. Why then do you stand against Konoha? A root ninja shouted, his voice tinged with fear. Regardless of whether he was truly Madara, his strength was undeniably real. He sought an answer from Naruto. Even if it meant facing death, he wished to understand his fate. Stand against Konoha? Naruto chuckled derisively, filled with mockery. Konoha has long since rotted. I shall reshape this world. You are but stumbling blocks in my path. You remnants of an obsolete era. There is no vessel in this new age that can bear you. With that, Susanoo launched another assault, manifesting colossal chakra shurikens in his hands, their blades shimmering with a cerulean glow, radiating immense energy as they sliced through the root ninjas. Wherever the chakra shurikens flew, trees, rocks, and root ninjas alike were cleaved asunder. Blood splattered, and screams echoed as the root ninjas fell helplessly before Susanoo's onslaught. Some were severed in two by the shurikens, while others suffered grievous wounds, blood gushing forth, rendering life itself alarmingly fragile in that moment. As time passed, the number of root ninjas dwindled, their bodies strewn across the ground in a gruesome tableau. Danzo stood at the rear, his expression dark as a storm-laden sky, watching his meticulously trained root ninjas being slaughtered like common livestock before this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. His heart brimmed with rage and resentment. His fists clenched tightly, seething with anger. Yet he was already plotting his escape. After all, with his strength, he could hardly endure long against Naruto. Eventually, unbeknownst to him, the last of the root ninjas fell at Naruto's feet. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Naruto's heavy breathing and the occasional groans of the wounded. Bathed in moonlight, the field was drenched in blood, creating an atmosphere of chilling terror. Danzo surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of any remaining root ninjas, his gaze turning steely. With no one left, he could finally resort to his last means of survival. Regardless of whether you are truly Uchiha Madara, do you believe you can succeed in your endeavor? To annihilate Konoha while I am here? Not a chance, Danzo declared, slowly tearing away the bandages from his right arm, revealing the hidden Sharingan beneath. The crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. Observing Danzo's actions, Naruto's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Oh, do you still wish to cling to life with those Sharingan? He murmured. Izanagi, one of the Uchiha clan's unique ultimate ocular techniques, allows the user to negate unfavorable events that transpired within a specific time frame, transforming them into mere illusions while manifesting favorable outcomes as reality. The duration of this technique varies based on the user's ability. However, using it results in the permanent blindness of the Sharingan employed, rendering it a forbidden art. Nevertheless, there exists controversy surrounding Izanagi. For instance, after utilizing it, the user's Sharingan permanently loses sight, yet Madara, in his later years, managed to evolve his Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan into Rinnegan, a phenomenon whose exact reasoning remains elusive. Chapter 117. You've managed to cling to life once more. His eyes brimmed with disdain, akin to one observing a mere jester. Danzo disregarded Naruto's taunt, hastily forming seals with a frantic urgency. Izanagi, as he completed the seals, the first Sharingan began to activate. In an instant, a faint glow enveloped Danzo's body, his state recorded. His injuries healed instantly, color returning to his face, and his gaze hardened with resolve. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo initiated his attack. This was one of his favored wind techniques. He exhaled a sharp gust akin to a scythe, capable of severing both flesh and the chakra safeguarding the body. Humph, merely a deceitful technique, Naruto retorted, commanding Susanoo to strike again. Susanoo swung its chakra shurikens towards Danzo, the potent blade aura slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Danzo swiftly activated body flicker technique to evade, his figure flickering past, leaving behind an afterimage. Do you think you can escape? Naruto formed seals once more. Susanoo sees him. A massive bow manifested in Susanoo's hands, woven from chakra, radiating an ethereal blue glow. This weapon, intrinsic to Susanoo, could be conjured as long as there was chakra. He knocked an arrow, also forged from chakra, its brilliance akin to a shooting star, imbued with formidable power, targeting Danzo. The arrow soared forth with blinding speed, arriving before Danzo in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to evade, and he could only watch helplessly as it flew towards him. Just as the arrow was about to strike, Danzo's Izanagi activated involuntarily, the first Sharingan fully closed. A wave of mysterious energy surged, allowing Danzo to narrowly escape disaster. In that moment, he felt a flicker of relief. Thank goodness for Izanagi, or he would have perished. Yet, he also harbored regrets for not fleeing earlier and for choosing to confront this Uchiha Madara directly. With the Sharingan's efficacy waning, his opportunities dwindled. Having evaded once, how many chances do you think you have left? Naruto taunted, continuing his assault. Susanoo relentlessly unleashed chakra arrows, each brimming with overwhelming energy, raining down upon Danzo like a deluge. Danzo repeatedly activated Izanagi to dodge, each invocation accompanied by the closure of a Sharingan. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his breath quickening. It was evident that the continuous use of Izanagi drained him immensely. As the fourth Sharingan closed, Danzo's expression darkened considerably. He understood that his Izanagi had but one opportunity remaining, while the Uchiha Madara before him appeared far from exerting his full strength. His heart was engulfed by fear and despair, yet as the leader of Root, he could not afford to concede easily. For the sake of Konoha, for the realization of his dream to become Hokage, he could not perish here. Uchiha Obito, what is it that you truly desire? Danzo gasped, his voice rising in urgency. I can provide you with whatever you seek, just spare me. He hoped to glean some semblance of hope from Naruto, or at least to comprehend his intentions. I have declared my intent to reshape this world. You and your Root are mere obstacles in my path. Regrettably, Danzo, you are destined to remain one of those impediments. Naruto replied coldly, his tone resolute and devoid of negotiation. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Hiruzen and the others will arrive shortly. You will find no escape. With Hiruzen and me present, you shall never wreak havoc upon Konoha. Danzo attempted to intimidate Naruto with his words, hoping to stall for time until the third Hokage could come to his rescue. Then allow me to send you on your way, Naruto declared, as he summoned an even more formidable chakra arrow from Susanoo. This time, the arrow shimmered with a cerulean glow, imbued with cataclysmic power, distorting the air around it and producing a low hum. Naruto observed that Danzo's arm bore but a single eye now, the last vestige of Izanagi. Surely, after this, he could no longer feign strength. Is this your final struggle, Danzo? Danzo gazed at the formidable arrow, his heart filled with trepidation, yet he maintained a facade of calm. He understood that he must seize this final opportunity, otherwise, he would be left with no escape. As Naruto released the arrow, Danzo activated Izanagi one last time. The fifth Sharingan closed, and the power of Izanagi enveloped his form. At the moment the chakra arrow struck Danzo, the force was mysteriously deflected, colliding with a nearby mountain, resulting in a blinding explosion and a deafening roar. The radiance illuminated the night sky, while the tremendous sound reverberated through the earth, echoing in the distant mountains. Once the light dissipated, Danzo lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated, having exhausted the last of his trump cards. Despair and resentment filled his gaze as he stared at Naruto, who stood upon Susanoo, his heart brimming with hatred. Is this truly the end? No, I cannot fall here. My place as Hokage is at stake. The will to survive surged within him, and despite his prostrate position, he summoned a powerful force to propel himself away. If only he could reach that place. Danzo's eyes fixated on the distant, illuminated Konoha, and he continued to struggle. Naruto looked down at the fallen Danzo and remarked coldly, "How pathetic, Danzo. With such a disposition, you aspire to be Hokage? You are not even worthy of a single hair from Hashirama. Without you, the ninja world would be far more entertaining. The dreams we once failed to realize. I shall fulfill them for you. Once I unify the ninja world, true peace will dawn." Danzo was instantly taken aback by Naruto's words, exclaiming, You dare to seek to unify the ninja world. Konoha will never fall into the hands of someone like you. Kill me, and you shall find no respite." Naruto chuckled softly, responding, "It is all for the sake of peace. Not just for me, but for all of us. Remember my name, Danzo. Our organization is called Akatsuki, signifying the dawn of a world transformed. You even have an organization." Danzo's anger surged, and in his extreme agitation, he fainted. Witnessing Danzo's collapse, Naruto found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of chakra rapidly approaching. It seemed that Hiruzen and the Umbu were on their way to assist. There may be allies among them, and it would be unfortunate to inadvertently harm them. It would be prudent to withdraw. With his current strength, eliminating Danzo would be effortless. Keeping him alive still held some utility. He needed Danzo to seek out Orochimaru, to conspire against Hiruzen. While Naruto could now easily kill Hiruzen, he figured it would be more entertaining to let them linger a while longer. After all, that was the only value they had left in living. "It seems you have narrowly escaped death once again. I shall let you live for today, Danzo. But next time, you may not be so fortunate." With that, he retracted Susanoo and turned to leave, leaving behind a battlefield in disarray and a wounded Danzo. His figure vanished under the moonlight, as though he had never existed. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to the vicinity of the barbecue restaurant, employing a transformation jutsu to assume the guise of a stranger. Although much had transpired, only a mere 10 minutes had elapsed, and the barbecue establishment remained lively and bustling. They were engaged in cheerful conversation. Naruto began communicating with his shadow clone, instructing it to head to the restroom. The clone received the message and stood up, causing the others to look on in confusion as Naruto sheepishly stated, "Just going to the restroom." Sasuke expressed concern, saying, "Naruto, you've gone twice in such a short span. Is your health all right?" Kiba chimed in, teasing, "Could it be that you have frequent urges, or perhaps you're having trouble?" Naruto smacked Kiba on the head, retorting, "Can't you think of something better?" "I'm fine. I just needed to relieve myself." Sakura added timidly, "Naruto, if you're truly unwell, I can help you find some medicine. I recently learned how to handle situations like this." "How professional." Naruto's clone scanned the room, asserting, "I'm perfectly fine. Just be careful. I don't want to hear any rumors about my health. If I find out who is spreading them, I'll deal with them." Everyone assured him they wouldn't spread any rumors, allowing Naruto's clone to safely head to the restroom. Chapter 118. Is it really Uchiha Obito? Once in the restroom, Naruto's clone successfully merged back with him, absorbing the memories of the past few minutes. The earlier events were manageable, but the final memories carried a certain weight. Naruto's expression grew peculiar. Nonetheless, it was a relief to have eliminated 5 of Danzo's lives and rendered him without 5 Sharingan. With Naruto around, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan would not be an issue. From this point forward, Danzo would find it exceedingly difficult to procure more Sharingan. The thought of the trouble he had caused Danzo lifted Naruto's spirits considerably, and now it was Hiruzen's turn to face him. Naruto hurried back to the dining area, eager to avoid any further inquiries. Upon his return, however, the others regarded him with curious expressions. After taking his seat, Hinata timidly asked, "Naruto-kun, are you really all right? You said you were going to the restroom. Why are you back so soon?" Sasuke followed up with, "Yes. Naruto, returning so quickly. Are you constipated, or is it the opposite?" "Neither is a good sign." Naruto replied, "Toughened up. My fists are tough." He landed a punch on Sasuke's head, eliciting a yelp from him. As for Hinata, she was his wife, and he had to care for her. Ruffling her hair, Naruto gently said, "I'm fine, Hinata. Please don't spread rumors about my health. It's becoming absurd. Am I even human anymore?" Sasuke watched the tender interaction between Naruto and Hinata, weakly muttering, favoritism, prioritizing romance over friendship. The group erupted into laughter as they resumed their meal. Kakashi-sensei also noticed Naruto's return and cast him a questioning glance. Naruto understood Kakashi's unspoken concern and responded with a reassuring look, indicating that the matter had been resolved. Kakashi-sensei gestured a sign of understanding from afar. However, the tumult within his heart was far more profound than his outward demeanor suggested. It was astonishing to realize how little time had elapsed, merely a matter of minutes. In such a brief span, the very roots of the base had been obliterated. 10 minutes were scarcely sufficient for him to make a single trip to the base, let alone a round trip. Naruto's speed of action was truly extraordinary. Undoubtedly, he was his teacher's son. In the future, he would surely become the fastest ninja in the realm. He had perfectly inherited his teacher's swiftness. Nay, it felt as though he surpassed him. Kakashi-sensei felt a wave of exhilaration as he pulled Kai along for a drink. He silently recalled his earlier assumption that Naruto would take considerable time, prompting him to invite Kai to train together. Yet, before they had even finished their meal, Naruto had already concluded his task. What remained for him now? If not to engage in training? Given Kai's nature, he would not insist if Kakashi did not bring it up, but today, it was Kakashi who had initiated the suggestion. It appeared he could not escape this predicament. Oh, Naruto, for you I have sacrificed so much. This time, I am deeply embroiled in the fray. In an instant, Kakashi-sensei was struck by inspiration and began to drink heartily with Kai. Initially perplexed, Kai soon acquiesced, for when his dear friend wished to indulge, he would naturally accompany him to the very end. Kakashi's method of inebriation to evade training was quintessentially him, yet it was understandable. After all, Kai's training regimen had remained unwavering for 2 decades, with its intensity ever increasing. This perseverance and commitment were the very reasons why Kai's youthful vigor could ultimately blossom in resplendent glory. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived with a cadre of Umbu ninjas. Initially, he had received a distress signal from the root ninjas and suspected it was a ruse by Danzo to draw him away, allowing him to execute some clandestine scheme. Hiruzen had not fully trusted the root ninja, but the latter had repeatedly insisted that the situation was genuine, that the root base had indeed been attacked. Moreover, the assailant was described as a figure clad in a black trench coat, adorned with a tiger mask. Upon hearing the mention of the tiger mask, Hiruzen's senses sharpened, recalling the tumult of the Nine Tails incident. Could it be that the matter was indeed true? Such a situation warranted his immediate presence. He promptly assembled his most trusted Umbu ninjas and rushed to the scene for support. As for notifying the upper echelons of the other clans, the truth of the matter remained uncertain, and besides, most of Konoha's higher-ups were currently dining at the barbecue establishment. Hiruzen harbored serious doubts about the capabilities of those who, when intoxicated, would disregard their duties. During wartime, such indulgences would be strictly prohibited, yet now, in this era of peace, to impose restrictions on drinking would likely result in his Hokage office being utterly overwhelmed. Hiruzen hastened towards Danzo's root base with utmost urgency. Along the way, he encountered Danzo, sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Could he be dead? Hiruzen felt a swell of sorrow in his heart. Although Danzo was often at odds with him, the sight of his potential demise brought forth a tear of sorrow from within. He rushed to Danzo's side, cradling him as he began to weep. No, Danzo, who has done this to you? Speak to me, Danzo. I never imagined that in our lifelong rivalry, you would be the first to fall. Who could it be? I shall ensure they pay in blood. Hiruzen shook Danzo fervently, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes, causing his grip to tighten. Danzo, merely unconscious and not dead, began to regain some awareness of his surroundings. As he opened his eyes and saw Hiruzen before him, he felt a semblance of relief and weakly uttered, Hiruzen, it's you. Thank goodness. Be cautious, Uchiha Madara. Before he could say more, he lapsed back into unconsciousness. Realizing Danzo was still alive, Hiruzen's tears were instantly retracted, and he commanded the nearby Umbu, immediately transport Danzo to the Konoha hospital. Arrange for the finest medical ninjas. We must ensure Danzo's recovery. The Umbu responded affirmatively, promptly assisting Danzo as they carried him away. Hiruzen addressed the remaining Umbu. Split up and search for clues. We must uncover the perpetrator. Yes, the Umbu scattered at once, seeking any potentially useful evidence. Hiruzen continued forward, pondering. What had Danzo just mentioned? Uchiha Madara? Surely, he had perished long ago. Why would Danzo utter such a name? Could it be that the assailant was indeed Uchiha Madara? The closer Hiruzen approached the root base, the more his worldview was shaken by the scenes before him. Each step he took was heavy with gravity. As he neared the base, The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, tightening his brow in response. Before him, the structures of the root base lay in utter ruin. What had once been concealed within the hills was now laid bare, the very hills reduced to flat ground. The earth was marred by gaping fissures, charred remnants littering the ground as if ravaged by an unrelenting inferno. The bodies of root ninjas lay strewn about, their fates gruesome and sorrowful. Some had been severed by sharp blades, their corpses split in twain, blood long since dried into dark crimson stains upon the earth. Others had suffered internal devastation from a tremendous force, expelling dark blood, their eyes wide open in death, still reflecting the terror and despair of their final moments. Some had been consumed by flames, their forms carbonized, leaving only charred shells that emitted a nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Hiruzen knelt slowly, gently closing the eyes of one fallen ninja, his hands trembling with sorrow. Though these were root ninjas, they were still Konoha's defenders. Ultimately, they were part of the force that safeguarded the village, now slain in this sudden assault. Rising, he surveyed the devastation around him, his gaze imbued with anger and confusion. Who possessed such overwhelming power to reduce the entire root base to rubble and eliminate these highly trained ninjas in mere moments? At that moment, an Umbu ninja rushed forth, kneeling before him to report, "Hokage-sama, we have discovered some peculiar chakra traces in the vicinity. These fluctuations are extraordinarily potent, far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas. Moreover, we have identified traces consistent with fire release techniques. Additionally, there are signs that may correspond to the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha clan." Susanoo? Hiruzen felt a jolt of alarm within. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? But had he not perished long ago? The memories of the Nine Tails incident flooded his mind, recalling the mysterious figure in the tiger mask who had manipulated the beast, bringing chaos to Konoha. That man had purportedly claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Could it be that he had returned? Continue the search. Leave no detail unchecked, Hiruzen commanded. The Umbu, acknowledging his orders, swiftly vanished into the shadows. Hiruzen resumed his somber pacing across the battlefield, his gaze fixed upon a colossal crater. This pit measured several dozen meters in diameter, and its depth was unfathomable. The surrounding soil compressed to an unyielding hardness, as if melted by extreme heat and then resolidified. He crouched down, scrutinizing the edge of the crater, where he discerned markings reminiscent of chakra-infused shuriken cuts. What unfathomable strength could have wrought such devastation? It was truly terrifying. Hiruzen could not help but exclaim, "If it were me, I might find it exceedingly difficult to survive in such a battle. How is it that Danzo managed to endure? Could it be that the adversary deliberately spared him? However, if there were no enmity between them, why would they target the root base? Is their goal the annihilation of Konoha? Yet, if that were the case, why not assault the village itself, where the damage would surely be far more catastrophic?" Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself perplexed, as the clues before him were woefully insufficient. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance, a vague sense of unease gnawing at his heart. He surmised that this attack was far from coincidental. A more sinister plot lurked in the shadows. At that moment, another Umbu ninja arrived to report, "Hokage-sama, we have discovered traces of residual ninjutsu nearby. Upon analysis, these traces bear a striking resemblance to those left by the mysterious figure during the Nine Tails incident. Perhaps it is the same ninjutsu?" Hiruzen's expression darkened further. His fists clenched tightly, as his fury reached a boiling point. If the enigmatic figure from that time had indeed resurfaced, Konoha would face an unprecedented crisis. He must swiftly locate this individual to thwart their sinister scheme. He commanded, "Notify all Umbu to intensify patrols and vigilance throughout Konoha. Should any suspicious individuals be spotted, report immediately. Simultaneously, inform all ninjas of Konoha to enter a state of emergency preparedness." Yes, the Umbu ninja swiftly departed to execute the orders. Hiruzen cast one last glance at the ravaged battlefield, silently vowing to uncover the perpetrator and avenge the fallen ninjas. He turned and made his way towards Konoha. The solitary silhouette of Danzo weighed heavily on his mind. Upon returning to Konoha, Hiruzen immediately summoned the village's senior officials, including Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hizashi, who had been drinking merrily just moments before. In essence, everyone from the table at the barbecue restaurant had been called to the Hokage's office by the Umbu. Although they reeked of alcohol, as ninjas, they retained a semblance of lucidity, though it was evident they were dazed, perplexed as to why they had been summoned while indulging in their feast. Hiruzen instructed the Umbu ninja to elucidate the events that had transpired. The gravity of the situation sobered the attendees, dispelling much of their intoxication. In the conference room, the atmosphere grew tense, worry and confusion etched upon each face. Everyone, you are likely aware that the root base has been attacked, Hiruzen began. The assailant is exceedingly powerful and may very well be the same mysterious figure from the Ninetales incident. We must ascertain their motives and whereabouts post-haste and bolster Konoha's defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Shikaku replied, Hokage-sama, given the current situation, the assailant's strength far exceeds our expectations. Their ability to swiftly annihilate the root base and eliminate all ninjas indicates they possess intimate knowledge of Konoha. Could there be a traitor among us? Might the assailant be one of our own? This question plunged the assembly into a profound silence, for the notion of a traitor within their ranks was a grave concern. If a traitor did exist, Konoha's defenses and plans could be compromised, leading to unimaginable consequences. Regardless of the presence of a traitor, we must enhance our internal scrutiny and preventive measures, Hiruzen decreed. Simultaneously, we must expedite the investigation into the assailant's identity and intentions. Yamanaka and Oichi, led your clan in utilizing the mind-body switch technique to interrogate all suspicious individuals. Understood, Hokage-sama, Inoichi responded. Nara Shikaku, you are responsible for organizing intelligence gathering, ensuring we collect as much information on the assailant as possible. Akimichi Choza, lead your clan to fortify Konoha's defensive structures. Hiruzen continued issuing commands. Yes. Shikaku and Choza replied in unison. Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Fugaku and inquired, Fugaku, does the Uchiha clan possess any intelligence regarding this individual? Fugaku chuckled coldly to himself, thinking, after treating the Uchiha clan in such a manner, do you still expect us to serve you? He shook his head and replied, our clan has been investigating the individual suspected to be Uchiha Madara, who possesses the Sharingan, since the Ninetales incident. From various details, this person does bear some resemblance to the recorded accounts of Madara. However, the pressing issue remains. Why has the supposedly deceased Uchiha Madara resurfaced? And why is he targeting Konoha? Hiruzen pondered this, concluding that Uchiha Madara likely had no ties to the Uchiha clan, for if there were any connection, they would have acted against Konoha long ago. Understood. The Uchiha clan will assist the Umbu in patrols. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Fugaku nodded slightly. Hizashi, please dispatch some of the Hyuga clan's ninjas to the scene of the incident to assist the Umbu in searching for any clues that may have been left behind. Hiruzen instructed. Hizashi nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, Konoha may soon face unrest. I urge you all to remain vigilant. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Understood. With the meeting concluded, the gathering dispersed, each member embarking on their respective missions. Hiruzen remained alone in the Hokage office. His gaze fixed upon a photograph on his desk, a group photo of his companions from the era of the second Hokage, including Danzo, Mito Kazuki, and Tsunade. Now, with Danzo gravely injured and unconscious, uncertainty plagued his heart. Danzo, you must hang on. You cannot die. If you do, I shall be left in solitude, Hiruzen murmured softly. We must uncover the perpetrator and seek justice for you. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, Danzo lay unconscious on a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages. His complexion as pale as parchment. Medical ninjas were exerting every effort to save him, yet his injuries were dire, and his prognosis remained grim. Naruto remarked that he had not even exerted himself, and yet had collapsed. Could he truly be blamed for this? Mito Kazuki and Tsunade stood vigil by Danzo's bedside, their expressions filled with concern. Danzo, you must awaken, Mito urged. Konoha needs you. Hiruzen is somewhat overwhelmed. Tsunade sighed softly. This incident was far too sudden. We never anticipated it. Who is that mysterious figure? Why are they targeting Danzo and the root? Whoever they are, we will not allow them to succeed, Mito declared, clenching his fists. When Danzo awakens, we shall ensure they pay dearly. In the barbecue restaurant of Konoha, despite the gravity of the events that had transpired, the children remained blissfully unaware. Though the adults at one table had been urgently summoned and departed, the children continued to enjoy their meal, unconcerned about their parents' sudden absence. After all, dining with friends took precedence. Moreover, with school starting tomorrow, they seized the opportunity to indulge a little. Upon Naruto's return, he indulged in a few extra pieces of meat. The image of Danzo sprawled on the ground, so disheveled, with all 5 of his Sharingan exhausted, brought a chuckle to his lips. Well, Danzo, you're truly left with nothing now. It's as if you've returned to square one. However, it would be rather challenging for Danzo to meet his demise. As he had undergone a transplantation of Hashirama's cells into his arm, this had been orchestrated during his collaboration with Orochimaru, aimed at averting any rejection between his Sharingan and the cells. One might even argue that, had it not been for Hashirama's cells, Danzo would have perished long ago. leaving no opportunity for salvation. Indeed, Hashirama's cells are a remarkable asset, yet they pale in comparison to the potency of one's own bloodline abilities. At that moment, Naruto suddenly contemplated that perhaps he could allow Orochimaru to investigate his own cells, which were undoubtedly far superior to Hashirama's, and being alive, he possessed an abundance of cells, negating the need for cultivation. Should Orochimaru succeed in his research on Naruto's cells, it might unravel numerous challenges effortlessly. As Naruto pondered these thoughts, his companions had nearly finished their meal. Most of their parents were absent, granting them a sense of freedom. Sasuke and Neji found themselves increasingly intrigued by one another, experiencing a sensation akin to a fateful encounter, perhaps a testament to how geniuses appreciate one another. Regrettably, they both felt that compared to Naruto, they still fell significantly short. With this mutual understanding, Sasuke proposed, "Why not seize the day? Since everyone has finished eating, let us engage in a friendly sparring match." Neji readily agreed, his eyes brightening at the prospect. "I share your sentiment. I happen to have time today, and who knows when I'll be free again. I am eager to discern whether the genius of the Hyuga clan surpasses that of the Uchiha clan." The other young ninjas perked up at this, excitement brewing at the thought of witnessing the clash between Sasuke and Neji, an event they deemed absolutely thrilling. Naruto, too, felt a surge of curiosity. Who would emerge as the stronger of the two? Chapter 120. The battle commences. Sasuke and Neji swiftly made their way to a nearby training ground. Having dined for some time, the late evening found the training area relatively unoccupied. Their comrades settled into the spectator seats, eager to relish the forthcoming battle. Naruto casually retrieved some sunflower seeds he had purchased earlier from his system space, sharing them with everyone, who found the snack unexpectedly delightful. Before the battle commenced, Naruto began to analyze the strengths of both combatants to determine who held the upper hand. Sasuke had already activated his single Tomo Sharingan, and, through Naruto's rigorous training, had significantly improved his taijutsu, boasting a physical prowess that far exceeded the Sasuke from the original storyline. Thanks to the awakening of Indra's chakra, Sasuke's chakra reserves had also grown substantially, nearing the levels of a Chunin. Although the Uchiha clan is renowned for its potent Sharingan, their overall chakra capacity is relatively standard, not particularly exceptional. Regarding ninjutsu, while Sasuke had nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his proficiency still left something to be desired, much like Duanyu from the novel Demigods and Semi-Devils, who had learned the Six Meridians divine sword but had yet to fully master it. Naruto had advised Sasuke against using this technique within the village unless absolutely necessary, as the origins of the Flying Thunder God technique were difficult to explain. As for the Uchiha specialties, lightning and fire release, Sasuke had acquired some knowledge sufficient for his needs. Overall, Sasuke's current strength was formidable, placing him among the top 2 or 3 of the Konoha 12. The only ones who could rival his prowess were likely Neji or Hinata. Hinata had made remarkable strides recently. Ever since satisfying her hunger, her physical capabilities had seen a dramatic enhancement. Moreover, she had activated her Byakugan, breaking the record for the Hyuga clan, much to the astonishment of Hayashi. It was the first time he felt his daughter's talent was so extraordinary that it left him somewhat bewildered. However, Hinata's nature predisposed her to avoid competition. Thus, she would not engage in debates regarding strength rankings. As for Neji, his performance was a source of great surprise to Naruto. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique requires the Byakugan to be effective, and while Neji was on the verge of awakening his, he had yet to do so. Given his talent, it was likely he would awaken it soon. Consequently, Hayashi had not only focused on enhancing Neji's physical conditioning and teaching him standard Konoha taijutsu, but he had also imparted the essential techniques of the gentle fist. While Hinata trained with her Byakugan and practiced the gentle fist, Neji had been learning alongside her, honing his skills. It could be said that Neji was but a step away from mastering the gentle fist, with the only requirement being the activation of his Byakugan. However, Naruto was concerned that Neji might become too specialized, overly focused on pure taijutsu. It is known that few individuals truly master this path in the anime. Only Master Chun and Guy have achieved such mastery. Yet, Guy's relentless training over 2 decades was not something to be taken lightly. Naruto proposed to Hayashi that Neji's training should not solely revolve around the Hyuga's gentle fist and taijutsu. He ought to learn some fundamental ninjutsu for unforeseen circumstances. Hayashi found Naruto's suggestion reasonable. Although the Hyuga clan is famed for their gentle fist combined with the Byakugan, it does not mean they cannot utilize ninjutsu. Rather, opportunities for such are scarce. One may choose not to use them, but one must not be devoid of knowledge. Thus, Neji did engage in some basic ninjutsu training. In terms of raw strength, Sasuke appeared more well-rounded. Although Sasuke could not use the Flying Thunder God technique, it did not hinder their competition. Kakashi and Guy returned from the Konoha meeting room. While their combat capabilities were commendable, there was no immediate need for their services, thus they awaited further instruction. With nothing pressing to attend to, they decided to observe the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the impending clash between Sasuke and Neji, both Kakashi and Guy joined the ranks of spectators. Kakashi, who do you believe is stronger, Sasuke or Neji? Kakashi carefully scrutinized both contenders and thoughtfully replied. In terms of raw strength, Sasuke possesses more chakra and has activated his single Tomo Sharingan, which may grant him an edge. However, what often impedes Sasuke is not his strength, but his temperament. Guy, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, what do you mean?" To which Naruto interjected, "Sasuke's pride can be a hindrance. Although he has tempered it considerably, when he recognizes his superiority over an opponent, he may not exert his full effort. Sasuke's adversary is not merely Neji, but also himself." Kakashi nodded in agreement, affirming Naruto's insight. On the training ground, Sasuke and Neji were making their final preparations. Sasuke addressed Neji, declaring, "Though you are strong, I am stronger." Neji, undeterred, retorted, "Humph, let us see who proves victorious." Both participants performed the opposing seal before the battle, symbolizing their intent to engage in combat. This ritual indicated to their opponent that they were ready to fight, marking the official commencement of their duel and igniting a palpable tension throughout the training arena. The spectators fell into a hushed silence, their gazes riveted on the two combatants in the training ground. As Naruto placed down the sunflower seeds in his hand and leaned forward, he exclaimed, "Let the battle commence. I relish the thrill of watching others fight." Sakura clasped her hands tightly against her chest. Despite not being one of the combatants, her palms grew clammy with anticipation as her gaze darted between Sasuke and Neji. Unwilling to miss any detail of the unfolding duel, Shikamaru reclined languidly against his chair, munching on seeds with an apparent nonchalance. Yet his eyes remained intently fixed on the match, proving that the human penchant for witnessing drama was indeed universal, even for him. As the fight began, Sasuke, leveraging the formidable insight of his Sharingan, launched the first strike. His figure shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Neji, his right fist whistling through the air as it aimed directly at Neji's face. The punch was executed with such speed and power that a direct hit could shatter bone. However, Neji was well prepared. His training had not been in vain. He deftly tilted his body aside, effortlessly evading the fierce blow. In a swift counter, he lifted his left leg, delivering a sidekick aimed at Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke, quick to respond, anticipated Neji's movement thanks to his Sharingan, arching his body backward in an astonishing curve, narrowly avoiding Neji's foot as it grazed his clothing. "What incredible speed!" exclaimed Choji, unable to contain his astonishment, his speech slightly muffled by a mouthful of chips. Truly, Sasuke's insight is unparalleled, enabling him to evade Neji's attack with such ease, Ino added, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. Undeterred by his initial miss, Sasuke capitalized on the momentum of his backward lean, executing a backflip to create distance from Neji. As he landed, he surged forward once more, this time unleashing a flurry of direct punches, hooks, and kicks upon Neji, akin to a tempest. Neji, a master of taijutsu himself, displayed remarkable agility, weaving through Sasuke's onslaught with ghost-like fluidity, each move perfectly timed to evade Sasuke's strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. His hands danced like nimble butterflies, probing for weaknesses amidst Sasuke's fervent assault. Is that the Leaf Village's advanced taijutsu technique, the flower-shaking palm? Neji is certainly no slouch, Kiba remarked, stroking Akamaru's head as the excited pup wagged his tail, seemingly caught up in the fervor of the battle. If it were me, I would have been down for the count by now. Indeed, Neji's taijutsu prowess is formidable. Sasuke will find it no easy feat to secure victory, Shino chimed in, his understated presence not indicative of his capacity for dialogue when the moment warranted it. Realizing that close-quarters combat would not easily yield a victory against Neji, Sasuke resolved to alter his strategy. He abruptly retreated several paces, widening the gap between them, and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, Sasuke shouted, a surge of potent chakra coalescing in his mouth, followed by the expulsion of a massive fireball. The flaming orb, resembling a blazing comet, surged toward Neji, emanating an intense wave of heat. Neji's expression shifted. The might of Sasuke's Grand Fireball Jutsu was formidable. There was no way he could withstand it. He quickly leaped aside, rolling on the ground to evade the fiery attack. The fireball zipped past him, scorching the earth behind him and leaving a charred scar in its wake, the surrounding air distorted by the heat. Is this Sasuke's fire ninjutsu? Astounding. Niji, please be unharmed. Hinata whispered, her eyes filled with awe and concern for Niji's safety. Sasuke has more ninjutsu in his repertoire than this. Naruto reassured, also offering comfort to Hinata. Ruffling her hair, he added, don't worry, Hinata. Sasuke knows his limits and won't injure Niji. Chapter 121. Niji activates Byakugan. Seeing Niji evade his fire attack did not dishearten Sasuke. Instead, he formed another set of seals. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. With a loud proclamation, a surge of blue electricity enveloped Sasuke, crackling like a swarm of lively serpents as it surged toward Niji. Sensing the threat of the powerful current, Niji acted swiftly, activating his own developed technique, 8 trigrams, return. His body spun rapidly, chakra forming a defensive barrier to block Sasuke's electric assault. Return was a secret technique passed down through the Hyuga clan, allowing the user to release chakra from their chakra points while spinning to create a spherical barrier that deflects all physical attacks. This technique was Niji's own innovation, learned from the teachings of his predecessor, Hyuga Hisashi. Despite not possessing the Byakugan, Niji had diligently memorized the locations of all chakra points from texts, proving himself to be a diligent genius. Although there were discrepancies compared to the clarity of the Byakugan, Niji had stretched his abilities to their limits. The collision between the electric current and the barrier produced a cacophony of crackles and sparks. Wow, this battle is absolutely riveting, Tintin exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and clapping her hands enthusiastically. What a spectacle! I love it. Indeed, this is the essence of a true ninja confrontation. I wish I had the talent for ninjutsu, Lee declared, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his eyes. Mike Guy, noticing Lee's demeanor, patted his shoulder and said, Lee, you have already identified your path, haven't you? You must continue steadfastly on the journey of taijutsu. Youth cannot afford to waver. Lee immediately responded, shouting, yes. Sensei, I will not hesitate. My youth is without regrets. Guy laughed heartily. Excellent. Such exuberance. As Sasuke realized that his lightning attack also failed to breach Niji's defense, impatience began to creep into his heart. His proud nature was challenged by Niji's tenacious resistance. Determined to take a gamble, he unleashed the lightning style, electromagnetic murder again. This time amplifying his chakra to its zenith, causing the surrounding electricity to become increasingly violent, crackling ominously. Niji, within the confines of his return technique, sensed the immense pressure of Sasuke's impending strike. He understood that if he continued to defend in this manner, Sasuke would eventually break through. Moreover, his chakra reservoir was limited, and his return technique, without the Byakugan, was far from complete. Thus, he resolved to take a risk, recalling Naruto's words, fortune favors the bold. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. In the moment Sasuke lunged toward him, Niji abruptly halted his spinning defense, crouched low, and then leapt upward with great force, evading Sasuke's attack. Sasuke's strike missed, propelling him forward due to inertia. Seizing the opportunity, Niji executed a swift turn mid-air, his feet striking like twin blades aimed at Sasuke's back. Sasuke quickly pivoted, raising his arm to block Niji's assault. The tremendous impact forced him back several steps, pain radiating from his arm. What a golden opportunity! The spectators shouted, their excitement surging at Niji's counterattack. Naruto nodded vigorously. Niji was indeed a prodigy, and in comparison, Sasuke appeared to lack practical experience. Sasuke steadied himself, gazing at Niji, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that Niji could seize an opportunity to counterattack under such immense pressure. It dawned on him that he could no longer underestimate Niji. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. As Niji landed, he granted Sasuke no respite, charging at him once more, his hands moving in a rapid, fluid dance. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Niji proclaimed with a mighty shout, his body vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Sasuke, his hands darting like phantoms, targeting the chakra points across Sasuke's body. Although the chakra points were invisible, that did not preclude their use. With his extensive knowledge of the human chakra network, Niji could barely execute the gentle fist technique, but its efficacy was somewhat diminished. Sasuke hastily activated his Sharingan, attempting to evade Niji's relentless onslaught. Yet, Niji's speed was blinding, and his myriad of techniques rendered defense nearly impossible. Sasuke could only barely avoid Niji's strikes, sustaining several blows in the process. This is bad. Is Sasuke going to run out of steam? Choji said nervously, simultaneously shoveling more chips into his mouth. Sasuke, you can do it. Naruto roared, rallying support for Sasuke, fully aware that Sasuke's prowess extended beyond this. Sasuke, beleaguered by Niji's attacks, felt his pride surge to the surface. He resolved to no longer hold back. He would demonstrate to Neji that he was not so easily vanquished. Just as Neji surged forward again, Sasuke unexpectedly unleashed a Jinjutsu through his Sharingan. Neji felt a flash before his eyes, as if he had been thrust into an illusory realm. This young man lacks martial ethics, resorting to underhanded tactics. In this surreal world, he confronted his greatest fear, being eternally suppressed by the main house. Unable to escape the shackles of fate, Neji's body froze, his gaze filled with terror and confusion. Seizing the moment, Sasuke launched an attack. His figure akin to a streak of black lightning, closing the distance to Neji and delivering a powerful right punch aimed at Neji's abdomen. Just as Sasuke's fist was about to connect, Neji suddenly regained his senses. With Naruto by my side, our future is bright. Your Jinjutsu is nothing but a falsehood. He realized he had fallen victim to Sasuke's illusion, a surge of fury igniting within him. He swiftly retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's assault. Damn it! To have fallen for your Jinjutsu. Neji gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with rage and defiance. Sasuke regarded Neji with a smirk of triumph. So, you've come to understand my prowess? You're impressive yourself, managing to escape the Jinjutsu so swiftly. Neji remained silent, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. He knew he could no longer remain passive, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. At that moment, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Neji, gradually flowing toward his eyes. Neji seemed to sense something momentous approaching. The moment he had long awaited was finally at hand. He would not lose this battle. Neji slowly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide, his gaze transforming into the Byakugan, finally awakened. What? Neji has activated the Byakugan. The spectators gasped in astonishment, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Wonderful, Neji and II has finally unlocked the Byakugan. Hinata exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines, knowing as his sister that he was on the verge of awakening it, merely needing the right catalyst. As a member of the Hyuga clan, she understood the immense power of the Byakugan. With its activation, the battle's dynamics could shift dramatically. Teacher Guy, said Kakashi with a smile, I told you. Neji is incredibly strong, a true genius. Lee felt as if Teacher Guy was pointing out his own diligent efforts. Thank you, but I feel somewhat offended. Kakashi remained unfazed, replying, let's continue to watch. Guy, the battle is far from over. This is no ordinary ninja school match. Teacher Guy suddenly realized that Neji was merely 7 years old, and Sasuke was only 6. They had yet to graduate from the ninja academy, yet already possessed strength surpassing that of typical genin. Sasuke too was taken aback by Neji's transformation, astonished that Neji had awakened the Byakugan at such a critical moment. However, he felt no fear. He believed his Sharingan was superior to the Byakugan. Even if you have activated the Byakugan, it changes nothing. I will still defeat you, Sasuke declared coldly, his eyes radiating confidence and disdain. Neji disregarded Sasuke's taunts. With the Byakugan activated, he could clearly perceive Sasuke's chakra flow and physical vulnerabilities. He charged at Sasuke once more, his attacks now sharper and more precise. Sasuke, undeterred, activated his Sharingan, engaging Neji in a fierce exchange. If you wish to battle, then let us battle. Their figures blurred across the training ground, the sound of fists meeting flesh resonating as the surrounding air swirled with the intensity of their conflict. This battle is so intense. It's almost suffocating, Kiba remarked. Shikamaru wore a serious expression, contemplating the extraordinary nature of the fight, pondering who might emerge victorious. Indeed, both possess incredible strength. Who will ultimately prevail? Ino queried, her gaze fixated on the two combatants in the training field, eager not to miss a single thrilling moment. As the battle progressed, Neji, leveraging the advantages of the Byakugan, gradually gained the upper hand. His gentle fist technique, in conjunction with the Byakugan, unleashed formidable power, each strike accurately targeting Sasuke's weaknesses. Numerous wounds marred Sasuke's body, blood staining his attire. Chapter 122, Sasuke's Victory. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Sasuke resolved to alter his strategy once more. He swiftly retreated several paces, creating distance between himself and Neji, his hands forming seals with rapid precision. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke bellowed, unleashing a colossal dragon of flames that roared forth from his mouth. The dragon, fierce and clawing, surged toward Neji, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. What a terrifying fire technique. Are we truly the same age? Kiba murmured. Neji, with the Byakugan activated, discerned the trajectory of the dragon's assault. He swiftly executed the 8 trigrams, revolving heaven, his body spinning rapidly to form a defensive barrier. The dragon collided with the protective shield of revolving heaven. producing a thunderous roar as flames erupted. That technique is too powerful. Can Niji and II withstand it? Hinata voiced her concern, her hands clenched tightly in worry for Niji. He can do it. He is a genius of the Hyuga clan. Naruto asserted resolutely, his eyes brimming with faith in Niji. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Niji's revolving heaven barrier remarkably withstood Sasuke's great fire dragon. The dragon dissipated upon impact, leaving only a thick cloud of smoke in its wake. Incredible! Niji has actually blocked Sasuke's fire dragon. The spectators gasped in awe, astonished by Niji's formidable strength. Sasuke, witnessing his fire attack thwarted, felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, he did not relent, aware that the battle was far from over. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling smoke, Niji knew he had to conclude this swiftly. Though the previous use of revolving heaven had successfully defended against Sasuke's fire technique, he understood that it had not been effortless. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and the potency of Sasuke's jutsu was formidable. He had exerted himself to the limit to withstand the assault. Niji swiftly charged towards Sasuke, his figure resembling a streak of white lightning as he instantly appeared before him. Sasuke hastily activated his Sharingan, attempting to evade Niji's onslaught. However, the speed of Niji's attacks was overwhelmingly swift, and the variety of his techniques rendered defense nearly impossible. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Niji shouted, his hands moving like phantoms as they struck at various chakra points on Sasuke's body. Sasuke felt as though an invisible force had bound him, rendering his movements sluggish and ineffective against Niji's relentless strikes. In his mind, Niji mused, with the Byakugan, victory is inevitable. With the Byakugan, every chakra point on Sasuke was laid bare to him. The power of the 8 trigrams 32 palms far exceeded what it had been before. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds echoed as Niji landed 32 blows on Sasuke. With each hit, Sasuke sensed a portion of his chakra being sealed away, his body growing increasingly feeble. This is bad. Sasuke's chakra is being sealed, exclaimed Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, pull yourself together. Naruto shouted, this isn't your limit yet. You can be even stronger. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Sasuke gazed at Niji, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He knew he could not be defeated so easily. He still had a final reserve of chakra left, and it was time to unleash it. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke concentrated the remaining chakra within him into his right hand. Instantly, his hand was enveloped in a layer of blue electricity, crackling with power, as if proclaiming its might. Lightning release, earth walk, Sasuke shouted, his form darting forward like a bolt of black lightning towards Niji. The electric current danced in his hand, radiating brilliant light as if it sought to tear everything asunder. Sasuke condensed the electrical energy he intended to release into his palm. It seemed he was not far from mastering the Chidori. Niji, witnessing Sasuke's use of lightning release, earth walk, could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. This technique was evidently far more powerful than before. It seemed this was all of Sasuke's chakra. If that were the case, he could not afford to falter now. At this juncture, I no longer wish to debate who the true genius is. I simply do not want to lose. Move, body. Release the last of my chakra. He squeezed every last bit of chakra from his being and swiftly executed the 8 trigrams, palms revolving heaven, spinning rapidly to form a defensive barrier. Boom. The clash between lightning release, earth walk, and the defensive barrier of revolving heaven produced a resounding explosion. The immense shockwave sent both combatants flying, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Who would ultimately emerge victorious from this battle? The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixated on the 2 combatants in the training field, even Choji temporarily setting aside his chips in anticipation of the outcome. As the dust began to settle, Sasuke and Niji slowly rose from the ground. Their bodies were marred with wounds, blood flowing freely. In their eyes shone unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. The battle had reached its critical juncture. How can they still be standing after such an intense clash? Naruto couldn't help but internally scoff. These 2 aren't even Chunin yet. If they were promoted to Chunin, what would become of them? Sasuke regarded Niji with a sense of admiration. He had not anticipated Niji's formidable strength, capable of battling him to such an extent. Niji, in turn, looked at Sasuke with equal respect. He had not foreseen Sasuke's prowess, capable of engaging in such a fierce contest even under the duress of sealed chakra. Was this the mutual recognition of geniuses? However, both were in dire condition. Sasuke had little chakra remaining, struggling to maintain his Sharingan. Niji was in a similar plight. Having just activated the Byakugan, the strain had severely drained his chakra, leaving him equally exhausted. With that, the outcome would hinge solely on their physical combat. They exchanged a determined glance before charging towards one another once more. Their figures darted across the training field, the sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoing with each strike. This battle had transcended mere displays of strength. It had become a contest of will. As the fight progressed, Sasuke, leveraging his superior physical condition and indomitable spirit, gradually gained the upper hand. His attacks became increasingly fierce and powerful, revealing cracks in Niji's defense. "Sasuke, you can do it," Naruto shouted from the sidelines, his voice brimming with hope and encouragement. "Best buddies for life. Niji, don't give up," Hinata called out from the sidelines, her tone filled with concern and support. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Sasuke finally discerned a flaw in Niji's defenses. He surged forward, his right fist imbued with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Niji's face. Niji attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! Sasuke's fist connected with Niji's face, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. His eyes slowly closed. Perhaps this was where it would end. "I have given it my all," Niji thought, feeling the weight lift from his body as he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Youth is indeed a blessing. One can simply fall asleep. Sasuke stood in the training field, gazing at the unconscious Niji, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that this victory was not easily won. Niji's prowess had exerted unprecedented pressure on him, and he had initially underestimated Niji, failing to unleash his full potential from the outset. Niji had given his all from the very beginning, showing no signs of mercy. This inadvertently suggested a lack of respect for Niji, and after Niji activated the Byakugan, the pressure on him intensified. Initially, he had been reluctant to acknowledge this, leading him to underestimate Niji. One misstep had led to another, and he had unwittingly found himself in a dire predicament. Deep down, he felt that Niji should have emerged victorious. Naruto approached Sasuke, saying, "Congratulations, Sasuke. You won. Though it was quite the struggle, you still triumphed." Sasuke felt a pang of sadness. Despite his victory, he did not feel particularly joyous, but rather as though he was the true loser. Shaking his head, he replied, "No, Naruto, I did not win. Yet, I did not lose. Next time, I will achieve a more splendid victory." Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto nodded slightly, realizing that this battle had significantly impacted Sasuke's fighting spirit, making the endeavor worthwhile. Sasuke suddenly collapsed, prompting Naruto to rush to his side. Recognizing that he too had reached his limit, Naruto gently infused Sasuke with his Yang Chakra, aiding in the repair of his damaged cells. Under the influence of Naruto's Yang Chakra, Sasuke began to recover, the injuries on his body enveloped in the healing energy, rapidly mending. He was merely exhausted from chakra depletion. After entrusting Sasuke to Kakashi-sensei, Naruto made his way to Niji's side. Hinata looked on with concern, asking Naruto, "Naruto-kun, will Niji and I be alright?" Naruto smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, Hinata. As long as I'm here, Niji will be fine." Utilizing his Yang Chakra, Naruto began to circulate it gently through Niji, discovering that Niji's condition was slightly worse than Sasuke's. Both had exhausted their chakra, but Niji had forcibly drawn upon some chakra from his own body, leaving him in a state of considerable depletion. In addition, upon activating the Byakugan for the first time, he found himself somewhat unpracticed in many aspects, relying solely on his body's instincts, which resulted in some damage to his chakra pathways. Fortunately, he encountered Naruto, who considered these matters trivial. Under the influence of Naruto's omnipotent Yang release chakra, Niji's injuries gradually healed, and the damaged chakra pathways were restored. All that was needed next was a brief period of rest. Hence, the battle between Sasuke and Niji concluded with Sasuke's victory. Chapter 123. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Naruto utilized his Yang release chakra to heal both combatants, and, after confirming that neither bore any hidden injuries or lingering issues, he felt a sense of relief. With the power of Yang chakra, he had become the foremost caretaker in the ninja world. While Tsunade could still be considered the leading maternal figure, it was indeed remarkable. The mistakes made in his youth regarding Tsunade were merely human nature, easily understood, and rather incidental. Naruto remarked, "It's quite late now. Everyone should head home. Be careful on the way." The others, having finally regained their composure after the intense battle, realized the lateness of the hour upon hearing Naruto's words and prepared to return home. After exchanging farewells with Naruto, they departed. Itachi had been waiting for a considerable time, witnessing his brother's battle, and he couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Sasuke. It was evident to any discerning observer that Sasuke possessed formidable strength. Yet he seemed oblivious to the principle that one must exert their full effort even against a weaker opponent. It appeared that Itachi would need to incorporate more practical training into Sasuke's regimen going forward. while the sparring within the village was manageable. Carelessness on the battlefield could easily lead to one's demise. To ensure Sasuke's future, Itachi resolved to rigorously train him, correcting his misguided notions. Handing Sasuke over to Itachi, Naruto said, "Itachi, I leave Sasuke in your capable hands. He must gain more practical experience in his training." Itachi, taking Sasuke into his arms, nodded and replied, "Just as I had anticipated. Don't worry, I will handle it. I'll take my leave now. Take care, Naruto." Itachi's caution was naturally directed towards Naruto's hidden identity. For Konoha was not currently a safe haven. Who could tell if he might attract the attention of patrolling Umbu ninjas and face interrogation? Although Naruto's level of caution should keep him safe, Itachi still felt compelled to remind him. Naruto nodded, then assisted Neji to his feet, preparing to escort him back to the Hyuga clan. In truth, the primary intention was to ensure Hinata's safe return in the dark of night. What if a young girl encountered ill-intentioned individuals? Naturally, Naruto had to assume the role of her protector. Neji? Oh, he was merely an afterthought. Were it not for Neji also bearing the Hyuga surname, Naruto would have simply handed him over to Kakashi-sensei for the return journey. At present, Neji was merely an excuse for Naruto to accompany Hinata home. Naruto, carrying Neji, found his weight negligible given his own strength. He turned to Hinata beside him, a warm smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a gentle sun, echoing the demeanor of the late Minato, as he softly said, "Hinata, shall we set off?" Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, akin to clouds dyed by the setting sun, and she slightly nodded, her soft hair swaying as she obediently walked beside Naruto, stepping into the Konoha streets enveloped in the tender embrace of moonlight. The girl's blush conveyed more than 1,000 romantic declarations, stirring the heart profoundly. This was Naruto's first moment alone with Hinata, and of course, the unconscious Neji could be disregarded. The moonlight draped over them like a gossamer veil, elongating their shadows. While an intimate atmosphere began to permeate the air, Naruto broke the silence first, his voice bright and gentle. "Hinata, today's battle between Neji and Sasuke was truly dazzling. Wouldn't you agree?" Naruto found himself somewhat at a loss for words. As the strategic thinker, he usually was faltered in Hinata's presence. Hinata tilted her head slightly, her eyes radiating warmth as she softly replied, "Yes, Neji brother has always worked very hard. Today he activated the Byakugan, and he will surely become an excellent ninja in the future." Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing wind chimes, imbued with a hint of shyness. Hearing her words stirred something within Naruto, and he realized with alarm that he was feeling infatuated. Ruffling his hair in a moment of nervousness, he mused aloud, "Indeed, everyone is diligently training. By the way, Hinata, how has your training been progressing? Are you becoming adept with the Byakugan?" At Naruto's concerned inquiry, Hinata's heart raced, akin to a startled fawn bounding in her chest. She nervously tugged at the hem of her clothing and stammered, I have been putting in a lot of effort, and I'm gradually becoming more skilled with the Byakugan. It's all thanks to your encouragement, Naruto-kun, that I've made such rapid progress." Naruto smiled broadly and said, "Haha, that's all due to your own talent and hard work. I always believed you would become an incredibly powerful ninja. I have unwavering faith in you, Hinata." As he spoke, he turned to her, his gaze sincere, and the intensity of his eyes caused Hinata to blush even deeper. She quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze as if that could conceal her inner turmoil. As they walked, they passed through a grove of cherry blossom trees. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the blossoms to fall like snowflakes, dancing gracefully in the air and weaving a dreamlike tapestry of pink petals. "Who planted these cherry trees? I wish to grant them eternal life. If they perish, I shall resurrect them with Edo Tensei." In Japanese culture, cherry blossoms symbolize romantic love. Captivated by the enchanting scene before him, Naruto could not resist pausing, exclaiming, "Wow, Hinata, look at these cherry blossoms. They are simply stunning." Hinata, too, was deeply enthralled by the picturesque beauty, her lips slightly parting as she softly murmured, "Yes, they are truly beautiful." Her voice was filled with rapture. And bathed in the moonlight and cherry blossoms, her profile appeared as ethereal as a fairy stepping out from a painting, with soft lines defining her gentle contours. Naruto quietly observed Hinata, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil lake after a stone is cast. In a moment of spontaneity, he blurted out a thought that had not been premeditated, "Just like you." Hinata's heart raced, her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. She slightly turned her head, stealing glances at Naruto from the corner of her eye, and timidly asked, "Naruto-kun, what do you mean by like me?" Her voice was as soft as willow catkins in spring. delicate enough that a slightly louder sound might shatter this secret anticipation. Only then did Naruto realize the implications of his utterance, and he felt a flurry of panic. Scratching his head, he averted his gaze and stammered in explanation. I meant that the beauty of these cherry blossoms resembles the warmth and loveliness you exude. As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto regretted his clumsy expression, feeling utterly flustered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts correctly. Oh no! I can master ninjutsu and sage techniques, and I could even face off against Uchiha Obito, but matters of the heart? This subject was never taught. What should I do? Hinata, upon hearing this, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips, shyly responding, Naruto-kun, you really know how to flatter someone. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her fingers anxiously fidgeting with the fabric, as if this could anchor the sudden sweetness enveloping her. They continued walking in silence for a while, the air thick with an unspoken intimacy. As they proceeded, moonlight cascaded upon them, and soft whispers of their conversation and laughter occasionally filled the streets. As they walked, Hinata suddenly halted, captivated by a delicate flower blooming by the roadside. She crouched down, gently caressing its petals, and remarked, Naruto-kun, look at this flower. It blooms beautifully all alone at night. Naruto also knelt beside her, gazing at the flower before turning his attention to Hinata, earnestly declaring, just like you, Hinata, no matter the challenges you face, you continuously strive to radiate your light, which is truly remarkable. His voice was deep and resolute, his gaze unwavering on Hinata's face. Hinata felt her cheeks flush once more. She rose, a hint of bashfulness in her tone as she replied, Naruto-kun, you always say such things. I hardly know how to respond. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the moonlight. Naruto stood as well, chuckling, haha, I merely speak the truth. By the way, if you ever have any training questions, feel free to come to me. We can grow stronger together. He patted his chest confidently. Hinata nodded gently, whispering, yes, I will. I'm really happy to grow alongside you, Naruto-kun. Her voice carried a sweet anticipation, as if envisioning a future where they walked side by side. After walking a bit further, the Hyuga clan's residence gradually came into view. A pang of reluctance struck Naruto. He knew their time together that night was drawing to a close. Yet, he chose not to confront the feelings simmering beneath the surface, realizing that Hinata likely harbored feelings for him as well. However, they were still young, and he felt it was too early to delve into such matters. In the world of Naruto, one was considered an adult at 16, and he thought perhaps then he could explore those feelings. Upon reaching the estate's entrance, Naruto gently placed Neji down, handing him over to a member of the Hyuga clan, and then said to Hinata, Hinata, you should head inside. It's getting late. His eyes brimmed with warmth and concern. Hinata looked at Naruto, a flicker of affection in her gaze, and softly said, thank you for walking me home, Naruto-kun. I truly enjoyed my time with you today. She bit her lips slightly, as if there were many thoughts she wished to express but was uncertain of how to begin. Naruto smiled, replying, I was happy too, Hinata. I'll take my leave now. Make sure to get some rest. He turned to depart, but glanced back at her, a look in his eyes holding all the emotions of the evening. As Naruto gazed at the moon, then back at the lovely Hinata, he remarked, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Hinata responded with a smile, the breeze is gentle too. With a grin that was hard to suppress, Naruto turned and walked away. Hinata watched his retreating figure until he vanished into the night, then turned to enter the Hyuga clan's grounds, her face aglow with happiness, silently anticipating their next encounter. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Chapter 124, The Strongest In Attribute. After escorting Hinata home, Naruto felt an instant surge of joy. Though he was unsure how Hinata had responded to his last remark, his spirits were inexplicably high. As he made his way back, he occasionally found himself grinning foolishly, his mind filled with thoughts of Hinata's adorable demeanor. I'm not love-struck. Hinata is just too charming. I'm truly a pure-hearted romantic. Before he realized it, Naruto had returned home. Sensing his surroundings, he noted that even Kakashi-sensei was absent, likely called away to attend to matters following the earlier match. Although Konoha appeared quite ordinary, underneath the surface, tumultuous currents were swirling. The oblivious villagers remained blissfully unaware, resting peacefully in their homes. The closer one got to the upper echelons of Konoha, the clearer the unfolding events became, with many engaged in urgent tasks. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan were exceptions. They were well aware of the happenings. However, Fugaku was astonished that Hiruzen Sarutobi had swiftly headed to the root base upon learning of the situation, yet he had not anticipated that he would miss Naruto. Naruto's speed was truly astonishing, a testament to the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, swift and elusive. Moreover, Naruto concluded his battle in a matter of minutes, effortlessly annihilating the root base in a flash. What form had Naruto's Susanoo taken to wield such devastating power? The second form of Susanoo was certainly not Naruto's limit. Was it the third form? Perhaps even the fourth? Why was it that with a single Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto could unleash strength surpassing that of the Uchiha clan? As if that I belonged to him. Yet, Naruto needed no self-deception. Although Kakashi still wore his mask, it was evidently to conceal something. It was likely that beneath that mask, the original Sharingan was no longer present. Fugaka speculated that Naruto must have resolved Kakashi's eye issue, which allowed him to confidently relinquish Kakashi's Sharingan. Naruto was meticulous in his actions, never imposing difficulties on others unless provoked. He was generally polite and kind-hearted. However, he was ruthless towards those he opposed. Fugaka seriously doubted that even Danzo had survived by mere chance. He believed Naruto had orchestrated it, for he found it hard to believe that Danzo could survive amidst such extensive destruction. Clearly, Naruto had other plans for Danzo. Naruto would remain silent, and Fugaka would not seek to pry. The Uchiha clan now needed only to firmly grasp Naruto's coattails, awaiting the day he ascended to Hokage, when everything would surely improve. What Fugaka did not know was that Naruto had taken over 10 minutes to conclude the battle because Danzo had invoked the Uchiha clan's Izanagi, exhausting Naruto for 5 minutes with 5 Sharingan. Yet, even those 5 minutes proved futile, as they could not breach the defenses of Naruto's Susanoo. What a pathetic Danzo. With such feeble strength, he would earn the title of the most incompetent Hokage. Naruto lay in bed, confirming that no one was watching him, and thus, he began to access the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Destroy the root base of Danzo. Rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, the strongest Yin attribute. Oh my goodness. Does this mean I now possess both Yin and Yang attributes? Naruto promptly accepted the reward, and soon, he felt the strongest Yin attribute envelop him. With the Yin attribute, Naruto could distinctly sense transformations occurring within his body. His physical prowess had already been formidable, and the addition of the strongest Yang attribute had merely enhanced his abilities. However, with the acquisition of the strongest Yin attribute, Naruto's body experienced a rare moment of fatigue, a sensation he had only encountered when he first obtained other bloodlines. This indicated that the strongest Yin attribute undoubtedly brought about significant changes to his physique. Recognizing his limits, Naruto decided to embrace sleep. He didn't dare let his guard down at home. He created a shadow clone to keep a watchful eye over him, ensuring that he could react promptly if any trouble arose. With the protection of his shadow clone, Naruto succumbed to his body's needs and fell into a deep slumber. As Naruto drifted off, his consciousness gradually blurred, embarking on a journey beyond the physical realm. Yet, every moment, his body was undergoing monumental changes. The emergence of the strongest Yin attribute began to enhance Naruto's mental fortitude. The Yin attribute was typically associated with mental power and imagination. Naruto has always possessed a fragment of the Yin attribute, yet it paled in comparison to his originally unparalleled Yang attribute. However, the emergence of the supreme Yin attribute has shattered this imbalance. The Yin attribute has begun to gain strength, subtly exhibiting an ambition to rival the might of the strongest Yang attribute. The complete awakening of the Yin attribute has led to an explosive surge in Naruto's mental prowess. While his mental strength was already extraordinary, it now escalates at an astonishing rate. If one were to employ a mathematical model, it would resemble an exponential explosion. The further it progresses, the more terrifying it becomes. Under the influence of the Yin attribute, Naruto's own 3-Tomo Sharingan begins to activate unconsciously, moving without his awareness. The 3-Tomo spin with increasing velocity. Concurrently, a portion of the Yin attribute gradually infuses into the Sharingan, causing it to whirl ever faster. Ultimately, the 3-Tomo transform into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The formidable Yin attribute has astonishingly elevated Naruto's mental power to unfathomable heights, simultaneously upgrading the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the level of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet, this is not the end. The Yin chakra appears unsatisfied. As the Kaleidoscope Sharingan continues to spin rapidly, seemingly yearning for further breakthroughs. However, as it spins, it becomes apparent that something essential is missing, preventing it from attaining the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, forcing the Yin attribute to relent. Following the successful awakening of the Yin attribute, it enters a phase of confrontation with the Yang attribute. Nevertheless, the Yin attribute continues to grow stronger, and after its metamorphosis into the strongest Yin attribute, it stands on equal footing with the strongest Yang attribute. marking both as expressions of supreme potential. At this juncture, a mysterious event unfolds. The once irreconcilable yin and yang attributes begin to merge slowly, embodying a sense of mutual interdependence, as if each resides within the other, complementing one another seamlessly. Should Naruto possess the ability to introspect, he would undoubtedly observe the convergence of yin and yang chakra within his dantian, forming two swirling yin-yang fish, resembling the taiji. The taiji rotates gently within Naruto's dantian, accompanied by a mysterious force coursing through him. His mental acuity surges. His physical strength amplifies. The power of his bloodline intensifies. With the awakening of the strongest yin attribute, Naruto's chakra properties have been fully replenished. He is no longer limited to just wind and yang attributes. Now, Naruto possesses fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, yin, and yang attributes, truly a ninja of all attributes. This signifies that Naruto can now embark on various promising paths, even developing unique bloodline limits. For instance, the combination of water and earth attributes could lead to the creation of wood release. Numerous other ninjutsu techniques have now become possible. One could say that Naruto's body has transformed into a rich repository, awaiting his continuous exploration and development. As the taiji rotates gently, the embryonic form of yin-yang release within Naruto is on the verge of manifesting, though it may require additional time and Naruto's own cultivation to fully materialize. Time swiftly passes, and when Naruto awakens, it is already past 6 in the morning. He has truly enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon waking, Naruto feels an intense hunger, a sensation he has not experienced in quite some time. He consumes some canned rewards from the system, successfully replenishing the various nutrients he expended the previous night. Once his nutrition is restored, Naruto begins to assess his body. He discovers that his mental prowess has surged significantly. Previously, the Tsukuyomi could barely pull him into its world. But now Naruto suspects that he could use ordinary genjutsu to render a ninja with normal mental strength into a prolonged state of unconsciousness. It could last a day, or even 2. Moreover, it consumes little chakra and requires no advanced ocular techniques. By merely relying on his sheer mental strength, he can deliver a dimensional strike against his opponent's mental faculties. Naruto even believes he could reverse the heavens and seize control of Itachi's Tsukuyomi world as his own. This is a testament to the potency of his mental strength. In fact, he suspects that even the renowned strongest genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, may not have the desired effect on him and could potentially prove ineffective. Not only that, Naruto's physique has undergone monumental changes. His physical prowess, already extraordinary, has been further enhanced. The power of his bloodline has elevated his potential significantly above that of others. Now his physical capabilities feel several tiers greater than before. Naruto's physical condition is now approaching the level of a Hokage. Previously, he worried whether his body could withstand the Nine Tails mode. Now, he is absolutely confident. Chapter 125, Naruto's Kaleidoscope Eye Technique. At present, Naruto feels that his physical strength can easily contend with Might Guy when he opens the 6th gate. As for the 7th gate, it is uncertain. Its effects vary greatly, being the last gate before the 8th gate of death. Unless an unexpected situation arises, Naruto prefers not to personally test it. Naruto notices an additional yin-yang fish in his dantian. Is this not the taiji? Moreover, it is not a dormant taiji but a living one, an active taiji. The taiji gently rotates within Naruto, seemingly bestowing upon him wondrous strength. As it turns, he feels his yin and yang attributes gradually merging. Though the fusion occurs at a slow pace, it is indeed progressing. When the strongest yin attribute encounters the strongest yang attribute, it is akin to the clash of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. As the yin and yang attributes meld to a certain extent, Naruto senses that he is on the verge of researching yin-yang release ninjutsu. Simultaneously, he feels a peculiar itch in his eyes, a sensation that feels distinctly different. Following the destruction of the root base, he has reverted to his original eyes. His own eyes are indeed the most effective. As he carefully examines the changes in his eyes, he contemplates, could it be the Byakugan? It seems that his ocular power has significantly strengthened, and it appears to be developing towards an even more powerful tier. The next level beyond the Byakugan is the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is an ultimate ocular technique that can only be awakened through the fusion of the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Possessing the powers of destruction and creation, the Rinnegan represents the pinnacle of evolution for the Byakugan. Naruto's Byakugan seems to be subtly progressing towards the Rinnegan. Does he possess the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan? Within Naruto flows the bloodlines of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Senju clans. With the convergence of these 4 bloodlines, Naruto's own lineage is evolving towards that of the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, since he possesses the Byakugan, the emergence of the Rinnegan seems increasingly plausible. However, evolving into the Rinnegan may require an enormous amount of ocular power to realize. Naruto recalls from the movie that the Rinnegan can manifest in 3 colors. The members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon utilized the entirety of their clan's power to contribute their Byakugan, merging countless Byakugan into a single spherical stone adorned with the Otsutsuki family crest. When activated, this spherical stone emits a purple glow, condensing chakra and unleashing a terrifying beam of purple chakra upon their foes, annihilating the members of the Otsutsuki clan who advocated for peace. This is the Purple Rinnegan. In the aftermath of the war, the members of the Otsutsuki clan constructed a temple in the outer reaches of space to commemorate Yomiuri, naming it the Yomiuri Temple. Within its sacred confines lies the Rebirth Eye, a powerful artifact that can propel the moon itself, enchanted with potent jutsu. Any individual lacking the Yomiuri bloodline who dares to touch it will find their chakra inexorably drained. In the theatrical adaptation, Hinata, who possesses the Yomiuri lineage, shares a portion of her chakra with Naruto, enabling them to jointly obliterate the Rebirth Eye, known as the Yellow Rebirth Eye. Additionally, Otsutsuki Shoten, by seizing Hyuga Hanabi's Byakugan and merging it with his own Otsutsuki chakra, successfully awakens a pair of blue Rebirth Eyes. Ultimately, he is vanquished by Naruto, causing the Rebirth Eye's abilities to dissipate and regress into the Byakugan, which Hinata subsequently retrieves. Aside from Shoten's Rebirth Eye, which was awakened through Hanabi's Byakugan, all other Rebirth Eyes reside on the moon, signifying that they can indeed be mastered by Naruto. Gazing upon the moon, Naruto knows he will eventually venture there. But that time is not now. Besides the Byakugan, Naruto has also awakened the Sharingan to assess the situation, resulting in an unexpected delight. His 3-tomo Sharingan has inadvertently evolved into a Mangekyō Sharingan. Could this be a manifestation of the Ine release? It is truly formidable. I am enamored. As it pertains to the Uchiha clan, each individual's Mangekyō Sharingan awakens unique abilities reflective of their innermost desires. Although the manga depicts the Eye of the Soul as a metaphor for the ordinary Sharingan awakening process, the various patterns, powers, and experiences of the Mangekyō Sharingan holders suggest that this concept is equally applicable. For instance, Obito's Mangekyō features a twisted symbol, embodying his transformation after witnessing Rin's tragic death at Kakashi's hands. The Kamui ability, a distortion of reality, mirrors his sense of loss and the birth of his desire to create a new world where Rin exists, leading to the creation of his space-warping jutsu. Itachi's Mangekyō, shaped like a shuriken, perfectly aligns with his prowess as the foremost shuriken expert in the ninja world. His Mangekyō techniques, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, symbolize his indomitable will of fire, bearing the burdens of his village's darkness without regret, as he famously declared, "No matter how dark the village becomes, I am Itachi Uchiha of Konoha." In the twilight of his clan's demise, Itachi sought to buy time, yet the inevitable moment approached, and he yearned for more time to resolve matters. Thus, he birthed a second technique, Tsukuyomi, granting him the ability to manipulate time itself. Sasuke's Mangekyō, adorned with a 6-pointed star, heralds the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon learning the truth of his clan's massacre from the Masked Man, Sasuke embarked on a dark path toward vengeance, with his hatred manifesting as Amaterasu. During the battle in the Raijin Valley, as Team Hawk clashed with Killer Bee, Sasuke sustained grievous injuries, while Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo suffered in their attempts to save him. In that moment of desperation, Sasuke awakened a technique enabling him to manipulate Amaterasu at will, known as flame control. In contrast, Shursui, a prodigy amidst the Uchiha, transcended clan ideologies, embodying a unique essence. His Mangekyō pattern diverged from the traditional 3-tomo path, resembling an unorthodox 4-pointed shuriken. Striving to bridge the divide between the Uchiha and the village, he ultimately created the ultimate Jinjutsu, Kotoemitsukami, capable of subtly controlling others. However, the Mangekyō Sharingan cannot ultimately defy fate, and the true embodiment of love succumbed to the darkness of the ninja world. Madara's Mangekyō, with its 3 interconnected tomo forming a cycle, signifies a life preordained by destiny, from which he cannot escape. Thus, he is the ideal candidate to execute the infinite Tsukuyomi. Izuna's Mangekyō, resembling a ship's helm, symbolizes his role as the navigator of the Uchiha's direction, until his final moments. He warned his brother to be wary of the Senju clan. What might Naruto's Mangekyō entail? What powers will it bestow? Upon awakening his own Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto's pattern manifests as a six-pointed star composed of two interlocking triangles. As he activated his Mangekyō, the inherent information of his jutsu instinctively flooded his mind. This phenomenon is remarkably self-generating, eliminating the need for Naruto to experiment with its effects. Naruto designates his left eye as Zoruto, or world. It boasts the ability to pause time, allowing only Naruto to move while time is halted. The duration of this temporal suspension is directly correlated with Naruto's ocular power and mental strength, evolving as he matures. Presently, he can freeze time for a fleeting second. His right eye, dubbed Flashback, possesses the ability to reverse time within a designated area, allowing him to revert people or objects to their previous states. The range and duration of this technique will likewise expand with Naruto's growth. For instance, should Naruto shatter a cup, he can utilize Flashback to restore the objects within the vicinity to their former and scathed conditions. He can even apply this technique to himself. After expending a substantial amount of chakra through a powerful jutsu, he can revert his condition back to its original state. However, the destruction caused by the jutsu, being beyond his control, remains unaltered. This is indeed a divine skill, one that suspends time and another that rewinds it. Moreover, these ocular techniques possess a remarkable potential for growth, instilling a sense of uncertainty regarding Naruto's ultimate limits. Might it be conceivable that, in the final stages of their development, Naruto could achieve a state of permanent time suspension, or even revert the entire planet to a prior state? This exemplifies the brilliance of growth-oriented ocular techniques. As Naruto becomes stronger, so too will these abilities, their effects becoming increasingly formidable. Furthermore, Naruto's ocular techniques regenerate swiftly, unlike other jutsu such as Koto Amatsukami, which require extensive cooldown periods. They operate within the normal cooldown timeframe of ocular techniques. Provided Naruto's ocular power is sufficient, he can unleash them in rapid succession. In Chapter 126, as Danzo awakens, Naruto contemplates the profound implications of his ocular abilities, recognizing that the capacity to reverse time encompasses all events within a defined time frame, restoring them to their original states, both positive and negative. While time remains under Naruto's dominion, its usage cannot be rescinded. The outcome is immutable. Naruto envisions the most potent application of his powers, the ability to resurrect Gai-sensei indefinitely. As is well known, Gai-sensei's 8 gates technique culminates in a catastrophic death. However, with Naruto's flashback, he could restore Gai to his state before opening the 8th gate, essentially granting him infinite opportunities to utilize the 8 gates without facing demise. This notion, akin to another absurd idea witnessed by Naruto in a previous life, is utterly preposterous. That idea entailed the assassination of Teacher Gai, followed by his reanimation through the impure world reincarnation technique, culminating in the unlocking of the 8th gate of death, thus achieving an immortal state while opening the final gate. Are you jesting? This is quite the exploitative loophole. However, as the narrative progresses, mortality within the world of Naruto transforms into a mere phase rather than an absolute conclusion. This particular loophole presents its own complications. Typically, the sacrifices for impure world reincarnation cannot fully replicate the prowess exhibited by the deceased in life. Without reaching the pinnacle of physical capability, even the opening of the 8th gate of death yields disparate results. The disparities between Gai-S and his father Might Due's 8th gates elucidate this point, suggesting that Gai, through years of experience, has refined the 8 gates technique. Nonetheless, there is no need to dwell excessively on this matter. Naruto's current strength allows him to navigate the shinobi world with remarkable ease, his adversaries being none other than Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and the Otsutsuki clan. Do not permit narrow-mindedness to impede your growth. Early in the morning, Kakashi-sensei received directives from the ANBU and made his way to the Hokage's office. After a night of arduous labor, Hiruzen Sarutobi bore a troubled expression. The disappearance of the root base left him acutely aware of Konoha's dwindling strength. If only Minato were still around, Kushina, Shikaku, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. These stalwarts were the backbone of Konoha. Yet now, due to various circumstances, some have perished while others have departed from the village, resulting in a significant decline in its power. In contrast, Kakashi has emerged as one of the elite jonin of the village, a trusted figure in whom Hiruzen places considerable faith. Thus, first thing in the morning, Hiruzen summoned Kakashi, intending to have him accompany him to Konoha Hospital to visit Danzo. Little did they know, Kakashi-sensei had already betrayed them. Upon arriving, Kakashi understood Hiruzen's intent and readily agreed to accompany him. This indicated that Hiruzen still held trust in him, enabling the opportunity for more intelligence gathering on Naruto's behalf, placing them in a more advantageous position. As they proceeded together toward the hospital, villagers who encountered Hiruzen greeted him warmly. It was evident that he had maintained a commendable image among the populace. The villagers carried on with their daily routines, their lives undisturbed by Hiruzen's efforts to contain information and avert unnecessary panic. Perhaps it was also because Naruto had not revealed himself before the common folk, leaving them in ignorance. Kakashi observed the villagers, recognizing that sometimes, knowing too much may not be a boon. Ignorance can indeed be a form of bliss. Soon, Hiruzen and Kakashi arrived at the hospital. Passing nurses instantly recognized Hiruzen and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, third Hokage. Is there something you need at the hospital?" Hiruzen donned a benevolent demeanor, responding, "I have come to see Shimura Danzo." The nurse, enlightened, replied, "Ah, Shimura Danzo? Please follow me this way." Guided by the nurse, Hiruzen and Kakashi soon reached Danzo's hospital room. At that moment, the attending physician was also present and greeted Hiruzen promptly. "Hello, third Hokage." Hiruzen nodded slightly, observing Danzo, who was swathed in bandages resembling a mummy, and inquired, "What is Danzo's condition?" The attending physician responded, "Danzo's condition is somewhat complex. He bears no apparent life-threatening injuries. Merely minor wounds, likely sustained while evading powerful ninjutsu in combat. Our examinations indicate that, physically, he appears stable. However, he has suffered a significant psychological shock, resulting in his current state of unconsciousness. Based on our estimations, there is a possibility he may awaken at any moment." Hearing that Danzo was not gravely harmed, Hiruzen sighed in relief, stating, "You may all leave now. Kakashi will accompany me, and we shall remain for a while." The doctor and nurses took their leave, leaving only Hiruzen and Kakashi in the room. Hiruzen sat beside Danzo, beginning to speak to himself. "Danzo, my friend, you truly are fortunate to have survived such a massive slaughter and reclaimed your life. We assessed the scene, and the sheer force of the fire-style ninjutsu, along with traces of Susanoo, leads one to ponder, could it truly be him, the legendary Uchiha Madara? Konoha stands on the precipice of peril. It is time we need you. Danzo, awaken soon, so we may join forces to save our village." Observing Danzo's continued unconsciousness, Hiruzen let out a soft sigh and addressed Kakashi. "Let us return to the Hokage's office, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded in agreement, preparing to depart the room. Upon hearing the words Hokage, Danzo seemed to trigger a response within his mind. Consciousness began to return to him gradually. Trembling, he uttered a few words, "Hiruzen, I am the Hokage." This felt like a dream where the roles were reversed, wherein Danzo assumed the title of Hokage, and Hiruzen became his subordinate. Within this dream, Danzo could relish the taste of being Hokage. Hearing Danzo's voice, Hiruzen abruptly halted his departure, rushing back to the bedside, exclaiming, "Danzo, you have awakened." As Hiruzen's voice reached him, Danzo's awareness sharpened, and he quickly grasped the situation. "What? My ascension to Hokage was merely a dream? It was all an illusion. No. My position as Hokage, it felt so real in the dream." True to his nature, Danzo's aspirations of being Hokage lingered even in slumber, and he remained blissfully silent throughout the experience. "Hiruzen, I never anticipated that I would still be alive. Did you come to save me?" Danzo inquired. Hiruzen nodded, replying, "I too was astonished that you could survive in such a scenario." "No, it was not I. By the time I arrived, the scene was devoid of life, littered with corpses. The assailant had long since fled. Now that you are awake, tell me, who was responsible?" Danzo fell into silence, seemingly pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Hiruzen continued, "Yinbyu ninjas investigated the site and discovered traces of powerful fire-style ninjutsu, along with indications of Susanoo, characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Could it truly have been the legendary Uchiha Madara?" At the mention of Uchiha Madara, Danzo visibly flinched, experiencing a wave of PTSD as pain radiated through his head. After a moment of silence, he spoke. The mysterious figure identified himself as Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen, taken aback, queried, "Is it truly him?" Danzo began to recount his memories. Whether it was the true Uchiha Madara, I cannot ascertain. All I know is that his mask resembled that of the Nine Tails incident. Furthermore, the potency of his fire style was terrifying, akin to a deity descending upon us, rendering the root ninjas utterly powerless. It was as horrifying as the accounts of Uchiha Madara's fire style techniques. Moreover, the aura emanating from him, arrogant and disdainful, made me question if he truly was Uchiha Madara. His taijutsu was formidable, capable of subduing numerous Yinbyu ninjas with mere words. His Susanoo was awe-inspiring, the chakra radiating from it instilling dread, casting aside any thoughts of resistance. This was the true weapon of a god. The Susanoo he employs possesses not only astonishing destructive power, but also formidable defensive capabilities. Even the combined efforts of our root ninjas struggle to breach his defenses. I find it perplexing that, under such circumstances, I managed to survive and reclaim my life. Only the legendary Uchiha Madara could achieve such feats. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly understands Shimura Danzo. Danzo would never exaggerate in matters of this nature. His assertion indicates that this mysterious individual indeed possesses such strength. The emergence of such a person in Konoha, wreaking havoc on the root's base. Is it truly an endeavor aimed at the annihilation of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, in deep contemplation, remarked, Danzo, recover swiftly. The village of Konoha requires you. I must take my leave. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Danzo nodded, refraining from engaging in a verbal spar with Hiruzen, fully aware of how arduous times like these are for him. Watching Kakashi and Hiruzen depart the infirmary, Danzo closed his eyes, beginning to ponder the reason behind his own survival. Chapter 127. The seed has been sown. On the way back to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly inquired, Kakashi, what is your perspective on Danzo's words? Kakashi, taken aback by Hiruzen's sudden question, yet prepared, responded with composure. Initially, I suspected that Lord Danzo might have fallen under a genjutsu. However, the circumstances he described remarkably align with our on-site investigation, indicating that Lord Danzo's claims are indeed truthful. Third Hokage, I recently learned a phrase that I would like to share with you. Hiruzen, intrigued, replied, Oh? Do enlighten me. Kakashi recounted Naruto's words. When you eliminate all possible scenarios, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Hiruzen reflected on this phrase, recognizing its profound wisdom. Indeed, it is quite astute. Sherlock Holmes once said that. Hiruzen exclaimed, Are you suggesting that this person is truly Uchiha Madara? Kakashi continued to guide the conversation. I cannot assert with certainty, but we might consider an alternative approach. How can we prove that this individual is not Uchiha Madara? According to our knowledge, Uchiha Madara was defeated and personally slain by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Yet, we have not seen the body, have we? It is plausible that the first Hokage spared him, granting Madara a chance at life. Furthermore, it is conceivable that Uchiha Madara truly perished. The one most eager to witness his demise would be the second Hokage, who reportedly had a long-standing rivalry with Madara. It is highly probable that he conducted clandestine experiments on Madara's remains. Enough, Kakashi. Do not speak further. My teacher is not that kind of person. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, being Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentor, made Hiruzen instinctively defend him, interrupting Kakashi. Go attend to Naruto, Kakashi. If I require your assistance, I will dispatch an Umbu to summon you. Hiruzen instructed. Kakashi promptly departed from Hiruzen's presence. These words were imparted to Kakashi by Naruto, intended to instigate genuine doubt within Hiruzen's mind regarding the possibility of Uchiha Madara's continued existence. Though Madara is deceased now, it is plausible that he may return one day. Moreover, is it not true that there are those who claim to take up Madara's mantle and live on in his name? If we round it off, does that not equate to Madara still being alive? There is a certain logic to that. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will inevitably take root and flourish. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Kakashi due to his emotions, he acknowledged that there was merit to Kakashi's assertions. His teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was renowned for his innovations in ninjutsu. A significant portion of the forbidden techniques documented in Konoha's sealing scrolls originated from Tobirama's ingenuity. Furthermore, given the animosity between his teacher and Uchiha Madara, it is entirely plausible that Kakashi's speculation regarding experiments on Madara remains hold some truth. Despite Konoha's outwardly pristine facade, it is likely that unethical human experimentation is a reality lurking in the shadows. After all, how else could so many forbidden techniques have been developed? Hiruzen was not naive enough to believe that these innovations were conjured from thin air by his teacher. Moreover, it was said that during the first Hokage's tenure, his teacher had already begun to engage in such activities, retreating into the shadows once discovered. Should Uchiha Madara's resurrection be tied to his teacher? Hiruzen found that notion entirely plausible. A sudden thought struck Hiruzen, a forbidden technique recorded in the sealing scrolls, the impure world reincarnation technique. It can resurrect the deceased and manipulate them. Could this be the reason behind Uchiha Madara's revival? Hiruzen felt he had stumbled upon the truth. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen began to sift through classified documents accessible solely to the Hokage. Within the records pertaining to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, He indeed uncovered extensive documentation of forbidden techniques. After meticulously combing through all entries, Hiruzen noticed that nearly all of them mentioned Uchiha Madara's demise. Yet there was no record detailing the disposition of his remains or where he was interred. After several thorough examinations, he found no mention whatsoever, raising significant implications. This suggests that Uchiha Madara's remains are indeed shrouded in mystery. Or perhaps, Uchiha Madara never truly died. He may have survived through some means to this very day. Sarutobi Hiruzen sank into his chair, lighting a large pipe. As he smoked one after another, the clouds of tobacco failed to dissipate the worries that plagued him. At this juncture, Konoha must strive to retrieve all high-level combatants. Hiruzen waved his hand. An Umbu ninja approached him, awaiting his orders. He commanded them to seek information regarding Jiraiya and Tsunade, informing them that Konoha is in peril and requires their swift return. Yes. The Umbu ninja was about to leave when Hiruzen called out to him. Wait. Add Orochimaru's name to the list and inform him that if he wishes to return to Konoha, I shall overlook past grievances. Konoha needs him now. The threat posed by Uchiha Madara is far too great. In comparison, the transgressions of Orochimaru merely breached ethical boundaries and are not beyond acceptance. If Orochimaru is willing to return to Konoha and contribute, Hiruzen would choose to forgive his past wrongdoings. He still believed that at his core, Orochimaru was a good person who simply strayed down the wrong path, and it was his failure as a mentor not to guide him onto the right path. Meanwhile, Danzo, still in the hospital, suddenly recalled that in his fervor to discuss Uchiha Madara, he neglected to mention that Madara seems to have an organization known as Akatsuki. However, does this Akatsuki truly exist? Perhaps it is prudent to investigate further. Danzo summoned root ninjas using his unique methods. The previous destruction only targeted a single root base. Danzo knew well that Konoha is home to many such facilities, adhering to the wisdom of not placing all his eggs in one basket. The root ninjas gathered around Danzo, awaiting his commands. Assemble a contingent of root ninjas and dispatch them to seek information regarding the Akatsuki organization. Additionally, we must urgently locate Orochimaru. This is of utmost importance. Execute immediately. Yes, Lord Danzo. Danzo was determined to uncover the true nature of the Akatsuki organization, a group so formidable that it managed to enlist both Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru. He realized that to ascend to the position of Hokage, he must locate them. With Uchiha Madara on the scene, how could he still be preoccupied with that wretched Hokage position? Danzo, it seems, was beyond redemption. As Naruto was exploring his own body, he suddenly realized that time was slipping away. Today marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy. There was no way he could afford to be late on the first day. Otherwise, he would surely incur the wrath of Iruka-sensei. In a flurry, Naruto dashed out of his home, racing towards the Ninja Academy. Although he had relied on shadow clones to attend school for a considerable period last semester, he felt it was only fitting to show Iruka-sensei some respect on the inaugural day. At long last, after a hurried journey, he arrived at the classroom just a few minutes before the lesson began. His classmates had already saved him a seat, prompting Naruto to chuckle and greet them. Good morning, everyone. You're late, Naruto. Were you up all night and overslept? One of them exclaimed. It's the first day of school, and you thought you could arrive late and escape Iruka-sensei's scolding? With only 1 minute until class, it seemed Naruto had indeed pushed it to the limit. Rubbing the back of his head, he sat down beside Hinata and Sasuke, just like last semester. Haha, it's quite the coincidence. On my way here, I helped an old lady cross the street, and a black cat blocked my path. His excuse was met with skepticism, save for Hinata, who believed him unconditionally. Naruto, not wishing to deceive Hinata, gently ruffled her hair and admitted that his earlier statement was merely a fabrication, urging her not to take it seriously. Hinata nodded in understanding, recalling that she had been quite excited the previous night and had only fallen asleep late after being called up by Niji in the morning. As the class time arrived, Iruka-sensei appeared promptly, warmly greeting everyone, who in turn enthusiastically responded. Observing Naruto and his friends, who still exuded such vitality after a month, Iruka felt a surge of energy himself and commenced the lesson. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy comprised mainly of familiar knowledge, and the teachings were not particularly critical. Rather than being a place solely for knowledge acquisition, the academy served as a foundation for forging bonds with future teammates, fostering strong connections. Thus, upon graduation, they would quickly adapt to their respective ninja squads and possess a fundamental understanding of each other's abilities. If the Ninja Academy were truly that effective, Kakashi and Itachi would not have sought early graduation. The heads of prominent clans also had plans for their children, viewing the school as their free time. Chapter 128. individual aspirations. After an uneventful day at the Ninja Academy, Naruto declared himself utterly exhausted. I truly struggle to endure the confines of school without Hinata. Who would enjoy coming here? As the end of school approached, Sasuke suddenly inquired, Naruto, my brother wants to train my combat skills. Would you like to join? With a glimmer of anticipation in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto silently protested, no way, not that. However, contemplating Sasuke's need for more practical experience, he recognized that mere strength without application was futile, but Itachi's prowess was likely sufficient. He probably didn't require Naruto's assistance. Just as Naruto was about to decline, Sasuke added, my brother insists you should come. He has a friend he wants to introduce to you. It's someone named Shisui. Well, now he had no choice but to go. Uchiha Shisui. His grandfather had spoken highly of him. Though his appearances in Naruto were few, he played a pivotal role. Naruto had long wished to meet him, but Shisui had been dispatched on missions. Now, an opportunity had finally arisen that he could not let slip away. Naruto nodded and replied, I'll be there. As usual, use the Flying Thunder God Kunai to notify me. The special kunai Naruto gifted to Sasuke was always kept close. Even during sleep, Sasuke's face lit up with joy. Great. I'll wait for you at the training ground. Turning to the others, Naruto asked, what are your plans lately? With class nearing its end, Iruka-sensei was turning a blind eye, allowing them some leeway as long as their chatter didn't disrupt the lesson. Hinata timidly poked at her fingers and said, I should head home to eat. I also need to train with Neji. He has recently awakened his Byakugan, and his strength is increasing rapidly. It won't be long before I can't keep up with him. From Hinata's words, it was evident that she possessed considerable talent, having unlocked her Byakugan earlier than Neji. With ample nourishment, her physical capabilities had grown formidable. Even Neji found it challenging to defeat her directly, as Hinata always held back, not wishing to harm him. Her gentle nature was her sole limitation in her pursuit of strength. However, they were still young. There was no need for drastic changes just yet. Moreover, with Naruto around, he would ensure Hinata's safety, alleviating her current pressures. Ruffling Hinata's hair, Naruto encouraged, Hinata, you're a genius too. Don't underestimate yourself. As long as you put in the effort, Neji shouldn't surpass you. Keep pushing yourself. Hinata's face flushed with warmth. Naruto-kun was encouraging her, and she resolved to do her best. All right, Naruto-kun, you too. Kiba, cradling Akamaru, chimed in. We need to head home to practice the Inuzuka clan's techniques. Akamaru can now assist me with the Fang passing. After witnessing Sasuke and Neji's battle, I realized how far behind I am. We must work even harder, right, Akamaru? Akamaru, aware of the classroom setting, let out a soft whimper. Choji munched on his chips and remarked, first, we should feast, then start training. My father has become stricter with me lately. I can't afford to slack off anymore. But as long as there's food, nothing else matters. Sakura flipped through her medical ninja texts, saying, I should go home and study. I'm about to finish the foundational medical ninja books. Once I complete them, I can begin some preliminary practice. Sakura had begun her studies in medical ninjutsu much earlier than in the original narrative. Although she lacked Tsunade's guidance for now, she was laying the groundwork for future practice. This was something Naruto truly admired about her. Unlike the Sakura from the original story, who was preoccupied with thoughts of Sasuke and romance, this version was more akin to a career-driven woman, always aware of her desires. Despite her modest background, she strove to excel within her capabilities. Initially, she had competed with Ino over her feelings for Naruto, but now she realized her attraction might have stemmed from Naruto's exceptional qualities rather than genuine affection. Furthermore, the depths of medical ninjutsu were vast. Once she immersed herself in it, she would have no time for romantic pursuits. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke suddenly recalled something and pulled out a few thick books from his bag. Oh, I almost forgot, Sakura. My father asked me to bring you these books. Apparently, your father mentioned them to mine while they were drinking together. They should be helpful to you. My father told me to pass them on. Sasuke handed the books to Sakura. Sakura, upon perusing the tome, was instantly filled with exhilaration, exclaiming, this is the practical application and preliminary introduction to medical ninjutsu. It's something that cannot be found on the market. Thank you, Sasuke. Sasuke, slightly embarrassed, chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. Ino observed Sakura's clarity of purpose with a tinge of envy. She found herself in a perplexing phase, uncertain whether her affections for Naruto were genuine. Moreover, the interactions between Naruto and Hinata had not gone unnoticed, leaving her with a sense of lost opportunity. Unlike Sakura, she lacked a profound interest in medical ninjutsu. Ino quietly mused, I ought to return home and study the secret techniques of my clan under my father's guidance. Choji, supporting his head with his hand, remarked, What a hassle. It's just too troublesome. Let's head home and catch some sleep. After enough laziness, I'll practice the Nara clan's secret techniques to appease my father. True to form, Choji showcased his unique style. Shino added, I'm raising insects. Recently, I've been learning taijutsu, something called Iron Mountain Crush. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Shino, you hidden gem. So you're the true mastermind behind it all. Finally, I've found my comrades. Witnessing everyone having their own plans brought a sense of comfort to Naruto. It appeared that the battle between Sasuke and Neji had, in one way or another, influenced them all. Such influences were beneficial. The pressure would serve as motivation to grow stronger, for they needed to surpass their original selves to avoid becoming mere fodder in the Fourth Great Ninja War. As class concluded, everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Naruto returned to his abode, knowing he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Sasuke when summoned. At that moment, Kakashi-sensei arrived at Naruto's home. Upon seeing Kakashi, Naruto sensed that something significant had transpired. Curiously, he inquired, Is something wrong, Kakashi-sensei? What happened? Kakashi replied, Naruto. Danzo woke up this morning. Hearing that Danzo had regained consciousness did not surprise Naruto. Despite having consumed 5 of his Sharingan, he had not dealt a fatal blow. If he had wished for Danzo's demise, the latter would certainly not have survived to this day. What did Danzo say upon waking? Naruto asked. Kakashi responded. He mentioned that a certain individual appears to be Uchiha Madara, with formidable fire release and Susanoo abilities, but he did not elaborate further. This revelation startled Naruto. Oh? He even chose to conceal information about the Akatsuki. It seems Danzo has his own agenda. And what has Hiruzen Sarutobi's response been? Kakashi continued. I relayed your words to Hiruzen, and he now harbors suspicions regarding Madara's survival. He also preliminarily suspects that it may be the work of the second Hokage. Naruto's maneuver to deflect blame onto the second Hokage was indeed a clever stratagem. Kakashi added, I've heard from some ANBU ninjas that Hiruzen has begun dispatching operatives to seek information about Tsunade and Jiraiya, even extending an olive branch to Orochimaru, promising to pardon his past transgressions should he choose to return. Naruto burst into laughter. Ha! Hiruzen hasn't become so irredeemably obstinate after all. He understands the value of utilizing Orochimaru, a potentially advantageous asset. However, I also require assistance from Tsunade and Jiraiya. It seems I must make time to seek them out. Kakashi nodded, noticing Naruto had nothing more to say, and discreetly withdrew. Left alone, Naruto began to ponder. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu could enable her to commence Sakura's training early. Sakura's prowess had surged only after mastering medical ninjutsu and immense strength. Although in the original narrative, the strongest jinjutsu was perceived to be a celestial illusion, he jested, Tsunade. It seems I may have slightly caught up with you. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that among the Konoha 12, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura was indeed one of the strongest. Yet, when compared to Naruto and Sasuke, she appeared somewhat overshadowed. Additionally, he wished to understand the sage art of the wet bone forest and whether Hashirama's sage techniques originated from there. Surely, one could not inherently possess sage mode. Even a young Hashirama did not exhibit any signs of it, nor could he merely clap his hands and master sage mode spontaneously. As for himself, he also sought to comprehend the sage mode of Miyaboku Mountain and the great toad sage there, to ascertain whether he could discern his identity and future. With this line of thought, Naruto felt invigorated. He could indeed grow even stronger. Chapter 129, Uchiha Shursui. Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive in a remote wilderness, far from the village of Konoha, where he could boldly employ ninjutsu without concern. He executed the multiple shadow clone technique, producing hundreds of shadow clones. Naruto's chakra reserves were astonishingly vast, according to his calculations. Each clone possessed at least the chakra level of a competent jonin. Though not excessive, it was certainly sufficient. I entrust you all to seek out Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto commanded. His shadow clones nodded in unison, employing the transformation technique to assume various forms before dispersing in all directions. With the multiple shadow clone technique, the speed at which he could acquire intelligence about Jiraiya and Tsunade would likely rival that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He needed to outpace Hiruzen and convert Tsunade and Jiraiya into his allies. Although their combat prowess was not particularly outstanding, gaining an additional ally for himself would mean one less adversary for Hiruzen. Amass friends while diminishing foes. At that moment, Naruto sensed Sasuke channeling chakra into his Flying Thunder God Kunai, signaling for him. Here I come, Sasuke. With a thought, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in a flash of golden light, as if he had never existed. Several days prior, Uchiha Shisui had returned from a prolonged mission outside the village and noticed the Uchiha clan had undergone significant changes in his absence. The fervor among his clansmen had notably diminished. They were no longer as radical, seeming to have found a clear purpose and conviction. Just as Shisui pondered the reasons behind this transformation, his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, paid him a visit. Seeing Itachi brought Shisui great joy, and he promptly inquired, "Itachi, it's been a while. What has caused such a drastic change in the Uchiha clan's demeanor during my absence?" Itachi had come precisely to address this matter. Understanding Shisui's confusion, he began to elucidate. All of this was intricately tied to Naruto Uzumaki. As Itachi explained that Naruto was not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, but also the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. At merely 6 years of age, he possessed strength comparable to that of a shadow. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and wielding a Sharingan bestowed upon Kakashi Hatake by Obito Uchiha. Moreover, Naruto, not being a member of the Uchiha clan, Naruto designates his left eye could utilize a singular eye to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan, employing its ocular techniques, Naruto, or world, and even manifesting Susanoo. The recent attack orchestrated by Danzo's root was, in fact, executed by Naruto himself. Itachi's revelations shattered Shisui's worldview, rendering him utterly bewildered. I comprehend each word, yet when they coalesce, I find myself utterly lost. At the tender age of 6, Itachi possessed the ability to activate the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, manifest Susanoo, and employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Shisui quietly inquired, "Itachi, surely you jest?" Yet, upon meeting Itachi's earnest gaze, Shisui comprehended the gravity of the situation. It took him a moment to absorb the entirety of this information, leading him to question, what relevance do these matters hold for our Uchiha clan? Itachi replied, "The Uchiha clan has resolved to align itself with Naruto, fully supporting his ascent to Hokage. Once Naruto assumes this role, he will eradicate the upper echelons that have conspired against our clan. Consequently, the treatment of the Uchiha within Konoha will improve significantly." Shisui was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha would place their hopes entirely upon a mere 6-year-old child. What had become of this world? Was I not the one endowed with the most potent Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami? How did it come to pass that everyone appeared to be under the influence of Naruto's own Kodo Amatsukami? "Itachi, I must meet this Naruto Uzumaki," Shisui declared, contemplating that if this Naruto truly possessed such extraordinary abilities, entrusting the future of the Uchiha to him might not be unwise. However, should this Naruto prove to be flawed, he would ensure that he learned the true meaning of the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Itachi nodded in agreement, instructing Shisui to inform Sasuke before school that he should summon Naruto to the Uchiha training grounds after classes. After school, Sasuke promptly made his way to the training grounds, where his elder brother, Itachi, and Shisui had been waiting for some time. Curious as to why only Sasuke had arrived, Shisui inquired, "Sasuke, where is Naruto? Did he not accompany you?" Sasuke regarded Shisui with a look of incredulity, retrieving a Flying Thunder God kunai from his pocket, and replied, "Brother Shisui, Naruto is likely at home. However, with this, he can arrive instantly." Recognizing the kunai as the very tool of the Flying Thunder God technique, Shisui eyed it with intrigue. Sasuke seemed to sense Shisui's curiosity and asserted, "Brother Shisui, do not even think about taking this kunai. It is a special gift from Naruto. I will summon him now." Sasuke channeled chakra into the kunai, and in an instant, Naruto, feeling the chakra, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside him. Shisui was astonished at the rapid emergence of Naruto Uzumaki. His speed surpassed even that of his body flicker technique. Simultaneously, Naruto surveyed the trio present, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and the pivotal figure of the day, Shisui Uchiha. Shisui Uchiha, a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan in the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, had been a close friend of Itachi in his youth, possessing a greater aptitude for ocular techniques than even Itachi himself. Mastering the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the body flicker technique, he was renowned throughout the ninja world as Shisui of the body flicker. He wielded the eye technique Kodo Amatsukami, celebrated as the strongest Jinjutsu. In the original narrative, on the eve of the Uchiha clan's planned coup, Shisui intended to employ Kodo Amatsukami to thwart the uprising. However, prior to the execution of his plan, he was ambushed by Danzo Shimura and lost his right eye. To prevent others from coveting his left eye and to aid Itachi in awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he entrusted his eye and Kodo Amatsukami to Itachi before ultimately taking his own life by leaping into the South River. "My grandmother spoke highly of Shisui Uchiha," Naruto exclaimed. So you must be Brother Shisui. It is an honor to finally meet you. Shisui responded, Ah, so you are Naruto. I have heard your name mentioned numerous times by Itachi and Sasuke. Witnessing you in person indeed confirms your remarkable reputation. The two engaged in mutual commendations, while Sasuke, under his brother's encouragement, commenced today's training, leaving Naruto to train quietly at the side, feeling somewhat sidelined. As Naruto and the Uchiha brothers observed Sasuke's training, they began conversing. Shisui, intrigued by Naruto's character and the magnetic charm that had led the Uchiha to place their hopes in him, asked, Brother Shisui, have you just returned to the village? Indeed, Naruto. The ninjutsu you just employed was the Flying Thunder God technique, correct? Shisui inquired. Yes, that is the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu. It is the most renowned technique of my father. Naruto nodded. Moreover, Itachi has mentioned that you can wield the Uchiha clan Sharingan, even awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Is it true that you were responsible for the assault on Danzo's root base? Might you share the reasons behind this attack? Shisui questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Danzo is not a good man. I merely taught him a lesson. First and foremost, Hiruzen Sarutobi concealed my identity as the hero's son, while Danzo spread rumors throughout the village that I was the embodiment of the Nine-Tails Fox, subjecting me to immense humiliation. Furthermore, he secretly attacked Uchiha ninjas. When I battled him, I noticed that he had transplanted 5 Sharingan from our clan into his arm. Upon hearing this, both Itachi and Shisui's anger ignited, demanding, Why? Why does Danzo attack our Uchiha ninjas and target us? What purpose does our Sharingan serve him? Naruto clarified. The arm Danzo possesses is infused with Hashirama cells, the very cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With these cells, Danzo can utilize the ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi, which is exclusive to the Uchiha clan through the Sharingan. At the mention of Izanagi, both Itachi and Shisui immediately grasped the implications. Though they had not anticipated Danzo's ability to wield the Sharingan and activate Izanagi, that Danzo truly deserves punishment. Shisui could not restrain his disdain. Though Shisui had previously leaned towards prioritizing the village's safety, he also held a deep sense of loyalty to his family. Unlike Itachi in the original narrative, he was not as extreme, but now that he had uncovered the truth, much of his goodwill towards the village had shattered. If the Uchiha clan were to perish, what concern would the village's safety hold for him? Shisui's gaze softened as he regarded Naruto, stating, Naruto, initially I harbored doubts about you, but after our conversation, I sense your sincerity. I truly believe that you possess the potential to become Hokage. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Chapter 130, Shisui's Kodoame Tsukimi. Naruto smiled in response. Thank you for your trust, Brother Shisui. If I find myself in need, I will surely reach out. Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Naruto recalled the original plot of the anime, wherein Shisui was on the verge of the Uchiha clan's coup d'etat, intending to meet the third Hokage to observe Fugaku Uchiha's stance during the clan assembly. Should the coup prove unavoidable, he planned to utilize Kodoame Tsukimi to alter Fugaku's mindset and avert the insurrection. However, Danzo, harboring distrust, sought to seize Shisui's Sharingan, ultimately ambushing him with his Izanagi and claiming his right eye. Afterward, Shisui unleashed the Great Fireball technique in an attempt to fend off Danzo, whose root organization dispatched water techniques to counter the assault, allowing Shisui to escape using the body flicker technique. If at this moment the Uchiha clan had not initiated their coup, did this mean that Shisui's Kaleidoscope Sharingan had been exposed? Naruto hastily inquired, Brother Shisui, does anyone know that you have awakened your Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Shisui was somewhat astonished, not expecting Naruto to be aware that he had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. He initially assumed that Itachi had informed him. He remarked, there are only a few individuals who know, namely Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi. Apart from them, I have disclosed it to no one else. Naruto nodded in understanding, deeming it fortunate, for as long as Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan remained concealed, Danzo would not set his sights on him, thus averting considerable trouble. Naruto stated, you must keep your Mangekyō Sharingan well hidden. The better we conceal ourselves now, the more advantageous it will be for our future. Shisui nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Mangekyō Sharingan was the Uchiha clan's ultimate weapon, and only by keeping it hidden could it serve its greatest purpose when the time arose. Just as Shisui was about to elaborate on the ocular techniques of his Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto interjected. Shisui, both your left and right eye techniques are Kodoame Tsukimi, right? Is there a difference in their effects? Shisui was taken aback. How did Naruto know? Since awakening his Kodoame Tsukimi, he had refrained from mentioning its overwhelmingly formidable effects to anyone. Could Naruto truly possess such remarkable foresight? Curiously, Shursui inquired, Naruto, how did you discern that my ocular techniques are Kodo Amaterasu, and that both eyes share this ability? I have never spoken of it. Naruto replied with a smile, Shursui, I possess the ability to glimpse into the future. I have come to understand certain events that will transpire, which is how I learned about your ocular techniques. What I foresaw is that after you revealed your technique to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo would become exceedingly covetous of your Sharingan and would subsequently launch a surprise attack against you, leading to a series of tragic incidents. Shursui quickly accepted Naruto's extraordinary ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for how he was aware of his Mangekyō Sharingan's capabilities, which he had yet to utilize even once, let alone expose before others. Now I see, Shursui said, Naruto, your ability is indeed enviable. You are correct. Both techniques of my Mangekyō Sharingan are Kodo Amaterasu. However, there are distinctions between the left and right eyes. My Kodo Amaterasu can infiltrate the opponent's mind through Jinjutsu without detection, altering their will. The left eye features an instantaneous, permanent Kodo Amaterasu. With this eye, one can change the target's consciousness in an instant, and its effect is everlasting. But the cooldown period lasts for over a decade. The right eye, in contrast, is a continuous Kodo Amaterasu with a fleeting duration. The Jinjutsu cast with this eye requires continuous exertion, and the duration of the effect depends on how long I maintain the technique. Once I cease, the Jinjutsu's effect dissipates. With Shursui's explanation, Naruto comprehended the matter. No wonder, in the original story, Itachi managed to break free from Kabuto's control after being ensnared by Shursui's Kodo Amaterasu. He remained free for an extended period. At the 5 Kage Summit, Danzo employed Kodo Amaterasu to manipulate Mifune into speaking on his behalf, only for Ao from the Mist Village to unveil Danzo's secret once he activated his Byakugan, exposing Danzo's trickery to all. Consequently, after Danzo's escape, Mifune's Jinjutsu would automatically unravel. Additionally, the Kodo Amaterasu from this I had a brief cooldown, allowing for swift reuse. However, given the overwhelming prowess of Kodo Amaterasu, the cooldown time for permanent effects was exceedingly lengthy. Yet at this moment, the omnipotent Hashirama cells came into play. Hashirama cells could significantly reduce the cooldown period of Kodo Amaterasu. This would prove invaluable in the future. Leaving aside the direct control of figures like Obito and Madara, whose ocular power was far too formidable to manipulate, Naruto reasoned that if an opponent's ocular power exceeded Shursui's, Kodo Amaterasu might not take effect. Currently, Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan could likely control those with comparable or lesser ocular power, if an adversary possessed particularly overwhelming ocular prowess. Like any Uchiha with a 3-Tomo Sharingan, it might prove ineffective against them, as Madara's ocular strength was simply too dominant to be subdued. As for Obito, his will was likely too robust, driven by a desire to obliterate the world, making it exceedingly challenging to rewrite. In other words, while Kodo Amaterasu was powerful, it had yet to reach the point of being invincible, failing to affect the most elite of shinobi. And controlling those beneath that tier would still be unlikely to yield critical results. Alright, Shursui, I understand. The effects of your Kodo Amaterasu are somewhat terrifying. It is best not to expose your abilities before outsiders. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from employing Kodo Amaterasu. Naruto advised Shursui. Shursui comprehended well. Should his ocular abilities be exposed, those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly seek to seize them. It was far safer to keep them in his possession, preventing exploitation by others. Joining Naruto's ranks, Shursui acknowledged that, aside from clandestine organizations, Naruto's faction was beginning to take shape within the ninja world. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Konoha 12 had yet to mature, and Sasuke, whom Naruto held in high regard, was struggling even against Neji. Moreover, in terms of elite combat strength, Uchiha Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi all wielded the Mangekyō Sharingan, which necessitated careful conservation of their ocular power. They must devise a means to awaken the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Only by obtaining the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could the Uchiha clan truly be considered complete shinobi. Wait a moment. In the original story, Obito's eyes, even after years of use, remained Mangekyō Sharingan without going blind, all due to Hashirama cells. Those invincible, all-powerful Hashirama cells. They allowed the ocular power of the Mangekyō Sharingan to gradually recover, which enabled Obito to use his Mangekyō Sharingan for so long without losing his sight. This could undoubtedly be replicated. Moreover, on his side, Orochimaru was a top-tier researcher, and his cells would undoubtedly be even more dominant than Hashirama's. The results would surely be even more remarkable. Thus, It was imperative to expedite this plan to prepare for any unforeseen events that might arise in the future, for reasons unknown. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi gazed upon Naruto, and, in him, seemed to glimpse a bright future for the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it was not only the Uchiha, but even Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, would flourish under Naruto's influence. They felt this instinctively. Naruto addressed them, Shisui, Itachi, I entrust you with Sasuke's training. His potential is exceedingly high, even beyond what you might imagine. I would appreciate your diligence in extracting every ounce of his potential. He is certainly capable of awakening the three-tomo Sharingan at his age. Please challenge him, especially you, Itachi. You need not employ Tsukuyomi. Just bombard him with Jinjutsu. Shisui and Itachi were taken aback. They had not anticipated Naruto would hold such a high opinion of Sasuke's talents. However, given Naruto's assertion, it must be true. If Sasuke possessed such potential, they would need to ensure rigorous training for him. Itachi felt a mix of emotions for his younger brother. On one hand, he was his beloved sibling, and he wished to spare him hardship. Yet on the other hand, in this dog-eat-dog world of shinobi, only strength remained the unchanging truth. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the final time. Though the age for awakening the single Tomo Sharingan in the Naruto universe did not necessarily correlate with talent, it nonetheless offered a glimpse into one's potential. Even the formidable Uchiha Obito awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 15. And it was only after the revelation of their identities and his subsequent fallout with Hashirama that he unlocked it. The very source of all malevolence is none other than you, Senju Hashirama. At the age of 12, Obito activated his Sharingan. However, during his attempt to rescue Rin, his lack of prowess left him oblivious to the hidden foe lurking behind him. Kakashi, in a valiant effort to save Obito, sacrificed one of his eyes, leading Obito to grapple with immense remorse for implicating Kakashi, which fueled his rage and prompted him to awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan, swiftly vanquishing the concealed adversary. In a certain light, Obito certainly epitomizes a prodigy. Uchiha Itachi, at the mere age of 8, unlocked his Sharingan, and after losing his comrades, he subsequently activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Now, Sasuke, at the age of 6, has already manifested his own Sharingan. Thus, it is not a deficiency in talent among the aforementioned individuals, but rather a necessity for the Uchiha clan to undergo profound stimuli. Only love that emanates from the depths of one's heart can serve as the driving force for the Uchiha clan to continually surpass their own limits and awaken their eyes. By the way, Sarada is the daughter of Sasuke and Sakura. Her experience of awakening her Sharingan is rather peculiar, as Sasuke's prolonged absence led her to question whether she was truly Sakura's biological child. Sarada merely sought validation from Mitsuki regarding Sakura not being her mother and, in an exhilarating moment, activated her Sharingan. Regardless of the nature of the stimuli, as long as it provokes a response, it undeniably holds significance.